Transmigrated into a genius teenager, I joined a simulated crime reality show. While others were still playing low-stakes games like robbery and theft, I dropped the ultimate bombshell, creating flawless counterfeit bills. Starting with just an engraving knife and a pen, I not only hand-drew circuit boards that made experts tremble under the camera's gaze, but also casually solved a world-class anti-counterfeiting challenge. When counterfeit bills indistinguishable from the real ones flooded the market, the veteran detective chasing me completely broke down. This isn't just a simulation, it's practically teaching us a lesson. And my next target sent shivers down everyone's spines. Chapter 1, Simulated Case Part 1, Peerless begins. Lu Chen groggily woke up to a rapid knocking at the door. The door burst open with a loud, urgent clamor. "Lu Chen, wake up, time to plan our crime." Lu Chen was dumbfounded. "What? You guys are really something else. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, how dare you commit a crime and shout so loudly? As a law-abiding citizen, when did I ever say I'd join you in committing a crime?" Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Lu Chen rolled over and got out of bed, abruptly realizing he had traveled through time. He's only 18 now. During this post-college entrance exam summer break, he signed up for a live broadcast program called Simulated Cases. The person outside the door is his teammate in the same group. The so-called committing a crime isn't actually committing one, but merely simulating it. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he didn't really have to commit a crime. There's a card on the bedside table with the rules set by the program team. The show consists of 10 crime teams and 5 investigation teams. The crime teams must complete their missions within 2 hours, after which the investigation teams will attempt to solve the cases. The investigation teams are composed of detectives with strong investigative awareness, though solving cases relies primarily on reasoning skills. If a case is solved within 1 hour, the crime team loses points while the investigation team that cracked it gains points. If solved between 1 to 2 hours, it's a draw with no points gained or lost. If the case remains unsolved after 2 hours, the crime team gains between 1 to 10 points depending on the case's complexity. The larger the case, the higher the score. Ordinary civil cases get 1 point. General criminal cases get 2 points. Cases involving casualties get 3 points. Homicide cases get 4 points, and serial murder cases get 5 points. Periodically, points are tallied, and teams with lower rankings are eliminated, with new teams being added to replace them. The highest total points will determine the champion with a prize of 50 million, the runner-up receives 10 million, and the third-place winner gets 3 million. Lu Chen's understanding of the program gradually became clearer. The purpose of this program is to discuss social security and raise public awareness of safety through simulating cases and solving crimes, which is both novel and educational. Beside the introduction of the program's rules, there lay the crime method designed last night. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown after just one glance. Are you sure it's not meant to be a joke? An utterly immature approach, quite naive self-righteousness. How could he even present this with a straight face? Did the original owner of this body usually avoid mystery and detective books or movies? While puzzling over this, Lu Chen suddenly remembered. This world hasn't experienced any major wars, and public safety is quite good, so mystery and detective works are exceedingly rare. No Agatha Christie, the Queen of Crime, no John Dixon Carr, the master of the locked room mystery, nor the familiar Holmes, Kendaichi, or Conan. No wonder the predecessor was so pleased with himself for coming up with such a naive trick. It's really, the world is so backward in this regard. In that case, if I bring over one of the vast array of suspense books or movies from Blue Star, wouldn't it be an absolutely top-tier presence in this world? That sounds about right. But thinking carefully, the most impressive aspect of skilled crimes is often in the details. Yet, whether from books or movies, I only remember the exciting parts. The details mostly stay as vague recollections. Fortunately, as a time traveler, these perks come standard. Ding! System binding successful, initiating host scan. Intelligence, 126. Strength, 87. Skills, none. Newbie gift pack, unlocked map, unparalleled dot. Acquired map skill, Master Painter. Beginner's mission, replicate the techniques from the movie Project Gutenberg without getting caught. Mission reward, 3 system draws. His eyes lit up as the system payment came through. Thinking about the newbie gift package unlocking the map immersive translate, Lu Chen slightly narrowed his eyes. As the details from the movie played through his mind, he couldn't help but smile. To perfectly counterfeit currency. Need to draw wiring diagram. Get the watermark on the banknotes done. Need to deal with more patterns and so on. In an instant, he fully grasped the technique. Impressive. So that's how they do it. Most counterfeit bills seen in the market rely on the recipient's lowered vigilance to be circulated. With just a bit of caution, they can be spotted at a glance. But replicating every detail as shown in the movie results in a perfect copy of US dollars, indistinguishable from genuine bills even when scrutinized by specialized counterfeit detection machines. Lu Chen shook his head with emotion, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with confidence. As the knocking sounded once again, he opened the door. In front of the door stood 3 men and 1 woman. It was indeed Lu Chen's teammate. They are Wang Ping, who works in security, Dr. Li Tong, who graduated from a 211 university, art student Zhang Xiaofei, and the only girl in the group, Zhao Zimai. They had agreed the day before to get up early and discuss their plan, so by the time the show started, they wouldn't be running around like headless flies. In fact, the same goes for all the other teams involved in the operation. The hotel was now buzzing with activity. The scheduled time was missed due to oversleeping from time travel, forcing teammates to knock on the door to wake me up. Lu Chen couldn't help but say apologetically, "Sorry, I overslept." "It's okay, glad you're awake now. You haven't washed up yet, right? How about we talk while you freshen up, that'll save time." The first to speak was actually Zhao Zimai, the only girl in the team. Her remarks made Lu Chen develop a bit more favorable impression of her. Leaving aside her good looks, her thoughtfulness and attention to detail would undoubtedly be helpful for their upcoming performance. The photographer is right at the door, so there's no need to close it. I listened to Zhao Zimai talk about their plans while washing up. Although their design wasn't particularly innovative, it was logically consistent and relatively rigorous. But for Lu Chen, naturally, it couldn't spark much interest. A minor theft case would at most amount to 2 points. "No, what do you think of this case?" Zhao Zimai asked confidently, obviously quite sure of herself. Lu Chen had already finished washing up and was leaning on the sofa in the room, pointing out several minor flaws in their design and some indelible clues. This made Zhao Zimai and the others realize that Lu Chen was not just all talk, his logical reasoning ability was even on par with professional detectives. Lu Chen didn't hold back either. He directly voiced his thoughts. After just a few sentences, everyone was stunned by Lu Chen's bold ideas. The more they listened, the more shocked and incredulous they became. Just with the few of them. Counterfeiting banknotes? Or replicating US dollars? At first glance it seems impossible, but upon careful consideration, Lu Chen's idea appears flawless. Everyone widened their eyes looking at Lu Chen. Where did this genius come from? Why had I never heard of it before? If this were in the realm of deduction, fame would have been long established. So, should we use yours or mine? Of course, we'll use yours. If this succeeds, I doubt the investigation team will be able to crack it. We'd better finalize the plan and take action as soon as the program begins. Zhao Zimai had just finished speaking when the others quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 2. Are you crazy? You want to hand-draw banknotes? The most advanced printing techniques of humankind are almost entirely embodied in banknotes, hence the key to counterfeiting lies in replicating the printing plates. As a PhD from a top-tier university, Li Tong naturally had the broadest knowledge base, and he directly pointed out the most crucial step in the case. Even if we had the perfect engraved plate and could produce the printing plate, replicating the printing plate itself is impossible because, as far as I know, no matter what scanning or copying method is used, there will inevitably be some degree of distortion, namely, more patterns. This engraved plate should be in the minting institution of the Central Bank of the United States, categorized as top secret. That's obvious. First, we need a relatively hidden place where we won't be disturbed by other criminal teams, allowing us to complete the preliminary preparations in peace. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Of course. I agree," Li Tong, Wang Ping, and the others said in unison. Since it's a show, it's only natural to go big. The audience in the live stream all laughed at this moment. This group is really something, daring to produce counterfeit money, and it's the hardest to replicate US dollars. They wondered what kind of tricks these guys could come up with. Soon, Lu Chen's team attracted a massive amount of traffic. Although everyone knew it would be difficult, Lu Chen had already sparked this idea in their minds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily agreed to his proposal after Li Tong pointed out so many challenges. They chose to stay away from the hotel and instead went to a small processing plant in the suburbs, where a nearby homestay served as their sleeping quarters at night. On the way to the factory, Lu Chen purchased all the needed materials one by one. Projector, bop film, paintbrushes, colored drawing boards, and so on. After settling into the small factory, Wang Ping held the photo of the US dollar he had downloaded from the internet, examining it left and right, feeling it looked extremely authentic with no visible flaws. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Before coming here, you mentioned something about specific patterns on the photo. But to me, this looks perfectly clear and realistic, couldn't we just scan it directly?" Considering Wang Ping's profession, Lu Chen shook his head slightly and explained with a smile. "That's because you're looking at it with the naked eye, without zooming in on this photo. The patterns on banknotes are extremely intricate. When the stripes are magnified to a certain degree, their reflected light causes a raster reaction when entering electronic devices, resulting in striped or wavy patterns on the image, what we previously referred to as moire patterns. You can use a magnifying glass to examine this photo, and you'll notice that certain details, particularly some lines, appear quite blurry." Hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Wang Ping took the magnifying glass to inspect the photo. Despite its high resolution, he could still make out some blurry spots in certain details. "What should we do then?" Wang Ping immediately felt somewhat discouraged. Lu Chen smiled without saying much. After setting everything up, he used a projector to magnify a $100 bill dozens of times, until every line on the bill could be clearly seen. At this moment, Wang Ping realized that the hair strands of the figures on the US dollar bills are each individually drawn, with every single strand done in one stroke. Lay the bop film on the drawing board, then Lu Chen took out a pen and began to paint. After all, he's mastered the skill of drawing maps, it would be a shame not to use it. Li Tong was visibly stunned for a moment. After a long while, only then did he say, "You want to hand-draw the banknote plate?" His tone was full of astonishment. Do you know how many details are on a banknote plate? Every single stroke must be absolutely flawless, with no deviation whatsoever. Even the spacing between strokes can't vary in the slightest, let alone the pauses in each stroke must match precisely. How could anyone possibly manage to hand-draw it? What are you thinking? After hearing Li Tong's words, it was almost unbelievable. He simply couldn't believe that Lu Chen's action was something a human could actually do. The audience in the live stream. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Hand-drawn banknotes? What kind of international joke is this? How could this possibly be drawn with such precision? Even the most skilled painter couldn't achieve it. I only know one method for this, and that's using a printer. That's right. Countless bullet comments flashed across the live stream. Everyone thought Lu Chen had gone mad. He didn't know his own limits, actually wanting to hand-draw banknotes, especially ones enlarged dozens of times over. Every detail on the banknote must be accurately reproduced. Perhaps this is what young people in their late teens are like. Some viewers couldn't help but speak up. Not dead yet. When Lu Chen started painting, the livestream instantly fell silent. Everyone wants to see how far Lu Chen can go with his painting. Lu Chen initially drew Franklin's eyes. Upon zooming in, one can see that both Franklin's eyes and eyebrows are composed of countless black lines, not the dark shadows visible in the reduced version. This means that if it were an ordinary painting, one could simply cover this area with black, but for a banknote, every single hair must be the same. Lu Chen painted stroke by stroke, slowly and carefully, yet with decisive boldness when the brush touched the paper. Stroke by stroke. After finishing the eyes, this section was then detached. A new bop film was taken out to continue painting. This method allows painting area by area, essentially lowering the difficulty. For Lu Chen, he is actually demonstrating fault tolerance. After all, the starter package offers duplication. How could anything possibly go wrong? As Lu Chen's brush descended stroke by stroke, the spacing and angles between each consecutive stroke were virtually identical. Whether outlining or drawing lines, every mark was executed with impeccable precision. Gradually, as Lu Chen continued painting, the boundaries between areas became increasingly distinct and well-defined. One could say, Lu Chen was essentially printing. No, it's more intricate than printing. As previously mentioned, overly intricate lines can cause more patterns even when printed, but Lu Chen hand draws them, completely avoiding any distortion. Many people have seen artists paint, and some have seen remarkably accurate imitations. As meticulous as Lu Chen, every line, every eyebrow, even every pore is identical. This is something never seen before. How is it possible? Li Tong was stunned. Am I seeing a ghost? No, it's the ghost seeing me. Wang Ping gasped in amazement. How many printers did Lu Chen eat? Zhao Zimai was incredulous. I've seen exaggerated drawings before, but I've never seen anything this exaggerated. This guy's a human camera, right? I never thought I'd see hand-drawn dollar bills in my lifetime. What a sight to behold. Countless bullet screen comments flooded the live stream, all expressing shock at Lu Chen's hand-drawn US dollars. After the surprise came an overwhelming outpouring of praise. Damn, this is insane. Hand-drawn is even more exquisite than printed. Is this the world of experts? So envious. I admit my tone was a bit loud earlier. The silence at this moment is deafening. That's what real hands look like. What I've got here are just vaguely claw-shaped things at best. As Lu Chen continued painting, some bullet screen viewers dug up his personal information. I just checked, his name is Lu Chen, and he just finished the college entrance exam with a score over 600, that's absolutely insane. So awesome. How can they be so perfect, not only top grades but also so talented? Exactly. Jealousy is distorting my face beyond recognition. As everyone witnessed Lu Chen hand-drawing US dollar bills in real time, the livestream's popularity surged to new heights. Chapter 3, No Comparison, No Pain. At that moment, the director cut to another shot. He glanced at the other production teams. After a brief glance, the director decided to switch the camera back. One team was currently plotting a robbery. Not only was their plan riddled with holes, but they were also smugly convinced it was foolproof. In reality, it couldn't even match Zhao Zimai's first attempt. Another team had the same idea as Lu Chen and his group. They were also counterfeiting money. But they weren't as bold as Lu Chen's group. After discovering how difficult it was to counterfeit bills, they switched to making counterfeit coins. After all, counterfeiting coins was relatively simpler. All they needed was a coin mold to produce fakes. While the amounts involved certainly couldn't match those of Lu Chen's group, it was still counterfeiting, making it a very serious offense. The only thing left to focus on now was how they planned to produce the molds. So far, they're still in the theoretical phase. Moving to practical implementation will take considerable time. Naturally, the director doesn't want to waste too many camera shots on them. Just let the audience know. Besides Lu Chen's team, other groups are also making big moves. Hahaha, minting coins? If I hadn't seen Lu Chen's group, I'd actually think they could pull it off. Yeah, now that I see it, it actually seems kinda funny. Viewers in the livestream chat shared their thoughts. Back at Lu Chen's group, everyone immediately focused on Lu Chen's drawing. Especially since many netizens, having heard rumors of someone live streaming drawing US dollars, came specifically for that. My friend told me someone was live streaming drawing US dollars, and I didn't believe it. Turns out it's real. Holy crap, this isn't just any drawing of a dollar bill, it's magnified dozens of times, and every single line is crystal clear. And the artist is just a teenager, 17 or 18? Is this what they mean by the gap between people? Following the director's camera, they left their respective crime scene investigation teams. We arrived at the investigation team's side. Per the show's rules, the investigation team couldn't access live feeds or online information about the crime team. They also couldn't label crime team members as suspects and track them without concrete evidence. They had to investigate just like they would any regular case. Only then could it be considered fair. Here, it's worth mentioning that, unlike the crime group, which operates independently, the investigation team functions as a collaborative unit. This is precisely why the investigation time is limited to 2 hours. When the audience sees the members of the investigation team, we're somewhat surprised. Because this lineup was simply too impressive. Each team consists of 3 members. Beyond the 12 professional detectives, there was also retired police chief He, along with his daughter, the police beauty He Weilan, who also happens to be the youngest head of the criminal investigation division. The final member is Interpol agent Peter Yang. Being of mixed heritage, he was not only handsome but had recently cracked an international crime case, making him the talk of the town. I only heard that police were invited. I never imagined director He and his daughter would actually come. Yeah, I heard director He solved several major cases. He led the investigation into the Dow County counterfeit currency case a couple years back. He just announced his retirement recently, so it's surprising he came too. I was rooting for the counterfeit money team, but with director He here, I gotta say tough luck. And our ace detective Chen Wenbin is here too. They say he's the top brain in the game. I wonder how long the counterfeiters can hold out. With all these heavyweights here, does the crime team even stand a chance? Facing the camera. Commissioner, he stated, according to Lokert's principle of exchange, whenever a crime occurs, there must be a material exchange between the perpetrator and either the victim or the crime scene. Our investigation team will spare no effort in deducing and solving this case. The other detectives on the task force naturally followed director He's lead. As he gave his orders, everyone immediately dove into investigating the evidence. For instance, the previously mentioned robbery case and others. Relevant clues were easily uncovered. Relevant evidence was being systematically gathered. However, director He and his team soon discovered their investigation only yielded traces of 8 criminal groups, while 2 others remained untraceable. This made director He frown uncontrollably. Coincidentally, Captain He Weilan returned with his own findings. I led a covert investigation and found no recent purchases of printing paper or colored ink on the market. It appears no one is counterfeiting currency. After all, everyone knows how incredibly difficult it is to counterfeit currency. He Weilan had barely finished speaking. Detective Chen Wenbin, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. Is it possible they are indeed counterfeiting currency, but instead of paper bills, they've chosen coins? In that case, the materials they'd need to purchase would be common, inexpensive metals like copper, iron, aluminum, or stainless steel. To produce decent quality coins, they might also require a stamping workshop. He was merely building on He Weilan's idea with further speculation. But it was precisely Chen Wenbin's words that sparked a breakthrough in director He's thinking. Exactly. For instance, professional counterfeiting rings would replicate high-denomination bills like US dollars. Contestants on the show certainly lack that capability. If they were to counterfeit currency, the most likely target would be coins. Clapping his hands, director He ordered the investigation to proceed along this line of reasoning. Soon enough, through their investigation, trace the clues back to the location of the coin-making group. Damn, that's impressive. No wonder he's a former military officer pinpointing the approximate locations of 9 teams so quickly. From this perspective, it's practically a dimensional strike. Yeah, but who knows how long that last group can hold out. The audience was buzzing with intense discussion. Meanwhile, the investigation team was still missing information on one group. The entire investigation team was at a loss. They had been investigating from the program's start time. Naturally, they had selectively overlooked the period before the show began, which led to a critical oversight. Lu Chen and his group heading to the suburbs should have been an easily verifiable fact, but due to the time constraint, the investigation team overlooked it. The investigation team was thus thrown back into a flurry of activity. As the camera cut back to Lu Chen's group, the audience seemed to recall something. No wonder director He and his team couldn't find Lu Chen's group. Look at what they bought: film, drawing boards, brushes, paints. Seriously, what do these things have to do with counterfeiting money? Who in their right mind would suspect someone on the production crew is hand-drawing US dollars, trying to replicate electronic templates? It just goes to show how habitual thinking can blind a crime-solving team. Chapter 4, Superhuman Painting Skills. Officer, please investigate thoroughly. Having finished the eyes and nose, Lu Chen was now beginning to sketch the facial contours. As before, it was exquisitely detailed to the utmost. Most artists sketch preliminary outlines to guide subsequent refinements, ensuring their work stays on track. But Lu Chen was painting currency; no preparatory lines were permitted. Every stroke served as an anti-counterfeiting feature. One misstep would ruin the entire piece. The portrait of Benjamin Franklin on the US dollar bill appears as a complex interplay of shadows at normal scale. Yet when magnified dozens of times, one can clearly discern that his left cheek is composed of countless intersecting lines, while his right cheek is formed by an innumerable array of dots. Each dot was spaced identically, each crosshair measured precisely the same length. Lu Chen drew each dot and each crosshair meticulously, one by one. Wang Ping and the others standing nearby held their breath, afraid to disturb Lu Chen. If any mistake in the painting resulted from their presence, their guilt would be immense. Li Tong and Zhang Xiaofei observed much more closely. They noticed that each time Lu Chen applied his brush, the thickness varied and there were distinct pauses. At first, they thought it was mere coincidence, but as the painting progressed, they realized Lu Chen was mimicking the subtle, hidden marks left by the original artist. Tapping his forehead lightly, Li Tong suddenly had an epiphany. So that's it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have remembered artists casually leave their unique brushstrokes on the portraits of figures on banknotes. These inadvertent traces are crucial anti-counterfeiting features. I never imagined he could even replicate that. He shook his head. Li Tong continued to marvel. You have to understand, even the original artist himself couldn't perfectly replicate these casual marks. The livestream audience, already stunned, grasped the intricate details upon hearing Li Tong's words and grew even more astonished. Is this the confidence of a true master? Impressive. I thought matching every single stroke perfectly was already incredible, but he can even flawlessly replicate the marks left by the original artist. Is this even human? Hey, everyone, don't forget we've said before that the most advanced engraving technology in human history is all on banknotes. Look at what he's doing right now. Holy crap, I totally forgot. This guy is flawlessly replicating a banknote. Did the big shot forget this is just a show? No need to go this hardcore. Who knows? Maybe this is just how the big shot rolls. Amidst the crowd's gasps of astonishment, Lu Chen had already finished sketching the outline and was now painting Franklin's curly hair. Every detail, every punctuation mark, Lu Chen had achieved a flawless reproduction. When he reached Franklin's collar, when magnified dozens of times, the words "the United States of America" became clearly visible on the collar. Whether it was the font size, the thickness of the strokes, or even the angles of the curves, Lu Chen had made them identical. After completing the portrait of Franklin, Lu Chen paused. Prolonged, high-intensity painting takes a tremendous toll on both mind and body. He needed to pause and catch his breath, to rest. Wang Ping couldn't help but marvel at how Lu Chen's portrait of Franklin was identical to the one on the bill. Holy crap, that's seriously incredible. Art student Zhang Xiaofei was filled with admiration. Yeah, seriously amazing. This is practically a work of art. I never knew copying could reach this level until today. Now I'm feeling more confident than ever about counterfeiting money. I used to think it was just a fleeting idea, but wow. Enough talk. What's the plan, bro? How do we proceed? Let's go big. Alright, whatever you need, just give the word. Zhang Xiaofei nodded in agreement. Lu Chen's display of this incredible skill had completely won over Li Tong and the others. This kid was just too impressive. It would be hard to refuse him. Lu Chen briefly recalled the movie's plot. Several crucial points immediately came to mind. Brotherly, you're a 211 university PhD. Your records show you speak 3 foreign languages and have conducted multiple exchanges with overseas universities. So, why not go get an engraving machine? Li Tong froze. What? Brother Lu, you're joking, right? That's government-only equipment. Where on earth would I get one for you? It wasn't that Li Tong was unwilling to go, it was simply impossible to get his hands on such a machine. Lu Chen smiled. I looked into it. In Poland, Eastern Europe, after the government dissolved, there's a gravure printing press that the central bank used to print foreign exchange notes. It's now considered scrap. If we can buy it back and fix it up, it'll be ready to use. Li Tong's eyes widened. You just looked that up? Even professional counterfeiting rings would likely struggle to uncover such information. Unless it's a major international counterfeiting syndicate. But Li Tong couldn't help but take a second look at Lu Chen. He was just an 18-year-old boy. At that moment, Wang Ping asked in confusion, what's a gravure printing machine? Li Tong paused before explaining to Wang Ping. Printing presses come in two types, gravure presses and letter presses. The ones we commonly use are letter presses, where the image areas on the printing plate are significantly raised above the non-image areas. Gravure presses work exactly the opposite way. Therefore, intaglio printing offers superior anti-counterfeiting properties. In intaglio printing, the original artwork is engraved into recessed areas that hold ink. The thickness of lines and the gradations of ink density are precisely controlled during the engraving process, making it difficult to replicate or forge. That's why all banknotes, stamps, stocks, and other official documents today use intaglio printing. Wang Ping scratched his chin, still not quite grasping the concept. I see. No wonder it's exclusively used by the government. But immediately, Wang Ping voiced the same question Li Tong had asked. Then how did Lu Chen know about it? Poland has abandoned gravure printing presses from the central bank. That's not something the average person would know about, right? Never mind that for now. Li Tong waved his hand dismissively. I'll go check it out and see if it's real or not. Oh, and Li Tong, when you go out, grab the etching machine and etching solution while you're at it. I'll give you the list of inks we need later. Got it. Zimai, come with me to get the acid-free paper sorted out. Zhao Zimai furrowed her delicate brows. Which Wu? Which swan? She reached for her phone to search, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. Li Tong and Zhang Xiaofei both jumped in surprise. Do you know what acid-free paper means? The anti-counterfeit pens used to check fake bills react chemically with ordinary paper, turning purple. But when they encounter acid-free paper, they turn yellow. Countries strictly regulate acid-free paper, and the United States has even stricter controls. This stuff isn't something you can just buy whenever you want. Lu Chen said, that's easy. I checked the US Communications Bureau turned their surplus acid-free paper into phone directories. Buying these won't raise any suspicions. He found that out too? Li Tong couldn't help but give Lu Chen another look. At that moment, viewers in the livestream felt something was off. How does this guy even know about acid-free paper channels? Even ordinary small counterfeit money gangs wouldn't know that. Yeah. Small-time fakers definitely wouldn't be unaware of international channels. If it was just about retrieving printing plates, you could chalk it up to exceptional artistic skill. But knowing about acid-free paper channels for gravure printing presses? That's a bit too coincidental. He must have studied counterfeiting techniques long ago. Officer, investigate thoroughly. This guy's got issues. Of course, everyone was just joking around. If he were really part of a counterfeit ring, he wouldn't have exposed himself on the show. But his behavior, though. It really does look like a counterfeit gang. Chapter 5, he seems like he's done this many times before. Lu Chen's team begins splitting up. Lu Chen paused his work, assigning Wang Ping to secure their factory while he and Zhao Zimai headed to the United States to purchase acid-free paper. Li Tong flew to Eastern Europe. With the production team's arrangements, he arrived at a defunct state-owned printing factory in Poland, where hundreds of tons of abandoned equipment were stored. To avoid alerting anyone, Li Tong hired a local as a guide. As the camera shifted, we could clearly see deep within the factory's abandoned machinery lay a gravure printing press. It sat there, neglected like scrap metal, ignored by all. Li Tong, of course, saw it clearly. His expression betrayed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Lu Chen's words to be true. There really was an abandoned gravure printing press here. Li Tong kept quiet, acting like an ordinary businessman as he examined various tools. He appeared to be interested in several items, but his true target was solely this gravure printing press. The live stream audience was stunned. Holy crap, there really is a gravure printing press. But is this thing even still functional? Look how beat up it is. That's obvious. Just look at how worn down it is. It's definitely an old machine that's been phased out. Otherwise, how would it end up in this pile of junk? Still, it must be said, Li Tong was no novice. Unlike most, he remained remarkably composed, calmly awaiting the auction's start. After all, if anything went wrong during the auction, their entire counterfeit money operation would be ruined. Finally, the auction segment commenced. Finally, an observant audience member noticed beads of sweat forming on Li Tong's forehead. It turned out he wasn't calm at all. He had been forcing himself to appear composed. As the bidding commenced, many voices joined the fray. 1,100. 1,002. 2003. Li Tong lowered his head and exchanged a few words with the local guide. The guide understood, raised his hand, and shouted, 3,000. However, soon, someone else raised the bid. 3,003, 3,004, 3,005. It seemed the bidding would go on endlessly. Li Tong steeled his resolve and signaled to the guide. The guide raised his hand again, 5,000. 5,000 for one go. 5 times, twice. 5,000 for 3 times deal. The gravure printing press was officially secured. The live stream audience held their breath. Finally, it was settled. But $5,000 is no small sum. The production team really went all out. The camera cut to the beautiful country across the ocean. Zhao Zimai was dressed like a spoiled princess, while Lu Chen looked like her little sidekick trailing behind. But at first glance, Zhao Zimai was clearly very nervous, while Lu Chen appeared much more composed. They had already contacted the manager of the communications bureau and were now waiting in the reception room. During the wait, Zhao Zimai casually swiped her anti-counterfeit pen across a page in the address book. The yellow markings confirmed it was indeed acid-free paper. The live stream audience was moved once more. It really is acid-free paper. But the viewers suddenly remembered something. How he knew about gravure printing presses was one thing, but how did he know about acid-free paper too? The most important thing now is to buy it. You can tell that girl is nervous. I'm getting nervous just watching her. Of course she is. A 17 or 18-year-old girl facing the head of the US Communications Bureau, buying equipment used to counterfeit currency. It'd be weird if she wasn't nervous. The manager approached from a distance, and the two men rose to their feet. The manager seemed somewhat impatient. Cut the chatter. I don't have time to spare. Zhao Zimai stood up. I trust you received my order, Mr. Brown. Brown asked, what exactly are you using my paper for? Hearing Brown's question, Zhao Zimai's expression betrayed a hint of panic, but he forced himself to remain calm as he replied, we are the largest charitable organization in Hong Kong. This paper is for printing educational comic books. Brown frowned and stood up to leave. Forget it. Let's pretend we never met. My company does billions in annual sales. We sell paper by the ton. How many comic books could you possibly print? Don't waste my time. Zhao Zimai grew anxious, yet she couldn't think of any solution on the spot. The viewers in the livestream room grew tense as well. After finally getting the gravure press sorted out, if the acid-free paper caused problems now, all their hard work would be for nothing. At that moment, Lu Chen's calm, composed voice rang out, wait. Our comic books are printed for impoverished children in Africa. Do you know how many impoverished children there are in Africa? Zhao Zimai froze. But as Lu Chen spoke, Mr. Brown paused. The sheer number of African children meant this was indeed a lucrative order. After further discussion, they finalized the order. Unlike in the movie, however, Lu Chen didn't purchase 500 tons of acid-free paper outright. Instead, he bought 10 tons as a trial order. At that very moment, the viewers in the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief. So now all the materials are finally secured, right? Lu Chen is amazing. He's got everything under control. Yeah, it feels like this isn't his first time doing this. He's got it down to a science. Yeah, is he really not part of that counterfeit money gang? I'm starting to suspect he's the boss. Once all the materials were gathered and Lu Chen and his team returned to the suburban factory, Lu Chen resumed his painting. As the portrait of Franklin, the $100 symbol, the American seal, and the English letters were completed one by one, when all these sections were assembled together, the front side of a $100 bill appeared before everyone. Li Tong and Zhang Xiaofei were both stunned. From their perspective, the front of this dollar bill showed absolutely no flaws whatsoever. Lu Chen's painting technique involved dividing the entire bill into multiple sections, completing them piece by piece. This approach not only minimized errors but also allowed for precise color adjustments across different parts of the front. The reverse side depicted the Independence Hall in Philadelphia, USA, an entire building without intricate details, yet still challenging to paint. For Lu Chen, however, completing it was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were now in an uproar. Holy crap! He's already perfectly replicated the front of the dollar bill. It's practically a work of art. It truly proves the saying genius lies in the people. I've never heard of anyone like this before. Even though we know it's fake, I guarantee someone would buy it if you tried to sell it. That goes without saying. Such meticulous craftsmanship, perfectly recreating every detail on the dollar bill. This could be used as a printing plate for counterfeit money. If it fell into the hands of a counterfeiting ring, it'd be priceless. You're absolutely right. Amidst the heated discussions in the livestream chat, news of Lu Chen's hand-drawn US dollar spread rapidly. Countless netizens flocked to see the masterpiece for themselves. Chapter 6, the complete plate emerges, sending the internet into a frenzy. Lu Chen finally set down his pen. He cracked his neck, a look of relief spreading across his face. Gazing at this masterpiece before them, Li Tong and Zhang Xiaofei held their breath, utterly transfixed. Even Wang Ping, who knew nothing about the craft, couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration at the printing plate before him. Holy cow, it's done! The complete printing plate, it's drawn. The front side alone was breathtaking, but seeing the complete version now sends shivers down my spine. To call this divine craftsmanship and masterful artistry would be no exaggeration. Is this the work of a divine power? How did it end up here in the mortal world? Viewers in the livestream chat expressed their awe. As Lu Chen completed the banknote plate, the news spread like wildfire online, drawing a flood of curious onlookers into the livestream. His earlier completion of the US dollar bill's front side had already caused quite a stir, and this time, even many professionals in the field of painting came to watch, drawn by his reputation. I heard someone hand drew a banknote template and didn't believe it. Turns out it's real. Who wouldn't agree? At first, I thought it was just a gimmick to fool outsiders. Who would have guessed someone actually had the skill? I'll be damned. He's only 18. Only 18? Then what does that make my 20+ years of painting? Just a fraud, that's what. Soon, news of Lu Chen's hand-drawn banknote plates made headlines across the country. At an art university. Class had ended, yet many students lingered in the classroom, chatting animatedly about topics that clearly fascinated them. The professor had been packing up to leave. But upon hearing students remark that this painting skill was simply too outrageous, he suddenly perked up. Smiling, he walked over and asked, "What has you all so fascinated? May I take a look?" The students noticed the professor approaching. One male student pulled out his phone and pointed to the image of a banknote on the screen. "We were watching a recent crime simulation show where an 18-year-old boy perfectly replicated a US dollar bill. We're discussing it now. Some say his artistic talent is terrifyingly high, while others claim he's just copying without any artistic expression. Could you take a look, Professor? What do you think of his skill?" "Oh." The professor glanced at the student's phone screen and smiled. "Project it onto the big screen." "All right." The image might not have been clear enough on the phone, but after it was projected onto the large screen, the professor frowned deeply. After a long moment, he finally asked, "Is this truly drawn by an 18-year-old? His tone was thick with doubt. "Yes, it was streamed live the entire time," a student replied. Hearing this, the professor couldn't help but say earnestly, "If it truly was drawn by an 18-year-old boy, then without a doubt, he is a prodigious talent." While copying cannot fully demonstrate one's painting skills, for an 18-year-old to possess such talent means his future holds limitless possibilities. Far away in the northwest of the motherland, a national treasure-level master, with nothing to do in his spare time, also came across Lu Chen's hand-drawn banknote plates online. Unlike us ordinary people, as a master, he could discern the intricate details on the banknote plate at a glance. When compared to the actual banknote, it was clear they were nearly identical. This wasn't simple copying, it was perfect replication. In the art world, copying is fundamental, a required course for beginners. True art isn't about replicating others' work, but about having your own creativity. However, to achieve the level of mastery Lu Chen has attained in copying is truly a rare talent. In fact, calling him a master would be no exaggeration. At this level, such replication itself becomes an art form. The master stroked his beard, unable to contain his admiration, truly remarkable. If he possessed artistic talent, he would be extraordinary indeed. Beyond these professional heavyweights, the painting community was also abuzz with excitement, sparking intense discussions among many. Seeing this uproar, the production team couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. After all, it meant the show had gone viral. Yet they couldn't help but feel a touch of concern. Thus, they issued an urgent announcement overnight, reminding everyone that this was merely a show and urging them not to attempt to replicate it. But releasing this announcement only made netizens even more speechless. Wait, what? Are they underestimating us? Imitate? Are you sure we're capable of that? Well, I get why the show put out this warning. After all, it's just a simulated crime. If someone actually copied it, that'd be a huge problem. But honestly, this worry is kinda unnecessary. Copy? Who could even copy this? Li Tong and the others gazed at the flawless banknote plate, overcome with emotion. Still, the work at hand must be done. After scanning the plate and saving it to the computer, they scaled it down to the size of a real banknote. Next, they would enter the final stage, creating the photolithographic plate. None of the people present had any experience with this. Thus, all eyes turned to Lu Chen once more, waiting for him to lead the way. As for Lu Chen, due to the physical and mental strain of hand-drawing the printing plates, he took 2 days to rest before resuming his work. Next step is etching the circuit board. To be honest, I'm a bit hesitant to proceed. Li Tong hesitated before speaking. The plate was merely a design. Only after etching this design onto the printing plate and manufacturing the plate could banknotes be printed. If it were just an ordinary plate, Li Tong wouldn't have much trouble. He had made circuit boards before during experiments, but crafting one with such intricate precision was likely a first and probably the only time he'd ever attempt it. Looking at Li Tong, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry. We've already scanned the design. If the circuit board fails, we can try once, twice, until we succeed. Then, scratching his head, Lu Chen asked, "Do you know what's most crucial when making an electrotype plate?" Li Tong had done it before, but he wasn't a professional. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Accuracy." "How precise exactly? 1/1000th of a millimeter? Is that enough?" Lu Chen shook his head. 1/10,000th of a millimeter is already extremely difficult. Lu Chen shook his head again. Still not enough. What we're aiming for is the authentic feel of the original US dollar. Chemical reactions, optical principles, all can be measured. But the art of plate making demands an innate feel. The flow rate of water, the intensity of heat, everything must adapt to the material's transformation. The goal: to recreate the essence of the pattern's form. Li Tong stared in disbelief, finally managing after a long pause, "It's impossible." The plates can't be error-free. Lu Chen smiled. With skill and patience, nothing is impossible. And what's the one thing we have plenty of right now? Time. How about this? Let's make it together. Li Tong narrowed his eyes. You know how to make circuit boards too? Chapter 7, you can make circuit boards too? Are you even human? The livestream fell quiet. If Lu Chen's mind-blowing painting skills were already shocking enough for everyone, then when Lu Chen suggested they build a circuit board together, both his teammates Li Tong, Zhang Xiaofei, and others and the livestream viewers alike wore expressions of utter disbelief. What? You can make circuit boards too? Lu Chen smiled faintly. I know a thing or two. Li Tong was straightforward. Fine, you can assist me. Li Tong acknowledged Lu Chen's painting skills and his knowledge of banknotes, but when it came to circuit boards, he didn't think Lu Chen could outdo him. Otherwise, wouldn't all his schooling have been for nothing? Once they settled on the plan, they immediately got to work. Soon, Li Tong realized that Lu Chen actually knew how to make circuit boards. The live stream audience was stunned. He really can do it. He looks like a seasoned pro. Let me put it this way, if this were our electrical panel workshop, he'd be at the level of a master craftsman. Compared to Li Tong beside him, he's no slouch either. Wow! Is it really that impressive? Is he even human? After inspecting the first finished circuit board, Lu Chen shook his head. Not good enough. Li Tong pursed his lips. This required precision down to 1/10,000th of a millimeter. Even under a magnifying glass, it was nearly impossible to spot any difference between the circuit board and an authentic US dollar bill. Yet, in Lu Chen's eyes, it still fell short. Wang Ping now examined the circuit board. He couldn't discern any difference whatsoever, staring blankly at the comparison. Then he asked in confusion, isn't this exactly the same? Yeah, where could you possibly spot a difference? And that noir pattern everyone kept mentioning? It's nowhere to be seen on the circuit board. Isn't this a perfect solution? Zhao Zimai couldn't help but voice his confusion as well. The viewers in the livestream were also struggling to understand. Isn't this close enough? Yeah, to my eyes, I can't spot any difference at all. I can tell it's different from the original pattern, it must be the color. The livestream audience burst into laughter. Is that even a difference? Lu Chen pointed at Franklin's portrait on the circuit board and said earnestly, look at his forehead. There's a slight distortion, right? You can see the lines are slightly thicker in some places. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone zoomed in and scrutinized the spot he indicated. Only then could they discern the difference he mentioned, an extremely subtle one, barely perceptible to the naked eye. It required careful examination with a magnifying glass to notice. You call that a difference? No. Even with this much magnification, I still can't see anything. If there's not even this much difference, then it must be genuine currency, right? Exactly. I swear he printed this exactly like the real thing. No way, if he actually printed this, that'd be insane. Seeing Lu Chen abandon the circuit board, Li Tong could only sigh silently. Yet, deep down, he harbored a glimmer of hope. If they could truly create a flawless circuit board, it would cement his legacy. After the second one came out. After inspection, it was discarded. Even Wang Ping and the others couldn't figure out what went wrong with this one. Then came the third, the fourth. Viewers absolutely loved watching this kind of show. Especially the guys. After all, who wouldn't enjoy watching carpet cleaning, cow hoof repair, and an odyssey? Making circuit boards is like electrical repairs. Watching it is a strangely satisfying thrill. And since everyone wants to see the outcome, they can't bear to turn off the livestream. Not until the 17th circuit board was completed. A faint smile finally touched Lu Chen's lips. It's good. After watching so many times, everyone had developed a certain discerning eye. Yet, staring at this particular circuit board, they exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled. They couldn't discern any flaws on the circuit board. Even under a magnifying glass, it showed no difference from the pattern on a genuine dollar bill. Perfect. Only these two words could describe this circuit board. It's done. It really worked. Who'd have thought he'd actually pull off a flawless circuit board? Is this what they call a master's dedication? He did it 17 times. I couldn't do it. If I had to try 17 times, I'd rather die. So he's doing it, and you're just watching. Once the circuit board was made, the rest was easy. All that was needed was to make copies. Once the complete circuit board was finished, everyone scrutinized the printed banknote patterns, examining them meticulously. Wang Ping was visibly excited. Not a single flaw. Even under a magnifying glass, you couldn't spot anything. I'm tempted to keep one as a collector's item. Zhao Zimai nodded. Me too. Lu Chen smiled and said, if you want to collect them, go ahead. These are just uncolored, watermark-free samples. No matter how realistic they look, they're still just samples. There's nothing wrong with collecting them. As he spoke, he remembered something and glanced at the discarded circuit board nearby. But you definitely can't collect this thing. It's illegal. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone happily collected a copy. Li Tong and Zhang Xiaofei, who hadn't spoken earlier, now cautiously took one each. Next up is the printing issue. After taking a sip of coffee, Li Tong spoke up. How do we handle the watermark? Li Tong was indeed a PhD from a top-tier university. But that didn't mean he knew everything. This watermarking technology. Forget someone like him, even industry heavyweights probably couldn't handle it. You see. This is top secret among top secrets. Even if he wanted to learn it, he couldn't. The circuit board is ready. Everyone took a short break. Everyone pulled out their phones, scrolling through the latest trending news online. One story in particular caught their attention. Recently, 3 genuine copies of a famous ancient painting have surfaced. They were found at a company in Hong Kong, an auction house on Taiwan, and in the hands of a private collector. Li Tong and the others couldn't help but discuss it. How could the only known painting suddenly have 3 versions, all genuine? Could 2 of them be forgeries? Exactly. Not only Li Tong, but viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but join the debate. Lu Chen, however, suggested, could it be that all 3 are genuine? Li Tong, Zhang Xiaofei, and the livestream viewers all froze in surprise. Did he even know what he was saying? How could the only famous painting possibly exist in 3 genuine copies? 3 versions of the only famous painting, and all genuine? Is he? Oh my, I thought he was so impressive, but he actually makes mistakes like this. Forget it, forget it. No one can be an expert in everything. Let's forgive him after all, he can hand-draw banknote plates. True. The livestream was filled with a joyful atmosphere for a moment. Chapter 8, You handle acid-free paper, I'll tackle color-changing ink. Traditional Chinese painting mounters possess a skill, they can separate a inkwash painting into distinct layers. Based on the thickness of the Xian paper, it's typically divided into 3 layers. Top-tier artists achieve penetrating the paper, each layer is identical. The layers with deeper ink are the top 2, while the layer with the lightest ink is the bottom one. That's possible? Li Tong was astonished. Zhang Xiaofei, however, couldn't help but nod. That's actually. But how does that prove all 3 are genuine? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofei seemed to grasp something. Oh, I get it now. You mean these 3 paintings were originally one single piece that was peeled into 3 layers and auctioned separately, right? So that's how it is. Wang Ping nodded. Livestream viewers. Oh, I see. Learned something new today. But everyone felt this seemed like useless knowledge, it's not something you'd use in daily life. Besides, weren't we talking about watermarks on banknotes earlier? How did this suddenly shift to traditional Chinese painting? Lu Chen continued, the watermarks on banknotes are created during the paper-making process. While the pulp is still liquid, it's pressed through an iron roller. Once the pulp solidifies, the pattern remains embedded within the paper as a watermark. But we're buying finished acid-free paper, so this method is impossible. But Lu Chen adopted a slightly mysterious tone. He picked up the acid-free paper purchased from the U.S. Postal Service and explained, if we create the watermark first, then sandwich it between 2 sheets of paper making 3 sheets into one, we can achieve the effect of a banknote watermark. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Tong's mind flashed, instantly grasping the concept. Genius. You could even sandwich in the security thread. But it won't work if the paper is too thick. Li Tong immediately took the acid-free paper from Lu Chen's hands, examining it carefully and repeatedly. He stacked the 3 sheets together to check the thickness, then compared it to that of a US dollar bill. He looked at Lu Chen in utter astonishment. The Communications Bureau's paper is very thin. 3 sheets laminated together are exactly the thickness of one US dollar bill. Did you plan this all along? Li Tong's gaze toward Lu Chen changed completely. His expression was as if he were truly looking at a counterfeiter. This technique was simply too sophisticated. Unless he had done it before, how could he possibly know? Wang Ping, Zhang Xiaofei, and Zhao Zimai were equally stunned. They hurriedly picked up the paper to check and found it to be true. 3 sheets were precisely the thickness of one US dollar bill. The live stream audience were instantly abuzz. Holy crap! 3 sheets laminated into one? How did he even think of that? Genius! The key is, how did it work out so perfectly? The acid-free paper from the U.S. Communications Bureau just happens to allow 3 sheets to be laminated into one, solving both the thickness and watermark issues of the bills. Didn't you hear Li Tong say they can even incorporate the security thread? Damn it! Is this really counterfeit money? They even embedded the security thread inside. At first I thought he was just messing around, but he can hand-draw printing plates, knows where to buy gravure presses and acid-free paper, and now he's even made electronic plates. He's got the watermarks and security threads sorted out too. Are you sure he wasn't in this business before? Damn impressive. This life is getting more and more criminal, more and more like a death sentence. Everyone was getting excited. As one challenge after another was overcome, only the final hurdle remained. That was the color-shifting ink. Success seemed within reach, yet it felt impossibly distant. Li Tong knew. Without color-changing ink, even if printed, experts would spot it instantly. Lu Chen ran his fingers lightly through his hair and said with a smile, "Brotherly, remember when I asked you to buy that gravure printing machine? I also asked you to pick up those few buckets of paint on the way, right?" Li Tong nodded. "Of course I remember. But what does that have to do with the color-changing ink we're discussing now? The paint I had you buy was just ordinary paint, and those barrels of ink were also just ordinary ink, not the special color-changing kind." "I know that. Color-changing ink is specifically used for printing bonds and currency. Governments strictly control its distribution. Therefore, purchasing it is simply impossible. The sale of color-changing ink is strictly prohibited. I've looked into it, there's no way around it. Robbing an ink transport truck might be a viable option, but for the few of us, it might be a bit too difficult." Li Tong gave a wry smile. "Bro, this isn't just a bit difficult, we're talking fully armed cops. The four of us, that'd be suicide. So, there really is no other way, huh?" Wang Ping interjected. Lu Chen chuckled. "Not exactly. We'll have to revisit that paint idea. Brotherly, think about it, didn't you find it odd that I insisted on buying this particular paint factory?" Li Tong nodded. "It was strange, but what does that have to do with color-changing ink?" "Of course it does." Lu Chen opened a can and explained, "This paint is actually color-changing paint. While it looks identical to regular paint on the surface, there's a significant connection beneath. Over a decade ago, NASA applied color-changing ink to the space shuttle's color-changing windows. Later, they sold the formula to a paint factory. So the paint I bought is actually the same formula as the American one? Bingo!" Li Tong was stunned. He never imagined these paint cans had such a significant origin. But how did Lu Chen know? And why had he prepared everything in advance? Damn, Lu Chen had already anticipated this. I kept wondering why he bought those paint cans. But something still feels off. Where did he even get the information that this paint shares the same formula as color-changing ink? That must be harder to obtain than intel on gravure printing machines or acid-free paper. Yeah, I'm starting to suspect he was involved in counterfeit money operations before. With the color-changing paint secured, the rest of the plan would be much easier to execute. All we needed to do was mix the color-changing ink based on the paint formula. It wasn't exactly simple, but compared to hand-drawing printing plates, it was a whole different ballgame. Place the ink in the mixing tray and adjust individual inks according to the pigment chart. The ink used for US currency is optically variable ink. It displays different colors depending on the viewing angle. After a while, Lu Chen finally stopped. "Alright, come take a look." Li Tong was taken aback, so fast. Stepping closer, they saw a line of green on Lu Chen's paper, though it seemed not quite green. Zhao Zimai took it and saw it was green up close, but when he changed the angle, it turned gray. It was identical to the color-shifting ink on US dollars. "Holy crap, it really changes color!" Zhao Zimai exclaimed. The livestream erupted once more. That was fast. Now that we've got acid-free paper, gravure printing presses, color-changing ink, and the printing plates all sorted out, can we finally start printing? Everything's ready, let's go. Wow wow wow, finally we'll see the finished product. Chapter 9, Passes Currency Detectors? Is this even counterfeit money? After another day spent preparing all the tools, the thrilling moment finally arrived. The gravure press, brought back from Eastern Europe, had been undergoing repairs by the production team. It was fully restored before Lu Chen even began mixing the color-changing ink. As the gravure press began rolling, images of Franklin, the number 100, and other patterns emerged on the previously blank acid-free paper. All parameters were set, requiring no manual intervention. When a large sheet of acid-free paper emerged from the press's output, bearing dozens of dollar bill patterns, Lu Chen picked one up to examine it. Li Tong and the others couldn't resist crowding around. The bills looked identical to genuine US currency, matching in design, texture, and feel. Viewers in the livestream couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight. Holy crap, this is practically perfect. Is this really counterfeit money? This is more authentic than any counterfeit I've ever seen. Impressive. I thought he was just bragging before. After all, counterfeiting money seems like such a wild idea, but I never imagined he'd actually pull it off. I can't believe it. Someone slapped me to snap me out of it. This is counterfeiting US dollars. How could he make an exact replica so easily? Smack. 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 A barrage of exclamations. The audience certainly wasn't stingy with slaps for someone who seemed to be asking for it. I thought bills came one at a time. Who knew they printed them in such huge sheets? Don't mention it, I'm learning this for the first time too. Before long, Lu Chen and his team had already begun the operation. The cutting step was practically a breeze. Soon, they had cut out a thick stack. After all, when banknotes are arranged on a single sheet of paper, no matter how authentic they appear, they still feel fake because it defies common perception. The empty space between each bill only serves to reinforce that feeling. But after cutting them out, everything changed. The jarring, unrealistic gaps vanished entirely. These looked exactly like individual bills. The patterns, texture, and designs were identical to genuine currency. Li Tong and his crew picked up a counterfeit note and compared it to a real one. Yet in the end, they couldn't find a single difference. Holy cow, these are too real. Zhao Zimai stared at the bill in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, if someone gave me counterfeit money like this, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Li Tong, is this even considered counterfeit money anymore? I can't believe it was printed right under our noses. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Wang Ping remarked. The reason counterfeit bills are so effective at deceiving people is that many lack basic security awareness in daily life. They don't scrutinize bills upon receiving them, let alone compare them to genuine currency. But if you know it's counterfeit from the start and examine it carefully, even without formal training, you can easily spot the differences. It's like playing spot the difference. Even a child could easily find them. If direct comparison fails to reveal discrepancies, what about placing the counterfeit alongside genuine bills? Lu Chen placed one counterfeit bill among 9 crisp genuine bills. Before doing so, he deliberately glanced at it, then shuffled them and handed them to Li Tong and the others. After half an hour of scrutiny, they gave up. The patterns and designs looked identical. Checking color variations through refraction yielded nothing. Feeling the texture and thickness of the bills by hand also proved unsuccessful. Using a counterfeit detector pen revealed only yellow marks, a natural reaction on acid-free paper. Checking the security thread yielded no results either. Damn it! After a long moment, Li Tong couldn't help but let out a curse. Wang Ping, Zhang Xiaofei, and Zhao Zimai were stunned into silence. They couldn't believe the bills they'd printed looked exactly like the real thing. Viewers in the livestream were equally stunned into silence. Holy crap! Even knowing one of these 10 is fake, you couldn't tell them apart? Are they that convincing? Can you tell which one is fake? No, did you? If I could tell, would I be asking you? In truth, Lu Chen knew that while it wasn't impossible for ordinary people to spot such counterfeit bills, it was incredibly difficult. The method was to examine the serial numbers on the bills. That's why Lu Chen took an extra look before placing the counterfeit bills among the genuine ones. Human inspection alone couldn't detect it. So, what about currency detectors? Many people raised this final question. The production team thoughtfully prepared this tool. Unlike the professional bank-grade machines, the production team used a consumer-grade counterfeit detector available for purchase. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement upon seeing this. What's this for? A counterfeit test? Hey, it's just counterfeit money. I admit it looks real, but it can't be that convincing, right? Exactly. The production team is stirring up trouble. Looking at the counterfeit detector before him, Lu Chen pursed his lips slightly and couldn't help but chuckle. Li Tong asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? The counterfeiters out there actually have flaws in their printing machines. The detection principles of currency detectors can generally be divided into 3 types. The first is fluorescent detection. Since counterfeit paper usually uses lower quality paper than genuine bills, bleaching agents are often applied. This causes a fluorescent reaction during inspection. The second is infrared detection. Genuine currency is printed using intaglio printing, resulting in thicker ink layers on the paper that absorb infrared light more strongly than counterfeits. The third method is magnetic detection. Genuine banknotes contain security threads that produce a specific electromagnetic response when passed through a detector, while counterfeits lack this feature. But what we're doing, whether it's the security thread, intaglio printing, or the ink, is identical to genuine currency. So I don't think fooling a bill detector is particularly difficult. Listening to Lu Chen's words, Li Tong, somewhat skeptical, fed a stack of counterfeit bills into the machine. As he watched one bill after another emerge from the machine's output slot, Li Tong and his companions grew increasingly astonished. The entire stack passed inspection. This. Aren't these counterfeit bills we printed? How come the detector couldn't tell? Could it be? Li Tong dared not think about it any further. Damn it. This is acceptable? Hey, you've got to be kidding me, this actually works. It even passed the counterfeit detector. Is this even real money? I'm speechless. All I can say is, boss, take me under your wing. I'm a lightweight, easy to handle. Thorough inspection. Lu Chen is definitely up to something. Seeing this scene, the staff started to panic. Director, don't panic. Keep the show going as planned, but request extra police backup. Who knows, real counterfeiters might see this and try to steal it. The director's concern was well-founded. Such a dramatic scene unfolding on his show, counterfeit bills that could fool currency detectors, would surely tempt any counterfeiting ring that saw it. Chapter 10, Spending Time begins. This counterfeit money is unstoppable. Though they'd successfully produced counterfeit bills, this was ultimately a TV show. Lu Chen and his team couldn't just churn out millions of dollars worth of fake currency. Otherwise, the trouble afterward would be too immense. After lengthy discussions with the show's director, they finally settled on a denomination of $100,000. In other words, Any other counterfeit bills produced would be destroyed, leaving only the $100,000 for spending. The location chosen was Donghai City, China's largest metropolis. As an international metropolis, Donghai City was one of the few places in China where US dollars could be used directly. After careful consideration, the production team settled on Donghai City. I never imagined this show would feature such an incredible case: counterfeit money, no less. Genuine counterfeit bills that can fool currency detectors? This is outrageous. Wonder what the real counterfeiters would think seeing this. Who the heck is this Lu Chen? He's some kind of big shot. This is just insane. This isn't just a matter for one show anymore. On a global scale, it's an incredibly sensational event. Someone actually created counterfeit bills that fooled currency detectors. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Zhao Zimai couldn't help but marvel. Li Tong, this alone makes my life worthwhile. Wang Ping, now I've got something to brag about to the guys. Zhang Xiaofei, from now on, no one speaks loudly in my presence. Now everyone was brimming with motivation. The production team set the target at $100,000. But so far, Lu Chen and his team have only managed to produce a little over 10,000. Though the process of mass-producing counterfeit bills was tedious, Zhao Zimai and the others didn't feel it at all. Even when counting the bills, their hands were trembling. Soon, they produced the quantity they needed. $100,000. Zhao Zimai cheerfully cut the bills as she daydreamed about how to spend the money. What do you think we should buy? Since it was all cash, they couldn't afford big-ticket items. At most, they could only buy things from street stalls. The biggest purchase they could make was probably clothes. Armed with the cash, they arrived in Donghai City. They quickly booked a hotel using counterfeit bills. The moment the counterfeit bills passed through the detector and secured their room, the live stream audience erupted. Holy crap, it actually went through. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Didn't they test it before? It really can fool the detector, so it's no surprise the hotel couldn't tell. After a night's rest, before heading out to spend the money, Lu Chen addressed everyone with seriousness and gravity. Even though I mentioned this last night, I need to reiterate it. First, never use counterfeit bills in front of bank tellers or other professionals. Second, never reuse counterfeit bills at the same location. Third, if you're caught, immediately toss the bills into the air to draw a crowd's attention, then escape in the commotion. Fourth, if exposed, never betray your comrades. Got it? The others nodded. Got it. Alright, let's go. At Lu Chen's command, the five split up and headed in different directions. The advantage of this approach was that it minimized their risk of exposure. Even if one person got caught, the others wouldn't be affected. Viewers in the livestream were wide-eyed. Who would have thought there'd be a counterfeit money segment? This show really knows what its audience wants to see. Now it was time to see if the counterfeit bills Lu Chen and his team had produced could pass the test of the audience's sharp eyes. At a bustling street food stall, Lu Chen ordered some food: a plate of crayfish, a plate of oysters, some skewers, a plate of peanuts, and a few bottles of beer. The audience watched the street stall prices and calculated that the total came to just over 80 yuan. After all, this is China, not the United States. Lu Chen, of course, ate and drank without a care, taking it all in stride. When it came time to pay, Lu Chen pulled out a large bill. The stall owner took it without scrutinizing it closely, merely glancing at the key details. Satisfied it was genuine, he accepted it. That'll be 86 in total. Here's your change. After all, this was Donghai City. Lu Chen paid directly in US dollars, and the stall owner didn't suspect much, simply giving him change based on the approximate exchange rate. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. Damn impressive. That mental toughness. If you told me he was part of a counterfeit money ring, I'd believe it. He didn't even bat an eye. Is he a good guy? Compared to Lu Chen's calmness, Wang Ping's situation seemed a bit too tense. He chose a vegetable market. It fit his usual style perfectly. After wandering around the market for a while, he finally made his way to the seafood stalls. In his mind, this was likely the most expensive section. But his expression was unnatural, and beads of cold sweat had even formed on his forehead. It was clear that Wang Ping was extremely nervous. Even though it was just a simulated crime, he couldn't suppress the turmoil within him. His heart felt like it was about to stop. Damn, Wang Ping is way too nervous. Are you sure we won't get caught? Hello, what can I get for you? Noticing Wang Ping approaching, the seafood stall owner stepped forward to ask. Wang Ping took a deep breath. What do you have here? Seeing this, the live stream viewers immediately sighed. What a weak mental game. How could he ask such a question? Though puzzled, the stall owner enthusiastically replied, we have all kinds of seafood here. Would you like lobster, or perhaps oysters and scallops? Probably judging by Wang Ping's attire, after mentioning lobster, the vendor listed several more affordable seafood options. Wang Ping stammered, how much do you sell lobsters for? Lobster? Would you like American lobster or Australian lobster? We're out of Norwegian lobster now. Only Australian lobster left. Then Australian lobster it is. How many would you like? Wang Ping swallowed hard and said, 3, please. Mainly because there were 3 people in his household. Got it. Originally thinking he was just an ordinary customer, the vendor was pleasantly surprised to find he was actually a big spender. His face lit up with a smile as he swiftly processed and wrapped the order for Wang Ping. Finally came the crucial moment of payment. Wang Ping's hand trembled as he reached for the money, nearly dropping it in the process. The shop owner found Wang Ping's behavior peculiar. So after taking the money, he examined it meticulously, confirming everything was in order before giving the change. After receiving the change, Wang Ping apologetically explained, "Sorry, I spent a lot behind my wife's back. The American client paid in cash, so I had to go back." Ah. The stall owner chuckled upon hearing this. Ahem, who can say it isn't so? My wife at home is also a real terror. You've got it rough too, bro. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Ping didn't want to say much, he just wanted to leave quickly. Seeing Wang Ping leave, the boss grinned and said, "Come back next time, I'll give you a discount." Chapter 11, the investigation team was shocked how could the unit be US dollars. He actually pulled that off. Compared to Lu Chen, his performance was nothing short of disastrous. The only reason he could spend it was because the counterfeit bills were so convincingly realistic that the boss didn't notice. But that final explanation actually makes sense, considering some things are left unsaid. In reality, counterfeit money is usually spent in small denominations, 1 bill at a time. Spending several $100s at once, like Wang Ping did, is bound to raise suspicion. Had he not offered his explanation at the end, trouble might have ensued. While there were plenty of points to criticize, at least the counterfeit bills were convincing enough to get spent. And the scene shifts. Now, at Zhao Zimai's place, things took a peculiar turn. Perhaps she wanted to spend it as quickly as possible. She actually went to a high-end clothing store. Though she wore a mask and sunglasses, Zhao Zimai's nervousness was still evident. The sales clerk gave her a curious glance. People dressed like this were rare, but she didn't think much of it and greeted her warmly. Zhao Zimai began selecting clothes, not choosing the best, but only the most expensive. She quickly found what she wanted. Seeing this display, the sales assistant's smile grew genuinely warmer. She suspected she must have encountered a celebrity, otherwise, this level of attention wouldn't be possible. Her folding became noticeably faster, and the packaging was even more meticulous. With a smile, she asked, "Would you like to pay by card or cash?" "Cash." Zhao Zimai replied without hesitation. The cashier visibly froze. Who still used cash in this day and age? But since Zhao Zimai had made her choice, the attendant naturally couldn't say anything more. But this was nearly 100,000 yuan, over 10,000 US dollars. Did this person carry that much cash on them? When Zhao Zimai produced a stack of bills, the waitress visibly froze. Could she really have that much cash? But since the customer had already presented it, there was no reason to refuse. The server carefully stowed the cash away. Out of professional habit, she glanced at it briefly before pulling out a currency detector to scan the bills. After confirming all bills passed inspection, the attendant calculated the exchange rate and returned the excess USD to Zhao Zimai, stating, "The total is 65,400 yuan. Here's your change." Zhao Zimai nodded, took the change, picked up the clothes she had purchased, and left the clothing store. Another transaction completed. This one was nearly $10,000. This has to be the biggest one we've seen so far. Most counterfeiters deal in single bills, but look at Lu Chen, he's the epitome of a professional counterfeiter. Who else would be as brazen as Zhao Zimai? This is outrageous. What can you do? Their counterfeits are just too convincing, even the machines can't detect them. Any other counterfeiter would be sipping tea in jail by now. Yeah, these fakes are like a dimensional strike, they're just running rampant. Meanwhile, over at Li Tong's side, he appeared much more composed. Unlike Lu Chen's choice, he opted for a sports equipment store. Inside were all kinds of sports equipment. Li Tong appeared to be browsing casually, but in reality, he was assessing the store's most expensive items. When he spotted the $3,000 badminton racket tucked away in the far corner, Li Tong immediately had an idea. "Hey, boss, I'm looking to buy a badminton racket. Got any recommendations? I'm a beginner and don't know much about it. Do you have any suggestions?" The owner's lips curled into a wide grin. This was a cash cow walking right up to him. He quickly led Li Tong to the most expensive racket and began enthusiastically describing its features. Li Tong listened to the owner's sales pitch, amused inside but holding back his laughter. In the end, he even nodded along, pretending to be swayed by the sales pitch, and actually bought that racket. In the end, Li Tong spent $3,000 on a racket that could have been bought for just $1,000. Compared to Wang Ping and Zhao Zimai, Li Tong is clearly much more level-headed. I even suspect that if he hadn't been in such a hurry to spend his money, he might have tried to rip off this unscrupulous shop owner himself. This is the right way to do it. It greatly lowered the boss's guard. Plus, the counterfeit bills looked so real, it's no wonder things went so smoothly. As for Zhang Xiaofei, needless to say, he took these counterfeit bills to the place he knew best, the art supply store, and bought products he was familiar with. Only this time, he was paying with counterfeit bills. You could tell he was nervous. But it turned out okay. Since the amount wasn't large, the shopkeeper didn't pay much attention, and he successfully spent the counterfeit money. As the saying goes, first time's a stranger, second time's a friend. After spending it a few times like this, things changed dramatically. They went wherever they pleased and spent freely. Before long, they'd blown over $70,000. I want to ask, who exactly is this Lu Chen? How did he manage to produce such realistic counterfeit bills? Who knows? The moment counterfeit bills can pass through currency detectors, it's inevitable they'll circulate easily. If these fakes hit the market, it'd be a disaster. What about the cops? Aren't they investigating him? Why haven't they found anything yet? Not sure about the cops, but netizens dug up his background. It couldn't be simpler. Just an ordinary family, always a model student growing up, no shady friends, no bad habits. You could say he's completely unrelated to crime. If you had to pin something on him, it's that he's a huge fan of crime dramas and mystery novels. I think I get it now. He knows all this stuff because he learned it from movies and books. I love that stuff too. Why don't I have that kind of skill? Don't even get me started. Even criminal gangs haven't mastered it. Crime movies might offer some ideas, but to actually produce counterfeit bills, you need substantial knowledge and reliable sources. All I can say is, this guy is absolutely a genius. A genius in every sense of the word. At this very moment, on the crime-solving team's large screen, they had already completely identified the other 9 criminal groups. Now, all that remained was to close the net. The only team they still had no leads on was the one led by Lu Chen. Thanks to the earlier discovery of a counterfeit coin operation, they had also turned their attention to the fake bills. And now, they had finally uncovered relevant clues. But when they heard the production team report the figure of 100,000 counterfeit bills, they couldn't help but gasp. That many? 100,000 yuan was already a substantial sum. But soon, when they realized the currency unit was US dollars, the entire investigation team could no longer sit still. Chapter 12, the investigation team's second shock. Why did no one report it? Director, he stared at the figure, utterly stunned. Did the production team miscalculate? How could they have produced so many counterfeit bills, and in US dollars at that? The show has only been running for 18 days. How could they have produced so much already? When he heard the production team reveal that Lu Chen's group had already spent over $70,000, director, his face betrayed utter disbelief. What? Over $70,000 spent already? Director, he and his team had a basic understanding of counterfeit currency consumption. Typically, counterfeit rings spend their fake money one bill at a time after production, inevitably facing detection along the way. This process inherently slows things down. By that logic, spending several thousand counterfeit bills in 3 days was already an astronomical figure. Yet they'd managed to spend over $70,000. That was simply absurd. And it's in US dollars, mind you. They spent US dollars. But come to think of it, who would have imagined someone in the production team counterfeiting money? And what kind of person would counterfeit US dollars? Not only that, but they actually spent it. Director, he addressed the production crew earnestly. Why don't you double-check your tally? How could this possibly be US dollars? Interpol agent Peter Yang was equally perplexed. Exactly. These figures are clearly off. Are you certain they spent US dollars? You must know that the US dollar is the world's most counterfeit-resistant currency. Its replication difficulty is unmatched globally. Even professional counterfeiting rings avoid attempting it. The staff member sighed helplessly. But his tone was unwaveringly certain. We've verified it multiple times. The data is correct. Director, he produced the list of Lu Chen's team. There were 5 people in total. He scrutinized each profile meticulously before narrowing his eyes slightly. The highest educated among them is Li Tong, a 211 university PhD. Then there's Zhang Xiufei, a fine arts major. Zhao Zimai, a wealthy heiress. Wang Ping, a security guard. And Lu Chen, a recent graduate. And this is the team that managed to produce counterfeit currency? Yes. There must be a skilled expert among them. In just over 10 days, they not only produced the counterfeit bills but also spent them, and in massive quantities. This goes beyond being skilled. It's a professional counterfeiting ring. Director He, Captain He Weilan, and even our Interpol agent Peter Yang, all seasoned professionals, were visibly shaken. Originally, they thought they were just participating in a variety show. After all, they were professionals. Facing an amateur criminal group would be a walk in the park, a chance to entertain while promoting public safety awareness. But now it was different. This suddenly emerged criminal group had achieved what even counterfeit currency syndicates couldn't, producing such a massive quantity of fake bills in such a short time and even spending them. How could they possibly stay calm? The live stream audience was now buzzing with excitement. The crime-solving team can't sit still. How could they stay calm? Don't forget, this is just a show. $100,000, what does that even mean? If the investigation team knew that Lu Chen's group was limited by the production crew to only counterfeiting $100,000 without that restriction, it would be an astronomical sum. The kicker is this wasn't even done by a professional counterfeiting ring, it was pulled off by a production team's stunt crew, and in such a short time frame. Now it's up to the investigation team to catch them. Director He and his team, stunned yet determined, began their investigation. Now that they knew the counterfeiters were manufacturing fake currency, they could follow this lead to trace the source. Since they were counterfeiting US dollars, the investigation couldn't be confined to domestic operations alone. Commissioner He immediately ordered, conduct a thorough investigation into all customs shipments over the past 20 days, including but not limited to ink, printers, acid-free paper, and so on. Soon, they uncovered relevant information. The easiest items to trace were gravure printing machines and acid-free paper. After all, these two items were the most obvious. What puzzled Director He and his team, however, how did this criminal group know that Eastern European governments had discarded gravure printing presses? And how did they know the Communications Bureau in the United States had acid-free paper? We must admit this team is quite exceptional. Setting aside the gravure presses and acid-free paper, how did they even obtain color-changing ink? You must understand, this substance is strictly controlled by every country. I checked the most recent records, and there's simply no transaction history for color-changing ink. I really can't fathom where they could have obtained it. The black market? Taking up Director He's thread, Captain He Weilon interjected. Impossible. Director He immediately countered. Color-changing ink wouldn't appear on the black market. Its source would be too easy to trace. No one would risk losing their head just to make a quick buck. Then how did they obtain the color-changing ink? That? I'm not sure yet. Also, where did they get the plates for the US bills? They couldn't have just scanned and printed them, that would show more patterns. Counterfeits like that couldn't possibly be circulated in such large quantities so quickly. Interpol's Peter Yang recalled something and said, I've encountered similar cases before. One counterfeiting gang openly robbed a van transporting color-changing ink on a Canadian highway to obtain it. The entire gang was later dismantled by the police. Chen Wenbin interjected, chromatic ink and circuit boards are one thing, but how did they manage the watermarks and security threads on the bills? If they'd simply opted for crude, low-grade materials like the other group, they couldn't have spent this much US currency in such a short time. The only places I can think of where US dollars can be used directly within the country are 3 locations: Hong Kong, Macau, and Donghai City. But their investigation revealed no related police reports had been filed in any of these 3 locations. This only deepened Director He and his team's confusion. The more counterfeit currency circulated, the more transactions occurred, increasing the risk of exposure. Upon discovering the fake bills, victims would inevitably report it to the police. This should have been a relatively straightforward case, yet they still had no leads whatsoever. Not a single related police report. Wasn't this a bit too far-fetched? As they watched the total amount spent continue to rise, Director He and his team fell into an even deeper silence. What on earth was going on? Why hasn't anyone reported it? Why hasn't anyone reported it? They accepted counterfeit bills, yet still no one called the police? Chapter 13, There's a mastermind in this gang. As time passed, finally, they obtained their first lead. A clothing store in Donghai City had filed a police report. They had taken over 10,000 yuan in cash to deposit at a bank, only to be informed that all the bills were counterfeit. Naturally, they chose to report it to the police. Soon, Director He and his team arrived in Donghai City. Captain He Weilon couldn't help but voice her confusion. If the human eye couldn't detect them, that's one thing, but didn't they use a currency detector? However, the moment they saw the counterfeit bills, they were all deeply shocked. Captain He Weilon picked up a counterfeit note, carefully feeling its texture and weight. It was indistinguishable from genuine currency. Then, they discovered the counterfeit bills also featured security threads and watermarks. Moreover, the design on the counterfeit note was identical to the genuine one. Peter Yang and Chen Wenbin immediately grabbed magnifying glasses to examine the details. When they clearly saw the intricate lines and patterns on the bill, both were stunned into silence. How could this group produce such realistic counterfeits? Noir pattern. Peter Yang uttered the first words. Chen Wenbin stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment before speaking. Impossible. This is the latest version of the US dollar. Even with the most advanced printers, more patterns should appear. How did they manage this? That's true, Peter Yang replied, but the fact remains there are no more patterns. Peter Yang couldn't help but interject. How did they manage that? Commissioner, he inquired. This is outrageous. Captain He Weilon remarked. Even international counterfeit currency syndicates couldn't pull this off. After that, then check the color shifting ink. Then, they were stunned once more. When they changed the angle, they discovered the colors on the bills also shifted. This meant the counterfeiters had indeed used color shifting ink. How did they get hold of color shifting ink? And how did they manage the security thread? How did they manage the watermark? Each one is indistinguishable from genuine currency. It's terrifying. Watermarks are patterns pressed into the pulp before it sets using wire rollers. But their paper comes from the US Postal Service that's finished paper. How could they possibly make this? Peter Yang grew increasingly stunned as he spoke, eventually feeling a faint sense of encountering a ghost. Director He and his team wore similar expressions, stunned into speechlessness. The Donghai City police officers watched Director He and his team with expressions that defied description. That's not even the worst part. The crucial issue is that this was actually produced on your show. This is simply. Right in front of Director He and his team, the Donghai City police placed the counterfeit bills into the currency detector. Then, Director He and his team were utterly dumbfounded. They watched as the counterfeit bills were neatly inserted, only to emerge from the output slot without a single one missing. Captain He Weilan, refusing to believe it, picked up another stack of counterfeit bills and fed them through again. The result showed that every single one had fooled the machine. At that moment, they finally understood why merchants in Donghai City stopped reporting counterfeit money after receiving it. They knew the counterfeiting techniques were so advanced that no ordinary means could detect the fakes. Only professional bank staff and specialized bank-grade currency detectors could identify them. As Director He, who had once cracked down on international counterfeiting syndicates, stared at the fake bills before him, his emotions remained unsettled for a long time. A counterfeit note so advanced that ordinary currency detectors couldn't distinguish it was nothing short of a disaster for the entire market. Countries around the world had suffered similar disasters in the past, but as anti-counterfeiting technology improved, such cases became increasingly rare. But today, on this program, they witnessed counterfeiters producing notes of such sophistication utterly outrageous. Crucially, this was the latest version of the US dollar. After examining it under special lighting, Captain He Weilan finally declared it's counterfeit. But it's incredibly difficult to spot. Checking the serial number would reveal it instantly, but ordinary people don't have that capability. Even someone like Captain He Weilan, who had handled multiple counterfeit cases, and her father, a veteran chief with decades of experience, needed considerable time to identify it. That alone was terrifying. Do you have tools? I want to dissect this dollar bill. After a moment's thought, Chief, he said. The Donghai City police nodded. Of course we do. Commissioner, he had lost all trace of the cheerful mood he'd brought to the variety show. At this moment, he had fully adopted the serious attitude of a veteran police officer tackling a case. Disassembling counterfeit bills was a crucial step. It reveals how the counterfeit was produced and what materials were used, allowing investigators to deduce information about the perpetrator. First, the bills were moistened. Then, with great care, the disassembly began. Director He soon noticed something amiss. The counterfeit bill was actually composed of multiple layers. After peeling away the top layer, the security thread and watermark became clearly visible. In an instant, Director He understood. So that's how they do it. They laminate 3 bills into one. The acid-free paper from the Communications Bureau must have been specially treated. It's only 1/3 the thickness of a genuine dollar bill. They sandwich the security thread in the middle and position it perfectly to enclose a watermark, creating the illusion of a genuine watermark. Peter Yang was stunned. This technique is unprecedented. In all my years, I've never encountered anything like it. What kind of mastermind could conceive of such a method? Chen Wenbin remarked, it's sheer genius. Sandwiching the security thread and watermark between layers, combined with the Communications Bureau's paper thickness, perfectly solves 3 problems. Fortunately, this was just a TV show. Specialized staff were monitoring the situation. They'll be specifically retrieved. No counterfeit bills will actually enter circulation. Even when the store clerk deposits the money at the bank, it's all part of the show's plan. If they didn't do this, Lu Chen and his team would likely have spent it all by the time they returned, leaving the investigation team without a single lead. With all the counterfeit bills recovered by the production team, how could the investigation team possibly track them down? Director He and his team now felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, this happened within the confines of the show. If such counterfeit bills had appeared in real life, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the issues with the color-changing ink and the electronic circuit boards. How did they resolve those? Director He and his team had no clue. He took out the list of Lu Chen's team members. Director He studied the 5 names on the list and said earnestly, among these 5 individuals, there must be a master craftsman. The idea of laminating 3 sheets into one, creating a watermark in the middle layer, and incorporating a security thread, there was absolutely no precedent for such an operation. Only a master could have conceived of it. But the crucial point was this. The profiles of these 5 individuals revealed a PhD, a security guard, a wealthy heiress, an art student, and a recent high school graduate. Which one of them could be this master? Chapter 14, the entire investigation team mobilizes, Lu Chen vanishes without a trace. Director He had intended to further dissect the evidence, but a crucial lead emerged, the clothing store where the money was deposited. Where is that clothing store? Right here. The Donghai City police pulled out a map and pointed to a specific location. Director He turned to his daughter and said, the scene is yours. Take a few people and conduct a thorough investigation. Understood. I'll head out immediately. After making all the necessary arrangements, He Weilan set off. Upon arriving at the clothing store, He Weilan immediately reviewed the surveillance footage and questioned the staff, meticulously recording every detail in her notebook without overlooking a single clue. Though the suspect wore a mask and sunglasses, their overall features remained recognizable. He Weilan recognized immediately that the person using counterfeit bills was a woman. The only female member of Lu Chen's team was Zhao Zimai. Through further inquiries, they pinpointed Zhao Zimai's approximate activity range and set up surveillance and hidden surveillance points, laying the groundwork for future apprehension efforts. That's professionalism. Even though Zhao Zimai was extremely cautious, she still left a loophole. Based on the locations of her purchases, their general area of activity has been narrowed down. Even though the investigation team doesn't know how Lu Chen and his crew managed to get the color-changing ink and circuit boards, by continuously narrowing down the search area, they'll eventually be able to apprehend them. The camera cut to Lu Chen's operation team. On the high-rise across from the clothing store, Lu Chen pulled out his binoculars and silently observed He Weilan and the others' movements. After parting ways at their hotel, the five had barely communicated what they'd been up to during that time. Lu Chen was now uncertain. This wasn't the strategy Lu Chen had originally planned. But after all, this was a show. There was no way they would agree to Lu Chen's original plan. That would have been too reckless. From the very beginning, Lu Chen knew Zhao Zimai's reckless spending would lead to trouble. That's why he'd been staking out the location long before, waiting for the investigation team to arrive. Then, taking advantage of the bustling street traffic, he planted a listening device on He Weilan. This allowed them to monitor the task force's movements and facilitate their subsequent actions. But how could the production team possibly allow that? Counterfeiting alone was already an 8-point major case. If they pushed further, the production team feared the social backlash would become too much to handle. Naturally, they wouldn't let Lu Chen proceed. No way around it. He'd have to go it alone now. This Lu Chen. Did he know the investigation team was coming all along? Look at him, he seems almost regretful. Restricted by the production team again, huh? Oh my, they were restricted on the budget before. What are they restricting this time? That's what makes him a big shot, only the strong get restricted. Look at the other crime teams, does the production team even acknowledge them? They can do whatever they want and it's all a free ride. Exactly. Lu Chen is so smart and he's so handsome too. I wish he were my boyfriend. Soon, the live stream audience learned of Lu Chen's plan. One by one, they were left with their hair standing on end. What was he thinking? He actually planned to use Captain He Weilan to eavesdrop on the investigation team? Is he even human? Their counterfeit bills were already convincing enough. As long as they weren't taken to a bank, they wouldn't be detected. If they also gained insight into the investigation team's movements, wouldn't that make them virtually unbeatable? No wonder the production team had imposed further restrictions on Lu Chen. If Lu Chen and his crew actually managed to escape in the end, it would completely undermine the production team's original intent. That was precisely why the production team had taken such measures. Lu Chen understood. Moreover, this segment specifically aired behind-the-scenes footage. Staff member, director, this won't do. The investigation team doesn't have many technological tools to begin with. If they're being bugged, we can't play along. As we mentioned earlier, the investigative team primarily relies on deductive reasoning to solve cases and doesn't use many technological tools. If Lu Chen were actually allowed to carry out surveillance, it would indeed spell disaster for the investigation team. The original restrictions on the investigation team were designed because the perpetrators were ordinary citizens with no criminal records, while the investigators were seasoned detectives and exceptional sleuths. But who could have predicted the emergence of a prodigy like Lu Chen? First, he defied all expectations by forging counterfeit currency. Then he brazenly spent it in Donghai City. And now you want to wiretap the investigation team? What kind of game is this? The director was utterly helpless. He felt waves of pain in his head, rubbing his temples hard. At first, when a prodigy like Lu Chen appeared, he was overjoyed. This was a guaranteed ratings booster for the show. But as the problems kept piling up, he couldn't help but vent. Thank goodness we capped the spending limits when they were splurging. At that rate, I genuinely feared the production budget wouldn't hold up. I'll personally talk to Lu Chen about this. Don't worry, I'll definitely set limits. Otherwise, it'd be too unfair to the investigation team. The live stream audience went wild with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is the director about to lose his mind? Yeah, who could have predicted a genius like Lu Chen would show up? These counterfeit bills are practically flawless, unbelievable. I can practically feel the director's helplessness through the screen. No choice, the show needs positive energy. If they don't let Lu Chen loose, the investigation team will lose everything. To avoid repeating transactions in the same location and risking exposure, Lu Chen and his crew operated by moving around constantly. Now only about $10,000 remained. Once it was spent, Lu Chen's team would win. That would earn his team 10 points. So while Lu Chen understood the production team's restrictions, he couldn't help but feel utterly speechless inside. Why not just let me spend it all and then declare the game over? Seriously. Unlike Lu Chen, who handled things with meticulous care. Having never been caught using counterfeit bills before, Wang Ping and his crew grew increasingly bold in their counterfeiting schemes. They hadn't noticed at all that the investigation team had already followed the trail and tracked them down. At a hotel, Zhao Zimai was peacefully applying a face mask, binge-watching her favorite idol drama, humming a tune now and then. $2,000 each. She spent over $10,000 on the very first day. Thus, she was the first to run out and currently the only one to have spent all the counterfeit money. The hotel room was provided by the production team. But her luck wasn't too good, she was also the first one caught by the investigation team. In the outskirts of Donghai City, Li Tong had just returned to his small house when the investigation team surrounded him before he could even close the door. Likewise, Wang Ping, who had been enjoying all sorts of pleasures these past few days, was apprehended by the task force at a foot massage parlor. He was still enjoying a foot massage when they took him down. Witnessing this scene, the audience couldn't help but share a knowing smile. As for what kind of smile it was, don't ask. Asking is for the proper sort. As for Zhang Xiaofei, was apprehended at a school. But there was no news of Lu Chen being apprehended. This left all viewers wondering what had become of Lu Chen. Had he been captured or had he escaped? Chapter 15, Swapping the Heavens, Infiltrating the Counterfeit Money Syndicate. The scene shifts back to the investigation team. Captain He Weilan held an analysis report and stated, "I tested the color-shifting ink on the counterfeit bills they produced and found it differs from the original ink used on genuine US dollars. Therefore, I'm venturing a bold hypothesis. Could this color-shifting ink be a custom formulation?" Following this lead, I investigated and actually found something. In the United States, there's a paint factory that purchased the space agency's color-changing ink formula over a decade ago for use in their paint production. In other words, their paint and color-changing ink share the same formula. This implies that by deciphering the paint formula, it would be feasible to independently formulate color-changing ink. I checked the paint factory's recent transaction records. Aside from various auto repair parts suppliers, only one transaction met the screening criteria. Following this lead, Captain He Weilan narrowed the search to the suburban area where the paint last disappeared. However, pinpointing Lu Chen's factory would take time. Although the source of Lu Chen's color-changing ink had been identified, Captain He Weilan still had no clue about the origin of the circuit boards used by Lu Chen's team. She simply couldn't fathom where Lu Chen and his crew had obtained such sophisticated circuit boards. Detective He Weilan is amazing. The factory chosen by Lu Chen's criminal group is right in this suburban area. She even figured out the color-changing ink formula. Too bad she only figured out the factory's general location. She'd never guessed Lu Chen's circuit boards were hand-drawn. True, but by tracing the drawing boards and etching machines, we'll pinpoint the factory's exact location soon enough. No way around it. Who could have predicted hand-drawn plates? However, apart from our ace detective He Weilan, Director He, who had previously held absolute authority, had also vanished from the production crew. But the audience was so amazed by Police Officer He Weilan's abilities that they didn't notice Director He's absence. Now that everyone else had been arrested, Lu Chen remained alone in Donghai City, sitting in a cafe silently contemplating his next move. He had spent the last of his money, which could be considered their victory. But at that moment, Commissioner He showed up. Lu Chen was puzzled about why the production team had broken the rules he had set. Commissioner He spoke up first. "Mr. Lu, please don't take offense. I asked the production team to do this. 2 years ago, our police, in cooperation with Interpol, cracked a major international counterfeit currency ring case. However, the ringleader escaped. We've been investigating his whereabouts for the past 2 years. Recently, we discovered he's been operating in Annan and has resumed counterfeiting." So what does this have to do with me? Lu Chen was puzzled. "Commissioner," he explained, "we captured the artist in their gang, so they urgently need a new painter to join them and handle the printing plates for the latest version of the US dollar. Our police hope that you, Mr. Lu, can infiltrate this gang and help us wipe them out completely." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Something occurred to him. He said, "It's about taking down this counterfeit ring, right? Could we try a different approach?" Lu Chen spoke slowly, and Director He and the others listened intently. After hearing Lu Chen's suggestion, Director He remained silent for a long time. "That's far too risky. You expect me to infiltrate them without risk? But your plan?" Director He looked deeply concerned, remaining silent for a long while. Seeing Lu Chen's utterly relaxed expression, he finally nodded. "All right, we'll proceed as you suggest. How should I address you?" "Just call me the painter. Hello, Uncle Xin? It's me." There was a hint of confusion on the other end of the line. He asked, "What's up, Fuxing?" "There's a big deal. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Let's meet at our usual spot and talk in person." The other end replied promptly, "All right." A remote, abandoned factory in Hong Kong. Lu Chen sipped his coffee leisurely as 3 men and a woman approached the door. They glanced at Lu Chen. The oldest man among them, the very one Lu Chen referred to as Uncle Urshin, spoke up. Young master, what's this all about? Why so much secrecy? Lu Chen cracked his neck. I've decided to revive our family's old business. At that moment, Uncle Xian's expression visibly shifted. Young master, you finally come to your senses? Enough, enough. This isn't some sudden whim. I've recently acquired a super-grade counterfeit dollar bill, the most perfect fake money imaginable. Are you serious, young master? We've made countless counterfeits. What kind of fake could possibly be perfect in your eyes? Seeing their skepticism, Lu Chen didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he pulled out the remaining counterfeit bills from his bag and handed them to Uncle Xian and the others. They were professionals. Taking the counterfeit notes from Lu Chen's hand, they examined them and immediately spotted the flaws. Before long, they stared at Lu Chen in astonishment, speechless. Good heavens, there's no watermark pattern at all. Young master, how did you get this watermark in there? And what about the security thread? How did you manage that? They even managed to incorporate color-shifting ink. Young master, where did you get these counterfeit bills? Although the show had already demonstrated the entire process, one couldn't expect real counterfeiters to watch a variety show. Even if such a program did exist, they'd never tune in. If a bunch of TV producers could ruin their livelihood, what the hell would they be doing? Follow me. Deep within this abandoned factory, the gravure printing press, acid-free paper, color-changing ink, everything was ready. With the push of a button, counterfeit bills would flow endlessly. I see. Uncle Xian, contact the buyers. But this time, I need to adjust the ratio, no longer 20-1, but 10-1. I'm sure they'll agree once they see my super-duper dollars. Understood. Bobby, CZ, scout out the transaction location. Hua, go to the US Postal Service and buy some more acid-free paper. We'll need it. Got it. With tasks assigned, everyone quickly got to work. With high spirits, the gravure presses ran non-stop, churning out vast quantities of counterfeit bills that piled up like mountains within the factory. Once printing was complete, they began packing the bills into boxes. Once all the bills were packed, they prepared to depart. Today's client was a major underground casino boss. He was also a long-standing client of theirs. In a luxurious private room at the casino, Lu Chen met the boss. With Uncle Xian present, the boss harbored no suspicion toward Lu Chen whatsoever. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the transaction officially commenced. Chapter 16, the deal begins, and news of the general finally arrives. The big boss expertly had his men inspect the goods while engaging Lu Chen in small talk. You're more greedy than your father, the big boss remarked after taking a sip of red wine. Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied, my goods are the most perfect super US dollars in the world. 10-1, you're not losing out. After examining the counterfeit bills, the inspector looked utterly stunned. He nodded to the big boss, signaling that this shipment was exceptional, incomparably superior to any they'd handled before. The big boss felt reassured. 10-1 is a bit steep. I'll start with 10 million to test the waters. While he said that, starting with 10 million was a bold move. Anyone could tell the big boss was extremely satisfied with Lu Chen's goods. With ordinary goods, even a 20-1 ratio would make the big boss hesitate. After all, casinos are a mixed bag, and spending counterfeit money isn't straightforward. But Lu Chen's goods were different. Even experts couldn't spot any flaws, making this a surefire, risk-free deal. Agreed. Let's do business. With a handshake, the deal was swiftly sealed. On a luxury yacht, the sky gradually darkened. With fine wine and beautiful company, another deal was soon struck. Though the sum wasn't as large as the casino boss's deal, it still amounted to $3 million. After sealing the deals, they would indulge in the decadent pleasures of high-end establishments. As glass after glass emptied, the entire crew grew hazy. Lu Chen got up to use the restroom, only to find himself stumbling into the wrong private room upon his return. Lu Chen, who had stumbled before entering, instantly transformed into a different person the moment he stepped inside. I wasn't bragging, was I? I told you they wouldn't recognize me. But you guys gotta keep a close eye on those counterfeit bills once they're sold. Even though I marked them, if they actually hit the market, we're in trouble. The expressions on the others' faces as they looked at Lu Chen were all a bit strange. The oldest man among them stood up and said earnestly, rest assured. The entire Hong Kong police force is already mobilized. We've even secured special authorization from higher-ups. The garrison troops are on standby and can be deployed at any moment. We can close the net whenever we choose. Your first workshop is on the verge of being uncovered by the investigation team. But rest assured, your second workshop is completely secure, no risk of leaks. Furthermore, thank you for volunteering to go undercover and helping us infiltrate the counterfeit currency ring. If it weren't for Uncle Xian, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile as a thought crossed his mind. Who would have thought? Uncle Xian, a man who'd followed the counterfeit ring's leader for decades, was actually an undercover cop. Should we continue or bring it all down? Lu Chen asked aloud. Using this counterfeit currency, Lu Chen had nearly uncovered all the hidden distributors across China in a remarkably short time. He was just waiting to close the net. Considering the risks, closing the net now was the safest option. But to apprehend the international counterfeiting syndicate pulling the strings, they had to keep going. If possible, I'd like to proceed. These are just the lower-level distributors. The real mastermind hasn't surfaced yet. I believe Director he mentioned to you that a counterfeiting ringleader known as the General is operating undercover in Annam. Seeing your counterfeit bills will surely catch his attention. If we can lure him out, the rest will be straightforward. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, but this could escalate significantly. Make sure you can handle the fallout. Meanwhile, at the production team's location, the director remained tight-lipped about Lu Chen's whereabouts. As for Lu Chen going undercover in the counterfeit money ring, the police would never approve the production team broadcasting it live. That would be disrespectful to Lu Chen and the safety of numerous undercover agents. Only after the operation was concluded would the production team be permitted to air footage from the aftermath. And it absolutely will not expose footage of Lu Chen and other undercover agents. Otherwise, if retaliation occurred, it would be a failure on the part of the police. Another 5 days passed. Location, international waters. On a luxury ferry. I trust one needn't elaborate further. Lu Chen appeared calm, yet his gaze toward Uncle Xian and the others held a hint of amusement. Uncle Xian nodded. He said, "Rest assured, young master. We all play by the rules. To outsiders, we might as well not exist. We'd never break the code." Lu Chen said nothing more, only giving them another lingering look. As the group boarded the ferry, a new transaction officially commenced. The newcomer was dressed like a complete nouveau riche. Though wearing a suit, he had no shirt underneath and no tie, instead sporting a thick gold chain and a large gold watch on his wrist. The moment he spotted Lu Chen, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. "My nephew. With such a valuable find, why didn't you think of your uncle first?" With that, he picked up the red wine on the table and rinsed his hands. He didn't bother to check whether it was from 82 or some other vintage. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly at someone who played the emotional card so blatantly. No matter how he dressed it up, wasn't he just trying to get a lower price? "Uncle Bo, I offer others 10 to 1. Given our relationship, I'll naturally give you face 15 to 1. How about that?" Uncle Bo narrowed his eyes slightly, flicked his hand dismissively unconcerned about the wine stain still clinging to his fingers and popped a piece of fruit into his mouth. After a long moment, he finally turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. My, what a generous nephew. Straightforward. 8 million. Agreed. Uncle Bo was clearly in high spirits, reclining in his chair humming a tune. After the transaction was finalized, he stood up and addressed Lu Chen. "My dear nephew, General is quite interested in your goods. I doubt you'd refuse, right?" Before Lu Chen could respond, Uncle Xian, standing nearby, looked at Uncle Bo and said, "But sir, why are you still so old-fashioned? If this goes through, it's a deal worth hundreds of millions. You'd never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life." "What, you really want to do this for the rest of your life?" A smile spread across Lu Chen's lips. "Uncle Bo, let's set my father's situation aside for now. When it comes to business, I'm in. I hope you'll convey to the general that he should set a time I'll personally pay him a visit." This was the real reason Lu Chen had come to make this deal. This Uncle Bo. He was a member of the counterfeit currency syndicate led by the general. The father whose identity as a painter Lu Chen had assumed had died at their hands. Even if Uncle Bo hadn't brought it up, Lu Chen would have found a way to raise it himself. Good. That's the spirit. Who would turn down money? Alright, nephew, you focus on your business. I'll go back and speak with General to arrange a meeting between you two as soon as possible. Alright, thank you, Uncle Bo. After Uncle Bo had walked away, Uncle Xian turned to Lu Chen with a hint of concern. "This is moving too fast. The Hong Kong police might not have time to prepare. We'll make it happen." Lu Chen clenched his fist and declared, "If we can't handle this with the system's support, then this general is invincible." Chapter 17, Meeting the General's Agent. Hong Kong. A Thai-style club. Lu Chen and his group changed clothes before entering. This club wasn't just Thai-themed on the outside, the interior decor matched, including the female technicians inside. CZ and Bobby immediately got to work. Lu Chen was greeted by the general's agent, a middle-aged man who appeared quite affable. He smiled briefly at CZ and Bobby before courteously escorting Lu Chen to another room. "Mr. Li, it seems you finally let go," the middle-aged man murmured with a faint smile. Observing the man before him, Lu Chen noticed a faint, almost imperceptible glint of murderous intent hidden in his eyes despite the constant smile. Though subtle, Lu Chen detected it. "I hear your new nickname is the Painter. Quite fitting. The general must be pleased. Might I see the super dollar in your possession first?" The middle-aged man's tone was gentle, yet inexplicably tinged with a sinister edge. "Of course." Lu Chen nodded. The Chinese woman stepped forward and opened a box of super counterfeit dollars. The middle-aged man merely glanced at it before a beautiful woman stepped forward to take the box. Clearly, she was the counterfeit currency expert for the general group. While waiting for the results, the middle-aged man had drinks brought over and engaged Lu Chen in casual conversation. He was observing Lu Chen, and likewise, Lu Chen was observing the middle-aged man. After a considerable time, the woman returned carrying the box. She whispered something into the middle-aged man's ear. His expression shifted instantly. He glanced at the woman as if in disbelief, then fixed a long, intense look on Lu Chen. Finally, he broke into what he considered a very friendly smile. "Mr. Li, our experts are deeply impressed by your craftsmanship. This counterfeit bill truly deserves the title of super dollar. Since you've reached out to us, cooperation is only natural, right? With such a flawless super dollar, we'd be delighted to partner with you." Every shift in the middle-aged man's expression was caught by Lu Chen's eyes. But Lu Chen remained impassive. Now was not the time to turn hostile. "Naturally. Let's discuss the terms of our cooperation." The middle-aged man nodded as if he knew everything, saying, "According to our rules, the standard ratio is 1 to 50. For higher quality counterfeits, it's 1 to 30. But given the exceptional quality of your counterfeit bills, we're willing to offer a 1 to 20 ratio." Uncle Xian was somewhat surprised. He knew General's temperament well. The man was no pushover. Yet his demand was enormous. Even at a 1:20 ratio, if the deal went through, it would yield far more profit than any previous transaction. At the very least, it would be several times more, perhaps even dozens of times more. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Our standard transaction ratio has always been 1/10. It's the same with every client. We can't break the rules." Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his voice remaining gentle. "But our previous partners were just small workshops. Their maximum demand was at most 10 million units. We're different. We're talking about hundreds of millions at the very least. With such massive demand, the ratio naturally has to be different." Lu Chen continued to shake his head. "No. This is our rule. It applies to everyone. If you won't agree, then forget it." Seeing Lu Chen's unwavering stance, the middle-aged man's previously composed expression darkened. After a long silence, he asked Lu Chen to wait briefly, stepped aside, and made a phone call. When he returned, his frown had eased slightly. 1 to 15. Uncle Xian and the fourth brother now fixed their eyes on Lu Chen, their expressions tinged with excitement. Clearly, they found this ratio more than satisfactory. After all, they were dealing with the general himself. To get him to concede to a 15 to 1 ratio, Lu Chen was likely the first person ever to achieve such a feat. However, Lu Chen's expression remained utterly unchanged. 1 to 10. This statement, leaving absolutely no room for retreat, made the middle-aged man feel the pressure. He made another phone call. After a brief exchange, he handed the phone to the counterfeit expert. Once the expert finished his report, the middle-aged man took the phone back for another conversation. He nodded frequently, even glancing at Lu Chen twice more. Then, a faint, inexplicable smile touched his lips as he walked back. "All right, 10 to 1. We want 180 million. The transaction will take place in Hong Kong. We'll notify you separately of the exact location." Deal. Lu Chen instantly grasped the other party's meaning. Such a massive sum. The other party had naturally considered that Lu Chen and his group wouldn't personally travel to Southeast Asia for the transaction. After all, no one could guarantee that the general wouldn't resort to force to seize it at the last moment. Therefore, the other party made a direct concession. The transaction would take place in Hong Kong, and they would handle the transportation themselves. After sealing the deal, the middle-aged man visibly relaxed. "Give us a few days to prepare some things. Please also have Mr. Li ready the goods we need. We'll contact you again when the time comes." "No problem." Lu Chen nodded. Emerging from the middle-aged man, Lu Chen thought of something. He turned to Uncle Xian and asked, "Can you get your hands on a batch of military-grade weapons?" Uncle Xian's eyes widened like copper bells. "What do you need weapons for?" Lu Chen whispered a few words to Uncle Xian. Uncle Xian gave a resigned little pout before saying, "All right, but are you sure you want rocket launchers? Don't you know I have a phobia of insufficient firepower?" "All right. Everything else is negotiable, but weapons like rocket launchers, those require several days for approval. You know how it is." You suspect General might turn against us?" Lu Chen shook his head. "No, it's just that things are going too smoothly, so smoothly it feels like everything's been pre-arranged. I suspect there's a trick somewhere. Better to be cautious." "All right, I'll take your advice. But Uncle Xian, do you think the police can still cover our tracks with what we're about to do?" Lu Chen asked doubtfully. Uncle Xian remained silent. He merely gave Lu Chen a helpless look before contacting the police. "Miss Hua, contact the other international factions. I'm feeling tired and don't want to meet them. Have them send their representatives to see me." Once outside, Lu Chen instructed Hua Nu. "Understood." They had all been with Uncle Xin for a long time. Since Uncle Xin addressed Lu Chen as young master, they naturally regarded him as their leader. Now that the boss had spoken, she would follow his orders. Soon, Huanu contacted buyers from Maple Leaf Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Cosmos Country, and numerous other nations. The network left behind by the father of the identity Lu Chen had assumed was extensive. The buyers harbored an innate trust in Lu Chen, and coupled with the production of super US dollars, they were now eager to connect with him. As soon as Huanu reached out, they promptly dispatched representatives to Fragrant Harbor. In no time, a multitude of dark underworld figures converged upon Hong Kong. Chapter 18, I Have Firepower Anxiety. Lu Chen and his group settled into a villa. In the days that followed, wave after wave of international factions came to pay their respects. From then on, without Lu Chen needing to make the effort to visit, collaborations flowed in endlessly. The visitors were all prominent figures. Among them were dark world overlords, major business tycoons, and even certain political elites. Yet before Lu Chen, they all showed utmost deference. No one dared risk leaving a poor impression with this newly crowned underground king. Uncle Xin was somewhat surprised. The others were one thing. That big businessman had long been on the police's radar for colluding with criminal forces. But unexpectedly, this powerful figure also had intricate ties to the dark underworld. It seemed Hong Kong needed a thorough internal cleanup. As the agents gradually departed, a rare quiet descended upon the villa. Lu Chen appeared to be resting on the lounge chair, but in reality, he was deep in thought. Was the situation escalating too far? Could the police contain it? He didn't know. But now that the arrow had left the bow, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and press forward. If it were only local Hong Kong forces, that might be manageable. The real question was the international players, could they truly be dealt with? Moreover, although the general appeared to have been out in the open for quite some time, what Lu Chen had encountered was merely his representative in Hong Kong, utterly insignificant. Just as Lu Chen was fretting over what to do next, someone's arrival provided him with a solution. Zhuang Dexiang, a counterfeit money kingpin in Hong Kong, came knocking. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen would have ignored him. But today, Lu Chen decided to meet him. Zhuang Dexiang wouldn't come looking for him without reason. He must be scheming something. Moreover, the fact that he knew Lu Chen's whereabouts surely connected him to the proxy Lu Chen had met earlier. Given that, why not meet? A few hours later, Zhuang Dexiang's convoy arrived at the villa gates. They were blocked outside by Bobby and CZ's men. Is this how the painter treats his guests? I heard the painter was quite hospitable. Zhuang Dexiang's voice echoed through the air. Whether you negotiate is your choice. But these are our rules. Once you're on our turf, you must surrender your weapons. Zhuang Dexiang pondered for a moment, glanced at the men behind him, and finally lowered his weapon. Lu Chen stood inside the villa, observing the group below. When he spotted the speaker, he visibly paused, though he kept his composure. With a simple gesture, he signaled CZ and the others to let them in. However, only Zhuang Dexiang and one of his henchmen were permitted entry. After thorough searches confirmed they carried no concealed weapons, the two men entered the villa. Once inside, Zhuang Dexiang and his man remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Seeing no weapons pointed at them, they relaxed somewhat. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, watching their every move. He made no move to greet them. Bobby and the others stood beside him, keeping a close watch on Zhuang Dexiang and his men, wary that they might be concealing weapons to harm Lu Chen. Only after Zhuang Dexiang sat down did Lu Chen finally speak. The boss stands while his men sit? What kind of logic is that? His voice was low, yet to the ears of the two who had entered, it crashed like a tidal wave against their hearts. How had Lu Chen recognized him? The real Zhuang Dexiang's eyebrows twitched violently. Though he held considerable renown in Hong Kong's underworld, few had ever seen his face. Not even the police possessed a clear sketch of him. How had Lu Chen recognized him at a glance? But since he'd been recognized, there was no point in pretending anymore. The real Zhuang Dexiang took his seat, and the henchman beside him stood up, standing respectfully at his side. How did you recognize me? The moment he sat down, Zhuang Dexiang fired the question. Lu Chen nearly pointed at Zhuang Dexiang's wrist. That Rolex gave you away. Zhuang Dexiang looked down upon hearing this. Then he yanked his hand back abruptly. Little did he expect that what had given him away was his pretentiousness and petty vanity. As a newcomer, you're breaking the rules a bit. I won't hold it against you. If you back out now, I can pretend nothing happened. Zhuang Dexiang changed the subject, addressing Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, responded with a cold laugh. Rules? What are rules? The biggest fist makes the rules. Kid, don't get too cocky. I've been in this line of work for years. Who do you think you are? Don't get too full of yourself. If I wanted to, I could cripple you today. Zhuang Dexiang grew visibly angry and stood up abruptly. Lu Chen, however, maintained his smile, ignoring Zhuang Dexiang's angry outburst. Only the weak react this way. Is that so? I'd love to see how you're going to cripple me. Lu Chen showed no sign of panic. On his home turf, Zhuang Dexiang was all bark and no bite, nothing to fear. You. All these years you've been hustling, has it gotten you anywhere? If I choose to, do you really think you could walk out that door? Don't be so naive. Loyalty? Do you think those people care about loyalty? Only profit is eternal. After all these years, you still don't understand that? Really? Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly as he spoke. But I'm a merciful man. Hand over your network and clients, and I'll give you a 20% cut. Taking a sip of red wine, a faint smile touched Lu Chen's lips. The situation was now entirely within Lu Chen's control. Zhuang Daxian had no power to refuse. Hearing Lu Chen's words, he silently lowered his head. He pondered for a very long time. Surrendering his network and clients meant he would become Lu Chen's subordinate, stripped of any chance to regain his footing. Seeing Zhuang Daxian still hesitating, Lu Chen tossed a stack of supersized bills his way. Don't doubt my capabilities. You'll learn more than you ever did before. As the leader of a counterfeit currency ring, Zhuang Daxian possessed exceptional discernment. After picking up the super dollar and examining it closely, his pupils dilated significantly. Lu Chen was right, this super dollar was practically flawless. Its potential was unimaginable. Look up. She glanced at Lu Chen, who wore a smile, everything under control. Then she lowered her gaze again. He glanced at the super-sized dollar bill in his hand. Zhuang Daxian finally conceded. It's a deal. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's smile grew even more serene. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Only when his operation became the sole producer of counterfeit US dollars in Hong Kong's underworld could he achieve complete market dominance and thereby more effectively dismantle the entire criminal network. The only issue was that Uncle Xian's weapons procurement was running a bit slow. How long had it been? All he'd gotten so far were some rifles. Where were the rocket launchers, grenades, and other weapons he'd requested? With such inadequate firepower, how could he possibly negotiate with the general when the time came? Chapter 19, Expand and Strengthen, Forge New Glory. After confirming the partnership, Zhuang Daxian departed. He sought out Lu Chen again the following day. I have a client in the United States with massive demand. After seeing this super dollar, he's very interested in partnering. Lu Chen pondered briefly. Among the global partners Hua Nu had contacted earlier, none were from the United States. Zhuang Daxian's words filled this final major gap in the puzzle. However, when Zhuang Daxian revealed the client's name, Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. The name was General. Lu Chen quickly concealed his reaction, replying casually, you handle it as you see fit. The agreed-upon 2 tiers won't be shortchanged. Zhuang Daxian's eyes lit up. 2 layers didn't sound like much, but considering he wouldn't have to put up anything, just act as an intermediary with a few words and still get 2 layers of profit? That was actually astonishing. Moreover, this general was dealing in massive quantities. He stood to make a huge sum of money. Alright, I'll talk to him. Zhuang Daxian played it safe, not calling the general directly from the villa. Instead, he waited until he returned to his own territory before making contact. That evening, he called Lu Chen. Mr. Painter, the general has agreed to this collaboration. His demand is substantial, 80 million. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He showed little surprise. Adding this 800 million would bring the total to 2 billion. Additionally, the general has indicated they will send representatives to Hong Kong to finalize the transaction at a location of your choosing, adhering to your established procedures. It was precisely this statement. It further confirmed Lu Chen's suspicion that this general from the United States was the same person as the general from Annan. After all, Lu Chen had never discussed his transaction rules with Zhuang Daxian. How did this American general know them? Unless he had been in contact with him. Yet a new doubt arose in Lu Chen's mind. Such a mistake was rather elementary. Why would the general make it? Could it be intentional? Agreed. Also, the general wishes to speak with you, Painter. Lu Chen smiled. This must be the general's true purpose. Is he in Hong Kong? Lu Chen asked. Zhuang Daxian nodded. Yes. I'll have Uncle Xian make the arrangements and notify you when the time comes. Lu Chen's tone betrayed no emotion whatsoever. All right. Late at night. Inside an abandoned factory. The printing presses churned tirelessly, churning out counterfeit US dollars. Zai and the others bustled nearby. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless vigil. Lu Chen made his way to his office, instructing that he not be disturbed. He locked the door behind him. Then he pushed open a hidden panel, descending into the secret basement. Here. The police had been waiting here all along. Your hunch was correct. These 2 generals are indeed the same person. The oldest officer among them spoke up. Has he been using 2 identities all along? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. The oldest officer shook his head, pausing before replying, no, he's always operated under multiple identities. After director he led the crackdown 2 years ago, many of his aliases became invalid. Since Annam and the United States lack extradition treaties with China, he's managed to evade capture. What do you mean? China sent agents to apprehend him, but the operation failed because he was too far away in the United States. Is that so? Preparations for the arrest are complete. None of them will escape. Lu Chen nodded. To ensure a single, decisive sweep, Lu Chen had arranged all transactions to occur simultaneously. Since these national forces would never coordinate with each other, they remained unaware that the deals were happening concurrently, maximizing the likelihood of a successful takedown. Only the general remains. The young-looking female officer sighed. Lu Chen knew this well. Lu Chen had a feeling that the general he would eventually meet wouldn't be the real person. The other side wouldn't be that careless. But soon enough, Lu Chen realized he had overestimated the other party. Not only did the general arrive in person, but his intentions were far from pure. He hadn't come to seal the deal, but to seize the complete set of equipment in Lu Chen's possession, including the gravure printing machines, electronic control board, and other components. 3 days later, on a clear night, Lu Chen, Uncle Xian, and the others arrived in the international waters off Hong Kong Island. They waited aboard a luxury ferry for the general to arrive. Zhuang Daxiang made contact with the general, their voices muffled by the howling wind. Scanning the distant sea, they saw no lights on the water, only the distant beacon of a lighthouse. Wait! A lighthouse? Lu Chen suddenly realized something. After a long while, a speedboat finally approached from the distance and docked beside the ferry. A man with a classic American appearance stepped off the speedboat, looking to be around 50 years old. He was accompanied by 7 or 8 fully armed henchmen. As soon as he boarded the ferry, Zhuang Daxiang rushed over to greet him warmly. "Good evening, General." The general gave a slight nod. "Good evening." The moment he spoke, the voice was clearly different. The voice from the previous call with the man from Anan Kingdom, which the police had intercepted and extracted, was clearly different from this one. Exchanging a glance with Uncle Xian, Lu Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the distant lighthouse. He whispered to Uncle Xian, "The lighthouse's light is a bit too bright." With so many people around, Lu Chen dared not take risks, resorting to this method to convey the message. Uncle Xian's brow furrowed slightly. The lighthouse? Why on earth was Lu Chen mentioning the lighthouse? And saying it was too bright? How could it be too bright? Weren't lighthouses always this luminous at night? No. He wouldn't say something so nonsensical unless there was someone at the lighthouse he cared about. Someone. Uncle Xian immediately thought of someone. The general. Only he could make Lu Chen so preoccupied, and the police so preoccupied. Uncle Xian nodded. "I'll have someone see if they can get him to back off a bit." Lu Chen nodded. He understood clearly Uncle Xian had grasped his meaning. "Young master, it's getting windy out here. Let's go inside." Uncle Xian's words. Lu Chen instantly understood. This was the police's retreat signal, but now was not the time. If they retreated now, the distant general would surely detect them, and all their efforts would be wasted. "Are you the painter?" the general asked. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Mr. General, you were observing from afar just now, weren't you? How cautious of you." The general chuckled. "In our line of work, it's best to be cautious." "True. Who wouldn't be cautious in our line of work?" Lu Chen didn't expose the man before him. Instead, he nodded with a smile and led the general toward the interior of the ferry. Chapter 20, Closing the net. Not a single one escapes. The police had already made all necessary preparations on the ferry. Police forces concealed in the darkness had completely surrounded the ferry. Yet now they were creeping toward the distant lighthouse. Lu Chen was right. On the lighthouse, 5 figures stood fully armed, each equipped with a communicator. The slightest sound from them would alert everyone. The middle-aged officer gave a hand signal, and the SWAT team immediately launched their assault. Though the targets were heavily armed and highly alert, the darkness worked against them. Unaware they were under police surveillance, they had no time to react when the officers struck. By the time all of them had been knocked unconscious and apprehended, there was no reaction whatsoever on the ferry. The fake general and the real general communicated via telephone, while the individuals inside the lighthouse used walkie-talkies. Therefore, after Lu Chen and the fake general entered the room and the police successfully secured the lighthouse, law enforcement finally moved to take control of the ferry. Lu Chen and the fake general hadn't even begun discussing the deal. Over 20 speedboats and 4 helicopters had already illuminated the area, completely surrounding the ferry. Uncle Xian burst in, frantically telling Lu Chen, "Young master, the police have spotted us." Lu Chen knew exactly what Uncle Xian was thinking. His expression darkened instantly as he turned to the fake general. "Did you leave a loose end that got caught by the police?" The fake general was about to ask more questions, but Lu Chen beat him to it. Given that the police had arrived so soon after boarding, he couldn't help but suspect that there might be a police mole among the people he'd brought along. "Impossible. The men I brought are all veterans who've been with me for years. There's no way any police dogs could be among them. It must be one of your people who's been infiltrated by the police." "Bull. Hua Nusi and the 4 guys are all veterans. How could they be police informants?" Before Lu Chen could respond, Uncle Xian erupted in a vicious tirade. Not yours, not mine, then who on this ship? In an instant, they seemed to realize something. This ship wasn't just filled with their two factions, there was also Zhuang Daxiang. Where the hell is Zhuang Daxiang? That bastard, where'd he go? The fake general erupted in fury. Forget about him. Let's break out first. Lu Chen shouted. Someone started the ferry, trying to break through. Those with weapons tried to fight back. However, under the overwhelming firepower of the police, these men were nothing but thieves. If they were just ordinary gang members, the police might have shown some restraint. But these were ruthless counterfeiters. Everyone except the ringleader was fair game. Under the relentless police fire, the ferry was swiftly brought under control. One could only see people emerging one after another, hands clasped over their heads, being escorted out by the police. Zhuang Daxiang, Hua Nu, Uncle Xian, and others. One by one, they were brought out by the police. Everyone present, except Zhuang Daxiang, who was the prime suspect, was under suspicion. Yet no one suspected Li Fusheng. Or rather, Lu Chen. It was always the underlings who had informants, who were infiltrated by the police. How could the boss be the traitor? Beyond the arrest operation on this ferry, all other transactions were also successfully apprehended by the police. Although the police expended considerable effort and sacrificed the lives of several officers to achieve this. But they managed to dismantle so many counterfeit currency rings, including the operation led by Zhuang Daxiang that had been entrenched in Hong Kong. It can be said, this was the most successful operation in history. At the police station, the ringleaders were held in solitary confinement, while the lower-ranking members and henchmen were detained together. This was, of course, intentional on the part of the police, aiming to stir up internal strife among them to extract more valuable information. CZ, there's a traitor among us. Bobby, no doubt about it, it's one of their people. As he spoke, his eyes darted toward the general's men. Bull, it couldn't be us. Zhuang Daxiang, is it you? Uncle Xian asked coldly. You hate us for stealing your business, so you've harbored resentment and become the police's lackey. Zhuang Daxiang was at a loss for words now. Just moments ago, he'd been fantasizing about stacks of cash filling his pockets. But the police shattered his dreams instantly. The ferry was surrounded by officers, and he was arrested. You? How could I? With all the cases I'm involved in, getting caught by the cops means certain death. I'd have to be out of my mind to collude with them. It's those guys. Zhuang Daxiang was, of course, referring to the local kingpins in Shangdao. Were any of them actually undercover cops? But now they were all locked up in jail cells, and no one could verify that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen was with the police. Here, Lu Chen encountered Chief He and his team. Why is Uncle Xian still inside? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask Director He upon seeing him. Commissioner He smiled. Of course he's gathering intelligence. Do you believe the general you saw was the real one? The director's seemingly random remark. Lu Chen visibly froze. Huh? But isn't he from the United States? Well, didn't they say he was from Annam? Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Director He's smile grew even more natural. Who told you that? This guy sure knows how to hide. If we hadn't contacted Interpol, we wouldn't have been able to confirm that the person you met was actually him. That doesn't add up. Then how do you explain that voice? The moment Lu Chen finished speaking, it dawned on him, the voice he'd been hearing all along belonged to the fake general, while the one who'd met with him was the real deal. What a game! Back at the production team. At that moment, the first factory Lu Chen and his team had been at had already been located by police officer He Weilan and her team. Everything inside had been thoroughly searched and cleared. For security reasons, policewoman He Weilan decided to live stream the destruction of all remaining electronic boards, printing plates, and counterfeit bills in the factory. After all, if any printing plates were overlooked and found by someone with malicious intent, it could cause immeasurable harm. As for the counterfeit bills already produced, they ensured none remained to enter circulation. After the destruction was complete, a raging fire consumed everything, leaving no trace behind. What a pity! Even knowing they're counterfeit, these are works of art, especially that hand-painted printing plate. But counterfeit money is counterfeit money. If we don't burn it, someone will covet it. Exactly. Leaving them would cause endless trouble. The United States might come knocking, and that would become a diplomatic issue. The audience watched the raging flames, chattering away in discussion. Meanwhile, Director He appeared alongside Lu Chen. He explained to the live stream audience what they had been up to during this period. Of course, what they said certainly wasn't the whole truth. When the live stream audience heard that Lu Chen and his team had been invited to the Central Bank of Hong Kong for a brief meeting, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What? Does this mean they've been officially accepted? Damn, big shots are big shots. Counterfeiting money actually caught the higher-ups' attention? That's insane. Amidst the chatter, all counterfeiting equipment was either confiscated or burned to ashes, marking the official conclusion of Phase 1 of the simulated case. Chapter 21, Lu Chen's rising fame and a brief respite. While infiltrating the counterfeit ring, Lu Chen had adopted the alias the Painter. Though his time undercover was brief, it had caused quite a stir in Hong Kong's underworld. His influence even spread to neighboring regions. That day, Hong Kong police apprehended a small criminal gang. Upon interrogation, they discovered it was actually a counterfeit currency operation. What's more, this counterfeit operation originated from the White Elephant Nation. It was quite an interesting turn of events. The moment the police questioned them, they spilled everything. Name: Uriolo Wilmowinski. Age: 29. Place of origin: Northern Federation of the White Elephant Kingdom. Intent: the police never imagined their purpose for infiltrating Hong Kong was to strike a deal with the Painter. As a small counterfeiting ring from White Elephant Nation, the fake bills produced by Uriolo Wilmowinski weren't even worthy of being called counterfeit. They were literally handmade by the gang themselves. Anyone could spot the fakes. Therefore, their counterfeiting operation had always been stumbling along, unable to make progress. Not to mention, compared to large-scale counterfeiting operations like the Generals, driven by the grand dream of expanding their operations and going global, upon hearing rumors of a new superdollar circulating in Hong Kong, they immediately hatched a plan. They set off for Hong Kong, determined to meet the artist behind it. If they could secure a partnership, they would gain immense influence in the White Elephant Kingdom's underground world. Indeed, it was with this very ambition that they slapped their thighs in excitement and set off from White Elephant Nation for Hong Kong. And it was precisely because of them that the police's original plan had to be altered. That plan was to have Uncle Xian replace Lu Chen as the new Painter. After all, everyone who had seen Lu Chen was now locked up in Hong Kong's prisons. Not a single one of them could escape justice. Therefore, there was no need to worry about exposing Lu Chen's identity. As for the simulated crime show, well, that goes without saying. Despite its massive domestic viewership, it remained confined to China. It would likely take a long time for news of it to spread overseas. And such matters could never be aired during the live broadcast. Wouldn't that be irresponsible towards Lu Chen and the numerous undercover police officers? Use your brain. If it aired on the show, it would be like telling everyone that Lu Chen and Uncle Xian had infiltrated the counterfeit currency ring and helped the police take down numerous counterfeiting gangs. The retaliation that would follow. Even with police surveillance around the clock, nothing could guarantee safety. After all, international counterfeit currency syndicates are made up of desperate criminals. If something goes wrong, not only would the police bear primary responsibility, but it would also demoralize countless undercover officers. I risked my life going undercover, and you went and broadcasted live for everyone to see? Who would be willing to go undercover after that? Didn't you see Lu Chen's explanation back at the production team? They claimed he was invited to the Hong Kong Central Bank. Not a single word about the counterfeit ring. From the police's perspective, having Uncle Xian replace Lu Chen offers several advantages. After all, Uncle Xian has been undercover for years and has established connections. Plus, most of those taken down this time were just foot soldiers. The real masterminds behind the scenes are still out there, so the work must continue. And now, 3 days after these arrests, a counterfeit currency gang, armed to the teeth, successfully abducted Uncle Xian. As for Hua Nu, Cizai, and the others, escape was impossible. What awaited them was the full force of the law. After the flawless conclusion of the first episode, Lu Chen's team secured the undisputed first place. Therefore, they would split the prize money prepared by the production team. Additionally, the police specially allocated a 1 million yuan reward for Lu Chen. The simulated crime show had struck gold. Lu Chen's hand-drawn banknote templates went viral across the entire internet. Short video platforms now feature countless videos about Lu Chen, each racking up massive view counts. It's safe to say, Lu Chen has taken over the internet. As the show and short videos gained traction, numerous advertisers came knocking. But he turned them all down. It's easy to see why. What kind of manufacturers would be behind the advertisers approaching Lu Chen? Things like etching machines, projectors, and the like. Their advertising fees varied widely. Some offered millions, others hundreds of thousands, and some even just tens of thousands. Yet the ad copy they demanded Lu Chen deliver was remarkably similar. With our XXX, you can perfectly replicate US dollars, and so on. Lu Chen naturally refused. After all, winning the championship alone brought a prize of 50 million. Divided among the 5 of them, Lu Chen didn't ask for more than his share, just his own portion, which was still a substantial 10 million. Moreover, Lu Chen didn't want to deceive people either. Such blatantly misleading advertising copy was too reckless. If problems arose because of it, Lu Chen would bear significant responsibility. Moreover, the invitation from the Hong Kong Central Bank wasn't a joke either. Lu Chen had actually received it. He planned to make a timely visit soon to have a proper chat with them. Lu Chen's high school class group chat. It was buzzing with activity right now. Did you guys catch that show Lu Chen was on? Of course we did. Lu Chen's totally blown up now. Yeah, hand-drawn banknotes? That's just insane. Sigh, it's so frustrating comparing ourselves to others. He's handsome, academically gifted, and now he's suddenly famous after one show, this. Heard the grand prize is 50 million yuan, he'll get 10 million. So jealous. 10 million. I watched one episode. The whole thing took about a month. Does that count as a million yuan monthly income? Enough already. If I had that much money, I'd just lie around at home playing games until I passed out, okay? Ha? Pass out? More like you'd pass out from playing with your little buddy. Ha 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 ha. The group chat was lively. Everyone had noticed. Apart from Lu Chen, the main guy. Several others were conspicuously absent. One was Su Chanxian, Lu Chen's fiercest academic rival, known by all as the unattainable beauty. The other was Gao Lao, the notorious second-generation rich kid in the class. Rumor had it his family had connections in certain circles. Some had spotted him frequenting casinos, leading to suspicions they were family-owned. He used to be quite active in the group chat. Lately, no one knows what he's been up to. He hasn't spoken in the group at all. Are you kidding me? Can he even speak anymore? The big casino boss Lu Chen dealt with before? That's Gao Lao's dad. Right now? Big Shot is drinking bitter coffee at the police station. No time to hang out in chat groups. But naturally, no one else knew about this. People were still wondering why Gao Lao, who usually loved hanging out in group chats, wasn't showing up now. Could it be that he's upset because Lu Chen's show went viral? After all, rumors say he likes Su Chanxian. And Su Chanxian was famously unapproachable. No man but Lu Chen could get close to her. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. He's the rival. It made sense he wouldn't show up. He must be grinding his teeth in frustration right now. Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 22, Season 2 begins. Kendaichi's locked room murder. Due to the first season's explosive popularity, the second season of the simulated case show quickly aired. However, this time, the production team made some changes. Perhaps due to it being their first time producing such a program, or perhaps because Lu Chen's counterfeit money nearly caused the production team to lose control, this time they altered the rules. The rewards, the number of members in the crime-solving team, and other aspects remained unchanged. Only one thing has changed. No more major cases could be featured, and the maximum score was capped at 5 points. Cases like serial murders or bank robberies. All such cases were banned. It makes sense. If something like that were to happen again, would the show even survive? One thrill was enough. Bring it on. If they pull off another bank heist, the director would probably faint in the bathroom. The director delivered the opening remarks as usual. Welcome, viewers, to the second episode of Simulated Crime. This episode features some changes to the contestants. The two lowest-ranked teams in the crime scene group have been eliminated, while the detective team remains unchanged. Additionally, for this case, teams may invite a maximum of 7 people and a minimum of 2. Let me stress this, more people doesn't necessarily mean better. More people increase the risk of exposure, but fewer people might not allow for designing a perfect crime either. Ultimately, it's up to the crime teams to freely choose their members. The live stream room at this moment. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. Thanks to the first episode, many viewers have developed a keen interest in the show. Everyone was eager to see what new tricks the crime team would pull off next. This is awesome. The entire Lu Chen team is here. Are they bringing back the original team? Who knows? But with all these restrictions the production team has imposed, I wonder how he'll perform this time. With his IQ and mental fortitude, he's bound to do well. The director delivered a passionate speech up front, while Lu Chen chuckled below. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the unrivaled mission. Unlocked map, Kendaichi's murder in the closed room. Rewards have been distributed. Would you like to use your 3 lottery chances now? The system prompt sounded, and Lu Chen nearly grinned from ear to ear. Use. Ding. Host has used 3 lottery chances. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained memory enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have gained increased stamina. Congratulations, host, you have gained an intelligence boost. 7 draws remain until the grand prize. Lu Chen's expression froze for a split second in utter speechlessness. What the hell does that mean? 10 pulls for a small guaranteed prize, 100 pulls for a big guaranteed prize, right? Fine, fine. Give me that. Lu Chen, what are you laughing at? Just as Lu Chen was speechless, Zhao Zimai beside him couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. Seeing Zhao Zimai staring at him with utter bewilderment, he could only offer an embarrassed smile. Could he possibly tell Zhao Zimai he'd been talking to the system? She probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Nothing. Just something funny popped into my head. Ha! A look of utter bewilderment spread across Zhao Zimai's tiny face. What funny thought had she come up with? Isn't this the opening of the second episode? What's so funny? Scratching her head, Zhao Zimai couldn't make heads or tails of Lu Chen. But her mind wasn't on that right now. Instead, she was thinking about another very important matter. It was time to form teams. Lu Chen, have you decided who you'll team up with? Lu Chen hadn't thought it through. But at this moment, he had. I was just about to ask you, would you do me the honor? The sudden invitation. Zhao Zimai couldn't help but blush. She murmured softly, is that even a question? She almost called Lu Chen a clueless straight guy, deliberately doing this. If she hadn't wanted to team up with Lu Chen, why would she have asked such a question in the first place? At that moment, as Lu Chen selected his teammate, the system prompt sounded once more. Complete the mission. Can Daichi's locked room murder create the perfect crime? Mission reward, 1 locked room murder technique. Mission reward, 3 lottery chances, next map selection opportunity. He wiped his brow lightly on the way back to the hotel. Lu Chen had already selected his victim. But he thought to himself. He wouldn't tell Zhao Zimai just yet. Otherwise, there might be a risk of exposure. Should we discuss the approach for the second phase? The show is about to start. After the teams were formed, Zhao Zimai found Lu Chen and couldn't help asking. Lu Chen smiled. I've already planned the method and location. Just waiting for the show to start. As for the victim, a hint of amusement flashed across Lu Chen's face. They were currently in the hotel, and Lu Chen could see the director's room at the end of the corridor with a single glance. Zhao Zimai followed Lu Chen's gaze. She might not know the locations of the other crew members' rooms. But this last room? He knew it all too well. Isn't that the director's room? Suddenly, Zhao Zimai's eyes widened in disbelief. She tried to speak, but couldn't bring herself to say anything. She simply swallowed silently. 7:30 a.m. The sky hadn't fully brightened yet. The production crew was already bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the crime teams were gradually getting to work. After forming their groups, they began discussing their team's approach to the crime. However, they waited until 8 o'clock, which was when the show was scheduled to begin recording. Our show's director still hadn't shown up. All the cameramen and crew members were stunned. The director who usually arrives early, why hasn't he shown up yet today? Had he overslept? What's going on? Why hasn't the director come down yet? Did he oversleep last night? Go hurry him along. The show's about to start. 2 members of the production crew took the elevator to the director's room, pressed the doorbell, but got no response. They pressed it again, still no answer. Helpless, they had no choice but to start knocking. They also started shouting. Yet, there was still no response. One of the 2 who arrived was a young woman, and she immediately grew quite anxious. The show's director wasn't exactly young, and he was rumored to have high blood pressure. Could he have passed out from exhaustion last night? She quickly relayed the situation to another staff member, who upon hearing it, hurried straight to the hotel front desk. After swiping the card, the door opened a few centimeters before grinding to a halt. It was clear the door had been locked from the inside. Peering through the crack, everyone froze in shock. Holy crap! All they could see was our great director dangling in midair, already dead. But looking closely, they could see that although the director's neck was wrapped in a towel, he was merely standing on a stool, performing the illusion of hanging midair. Beside him lay a note, name, Xiachi, age, 45, blood type, A, cause of death, asphyxiation, soul injury, neck, time of death, within the past hour. Since this was a simulated crime scene without an autopsy, the rules required leaving the victim's details. Holy! How did the director get killed? Damn, this show is something else. Last episode was about counterfeit money, and this one starts with the director gone. Love it, keep it coming. Chapter 23, wait, director, what happened to you? Director, what's going on? A crew member asked. The director could only give a wry smile, helplessly pointing at the word death written on the note. Seeing this, everyone else could only join in with wry smiles. The atmosphere in the livestream instantly heated up. Sure, simulated crimes will inevitably have victims, but usually they find willing audience members or crew to play along, right? Going straight for the director like this? Unbelievable. Exactly. Look at the director's helpless expression. He set the rules himself, so he can't break them. He has no choice but to play along. The crew members were itching to ask the director who was behind it. After all, he's the show's director, who would be so audacious? But seeing how tight-lipped the director was, they knew he wouldn't break the show's rules. Director Xiachi, meanwhile, was both exasperated and amused. He never imagined the perpetrator would choose him as the target. But as the victim, he had witnessed the entire setup. He recognized the ingenuity of the method and found himself curious, would the investigation team be able to crack this case? Everyone out. Don't disturb the scene. The assistant director stepped forward, restoring order to the scene. Back on the first floor. Taking a deep breath, the assistant director addressed the investigation team. Just moments ago, we discovered the director had hanged himself in his room. Peter Yang and He Weilan exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Brother, can I borrow a light? He Weilan wanted to light a fire to perk herself up. This show was far more entertaining than she had imagined. Peter Yang pulled out his Zippo lighter and handed it to He Weilan. After skillfully lighting it, He Weilan waved to Peter Yang and slipped the Zippo into her pocket before heading toward the director's room. Pete Yang visibly froze for a moment. He opened his mouth to speak. But then he saw Director He approaching. He addressed Peter Yang, "She's my daughter." Pete Yang gave an awkward chuckle, ducking his head. He knew getting his Zippo back was probably out of the question. After that, everyone couldn't help but feel curious again. How could the director get killed off so early in the second season? Compared to He Weilan and the others' composure, the rest of the investigation team was buzzing with excitement. Holy crap! Who's this badass? So directors can be murdered too? That's just too bold for words. But isn't this a bit reckless? The show just started, and none of the other crime teams have made their moves yet. That means all 5 investigation teams will now be fixated on this case. Plus, he killed the director, making escape even harder. This isn't last season. Last time, Lu Chen's team was the last to be targeted by the investigators, which made sense. But this time, it just goes to show this season's perpetrators aren't any less daring than last season's. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Amidst the crowd, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai were whispering to each other. No one was paying attention to them right now. With such a major case unfolding at the very start of this season, the show's buzz was naturally skyrocketing. Whoa, murdering the director? I love it. The director probably never saw this coming. Which team did it? Geniuses. I've seen bold moves before, but never this bold. With no other teams having made their move yet, it means every investigative unit will be focused on this case. And since it's the director who died, I reckon this case will be solved pretty quickly. The show must go on. As the investigative teams filed upstairs one after another, everyone's curiosity was piqued. The second season offered different prize money compared to the first. This time, the individual reward was 10 million. In other words, the winning team would each receive 10 million yuan. The runner-up team would receive 3 million. Third place, 1 million. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai exchanged a glance before blending into the crowd. Some members of the investigation team, eager to claim this opening victory, didn't even wait for the elevator and raced up the stairs instead. Soon, they arrived at the director's door and witnessed the scene of death. The investigation team included professional detectives, active duty police officers, and others. They knew beher than to tamper with the crime scene. He Weilan was the first to arrive. While the assistant director was still explaining the situation, she had already made her way to the director's room. Upon arrival, she immediately sought out the staff member who had discovered the scene and asked, "Can you describe the situation at the scene to me?" The production assistant nodded and replied, "After the show started, the director never showed up. The assistant director sent us to call him. When we arrived, there was no response to the doorbell or knocking. Worried something might have happened to the director, we went to the front desk. After swiping the card, we found the door locked from the inside." It wasn't just He Weilan. Every member of the investigation team present furrowed their brows upon hearing the logistics staff member's account. Something was off. This was the 4th floor of the hotel. The director's room was a luxurious single-room suite with a king-size bed. Aside from the window, the only entrance was the main door. They immediately went to inspect the window. They found no signs of climbing. This meant the perpetrator couldn't have entered through the window. They then examined the room itself. The room used a security latch, which was not only extremely sturdy but also somewhat decorative. Upon inspection, they found no damage other than that caused by the security guard forcing the door open. Moreover, they discovered misalignment between the door and its frame, indicating the lock couldn't have been picked with tools like wire or screwdrivers. They contacted the hotel and retrieved the surveillance footage. The footage showed the logistics staff member's account matched the surveillance footage almost exactly. The situation unfolded exactly as the staff member described. After using the key card to open the door, they found it locked from the inside. Even forceful attempts to break it down failed, which is why security ultimately resorted to forcible entry. However, the cameras didn't capture what happened inside the room. Therefore, what happened afterward could only be inferred from the accounts of the logistics staff and others. Subsequently, they began inspecting the hotel and found its layout to be quite simple. There were only 2 exits, the main entrance and an emergency exit that remained permanently closed. They then proceeded to the hotel's top floor. After a thorough inspection, they found no signs of rope bindings. At this point, everyone froze in shock. What was going on? Up to this point, they had employed nearly every investigative method they could think of, yet they hadn't uncovered any valuable clues. This left the investigation team in a temporary stalemate. Just then, Chen Wenbin on the top floor noticed that the intersection surveillance near the hotel could also capture the director's room, instantly giving them a new direction. Chapter 24, the investigation team is shocked a locked room murder. Locked room murder. 1 hour later. After reviewing all nearby surveillance footage, He Weilan frowned deeply and said solemnly, "According to the rules, the task force doesn't necessarily have to do the dirty work themselves. This means it's entirely possible for the director to pull the trigger personally. But think about it. Who would agree to commit suicide? Especially since this is a show. Therefore, the possibility of the director committing suicide is even more improbable. Eliminating all other impossibilities. Naturally, only one possibility remains. Homicide. And a legendary locked room murder at that. Wei-lan turned to her father. Director He, in all your years of investigating cases, have you ever encountered anything like this? Seeing his beloved daughter address him professionally using his title rather than Dad Director, he nodded with deep satisfaction. Of course. While I've encountered so-called locked room murders before, they were later proven otherwise. The killers always left traces. Given the current circumstances, the crime scene was meticulously staged. If we rule out suicide, this case is truly extraordinary. Not everyone understood locked room murders, though. Especially the viewers in the livestream chat. Considering this, Director He explained, some viewers might not understand what a locked room murder is. A locked room murder is a type of impossible crime, the most representative kind. It's a criminal act that appears impossible both superficially and logically. Take this very room, for instance. The only entrance and exit is the door right in front of us, and it's locked from the inside. There's no way to get in, creating a sealed room. So, by basic logic, it's impossible for a crime to have been committed here. The livestream audience heard Director He's explanation at that moment. The livestream audience naturally grew much more animated. So that's how it is. I just joined. Has the crime team been found yet? That can't be right. A locked room murder? Isn't this a reality show? Hard to say. Last episode pulled off something big too. But if this really is a locked room murder, that'd be seriously impressive. After confirming it was indeed a locked room murder, the investigation team was both stunned and exhilarated. They were stunned that the production team truly had such talented individuals. The excitement stemmed from the fact that cracking this case would make them famous. With indescribable emotions, they began examining the room. It was discovered that the towel used to strangle the director belonged to his own room, meaning searching it would yield almost no clues. Next, the area around the director was remarkably clean, barely anything present except a chair, presumably used for hanging. As for the autopsy report, needless to say, it clearly states the cause of death is asphyxiation, with the only injury being the single mark on the neck. However, the only valuable clue was also in the autopsy report. The director's time of death was within the past hour. This piece of information was crucial. Immediately retrieved the surveillance footage to see who had contact with the director within the past hour. After reviewing the footage, they discovered only 2 staff members had visited the director. They were wearing staff uniforms, but their faces were obscured by hats. Judging by their builds, they were average-looking individuals, the kind who would blend into a crowd and be impossible to pick out. However, the hotel's surveillance system lacked night vision capabilities and only captured video without audio. Nevertheless, this was already a crucial lead. Soon enough, the 2 staff members were located. They arrived at the director's room about 10 minutes apart. The surveillance footage showed neither staff member entered the director's room, but both had brief conversations with him. When the first staff member visited the director, the surveillance footage briefly shook, obscuring what exactly transpired. Naturally, this staff member became the focus of suspicion. You see, the rules explicitly stated that the perpetrators didn't have to act alone, they could enlist others to carry out the crime. Therefore, everyone's attention turned to these 2 staff members. Why did you go to the director's room? I went because I needed to ask the director about some work-related issues. When I arrived, he was still snoring. I figured I'd talk to him later, so I went to handle other tasks. His account largely matched the surveillance footage, suggesting he was unlikely to be the perpetrator. The time frame was too short not only to commit the crime but also to stage the scene. A few minutes simply wouldn't suffice. Next was the staff member who had lingered at the door. What about you? Upon hearing the investigation team's question, he replied calmly. Last night, while I was resting, I overheard a conversation among the production crew. I thought it might be significant, so I came to find the director first thing this morning. What conversation? Wei-lan stared at the staff member and asked. The staff member scratched his head with a smile and said, well, I don't think it's very likely either, but I can't rule out the possibility. What possibility? You mean? Well, what if the crime team takes out the entire investigation team? What then? The staff member said with a smile. When Wei-lan and the others heard this remark, they froze for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. No way. The crime-solving team wiped out the entire investigation unit? Do you really think something like that could happen? Wei-lan was utterly speechless. Yeah, that's why the director told me to stop overthinking and just focus on my own work. What? What had seemed like an ordinary matter suddenly ignited excitement throughout the entire investigation team after that staff member's remark. You mean, when you went to the director's room, you actually spoke with him? Yes. I couldn't have mistaken the director's voice. He just seemed a bit rushed at the time, like the show was about to start and he was getting ready. The staff member's words suddenly gave the case a new twist. The live stream audience was also taken aback. This case was never straightforward to begin with. They'd thought the staff member's appearance would simplify things, but instead, it made the case even more baffling. Still, the audience was here for the entertainment. The more complicated the case, the better. After hearing the staff member's explanation, they continued reviewing the surveillance footage, hoping to uncover something valuable. Some members of the investigation team were puzzled. The director was still alive when they left the room. If that's the case, why are we even reviewing the surveillance footage? Wei-lan explained, the surveillance doesn't tell the whole story. It's entirely possible the perpetrators set up a trap in advance, using the camera footage to lull us into a false sense of security. They then employed some method to enter the director's room and carry out the crime. This tactic of exploiting a time gap is a distinct possibility. The others nodded, finally grasping the explanation. Chapter 25, Who committed the crime? Stumped. When solving a case, one must naturally consider every possibility. Continuing to review the footage, they observed that after returning to their rooms, the two staff members showed no unusual activity except for the first one who had entered the director's room briefly leaving the camera's view. Feeling all eyes on him, the staff member hastily explained, I just went to the restroom. Wei-lan immediately objected. Every room has its own bathroom. Why would you use the common restroom instead of the one in your room? The staff member was utterly speechless. Faced with this, he could only tell the truth. There's a smoke detector in the room. I couldn't help it when the craving hit, I had to go outside. Hearing this explanation, Wei-lan looked at the hotel staff. After confirming it, she let it go. But the question remained. It wouldn't have been possible to kill someone and stage a locked room murder in just a few minutes from his room to the director's room. Meanwhile, the other staff member never emerged from their room after returning. This can be confirmed by the surveillance footage. But one thing is certain. This case must have been carried out by one of the teams present at the scene. They couldn't just round up everyone for interrogation regardless of whether that would violate protocol, it's simply not feasible in reality. They began reviewing the surveillance footage. They verified what each team was doing at the time of the incident. They could see Lu Chen's team. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai emerged from their room and headed downstairs to eat breakfast. By the time they finished, it was nearly 8 o'clock. So, this had almost nothing to do with Lu Chen and his team. As for the other crime teams, none of them seemed to have the opportunity to commit the crime either. This left the investigation team even more perplexed for a moment. What's going on? Now, it seemed none of the teams had the opportunity to commit the crime. Something's not right. Something just doesn't feel right. Wei-lan's expression grew increasingly grave. Every crime team had a perfect alibi. This was too strange. This situation simply shouldn't exist. Director what's your take? Director shook his head, his voice tinged with confusion. On the surface, this case might appear to be a suicide. But suicide is impossible. If it's homicide, then this case becomes extremely complex. Not only did they create a locked room murder, but they also manipulated the show's production staff. The live stream audience was now completely engrossed in the case, launching into heated discussions. This case seems incredibly intricate. Yeah, Director and his team must be pulling their hair out. Looks like there's a master at work in the crime team. Check the time, guys. Over an hour has passed, so we can confirm the investigation teams won't be able to score any more points. No way could all 5 investigation teams really fail to crack this case? Ha, if all 5 teams end up losing points, that'd be quite the spectacle. At first, everyone thought that with 5 investigation teams working together, the case would be wrapped up quickly. But unexpectedly, over an hour had passed, and the investigation team still hadn't found a single clue. The perpetrators' methods were incredibly sophisticated. They left absolutely no clues behind. Solving this case seemed increasingly difficult. After all the twists and turns, they found themselves back at square one. This was hard for everyone to accept. They examined the room, leaving no corner untouched. Chen Wenbin was the first to notice something amiss. The desk had been moved. Although the room had been cleaned regularly and appeared spotless, the traces of the table's movement were still quite obvious. Moreover, when Chen Wenbin tested it by hand, the table proved quite heavy. Unless absolutely necessary, the director would never have moved it. This further proved the case was murder, not suicide. Realizing this, Chen Wenbin continued inspecting the room. The air conditioner was running, yet the window was open and the curtains drawn. Something's off. Chen Wenbin frowned. As a renowned detective, he was no mere figurehead. One of the team members, noticing this, casually remarked, maybe the director just forgot to close it. Honestly, I do that sometimes too. It's so hot, I leave the AC on, but because the curtains are drawn, I assume the window is shut. Chen Wenbin merely glanced at the person and said nothing more. Other than that. On the sofa in the room sat an old-fashioned telephone, its call recording stored on something as uncommon nowadays as cassette tapes. Doesn't this seem out of place to you? Such a modern room, yet it contained this one old-fashioned item. Regarding this, the production crew explained, it's the director's personal hobby. Besides this vintage phone, he also has an old-fashioned projector. Following the crew members' gaze, everyone noticed that the movie playing on the screen was actually being projected by that very same old projector. Iwelan nodded but continued, even so, the show is about to start. He doesn't need to watch a classic film right now, does he? As the crew mentioned earlier, he seemed rather anxious, and it's still early in the morning. Chen Wenbin nodded in agreement with Iwelan's words. True, watching a movie this early is unusual. But consider this, perhaps the killer deliberately played the film to mask the sounds of the murder. That may be true, but everyone's thoughts stalled. Seeing the entire investigation team stumped, the audience began to chuckle again. No! Where'd all that excitement go? It's vanished. Could it really be suicide? After all, if it was suicide, it's like someone posed a question, what's 1 plus 1? We know the answer, yet we can't help overthinking it, afraid to say too. Think about it, doesn't that make sense? Exactly. Locked room murders? You hardly ever see them in classic cases worldwide. But that doesn't add up. Where's the motive for suicide? Didn't the investigation team just say suicide is impossible? The scene clearly points to homicide, just a highly sophisticated method that stumped them for now. While many had already lost hope. He kept his head down, searching for clues. He fiddled with the projector and, under everyone's gaze, played the film once more. Yet even after the entire film finished playing, there were still no clues. Just as he had said. The most likely purpose of playing the film was to mask the sounds of the murder. He had also played the old telephone recording multiple times. It contained voice logs of the director's calls with the assistant director and crew over the past few days, revealing nothing unusual. Which team is responsible for this? This is insane. It really is a locked room murder. I can't wait to see the outcome. Chapter 26, What? They're the ones who did it. As time passed, the investigation team still couldn't pinpoint which team was responsible. By the next day, 24 hours after the crime occurred, the investigation team officially announced their collective failure. This left everyone stunned. The investigation team started off with all 5 teams having 3 points deducted, something no one could have anticipated. After all, they were professionals, while the perpetrators were amateurs. Logically, it should have been relatively straightforward as long as there wasn't another superpowered criminal like last time, rendering the investigation team completely helpless. But unexpectedly, right at the start of the second episode, the investigation team stumbled badly. Who the hell goes and murders the director right off the bat? Someone on the investigation team couldn't help but ask. Which team pulled this off? I'm still baffled. Was it suicide or murder? Don't even mention it, I'm just as confused right now. Chen Wenbin was still deep in thought. He felt like he was onto something, but the time was too short, and there were too few valuable clues for him to grasp it fully. Our impatient police beauty, He Weilan, couldn't wait any longer. A full day had passed, and according to protocol, the director was about to reveal the correct answer. This wasn't the first episode. She'd been holding back all this time just to prove a point. With a case like this, finding evidence in a short time without modern tools was tough. From what we have now, this is indeed a locked room murder. We need to know the answer, who the real culprit is. If the loss of clues at the scene was due to issues with the photographer's follow-up footage, I won't accept it. Some members of the investigation team, however, believe it was a suicide. There was no locked room murder, just a staged performance orchestrated by the director himself. The only thing that doesn't add up is the director's motive for suicide. His family was happy, his daughter was growing up healthy, his career was thriving, and the live show he directed was incredibly popular. Why would he kill himself at this moment? It just doesn't add up. Precisely. Some members of the investigation team believe that it was precisely because the situation was unreasonable that they couldn't identify the director's motive. At that moment, the director, having removed the towel from his neck, stepped directly in front of the camera. Both the investigation team and the livestream audience now focused their attention entirely on him. Director Xie Qi touched his neck. Though it was a simulated crime, the towel around his neck still felt uncomfortable. He cleared his throat lightly twice before speaking. First, the investigation teams who guessed I committed suicide are all wrong. I did not kill myself, I was murdered. And I can't offer any far-fetched suicide motive that would convince you. The 2 teams who had believed the director had committed suicide instantly paled. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan narrowed their eyes slightly. Their suspicions had been correct. This was a locked room murder, and the perpetrator's methods were so sophisticated that they couldn't crack the case. Upon hearing the director's words, the livestream audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap, it really was murder. Does this mean it really is a locked room murder? If it had been suicide, the case would have purely exploited the investigation team's assumption that it couldn't be this simple. But now that it's murder, this is seriously impressive. Director, which team committed the crime? He Weilan blurted out the question burning in her mind. She stared intently at the director, desperate to hear the answer first. He Weilan's question drew nearly everyone's gaze toward the director. They too were eager to discover which production team was responsible. Director Xiet Chi didn't keep them in suspense. With a smile, he declared, from start to finish, you never even suspected them. The ones who carried out this locked room murder were none other than Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai. Instantly, the room fell silent for a long moment. Lu Chen wore only a faint smile, while Zhao Zimai's lips curled up in a small, smug grin. After the silence, shock rippled through the room. Impossible. He Weilan was the first to speak. I reviewed the surveillance footage. They were in the camera's field of view the entire time. There was no way they could have committed the crime. The live stream audience was stunned as well. If all 5 investigation teams failed, I could barely accept that. But now you're telling me it was murder, and the real culprits are Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai? I just can't wrap my head around it. Are they superheroes? Or can they split themselves? How else could they have pulled it off? When did they even go into the director's room? This doesn't add up. Did I miss something? No, I don't think so. Is this a live stream? Oh, right. I must have missed something. It has to be that. Everyone was stunned. Is that really Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai? Even director he couldn't help but ask one more question. The director nodded. He glanced at the cameraman who had been following Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai, unable to suppress a smile. He remarked, you didn't know either, did you? This question only deepened everyone's shock. What? Even the cameramen don't know? As the cameramen who had been following them throughout, they might not know every detail, but they certainly knew most of it. They just couldn't reveal key parts in advance to avoid spoiling the suspense too early. But the director's words proved this case hadn't followed standard procedure. The cameraman hadn't followed the director into his room. They had no idea Lu Chen and his crew had murdered him. But Lu Chen and his crew weren't worried. When they killed the director, he had been watching right there. They had no fear of lacking witnesses. The director himself was the best witness. The truth of this case. At this juncture, only Lu Chen, Zhao Zimai, and the director knew the truth. Seeing everyone's disbelief, the director smiled and said, I understand. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe they did it either. But the fact remains, the killers were Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai. Everyone, please don't worry. I'll explain the details of the entire case to you. The other crime teams have also completed their cases. Members of the investigation team, please proceed to solve those cases first. But unexpectedly, the members of the investigation team didn't leave. Instead, they stared at the director, all wanting answers. He Weilan spoke with some urgency, we need to know the truth behind this case. If there's evidence of deliberate tampering with clues, or if the explanation boils down to the cameraman's carelessness or something equally implausible, we won't accept it. Judging by their expressions, it was clear they still didn't believe Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai were the killers. They wouldn't leave without a complete explanation. The director and assistant director conferred briefly. Given the current situation, if the investigation team didn't know the truth, they probably wouldn't be in the mood to solve other cases either. Given that, the other task forces will just have to wait. Chapter 27, The Truth Revealed. It was like this. Before revealing the solution, I must remind everyone, this is a program. The investigation team relies primarily on deduction rather than modern forensic techniques, and they only have 24 hours to solve the case. That's why they couldn't crack it. If this were real police work utilizing modern technology, with time to investigate every clue like hair or fingerprints left at the scene, the case would likely be solved. In the age of modern technology, there's no such thing as a truly perfect crime. Please do not attempt to replicate this. After all, it's a positive energy show, so it makes sense for the director to say that. After he finished speaking, the director turned to Lu Chen. The implication was clear. Should the director personally reveal the details, or should Lu Chen do it? For such a tedious task, Lu Chen naturally chose to let the director handle it. After all, he could still take the spotlight when the moment came. Seeing Lu Chen's faint smile, the director visibly narrowed his eyes, a look that carried a hint of exasperation. Hadn't the director's glance been meant to signal that he wanted Lu Chen to explain it himself? But no. But with everyone's eyes fixed on him, the director cleared his throat. After all, the reveal of the truth was highly anticipated. Without the truth, no one would be convinced. The director first walked over to his old-fashioned telephone, then shot Lu Chen a meaningful glance. Lu Chen stepped forward, pulled out his phone, and a recording began playing immediately. Hello, director. Sorry to bother you. Hello. What's the matter? At this point, no one thought much of it. After all, it was just the most ordinary opening greeting. Moreover, the director's voice was clearly very amiable. Director, are you busy? Should I call back later? Lu Chen's voice sounded again. The director replied, I'm not busy at all. What's on your mind? Just go ahead and say it. Hearing this, some people hadn't processed it yet, but Chen Wenbin and police officer He Weilan exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with endless suspicion. On the surface, these words seemed like nothing out of the ordinary, just a perfectly normal conversation. But when you picked apart the actual content, something felt terribly off. Next, Lu Chen casually inquired about the rules. This very question about the rules only deepened the suspicion in Chen Wenbin and the others' eyes. Because this question was precisely the same one the staff member had mentioned earlier. In that instant, they seemed to grasp something. The staff member had claimed he heard it from a member of the production team, which is why he came to see the director the next day. Yet from Lu Chen and the director's phone recording, it was clear this statement was deliberately misleading. That's why the staff member had gone to the director. And due to the rules of confidentiality, the staff member wouldn't reveal who the person was, and no one suspected anything was amiss. But it was precisely this point that had caused a major problem. After Lu Chen and the others finished their call, the director's final words were clearly audible. All right. You guys go ahead and get to work. Keep it up. At that moment, not only Chen Wenbin and his team, but all the other members of the investigation unit finally caught on. These conversations. It was the conversation between the director and him that the staff had mentioned earlier. Chen Wenbin realized. Our attention was diverted. We kept suspecting something was wrong with this projector. After all, it was so obvious, right in front of us. If we'd only looked a little closer, we would have realized this projector was meant to mask the sounds of murder. But we overlooked one crucial thing. In this room, not just this projector, but also that old-fashioned telephone. They deliberately chose the Lord of the Rings trilogy because the combined runtime of this classic film series is around 9 hours. When we arrived, the third film was already playing. We all instinctively assumed the perpetrator arrived in the morning and started the third film, but that wasn't the case. Right. Chen Wenbin looked at the director and said. The director nodded and continued, I'm sure you've all picked up on the inconsistency by now. Yes. Chen Wenbin nodded. I've been wondering why there was always such a noticeable pause after you finished speaking, director. Now I understand. It's deliberately designed that way, giving the crew enough time to speak. Plus, Lu Chen already ran through it with you the night before, so naturally, you could roughly estimate how long the crew would take to speak. Moreover, Lu Chen deliberately stretched out the timing slightly. This way, it wouldn't arouse suspicion among the crew. If it were too short, the director would start speaking before the crew member finished, which would give it away. But with a bit more length, it was different. It wouldn't seem abrupt. After all, the staff member was facing the director. It made sense for the director to speak a bit slower. But now, explaining all this was pointless. Chen Wenbin looked at Lu Chen, his expression tinged with disbelief. If the counterfeit money case Lu Chen orchestrated in the first episode was astonishing enough, then the locked room murder he pulled off right at the start of the second season proved beyond doubt that Lu Chen was a super genius in deduction. Compared to Chen Wenbin himself, Lu Chen wasn't merely on par, he was clearly far superior. Deep down, Chen Wenbin couldn't help but feel a competitive edge, determined to surpass Lu Chen by a significant margin. So that's how it was. Wei Lan finally grasped the revelation, though shock still lingered. She recalled the awkward exchange between the director and crew, but hadn't delved deeper into it. As for the other members of the investigation team, they were still marveling at the ingenious design of the lock room. The viewers in the livestream chat were finally catching on too. So that's how it was. No wonder Lu Chen could commit the crime while constantly under surveillance. So they committed the crime last night, and by this morning, the director had been dead for quite some time. That's impressive. But this setup has a flaw. If someone had gone looking for the director last night, wouldn't it have blown their cover? The director had clearly anticipated this. He explained, the hotel surveillance doesn't have night vision. After all, the hallways are equipped with motion-activated lights. As long as someone passes by, the lights will turn on. But motion-activated lights only trigger at a certain decibel level. In an instant, everyone understood why the director had emphasized this point. It seemed Lu Chen had also discovered this fact last night, which is why he had seamlessly designed the case around it. Imagine this. In the pitch-black night, perhaps even around 4 or 5 in the morning, the entire hotel was silent. Lu Chen crept out of his room, navigating the darkness to reach the director's room. Using some method, he pried open the door. Then he carried out the murder. What followed is what everyone witnessed. Chapter 28, every detail matters, the simpler, the more ingenious. Chen Wenbin nodded. We now have the alibi and the approximate time of the crime, but there remains one crucial question. Everyone immediately caught on. Right. What about the locked room? After the murder, how did they get out of the room and still lock it from the outside? Killing someone after escaping seems even less plausible. Everyone present, along with the live stream audience, perked up their ears once more. The director was about to reveal the first mystery everyone was focused on. But another mystery remained. How was this locked room even constructed? Regardless of when Li Chen and Zhao Zimai went to commit the murder, if they locked the door from the inside after killing someone, they couldn't have gotten out. And if they got out, they couldn't have killed anyone. Not to mention, they also hung the director. Moreover, the road surveillance outside the window was equipped with night vision capabilities, meaning escape through the window was impossible. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "This method requires using this old-fashioned telephone." The director recalled how Lu Chen had set up the scene back then and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Who would have thought? His hobby become the crucial element in Lu Chen's escape room setup. He watched as Lu Chen pulled out the telephone's tape recorder, then stretched it all the way to the door. Using a special technique, he hooked it onto the security latch. Then, before everyone's eyes, Lu Chen began playing the recording. As the tape rewound, the security tag clicked onto the door. The tape continued rewinding until the recording finished, then retracted completely back into the phone, leaving no trace. This was one of the most classic examples of a locked room technique. We've seen this technique in Detective Conan, in the novels of Kandaichi, and in countless other works of mystery fiction. But in this world, such a technique was utterly novel. Their understanding of locked room techniques lagged far behind that of Blue Star. Chen Wenbin's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He never imagined the method for creating a locked room could be so simple. What he found even more astonishing was that the solution to this locked room mystery was right before his eyes, yet he failed to grasp it. He had listened to this phone recording countless times, yet it wasn't until now that he finally understood. The live stream audience was stunned into silence. Holy crap, that's how it was done? I thought it would be some incredibly complex technique, but it turned out to be so simple, though it really is ingenious. Using just a few simple items to pull off the murder and create the locked room setup? That's incredibly clever. Could this really be the work of 18-year-old teens? Now I finally understand why they chose the director. Who else on the entire production team has these old artifacts but the director? Sure. All I can say is, no wonder they were last season's champions, they're just that strong. Everyone was utterly stunned by Lu Chen's technique. They never imagined the solution would be so simple. This case defied their expectations, leaving them genuinely shaken. A perfect locked room murder. In fact, it could be called an impossible crime. And all the preparations were completed in just a few short hours, leaving absolutely no trace. The only evidence? Is this recording in the telephone? But it was hardly likely to be discovered. Especially after the staff member's testimony, no one would suspect it. The case sparked widespread discussion. Weren't you their surveillance camera? How come you know nothing? Someone couldn't help but ask about the follow-up filming for Lu Chen's team. The cameraman looked utterly innocent. It was so late, we'd all gone to bed. How could we have known they'd murder the director at that exact moment and pull it off so flawlessly? At that moment, Chen Wenbin also raised a point. What about the window? They spent a lot of time investigating this. But in the end, it all came to nothing. Now that the perpetrator was right before his eyes, he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Lu Chen smiled faintly. "This is a smoke bomb," he said. "When we arrived, the window was closed. I opened it. Furthermore, we've been using chairs from the start and never touched the table. Moving the table was merely to complicate your investigation and divert your attention." Smoke bomb. Chen Wenbin suddenly understood, and all that remained was a bitter smile. Lu Chen had thought of everything. In such a short time, he had meticulously planned it all. Lu Chen addressed each remaining detail with precise answers. Everyone realized the production team hadn't deliberately tampered with the clues. From the very beginning, the clues had always been present in this room, merely cleverly concealed by Lu Chen. They noticed nearly every detail. The director's hobby, the phone recording, the staff conversations, the investigative team's methods. It's safe to say that if any single detail had been overlooked, the entire operation would have failed. This crime succeeded precisely because every single detail was meticulously considered. You have to admit, Lu Chen has truly surprised us this time. Looking forward to seeing what brilliant designs he has in store next. After the case was thoroughly reviewed and the truth fully revealed, the director announced, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai are the murderers who completed a homicide. According to the rules, they earned 3 points. But this minor detail didn't hold much interest for the audience. The livestream audience was now fully engrossed in the case, buzzing with discussion. Watching the second episode unfold felt like experiencing a mind-bending suspense film. The revelations were utterly satisfying. At the very end, the director continued, "While this case is certainly thrilling, I must remind everyone that real-life investigations never conclude in just 24 hours. If a murder occurs, the police will pursue it relentlessly, employing every high-tech resource at their disposal. Perfect crimes don't exist in reality. Please don't try to imitate this. I wouldn't want to see anyone rot in prison." The director repeatedly stressed not to imitate or commit crimes. That's the very purpose of this show. But honestly, he was worrying needlessly. While these suspenseful cases are ingeniously crafted, replicating them is impossible. Take all those suspenseful detective dramas we watch, they're impossible to replicate in real life. He Whelan remarked, "This case should be included as a classic example in our police academy curriculum for officers to study." And with that, the director's murder case was finally concluded. but its impact lingers on. Chapter 29, Going Viral and Becoming a Police Academy Case Study. On the Suspense Detective Forum. This case is currently trending at an unprecedented level. Originally, everyone treated it as mere entertainment. As seasoned mystery enthusiasts, they knew the show's promotional materials looked impressive, but to their discerning eyes, it fell far short. But who could have predicted? After watching this director's murder case unfold, their perspectives shifted instantly. A locked room murder? Absolutely. Absolutely brilliant. Is this really just a simulated case for a variety show? If I hadn't seen the outcome, I never would have guessed the method was like this. At first, they dismissed it as a game of money after all. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a huge prize? Proud as they were, they naturally wouldn't watch the outcome before the case. Instead, they started from the beginning. And that was a mistake. Once they did, however, they ran into major problems. They found themselves utterly unable to uncover the answers. In the end, they had no choice but to watch the director and Lu Chen's commentary version to finally understand the case. So that's how it was. I see. Often, the most absurd-sounding cases hinge on the most ingenious twist in a simple step. It's precisely because the method is so straightforward that it goes unnoticed. Is this really a variety show? And the perpetrators were just two teenagers in their late teens? And I see Chief He and our great detective Chen Wenbin are involved too. I never thought they couldn't crack this case either. Even if it's just a simulated crime, it's still a classic case, right? Soon. The director murder case shot to the top of the detective forums. Back at the police station, the stunning policewoman He Weilan handed the case over to the officers at the station. Seeing the expression on He Weilan's face, everyone felt a bit resentful. After all, it was just a simulated case from a variety show. They were all professionally trained officers, solving it in minutes to impress their captain would be a breeze. They clicked on the video, ready to show He Weilan that these officers possessed genuine skills. But soon, the officers realized something was off. At first, they were relaxed, even sipping tea while watching. But before long, the officers lost all interest in their tea, completely absorbed by the case. He Weilan wanted them to crack the case themselves, so naturally, she hadn't included the solution in the video. This left the officers scratching their heads. One by one, their expressions turned grim. As members of the Criminal Investigation Unit, they were the elite of the police force. Yet, unexpectedly, they found themselves stumped. A simple variety show case, yet they couldn't fathom the method. Nor could they identify the killer. They watched it over and over, yet still found no answers. Have you cracked it yet? He Weilan sipped her coffee calmly, smiling down at the officers below. The officers were naturally. There's something fishy about this case. Either the production team deliberately hid clues, or the director colluded with the crime team to put on a show. This can't be a normal crime scene. This is a realistic simulation. All the clues are right here. I can assure you there are no hidden clues, and this isn't a staged show. The officers, of course, didn't believe her. He Weilan didn't beat around the bush. She sent another video to the officers. After watching it, their expressions changed. While they weren't exactly veterans, they'd seen their share of cases. But a crime executed with such sophisticated methods? This was a first. He Weilan was right. The production team had left no clues hidden aside from the director, who knew the full details. No one else was privy to the case's specifics. This case is highly worthy of study. I've decided to include it in our Police Academy training curriculum. Let future Police Academy students hone their analytical skills. Even in this age of high technology, logical investigative abilities must not be neglected. Thus, the director's murder case became an official teaching example at the Police Academy, following He Weilan's proposal. It could be said. This was an unprecedented first. A simulated case from a variety show had become an academic case study for the Police Academy. The news had already spread. The director murder case gained even more attention. People naturally trusted the police force's judgment, so they all wanted to see what this case, now included in Police Academy training materials, was all about. Moreover, the person who stirred up this case. The guy is handsome, the girl is pretty. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, a combination everyone adores. Naturally, this case gained even more attention. Our focus returns to the show. The entire investigative team has moved on to crack cases from other crime units. Now Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai finally had a rare moment of leisure. As seen. Under the cameras, they were leisurely sipping coffee on the hotel's first floor, chatting and laughing, clearly in high spirits. Many viewers had left the main livestream stage and switched over to Lu Chen's channel. Unlike the first season, after the show's explosive popularity, dedicated livestream rooms were now allocated for each crime-solving team and investigation unit. This served as a further means of directing traffic. Everyone was eagerly anticipating. After delivering such a brilliant case, what kind of spectacular cases could Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai possibly come up with next? I wonder what kind of case they'll pull off next. I'm not asking for much. If it's half as good as the director murder case, I'll be satisfied. After tackling such a brain-draining case like the director murder, I think Lu Chen and his team might take a breather. Given the show's rules, they've already secured 3 points. For the remaining cases, they might play it safe with smaller cases to guarantee their score. What are your thoughts on the next case? Zhao Zimai took a sip and couldn't help asking. Nothing yet. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, looking quite relaxed. Your first case design was absolutely brilliant. I'll follow your lead on the next one. With Zhao Zimai's words, everyone understood. Lu Chen was the mastermind behind this project. Holy crap! It's Lu Chen, no doubt. I'd been wondering the guy who pulled off the super dollar scheme couldn't possibly be targeting ordinary people. Turns out I was right. Lu Chen nodded and said to Zhao Zimai, no rush. Let's pick out the victims first. For those who sign up for this show, failing to join the perpetrator team naturally led them to sign up as victims instead. For them, there was no downside. In fact, their outstanding performances might even earn them significant attention, potentially catapulting them to fame overnight. They could become internet celebrities or even break into the entertainment industry. Lu Chen picked up his phone, navigated to the show's official website, and began sifting through the list of victims. Chapter 30, Holy crap, is this crime going to be that brazen? These applicants provided basic information like name, age, contact details, occupation, and residence. Some even submitted photos of their living environment. This was precisely the production team's intention. However, Lu Chen and his team chose an unconventional first case director, someone no one had anticipated. Soon, Lu Chen had selected his victim. He also selected the crime scene. A villa on the outskirts of the city served as one of the production team's prepared crime scenes, which had yet to be used. They boarded the vehicle provided by the production team. Lu Chen and his team set off for the suburban villa. Upon arrival, they immediately recognized it as a perfect crime scene. No wonder the production team had chosen this location. The villa's location was sparsely populated, with hardly anyone around. The masks and hats they had prepared were unnecessary. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, what we need to do now is lure the victim here. Zhao Zimai's expression froze when she saw what Lu Chen handed her. This? Lu Chen chuckled. It is a show, after all. Since I couldn't find anything suitable quickly, I just grabbed some promotional flyers from the hotel and modified them. It was clear that Lu Chen had altered the hotel brochure into a villa flyer, then slashed the price to an absurdly low rate. Clearly, the sole purpose: to draw people in. That's why Lu Chen said the flyers couldn't be found in a short time. So what's next? Lu Chen smiled faintly. What do you think? He held up the prop in his hand. The live stream audience burst into laughter. Wait, don't go too far. If I'm not mistaken, that's a prop stun gun, right? Yep. Is he planning to lure people over and give them shock therapy? I'd love to see what he's up to next. Zhao Zimai's eyes lit up. She instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Judging by his expression, this case was definitely no small matter. Kidnapping? Or extortion? Viewers in the livestream began debating the nature of the crime. Wait, what happened to playing it safe? I feel like Lu Chen's getting a bit too cocky. This approach is way too risky, it'll blow our cover. Hey! Don't get too cocky, okay? After tidying up the villa, Lu Chen and his crew began searching for victims. The first person drawn in was a travel-loving backpacker. Seeing such a huge discount, he naturally had to come take a look. Then, as he stood peering at the villa entrance, Zhao Zimai appeared from behind him. The man tried to resist. But when he spotted the prop labeled stun baton, he immediately understood. After all, this was a simulated crime. Real stun guns couldn't be used. The damage it could inflict on a person was immense. The live stream audience witnessed this scene and instantly erupted. No way! Knocked out like that? Isn't that a bit too crude and violent? Hey! At least treat the investigation team like human beings. Sure, there's no surveillance here, but this is ridiculous. Compared to the first case, this one's child's play. As Zhao Zimai pressed the prop stun baton against the man, the staff appeared. Smiling, he addressed the man, you signed up for the victim list, right? Now you've been hit by the stun baton and are unconscious. Can you cooperate? If you're unwilling, we won't force you. Spotting the camera nearby, the man's expression shifted. He gave a resigned smile before saying, if this weren't for the show, I'd have thrown that little girl so hard she'd be a mess. Next time, pay closer attention to my hobbies. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Lu Chen was utterly speechless. Thank goodness. Upon seeing the camera, he stopped resisting. The staff, however, seized the moment to promote positivity, addressing the live stream audience. Viewers, don't just believe everything you see on flyers. If you encounter bad people, you'll be in trouble. Then, turning to the man, he instructed, you were knocked unconscious. Please lie down. Remember the facts, you were gagged and fell without seeing us. From now on, try to imagine yourself as the victim and act accordingly. The man cooperated readily and lay down immediately. The production team fitted him with a hood, earplugs, and other tools, sealing off his 5 senses, before escorting him into the villa. Seeing this, viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but start discussing. Seriously, this is outrageous. Yeah. But judging by their demeanor, they seem pretty confident. Judging by their methods, this must be a kidnapping case, right? But somehow, I feel like this case isn't over yet. I'm a bit confused. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Could it be that they were overestimated in the first case and this is their true level? After bringing the man into the villa, the photographers didn't follow inside. Everyone understood this was to maintain suspense, preventing the case from being exposed too early. 2 hours passed. Lu Chen and his team finally emerged from the villa. Only after returning to the hotel. Only then did they announce they had completed the second case. The live stream audience was baffled. Why did they wait until returning to the hotel to announce the case's resolution? So, what kind of case were they working on? Wasn't it a kidnapping case? I'm starting to get confused. Solving a kidnapping case within an hour, how many points did they lose? The staff were puzzled too. From what they could tell so far, Lu Chen and his team's methods were far too simple. Simple to the point of brutality. So crude it bordered on inhuman. But they only cared about the process, not the case itself. Since Lu Chen's team claimed to have completed the second case, it was naturally reported up the chain. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the two investigative teams that had just cracked the cases returned to the hotel. These two teams were no ordinary units, one led by Qin Wenbin, and the other by our very own He Weilan. They were unaware that this case belonged to Lu Chen's team. During their break, they only learned that the task force had solved another case. The information they currently possessed indicated this case involved a disappearance. The person who reported it was a middle-aged woman. They didn't think much of it. Missing persons cases were generally considered relatively straightforward to handle. Besides, they had just finished handling another team's case and their lost confidence had been restored. They were full of energy. To beat the competition, He Weilan barely sat down before taking a sip of water and immediately leading her team out. Chen Wenbin, however, wasn't in such a hurry. He spotted Lu Chen inside the hotel. Before leaving, he deliberately checked the time. After chatting with Lu Chen for a while, he then leisurely led his team toward the suburban villa. Chapter 31, The Curious Case of the Locked Room Rescue? Just as the audience assumed Qin Wenbin and He Weilan's teams would head straight for the villa, both groups first arrived at the home of the person who reported the incident. What met their eyes was a middle-aged woman. Seeing Qin Wenbin and He Weilan arrive, her expression visibly stirred with emotion. She knew she was on TV, and that her husband was safe and out of danger. Good afternoon, ma'am. You mentioned your husband left after receiving a flyer. Could you show us the location indicated on it? He Weilan inquired as soon as she arrived. The middle-aged woman nodded. Of course I can. Guided by the woman, He Weilan arrived at the location of the flyer. To the viewer's surprise, however, it wasn't a villa. Instead, it was an apartment building within the same residential complex as the villa. The apartment building had its own dedicated management staff, separate from the villa area. Upon arrival, He Weilan immediately sought out the apartment manager. After inquiring, she learned nothing about the middle-aged man's whereabouts. Instead, from the apartment manager and an elderly resident on the first floor, she discovered details of another case. Apartment 503. Upon entering the room, He Weilan's pupils dilated significantly. The resident, an elderly man in his 50s, immediately approached her upon seeing her and began recounting his situation. The story began earlier that morning. The elderly man was alone in his room, leisurely watching television. Suddenly, he suffered a heart attack. Just as he thought his time had come, someone appeared out of nowhere. Not only did they administer emergency first aid, but they also called for medical assistance. The man was determined to find this person and express his gratitude. Upon seeing the apartment manager arrive, he was overjoyed. He said to He Weilan, speaking of which, it was Xiao Shan who helped me replace my TV this morning, swapping out the old model for this new one. And Xiao Shan is such a kind soul. He's always helping the elderly in our apartment building, changing light bulbs, moving furniture. He's always there when we need him. Here. He Weilan realized for the first time that this apartment building was actually a senior living facility. The manager, Xiao Shan, was a kind-hearted caretaker. Though this seemed unrelated to the middle-aged man's disappearance, He Weilan was a police officer after all. Faced with such a situation, she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She began interviewing the neighbors. Several elderly women mentioned strange occurrences that day. It seemed an anonymous benefactor had appeared, cleaning apartments while the elderly residents were away. While He Weilan was investigating, the security reinforcement team Xiao Shan had arranged also arrived. He Weilan then headed back as well. After inspection by professionals, they discovered that the screws on the auxiliary lockbox in room 503 were slightly loose, and there were scratches on the lock tongue. He Weilan couldn't immediately make sense of what this meant. Later, Chen Wenbin observed the scene and remarked, whoever entered the room must have removed the auxiliary lockbox, stuck it back onto the door with double-sided tape, and then used a tool to pry open the main lock on the door. Since the auxiliary lock's latchbox is glued to the door, it can be pulled off with minimal force. Afterward, all it takes is a screwdriver to reattach the latchbox. Chen Wenbin continued, when I arrived, I asked the apartment manager. He mentioned there had been burglaries in the area recently, which is why they wanted to enhance security surveillance. The incident where the old man in 503 rescued someone from the locked room, along with the recent mysterious cleaning of locked rooms, are likely connected to these burglaries. The reason this thief keeps cleaning the rooms is likely to erase evidence of their crimes. The only thing I can think of at the moment is fingerprints. After a burglary, police will inevitably collect fingerprints at the scene. The suspect, fearing exposure, keeps sneaking back in to clean. Mr. 503 was saved because the suspect found him unconscious upon entering, administered first aid, and called emergency services. As for the identity of this thief, it's quite easy to deduce. The longer the delay in replacing the auxiliary lockbox, the greater the risk of exposure. Therefore, acting on the day of the crime was optimal. Thus, Xiao Shan, who came to the old man's room this morning to help replace the TV, is the thief. He Weilon and the others were stunned. The audience was utterly captivated by Chen Wenbin's deductive reasoning. Impressive. Truly the youngest and most renowned detective in China to deduce the thief from such a minor detail as the auxiliary lockbox is simply incredible. But soon everyone realized. Wait a minute. This wasn't the case Lu Chen's team was investigating. Although Chen Wenbin's deductive skills were outstanding and he had successfully solved the locked room rescue case, hadn't their original purpose for coming here been to find the missing middle-aged man? However, what surprised everyone even more was apartment manager Xiao Shan heard Chen Wenbin's reasoning. He actually laughed. He sighed, it was just as he said. When those words came out, the entire atmosphere of the scene suddenly felt off. Here it comes. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. So it's a case within a case. The real showstopper is right here. Apartment manager Xiao Shan continued, you're right. I do work as an apartment manager while also moonlighting as a thief. Chen Wenbin had, of course, heard the first part of the statement. He knew Koyama was now reciting a script he'd prepared in advance. He nodded and pressed on, if that's the case, why did you insist on wiping away the fingerprints? I don't think you're afraid of getting caught for the thefts, are you? That's correct. I'm currently wanted by the police as a murder suspect. Xiao Shan stated bluntly. The moment those words left his mouth, He Weilon and Chen Wenbin exchanged glances. Here it comes. This was the real case. Xiao Shan began to recount the story. Why he was currently wanted by the police. Let's rewind to this morning. Seeing no one around, Xiao Shan intended to sneak into the villa to steal something. Instead, he discovered the villa owner's body lying on the floor. Naturally wanting to save the person, Xiao Shan immediately took off his gloves and checked the villa owner's pulse. He also picked up a golf club nearby. Then, realizing he'd left fingerprints, Xiao Shan quickly wiped the fingerprints off the golf club with his gloves. After all, this golf club was the murder weapon. However, in his panic, Xiao Shan forgot to wipe away the fingerprints he had left on the president's neck. Xiao Shan assumed the police must have issued a warrant for his arrest as a suspect. That was until he met He Weilon and Chen Wenbin. After witnessing Chen Wenbin's formidable deductive skills, he hoped Chen Wenbin could help clear his name. Chapter 32: The locked room rescue case leads to a locked room murder case. Chen Wenbin and He Weilon knew the upcoming villa murder case was the crucial key to the entire puzzle. After locating the villa's caretaker and obtaining the keys, Chen Wenbin and He Weilon successfully entered the villa. The moment they stepped inside, they saw a man lying in the middle of the room, already collapsed in a pool of blood. Beside the body lay a blood-stained golf club. A death report lay beside the body. Name: XXX, age XX. Time of death: this morning. Weapon: golf club. However, just as Xiao Shan had mentioned, no fingerprints were found on the golf club, likely because he had cleaned it. Though they couldn't fathom why fingerprints would appear in this case, Chen Wenbin and He Weilon dutifully began examining the scene. After preliminary investigation, they discovered this was a sudden homicide that had escalated from a burglary. The window on the inner side of the villa had been pried open. The killer likely entered and exited through this point. The villa's windows were fitted with stainless steel grills and crescent locks. On the second floor, a small window featured a spring-loaded locking mechanism. While it could be secured from the outside, it was impossible to open from the inside. Therefore, Chen Wenbin asserted that the killer could only have exited through the front door and absolutely could not have escaped from anywhere else. Typically, placing irregularly shaped dry ice on the door lock and using its weight to turn the knob could lock the door from the outside. However, the villa's rotary lock was unique, requiring pressure on both sides of the key to turn. Therefore, the dry ice method was ineffective. Immediately, a team member raised another possibility. That is, while the villa owner is away, replace the door lock with one of the same model, then sneak into the villa to swap out the access card and keys. This would allow easy entry and exit. Upon hearing this team member's suggestion, Chen Wenbin visibly froze. Wasn't this the very method he had deduced earlier when analyzing the elderly apartment building where Sha Shan lived? Rubbing his brow lightly, Chen Wenbin replied, "That's impossible. The villa manager also has keys. If the killer had changed the locks, we wouldn't have been able to enter the villa earlier. Think about it, if they changed the locks, wouldn't they have to replace the keys the manager holds too? That's the only way to avoid exposure." Upon hearing this, the team member nodded quickly. "Right. So does that mean the villa manager is an accomplice?" When we arrived earlier, we clearly saw the villa keys locked in a drawer. They'd only be used in emergencies, so there's no chance they could have been swapped under normal circumstances." After a moment's thought, Chen Wenbin continued, "Unless someone swapped it when the body was discovered." Hearing Chen Wenbin's words, continued to follow his own train of thought. "So that means, I think I've figured something out. There's only one person who could have done this, the villa complex manager." Chen Wenbin was utterly speechless. He immediately dismissed the idea. "That's impossible. We can review the villa complex manager's movements. Surveillance footage clearly shows his entire schedule for today. The only time he wasn't on camera was around noon. But it was only about 10 minutes then he reappeared." The villa complex administrator explained, "I went to eat." "I know that." Chen Wenbin nodded. "This neighborhood is relatively remote, so you all go to the fried rice stall by the back gate for meals. I already confirmed this earlier." Chen Wenbin pulled out his phone. He checked the time. It was around 7 o'clock in the evening. The villa owner's time of death was between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. The deceased man was the husband of the middle-aged woman who had earlier reported the incident to the program crew. In this case, he had assumed a new identity. The villa owner. Clearly, Lu Chen's initial deception with the flyers was merely the first step of his plan. What everyone sees now was merely the second phase of Lu Chen's scheme. The audience had witnessed the earlier events. Now, seeing the man lying in a pool of blood, immediately began murmuring among themselves. "Wait, how did this happen? Yeah, how did he suddenly become the villa owner? And what's the deal with this apartment manager? Exactly. Did I miss something? No, I've been watching the live stream the whole time. Can someone explain what just happened?" The viewers in the live stream were all baffled. They'd been watching the entire time, yet now they couldn't make sense of it. Could it be that during those few hours we missed, some earth-shattering twist happened? At that moment, the middle-aged woman spoke up. Her husband has proposed canceling the donation these past few days. "What do you mean, cancel the donation?" Chen Wenbin and He Weilan both startled. They turned to look at the woman. Clearly, the middle-aged woman intended to wait until a specific point in time until Chen Wenbin and his team had made significant progress in solving the case before providing further information. This indicated the perpetrators had meticulously planned everything. The current progress had been anticipated long ago. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan frowned. This was not good news. Since the current situation had been fully anticipated, it meant that everything they were about to hear, including the investigations they were to conduct, had all been meticulously prepared in advance by the perpetrators. Who knows? They might be walking straight into a trap set by the perpetrators. The middle-aged woman explained. It turned out, her husband had collected quite a few antique paintings and recently decided to donate them to an art museum. But for some reason, just a few days ago, her husband decided to cancel the donation. Faced with such news, Chen Wenbin and He Weilan naturally wouldn't let it go. They left the villa and headed to the art gallery mentioned by the middle-aged woman. Upon arriving at the gallery, they met with the director and informed him of the villa owner's intention to terminate the donation. However, the museum director insisted on proceeding with the normal donation, citing that preparations for the exhibition were already complete. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan immediately began investigating the director's alibi. The museum staff explained that they lived on site, with dedicated staff quarters, and the director had a private room for rest behind his office. Around 6:30 this morning, the director requested that the library doors be opened and left. He returned at 11:30 a.m. The villa owner's time of death fell precisely between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. The curator had ample opportunity to commit the crime. However, Chen Wenbin and He Weilan didn't press further questions. Instead, they wanted to tour the art museum. The main exhibition hall was sealed off in preparation for an upcoming show. The upcoming exhibition was titled Illusions and Perspective. Chapter 33, Could Lu Chen be behind this again? But where's the evidence? Chen Wenbin and He Weilan met the artist behind this themed exhibition, Xiao Yi. During their conversation, Xiao Yi learned about the villa's owner. However, Chen Wenbin noticed that whenever the topic turned to the museum director, Xiao Yi clammed up. This immediately raised a hint of suspicion in both Chen Wenbin and He Weilan. At the exhibition entrance, Chen Wenbin recognized the white, plump figure as the character Shorty from Mother Goose Rhymes. Xiao Yi explained that this was a maze. The white fat man would move left or right based on the answers given to indicate the exit. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan stepped inside. The maze's theme was Alice in Mirrorland. Holograms projected onto the walls, while mirrors and glass panels were covered with colorful films. The floor was originally intended to be mirrored as well, but considering the potential inconvenience for female visitors, some of whom might wear skirts, it was changed to black flooring instead. Chen Wenbin noticed. On one projection screen within the maze, a figure was spinning continuously. Chen Wenbin examined the screen, beneath which read, "The illusion of the figure." He paused, while Xiaoyi asked, "Which direction do you see the figure rotating?" One team member pondered for a moment before stating based on their perception, "Towards the right, I believe." Xiaoyi smiled upon hearing this and explained, "Actually, to some people, this figure appears to be rotating to the left. If you look at it with your subconscious mind, you can perceive the direction changing." Chen Wenbin and He Weilan heard Xiaoyi's words. Instinctively looked again. Sure enough, the figure that had been spinning to the right had indeed shifted to spinning to the left. This left both of them utterly astonished. After visiting the art museum, both teams returned to the hotel. They began discussing the case. "What do you think?" Chen Wenbin asked. For a renowned detective like Chen Wenbin to ask her directly, He Weilan was somewhat surprised. When she first saw the case, she hadn't even considered a solution. Yet Chen Wenbin had quickly identified Xiao Shan as the suspect in the locked room rescue case. Then, he moved on to the next case. The villa murder case. From the current evidence, this case strongly suggested a locked room murder. All the evidence pointed to this conclusion. The villa's design, originally intended for security, has now become the crucial element in creating a locked room murder. The killer could only have left through the front gate. Yet when they arrived at the villa, the main gate was locked tight. We've established that the villa's front door key is unique, making it impossible to close using methods like dry ice. Therefore, this creates a paradox. How did the killer create this locked room? Chen Wenbin narrowed his eyes. A certain person came to mind inexplicably. The person he had encountered at the hotel before coming to investigate this case. Lu Chen. At that time, he and Zhao Zimai, a member of the same team, had been leisurely sipping coffee and chatting in the hotel, seemingly prepared for everything. Then he thought about the case that had been announced. Chen Wenbin had no choice but to pin this case on Lu Chen. The reason? Simple. Just yesterday, Lu Chen had solved the director murder case, also a locked room murder. And he'd used an extremely simple method. And now, a villa murder. A locked room rescue. All of this is connected to the locked room. Chen Wenbin couldn't help but ponder. He Weilan noticed Chen Wenbin's furrowed brow. Though he'd been the one to ask, now he was lost in thought. She smiled and said, "I suspect it's a locked room murder. And I already have a suspect in mind." But, He Weilan's smile turned bitter. Chen Wenbin knew exactly what she was about to say without her finishing. Yes. The key is evidence. So far in this case, there's been absolutely no evidence linking Lu Chen to it. The only thing they know is the information on the flyer. But that flyer was merely a decoy used by the perpetrators to lure them into investigating the real case. They did look into it, but the flyer turned out to be promotional material for the very hotel they're staying at now, yielding absolutely no useful information. Moreover, they've conducted interviews. No eyewitnesses reported seeing Lu Chen in the suburbs or meeting with the victimized middle-aged man. The crucial question is, can we crack this case within 24 hours? Chen Wenbin sighed, unable to hold back the question. He Weilan shook her head. She didn't know the answer to that question either. The audience saw how low their morale had sunk and burst into laughter. Oh dear, I bet they saw the locked room and immediately suspected Lu Chen. Scared it might turn out like last time, so they're too afraid to investigate. You know, that could totally be it. If it weren't for Chen Wenbin, I wouldn't have even understood the escape room rescue, let alone this villa murder mystery. Yeah. And what's the deal with that art gallery anyway? Does that even connect to the villa murder case? Who knows? The audience buzzed with speculation. As Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai observed Chen Wenbin and the others, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Zhao Zimai, meanwhile, wore an unspoken confidence. She said to Lu Chen, "They'll never figure it out. They'll never guess our final plan." Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chen Wenbin and the others. 6 hours had now passed. They must be heading to investigate the villa case now. By tomorrow morning, they'd be in for another surprise. Yes. By tomorrow morning, they'll know what our real plan is. But the show's rules are surprisingly flexible. If another case happens tomorrow morning, the timer resets from tomorrow morning. That means they have 2 days to solve it. Do you think they'll crack it? Hearing Lu Chen's tone, Zhao Zimai couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Not really. It's just that the production team won't allow everything to happen in one day, so I'm feeling a bit nostalgic. After a quick meal, Chen Wenbin and He Weilan set off again. They headed toward the suburban villa, determined to uncover the cause of the owner's death. In their view, this was the case the perpetrators had left behind. The locked room rescue was merely their opening act. And regarding this locked room murder, Chen Wenbin's gut told him it had to be Lu Chen's doing. If not, he couldn't imagine how many formidable individuals within this production team remained unknown to him or whether his status as the renowned detective could be maintained. The live stream audience witnessed this scene. Their curiosity was completely piqued. They all wanted to know what exactly Lu Chen had planned. And why he absolutely had to wait until tomorrow to reveal it. Damn it! You know how to grab attention, production team. Just tell me what happened already. Seriously. Chapter 34, the curator is dead too, and there's a locked room murder. The night passed without incident. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan found absolutely no useful information. The villa was too clean. Not a single piece of evidence remained. They slept fitfully and arrived at the art gallery early the next morning to find the curator. They hoped to obtain some useful information from him. After all, based on the characters who had appeared so far, the museum director was a major suspect. They just lacked any concrete evidence. But when they arrived at the museum, they discovered the curator had been found dead in his own room. A suicide note remained on the computer. It stated that the villa owner had sought to revoke his donation. When the curator approached him to discuss it, he was refused. In a fit of rage, the curator killed the villa owner. Fearing the incident would be exposed and tarnish the museum's reputation, the curator then took his own life as an act of atonement. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan reviewed the surveillance footage. They discovered that from the moment the curator entered his room until the body was found, no one else had entered the curator's room. They then examined the curator's death report. They discovered the curator died by hanging himself. That's right. The death report stated the curator died by hanging himself. Chen Wenbin couldn't help but glance at the curator's corpse. The body was acting strangely now, perhaps itching somewhere as it reached out and scratched itself. After all, this was a simulated crime, and all the victims were willing participants. So such a glaring blunder was hardly surprising. Hey! How come the dead man is still scratching himself? That's going too far. Can't you see Chen Wenbin and He Weilan's faces turning dark over there? Ha, where did they find this curator? He's got a sense of humor. What surprised Chen Wenbin and He Weilan most was the suicide listed on the death report. But suicide was impossible in this case. Chen Wenbin quickly pointed out the illogical parts in the curator's suicide note. It claimed the curator killed in a fit of rage, yet their thorough investigation of the villa murder revealed every clue pointed to a premeditated crime. But wait, didn't they say the curator committed suicide? So doesn't that make perfect sense? What's the problem? Immediately, a team member countered Chen Wenbin. The live stream audience echoed the sentiment. Is there anything unreasonable about the suicide note? Can a death report be faked? Didn't they say it was suicide? Chen Wenbin shook his head and explained, the most unreasonable part is the murder weapon, the golf club. He Weilan immediately raised a question. But didn't they say no fingerprints were found on the golf club? Chen Wenbin smiled. That's true. But don't forget one crucial detail. In the locked room rescue case, Xiao Shan admitted he'd originally planned to break into the villa for theft. After discovering the owner's body, he picked up the murder weapon and checked the victim's breathing. Then he wiped the fingerprints off the golf club. So what? He Weilan was puzzled. Chen Wenbin stared at the curator's body, his thoughts drifting back to the golf club left at the scene. He recalled an investigative report from the previous night. Captain He Weilan, do you recall a piece of information from our investigation last night? What? He Weilan was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. During our investigation last night, we received a piece of information. The villa complex's caretaker actually lives within the complex himself. The reason he became the caretaker was because he was bored out of his mind. And just a few days prior, he had gone to the golf club to play golf. I remember this. Captain He Weilan, think carefully, why would someone leave such a message for us? According to the show's rules, this cannot be omitted. It means he's extremely important. I hadn't understood why this message existed either, until the curator was murdered, then it clicked. Chen Wenbin brought over the murder weapon, the golf club. Visible to the eye. At the joint where the grip meets the shaft, there were extremely fine yet discernible cut marks. So, Chen Wenbin immediately summoned the villa complex manager and began questioning him. When you went golfing before, did you happen to see this person? He was referring to was, of course, the now deceased curator. The villa complex manager glanced at the deceased curator and nodded. A few days ago, when I went to the golf club, I ran into him. I even helped him carry his clubs. Chen Wenbin nodded. Exactly. This is irrefutable proof the curator didn't commit suicide. Long before this, the curator had already planned the murder. After encountering the villa complex manager, he deliberately asked him to help carry the golf club, then carefully preserved the manager's fingerprints on it. After committing the murder, he replaced the handle bearing the manager's fingerprints onto the murder weapon. That's why the joint where the clubs are connected shows signs of cutting. This is also irrefutable proof of the curator's premeditated murder. The curator had intended to shift suspicion for the murder onto the villa complex manager, but he hadn't anticipated the unexpected appearance of Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan had infiltrated the villa to commit theft, but accidentally wiped the fingerprints off the golf club, disrupting the curator's plan. Only now did everyone finally understand. Everyone finally understood why Chen Wenbin insisted the curator couldn't have committed suicide. Holy crap, that's genius. Turns out the clues the production team gave us were super useful after all. I was wondering what good info like the villa complex manager plays golf could be it was meant for this. No, wait. This must be a clue left by the perpetrators. I think it must have been a message they needed to leave behind. Come to think of it, if this clue wasn't there, wouldn't it prove the curator committed suicide out of guilt? Then the case would hit a dead end, right? I see. So this message is incredibly important after all. Although he now knew the curator hadn't committed suicide. An even stranger matter began to trouble Chen Wenbin. The curator's death. What exactly happened? From what we can see now, this was yet another locked room murder. The director's time of death was between midnight and 12:30 a.m. At that time, the only people in the museum besides the director were Xiao Yi, who was organizing the art exhibition, and his two assistants. Access to the curator's room was possible only through two routes, the entrance hall and the exhibition hall. The exhibition hall contained two surveillance cameras, one positioned at the maze's entrance. Designed to monitor wall-mounted exhibits, the cameras left a blind spot covering the lower 50 centimeters of the walls. But the maze entrance was blocked by the short, fat man's protruding face, impossible to get through. This left Chen Wenbin and his team were once again plunged into confusion. Escape one locked room only to face another, then yet another. A triple-layered Russian doll of locked rooms. This case proved infinitely more difficult than they could have imagined. Chapter 35, Locked Room Within a Locked Room, the Triple Locked Room Murder Case. Damn it, another locked room murder. Counting the previous two, that makes 3 locked rooms now. Lu Chen is amazing at triple locked room. Chen Wenbin and his crew must be pulling their hair out. The second locked room hasn't even been solved yet, and now there's a third one. Can they crack it? No way. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan steeled themselves and began searching the art gallery for clues. But chamber within chamber, chamber after chamber. It was just too difficult. So far, they knew the curator was most likely murdered, but the method? Chen Wenbin didn't know. And how had this locked room been constructed? There were surveillance cameras. There was a camera at each entrance and exit of the maze. To enter the curator's room from the maze, one had to pass through the exit. The maze's partition walls were transparent glass near the cameras, and the interior was covered in mirrors. Anyone exiting the maze would inevitably be detected. This meant it was impossible to enter the curator's room from here without triggering the surveillance. At the maze entrance, as mentioned earlier, a short, stout man stands guard here. To enter from this point, one must move the short, stout man about a meter to the left or right. However, moving the man would inevitably expose his upper body to the surveillance cameras, another major obstacle. Reviewing the surveillance footage reveals. During the period when the curator died, the surveillance showed no one entering the curator's room. However, at 7:34 p.m., the main exhibition hall's power suddenly tripped, causing the surveillance to cut out for 2 minutes. Additionally, the surveillance footage shows artist Xiao Yi closing the curtains in the maze, and the short, stocky man's face disappearing from the monitor twice. Specifically at 11:28 p.m. and 12:16 a.m. These exact times coincided precisely with the curator's time of death. However, there was no indication that Xiao Yi had left the corridor to go to the curator's room during either of these times. The first time, Xiao Yi closed the curtains near the short, stocky man. After a while, he carried items back to the maze from the exit, opened the curtains, and exited through the entrance. Although the curtain was drawn during this interval, the monitor captured the entrance door panel, making it impossible to move the short, stocky man's face. Xiao Yi then proceeded along the outer corridor of the maze to the exit, continuing his work in the surveillance blind spot for no more than 15 seconds. The second time, he repeated the first procedure. He drew the curtain at the entrance, then exited through the entrance. He proceeded along the outer corridor of the maze to the exit. She again entered the blind spot for her work. Again, it took no more than 15 seconds. 15 seconds was simply not enough time to enter the curator's room and commit murder. He Weilan realized. The maze exit only captured the floor and tiled walls. If the killer leaned a screen matching the background color against the wall and painted tile patterns on it, they could exploit visual illusion to slip through the gap between the wall and the screen. But upon closer reflection, something still felt off. If that were the case, how did the killer dispose of the large screen after the murder? Therefore, He Weilan pondered this, only to dismiss the idea herself. The viewers in the livestream watched this unfold. Seemed to understand why Lu Chen had worn such a confident expression last night. If it were me, I wouldn't believe they could crack it either, right? To be honest. It suddenly occurred to me, if they can't crack their first case, does that mean they won't even get a chance to investigate the next ones? They'd lose outright? Looking at it that way, Chen Wenbin is pretty impressive. But I have to say, Lu Chen, who designed this case, is even more impressive, okay? How was the second locked room even constructed? And how did the curator manage to kill someone in that locked room? Honestly, it's beyond belief. I certainly didn't see it coming. Chen Wenbin pondered for a long time. The prime suspect, I think, is the maze designer Xiao Yi. But the biggest question is, how did he create this locked room under surveillance, in plain sight of everyone? This case was commissioned by the crime group. We need to crack all 3 locked rooms and catch the final culprit to uncover the group's name. Honestly, it's tough. It was now 11:30 a.m. 4 hours have passed since the curator's body was discovered. And they had only 20 hours left to provide an answer. To consecutively solve 2 locked room mysteries within 20 hours. Chen Wenbin could only curl his lips in frustration. Why don't you give it a shot? But that was just talk. The investigation must continue. They began investigating Xiao Ye's social background and personal records. The investigation revealed that, while Xiao Yi was still in university, the curator recognized his talent and took him under his wing. Before becoming the museum director, the curator was a renowned art dealer. After discovering Xiao Yi, he invested heavily in his development. The two signed a 20-year contract and enjoyed a highly productive collaboration. However, recently, Xiao Yi seemed to have hit a creative wall, with no new works being released. Even his themed exhibition might be postponed because of this. He Weilan found the relevant files at the gallery. She also brought in 2 of Xiao Yi's assistants. Contrary to the investigation's findings, the 2 assistants described Xiao Yi in a completely different light. He didn't appear to be stuck in a creative rut, lacking inspiration. What puzzled them most was that despite possessing numerous high-quality paintings, Xiao Yi had never released any of them publicly. In the materials, He Weilan discovered a crucial detail. The museum's records showed that some of its buyers were companies linked to criminal organizations. She immediately shared this information with Chen Wenbin. This was indeed a crucial piece of information. It must be one of the clues the production team required to be preserved. But what did this have to do with the director's death? Also, could there be a motive for murder involving Xiao Yi? Chen Wenbin silently studied the clues left in the program, sinking into deep contemplation. He was now almost certain that Xiao Yi was the killer. The production team wouldn't leave clues for no reason. This was actually meant to guide the investigation. But what about the method of the crime? How was the locked room created? What connection existed between the villa owner's death and the curator's demise? His mind was spinning, unable to make sense of it all. I think I've got it. Think about it: a company tied to criminal syndicates. Our little Yi is definitely a righteous person. He has work, but he refuses to publish it because he doesn't want to be associated with those shady forces. Hey upstairs, please stop thinking. Every time you think, everyone bursts out laughing. Chapter 36, the investigation team fails again. Wrong approach. When the 24-hour deadline arrived, staff asked Chen Wenbin and He Weilan if they had any answers. All that remained on their faces was a bitter smile. Chen Wenbin stared at the maze before him, as if something had suddenly occurred to him. Yet several critical questions continued to plague him. Moreover, he had no clue whatsoever about the exact method Xiao Yi had employed. Judging by the maze's design, Xiao Yi must have used optical principles to create this lock room. He could even say with certainty that Xiao Yi was the killer. But the crucial question remained: where was the evidence? Both the curator and the villa owner were murdered. The killer of the curator was Xiao Yi, while the killer of the villa owner was the curator. As for the method, I haven't figured it out yet. Chen Wenbin voiced his hypothesis. He Weilan had arrived at a similar conclusion. As Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai entered, Chen Wenbin and He Weilan exchanged a knowing glance. Their hunch was indeed correct. This case had been orchestrated by Lu Chen's team. But the method? How had the locked room been created? The viewers in the livestream were wondering the same thing. They had witnessed the entire process. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan's conclusions were their own. I still have no idea how that locked room was actually created. Yeah, hurry up and crack the code. I just want to know what they were doing behind our backs all those hours. Who'd have thought the legendary Chen Wenbin would fail twice? I'm starting to really root for Lu Chen now. Call me Lu Chen, the solo pusher. Lu Chen stepped out with a smile. Before he could begin revealing the truth, Chen Wenbin, having finished his earlier remarks, asked, "The first case in the escape room, you deliberately set that up, didn't you?" Lu Chen nodded. Right. Chen Wenbin furrowed his brow slightly and pressed on. In that first case, you only provided one suspect, and the method was extremely straightforward. All the clues were right there in the dialogue you gave. The moment I saw Sha Shan, I knew he was the killer. Is that so? Lu Chen smiled. Chen Wenbin nodded. It was too deliberate. If you'd hidden some clues, the first case would have been much harder. True. But if the first case had been too difficult, I'm afraid none of you would have seen the second one, let alone the third. If anyone else had said that, Chen Wenbin would have scoffed. But coming from Lu Chen, he found himself conceding there was some truth to it. During the first season, it wasn't his area of expertise. Watching Lu Chen dominate the show, Chen Wenbin could only follow director He and Captain He Weilan. But when the second season began, things changed. The cases Lu Chen tackled. They were precisely his forte: mystery and deduction. It could be said that Lu Chen had already defeated him twice in his own domain. That's true enough, but I want to know, since you'd already designed this entire case, with every piece interlocking perfectly, why didn't you present it from the very beginning? Lu Chen paused, looking at Chen Wenbin. Isn't this the kind of thing you're supposed to do step by step? Who just drops the bombshell right off the bat? Chen Wenbin fell silent, at a loss for words. At that moment, He Weilan stepped forward and voiced the question that preoccupied her most. What I'm most eager to know is how the escape room was designed. Even now, I still haven't figured out the technique behind the locked room. Exactly. Enough with the small talk, just reveal the secret behind the room. Exactly. I don't care about anything else, I just want to know how such an amazing locked room was designed. He Weilan's words perfectly echoed the sentiments of the live stream audience, and a wave of comments flooded the screen. Of course. With the atmosphere building to this point. Naturally, Lu Chen proceeded to reveal how the remaining two secret chambers had been designed. First, how the first secret room was designed. This story begins with the death of the villa's owner. As we mentioned earlier, he wanted to cancel the donation, which angered the museum director. Consequently, the museum director orchestrated everything and committed premeditated murder. However, this connects to the third case. That is, the motive for Xiaoya's murder. He Weilan and Chen Wenbin's suspicions were correct. Indeed, after Xiaoyi discovered that some companies linked to criminal organizations were among the museum's buyers, he began investigating secretly. Eventually, he uncovered the evidence. By eavesdropping on the museum director, he discovered the director was using his paintings to launder money for criminal organizations. As an upright individual, he naturally couldn't allow such a thing to happen. In Xiaoya's view, this was a complete insult to art. And so, he confronted the curator, demanding an end to their collaboration. Moreover, he unexpectedly overheard a conversation between the museum director and the villa's owner. Not long after, he noticed the curator leaving the premises. He followed him all the way to the villa in the suburbs. He arrived at the villa just as the curator finished setting up the locked room and was leaving. Later, through Chen Wenbin and He Weilan's investigation, he learned the curator had killed the villa owner. Simultaneously, a plan formed in his mind: how to use the maze to kill the art museum curator. At this point, Lu Chen couldn't help but interject: if you had investigated Xiaoya's daily movements during your inquiry, you would have discovered that on the day the museum director left, Xiaoyi also went out and returned even later than the director. Lu Chen's words unambiguously conveyed to Chen Wenbin and He Weilan: I gave you evidence and clues, yet you never pursued this line of investigation. Instead, you remained stuck at the maze, trying to figure out how to unlock the secret room. From the very beginning, their approach had been misguided. Actually, you don't necessarily have to crack the locked room, do you? Once you found what I mentioned, you could pinpoint Xiaoyi. Then you just follow the trail and uncover everything. You've been fixated on the lock-picking technique, neglecting the case itself. That's the crux of my design for this puzzle. Lu Chen smiled. The locked room technique was merely a diversion to conceal the true nature of the case. Holy crap. Seems like we got play too. We were so fixated on the locked room technique that we never once considered the case itself. Yeah, we knew Xiaoyi was the killer all along, right? Why didn't we investigate him? Instead, we fixated on the maze-like locked room technique, letting the crime team win by default. You could say they mastered human psychology. If it were you, the first case being a locked room mystery would have hooked you. And now the second case is another locked room. Tell me, wouldn't you be fixated too? Chapter 37, Decoding begins the technique of the second locked room. You're right, but I'm still curious, what exactly is the locked room technique? Chen Wenbin was now somewhat hooked. Lu Chen was right: if they focused on the case itself, they could certainly solve it. But as Lu Chen also pointed out, what was the point of just solving the case? They were clearly after cracking the locked room technique. This was a simulated crime after all. The most crucial part was undoubtedly uncovering the locked room technique. That was also the way to gain greater fame on the show. If they only solved the case, they were bound to lose, weren't they? Lu Chen nodded. He saw everyone around him staring at him, all wanting to know the secret behind the locked room technique. In response, Lu Chen first led everyone to the suburban villa. Under their gaze, Lu Chen pulled out a rope. Chen Wenbin immediately narrowed his eyes. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to reveal the escape room trick? What was he doing pulling out a rope? Lu Chen smiled. He motioned for Chen Wenbin to stay calm, explaining he was about to reveal the secret room's mechanism, one that relied precisely on this rope. Chen Wenbin said nothing more, silently watching Lu Chen's decryption. He connected all the crescent locks on the windows and the door lock with the rope. Starting from the window closest to the door, he pulled the rope attached to the door lock to secure it. Then, from the adjacent window, he pulled the rope to close the window nearest the door. After that, he simply had to pull the ropes along the windows one by one to lock the adjacent windows. Finally, he used the spring-loaded window without a lock to close the last window, thus completing the sealed room. This entire operation takes approximately 3 hours. The curator was away from the museum from 7:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., a total of 4 hours. The round trip from the museum to the villa took 50 minutes. Building the rope-sealed room took 3 hours. The remaining 10 minutes were used for the murder and switching the cue sticks. There was simply no time to discuss the donation with the villa owner. And that is precisely why. From this perspective, the suicide note must be a forgery. Therefore, the curator did not commit suicide. He was murdered. The suicide note was written by the killer. Seeing Lu Chen's actions, Chen Wenbin and He Weilan were both stunned. Such a simple method again. The villa's secret room didn't involve any special techniques at all. It was the simplest method, using the villa's windows as a foundation, connecting them with ropes to create the secret room. Could it really be that simple? Chen Wenbin's expression turned utterly astonished upon witnessing Lu Chen's technique. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat realized what had happened. Oh, I see. I thought it was some elaborate design, but it was just a rope. That saying really rings true. All escape room designs rely on the simplest methods. Look at that, just one rope did the trick. Lu Chen is amazing. This escape room design is absolutely brilliant. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, He Weilan's expression shifted noticeably. Is that really how it works? Had Lu Chen not explained it, He Weilan might never have guessed the design in her lifetime. During her time at the police academy and while solving cases, she had rarely encountered such a setup. Now, witnessing Lu Chen's chamber designs one after another, she couldn't help but wonder how his mind worked. During the first season, Lu Chen's ingenious superdollar had already astonished He Weilan. Yet she never imagined he could create such an exceptional escape room in the second season. Was this what genius looked like? He Weilan shook her head. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing this, Chen Wenbin pressed on, I understand the design of this escape room, and I know about the curator's situation. But there's still one thing I find utterly perplexing. Go ahead. Something about the villa case just doesn't sit right with me. The curator's motive for murder doesn't seem strong enough. From what we know so far, the villa owner's refusal to donate wouldn't have affected him that much. Why would he kill? Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry, he said. I'll explain this in detail in the next case. I've already hinted at it before about Xiao Yi, the curator, and the criminal underworld. Chen Wenbin frowned immediately. Lu Chen's words had him guessing. However, Lu Chen still hadn't explained the method behind the third lock room. Naturally, Chen Wenbin had no desire to steal the spotlight. He would simply wait quietly for Lu Chen to reveal the secrets. Alright, then what about the third locked room? How was that one done? Lu Chen nodded. He explained, the killer in the curator's death case was indeed, as you said, Xiao Yi. All along, the curator had been using Xiao Ye's paintings to launder money for criminal syndicates. Our villa owner discovered this and decided to terminate the donation. But once the villa owner uncovered this scheme, the curator couldn't let him off the hook. If exposed, the curator would face legal consequences. Therefore, he chose to harm the villa owner and frame our villa manager for the crime. Similarly, Xiao Yu was aware of the director's money laundering activities. To protect his own work, he deliberately withheld so many high-quality pieces from publication for the same reason. But the curator used the contract to force Xiao Yi to keep creating. That's why Xiao Yi had no choice but to kill the curator. On the night of the director's death, Xiao Yi navigated the maze to reach the director's office, used ether to knock him unconscious, and then staged the scene to make it look like a locked room murder. Now, let us proceed to the art gallery, he said. Lu Chen led everyone to the art gallery. The viewers in the livestream watched the scene unfold. Grew tense as well. This is so nerve-wracking. Are we finally going to crack the museum's secret room? I'm dying to know what technique they'll use this time. Yeah. If the villa's secret room was already so ingeniously designed, I bet the art museum's is even more intricate. Chen Wenbin stared at the maze before him. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. This secret room's design is connected to the maze, right? Lu Chen nodded. Absolutely. If the secret room design had nothing to do with the maze, why would I have gone to the trouble of creating this maze? This took a lot of effort to build. It's not quite finished, but it's close enough. Let me put it this way, if you thoroughly investigate the maze, you might uncover the clues I've left behind. Lu Chen's words caused Chen Wenbin's brow to furrow once more. Chen Wenbin's brow furrowed again. Why is he leaving more clues now? Why didn't I see any useful clues in the maze? Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. He led everyone to the entrance of the maze. Before them stood the short, stout man, standing tall in front of everyone. Chapter 38, The Principle of the Filter, Unlocking the Third Secret Room. Lu Chen motioned for Chen Wenbin to step forward. Chen Wenbin approached the short, stout man. Lu Chen smiled and said, rotate the short, stout man 180 degrees, the convex side facing inward, the concave side facing outward. That way, he won't block the entrance. Then come back to me. Lu Chen stood at the entrance, motioning for Chen Wenbin to walk back. Chen Wenbin was a bit confused by Lu Chen's instructions, but he complied nonetheless, walking back to stand beside Lu Chen. Perplexed, Chen Wenbin asked, while this does allow free access, won't reviewing the surveillance footage expose everything? Lu Chen chuckled. He pointed at the short, stocky man at the entrance and said, now take a look at the short, stocky man. Chen Wenbin looked over in confusion. Then, Chen Wenbin was speechless. Why does it look like it's bulging out? Chen Wenbin was utterly perplexed. Lu Chen chuckled. This actually utilizes a phenomenon called the concave face illusion. This illusion only occurs when viewing human faces. Humans automatically make judgments based on shape when recognizing faces. Even when seeing a pattern resembling a face, the brain automatically fills in the gaps to complete the image. Since a concave face simply doesn't exist in reality, when viewing this face, humans instinctively perceive it as protruding. I see. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Chen Wenbin grasped the first step of the maze's design. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were treated to a knowledge boost from Lu Chen. It seemed completely unrelated to the escape room's design. At least, that's how it appeared to the viewers. Hey! What does this have to do with anything? Hurry up and crack the escape room puzzle already. Exactly. As if reading the audience's minds, Lu Chen continued, Xiaoyi pulled the curtains for the first time to turn the short, stocky guy's face toward the camera. After that, he crawled on the floor, evading the surveillance, navigated the maze, and used a tool to short-circuit the outlet, tripping the breaker. Once the breaker tripped, the monitors stopped for 2 minutes. At this point, both the live stream viewers and those present in the room couldn't help but feel puzzled. What could possibly be done in just 2 minutes? Yeah, just 2 minutes. Could someone really complete an escape room in that time? I don't buy it. Lu Chen smiled. He explained, 2 minutes isn't enough to build an entire escape room, but it's plenty of time to attach a polarizing filter to the camera lens. A polarized lens is essentially a lens with a polarizing filter. Light is wave-like, oscillating in curved patterns that tilt up, down, left, or right. Each of these individual wave patterns is called polarization. Polarizing filters have specific orientations. A horizontal polarizing filter only allows horizontally polarized light to pass through, while a vertical polarizing filter only allows vertically polarized light to pass through. This is something we encounter frequently in daily life. Take sunglasses, for instance. Most use horizontal polarization. This way, when looking at sunlight, it doesn't feel so harsh. Meanwhile, screens like our TVs and computers typically employ vertical polarization filters. Xiaoyi used this principle to create the escape room. Lu Chen finished his explanation. Everyone still looked confused. Wait, how does that relate to the escape room? Chen Wenbin voiced the question on everyone's mind. Lu Chen could only sigh helplessly, waving his hand to signal Chen Wenbin not to rush. Because that's exactly what I'm about to explain: the origin of the lock room's design. Actually, I believe quite a few of you understand the principle behind this light filtering. It's something we learned in high school physics, though I think it was in the elective curriculum? I can't recall the specifics. Lu Chen's offhand remark. Many viewers in the livestream chat laughed. They certainly understood the principle behind the filter. The real crux was what Chen Wenbin had said. What did this have to do with the escape room? Besides the surveillance cameras, Xiaoyi also attached polarizing filters to the mirrors and glass at the maze entrance. He deliberately worked under the cameras, letting them capture his movements, then went to the blind spot to pull the silk thread. This rotated the polarizing lens on the monitor 90 degrees. That's why he vanished from the surveillance feed for 15 seconds. Once rotated, the lens shifted from horizontal to vertical alignment. Consequently, the mirrors and glass opposite, which had horizontal polarizing filters, turned pitch black. This is what I meant earlier: vertical polarization cannot pass through horizontal polarizing filters. But when partitions and mirrors suddenly go dark, surveillance cameras would definitely detect it. Therefore, Xiaoyi didn't cover the entire glass surface with polarizing film. Instead, he applied it with centimeter-level deviations only in the areas reflected on the black floor. Since those areas were already dark, it was completely undetectable on surveillance footage. Is that how it was done? Chen Wenbin suddenly understood upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation. After all, he was a master detective. Lu Chen's explanation suddenly made many things click into place for him. Things he hadn't been able to figure out last night. He had entered the maze. He said, so at that time, Xiaoyi only needed to crawl along the ground to escape the maze and evade the surveillance, right? Yes. With someone explaining it, Lu Chen naturally didn't need to say more. That would have been quite a mouthful. Xiaoyi traversed the maze this way, reached the curator's room, knocked him out with ether, then hanged him in the room. We all know ether is volatile. And here's the key point: this is an art museum. Ether is frequently used in painting. So even if traces were found in the curator's body, it wouldn't raise any suspicions. And the facts proved it, didn't they? Your focus has been entirely on the suicide angle, completely overlooking the ether factor.
Chen Wenbin nodded. True. Because this is an art museum, and ether is a painting tool.
We did notice that connection at the time, but we didn't think much of it. The real problem would have been if there was no ether in his system.
Lu Chen nodded.
He continued, after killing the curator, Xiaoyi used the same method to return to the entrance. He pulled up the curtains and restored the short, fat man to his original state.
Chen Wenbin narrowed his eyes. I see.
That explains why he pulled the curtains twice. After that, he came from outside the maze to its exit and adjusted the surveillance camera's angle back to its original position.
That's why he disappeared from the monitor twice. Chen Wenbin nodded. He basically understood the technique. I see. I never imagined it was designed this way.
My focus was entirely on the curator's room, so I paid much less attention to the maze.
Is that how it was? Chapter 39, Brilliant Design, the big director comes calling.
So that's how the emotions were crafted.
No wonder. This explains every disappearance of Xiaoyi in the footage and every single one of his movements. Does this mean that when Lu Chen designed the escape room, he left all the clues behind?
They were right in front of us, yet we failed to notice any of them. The live stream audience, however, was in turmoil.
Wasn't he at the villa earlier? Right?
So he was setting up all this stuff during the time he disappeared.
This is infuriating.
The production team deliberately hid all this from us.
If we'd known back then, wouldn't that have been better?
Dude, you're dreaming. If they told us earlier, where'd the thrill of the reveal be?
Get it, man? But I have to admit, this escape room design is just a tad more clever than mine.
Upstairs, you're shameless.
It's precisely because of people like you that Lu Chen is just a tiny bit better than me. Get it or not? The livestream's atmosphere was heating up considerably.
As the escape room's secrets were revealed, everyone basically understood how it was constructed. Lu Chen smiled and continued, as for the polarized lenses on the monitors, Xiaoyi had already retrieved them. Every day after closing, all the lights in the exhibition hall are turned off, and that's when the monitors switch to night vision mode. All you need to do is pull the polarizing lens off with a thread during that split-second switch, no trace left behind. However, he added, there wasn't enough time to retrieve the polarizing filters on the glass and mirrors.
At this point, Lu Chen visibly pursed his lips.
Chen Wenbin and the others knew exactly why. This was irrefutable evidence. Right before their eyes, yet despite examining it countless times, they'd achieved nothing, ultimately forced to wait for Lu Chen to decipher it.
Ming. Everything had been revealed. Yet they themselves hadn't seen through it.
Chen Wenbin seethed inwardly, desperate to prove himself.
This, then, becomes the evidence of Xiaoyi's murder. You all saw it, right? He Weilan nodded.
Of course we saw it, but we didn't think much of it at the time. We assumed it was just how things were.
Who could have imagined it was something extra? Lu Chen sighed.
He continued, besides, you weren't thorough enough when reviewing the footage. If you had looked closely, you would have noticed certain details in the footage that could have revealed the presence of the filter, leading you to Xiaoyi.
Lu Chen's words sent shockwaves through the livestream. The livestream exploded again. No way. There's that much evidence? I always thought it was a perfect crime scene. Who knew he left behind so much evidence? Doesn't that mean the investigation team simply failed to find it, rather than the perpetrator not leaving any clues? Think about it. In the first case, when Lu Chen created that locked room, didn't he also leave behind a lot of evidence? It's just that the investigation team didn't find it.
Lu Chen rewound the footage to the 10-second gap when Xiaoyi vanished. Pointing at the footage, he said, look. Chen Wenbin and the others crowded around.
Lu Chen pointed at the window glass in the footage. See that? The reflection gradually fades and eventually disappears. Everyone nodded.
This phenomenon can only occur if someone physically moved the polarizing filter on the surveillance lens.
So that's how it is. After Lu Chen's explanation, Chen Wenbin finally understood completely. What followed required no further explanation from Lu Chen. Because it was simple.
The locked room had been completely solved.
What more was there to say? At that moment,
the production crew emerged. Though his timing was poor, he appeared nonetheless. Since teams He Weilan and Chen Wenbin failed to solve the case within the allotted time, 3 points will be deducted from each team. Lu Chen's team, for successfully staging the crime and evading detection, will receive 3 bonus points according to the rules.
As a result,
the points Chen Wenbin and He Weilan's team had earned by solving other groups' crimes were now completely wiped out. He shook his head helplessly.
Chen Wenbin and He Weilan could only accept this reality. After all, they hadn't solved this case. As the program aired, the triple locked room murder case once again became a sensation. It remained at the top of the popularity rankings on detective forums. Such fervor was. It was only natural. It wasn't long before others came knocking. The very next day after the triple locked room murder case was revealed. Just as Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai returned to their hotel to rest, a renowned domestic director, Director Gua, came knocking. His reason for coming was straightforward.
He hoped Lu Chen would sell him the concept. He intended to adapt the triple locked room murder case into a suspenseful mystery film for the big screen.
But that wasn't all. After meeting Lu Chen in Zhaozhumai, director Guo's eyes lit up even brighter. Wasn't this the perfect golden boy and girl pairing? Since Lu Chen designed the case, wouldn't it be even more compelling if he starred in it himself, paired with Zhao Zimai's image? Therefore, director Guo didn't just want to make this film, he wanted both Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai to star in it. Of course. Moreover, the crime simulation show was currently a huge hit, and Lu Chen was one of its most popular non-celebrity participants. Director Guo was also considering whether to cast Lu Chen as the male lead and Zhao Zimai as the female lead. Hello. You must be Lu Chen. Yes, and you are? I'm Guo Jia. You can call me Director Guo. The renowned director was surprisingly affable as he addressed Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized it was none other than Guo Jia, a renowned director in China. But when Lu Chen heard the name Guo Jia, his expression visibly shifted for just a moment. What the hell? Guo Jia? Lu Chen knew Director Guo, but he hadn't realized his full name was Guo Jia. This was getting interesting. Lu Chen smiled and said, Director Guo, have you heard of the Liaodong strategy? Director Guo was visibly taken aback by Lu Chen's abrupt shift in topic. Struggling to process it, he paused before finally asking, what Liaodong strategy? Lu Chen smiled and said, Wei Ji's posthumous strategy secured Liaodong. Director Guo heard this. Burst into laughter as well. You know about the Three Kingdoms too? Lu Chen nodded slightly. Just a little. Very good. Not many people your age read romance of the Three Kingdoms. Is that so? Don't you know that young people shouldn't read romance of the Three Kingdoms? But then again, you don't exactly look like a teenager. Director Guo thought of something and couldn't help but speak up. Let's get back to our business. My time is precious. If we're confirmed, I'll go prepare. Lu Chen nodded. All right. Chapter 40, film title finalized, The Locked Room. As we discussed earlier, I'm very satisfied with this script. Name your price. Seeing Director Guo speak so directly, Lu Chen cut to the chase. I'm also very satisfied with this case. I left numerous clues and evidence within the case specifically to help everyone understand and follow it better. I've reviewed it, and it's indeed very well done. However, due to time constraints, it seems the investigation team hasn't solved the case. After reviewing this case, I spent a long time pondering it. How should I put it? The reason I chose your case as my script is because it remains plausible even under modern forensic investigation methods. Because you considered the crucial point of fingerprints. Lu Chen merely smiled. Compliments were always welcome, of course. That said, there are still a few aspects of your case I don't fully grasp. If we proceed with this collaboration, I'd like you to complete the first draft of the screenplay. Of course, we'll compensate you accordingly. Director Guo was straightforward. Lu Chen listened with satisfaction. Certainly. Looks like we've reached an agreement. Director Guo burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen gave a wry, helpless smile. This was taking advantage to the extreme, one might even say pushing his luck. But Lu Chen could only offer that wry, helpless smile. What else could he say at this point? Ahem. No need to get worked up, young man. When I was your age, a big-name director took an interest in my script, and I felt exactly the same way. Rest assured, I won't rip you off. 10 million yuan all rights bought out. That should be enough. Director Guo looked at Lu Chen, his expression calm and utterly confident. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes at the figure. And don't forget, this was still happening during the live broadcast. Director Guo hadn't requested the production team to cut this segment, so it aired live. Holy crap, he just dropped a 10 million offer? If I could design a case like that, does that mean I could make 10 million in an instant too? 666, Lu Chen is amazing. Accept it. Hurry up and accept it. It's 10 million yuan. Lu Chen smiled and said, it is indeed a very tempting figure. Of course, it's not just that. I also hope you'll star in this film and this lovely young lady here, too. Really? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Director Guo. Director Guo nodded. He said, absolutely. I don't know your acting skills yet, and this film is definitely going to be a big production. So getting a role in it is already quite an opportunity. If you have any reservations, take your time to think it over. Here's my number. Give me a call once you've made up your mind. Director Guo was a busy man. The fact that he came to see Lu Chen personally was already a huge favor. Beyond that, Director Guo and our program's director, Xia Qi, were also old acquaintances. After talking with Lu Chen, Director Guo headed straight to Xia Qi's room. The moment he sat down, Director Guo teased his old friend. No way, you look such a mess. Director Guo chuckled. Xia Qi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Old friend, I had no choice. These are the rules I set myself. You can't expect me to break them, can you? See? I told you so. Yeah. I thought you were pulling my leg earlier. Never imagined such an ingenious design existed. The Triple Murder in the Secret Room. How about using that as the movie title? What do you think? Xia Qi heard Director Guo's words and looked utterly speechless. Wait, can you not be so crude? Just using that title, what's the point? Think carefully, what's the absolute key element in this case? You haven't figured it out yet? Xia Qi tilted his head and asked. Director Guo frowned thoughtfully at the question. After a long moment, he finally said, the locked room? Our director Xia suddenly felt an urge to slap the guy in front of him. Luckily, he managed to hold back, otherwise, Director Guo would have walked out with a bright red handprint on his face. Think it through properly. Xia Qi took a deep breath. Director Guo lifted his head, staring at the ceiling, unable to suppress his confusion. The locked room is already a common element, but it's true there's nothing fresh about it anymore. Besides the locked room, what else do these three cases have in common? Hold on, let me think this through. Seeing Xia Qi about to speak, Director Guo immediately cut him off. About 10 minutes passed. Director Guo broke into a smile. A smug curve lifted the corner of his mouth. I know. Every secret room is followed by a locked room, right? Bingo! Xia Qi laughed. And it was precisely this remark reminded our Director Guo. Yeah, I've got the perfect title for the movie. What? Director Guo didn't speak, just smiled faintly. Alright, I've got to head back. I'm confident this script will win them over. Once I finish shooting the film, I'll come find you again. Who knows? Maybe we'll collaborate again then. Watching Director Guo walk away, Xia Qi still didn't quite understand. What's the movie's title? These scenes, of course, weren't shown to the live stream audience. They were still reeling from the shock of Director Guo approaching Lu Chen, buying his script, and inviting him to star in the film. I've heard that every single one of Director Guo's leading ladies has become a huge star. Our Zhao Zimai is already stunningly beautiful. If she gets some screen exposure in this movie, who knows? She might just become a huge star. But I've also heard that in that circle, Director Guo may be talented, but there's always been talk about his character not being the best, you know. Yeah, I've heard Director Guo has a thing for younger women. He's gone through over a dozen girlfriends, including several of his Guo girls. How do you guys know that? Didn't you hear? Someone spilled the beans earlier. Since Director Guo never came forward to clarify, the rumors just spread naturally. So that's how it is. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai were naturally unaware of these discussions. Seeing Zhao Zimai visibly agitated yet unable to speak, Lu Chen asked, what do you think? Zhao Zimai looked at Lu Chen for a long moment before finally saying, my mom won't agree. Ha? Lu Chen clearly saw the excitement in Zhao Zimai's expression, but he also noticed the helplessness that surfaced when she mentioned her mother. Is that so? Yes. With my mom's temperament, she'll definitely refuse. Then maybe you could talk to your dad? Lu Chen suggested casually. Unexpectedly, the mention of her father made Zhao Zimai break into a bitter smile. Don't even mention him. Back in the day, he was completely smitten by my mom's beauty. After all these years of being wrapped around her finger, there's no way he'd go against my wishes. Sigh, why did he ever agree to marry into our family? Seriously. Chapter 41, Partnership Sealed, Lu Chen secures 10 million. The live stream audience was filled with confusion. Looks like Zhao Zimai's family background is pretty impressive. Can't find anything. There's literally no trace of her family background. This. Could it be? The live stream audience included many tech-savvy experts. Yet what puzzled them was how effortlessly these experts had uncovered Lu Chen's background, his high school, his academic records all surfaced instantly. But Zhao Zimai was different. The only thing they'd managed to uncover so far was her name, Zhao Zimai. This only fueled their curiosity even more. I'm dying to know what kind of family Zhao Zimai comes from. And how stunning is her mom, that her dad would willingly marry into her family. Don't you get it? Just look at Zhao Zimai herself. She's so stunning, clearly she inherited her mother's looks. If I could marry Miss Zhao Zimai, I'd gladly drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Dream on. Marrying Zhao Zimai? Driving luxury cars and living in mansions? You've got no shame. Lu Chen didn't pry into Zhao Zimai's personal life. He just smiled faintly, listening to her complaints. As if she'd never shared these family troubles with anyone before, Zhao Zimai poured out her worries when she saw Lu Chen quietly watching her and listening to her complaints. Once she started talking, nearly half an hour passed. Her mouth grew dry from talking. Only then did Zhao Zimai pause, still reluctant to stop. She looked at Lu Chen with a touch of embarrassment and said, I'm sorry. I got so caught up in talking that I forgot about you. If there's anything on your mind, please tell me. What could Lu Chen say? He could only offer a wry smile. What could I possibly say? It's fine. Let's get back to discussing the script. Lu Chen steered the conversation back to the script. To say he wasn't tempted by Director Guo's invitation would be a lie. But agreeing outright would seem too flippant, which was why he'd said he needed to think it over. What else is there to say? Taking another sip of water, Zhao Zimai smiled and said, you designed this escape room, so naturally it's all yours. Relax, I'm not the type to chase after money. What's mine is mine, and what's not mine isn't mine. Is that so? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a slight surprise at her words. This was 10 million yuan. Didn't she want to take more? But since Zhao Zimai had made it clear, Lu Chen was naturally happy to take it all. Zhao Zimai was right, he had designed the secret room, so it only made sense for it to be his. Soon, Lu Chen contacted director Guo through the production team and finalized the script arrangements. When the topic turned to the film's title, Lu Chen and director Guo almost simultaneously blurted out the same name, The Locked Room. Director Guo couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Seems my ideas aren't half bad after all. I think we'll be working together again in the future. Take care, kid. Goodbye, director Guo. The collaboration was sealed. Lu Chen felt much better. The second episode was still a long way off. Compared to other investigative teams, Lu Chen found himself rather idle at the moment, with almost nothing to do. Although the two cases he designed were both excellent, earning him a total of 6 points and costing the investigation team quite a few points in return. But with ample time remaining, if he didn't continue creating new challenges, other teams might overtake him. Thus, Lu Chen's leisure time was actually quite limited. Just as he was humming a tune, our very own Peter Yang appeared. He seemed to be in a pretty good mood too. Looks like he just cracked a case. Lu Chen smiled at Zhao Zimai. Interested? Lu Chen's gaze shifted toward Peter Yang. Zhao Zimai paused for a moment, then raised her beautifully shaped eyebrows slightly. Are you sure? Lu Chen leaned in close to Zhao Zimai's ear, whispering something softly. Zhao Zimai's expression shifted from initial confusion to mild astonishment, culminating in sheer delight. Clearly, Lu Chen had won her over. Alright. You're such a rascal. Zhao Zimai couldn't help teasing him. The viewers in the livestream instantly became curious little ones upon witnessing this scene. What did he say? I'm dying to know. Hey, don't rush me, let me get excited first. Hurry up. What mischief have they gotten up to this time? They look so happy. Production team, hurry up and switch the camera angle. After calming down, Zhao Zimai said to Lu Chen, but he's part of the investigation team. Isn't what we're doing a bit inappropriate? Lu Chen smiled. Is there a rule in the show's guidelines that says we can't lay a finger on the investigation team? Remember the first case we tackled at the start of episode 2? That was the director, and it was totally fine, right? Just act naturally when the time comes. Zhao Zimai nodded. That's true. If they were invisible in the first case of the second season, then this case? It was a whole different ballgame. Finalizing the collaboration was also a positive development for director Xie of the production team. The film's release would elevate his show's profile to a new level. When he stepped outside to take in the scenery, he spotted Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai chatting and laughing in the lobby. He must be scheming something. He naturally wouldn't approach to eavesdrop. As a director, how could he break the rules himself? Then he spotted Peter Yang returning to the hotel. Judging by his confident demeanor, he must have solved several cases and was feeling a bit smug at that moment. Seeing his show thriving, Xie felt quite pleased. After stepping out for a stroll, he returned just in time to see a staff member rushing toward him. Their expressions were distinctly peculiar. Seeing this, Xie couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Well, Interpol agent Peter Yang has been murdered. Xie was speechless. He took a deep breath. 2 names immediately sprang to mind. Lu Chen, Zhao Zimai. But then, Xie could only let out a helpless, bitter laugh. The other investigation teams haven't returned yet. Should we notify them? The staff member continued to ask. Xie pondered for a moment. Peter Yangshang was handsome and exceptionally capable. Perhaps the perpetrators had targeted him precisely for these qualities, leading to a crime of jealousy. In such cases, impulsive killings were more common, meaning more evidence and clues would likely be left behind. So, after pondering, Xie said, no need. Just bring back the 2 most recent investigative teams. Understood. The staff member nodded. The 2 closest investigation teams were a detective sibling duo, Mu Yi and Mu Mu, and a detective agency from Xiangdao, Lin Zhou and his team. Chapter 42, Another Locked Room Murder Case. Lin Zhou and Mu Mu arrived at the scene and began their investigation. They had been part of the investigation team for the first locked room murder case, so when they saw another murder had occurred in a hotel, they immediately thought of it. They first reviewed the surveillance footage. The footage showed that shortly before the victim's death, our very own Zhao Zimai had visited the victim. Then came the show's production staff. Then, it was them. During this entire period, no one else entered or exited through the door. Just like last time, they first inspected the windows, confirming no signs of climbing and no rope marks visible. Similarly, the rooftop showed no evidence either. The 2 teams exchanged glances. This instantly gave them a headache. What do you think? Lin Zhou asked first, turning to Mu Mu and her brother. Mu Mu and her younger brother Mu Yi exchanged a glance, a hint of resignation in their eyes. Murder, what else could it be? Ahem.
Lin Zhou couldn't help but give a wry smile at that. He even laughed a bit too hard, choking himself.
Look at that little girl.
I don't even want to say anything, but we can't solve this case based on our imagination alone.
The key, the absolute key, is to produce evidence.
I know that, of course.
Isn't it all up to you, Mr. Detective?
Instead of examining clues first after finishing their scene investigation, the two crime teams immediately started trading barbs, much to the astonishment of the live stream audience. Oh dear, the two investigation teams are arguing amongst themselves. Guess they figured out this was Lu Chen's team's case.
They know they can't crack it, so now they're just giving up. Poor Peter Yang, our international star. Look at him tied up like that. That pose is downright flamboyant.
Investigate all you want, but get him down first. Based on traces left at the scene, the Lin Zhou team quickly reconstructed the sequence. A struggle likely occurred inside the room while production staff were outside. After subduing the victim, the killer shredded the bedsheet and used it to hang him. The upper ends of the sheet were tied to the ceiling fan and a beam inside the room. The knot on the sheet was the most basic type, offering no clues. The murder weapon was a small folding knife, one that belonged to Peter Yang himself. They had all seen him use it to peel fruit.
However, it was completely clean, showing no traces of fingerprints whatsoever. Additionally, Peter Yang's room was locked from the inside.
Unlike the director's case, the security lock was not engaged this time.
This detail piqued the investigators' curiosity.
They immediately inspected the door and found no signs of forced entry.
In other words,
the killer had entered and exited the room non-violently. Seeing this, Lin Zhou didn't want to overthink it. Since Zhao Zimai had visited Peter Yang's room, they would start their investigation with her. However, what disappointed them was that Zhao Zimai had left half an hour before the staff heard the noise. This made Lin Zhou and the others smile bitterly even more. Regardless, they still had to question Zhao Zimai. By the book, as a suspect, Zhao Zimai was obligated to answer the investigation team's questions. Viewers in the livestream instantly grew excited upon seeing Zhao Zimai appear at the scene. I knew she and Lu Chen were whispering about something. It couldn't be anything good. But what if she didn't do it? What if she really was just coming to ask Peter Yang about something? Remember, Peter Yang is an Interpol agent. The things he knows in his scene are way beyond what a goody two-shoes like her could ever compare to.
Who knows? I'm just waiting for the results. I'll bet 50 cents she didn't do it. A girl this pretty couldn't possibly be that brutal. Just look at how Peter Yang ended up.
Then I'll bet 50 cents she did it.
If I'm wrong, I'll drink a Coke live on stream. Get lost. The livestream's atmosphere was heating up.
Meanwhile, the investigation team had begun questioning Zhao Zimai.
Why did you go see Professor Peter Yang?
Zhao Zimai blinked her wide, innocent eyes and said, as someone who loves deduction, I was very interested in the cases teacher Peter Yang had solved before. Since we were both at the hotel with nothing to do, I just dropped by to ask him some questions.
Is that not acceptable?
Lin Zhou remained impassive, refusing to be swayed by Zhao Zimai's deceptive words.
He pressed on, how long did you two talk in the room? About 20 minutes. And then?
I met up with my teammates and stayed in the hotel lobby the whole time. Lin Zhou immediately signaled for his team to review the surveillance footage to verify Zhao Zimai's account. It didn't take long for the team member to return. They had reviewed the footage.
Zhao Zimai was telling the truth.
After leaving Peter Yang's room, she went straight downstairs, had dinner with Lu Chen at the hotel, and had remained there until now. She had gotten up to use the restroom during that time. But that only took a minute or two, barely enough time to commit a crime.
A perfect alibi, then? Are you sure?
Lin Zhou persisted skeptically. The team member nodded. She wasn't lying. After she came out, she met up with her teammate Lu Chen. From then on, she remained within the surveillance range until the victim was discovered.
Hearing this, Lin Zhou sighed.
This was trouble. Logically, Zhao Zimai would have entered the room first to scout the location. After confirming the layout, she de-established a brief alibi before finding an opportunity to evade the cameras and commit the crime. But the crucial part. After she left, she remained within the surveillance camera's field of view the entire time. Even so, Lin Zhou still listed Zhao Zimai as the prime suspect, since she was the only one who had entered and exited the victim's room. Watching Zhao Zimai standing nearby, her innocent little expression, Lin Zhou couldn't help but sigh again. If she really is the killer, then she must be incredibly confident in her methods, so confident that we won't find any flaws, at least not before time runs out.
Or perhaps it's that the tools we have now are incapable of finding them. Mu Yi interjected abruptly.
The victim was stabbed in the back.
We can confirm it was definitely homicide.
It's impossible for the victim to have stabbed himself in the back.
While we can't completely rule it out, it's highly unlikely.
Mu Yi couldn't help but shake his head. While they examined the scene and investigated the case, Peter Yang had already retired to another room to rest.
Regarding the perpetrator, Peter Yang could only admit he'd been careless. How had he been so easily fooled?
And seeing the crime scene investigation team at work, he'd probably laugh in frustration.
What on earth was going on here? Chapter 43, It was murder, but what was the method? Time waits for no one. In the end, neither team could provide a definitive answer. They insisted it was homicide but offered no concrete evidence, merely suspecting Zhao Zimai as the culprit. In response to this, after discussing it with director Xia Qi, Peter Yang decided to unravel the mystery himself. Entering the room, Peter Yang maintained his composure, smiling as he stated, "First, I want to confirm one thing, it is indeed true that I did not commit suicide. Second, I must clarify that when I was killed, the murderer was not actually in the room. Therefore, your suspicions were correct. It's just a pity you haven't found the evidence." Though targeted and murdered, Peter Yang felt surprisingly upbeat. The investigation team's loss meant points gained for him, didn't it? Peter Yang was remarkably philosophical about it. Upon hearing Peter Yang's statement, many present including viewers in the livestream visibly froze for a moment. What? The killer wasn't even at the scene when he was murdered? The killer wasn't present? How could they have committed the murder? Telekinesis? Is this some kind of magic trick? But wait, how do we explain the sounds the staff heard at the time? Lin Zhou seemed to grasp a crucial point and blurted out his question. This question. Peter Yang gave an embarrassed chuckle. Well, actually, the sound the staff heard back then was something I made myself. The audience was even more baffled. Huh? You made it yourself? You mean it was suicide? But wait, didn't you just say it was murder? What's going on? I'm a bit confused now. Mu Yi turned to look at Peter Yang, as if something had occurred to him. He asked, could it have been some kind of device, a delayed action trigger? A lamp had fallen in the room earlier, and it was precisely the sound of that lamp hitting the floor that alerted the staff, leading to the discovery of this case. At this, Peter Yang let out another bitter laugh. He looked at Zhao Zimai and Lu Chen and said, this technique. Let them explain it themselves. Pointing at Lu Chen, Peter Yang's expression seemed tinged with a hint of humiliation, clearly reluctant to voice it himself. Lu Chen smiled. It wasn't me. As everyone's gaze turned to him, Lu Chen immediately denied it. Seeing their disbelief, he waved his hands helplessly. Seriously, it wasn't me. This is my first time in this room since the beginning. How could I have done it? No way, it really was Zhao Zimai? That doesn't make sense. She's just a girl, where would she get the strength to fight Peter Yang, let alone hang him in the room? I can't accept that. Damn it, my 50 cents is gone. I won. Go drink your Coke. Zhao Zimai stepped forward, smiling as she explained, actually, I never fought him. All the evidence you saw at the scene was staged by me afterward. If you examine closely, you'll notice many inconsistencies. This staged fight was fabricated by me alone, not genuine signs of a two-person struggle. And I didn't kill teacher Peter Yang on the spot, I only hung him up. So if he was alone in the room at the time, how do you explain the noise? Lin Zhou pressed further. At that moment, Peter Yang stepped forward, scratching his head awkwardly. That sound. I made it. What? Lin Zhou's expression changed, staring at Peter Yang in disbelief. Under Lin Zhou's intense gaze, Peter Yang's face flushed crimson. He stammered awkwardly, when I woke up, my eyes were covered, but part of the blindfold was loose. I could see down below. When the staff came knocking on the door, This. Lin Zhou cut him off, somewhat speechless. Peter Yang cleared his throat softly and said, look, you can see for yourselves the desk lamp has been tampered with. At his words, Lin Zhou and the others suddenly looked over. They couldn't spot anything amiss. Peter Yang said, go check the other rooms, then come back and see for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou hurried to inspect the layout of the adjacent room. Upon returning, his expression shifted noticeably. Seeing this, Peter Yang didn't know what to say. Although Lin Zhou was an active detective at the agency, when it came to actually solving cases, he still seemed somewhat inadequate. When he was examining the scene, hadn't he thought to check the adjacent room to see what areas had been tampered with? I couldn't actually reach the lamp at that moment, so I stood on tiptoe, took a few steps back, and then gave it a hard shove. It started swaying. Then I touched the lamp. But when it hit the floor, I felt a sharp pain in my back. That's when I knew I'd been murdered. At this point, Peter Yang felt both exasperated and amused. Zhao Zimai and the others had planned it well. What actually struck Peter Yang wasn't the folding knife in his hand, that was a prop set up in advance. Otherwise, it really would have been a murder case. As Peter Yang finished speaking, Mu Mu and her brother finally caught on. Mu Yi blurted out, a locked room murder. Peter Yang nodded. Mu Yi continued, this is pretty much what I had in mind earlier, but I still haven't figured out where the mechanism is hidden. Peter Yang chuckled. With enough time, such a mechanism is impossible to pull off successfully. Am I right, Lu Chen? Lu Chen nodded with a smile. Exactly. With this kind of secret mechanism room, the murderer couldn't have taken the murder weapon away after the crime. That means it must have been left at the scene. If the crime was actually committed this way, the police would definitely be able to solve it. Lu Chen said this not because the show promoted positive values, but because it was genuinely the case. This case had been entirely improvised by Lu Chen upon seeing Peter Yang.
Of course, it couldn't be that meticulously planned.
Lu Chen even expected the secret room to be figured out.
But he hadn't anticipated that the Linzhou team and the Moose siblings would be the ones solving the case. So, it was a stroke of luck.
Alright, enough with the nonsense. Can you decode the mechanism already? I'm in a hurry. Exactly. Hurry up and reveal the answer. I'm waiting to go to the bathroom. I think you shouldn't go. I'm afraid you'll get your fingers caught.
You're being too mean. Upstairs. The live stream atmosphere instantly livened up, injecting some much-needed energy into the previously tense reveal.
Chapter 44, Who in their right mind would fish with fishing line? Here it is.
Now we come to one of the key tools used in murders within these kind of secret mechanism rooms.
Fishing line.
We all know that in Conan's world, whenever fishing line appears, it's practically guaranteed to be murder-related.
What decent person would carry fishing line just for fishing? It's like asking, what decent person goes fishing without a helmet? The locked room murder in Peter Yang's room followed the same logic.
Originally, Lu Chen intended to use the balcony drain. But after inspecting the room layout, he discovered Peter Yang's room lacked a balcony. Only the director's room in the entire hotel had one. Thus, he had to settle for the floor drain inside the room. Using the toilet was out of the question. It was too prone to clogging and would be easily detected.
Lu Chen didn't do it himself.
Instead, he whispered something to a production crew member, who nodded and soon returned with a long piece of wire. They proceeded to the bathroom. They lifted the grate covering the floor drain, shaped one end of the wire into a hook, and slowly lowered it into the drain.
Everyone was puzzled by this action. Everyone was utterly baffled. What's he doing? No idea. How does this relate to the locked room murder?
Pete Yang and the others, however, had already grasped Lu Chen's plan. It was no wonder Lin Zhou and the others hadn't found the murder weapon. Such a clever design would likely stump even the police for quite some time.
But they still had one lingering question: what exactly was the murder weapon?
Soon, as the staff retrieved the object and everyone got a clear look, they sucked in a sharp breath. Even knowing this was the murder weapon, they couldn't fathom how it could possibly be connected to the crime. All they could see in the staff members' hands were a watch, a ball of fishing line, and a rubber band.
Peter Yang recognized the watch instantly. It was his. That's my watch. Lu Chen nodded. Yes.
Peter Yang scratched his face and said, let's just focus on recreating the escape room technique. The watch and such aren't important. Truthfully, he hadn't even noticed his watch was missing from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't have scratched his face just now to cover his embarrassment.
As for Lin Zhou and the others, they hadn't even registered the information. Even though Lu Chen had deliberately left this signal at the scene. Lu Chen nodded with a smile.
Then I'll need a new spool of fishing line and some intact rubber bands.
As for the watch, Lu Chen didn't mention it again, but it was naturally included as well. Soon,
the production team brought Lu Chen these tools. Lu Chen first returned the move table to its original position, then carried a desk lamp from the adjacent room and placed it on the edge of the table.
Next, Lu Chen formed a loop from the fishing line and slipped it over the upper part of the lamp.
Holding the line, he backed steadily toward the bathroom until he reached the drain. He threaded the fishing line through the drain and tied it to his watch.
At that moment, everyone watched Lu Chen's movements intently, afraid to miss a single detail.
After completing all this, Lu Chen replaced the drain cover and returned to the room.
At that moment, Peter Yang and the others froze. Something's wrong. How did you? Weren't we supposed to get the scoop? I still haven't seen anything. All this fuss, can someone explain this to me? Viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with discussion.
Some viewers, however, had caught on to something.
So that's how it is. Everything except the murder weapon was hidden in the sewer system. No wonder Lin Zhou and the others couldn't find it.
They searched every corner of the room, but they'd never think to look for the murder weapon hidden in the sewer.
Fishing line, a watch, rubber bands, and a folding knife. Who knew these could be combined into a murder device? I'm more and more impressed with Lu Chen.
Yeah, I have no idea how he came up with that. Lin Zhou stepped forward and said, but there's one thing I still don't understand.
How did you manage to precisely control the folding knife to pierce the vest? Just watch. Zhao Zimai replied. Lu Chen was still setting things up.
He connected a rubber band to the fishing line, then attached one end of the fishing line to the previously secured line. He then lifted the rubber band, pulling the fishing line along beneath the table until it nearly touched the wall before stopping.
Then, under everyone's gaze,
Lu Chen fumbled around for a moment, as if searching for something.
Zhao Zimai gave him a look, signaling for Lu Chen to feel upward.
As Lu Chen moved his hand upward, everyone followed the camera's angle and finally saw clearly.
He had reached the coat rack in the room. Lu Chen first placed the fishing line into the small groove behind the coat rack.
He then lifted the rubber band upward, stood up straight to organize the fishing line, and proceeded to the wall-mounted coat rack. There, he folded the rubber band in half and placed it over two coat rack hooks.
Seeing this, Lin Zhou and the others finally understood.
So that's how it was.
The murder weapon had been here all along. They then considered Peter Yang's position. All they could say was, everything had been meticulously planned. After that came the knocking, the sound of the table being kicked over, the victim's screams. I needn't elaborate further, right? Everyone nodded. Indeed.
What happened next was common knowledge. There was no point in Lu Chen elaborating further.
The rest of the technique. These detectives had seen them countless times before. Insert the folding knife into the gap of the rubber band, then twist the knife inward. After a few turns, use the counterforce to lock the knife in place. After that, they retrieved a blanket to simulate the victim and positioned it where Peter Yang had been lying. Zhao Zimai approached the table. Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's good." Under everyone's gaze, as Zhao Zimai lowered the desk lamp, its head pointing downward, they saw the fishing line suddenly snatched away by a force. Immediately afterward, the folding knife emitted an incredibly sharp whistling sound as it plunged straight into the quilt. At the same time, the cameraman remained in the bathroom, capturing the scene inside. As the fishing line was yanked away, the watch, pulled by gravity, rushed down the drain along with the line. The rubber band and other items followed the fishing line, pulled by gravity through the drain cover and into the sewer. At that moment, viewers in the livestream chat were not only amazed but also expressed such sentiments. 666. I use fishing line to catch fish, but he uses it to kill. What else can you say? The fishing line's quality is undeniable. Just the other day, I reeled in a 50-pound monster fish and nearly lost my way home. You couldn't find your way back? More like you didn't want to go home, okay? Where did you catch it? Spill it. I'm heading out tonight to bait the spot. Tell me, okay? I want to catch a 50-pound monster too. You gotta hand it to these anglers, they totally hijack the chat. Chapter 45. Sometimes, even the director gets the itch to play. In fact, Zhao Zimai never engaged in a fight with teacher Peter Yang. When Zhao Zimai entered the room, teacher Peter Yang had already fallen unconscious after drinking the water Zhao Zimai had prepared in advance. Lu Chen stated this. Peter Yang's face flushed crimson once more. He was an Interpol agent, yet he lacked even basic counter-surveillance awareness. Seeing a beautiful woman come to find him, he let his guard down and was knocked out instantly. You witnessed what happened next. I completed the restoration process, which took roughly 20 minutes in total. That explains why Zhao Zimai stayed in the room for that duration. I see. Lin Zhou nodded deeply, then shot Peter Yang a look of utter contempt. Couldn't walk straight when a beautiful woman was around? How could you so easily believe the perpetrator's story? Are you even an Interpol agent who's cracked international cases? You've got no shame left. Under Lin Zhou's piercing gaze, what else could Peter Yang do but offer an awkward, bitter smile? Lin Zhou pressed on. I noticed the bedsheets you used to bind Mr. Peter Yang, one short, one long. That must have been part of the plan too, right? Lu Chen nodded. Exactly. It was for a better angle. And deliberately moving the lamp to the edge of the desk, that was intentional too? Of course. Only then would Mr. Peter Yang think to kick it off so the staff outside could hear it, thus falling into my trap and completing this locked room murder. Though he was the one who should have been docked points, Lin Zhou now laughed. Pointing at Peter Yang, he said, to think you could be tricked into a murder. If word got out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhou burst into laughter. Actually, it had already gotten out, hadn't it? Actually, this kind of locked room murder technique leaves behind a tremendous amount of evidence. Lu Chen stated earnestly. In reality, there's a world of difference between simulated crimes and actual murders. Once a homicide occurs, the police will pursue it relentlessly, employing every high-tech method available and operating without any time constraints. Therefore, achieving a truly perfect crime is virtually impossible. Even a single strand of hair or a footprint left at the scene will be discovered. Finally, please do not attempt to replicate this. We also appreciate your continued support for our program. Thank you. Xia Qi had appeared in the room at some point and delivered a perfectly polished closing statement. The livestream audience burst into laughter upon hearing Xia Qi's words. Imitate? You've already broadcast it all, how are we supposed to imitate it now? Exactly. The production team really thinks highly of us. If we could actually imitate it, then the one standing there showing off today wouldn't be Lu Chen, it'd be me, okay? That reminds me of a line. Back then, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't even know what an opponent was. Describing Lu Chen and his crew? I think it fits perfectly. After this case, Lu Chen's team successfully earned another 3 points. Conversely, the Lin Zhou team and the Mu siblings each had 3 points deducted. This further compounded the difficulties for the two teams, which were already struggling with low scores. After the case concluded, the director announced a temporary break, granting both the crime scene team and the investigation team a holiday. Moreover, the director personally organized and staged a play, inviting the entire crew to attend while simultaneously live streaming it to viewers at home. Titled The Man Trapped in the Secret Room, the play was written by the director himself. It was inspired by a flash of insight he had after witnessing several of Lu Chen's escape room techniques. Naturally, everyone was thrilled to get time off. And getting to watch a stage play for free? Who wouldn't love that? For the live stream viewers, after watching so many cases, it was a great choice to relax and see something different for a change. Before the play began, a dazzling warm-up performance took the stage. Dancers clad in luminous costumes battled on stage with wooden weapons, their movements perfectly synchronized in the darkness. The final strike before the end drew cheers from the live audience. After the performance, the actors exited the stage to return to their dressing rooms. The stage play officially commenced. The play tells the story of the female lead, played by Ah Jun, who cleverly uses elements like rocks, snow-capped mountains, and islands to orchestrate a locked room murder mystery. As the plot unfolded, both the live audience and viewers watching the live stream were utterly captivated. It must be said, the director of this program truly possessed remarkable talent. However, behind the scenes, unseen by the crowd, a dark figure had appeared in the dancers' lounge. At the climax of the stage play, with a sudden scream from the performers, everything began to unravel. The female lead's murder was exposed, but as she retreated, she collided with the set, producing a loud crash. After the curtain call, while everyone else was savoring the play's brilliance, Zhao Zimai was struck by a thought. Why did the female lead collide with the set? Was it a planned move or an accident during the performance? Such a minor detail. Why not just ask the person herself? But Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai waited at the exit for a long time, but Ah Jun and the others still hadn't come out. So, guided by staff, they made their way to the actors' lounge. The moment they entered the lounge, they saw a large crowd gathered together. These people included not only the stage play actors, but also many members of the investigation team and the crime-solving team. Spotting Lu Chen's arrival, Chen Wenbin frowned and said, "A new case has emerged." Lu Chen paused in surprise. Then he looked toward the center of the lounge. There lay a man sprawled out in the shape of the Chinese character 4 big. But seeing that he was still breathing and even blinking his eyes, it was clear this was a staged crime. The victim was one of the opening warm-up dancers, named Away. He had been struck to death with a wooden sword in the lounge. The murder weapon and the prop wooden sword were placed together, identical in design. Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder. Earlier, the victim had performed a scene on stage where he was struck hard. Unable to contain himself, Lu Chen asked, could the person who struck him during the stage play be the murderer? Chen Wenbin replied, that person was Ah Jun's boyfriend, Ah Chang. Lu Chen smiled. That name. And why choose this particular moment? He couldn't help but look at Chen Wenbin and say, is this case something the director left for us? Chen Wenbin smiled. Who knows? But really, it made sense when you thought about it. The director must have had his reasons for arranging things this way. After all, everyone wants to show off their skills, don't they? The live stream audience watching this scene were stunned. Well. You're quite the scheming director with those kind eyes, aren't you? I thought they were actually giving the guests a break, but turns out they're piling on more work. Now it's director versus all the guests. This is getting exciting. Hang in there, don't get busted right away, that'd be embarrassing. Chapter 46, Beyond Expectations, a locked room murder. Logically, the investigation team should handle this sort of thing. After all, they're professionals. The director designed the case, and no one found it particularly difficult. Could it really be like Lu Chen, who would suddenly pull a locked room mystery out of thin air? After investigating, they discovered that besides Ah Chang, the director and screenwriter had also participated in this warm-up performance. So then, everyone shifted their focus to these two individuals. The director seemed unconcerned about the deceased's death, carrying on as if nothing had happened. He continued arranging rehearsals for the actors and even reminded Zhao Zimai, who had come to see him, not to delay their performance schedule. Fortunately, the screenwriter was more approachable. Not only did he provide the theater's floor plan, but he also actively answered Zhao Zimai's various questions. Keep going. Who knew our director was such a talented actor? Right. Looks like this case isn't so simple after all. The audience was stunned when the playwright pulled out the theater floor plan. Something about this case felt off. It didn't seem like an ordinary murder, but more like a locked room mystery. The theater had 2 dressing rooms, one on the left and one on the right. The victim was murdered in the left dressing room. He was the only one using that dressing room. After the pre-show warm-up act concluded, all stage actors were waiting backstage for their entrance. There was no scene change during the performance, and the theater's surveillance footage showed no one leaving early. This means every member of the troupe had a perfect alibi. Only 4 individuals lacked an alibi. They were the director, the playwright, Ah Chang, and the victim himself. Because the theater was too dark when the audience dispersed, no one noticed where they went after the show ended. Among these 4 warm-up performers, the victim is now gone, leaving only the director, playwright, and Ah Chang. After investigation, the investigation team reached a conclusion. The possibility of outsiders entering or exiting was ruled out. The left lounge had only one key, held by the convenience store employee. After the warm-up, the actors entered the right lounge in this order: Ah Chang, the director, and the screenwriter. As soon as Ah Chang entered the lounge, he fell asleep. The director went to the dressing room to change clothes.
After changing, he went to the back row of the audience to watch the performance. When the screenwriter returned to the lounge, Ah Chang was already asleep. After that, the screenwriter kept reading and didn't notice what was happening around him. This means none of the three had any eyewitnesses to corroborate their alibis. This familiar method of presenting three suspects made Lu Chen's eyes light up for just a moment. It felt so familiar. Familiar as could be. The classic choose one out of three, right? Anyone who's watched Detective Conan would surely recognize it too. And at that moment, the viewers in the livestream chat began buzzing with discussion. Three suspects, what do you think? What do I think? I'm lying in bed watching it. Ha ha ha, you know what? I'm watching it on QX. While some comments were playful, there were also serious discussions. Here's what I think: since the director orchestrated this whole case, he's probably the killer himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be pointless? Well, you never know. The investigation team probably thinks the same way. What if the director used reverse psychology and deliberately designed it this way? Then wouldn't everyone have been fooled by him? True. Setting that aside for now, after committing the murder, the killer had only two ways to escape from the left lounge. One was to go through the hallway and the snack shop to exit through the main lobby. But investigation revealed the corridor door was locked, and the convenience store had staff present. The killer had no key, and no staff saw anyone leaving that way. The second option. After the murder, the killer could have crossed the entire stage. From the left side dressing room to the right side dressing room. But crossing from the left dressing room to the right dressing room in full view of the entire theater, it's impossible to go unnoticed. Iweilon said with a slight frown. Exactly. Peter Yang agreed. That goes without saying. But the more impossible something seems, the closer it might be to the truth. The killer must have used some method to pass through here without being seen by anyone. The corridor was locked and the concession stand staff wouldn't lie. Therefore, the killer's only way out of the left lounge must have been through here. Chen Wenbin stated with absolute certainty. At this point, he looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen echoed He Weilon's words: passing through here under the gaze of nearly 100 people seems equally improbable. Therefore, this murder scene is a locked room. Lu Chen concluded. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with reactions. Gods and demons? A locked room murder? I knew it couldn't be that simple. So it's a locked room murder? This is getting interesting. Is this some kind of battle of wits with Lu Chen? After all, Lu Chen has already designed 3 locked rooms, each with a different method. Who knows? Maybe the director got inspired after seeing Lu Chen's performance and just couldn't resist. Whatever it is, these people's expressions are definitely off. Chen Wenbin was the first to frown at Lu Chen's words. Another escape room? Another locked room. This is getting serious, isn't it? The second to frown was He Weilon. A dark shadow crossed her beautiful face. What the hell? Another locked room murder? As she spoke, she even shot Lu Chen a look tinged with a hint of petty resentment. Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and instinctively shrank his neck. Let's focus on the case first. We can discuss anything else later, okay? Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lu Chen quickly changed the subject to smooth things over. Who knew what these people were up to? Fortunately, He Weilon and Chen Wenbin were both relatively restrained. They merely gave Lu Chen a couple extra glances before refocusing their attention on the case. Chen Wenbin had learned his lesson from Lu Chen's second locked room murder case. If the locked room mystery couldn't be solved immediately, then they would investigate the motive for the murder. He needed to look into the victim's background. First up was investigating Ah Chang. Ah Chang joined the theater troupe because he loved performing, thanks to an introduction from a playwright. But here's the thing. The deceased felt Ah Chang's acting was too poor and refused to let him perform on stage. This created a grudge between them. The playwright had no choice but to let Ah Chang perform as a warm-up act. We've all seen warm-up acts in complete darkness, only the lights on the performers' costumes are visible, making their expressions impossible to discern. Therefore, no acting skills are required for such a performance. Yet even so, this arrangement still drew fierce opposition from the deceased's family. In his view, Ah Chang should have stayed in the troupe. He should have been expelled. Chapter 47, 3 suspects, each with a motive to kill. Alright, stack that buff to the max. Conceding time and again only led to the deceased becoming increasingly demanding. If this had built up over time, then a motive for murder would certainly exist. But this must have been planned, I think. Then, Chen Wenbin and the others also discovered that Ah Chang had been constantly bullied by the victim. Relying on his seniority, the victim frequently assigned tasks to Ah Chang. This meant Ah Chang often couldn't finish his own tasks and had to work overtime. That's why he collapsed into sleep immediately after the warm-up performance ended. Upon reaching this point in their investigation, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This conflict was significant. The motive for murder was certainly sufficient. Here, Chen Wenbin proposed a theory.
If someone had crossed the stage during the performance, could the killer have used the same movement to disguise themselves as a shadow passing through? But quickly, Lu Chen dismissed it. He had reviewed the surveillance footage. During the entire 80-minute stage performance, no one had ever crossed the stage. With Lu Chen dismissing this theory, the team had no choice but to continue investigating conflicts between the director, playwright, and the deceased. Their investigation revealed that both of the other two individuals possessed motives for the crime. First, the playwright. The deceased had repeatedly mocked the screenwriter's scripts, claiming he had no creative ability whatsoever and that such scripts were so poor he should go back to elementary school to learn how to write. This provoked intense anger in the screenwriter. Therefore, despite the deceased's vehement opposition, the screenwriter insisted on keeping Chang. Let me ask you this. Who could tolerate being mocked by an outsider in their most professional field? This issue later erupted into several heated arguments between the two. Their quarrels in the break room were so loud that the entire troupe could hear them. Had others not intervened, it might have escalated into a physical fight. Right. I told you everyone had a motive for murder. Look at that. Look at that. With all that pent-up tension, killing him wouldn't be surprising. If it were me, I wouldn't have put up with it either. The audience chimed in too. And when the investigation reached the director, the results were much the same. An irreconcilable conflict existed between the director and the deceased. It turned out, this theater was an inheritance left to the deceased by his father. The director had brought his troupe to this theater, effectively living under someone else's roof. Often, he had no choice but to endure the deceased's domineering ways. But the deceased was a complete amateur. What right did he have to micromanage the director? This made the entire troupe's work unsustainable. Therefore, for the troupe's survival and his own future career, the director also had a motive for murder. At this point, Chen Wenbin and his team's investigation came to an abrupt halt here. At this moment, 8 full hours had passed since the crime occurred. A full 8 hours had already passed. A third of the 24-hour window for solving the case had already slipped away. Zhao Zimai approached Lu Chen at this moment. Finding him staring blankly at the scene before him, it took Lu Chen a long while to snap out of his trance. Zhao Zimai, thinking Lu Chen had figured out the method behind the locked room, hurriedly asked, "Have you figured out the technique?" Lu Chen froze at the question. He replied, "Maybe, this locked room can't be solved. I'm getting hungry. Let's go grab something to eat." There was nothing to be done. Seeing Lu Chen's complete lack of enthusiasm, Zhao Zimai had no choice but to investigate on her own. She found Chang. Noticing a book about escape rooms in Chang's bag, she asked if he also enjoyed them. To her surprise, Chang denied it. Moreover, she could tell he seemed somewhat nervous. Naturally, Zhao Zimai grew more suspicious of him. Wait, he's a stage actor who enjoys escape rooms, and this case involves a murder in an escape room. Masaka, could it be? Could it really be Chang? Then what about my Ajun? Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but vent their frustration. There was nothing to be done. Seeing Chang remain silent, Zhao Zimai went to find the director again. She asked if Chang had written the script for this stage play. However, how could that possibly be? The director smiled and told Zhao Zimai that the script was naturally written by the playwright. Zhao Zimai tilted her head slightly. She said in an adorable voice, "Director, you're not lying, right? I can trust what you say, right?" However, the director smiled and said, "In matters like this, you must form your own judgment. I, for one, never trust others lightly." This was a bit strange. But Zhao Zimai couldn't do much about it. She reunited with the members of the investigation team. They went to the screenwriter's place to get more information. But when they arrived at the screenwriter's residence, they found he wasn't there. They called Lu Chen. Only then did they learn the screenwriter had actually gone to Lu Chen's place to discuss the locked room mystery. This left everyone stunned. Regarding this, Zhao Zimai spoke earnestly, with deep concern, giving Lu Chen countless reminders and instructions. "You must act as if nothing is amiss. Probe the screenwriter's intentions." Lu Chen immediately agreed. He turned his gaze toward the screenwriter. The call wasn't even hung up yet. Lu Chen stated bluntly and directly, "You're the murderer, aren't you?" The moment these words were spoken, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Zhao Zimai and the entire investigation team were practically frozen in place. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be testing the waters? Why did he go all out right off the bat? The live stream audience was even more stunned. Wait, is this how you probe someone? Lu Chen, you're so bold. Trying to scare us, huh? Want to see the writer's reaction? You could tell. The screenwriter visibly froze for a moment. Huh? Lu Chen just gave a casual smile and explained, "I'm not really interested in the killer. I'm not part of the investigation team. I'm just fascinated by the locked room mystery itself." The screenwriter just smiled back. As they talked, the two shifted their conversation to the script. "What do you think of this locked room stage play script?" The screenwriter asked with a smile. It's really good. Lu Chen praised.
I spent a lot of time thinking about it before deciding to use psychological techniques to design the escape room.
Thankfully, it turned out well. Indeed. Lu Chen naturally agreed.
The stage play was excellent. As the playwright, you must have worked incredibly hard.
Not at all. As long as the audience is satisfied, that's all that matters.
The playwright quickly replied.
Lu Chen smiled naturally. After seeing the playwright off, Lu Chen silently watched the direction the playwright had departed. Just then, Zhao Zimai arrived at that moment. After some small talk, Lu Chen remarked, "There's an issue with the screenwriter." Huh? Zhao Zimai looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. How did he know? It wasn't just Zhao Zimai, the viewers in the livestream were instantly hooked too. No way. Could the killer really be the screenwriter? How did he know? Don't lie to me, I'm not that smart. Chapter 48, Lu Chen and the investigation team pinpoint different suspects.
Everyone was on edge now, not just Zhao Zimai, but the livestream viewers too. They stared at Lu Chen, desperate for him to crack the case immediately.
And Lu Chen, naturally, he wasn't going to drag his feet on this matter. He wasn't going to keep everyone in suspense.
Lu Chen pursed his lips and said, "There's a saying, loose lips sink ships. If he hadn't brought up the locked room with me, perhaps nothing would have happened."
What do you mean? Zhao Zimai didn't understand. Lu Chen smiled. It's simple. Remember that stage play we saw? I think I do. Zhao Zimai had been completely absorbed in the play back then. Hearing Lu Chen's question, she didn't immediately grasp his meaning. Lu Chen smiled and explained, "Since you saw the play, you must remember it. The play used physical methods to create the locked room murder. Whether it's the snowy mountain or the island, these are all natural elements, physical components. So why would he claim it used psychological methods? So, can we make this assumption that he didn't write the script at all?" At that moment, Zhao Zimai recalled. Earlier, while talking with Ah Chang, she had seen books related to locked rooms in Ah Chang's bag. And coincidentally, that book described how to create a locked room using physical methods. So it seems, the script for this stage play wasn't written by the playwright at all, but by Ah Chang. This explains why. It makes perfect sense why the playwright insisted on protecting Ah Chang even at the cost of the deceased. Given that, Zhao Zimai immediately went to find Ah Jun. After discussing it with Ah Jun, they immediately and secretly slipped into the break room and located Ah Chang's computer. Needless to say, Ah Jun knew Ah Chang's computer password. Sure enough, they discovered the original script draft on Ah Chang's computer. However, what neither Ah Jun nor Zhao Zimai could have anticipated was this. Even though everything had been exposed, Ah Chang insisted he'd done it willingly. In Ah Chang's view, as long as he could become an actor, he'd have a chance to become wildly popular someday. So ghostwriting scripts was no big deal at all. But this created a new problem. If Ah Chang had ghostwritten the screenwriter's script, it would explain why the screenwriter insisted on protecting him while increasing suspicion on someone else. The director, Chen Wenbin, and He Weilan had both seen the order of exits. The director was the first to leave. Then came the victim. Then Ah Chang, and finally the screenwriter. The conflict between the screenwriter and Ah Chang versus the deceased never escalated to a life or death struggle. This was merely about Ah Chang's departure. And whether Ah Chang would become an actor. Consider it from another angle. Even if the latter two conflicts were to fully erupt, leaving no room for compromise, the screenwriter could still take Ah Chang to another production crew. Therefore, the biggest issue, and ultimately the final one, fell to the director. Chen Wenbin pulled out the theater map and began formulating a hypothesis. Suppose the director is the murderer. We can conclude that he was the first to leave the stage precisely to reach the left-hand dressing room. Once the victim arrived, he used the wooden sword to kill them, then crossed the stage to reach the right-hand dressing room. This also explains why he was the first to leave the stage but not the first to arrive at the right-hand dressing room. But the crucial question now is how he crossed over. Naturally, everyone concluded the director was the final culprit. The viewers in the live chat were no exception. They'd all been led astray by Chen Wenbin's words. Yeah, there's just one question left unanswered. Once we figure out how he got from the left lounge to the right lounge, this case is solved. Looks like the director's tricks are nothing special after all. But when the camera cuts to Lu Chen, both were investigating the same case. Lu Chen hadn't changed a bit, he still pinned the suspicion on the screenwriter. He even harbored a slight suspicion. The screenwriter came to see him and revealed this method to expose himself. It was all orchestrated by the director. The purpose was simple, to clear the screenwriter of suspicion. As mentioned earlier, when it was revealed that Ah Chang had ghostwritten the script, it actually proved that screenwriter Ah Chang was a line of interest. They weren't mortal enemies with the deceased, it was merely a work-related conflict. But between the deceased and the director, it was different. Similarly, Lu Chen also formulated his own hypothesis. If we assume the screenwriter is the killer, then he had an entire scene to commit the murder. That's 80 minutes, enough time to do anything. Look. This is the order in which the four of them exited and headed to the right side lounge. Notice anything? Lu Chen asked. Zhao Zimai shook his head. What's wrong with this sequence? Lu Chen sighed, pressing his fingers to his temples. Nothing seemed off at first, but who can prove what the screenwriter said? So the biggest suspect isn't the director, it's the screenwriter. The biggest question now is how the killer managed to move silently from the left lounge to the right lounge. Suddenly, the entire scene fell silent. At that very moment, the director, watching the split-screen livestream, sipped his drink with one leg crossed over the other, a hint of smug satisfaction on his face. After all, he thought, they still haven't figured out my technique. Only someone who's been in the entertainment industry for years could possibly figure out my method. He wasn't exactly bragging. His design was something ordinary people simply couldn't conceive of. While Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai pondered the escape room's mechanics, Zhao Zimai recalled Ajin's earlier fall on stage. She blurted out, "Didn't Ajin fall on stage earlier?" I asked her about it. She said there was no curtain like that in her memory or during rehearsals, which is why she bumped into it and fell. She was merely recounting the past incident. But suddenly, Lu Chen seemed to grasp something. Right. Whenever someone moves from the left dressing room to the right one, something on stage must change. Your words just reminded me. Lu Chen turned on the camera again and fast-forwarded directly to the scene where Ajin fell. After confirming the position of the curtain, Lu Chen rewound back to the beginning. After that, Lu Chen smiled. Zhao Zimai saw that smile and instantly understood. He moved much closer. He asked, "Have you already figured something out?" Lu Chen didn't respond, only chuckled. "No, is something wrong? I don't get it, why is he laughing? Could it be he's thinking of something happy but it's just not the right time to say it? I've been there before. Come on, you're just spacing out, grinning like an idiot, not knowing what to do with yourself." The livestream instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 49, The Truth is Revealed, the killer is the screenwriter. At the theater. Despite Qin Wenbin, He Weilan, and many others investigating the case, it didn't disrupt the theater's rehearsals. Everyone continued practicing because they still had performances to prepare for. Each was rehearsing their own movements. Everything appeared perfectly normal. But then, Lu Chen glanced at the playwright a few extra times. After noticing the playwright's movements, Lu Chen deftly unlocked his phone and began searching. A smile gradually spread across his lips. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, how long can you maintain that pose?" The screenwriter gave an awkward chuckle and replied, 20 to 30 minutes at most. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen said nothing more. He just chuckled to himself and then took his leave. Then, Lu Chen said to Zhao Zimai, "Now, we can go find the director." Clapping his hands, Lu Chen tucked his phone into his pocket, feeling confident and assured. At that moment, Qin Wenbin, He Weilan, Lin Zhou, and the others all gathered around. Seeing Lu Chen's unwavering confidence, they couldn't help but guess he must have cracked the technique. That's why he was heading to see the director. As for our esteemed director, was nowhere to be found in the room. When Lu Chen and the others arrived, all they found was an empty room. According to the staff, while Lu Chen was heading to the theater to speak with the screenwriter, the director had already left. However, although he couldn't find the director, he did find the assistant director of the production team. Moreover, the assistant director had been summoned by the director specifically to await Lu Chen's explanation of the escape room's design. The assistant director smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Now, you can give your answer." Lu Chen nodded. "The murderer I'm naming is the screenwriter." This answer stunned He Weilan, Lin Zhou, and others who had been convinced the director was the culprit. Viewers from their livestream. Huh, the screenwriter? But wasn't it the director? Why is Lu Chen saying it's the screenwriter? Could we have missed something? The assistant director smiled and continued, "Right, carry on." Lu Chen said, after the performance ended, the screenwriter went to the left dressing room, killed the victim with a wooden knife, then hid behind the set, crossed the stage, and left the scene. You might be wondering how the playwright managed to leave the stage. Does anyone recall when we performed the play earlier, our leading lady Ajin bumped into the set and fell down? But we've confirmed, and the audience surely remembers, that Ajin herself mentioned during rehearsals this particular section of the set wasn't there at all. Everyone remembers this, of course. They listened as Lu Chen continued. "This is because, the human eye cannot perceive very slow movements. Here, let me review the footage again." With that, Lu Chen brought up the footage once more. As you can see, at the very beginning, this set piece was positioned here. Lu Chen pointed to a large set piece on the left. However, Lu Chen swiftly advanced the progress bar to the moment Ajin fell. Look, at this point, the backdrop has shifted over here. The human brain, when focused on one thing, overlooks changes in the background. Even when everyone knows part of the footage is altered, it's incredibly hard to spot. Let's fast forward 20 times. This way, everyone will be able to see it clearly.
After the 20x speed increase, the stage set moved across the entire stage at an extremely slow pace. At normal speed, it would be impossible to discern. According to the theater floor plan provided by the playwright, we know the entire stage spans 10 meters.
The stage play runs for 80 minutes, covering 10 meters in 80 minutes.
That translates to a speed of 7.5 meters per hour, or a mere 2 millimeters per second.
Such a slow-moving camera would be completely imperceptible to the audience. However, only specially trained actors possess the physical endurance to achieve this. At this point, Lu Chen stated, therefore, only screenwriters who have undergone special training can pull this off. Because the audience would never suspect such a thing could happen, even if the set were to shift, they'd simply assume they were seeing things, not that the set itself was moving. The screenwriter exploited this very blind spot to successfully escape the scene. When Ajin collided with the set, the screenwriter had already slipped into the lounge on the right. Of course, people will still wonder about the screenwriter's motive for murder, but it's actually been made quite clear. It was ghostwriting. We all overlooked one crucial detail.
Why did Ah Chang work tirelessly, completing every task the victim assigned him, even neglecting his own duties? And why did the screenwriter clash so fiercely with the victim yet refuse to leave the production?
Think about it, if they went to other production teams, wouldn't they be hired? Impossible. Chen Wenbin frowned. The deceased must have something on them. Yes. That's the motive for the murder. Then what is this leverage? Lu Chen smiled faintly. At this moment. Need I say more?
When Ah Chang was ghostwriting, the victim found out.
So the victim blackmailed the screenwriter.
The screenwriter had no choice but to kill the victim to cover it up completely.
I never imagined it was like this.
It seems the director's conflict was just a diversion.
When everyone moved from the left lounge to the right lounge, did you notice the drag marks on the floor? That means the screenwriter's murder was premeditated. He must have rehearsed it countless times before pulling the trigger. Right? I'm not wrong, am I? Lu Chen turned to face the screenwriter.
The screenwriter smiled.
Lu Chen was right. Seeing the screenwriter say nothing but just smile, everyone understood. Lu Chen continued, this case, how should I put it, it actually carries a certain irony within it.
The screenwriter couldn't craft a decent script, yet when it came to murder, he devised such a brilliant locked room technique.
Sigh. At this point, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. Who knows who the director was satirizing? After hearing Lu Chen's analysis, everyone understood the design of this escape room. It was difficult, yes, difficult in that it required professional expertise to execute. Yet it's also simple. It essentially exploited common sense to commit the crime. So that's how it is. I never imagined the case could be so straightforward. I always thought this case would be incredibly difficult. After all, the design of this locked room was completely baffling. Who knew it relied on specialized knowledge? Yeah, the director's being a bit unfair. But thank goodness Lu Chen was here, otherwise we'd be in real trouble. The assistant director stepped forward. He said, since Lu Chen's team solved the case, according to the rules, they should receive 3 bonus points. No points deducted or added for the other teams. Is that acceptable? Regarding the assistant director's proposal, no one had any objections. But the problem was, where was the director? Chapter 50, the appetizer is over, now comes the main course. If they hadn't noticed it back at the theater, once they stepped outside and took a closer look at their surroundings, they realized they were now on an island in the middle of a lake. Chen Wenbin glanced at the assistant director. The assistant director smiled. I didn't arrange this. You can see for yourselves. He clearly knew something about the situation. The director had called him here, how could he not be in the loop? The viewers in the livestream chat also sensed something was off. Yeah, where'd the director go? What's going on here? Could this theater case just be the appetizer? If that's the case, doesn't that mean there's another case? Instantly, the tension surged again. Lu Chen and the others turned to look at the assistant director. But the assistant director only silently looked back at them. He asked, any other questions? Judging by the assistant director's expression, he was on the verge of bursting out laughing. To say there were no questions now would be the real problem. Lu Chen stepped outside to take a look. Besides this theater, the entire island contained only and a small building. Then, the only way off the island. Up until now, they'd been entirely focused on the murder mystery within the theater. Even when they first arrived, they had gone straight to the theater without anyone paying attention to that building. But now, something was bound to happen. It couldn't possibly happen in the theater again. So, what remains? There's only this building before us. Everyone walked past. As the camera panned across the scene, everyone could see clearly. The small building stood not far from the lakeside. On the artificial hill by the shore, everyone saw a dead body. A man lay beside him. A death report was issued. The man was also known as Ah Chang. Lu Chen and the others raised their eyebrows, momentarily at a loss for words. Director, couldn't you come up with something better? At least change the names. Why always Jin and Chang? Did we offend you or something? It can be seen.
Chang died from a gunshot wound within the last hour. There were other injuries on his body, but no indication of their source.
Suddenly, everyone perked up. Chen Wenbin looked at Lu Chen and asked, "What do you think?" "I don't know. Isn't that for the investigation team? I'm just here to observe." Lu Chen couldn't jump right in, but he could observe from the sidelines. Whatever needed to be said would be addressed later. Everyone was focused on the case. Lu Chen, however, shrugged it off and kept walking upward. Lu Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. This case. Back when he was on Blue Star, he recalled seeing something similar in a movie or something. It had been so long ago that he couldn't recall. There was definitely more than one victim. Sure enough, when Lu Chen entered the small building, he immediately sensed something was off. Throughout the entire building, in various rooms, lay numerous corpses. Beside them, lay death certificates. At this sight, Lu Chen's frown deepened. Meanwhile, the audience were now cheering with delight. I knew it. Something big was coming. See? The director knows exactly what we want to see. Just look, a whole bunch of them dying. I'm curious to see how they'll investigate this. I bet the crime happened while we were at the theater. Yeah, what do you call this? Serial killings? In the hall of the small building, Lu Chen spotted a cluster of tiny figures on the table alongside a nursery rhyme. 10 little soldiers went out to dine, one choked to death, leaving 9. 9 little soldiers stayed up late, one overslept, leaving 8. 8 little soldiers set off for German class, one stayed behind, leaving 7. 7 little soldiers chopped wood with a knife, one chopped himself, leaving 6. 6 little soldiers, bored, played with a beehive, one got stung to death, leaving 5. 5 little soldiers loved studying law, one became a judge, leaving 4. 4 little soldiers sailed to prove their mettle, one was swallowed by a fish, leaving 3. 3 little soldiers entered the zoo, one was mauled by a bear, leaving 2. 2 little soldiers sat basking in the sun, one got sunburned to a crisp, leaving just 1. This lone little soldier, all alone and forlorn, he threw himself from the tower, leaving none behind. Such a long nursery rhyme couldn't possibly be meant to be read here. There must be a reason it's placed here. And in the hall's room, 2 dead bodies lay. One of them was our director. The death report indicated he had been shot. The time of death was within the past hour. No fingerprints were found on the gun used to kill him. This means it's impossible to determine whether it was suicide or homicide. Furthermore, the woman found dead in the lobby. The death report indicates she committed suicide. That's right. Suicide. This only deepened Lu Chen's confusion. Just as Lu Chen was about to check the other rooms, Chen Wenbin and the others entered. Upon seeing the scene in the hall, along with the miniature figures and nursery rhyme on the table, they immediately began discussing among themselves. What does this mean? What's it all about? Suicide? Homicide? Why is my mind going blank? What the hell is going on? Chen Wenbin and the others stared at the scene before them, momentarily dazed. The victims in the small building case totaled 10 distinct victims. They were Ajin, the woman who hanged herself in the living room, Chang, the man who died by the lake. There was also a judge, our director. Ajin had come to the island for a secretary position. She arrived to take up her post but never met the person who hired her. Chang, on the other hand, was invited here as a mercenary. Additionally, there was also a harsh-looking old woman, a rich second-generation speed demon, a retired general whose face bore the marks of a lifetime of hardship, and a doctor whose alcoholism was so severe that his hands trembled without a drink. There's also a police officer and a butler couple. But now, they all died in different places. Whoa! This is huge. So many people dead. 10, exactly 10. Did you notice? The nursery rhyme also mentions 10 people. Doesn't that match up perfectly? Could it be that each person's cause of death is also connected to the nursery rhyme? Chen Wenbin and the others set these thoughts aside for now. The critical issue now was, within 24 hours, solve this case. Determining the cause of death for 10 individuals? That's practically an impossible task, okay? At that very moment, Chen Wenbin seemed to grasp the director's thoughts. The reason for bringing the investigation team along was because of Lu Chen's presence, right? The theater murder mystery was essentially a test. They passed. That's why they're now presented with this case. Had they failed the test, they wouldn't even have access to this current case. One must admit, the director is a true talent. Given the current situation, everyone is completely baffled, utterly clueless. These 10 people just died right before everyone's eyes. How are we supposed to investigate this? Chapter 51, the director left a tape, a reenactment of the crime? Inside the room, everyone saw the videotape left behind by the director. The 10 people now dead in the cottage had all been invited by the Wei couple. However, upon arriving at the cottage, the guests hadn't seen the Wei couple at all, only the butler and his wife, who handled the logistics.
The butler urged everyone to stay calm and rest for the night, suggesting that Aoi and his wife might still arrive. Hearing this, the guests agreed it made sense and went to find rooms to rest. The guests noticed something peculiar. A poster of the same nursery rhyme in every room. It was the very same nursery rhyme we had seen earlier in the hall. However, here, we won't delve too deeply into the meaning of this nursery rhyme. We'll just mention the first line. 10 little soldiers went out to eat, one choked to death, leaving 9. Given the nature of this program, I'm sure everyone understands. Someone's bound to die. During dinner, the butler played an old record. At first, everyone dined contentedly to the soothing melody. But suddenly, the record paused for a moment. Then, a deep voice boomed from the gramophone. All 10 of you are murderers. The voice from the record sent a chill down the spines of all 10 present. The housekeeper reacted most violently, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing unconscious. The butler stepped forward, turned off the record, then helped the housekeeper to her room, where he tended to her carefully. But the housekeeper's extreme reaction suggested the accusation might not be entirely baseless. Only then did the butler explain to the others this was Aoi's instruction to play it for everyone during dinner. They had expected a gentle, soothing melody, but instead, the recording contained this disturbing segment. But that wasn't all. While the butler attended to the housekeeper, the others heard clearly that the recording also accused the butler of murdering his former master and seizing his estate. Hearing this, the butler became visibly agitated. There's absolutely no truth to this. It's complete nonsense, a frame-up. But let's not forget. The recording didn't just accuse the butler, it accused everyone. And so, everyone denied it. Not me, I didn't do it, stop spreading lies, or I'll sue you for defamation. But here's the thing. Among these people, there were honest souls. Take our Ah Chang, for instance. We've mentioned before that Ah Chang used to be a mercenary. So he openly admits that during his mercenary days, he did kill people. But for Ah Chang, who'd come through a hail of bullets, there was simply no need to hide the fact that he'd taken a life. But others couldn't. They all stubbornly insisted they hadn't killed anyone. That sharp-tongued old woman immediately jumped in, accusing Ah Chang of being a murderous maniac who didn't belong among ordinary people like them. She claimed it was all his fault that the recording had exposed them all as murderers. Some even began suspecting that Ah Chang was actually Aoi, that he had tricked everyone into coming to this building just to slaughter them all. At that moment, the venerable old judge, who had seen his share of psychopaths, finally spoke up. Based on my years of experience, he stated, Ah Chang is at best a tool in the military. He follows the general's orders. Without explicit command, he wouldn't dare draw his gun. We all knew. Ah Chang had been hired by Aoi and his wife to come here. He was fully armed. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere, the old judge continued, tomorrow morning, we're leaving this island. When such a flag appears, it usually means escape is impossible. At that moment, the rich kid remembered something. He spoke up, back when I was street racing, I hit and killed 2 kids. But I wasn't fully at fault, otherwise, I wouldn't be here. The look on his face. He didn't seem cheerful, but rather somewhat remorseful. That must be why, despite his love for racing, he no longer drove fast cars. However, just as the rich kid took a sip of wine and was about to speak again, he vanished. His body convulsed violently as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, our doctor immediately stepped in, activating his medical skills. Then, he declared the rich kid out. The live stream audience finally caught on. The first one to die was the rich kid. How could he be gone after just one sip? This feels like it's matching up with the nursery rhyme. At that moment, everyone panicked. They'd thought Mr. and Mrs. Wei had invited them over for a seminar or something in the small building. Who knew it would turn out to be a death party? Who could handle this? This was practically a live-action werewolf game, and the kicker was, it hadn't even gotten dark yet and the werewolves were already drawing knives. This wasn't following the script at all. So, everyone retreated to their rooms. Some locked their doors, others hid under their blankets. The doctor was drenched in cold sweat. Just verifying someone's identity shouldn't be this nerve-wracking. Could it be that years of heavy drinking had finally taken its toll on his body? But as the camera moved forward and downward, the answer became clear. On the doctor's way back, a blood-soaked corpse lay sprawled on the ground. And standing opposite him was another doctor, seemingly saying something. But just as the doctor was about to speak, he was awakened. It turned out, the housekeeper had returned to the room, only to find the housekeeper had grown cold as ice. So he hurried to summon the doctor, to have him once again perform the skill of examining the deceased. This commotion. Everyone was wide awake now, and observant Ajin noticed that 2 little figures were missing from the table in the hall. This made them realize something. Could it be that each time someone died, one of the figurines would disappear? Not only that, Ajin also noticed the deaths of the rich kid and the housekeeper perfectly matched the first 2 lines of the nursery rhyme. 10 little soldiers went out to dine, 1 choked to death, leaving 9. 9 little soldiers stayed up late, 1 overslept, leaving 8. The rich kid choked to death. The housekeeper passed away in her sleep.
I knew it. There's definitely a connection. Look, 2 are already dead. It all lines up. Haven't seen the death reports in the rooms yet. Now I'm curious who's next?
It was better not to mention their causes of death.
But once they did, the others present shuddered instantly. Did it have to be this eerie? So terrifying. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, the butler delivered another piece of bad news. Leaving tonight was impossible. There was no wind by the lake and no boats would come this late. Hearing this,
Ajin spoke up again.
She pointed out, if that's the case, then the murderer must be among the remaining 8 people. And regarding this,
she initiated the first round of voting.
Ajin spoke first. In her view, the doctor was the most likely candidate to have committed the crime. He was the only one among the remaining 8 with the necessary pharmaceutical knowledge.
Therefore, it made sense that he could have drugged the housekeeper and poisoned the rich kid.
Chapter 52, for eliminated, 5th in danger. People are dying, so why are they still fighting amongst themselves? Of course they are. If they didn't fight amongst themselves and united, how would the remaining ones be killed?
True.
I wonder who's next.
Based on Tanyao's words, it could be anyone. With Ajin making her move, the doctor naturally had to defend himself. But his defense wasn't about proving his innocence, it was about shifting suspicion onto someone else. He looked at the judge and mentioned the purpose of the judge's visit to this lake island. He had come here for recuperation. He might have brought potent medication, but he could also have committed murder.
Not only that, adhering to the principle that whoever betrays me is no longer my ally.
The doctor also intended to take Ajin away with him.
He pointed out,
Ajin was a professional housekeeper, so it was only natural for her to carry some medicine. It made sense that she deliberately pointed at the doctor to protect herself.
However, after examination,
none of the 3 showed any significant signs of suspicion.
No suspect was found.
Everyone in the house had retreated into their own shells.
But just waiting around like this wasn't going to solve anything. Therefore, everyone began dividing into groups to tackle tasks. And everyone knew, once this kind of situation arises, deaths would inevitably start occurring. Seriously? Splitting up now? Haven't you died before? What's going on? What are they thinking? Shouldn't everyone be huddled together right now, waiting for tomorrow's boat? Lu Chen and the others witnessed this scene.
They shared the same confusion as the audience.
As Lu Chen watched, his brow furrowed. The snowbound mansion mode.
The snowbound mansion mode, commonly used in detective fiction or films, also known as the isolated island mode, refers to a scenario where a group of people are gathered in a relatively enclosed environment such as a mansion cut off from the world by a blizzard, a locked room, or an isolated island and are unable to contact the outside world due to special circumstances. Temporarily unable to leave. Meanwhile, strange occurrences unfold among them, with several members dying under mysterious circumstances one after another. The killer is among these people, and the detective must conduct limited investigations and deductions under such circumstances. Following the crimes, external intervention such as police is temporarily impossible, and the confined setting offers limited resources. Advanced techniques like fingerprint analysis are unavailable, forcing the investigation to rely solely on pure deduction.
With the teams decided, everyone began their respective tasks.
The police, Ah Chang, and the doctor formed one group. They are tasked with investigating the small building and its surroundings for any suspicious individuals.
The elderly woman and Ajin.
The 2 women remained inside the small building, chatting while keeping watch for any strangers approaching. The judge lounged nearby on a recliner, looking supremely content and at ease.
The butler, meanwhile, was acting alone, searching for something. As for the general,
he sat alone in the guardhouse beside the lake, near the small building. Now, he recalled how his jealousy had sent his rival into a battle he couldn't survive, and the memory sent a chill down his spine.
On the balcony, the old woman and Ajin were chatting when she suddenly noticed a shift in the sky, sensing something was amiss. Perhaps this was that inexplicable sixth sense. She and Ajin walked toward the lake. Both women froze instantly.
There lay the general in the sentry box, his head smashed open.
Ha! The third one to die, it's actually the general? That's unexpected. I thought it would be the police, Achan, or the butler. They were the ones who went out.
Yeah, who'd have thought the general watching the lake from the guardhouse would be the first to go? Upon seeing the general gone, Ajin's first thought was to return to the small building to check the number of little people.
Sure enough, another one was missing. It turned out,
the third line of the nursery rhyme, 8 little soldiers set off for Germany, 1 must stay behind, leaving 7.
Meaning that if someone is left alone, they will be assassinated. Out of 10, only 7 remain. Now let's examine the 4th verse.
7 little soldiers chop wood with a knife, 1 chops himself, leaving 6.
Judging by this rhyme, the next death will be rather unique. At this point, Lu Chen and the others watched the footage in silence.
The audience, however, was different.
They were all eagerly anticipating who would be next. This is incredibly thrilling. Who could it be? I think it might be the butler. He was alone when he left. The killer is most likely to go after him. I think it might be the judge. He's getting old, and killing him would be incredibly easy. After the general's death, the people in the small building gathered once more. A new round of discussion and voting commenced. At this moment, everyone noticed the steward was absent. Following the principle of targeting whoever was absent, whether by slandering or scrutinizing them, everyone began searching for the butler's flaws. First, it's important to note that the butler was the one who walked alone the most among them all. Therefore, he was the most likely suspect. However, the scene that followed left everyone utterly stunned. The butler, who had been alone, was now in the kitchen. He was deeply puzzled. The meat dish he prepared for dinner contained offal that was not used. But he couldn't fathom why someone would take such a thing. Judging by the butler's expression, his expression doesn't seem like that of a murderer. Yeah, if he were the killer, unless he had some twisted hobby, why not just poison everyone right at the start when he was cooking? But that wouldn't match the nursery rhyme, would it? Well, from the audience's discussions in the livestream, it's clear. The butler's involvement seemed unlikely. This night had a stormy feel to it. Judging by the looks of things, someone's probably going to die again. Yeah, why else would the director add all these special effects? I think it's the butler. Why else would they give him a solo shot? Sure enough. Cut to the next shot. The butler is out of the picture. His death perfectly echoed that nursery rhyme. He really was hacked to death. But if the next line were to come true, that would be a bit of a stretch. Because the next line goes, 6 little soldiers, bored, play with a beehive, 1 gets stung to death, leaving 5 remaining. But hadn't Officer Chang and his team already investigated? They confirmed there were no wasp nests or similar hazards on the entire island. Now then, how could the killer have done it? This question, the audience is also quite curious. I told you it had to be the butler. In books or movies like this, once someone gets a solo spotlight, you can practically count on them being next. But with the butler gone, the remaining people must be panicking. I bet it won't be long before they turn on each other. I just want to know how the next one will be done. Me too. Chapter 53, the butler dies, leaving only 5. At this point, no one could discern any clues. Chen Wenbin looked directly at Lu Chen and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Hadn't he asked this question before? Well, I'd need to watch the entire tape before I might have a clue. Lu Chen felt this way because in the Snowstorm Villa mode, 1 out of every 10 players was guaranteed to be the killer. Moreover, judging from the footage the director provided, it was undoubtedly complete, no cuts whatsoever. Otherwise, no clues would remain. Nor could any deductions be made. The others were still watching the tape, showing little reaction to their conversation. Looks like Lu Chen's frozen too. Judging by his expression, he hasn't got a clue either. I've noticed something. Doesn't this case resemble the ones Lu Chen designed before? Case after case, locked room after locked room. Yeah, you're right. Now that you mention it, it really does seem that way. Is this some kind of silent challenge from our director Xie? Who knows? The camera cuts back to the videotape. Only one person appeared on the screen, our elderly woman. She lay alone in her chair, lost in quiet thought. Finally, she murmured softly, "I didn't mean to back then. It's just..." Before she could finish, the old woman sighed deeply, then closed her eyes and lay back in the chair, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Seeing this, how could anyone not understand? Another one was about to pass away. Sure enough, when the camera cut back to the old woman, she had already passed away. Upon closer inspection, what killed her was a dagger. And engraved on the hilt of this dagger were the characters 4B. This discovery, it matched the nursery rhyme. 6 little soldiers, bored, played with a beehive, 1 got stung to death, leaving 5 remaining. Holy crap, that works too. I was wondering how bees could kill people on an island with no wasp nests. Surprised? Unexpected? Who knew it could go this way? The audience was genuinely impressed by the director's wild imagination. You gotta hand it to him. Truly the director of simulated crime scenes, this technique, this level of murder. Unbelievable. After watching all these tapes for so long, everyone needs a break. Weilan paused the video playback. He gathered everyone together. He said, "Now let's review the footage. Discuss what you've seen and whether there are any clues." Chen Wenbin said, "So far, the victims are the butler and his wife, the rich kid, the general, and the old woman. Their deaths were distinct, yet each matched a nursery rhyme. Moreover, whenever one of them died, the director deliberately included a separate shot, as if signaling to us that this person was about to die. Among them, Dr. Asian, the judge, and the butler are considered the most suspicious. But now that the butler is dead, one of the remaining 3 might be the real culprit." But just then, Lu Chen cut in, interrupting Chen Wenbin. "But where did Wei and his wife go? Don't you find it strange? From the very beginning, this whole setup was orchestrated by Wei and his wife, right? Yet up until now, they've never actually shown up.
I have a suspicion Wei and his wife are actually fake identities used by one of these 10 people.
And that person is the real culprit. Lu Chen's words provided everyone with a fresh perspective.
He Weilan, Lin Zhou, and the others pondered Lu Chen's reasoning and found it compelling. Thus, at the moment the recording paused,
they split up to investigate the true identities of the Wei couple.
It was also at this time
Lu Chen left the room.
He stepped outside to catch his breath. His mind began racing. In the Snowstorm Manor murder case, the killer had been identified from the very beginning. What followed was merely the unfolding of this process before their eyes.
Among these 10 people, who was the least suspicious? That person would be the most likely suspect. This is an immutable law. Among the remaining suspects, the doctor, Jin, and the judge were all considered suspects. But Chang and the police officer were not suspected for the time being. Does this mean the killer lies between Chang and the police?
As Lu Chen pondered this, He Weilan and the others returned.
After investigation, the Wei couple were imposters.
They had recruited the housekeeper couple using non-existent identities, then had the housekeepers invite the remaining people to this building.
This meant that
pursuing the lead of the Wei couple was now virtually impossible. Even if they did uncover the truth, it would be far beyond the timeframe for solving the case. Since this lead was useless, the only option now was to continue watching the footage. Click play, and the footage resumes. The scene shifts. We see Chang returning to his room, where he habitually checks the handgun locked in his drawer.
However, what no one could have anticipated was the gun was gone. This incident set off alarm bells for everyone else. So, everyone began a new round of discussion and voting.
Both the doctor and the police believed Chang had stolen it himself.
He was a professional mercenary, how could he possibly let his weapon go missing?
Therefore, both of them believed Chang was the murderer.
However,
Chang refused to accept being pinned down like this. He glared at the police officer. Almost with anger and exasperation, he said, "You're nothing but a purebred useless 5-star cop."
Now I know why you got fired.
Chang made a suggestion.
Since no one believed him, then let's search everyone's rooms. That way we can find evidence, right? Everyone agreed that made sense. So they began searching everyone's rooms. Alas! Such a thorough search yielded absolutely nothing.
It was already late into the night. Everyone, exhausted from the long hours of work, were growling with hunger.
There was no choice.
Food is as essential as iron to the body. Skip a meal and hunger gnaws at you.
Everyone decided to grab a late-night snack first, then decide what to do next. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but start complaining. Seriously, at a time like this, you still have the nerve to eat? What were they thinking? I'm speechless.
But when everyone saw that the group was acting together and hadn't even lit a fire to cook, just pulling out some instant food to eat with water,
they couldn't really say anything else. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong with that. The remaining few, at least they knew to stick together. At least they knew that once dawn broke, they could leave.
But those who know how to solve it,
we all know, they'll never get out. By dawn, not a single living soul will remain in this building. Chapter 54, Jin and Chang go offline, no survivors. After eating a late-night snack,
everyone gathered in the study, a small room. Hiding together here offered the best mutual protection.
But it just so happened they ended up in the study.
The audience could see the missing pistol inside the mouth of the polar bear toy on the study desk.
Since the pistol appeared here, it must have been taken by one of the 5 people. I think someone else is going to die. What do you think? What else could it be? I'm just wondering who took the gun. Who else?
The real culprit, of course. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 gathered in the study to establish a comprehensive set of operational protocols.
No solo operations. This refers to 2 people acting alone. Group activities were permitted. Of course, one could also choose to be alone. Upon hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Well, someone's really going offline. Sure enough,
our judge chose to sit alone in quiet contemplation.
This unsociable behavior made everyone wary. And so, the rest of the group unanimously voted to expel the judge. He was the wolf. After the vote,
the 4 remaining individuals exchanged awkward glances in the study, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension.
At that moment,
Jin suggested she needed to use the restroom, though she was the only woman left.
At such a critical moment, who would care about gender distinctions? What if she was the killer and ambushed everyone? The 3 unanimously decided to accompany her.
Jin was deeply reluctant inside.
At a time like this,
she had no room to refuse. In this tense atmosphere, she reluctantly went to the restroom, while the other 3 took turns attending to their own needs. It seemed they'd all been holding it in for quite some time. But in this atmosphere, they had forgotten.
Then, on the way back to the study, they passed through the hall. Oh, look at that. The judge had already passed away. At that moment, let's revisit that nursery rhyme.
5 little soldiers, fond of studying law, one became a judge, leaving 4 behind.
This is the 6th line. Doesn't it perfectly match the judge? Now it's all good. No matter how you cast it, they're all good people. At this point, someone's psychological defenses are bound to break down.
The doctor, a chronic alcoholic, was the first to snap.
He started yelling and screaming. He felt he couldn't just sit back and wait for disaster. He had to find a way out. Either leave now, or resort to underhanded means to find the killer. But,
among the remaining 4, there was simply no viable solution to be found.
Not only that, at this moment, the remaining 4 individuals actually went back to their own rooms.
They had just said they would stick together and never act alone.
They forgot so quickly. Wasn't this just giving the killer an opportunity? Shortly after returning to their rooms, the police noticed. The doctor went out alone. He left the room and ran out of the house.
Therefore, the police were convinced the doctor was involved.
He thought this was the killer's escape route, so he hurriedly called Ah Jin and Ah Chang. However,
there was no result. When they returned to the small building, Ah Chang was astonished to discover his pistol had returned.
It had reappeared in the drawer.
The remaining 3 gathered together. They unanimously agreed that the doctor was the murderer, that he was responsible for everything. Ah Jin's guess was right, only a doctor with medical expertise could drug everyone and then carry out the murders. The gun was also stolen by him.
Now it had been returned. Not only that,
he also employed a red herring tactic. The red herring tactic, also known as the red herring fallacy. It refers to a diversion fallacy, where an unrelated topic is skillfully introduced to shift the other party's attention and the direction of discussion toward another subject, thereby winning the argument. Herring is a fish that isn't naturally red. It turns deep red after being salted and smoked, acquiring a strong odor.
People would place smoked red herring in areas frequented by foxes to test hunting dogs' tracking abilities. Later, red herring came to symbolize false clues or fabricated facts introduced to confuse opponents.
Applying this to the case at hand.
In essence,
the doctor orchestrated his own disappearance, leading the remaining 3 to believe he too had been murdered, thereby clearing himself of suspicion. But Ah Jin felt that since the culprit had already been identified, they should head to the lake immediately.
After all, it wouldn't be long before dawn. A boat would arrive then, and they could leave at that time. But, after packing their belongings,
as they made their way to the lake,
the police didn't follow. At this moment, the camera cut back to the police officer.
He was found confessing. He had once taken the law into his own hands against a child, ultimately beating the child to death.
Those in the know understood.
Such scenes emerged.
The cop is definitely out of the picture. Sure enough,
Ah Jin and Ah Chang returned to the small building. What they found was the policeman's body. He had been murdered at some point.
The murder weapon
was the polar bear toy we had seen earlier in the study.
Here we can see that the policeman's death did not match the nursery rhyme,
because his manner of death did not match the 7th victim's.
Instead, it matched the 8th line of the nursery rhyme.
3 little soldiers entered the zoo. 1 was attacked by a bear, leaving 2 remaining.
When the 2 returned to the lakeside,
among the rock formations by the lake, they saw the corpse corresponding to the 7th nursery rhyme. 4 little soldiers set sail to prove their mettle. 1 was swallowed by a fish,
leaving 3 behind.
The doctor's body suddenly appeared before the 2 of them. It seemed that after he went out last night, he had indeed been murdered. The 2 exchanged glances.
Instantly, distrust arose. Ah Jin thought, the doctor wasn't the killer, nor was the policeman. Now only 2 people remained. So what else is there to say?
She herself wasn't the murderer.
That leaves only one answer. The killer. It's Ah Chang.
At that thought, she felt compelled to take matters into her own hands. Otherwise, she would become the 9th victim.
When the 2 reached the lakeside,
she snatched the pistol from his waist when he wasn't looking. Ah Chang froze for a moment. Then he looked at Ah Jin in confusion. Ah Chang thought that once the boat arrived, they could leave. But Ah Jin had other ideas.
Ah Chang instinctively reached to take the gun back. He even joked with Ah Jin. Do you know how to use a gun? Give me back the gun. In 2 hours, the boat will arrive. Once we're back in the city, we'll call the police. Someone will handle this case. Ah Chang was actually right. But Ah Jin, completely trapped in her own logic, couldn't possibly believe Ah Chang's words. She angrily ordered Ah Chang to back away.
She declared, "You're the murderer.
You want the gun back so you can kill me too. Answer me. Is it or isn't it?"
Ah Chang was at a loss for words.
What was this woman thinking? If I were the killer, how could you still be alive? Yes, you're right. I'm truly impressed. He didn't finish his sentence. Bang! The gun went off. Chapter 55, Who is the real culprit? Lu Chen's answer, the judge. Holy! I knew there was something fishy about that body by the lake. So it was Zhen who did it. Has she lost her mind? Someone who's completely lost their mind is capable of anything. Chang's words were just the spark that lit the fuse. Sigh. So you see, being too outgoing isn't always a good thing. Look, in a case like this, she made it all the way to the end only to be killed by her own partner. Unbelievable. The rest of the plot. Needless to say, the recording ends here. 2 bodies now lie in the small building's lobby. The very same 2 Lu Chen and his team saw upon entering the building. The judge and Zhen. It's not hard to guess. After shooting Chang, Zhen's mind completely broke. She abandoned the chance to leave by boat. She returned to the small building. She hanged herself. At this point, let's look at the final 2 lines. 2 little soldiers sat basking in the sun. One was scorched to a crisp, leaving only one behind. This lone soldier, solitary and forlorn, he too took his own life by hanging, leaving none behind. Doesn't this correspond perfectly? At this point, all the clues were provided in the videotape. Chen Wenbin, Lu Chen, and the others could search the small building and its surroundings for clues to their heart's content. Everything, absolutely everything, had been left here. After watching the tape, Lu Chen silently lowered his head. The tape was finished. But something felt off. The plot shouldn't unfold this way. Of the 10 people killed by gunfire, were 2, the judge and Chang. And in the end, there were no fingerprints on the gun. This fact was what Lu Chen found most peculiar. Why were there no fingerprints? Could Zhen have done such meticulous work before hanging herself? Did she really need to? Certainly not. If she didn't need to, then why did she wipe the fingerprints off the gun and state it clearly in the death report? This indicates. This point is extremely important, perhaps even. It could point to the real culprit. But the crucial point lies here. Once the fingerprints are wiped away, they can no longer be identified. It's nearly impossible to pinpoint the real culprit from this angle. So this approach won't work. We must shift our focus to that nursery rhyme detailing 10 different ways to die. Each person met a distinct fate. The rich kid choked to death. The housekeeper was poisoned. The general's cause of death was not mentioned. The old woman died by a dagger engraved with bees. The butler was murdered. The judge was shot. The doctor drowned. The policeman died from a stuffed polar bear toy. Chang died at Zhen's hands. Zhen committed suicide. Lu Chen stared at these 10 causes of death. Suddenly, he discovered something peculiar. Something's not right about the general's death. We've discussed the red herring tactic before. So could it be that the general employed the red herring tactic? As a seasoned general with years of battle experience, he possessed extensive combat expertise. Therefore, when it comes to methods of assassination, he could have easily mastered any remaining method. Moreover, he possessed sufficient physical strength to carry out the deed. We must understand. Both the police officer and the butler were in the prime of their lives. Murdering them would require considerable physical strength. Therefore, on this point, Lu Chen ruled out the judge and the elderly woman Zhen. All 3 lacked the strength. One-on-one. It was simply impossible for them to kill the police officer and the butler. But if the killer was the general, what would his motive for murder be? In the general's solo scene, the following scene is shown. He sent his romantic rival to the front lines, where he ultimately perished in battle. Therefore, he is the guilty one. He should be the one on trial, not the one passing judgment. Moreover, with this thought, Lu Chen hurried to the general's body to determine the time of death. Upon seeing this, all of Lu Chen's previous deductions were overturned. The general's time of death precisely matched his sequence of death. He was the 3rd to die. Moreover, there was an interval between deaths. Nearly an hour separated him from the old woman. Considering the timing of the deaths, Lu Chen went to check on the others again. In the death reports, the first 5 victims showed intervals between their deaths. The last 5 had died almost simultaneously. They all died here within the same hour. Of course, the director couldn't have made that mistake. Otherwise, it would be obvious at a glance. But that means the general couldn't be the murderer. The killer is someone else. Lu Chen made no progress here, so he came over to Chen Wenbin and the others. He overheard Chen Wenbin and He Weilan's deductions. I think the killer is Zhen. Why? Chen Wenbin couldn't help but ask when he heard He Weilan say that. He Weilan explained, look, Zhen was the last victim, right? Yes, that's correct. Did she kill Chang? Yes. And the nursery rhyme makes it crystal clear. This little soldier, lonely and alone, all hanged themselves, not one left behind. Why does the final line of the rhyme mention Zhen? Doesn't that prove she's the killer? Only she, who lived to the end, had the chance to do all this, didn't she? Wei-lan's reasoning held merit. The live stream audience, hearing this, began to see the possibility too. Right. Ajin was the last to die, and the tape never showed what she did afterward. She had ample time to set everything up before hanging herself. The others all had homicide listed as the cause of death, but hers was suicide. Isn't that obvious? Exactly. Didn't the tape make it perfectly clear? But if that's really the case, wouldn't that be a bit too simple? Lu Chen listened silently, but the question lingered in his mind. If Ajin was the final killer, then why did the director keep the footage going all the way to the point where Ajin shot Ah Chang? Why not just have the gunshot appear in the black screen and end it there? That way, wouldn't that have created even greater suspense, leaving everyone even more baffled? Therefore, Lu Chen believes that the conclusion of Ajin being the murderer was the answer deliberately thrown out by the director. The purpose was to mislead the audience. It was impossible for her to be the killer. It was also during the discussion about suicide. Lu Chen suddenly had a flash of insight. He remembered something. Suicide? Suicide? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen entered the hall. He surveyed the surroundings. Then he went to each person's death scene, examining them meticulously. Finally, he returned to the hall. He gathered everyone together, taking the seat where the judge had once sat. Smiling, he addressed them. I believe I know who the real culprit is. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire room was stunned. Who is it? Speak up. Viewers in the livestream channel fixed their gaze on Lu Chen, waiting for him to reveal the answer. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The murderer is the judge. Lu Chen's words were neither loud nor soft, but his conclusion struck deep into everyone's mind. Chapter 56, The Truth Often Lies in the Hands of the Few. A hushed silence fell over the entire room. All eyes silently focused on Lu Chen, as if staring at some kind of monster. Are you kidding me? The judge was the sixth to die. How could he be the real culprit? Has Lu Chen lost his mind? Wait, is Lu Chen trying to be a maverick here? He just has to give an answer that's different from everyone else's. What's the deal? Does he think someone who's been dead for ages could still commit a crime? And look at that judge, haha, he's so old and frail, like he could even muster the strength to kill someone? Sigh, Lu Chen, I admit you're pretty sharp, but just admit you're wrong now. We're all buddies here, we'll laugh it off and move on. Most of the audience agreed with Wei-lan. The killer must be Ajin. Didn't the videotape make it perfectly clear? However, a small minority chose to support Lu Chen. Laugh all you want. You'll see who's right in the end. Exactly. Don't forget, truth often lies with the minority. I believe in Lu Chen. As all eyes focused on him, Lu Chen remained utterly unruffled, offering only a faint smile. Because at that moment, the director had arrived. The staff member announced, all teams, please submit your answers. Everyone froze. It turned out the time was up. Wei-lan and many other groups still insisted on their original answer. We choose Ajin as the murderer. Chen Wenbin kept his head down, saying nothing. Lu Chen didn't overthink it. When the director looked at him, he stood by his opinion. I believe the judge is the murderer. Present your reasoning. Wei-lan repeated her previous line of reasoning. After listening, the director merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Wrong. The director's words instantly killed half the competition. Everyone froze for a moment. It really isn't Ajin? That can't be. Then who else could it be? Then, the director turned to Lu Chen. He asked, what's your reasoning? Lu Chen pursed his lips and said, the reason I believe it was the judge stems from the final moments of the videotape and the arrangement in the lobby. First, the final part of the tape clearly stated that Ajin had suffered a mental breakdown. She shot Ah Chang and then returned to the small building to hang herself. But Lu Chen pointed to the spot where Ajin had hanged herself and said, perhaps no one noticed this detail, the rope she used to hang herself was positioned rather high. Let's take a look. He said. Ajin approached the spot where she had hanged herself. Judging by the body, Ajin was about 155 centimeters tall. Yet the vertical height here is over 3 meters, I'd even say it might be closer to 4 meters. How could she have done it? Are you referring to suicide? The director asked. Lu Chen nodded. Yes. So you think the judge is the murderer? The director looked somewhat incredulous. Of course not. The reason I think the judge is the murderer isn't just because Ajin couldn't have hanged herself, it's because of what Ajin and Ah Chang said in the videotape. Red herring. Oh, is there a problem with that? Absolutely. When Ajin and the others mentioned the red herring trick, they were referring to the doctor using that method to fake his death and escape. But let's carefully consider each of their deaths. We won't revisit the deaths of the first 5. The videotape already made it clear how they died. But with the 6th victim, the judge. I don't know if anyone noticed this, when the camera focused solely on the judge, all 5 people were in the study at that moment. And I don't know if you, the director, did this intentionally or if it was a necessary clue, but the judge was the only one who chose someone himself. That's what made me suspect something was off. Everyone says the judge leaving alone was a premonition of his death, but I wonder why would the judge walk out alone? Didn't he know the killer was nearby? Didn't he know that walking alone meant certain death? He couldn't have been unaware. So if he walked alone despite knowing all this, the only explanation I can think of is that he was the killer. Here, I must revisit the red herring trick from earlier. The one who used the red herring wasn't the doctor, it was the judge. Right. Lu Chen looked at the director and asked. The director's expression betrayed little change. But inside, a storm was brewing. The script he had meticulously crafted, believing it to be flawless, had been completely exposed by Lu Chen. Throughout the entire videotape, only 2 clues remained. 1. As Lu Chen had pointed out, the issue of the judge walking alone. The other clue would soon be revealed by Lu Chen. Continue. Seeing the director didn't even argue back. Everyone was stunned. No way, Lu Chen actually guessed right. The killer really is the judge. Are you kidding me? It wasn't Ah Jun, but the judge who was eliminated earlier. Bring out the person who made Lu Chen admit his mistake earlier. Let them explain who exactly is apologizing. The live chat was about to erupt in chaos. This was truly, completely unexpected. The final culprit was the judge. Lu Chen continued, there's another reason I say this, does anyone remember? What? Iweilon and the others turned to look at Lu Chen. They had no idea what Lu Chen was talking about. Lu Chen gently rubbed his forehead and began recounting an incident that occurred before the butler's death. Let's go back to before the butler died. He was inspecting the kitchen and discovered that the offal left over from cooking had vanished. I wonder if anyone remembers this detail. Lu Chen said this. Almost no one remembered this minor detail. But it was just a fleeting scene before the butler's death. Everyone's attention was focused on how the butler would die. Who would remember such a minor thing as the missing offal? Let's think about it. Who would steal offal? And who would know him so well? Among the 10 people present, only a few come to mind. First, the doctor. He must know a lot about it. Next, who could it be? The police or Ah Chang? Neither of them. They never had the chance to come into contact with it. But I've thought of a possibility, one that's probably rare in our time. But don't forget, our director has a real fondness for old-school gadgets. At the start of this episode, remember? In the first case I designed, I mentioned our director loves vintage things. Didn't he have an old projector and a vintage phone in his room before? The director heard this. He actually chuckled. So that's how you came up with it? Chapter 57, the director's hobby becomes the key to solving the case. What are you talking about? What did you figure out? Stop with the riddles. This is killing me. Hurry up, reveal it already. Go on. The director smiled and gestured for Lu Chen to continue. He wouldn't interrupt. Lu Chen nodded. He said, actually, the reason I discovered this has a lot to do with the first case I designed at the beginning of this season, which revealed your preferences, director. Hong Kong was once a colony of the British Empire. It wasn't until last century that our country reclaimed it. Naturally, Hong Kong retained many British customs. How does that relate to our case? Iweilon couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen nodded. It does. At the beginning of the tape, 10 people arrived here, right? But if you look closely, you'll notice the ship they arrived on is actually an old relic from many years ago. How old? I looked it up on my phone. It's a ship from the British Empire a century ago, the most common type of transport vessel back then. After entering the small building, everyone's attention focused on how these people died. I think that was intentional on the director's part to obscure the many clues he left behind. First, we can see that their first meal wasn't traditional Chinese cuisine, but rather authentic Western fare. Next, their table wasn't the common square table we're used to, but a round table typical of the Sun Never Sets kingdom. Such round tables typically appeared in the homes of upper-class nobility. And this is also an old relic. In today's Sun Never Sets kingdom, you'd hardly ever see such a table anymore. Then there's another detail our director obscured, the guillotine. Am I right? You could say that. Unless you examine each frame individually, it's hard to spot this detail. The book the judge is reading is about punishment and atonement. And the page we happen to see just shows a guillotine from 100 years ago. Also, the pistol they used is an antique weapon. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Browning M1911. All of this tells us this case didn't happen in Hong Kong, it happened in the British Empire a century ago. Everyone was stunned. Iweilon and the others began meticulously examining the details in the videotape, following Lu Chen's instructions. Then, they were all stunned. Because everything Lu Chen had said was true. The tape said nothing explicitly, yet by revealing these things, they said everything. Nostalgia? This is taking it way too far. I once thought this might just be our director's personal preference, but it appears far too frequently for me not to suspect otherwise.
Following that line of suspicion, then the killer absolutely couldn't be Ajin.
Oh? Why? The director was curious. Let's go back to the videotape.
Since we've confirmed this case happened a century ago, and as I mentioned earlier, the judge was reading a book about punishment and atonement. I've considered punishment, but what about atonement?
Did Ajin ever atone for her sins before she died? She committed a crime.
On the island, she didn't die by judgment, she took her own life. She even killed Ah Chang.
Someone like that, you'd call her stubbornly unrepentant, wouldn't you? At that moment, He Weilon interjected. Punishment refers to the judge, correct? But he can't represent atonement either.
It wasn't just He Weilon. Everyone else shared this confusion.
Exactly. Even if the judge controls punishment, what does atonement have to do with him?
Of course, the judge can't make others atone. What he can do is atone for himself.
This brings us to the final point.
It's also the point that's puzzled me since I first saw this case.
The director smiled. Alright, let me finish this part. Seriously. If Lu Chen kept talking, how could he possibly save face? Unbelievable. How did this guy figure it out? And how did he notice all these details? This is so annoying.
Of course Lu Chen couldn't tell the director. I have a system built into me, and since the second map isn't finished yet, I have a natural insight into escape rooms.
And even if I did tell him, the director wouldn't believe me anyway. Actually, here's how this case unfolded.
As everyone saw at the beginning of the tape, after the boatman delivered the 10 people here, he left.
But did you notice? The boatman actually gave the judge an extra glance.
Everyone assumed it was because he noticed the judge's advanced age.
That's not the case. The boatman was the only one among them who knew the judge's identity. Otherwise, why would the ferryman have brought them to the island?
From their seating order, we know the judge arrived first.
He explained everything to the ferryman and instructed him to return in 7 days.
This explains why Ah Jin and Ah Chang didn't see the boat by the lake the next morning. First, the other 9 individuals were all carefully selected by the judge. They were all individuals who had committed serious crimes. Everyone heard the recording played at the beginning, so I won't elaborate further on this point. The judge sent invitations to the others under Ah Jin and Ah Chang's names. Once everyone had gathered at the cottage, the judge first poisoned the rich kid and the housekeeper. Then he disposed of the disheveled general in the guardhouse, before using a dagger to kill the old woman.
Wait a moment.
The director paused at this point.
Lu Chen seemed to recall something and quickly interrupted. Director, you said the judge poisoned the rich kid and the housekeeper? The director nodded. That's right.
But in the death reports you left behind, the rich kid choked to death and the housekeeper overdosed on sleeping pills.
This is...
Well, director, you make others follow the rules and insist on leaving necessary clues, yet you make exceptions for yourself even getting the manner of death wrong.
Isn't that misleading the investigation team and Lu Chen? Exactly.
I don't think this case should count.
The investigation team shouldn't lose points. Lu Chen solved it, that's his skill. He should get extra credit on his own. Exactly. Lu Chen said this.
The director froze for a moment before catching on. He quickly apologized, offering an awkward smile. My apologies, my apologies. I forgot about that when designing the case.
This was my oversight.
How about this, no points deducted for the investigation team that failed to identify the real culprit.
But since Lu Chen's team pinpointed the culprit and provided reasonable evidence, they'll receive extra points. No objections, right? Exactly. That's only fair. I think it's fine. This approach is perfectly acceptable. Chapter 58, The Truth Hidden in the Details.
The director continued. There's one thing you got right, Lu Chen, it was indeed the judge who employed the red herring tactic.
And your evidence was spot on, it was based on the kitchen drain. But there's one thing you didn't anticipate. Remember what the doctor said at the end of the tape? That he'd kill us all? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Ah, I think he did say something like that. Could it be he was an accomplice?
Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes widened as he exclaimed.
The director nodded. He smiled. Yes, the doctor is an accomplice. That's also why the judge's red herring tactic went undetected. Think about it, why did I make the doctor an alcoholic? Why did I portray him as the most psychologically fragile? And why did I give him a separate shot where he dreams about a corpse? This way, it makes perfect sense that the doctor, driven by fear, was brainwashed by the judge and became his accomplice, right? But...
Alright, I suddenly understand why you set the time and place in the British Empire a century ago. If this were in our China, just the director's character design alone might require major rewrites.
No. You've got that wrong.
It's not that the judge threatened the doctor to make him an accomplice. Rather, the judge asked the doctor to help stage a performance to fake his own death scene so he could secretly investigate the truth.
The doctor didn't think too deeply about it. He saw it as a viable solution, so he agreed. I see. Lu Chen nodded.
But the judge did this because 5 people had already died. To ensure their safety, the remaining individuals would inevitably band together for protection.
Only by disappearing from everyone's sight could the judge have the chance to continue his crimes.
Until finally, Arajin breathed her last, leaving only our judge in this building. That's precisely the point you suspected, Lu Chen, and it's an absolutely correct one. That's the judge's cause of death. He died from a gunshot wound, but it wasn't specified whether it was suicide or homicide.
Exactly.
That's precisely what strikes me as highly unusual. The videotape proves the judge was definitely shot by someone else. Therefore, his death report should have listed it as homicide.
Not knowing whether it was suicide or homicide, that's completely illogical.
And another thing, if he was shot, there would have been noise.
Why was he only discovered when someone passed through the lobby after using the restroom? And that gun didn't have a silencer. The director nodded. Exactly.
This case is hopeless now that the judge is dead. He must have died by suicide. But I deliberately adjusted the angle using a handkerchief to hold the gun during the act, concealed the gunpowder residue reaction.
Yet ironically, this also left behind evidence.
However, there was another reason I designed this case: the person with the least guilt would be eliminated earliest. I'm sure you all noticed this, but since it had nothing to do with solving the case, no one brought it up.
The live stream audience heard this. Finally understood. What exactly was this case? So that's it. I knew the judge's death was odd, couldn't tell suicide or homicide. What the hell? Lu Chen is truly unmatched in his deductive skills. Brilliant. Brilliant. I'm loving this show more and more.
All these thrilling cases are way more exciting than any movie I've ever watched.
Hopefully there'll be even better cases. Everyone echoed these sentiments.
It seemed as though all the cases on the island had come to a close. The director motioned for everyone to head back. After all, the director's craving had been satisfied. Now he intended to return the show to the crime-setting team and the crime-solving team.
On the way back, Zhao Zimai's gaze toward Lu Chen held an added hint of caution.
She made no attempt to hide it.
That was impressive, Lu Chen. Zhao Zimai exclaimed in admiration.
Lu Chen merely smiled.
It's nothing special. Just a bit of luck. Really?
Zhao Zimai leaned closer, her body nearly pressing against Lu Chen's.
I don't buy it. If it was just luck, why haven't I had that kind of luck?
If the director hadn't personally solved this case, I'd still have no clue who the killer was.
Oh, well. What else could Lu Chen say? He could only give a wry smile.
Seeing the two of them so close together, the live stream chat exploded with comments.
Wait, when did these two get together? No idea. Guess that's what they call love blossoming over time. Should I be jealous of Lu Chen or Zhao Zimai? They're a perfect match. What gives you, ugly duckling, the right to nitpick? Like you're any better looking, you're just a toad spirit. Of course. Looking at it now, that sort of thing seems pretty unlikely.
While chatting and laughing with Zhao Zimai, Lu Chen had only intended to glance casually around.
But suddenly, he realized he couldn't see Chen Wenbin anywhere. Could he have been left behind? Lu Chen searched his memory carefully. No, he hadn't.
When they were unraveling the case, Chen Wenbin was right there beside them. When the director said to head back to the hotel, he distinctly remembered Chen being present.
Then why hadn't he seen him on the way back? He was nowhere to be seen? What are you looking at?
Seeing Lu Chen suddenly look away and stop answering her questions, Zhao Zimai couldn't help but ask curiously.
Lu Chen snapped back to reality. He figured he was just overthinking things. He smiled and replied, nothing. Probably just my imagination. I don't see Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin? Hearing Lu Chen speak, Zhao Zimai also scanned the room.
Then he said, maybe they're not with us right now. Could be they've got something to do, but they'll come back to the production team later.
Yeah. Lu Chen smiled. However, the camera cut away.
As Lu Chen and the others boarded the boat to leave the lake island,
Chen Wenbin had already arrived on shore.
And he was right where their boat docked.
Moreover, unlike last time, this time, Chen Wenbin was fully prepared. After reviewing the director's case and Lu Chen's previous case, he felt he was ready. When it came to locked room murders, he was certain Lu Chen couldn't come up with anything new. As long as Lu Chen dared to design another locked room mystery, Chen Wenbin would make sure he learned. This was the last shred of dignity for a renowned detective.
Oh my, look at Chen Wenbin's confident demeanor.
I even suspect he figured out the director's case all the way to the real culprit, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this.
I agree, but why did he leave early all by himself?
No idea. Could it be he's cooking up a case of his own, planning to have Lu Chen solve it? Possible. But doesn't that seem a bit off?
Who cares? As long as the show is exciting.
Chapter 59, The New Case, The Mathematician's Locked Room Mystery. Back at the hotel, Lu Chen still didn't see Chen Wenbin among the investigation team, which naturally deepened his doubts. But he didn't dwell on it.
Because late that night, he saw Chen Wenbin return. After a full night's rest, he and Zhao Zimai proceeded to execute their third case. The investigative team Linzhou, He Weilun, Mu Mu, and Chen Wenbin received an invitation.
It invited them to a small villa outside the city. It was signed by the same person, Fermat. This name was likely familiar to many.
After all, it belonged to the renowned mathematician.
But then again, the audience was utterly perplexed. What was going on? In reality,
when the 4 individuals received their invitations,
besides the invitation, there was something else.
As we mentioned earlier, the production team's voluntary rules.
If they were unwilling, they could choose to decline.
But if they chose to accept, they had to follow the rules as stated. And they must not reveal their involvement.
It's essentially like this.
The production team selected these 4 individuals. Each of the 4 had new aliases. Lin Zhou was Galoma, Iwelan was David Hilbert, Chen Wenbin was Pascal, and Mumu was Olivar.
All 4 were mathematicians. Naturally,
they certainly wouldn't refuse such a direct challenge.
They agreed immediately. The 4 arrived at the designated location, only to find themselves by the riverbank.
A boat was visible before them, but the small villa mentioned by the task force was nowhere to be seen.
Just then, headlights flickered across the river, seemingly beckoning them to cross. The 4 rowed across the river. During the crossing,
Chen Wenbin recalled a famous problem about a shepherd crossing a river.
What was the problem?
A shepherd needs to transport 1 sheep, 1 wolf, and 1 cabbage across the river.
But he can only carry 1 item at a time.
If left unattended, the wolf will eat the sheep, and the sheep will eat the cabbage.
How can he ensure all items cross safely? This problem is probably familiar to everyone.
Iwelan thought for a moment and provided the solution.
It requires 4 trips.
First, take the sheep across and return empty.
Next, take the wolf across and return with the sheep.
Then leave the sheep behind and take the cabbage across.
Finally, return empty and take the sheep across. However, after giving this answer,
Lin Zhou and Mumu began to suspect Chen Wenbin.
What did this have to do with them? Could it be that one of the 4 of them was the wolf? And one was the sheep? Then who was the cabbage and who was the shepherd?
By the time they rowed to the opposite shore, it was already late. The small boat pulled ashore and they found the car, but it was empty.
However, the navigation system was left behind. And the tank was full. Following the pre-programmed navigation, they drove to an abandoned warehouse.
This was nothing like the small villa they had been promised.
Yet when they stepped inside,
they discovered a hidden gem inside. There was a lavishly decorated room.
But then, this piqued the audience's curiosity. Who is this Fermat guy? What exactly is he doing? No clue, but this Fermat must be something special.
So far, I haven't been able to figure out his design at all.
Well, if you could figure it out, you'd be unbeatable.
The other 4 were bored out of their minds, each playing with their phones or reading books in their rooms.
Finally,
the door swung open once more. A figure stepped inside.
Everyone looked up. Wasn't that Director He? Could it be that he was playing the role of Fermat? After entering, Director He smiled and greeted them, "Good evening." The other 4 nodded. This was confusing.
Then Director He continued, "Sorry I'm late.
I am Fermat."
The moment those words left his mouth,
the entire room was stunned. Wait, something's off. How could he be Fermat? Wasn't it supposed to be the task force's plan? How did it become Director He? This is getting more and more confusing. What on earth is going on here? You wouldn't believe it.
Director He, with his age and demeanor, actually looked like the kind of math genius who could crack such problems.
The 4 of them gathered around and asked, "What century-old problem needs solving that it requires us?" Fermat smiled and gestured for everyone to take a seat. "Eat and drink well, then we'll talk about the rest."
This unusual behavior puzzled the other 4, but they kept quiet and ate.
After finishing their meal, everyone pitched in to clear the table.
Lin Zhou, the most impatient among them, sought out Director He, eager to uncover the century-old mystery. Little did they know, Fermat's phone rang at that very moment.
Everyone listened. It was the hospital calling.
Fermat's daughter had been in a car accident recently and was now recovering there. But the caller's voice was broken and hard to make out.
Fermat had no choice.
He apologetically told the other 4, "I need to go to the hospital.
I'll be back in an hour at most. Sorry, please wait for me." Given the circumstances, no one felt comfortable refusing. Wait, why does this feel like the investigation team has some twisted sense of humor?
Deliberately bringing in Chief He and Officer He Weilan, then setting up this whole scenario.
Exactly. I feel the same way. But I have to admit, it kinda feels like being a troll in person. So weird. Trolls, just die already. I'm a Pure Love fan. But if you're into pure love, doesn't that make you a different kind of troll too?
A wave of ellipses drifted across the screen as the case details faded into the background. Instead, they drifted into their own conversations. Though they exchanged awkward glances, He Weilan and the others couldn't bring themselves to mention the math problem again. They could only watch as Director He walked away.
At that moment,
our brother Chen Wenbin, noticed Director He had left his coat behind.
He quickly grabbed it and gave chase. But he was too late. Director He had already driven away. As luck would have it, the wallet fell out of Director He's coat. Inside, a photo of our very own Fima's daughter was visible. Chen Wenbin picked it up and glanced at it. The audience clearly noticed. Chen Wenbin froze for a moment. For quite a while. He finally lifted his head and looked in the direction Director He had departed. Could it be related to our brother Chen Wenbin? Fairma's daughter's car accident? Who knows? But judging by the look on his face, they must have met before. I just have this feeling it was him. Then, the scene shifted to the room. He Weilan as old man Wei and Chen Wenbin as brother Chen both returned. Xiao Luo, played by Lin Zhou, and Xiao Hua, played by Mumu, who had been left in the room, were filmed using a camera trick. From the audience's perspective, it seemed as though they were doing parasympathetic nervous system stimulation exercises. Chapter 60. For the first time, the crime unit and the investigation unit solve each other's cases. What are these two's roles? No idea. They're weird. I can't really judge the case the crime team gave us, but it's packed with fun. Alright. Exactly. Too bad it wasn't our police beauty pulling this off. The audience buzzed with chatter. Chen Wenbin and He Weilan, returning to the scene, glanced at Lin Zhou and Mumu. Lin Zhou seemed fine. Mumu, however, was flushed all the way to her ears. Even if it was just a camera trick. They were practically pressed against each other. For a young woman who'd never dated before, this was already a remarkably bold move. But, let's shift our focus elsewhere for now. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai finished designing the case and were on their way back to the hotel. Lu Chen received a text message from Chen Wenbin. The message was simple. I'll agree to your arrangement, but you must solve my case. Lu Chen pursed his lips. He took a deep breath. There was no way around it. He'd baited Chen Wenbin with that locked room scenario, deliberately crafting an interactive case like this. It was only natural the other party would be displeased or even turn around and demand something in return. Otherwise, if he refused to play along, what could he do? Lu Chen nodded. He replied to Chen Wenbin's message. No problem. Location? Outskirts. Police station. Lu Chen saw the message and thought it was too brief. But the audience seeing this? Their interest was piqued. So this mathematician's case was designed by Lu Chen. No wonder Lin Zhou and He Weilan agreed to participate. I knew it, that's why Director He agreed. It was Lu Chen's design all along. I'll be sure to watch this closely. But Lu Chen got set up by Chen Wenbin because of it. A police station out in the suburbs? I'm so curious, what kind of case is this? Judging by Chen Wenbin's tone, he's pretty confident. Yeah, exactly. Can't wait, what kind of case could it be? For the first time since the show premiered. For the very first time. The crime team and the investigation team worked simultaneously on the case. Viewers kept both live streams open, afraid of missing any thrilling details. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai, guided by the production crew, arrived at the crime scene. It was indeed a police station. But then, the scene was completely empty. Only a few officers were digging a hole. At this sight, not only was Lu Chen baffled, but the onlookers were also left wondering what kind of case Chen Wenbin had concocted for Lu Chen. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the police dug a body out of the pit. However, the corpse turned out not to be human at all, but the body of an old black dog that had died of natural causes. Then, Lu Chen saw someone report to the police chief that no body had been found. Xiao He was right, his suspicion could be cleared. At this point, I'm sure everyone has realized. This case had reached its final stage. The suspect had been cleared of suspicion. What Lu Chen must do now is to apprehend the suspect. Lu Chen obtained some evidence the police had already gathered. First, in an abandoned quarry on the outskirts, a yellow bicycle was discovered. After examination, it was confirmed to belong to the deceased. Second, at a suburban restaurant, our police officer Panda deliberately mentioned the incident to the owner. Suspect Shohei was present at the time. Seeing Shohei visibly startled by the news, Panda concluded the matter was undoubtedly connected to him. Subsequently, Fat Tiger and his team brought Shohei back to the police station. As for Shohei, based on his receipts, recounted the following. On the 2nd, I went to listen to sutras, stayed at a hotel that night, and ate at a street stall. On the 3rd, I went to see a play, had Western food, and then took the bus back. Pang, who raised his doubts at this point. Who in their right mind would ask for receipts when buying these things? But Xiaohei had already anticipated this. He claimed he was a businessman who calculated every expense meticulously, perfectly normal. The police summoned all the individuals Xiaohei had mentioned. After questioning them, they all confirmed that Xiaohei was telling the truth. Xiaohei really did go to listen to sutras on the 2nd day and watch a movie on the 3rd. The clerk at the small hotel even produced the guest register. From the book, we could see Xiaohei had indeed checked in on the 2nd. Moreover, Xiaohei could even quote some of the words spoken by the master who gave the lecture on the 2nd day. At this point, the audience was left somewhat baffled. This If it weren't for the name Shohei, I genuinely think he wasn't the killer. Me neither. But that wasn't all.
When they went to listen to the lecture, the master who delivered it explicitly informed the police that after his talk, some recordings would circulate all his private collections requiring advance reservations.
Yet on the reservation list, he hadn't seen Shohei's name. This information might seem useless, but it actually tells us that the possibility of Shohei's family fabricating their attendance by watching the recordings is virtually non-existent. The police weren't satisfied. Hadn't Shohei mentioned going to an ATM on the 3rd? So they retrieved the surveillance footage. And guess what? Well, there really was. This time,
the cops were completely stumped. Even if Shohei could trick someone into lying for him, he couldn't possibly tamper with the surveillance footage's timestamp. In this situation, Chen Wenbin had assigned Officer Panghu to play the villain. He actually resorted to torture to extract a confession. Shohei's family of 4 was tortured beyond recognition. In the end, Shohei's daughter, Shohei Mutant, couldn't endure the torture and revealed where the body was buried. Huh? What's going on? This doesn't match the beginning I saw. Did I miss something? Don't worry, keep watching and you'll find out.
And then, what we see is the very scene from the beginning. I told you not to rush. See? Now you know.
Oh. Little Black Peony thought she was talking about her dog's body, so she blurted out where her sister and mom buried it that day.
Now I'm dying to see what Lu Chen will do. Yeah. This case is almost wrapped up. All the evidence points to Little Black being innocent.
I'll be damned if Lu Chen can dig up anything else.
Lu Chen surveyed the scene.
His head was spinning. He rubbed his temples hard.
This case, why does everything I look at feel off? But what exactly is off? Looking at the chain of evidence, it's flawless. Shohei couldn't possibly be the suspect. But they gave me a one-sided proof problem, no choices at all. That means there's only one suspect, Shohei. There's no way anyone else could be involved.
The audience watched as Lu Chen's face sank, his expression twisting into a tight knot, and they couldn't help but murmur among themselves.
First time seeing Lu Chen look like this. Yeah, looks like he's stumped on this case. I bet he's stumped. Chen Wenbin's got some moves. How do you think Shohei's gonna get off the hook? How should I know? If I did, Lu Chen would be stepping down right now, and I'd be taking his place, wouldn't I? Chapter 61, Novelty: A Murder Mystery in a Closed Room? Little did they know.
The reason Lu Chen was frowning like a twisted pretzel wasn't because the case was too difficult for him to solve. Nor was it because the case was too straightforward. But because just as he was about to crack it, our director he sent him a text message. The message was straightforward. I'm done here, right? If you need anything else, give me a call. I'm off to crack your former teammate's case. The director deliberately cut to this shot. The shot of Lu Chen looking at his phone. Only then did the audience realize that the case director he was currently focused on was none other than that of Lu Chen's former teammate. If it hadn't been brought up, they might have forgotten all about it. After all, since the second season premiered, Lu Chen's team had delivered a string of gripping locked room murders. Combined with the director's editing choices, the theater locked room murder and the small building no escape case had viewers clamoring for more. Consequently, the cases from other teams had been subconsciously overlooked. The director seized this opportunity to promote the other teams. The camera shifted focus to the other teams. The audience naturally followed the director's perspective. However, the cases from the other teams were far too mundane. They watched them out of obligation. They weren't particularly interested. The real excitement came from watching Lu Chen and Chen Wenbin solve each other's cases. But when the director cut the camera back to them, the audience was stunned. All they saw was that Chen Wenbin's case had already been solved. Lu Chen was currently on his way back to the hotel. How did he solve it? No idea. Did the director do that on purpose? They cut the camera feed. I think they deliberately didn't want us to know too early. After all, Lu Chen's case is still ongoing right now. I guess the production team plans to reveal the answers for both cases together once they're both finished. Makes sense. But in reality, the director hadn't anticipated this either. His original intention was to redirect attention to the other teams working on the case. By the time the other teams finished their rounds, this case had already been solved. He was puzzled too. How was the case solved? It all happened in less than half an hour. What's going on? No way. Lu Chen had already returned to the hotel. Continuing to follow him wouldn't generate much traffic. Better to switch to the case he designed. Follow the camera. We're back at the warehouse on the outskirts of town, where Wei Lan and the others are currently located. Not much time has passed. The story continues. The 4 of them had returned to the room. Just as boredom sets in, the tablet on the table lights up. A notification sound followed. This caught the attention of all 4. A message popped up, instructing them to solve a puzzle within 1 minute. However, it did not specify any consequences for failing to solve the puzzle.
The puzzle wasn't particularly difficult. As follows. There are 3 boxes. One contains mint candies, one contains anise candies, and one contains a mix of both.
The mint and anise candies each make up half of the total. The labels on all 3 boxes are incorrect.
Question: how many candies must you take out at minimum to accurately determine what each box contains? After the question appeared,
the entire scene deliberately paused for a moment to allow the audience to take note of the problem. The other 3 contestants were intently discussing the problem, but Chen Wenbin seemed distracted, rummaging around the room.
Finally, Chen Wenbin noticed something unusual and cleared his throat twice. But
the other 3 were still deep in thought about the problem. At most, they glanced at Chen Wenbin once but didn't pay him much attention. The audience was also debating the problem at this moment.
I think it needs 2. Right?
Think about it, if the first box is mint, then no matter what flavor the second box is, we can determine what candy is in the third box.
Seems right. 2 should be enough. But is that the correct answer? Everyone kept watching. Chen Wenbin grew impatient when the other 3 ignored him. He walked over and said to the other 3, "You only need 1 piece of candy." This answer came out. Not only the 3 people present, but also the viewers in the livestream were taken aback. What kind of logic is that? How can you be sure with just 1 piece of candy? Exactly.
Chen Wenbin took a deep breath and explained, "It's a simple probability question. The problem states clearly that every box label is incorrect. Therefore, the box with the mixed label must contain only 1 type of candy.
Let's make an assumption.
Suppose the mixed candy box contains mint candy, while the box labeled mint candy must contain mixed candy instead. Using elimination, the remaining anise candy box must be labeled mint candy. Similarly, if the mixed candy label contains aniseed candy, we can deduce that the aniseed candy box contains mixed candy, and the mint candy box is labeled aniseed candy. Therefore, all you need to do is take a piece from the mixed candy box, taste it, and you'll know." Yi Weilan heard this and quickly typed the answer into her tablet. Of course.
After hearing the explanation, the audience understood as well. Ah, I see.
But when Yi Weilan and the others were answering the question, they took over a minute. That was why Chen Wenbin had grown anxious while scanning the room earlier.
Despite securing the first kill, he also noticed that, after they exceeded the time limit, the entire wall began collapsing inward. Due to the inward pressure, the door was now crushed beyond recognition and completely stuck shut. Lin Zhou, hearing this, approached skeptically to test it. He found it to be true. At that moment, all 4 of them grew solemn. Meanwhile, the live stream viewers watching this unfold finally caught on. A murder mystery game in a locked room. There's such a method. Of course, this was a simulated crime show, no actual deaths could occur. It was merely a manufactured sense of tension. Not only is it a locked room puzzle murder, but it's also a live streamed killing. I kind of figured it out. It's all about solving puzzles and cracking codes non-stop, it's just a matter of who's the best. Yeah, this is interesting. Love watching it. The 4 from Linzhou visibly furrowed their brows.
This case differed greatly from what they had imagined. They had assumed it would involve solving puzzles and mysteries, given their roles as mathematicians. But who would have guessed? It was a locked room murder mystery. And it had already been set in motion. Escape was now impossible. Now, the only thing the 4 of them could do was to keep solving problems while searching for a way to break out of the locked room and escape. That way, it would be a victory for their investigative team. Otherwise,
Lu Chen would win again. Chapter 62. These puzzles are like brain teasers. The camera cuts to our director.
The assistant director is questioning Chen Wenbin and Lu Chen about their mutual crimes and mutual investigations. According to the show's rules, this was technically not allowed. But when confronted by the assistant director, Director Xie responded, "By the rules, I shouldn't be involved either designing the cases for them to solve, right? Honestly, as long as we broadly adhere to the rules and deliver something truly spectacular that satisfies our audience, we shouldn't sweat the small stuff too much."
Alright, I understand. I'll get back to work then.
Thanks for your hard work. After the assistant director left, the director flopped onto the sofa, his lips curling in obvious displeasure. The fact that 2 people had seen through his scheme and from different angles. He wasn't exactly in the best mood.
Lu Chen had deduced it from the old artifacts.
Chen Wenbin, however, had employed the substitution method. The final conclusion reached. Though we didn't know the specifics of their reasoning, the director's expression made it clear he was far from pleased. Sigh. He doubted the director could come up with another brilliant idea on short notice. Age catches up with you, you can't keep up with the young ones.
Back in the suburban warehouse's secret room.
Before Lin Zhou, Chen Wenbin, and the others could catch their breath,
the tablet buzzed again. The second question has been sent.
This time it's a number composed of 169 ones and zeros.
The question is, what does this represent? Time limit? 1 minute again. This time.
Not only were the audience completely baffled, but even Chen Wenbin and his team were momentarily stumped.
But they couldn't just sit idly by and watch others win. Lin Zhou rummaged through drawers and cabinets, eventually finding a box of mahjong tiles. The other three weren't idle either, searching the room. Soon, they found a purchase record in a drawer. It showed that the organizer, FEMA, had purchased 4 hydraulic presses 3 months prior. The very machines that could flatten a large truck into a pancake. Clearly, the advancing walls were the work of this machinery. If engines could be crushed into blocks, the 4 of them stood no chance of escaping. At that moment, the time to answer the question had come. But they hadn't cracked it. So the walls began to retract. At that moment, Lin Zhou began to speak. This room is 50 square meters. Based on my calculations, the walls are moving at a speed of 9 to 10 centimeters per minute. Within an hour, this room will shrink to the size of the elevator. An elevator packed with too much furniture. We're dead. He Weilon nodded. She said, we can't just watch the walls close in like this. We have to figure something out. She tried to move a piano near the wall but lacked the strength. Growing impatient, she called out, can someone help? Lin Zhou and Mumu saw this and walked over to assist. But Chen Wenbin seemed to see through something. He remarked, haven't you considered why he used a hydraulic press capable of moving walls? He Weilon and the others were confused. Explain it to us, they urged. Chen Wenbin replied, have you ever seen a hydraulic press? The kind that can crush cars into scrap metal. Using that hydraulic press to push the walls once the machines stop, the walls will be reduced to scrap too. Chen Wenbin didn't need to say more. Because he Weilon and the others in Linzhou quickly realized it themselves. They watched as a table spanning nearly the entire room shattered instantly. This meant one thing. If they couldn't clear the level within an hour, they'd be crushed into mincemeat, meaning they'd lose. Seeing this, Lin Zhou had no choice but to abandon his struggle and return to solving the problems. According to the given storyline, Chen Wenbin, playing the role of Brother Ka, had committed a crime several months prior. While Lin Zhou was working on the problems, he voluntarily confessed to the incident. It turned out that several months prior, Ka Ge, portrayed by Chen Wenbin, had been driving under the influence. Distracted, he collided with a young woman. And as fate would have it, this girl was none other than the daughter of director He, who had previously appeared as Fair Ma. This explained why he looked so shocked upon seeing the photo. Now Chen Wenbin was convinced. The real culprit was Faima, played by director He. The purpose of designing this trap was to seek revenge against him, though He Weilon and the others had been dragged into it. No sooner had he finished speaking, Lin Zhou had already deciphered the solution. The 169 ones and zeros formed a 13 by 13 matrix, assembling into a human face pattern. But then, after sending the solution, an error message appeared. This astonished Chen Wenbin and his team, let alone the audience. Even now, they still couldn't grasp the meaning of the question. 169 ones and zeros? What kind of question is this? This is ridiculous. Where did Lu Chen even find these questions? He's practically anti-human. Who knows? I just want to see how long Chen Wenbin and his team can hold out. I'm sure they'll never crack this escape room. Me neither. Because the answer was incorrect. So the room kept shrinking. Everyone sat inside the room. Staring at the pattern formed by the mahjong tiles, Mumu suddenly noticed something off. Doesn't this face look like a skull to you guys? At her question, the other three burst into laughter. Miss Mumu, you're quite the joker. At a time like this, you still have the energy to crack jokes. What difference does it make? Mumu felt a little hurt and pouted. But Lin Zhou stepped in to save the day. We don't have any other answers right now. Let's just give it a shot. We've got nothing better to do anyway. I suppose so. Chen Wenbin realized he'd been a bit harsh earlier. But as a detective, he couldn't let his cool factor slip. So he just nodded in agreement. But what no one could have anticipated was, when Lin Zhou entered the skull symbol, the answer was marked correct. At that moment, Chen Wenbin's face flushed red then turned pale. He wished the ground would swallow him whole. Who could have guessed the correct answer was actually a skull? Ah, Chen Wenbin, you finally met your match. Got you good, didn't I? So our detective Chen gets embarrassed after all. I thought his face was as thick as a city wall. Once the answer was confirmed correct, the wall stopped retracting and the immediate danger passed. They returned to searching for clues. The four exchanged puzzled glances. They were puzzled. If Fima wanted revenge on Brother Ka, why drag 3 unrelated people down with him? This made no logical sense whatsoever. Wouldn't it be simpler to just shoot Ka Ge point blank? Chen Wenbin froze. That made perfect sense, he couldn't even argue against it. Chapter 63, Solving Problems All Day, Zero Progress on the Secret Room. But the forced discussion didn't last long before a new puzzle arrived. Question, inside a sealed room is a light. Outside the room are 3 switches, only one of which controls the light. When the door is closed, you may flip any switch. However, once the door is opened, you must reveal which switch controls the light. Moreover, the door can be opened only once. Hearing this question,
They were driven to distraction. Clearly, they had missed the time again.
the live stream audience saw the question. Some viewers burst out laughing. I've seen this question before. In some old mystery novel I read once. But I won't say, I just won't say. Some viewers were completely baffled.
They hadn't understood the question at all, so naturally they had no idea what the answer was.
Just as the four were searching for the answer, the wall indentation crushed a wall lamp into oblivion.
The group realized. If all the bulbs were crushed, the entire room would plunge into darkness, making it impossible to even attempt the questions properly. So, they rushed to save the remaining bulbs. While doing so, Lin Zhou burned his hand on one of the lamps. But he paid it no mind. Instead, he kept busy with the task at hand. But it was precisely this small detail inspired He Weilan, who was standing nearby.
Thus, the answer was found. The solution is as follows.
First, turn on switch 1 for a period of time. After turning it off, turn on switch 2 for a period of time.
Then open the door. If the light bulb is on, then switch 2 is the correct one. If it is not lit, check the temperature of the light bulb.
If the bulb is hot, switch 1 is the correct one.
If the bulb is not hot, then switch 3 is the correct one. He Weilan quickly entered the answer. The wall ceased its inward contraction once more. Seeing this answer, everyone realized immediately. In fact,
it was much like encountering a brain teaser in daily life. The answer itself wasn't difficult, but finding the approach to solving it was the real challenge. Within this brief moment, He Weilan and the other three began analyzing Ferma's motives once more. He Weilan believed Ferma had deliberately left the coat behind so that brother Ka Chen Wenbin would discover the photo in the wallet. That way, Chen Wenbin would understand the reason for his death. However, the other three individuals were absolutely not dragged into this for no reason.
There must be some connection here. Inside the room, Chen Wenbin made a new discovery.
He discovered that the three individuals using aliases, Galois, Oliva, Pascal,
all three mathematicians had died young. Coincidentally, their current ages matched the ages at which these three mathematicians had passed away.
Of course, this age was the one Lu Chen had assigned to them earlier, not their actual ages. This was clearly hinting that they wouldn't survive the night. Lin Zhou hurried over to examine Ferma's records.
Historically, the mathematician Ferma died at the age of 64.
This matched the age on the ID card that had fallen out of the wallet he left behind. The revelation sent a chill down all four of their spines.
No way. Is Director He playing Ferma really this ruthless? He doesn't even spare himself?
But the four had little time to catch their breath as a new puzzle arrived.
1 4-minute hourglass, 1 7-minute hourglass. How to accurately count down exactly 9 minutes? The group decided.
The task of solving the puzzle was assigned to Mumu, while the other three focused on figuring out how to slow down the wall's inward collapse. After all, time was running out. They needed more time to unravel the mystery. The trio began adjusting the bookshelves, compacting the interior to halt the wall's inward collapse. Viewers in the livestream watched this scene
and couldn't help but freeze in surprise.
Compared to the previous challenges,
seemed considerably simpler. Many people started solving it
and provided answers without much delay. First, flip both hourglasses simultaneously to start timing.
When the 4-minute hourglass finishes, the 7-minute hourglass will have 3 minutes remaining. Flip the smaller 4-minute hourglass at this point. When the large hourglass finishes, the small one will have 1 minute left. Then flip the large hourglass again and it will show 7 minutes. At this point, 1 minute has now passed. At this point, the small hourglass is empty, while the large hourglass has 6 minutes remaining. At this point, the large hourglass is flipped again, leaving 1 minute remaining.
Combined with the previous time, it totals 9 minutes. This problem wasn't difficult, just a bit time-consuming. After solving it, Mumu quickly sent the answer. But before they could catch their breath, another problem arrived.
This was utterly relentless.
The question was as follows. A student asked the teacher, "How old are your 3 daughters?" The teacher replied, "The product of their ages equals 36.
The sum of their ages equals your house number." The student protested, insisting these clues weren't enough.
Upon hearing this, the teacher added, "The eldest daughter plays the piano. So, how old are the 3 daughters?"
Hearing this question,
I believe most viewers are baffled, because this problem seems to reveal nothing. It's fundamentally unsolvable.
But our Mumu
had already begun solving the problem. First, we know that multiplying the 3 numbers equals 36.
They are 1, 1, and 36.
2, 2, 9. 3, 3, 4. 2, 3, 6. 1, 6, 6. 1, 4, 9. There are 6 combinations in total. Then we add up these 6 sets of numbers. This gives us the result. The first group is 38, the second is 13, the third is 10, the fourth is 11, the fifth and sixth are 13, and the sixth is 14. If any of the numbers 38, 11, 10, or 14 were given, the student wouldn't ask for more information.
The teacher then provides the information that the eldest daughter plays the piano. This implies that the eldest daughter is the oldest. Using the process of elimination, we can determine that only one set of numbers meets the requirements. That is 2, 2, 9. This algorithm takes only about 10 seconds to complete. However, Linjo asked Mumu not to send the answer so quickly.
They still need this little bit of time.
Wait until the very last moment of the minute before sending it. Mumu did as instructed.
The audience was left speechless upon seeing this answer.
Who could have imagined? This problem was actually solved using brute force. It wasn't a conventional approach at all. And the reason Linjo and the others were fighting for every second of time?
It was solely to arrange more objects against the wall, slowing down its inward collapse.
Seeing this, Mumu rushed over to help. The audience watched this unfold.
Watching the wall collapse so far inward while Linjo and his team remained utterly stumped, they all believed defeat was inevitable.
What's the point of struggling now? Just admit defeat. Exactly. Chapter 64. How could there be such a dirty answer?
Only when the wall shifted again did Mumu send the correct answer. But it was precisely that moment of movement
allowed Linjo to catch sight of an invitation. That's right. He spotted the fifth invitation letter tucked inside Ferma's clothing. This moment, not only the four people in the room, but the audience was also left bewildered. That can't be right. Isn't Ferma the organizer? How come he has an invitation too? That doesn't make sense. Exactly. Could it be that the real mastermind behind it all is Lu Chen? But he hasn't shown up at all. I think he's completely uninvolved in this case. But that doesn't make sense either. What's really going on here? Then, Chen Wenbin noticed. Fima's time was later than the other four. Moreover,
unlike the roles played by Chen Wenbin and the others, director his character, Ferma, had arranged to meet at the warehouse. Unlike them, he had to row his own boat and drive himself there.
Moreover, the invitation specifically reminded Ferma to keep an eye on his phone. Not only that,
at the end of the invitation, they also noticed
director his alias for this invitation was Ferma. In other words,
director he was not the mastermind behind this case. Chen Wenbin and the others' previous assumptions were all wrong. This also shattered the audience's previous assumptions.
What? His alias for this gathering was Ferma, so he can't be the real Ferma. Who is the real Ferma then? So the real mastermind behind the scenes invited 5 people.
He deliberately made Ferma arrive late to make the others think he was the one who organized the gathering. Telling him to pay attention to his phone was just to get him to take that call and leave.
So the other 4 would all assume he was the organizer. Damn, that's brilliantly designed.
And I bet he didn't even recognize the guy Chen Wenbin was impersonating as the one who hit his daughter.
Me neither. Just as they were chatting, an unintended revelation occurred.
Specifically, the interactions between Linjo and Mumu's characters, which we'd previously seen through police officer He Weilan's perspective, were now being recounted by He Weilan herself.
Left with no choice, Mumu had no choice but to confess.
She and Linjo's characters had been in a relationship.
But why did they break up? They didn't say.
Just as He Weilan and Chen Wenbin were about to press further,
a new question arrived.
This redirected the 4 participants' focus back to the task at hand, leaving the matter between Linjo and Mumu to be addressed later. This time, the challenge was as follows.
A person is trapped in a room with 2 doors.
One leads to freedom and is guarded by a gatekeeper who only tells the truth. The other door leads to a prison, guarded by a gatekeeper who only tells lies.
You can ask only one question of one of them. How can you find the door to freedom?
The puzzle wasn't particularly difficult. You just need to simulate the scenario to figure out the answer.
Even the audience, upon seeing this question, wondered if Lu Chen hadn't put much thought into selecting it. Compared to the previous problems, did this one even belong here?
Precisely because the question was so straightforward.
The answer is straightforward. Ask any door opener, which door leads to freedom?
Because liars will always lie, and truth-tellers will always tell the truth. Therefore, their answers would be identical. And the door they point to will surely lead to prison. So you just need to choose the other door. But here's the catch. This question seemed like a breather for them, but before they could catch their breath, a new question arrived.
What was this new question? A mother is 21 years older than her son.
6 years later, the mother's age will be 5 times that of her son.
What is the father doing now? But then, while reading the question, He Weilan kept asking about the relationship between Linjo and Mumu. She thought this might be a clue.
But Chen Wenbin, sitting nearby, urged them to keep working on the problems.
Time was running out. This left everyone with lingering doubts. Seeing Chen Wenbin's slightly unnatural expression, could it be that he knew some inside information?
Mumu spoke up then. Xiao Luo and I broke up because I met an old professor and worked on a few problems with him. Xiao Luo suspected I was having an affair, so we ended things.
The audience erupted. Massacre. Could it be? I knew it couldn't be that simple. So Chen Wenbin, you're actually playing the role of the third party?
That explains why it felt off.
Interesting, very interesting. Who is that old professor?
He Weilan, clearly caught up in the moment, hadn't managed to shift her perspective.
At that moment,
Lin Zhou stood up and looked at Chen Wenbin.
It's you? Don't forget they were acting. Naturally. Lin Zhou was quite rude to Chen Wenbin. However, He Weilan witnessed this scene. Though she grasped the dynamics between the three, she swiftly considered a possibility. That is,
Lin Zhou's character Xiao Luo might be the mastermind behind the scenes.
he deliberately lured these people here to kill Xiaoli, played by Mu Mu,
And Ka Ge, played by Chen Wenbin.
But now that you mention it, it doesn't quite add up. That doesn't seem likely. If that were the case, wouldn't he have died here too?
Yeah, judging by his expression, he probably just found out. He almost dropped the tablet just now, but managed to hold back at the last moment.
If he wanted revenge, wouldn't it be better to just smash it and take everyone down with him? But then, He Weilan immediately thought of something.
She retracted that conclusion.
First off,
when Fima was on the phone earlier, Xiao Luo was right beside him. He never had the chance to make a call.
This left them. Everyone was once again at an impasse. No choice. Let's continue solving the puzzle. Then we'll look for a way to unlock the room. Let's assume the son's age is X, then the mother's age is X plus 21.
6 years later, the mother's age is 5 times that of the son.
Therefore, we can derive 5x plus 6 equals x plus 21 plus 6. From this, we can determine x equals 0.75.
That is, -9 months.
Now, let's think carefully.
The son's age at this point is -9 months.
So, may I ask, what is his father doing now? Naturally, we can understand.
At this very moment, his father and mother are creating the great harmony of life.
Otherwise, how would he have appeared after these 9 months? The audience couldn't help but laugh at this answer. Damn, Lu Chen's got it going on. How'd he even find this question? So dirty. Who'd have thought the final answer was rolling around in bed? Is this even appropriate for kids to watch?
I hereby declare Lu Chen the new Lich King.
Chapter 65, Unraveling Failure vs. Lu Chen's half-hour investigation.
As the space grew increasingly cramped, when their living space was nearly squeezed dry, all four froze. Because the walls had stopped closing in.
At that moment, our director appeared. It failed. Xia Qi sighed regretfully. What was there to regret? Why didn't they keep guessing? The correct answer was right before their eyes, yet they gave up. Behind the blackboard displaying their answer lay the exit. The audience watched. While the other three were still dumbfounded, Chen Wenbin grabbed the tool, smashed open the blackboard, and walked out first. The remaining three exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Finally,
they seemed to have figured something out. With wry smiles, they too stepped out.
This was a show. Of course, nothing life-threatening could happen. Every single detail had been meticulously planned in advance.
Director Xia Qi had been waiting outside for ages. He was afraid something might go wrong.
Seeing everything under control, he finally relaxed.
When there was no room left to retreat, he waved his hand to stop the hydraulic press.
But no one could have predicted. The final wolf turned out to be Chen Wenbin. He was the wolf? Yes. Who would have thought?
After solving all those problems, Chen Wenbin turned out to be the wolf.
But come to think of it, it all makes sense.
It was Chen Wenbin who produced the wallet, and it was Chen Wenbin who pointed out the contradiction between himself and director He's portrayal of Fairma. Yeah, if we think about it more carefully, it seems like he was the one who discovered the mechanism too.
How could it be you? He Weilan was utterly baffled. Chen Wenbin gave a bitter smile. Actually, if you guys reason it out, I'd be exposed. Think about it carefully. Since everyone knew there was something going on between me and Shelley, why would they suspect Xiao Luo but not me?
He Weilan narrowed her eyes, recalling the events.
But didn't you say we should put this issue aside for now? That we wanted to solve the puzzle and escape the locked room?
So that's it, you deliberately changed the subject.
He Weilan snapped back to reality.
Lin Zhou and Mu Mu also caught on at that moment.
Then what role exactly is director he playing here? I'm sure you know. Chen Wenbin nodded. I know. He's just an ordinary attendee. None of this has anything to do with him.
I made up the whole story after seeing his dropped wallet.
Besides, didn't you ever consider?
Lin Zhou was right next to director He and didn't have time to make a call.
But what about me? I was busy preparing the meal right there. Really? He Weilan asked doubtfully. It was very brief. You've forgotten. It was before he came in. You played the recording?
That explains why his reaction was off.
So that's what happened. Sigh. So what do we do now? He Weilan asked.
Chen Wenbin glanced at the director, then seemed to remember something.
He stepped forward and asked, Did Lu Chen crack my case? The director shook his head and gave a wry smile. He solved it ages ago. Right now, he's snoring away in the hotel. Chen Wenbin's expression darkened considerably. Lu Chen's locked room design had actually restricted Chen Wenbin's ability to solve it. Moreover, he had deliberately excluded the well-traveled and knowledgeable director He from the investigation, partly for this very reason. From the very beginning, he had fallen into Lu Chen's trap. Consider this. If Lin Zhou and Chen Wenbin had swapped roles, Chen Wenbin would have relentlessly pressed these very questions. In this case, this is a crucial piece of evidence. However, Lin Zhou and Mu Mu were led astray by Chen Wenbin's words. Ultimately, they abandoned this lead, which directly led to their eventual failure. But now, what the audience is most concerned about now is still the motive behind the crime. Chen Wenbin spoke up. Actually, the motive is quite straightforward. The character I play is a highly respected old professor, right? So imagine what would happen if everyone found out I'd interfered in someone else's relationship. As a professor, a mathematician, it's only natural to choose this method to end it. This sounds like something an old pedant would do. But what about that exit? If it was meant to be a joint suicide, leaving an exit doesn't make sense, does it? To this question from the audience, other viewers immediately provided the answer. Hey, if they didn't leave that exit, do you expect the production team to dismantle the entire warehouse piece by piece? How long do you think that would take? Try to think logically, don't get too invested. It's just a show. But I have to say, the real thrill of this case wasn't the final reveal, it was the sheer tension of solving the puzzles as the room started shrinking. Yeah, that feeling took me right back to my college entrance exams, terrified of not being able to solve it, terrified of making even one mistake. No wonder Lu Chen chose a scenario simulation over an actual crime scene when designing this case. Upon hearing Lu Chen had already solved the case, Chen Wenbin was surprised, yet it wasn't entirely unexpected. He couldn't help asking, "How long did it take you to crack my case?" Xia Qi glanced at Chen Wenbin, hesitating to speak. Chen Wenbin wasn't ready to let it go. "Director, just tell me. I can handle it. Less than half an hour," the director said with a sneer. "How much?" Chen Wenbin had just declared he could handle it, but now his face twisted into utter astonishment. He'd spent so long designing this case. Lu Chen cracked it in under half an hour? It was at this moment the audience remembered. It was precisely during this half hour that the director cut to other crime teams. This meant they hadn't witnessed Lu Chen's solution process. "I strongly demand that Lu Chen come out personally to explain. We didn't even see how he solved the case." "Exactly. Quick, get Lu Chen out here." Chen Wenbin looked at the director. "That's impossible." The director nodded sympathetically, as a gesture of consolation. "Oh, Chen Wenbin, don't fret. There must be something wrong with the case you designed." Lu Chen spotted it right away. Yeah, think about it, even the two cases the director designed himself were meticulously crafted, yet Lu Chen still saw through them. Just stick to being a detective and do your job in the crime team properly. Don't even think about designing cases. You're not cut out for it. The director. He always knew how to ruin the mood. While Lin Zhou and the others were still reviewing the case, he walked over and announced, "He Weilan, Lin Zhou, Mu Mu, and Chen Wenbin, the 4 members of the investigation team, each lose 2 points. Lu Chen's task force gets 2 points added." The moment he spoke, He Weilan and the others could only force a bitter smile. They'd have to work their asses off to earn points again. This was becoming unbearable. All their hard-earned points were being squandered by Lu Chen. Chapter 66, Time is the key to solving Shohei's case. Chen Wenbin now desperately wanted to know how Lu Chen had cracked his case in just half an hour. He believed his plan was flawless after all. He had meticulously crafted the entire chain of evidence. There was no way Lu Chen could have spotted anything amiss. Second, Chen Wenbin had combed through the entire case again and could confirm there were absolutely no issues. The crux of this case lay in locating the victim's body. But as things stood, Lu Chen simply lacked the capability. Therefore, he sought out Lu Chen. As the camera pans, it was clear Lu Chen had just woken up, still looking drowsy. Yet upon hearing Chen Wenbin's question, Lu Chen immediately asked, "Didn't they figure it out in the end?" Lu Chen's question made Chen Wenbin unable to suppress a bitter smile. "No, you're really rubbing salt in the wound. If Chen Wenbin's here, doesn't that prove everything?" "Exactly. Otherwise, they'd all be here." "Oh, so they must have overlooked some details after all." Lu Chen shook his head and said. In truth, Lu Chen had deliberately left a flaw in this locked room murder mystery. Chen Wenbin understood this best of all. But because of his role in the scenario, he was completely unable to participate in the deductions. Lu Chen had him tightly restricted. So in the end, we all know how it ended. The puzzle-obsessed group ended up failing miserably. How should I put it? If they had thought more deeply and delved deeper into the problems, perhaps they would have seen through everything. But sadly, even though all the clues were right there in plain sight, they got scared off by the immediate threat and went off doing other things. They forgot that the core of this case was cracking the locked room, not answering questions.
Chen Wenbin said, sounding somewhat resigned.
Is that so? Lu Chen, hearing Chen Wenbin's musings, roughly guessed the sequence of events. Lu Chen shook his head. You came to me wanting to know how I solved your case, right? Chen Wenbin nodded. The audience immediately perked up with interest. Here it comes. Finally catching up on what we missed earlier. I just want to know how he solved it in half an hour. This seems utterly impossible. Exactly. I didn't even finish watching the case in half an hour and he solved it? Could it get any more absurd? Lu Chen paused to recall. He began telling Chen Wenbin the whole story of how he solved the case. To be honest, I didn't understand this case at first either. Because all the evidence pointed to the suspect not being the killer. Based on the background you provided, the suspect dropped out of school as a child and opened a video store as an adult. His understanding of the world came almost entirely from movies. And to make the logic flow, you even set his background in White Elephant Country instead of our China. That really smoothed out the narrative. I have to hand it to you on that point. Because this provides a perfectly reasonable explanation for the subsequent evidence, specifically, the scene where the master delivers his sermon. The suspect, Shohei, lived in a town with a restaurant where he ate daily. He was an old acquaintance of the owner. One day while eating, he encountered a couple whose son had been arrested by the town's police officer. The reason? Their son couldn't repay a high-interest loan. The lender? The officer's cousin. And that officer? Fat Tiger. The police station is right across from the restaurant. You had Shohei suggest to the couple that they report someone for unlawful detention to the court. That way, the court would order their son to appear in court. Appearing in court would grant him personal protection. With the help of your lawyer friend, the poor kid could get out of the police station. At first, I didn't understand why you concocted this story. How could someone who understands the world through movies come up with such an idea? Following that line of thought, I realized this isn't just a movie plot. In fact, you're using this plot to show us that Shohei not only learns about the world through movies, but also uses movie plots to help others and even commit crimes. Lu Chen spoke, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Chen Wenbin, however, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Lu Chen's words. So that's how you figured it out. I was wondering whether to cut back on the background details and just give a few key plot points. Turns out, the more you give, the more mistakes you make. Lu Chen's explanation. The audience began to piece things together. I get it now. The suspect's subsequent actions all mirrored scenes from the movie. We just need to search for the film based on the plot to find clues, and then we'll uncover evidence proving Shohei committed the murder. That's the logic, but I don't think it's that simple. If it's not that simple, then tell me why he solved the case in half an hour. A flurry of ellipses filled the comments that did make a point. Seeing Chen Wenbin's expression, Lu Chen continued, actually, it's not that he said a lot and got a lot wrong. Let's look at it from another angle. What's the core of this case? Clearing himself of guilt. Lu Chen's tone was firm and unquestioning. You designed the case from the suspect's perspective, while I approached it from the police's standpoint. You deliberately set the timeline years in the past, restricted all high-tech devices, and added the show's rules, forcing me to find clues solely within the plot you provided. Honestly, Shohei did stack the deck a bit too much. His brother-in-law is a lawyer, he is backing from a private organization, his best friend just happens to be building the new police station, and the restaurant owner, the BB owner, even the bus driver, they all have great connections with Shohei. And in this setup, Officer Panghu is the absolute villain. Designing it this way isn't fundamentally flawed, but when it comes to this specific case, it's a huge problem. An ordinary video store owner couldn't possibly have connections more extensive than the police chief's. That's the second doubt that arose in my mind when I looked at this case. It's too absolute. Chen Wenbin remained silent. But his face darkened slightly. Clearly, Lu Chen was implying that Chen Wenbin had been too deliberate in constructing the case, rigidly defining each character's personality in a way that made it easy to spot flaws. But what could Chen Wenbin say? When he'd crafted the case, he had been convinced his plan was flawless, certain Lu Chen couldn't possibly break it. How could he have imagined it would collapse in less than half an hour? Chapter 67. The real culprit wasn't Shohei, but Shohei's wife and daughter. Seeing Chen Wenbin fall silent, Lu Chen continued, this plan you devised to absolve yourself of guilt, you got that from the movies too. First, you knew the police would definitely trace the victim's phone. That's why, in the clues we saw, the phone signal appeared in various locations. Based on this, if you think about it carefully, it's obvious the phone was discarded in some truck and carried around, which is why the signal appeared in so many places until the battery died. Then, the actual murderers weren't Shohei himself, but his wife and daughter. Why do I say that? The timeline. The timeline doesn't add up. You first showed footage of Shohei watching a movie at the video store, then immediately presented the victim's information. That shouldn't be possible. This detail, I'm sure, was intentionally left by you. We can see that on the night the victim died, while Shohei was watching a movie at the video store, there was a timestamp in the bottom right corner almost exactly the same time as Shohei's time of death. At that exact same time, the only people at home were Shohei's wife and daughter. Therefore, I can only voice this suspicion.
I don't know what exactly transpired between the deceased and Shohei's wife and daughter, but it's certain that an irreconcilable conflict arose, a matter of life and death leading to his murder by Shohei's wife and daughter.
But this is merely my conjecture, speculation about Shohei's subsequent actions. Otherwise, he'd have no reason to drag his wife and daughter into this, right? Chen Wenbin smiled.
You're right. The killers were indeed not Shohei himself, but his wife and daughter. The motive for the murder was that the victim attempted to rape Shohei's daughter right in Shohei's own home. To protect her daughter, Shohei's wife struck the victim's head with an iron bar, ending his life instantly.
The live stream audience was stunned. Wait, you could tell all that? Holy crap, seriously. All I can say is 666.
No wonder if you hadn't set the timeline so many years ago, there'd be too many traces left along the way.
One investigation and it would have blown up in your face.
Yes. But even back then, I engineered a massive downpour to wash away every trace. That way, even footprints and other evidence vanished without a trace.
Lu Chen nodded.
I can roughly guess why you engineered that downpour.
But you deliberately had your wife mention to Shohei that masters were giving lectures at towns 2 and 3 that was too obvious, leaving a trail behind. What do you mean?
Chen Wenbin couldn't believe his seemingly flawless plan had suddenly become a loophole in Lu Chen's eyes.
Think about it carefully. If you hadn't mentioned it beforehand, there wouldn't have been any issues here, right? Lu Chen smirked. Here, we see the clues Shohei provided, and we'll work backward.
Oh, so that's it. During the events at number 2 and number 3, there were masters giving lectures in town, and this also serves as Shohei's perfect alibi. But by mentioning it beforehand, its reappearance only makes people suspect you planned this timing in advance.
Naturally, that makes me focus even more on the timing aspect.
And that's precisely how I uncovered the biggest flaw in your case design.
The victim died on the evening of the 2nd.
Your evidence shows they were in town listening to the sermon at that time. Yet, in the footage, Shohei was watching a movie.
How exactly did that happen? Lu Chen turned to look at Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin was speechless for a long moment.
He looked at Lu Chen, offering only a helpless, bitter smile.
Finally, he sighed.
When we design a case, we shouldn't leave key evidence behind early on. Instead, we should conceal it as much as possible, ultimately placing it in corners that are hard to investigate. You just pointed out this exact moment for subjects 2 and 3. Even if I didn't want to investigate along those lines, I'd still follow that timeline to see if anything else surfaces. But, Lu Chen paused here before continuing, I'm genuinely curious, where did you hide the body? Though I solved the case, what I ultimately found wasn't the victim's body, it was the dog's corpse, the one you showed me at the beginning. Chen Wenbin, who had been looking almost defeated moments ago, perked up instantly at those words, his eyebrows practically shooting up to the ceiling. The audience was puzzled at this point.
What? Lu Chen didn't find the body either? Doesn't that mean the case is solved in name only? Half solved? Yeah, something like that.
Chen Wenbin sat calmly, smiling faintly as he said, actually, I left a clue about this issue long ago.
Think carefully about it. Seeing Chen Wenbin speak like this, Lu Chen instantly furrowed his brow. You left clues all along? Yes. Chen Wenbin nodded. You left clues all along? Lu Chen found it hard to believe.
But seeing Chen Wenbin's expression, he knew the man wasn't lying.
Whoa. This shouldn't be possible. Lu Chen took a deep breath.
He began to meticulously recall. Among all the clues Chen Wenbin had provided for this case, if Chen Wenbin were to reveal this himself, it would be tantamount to admitting defeat.
No. I have to figure it out myself. Lu Chen took a deep breath. All traces of sleepiness vanished instantly. His mind raced, meticulously reviewing every detail of the case. But he still couldn't find any relevant clues. It can't be. In which sentence? Which event? He must have left a clue. Let me think this through again. Lu Chen replayed the entire sequence of events.
All the way until he solved the case.
He'd recalled every detail, big and small. Where were the details about where the body was buried? If he just buried it anywhere, where the hell would I find it? But that didn't make sense either.
If he just buried it anywhere, that wouldn't be possible either.
I remember.
The case involved digging a pit twice.
Once,
Shohei dug a pit at home for composting.
That shouldn't be a problem at all. The other time
was when Shohei, his brother-in-law, and the restaurant owner dug a hole together. But this time it was to bury the dog.
No. Something's off. There must be a detail I've missed. Lu Chen lowered his head, lost in deep thought. Seeing this,
Chen Wenbin's lips curled into a faint, smug smile.
For now, it was only half won. Only when he found the body would it be a complete victory for Lu Chen. Until then, it wasn't.
Chapter 68, Zhao Zimai's single statement helps Lu Chen solve the case. While Lu Chen was deep in thought, Zhao Zimai had just finished a video call with her family and was in a good mood. She came to chat with Lu Chen for a bit and casually mentioned whether they should take on another case since the second season was about to end.
Their current earnings weren't substantial.
However, the production team hadn't released the final tally yet.
This left Zhao Zimai feeling a bit anxious. She pondered inwardly. Should they take on another big case? But unexpectedly, Lu Chen's door wasn't closed and she saw Chen Wenbin in his room too.
Lu Chen was frowning deeply, lost in thought.
Curious, she walked in and asked.
Zhao Zimai learned that the body of the victim in the Xiuhei acquittal case had yet to be found.
Lu Chen was pondering where it might be buried.
Zhao Zimai pondered it for a moment, then decided to let it go.
Oh, come on. The case is solved, so why overthink it? Seriously. After saying that, Zhao Zimai crossed her legs on the sofa.
Seeing Lu Chen ignore her, she pouted in a sulky mood and went back to playing with her phone.
Haha, look at our beautiful Zhao feeling neglected and upset. Oh dear, Lu Chen, stop thinking about that stupid case and cheer up your partner. Can't you see she's upset?
What a total straight man, diving right back into the case. Naturally, the audience sided with Zhao Zimai in this situation. The case was already solved.
Lu Chen had no reason to dwell on where the body was.
While the audience cared about the case, they also wanted to see the handsome guy and the beautiful girl interact.
That's entertaining too, isn't it? Like before.
In the locked room puzzle murder case. When Lin Zhou and Mu shared a kiss through a camera trick.
The audience was thoroughly engrossed. Who doesn't love watching sweet romance? Even if it's someone else's. Forget it. Keep thinking about it in your own room. I'm leaving.
Seeing Lu Chen completely ignore her, Zhao Zimai stood up, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. She tossed out that line and turned to leave. But those very words. Seemingly insignificant, it made Lu Chen jump up instantly. He scooped Zhao Zimai up and spun her around 2 or 3 times.
I get it now. So that's how it is. Zimai, I know where the body is hidden now. Thank you. Compared to Lu Chen's wild excitement, Zhao Zimai was utterly bewildered.
Lu Chen suddenly jumped up, scooped her into his arms, and spun her around several times until her head was spinning. Then he declared he'd figured it out.
But she'd just said a perfectly ordinary goodbye. She'd even been a little annoyed. Lu Chen had figured it out?
This. Seeing Zhao Zimai staring at him blankly, Lu Chen quickly set her down.
Sorry, I got a little too excited just now.
He apologized immediately. As for Zhao Zimai, she tilted her head. A lovely blush spread across her cheeks.
Oh. Lu Chen didn't notice this.
Instead, he turned to Chen Wenbin and said, "The body is right at the police station. You deliberately planted a clue digging a hole to bury the dog at the police station entrance and even provided footage of the dog being dug up in the end. But just now, Zimai's line 'I'm home' reminded me in this case, that phrase has only appeared 3 times in all the dialogue. Once when Xiuhei returned home and said it to the shop attendant. Once when Xiuhei returned home and said it to the homestay owner. And the final instance was when the construction crew foreman who only appeared once throughout the entire case said it to Xiuhei. At that time, the police station was under renovation. You wouldn't offer a meaningless clue. Why mention the police station being renovated? What value does this detail hold in this case? I thought about it before, and it seemed unrelated. Could it just be to bury the dog? To mess with the cops? Absolutely impossible. This is a crucial part of your background setting. There's a construction crew, Panda, Little Black, and even the restaurant owner. Way too many characters. You can't just say it's an ordinary scene. Then let's consider this. What was your purpose in designing this scene? After much thought, there's only one. Lu Chen stared at Chen Wenbin, enunciating each word deliberately, hiding a body. Your purpose was to hide a body. You buried the victim beneath the police station. That's why the body has never surfaced throughout the entire case. And that's why you repeatedly made it rain heavily during the case. Because heavy rain would wash away the stench of the corpse, erase Xiuhei's crime scene evidence, and create a false impression in many people's minds. And that's precisely how you succeeded in hiding the body beneath the police station, where no one could ever find it. Right? Lu Chen looked at Chen Wenbin and asked. Chen Wenbin froze for a moment. Then he looked at Lu Chen with disbelief. I never imagined that such a simple phrase would tip you off. You're absolutely right, the body is hidden beneath the police station, and the evidence matches your description perfectly. The heavy rain, the police station renovation, all things I could have orchestrated. Too many coincidences. Lu Chen paused here, recalling the case once more, and couldn't help but say. But this is a case. After all, it was our design. In this world, there's no such thing as a truly perfect crime. That's why traces are inevitably left behind, and precisely because of that, it gets solved, right? The moment Lu Chen uttered the words police station, Chen Wenbin knew Lu Chen had fully come to terms with it. He, too, had accepted it. If someone had that kind of skill, what else could you say? What left him speechless, however, was that such a crucial realization had come to Lu Chen at such a fortuitous moment. Thinking this, he turned to look at Zhao Zimai. Childhood sweethearts? Lu Chen shook his head. Longtime friends? Lu Chen shook his head again. Oh, I see. Chen Wenbin stopped asking. His eyes held that unspoken look, the kind everyone understood.
Lu Chen's expression immediately darkened. Out of courtesy, I asked. What did you think I meant? Nothing at all. Just ordinary thoughts. Don't read too much into it. Exactly. Don't read too much into it. We all get it. Don't try to explain it. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups are proof. Lu Chen, just admit it, we won't say a word. The audience chimed in with Chen Wenbin's words. But Lu Chen stared at Chen Wenbin, his eyes filled with utter confusion. What the hell? Don't get any ideas. What the hell am I thinking? You're the one getting the wrong idea. Chapter 69, The Mysterious Death of the Wealthy Woman on the Nile. Lu Chen. As he was about to leave Lu Chen's room, Chen Wenbin suddenly stopped and called out. Lu Chen looked at Chen Wenbin with some confusion. What is it? Interested in playing detective for real? Lu Chen was completely baffled by the question. What did that mean? You mean, join the investigation team? Lu Chen asked. Chen Wenbin shook his head. When he was solving cases or committing crimes, his mind worked so sharply, how come he hadn't made the connection this time? The so-called playing detective at the scene. Of course, Chen Wenbin had already devised another case in his mind. This time, he wanted Lu Chen to play a role in this case to solve it. As the production staff appeared, the scores for Lu Chen's team since the second season began were revealed. 3 cases. Scores 3 points, 3 points, 2 points. 3 solved cases. Scores 2 points, 3 points, 2 points. Unlike Lu Chen and his team, who were unaware of the scores, the audience could see everything clearly and knew each team's scores. Looking at it this way, Team Lu Chen should have no trouble winning this time. Not necessarily. I checked, and Chen Wenbin's team is tied with them right now. Sure, he lost 2 points on this case and another 2 on Lu Chen's locked room murder mystery, but he solved more cases. They're tied on points. Following them, 3rd place is Director He's team, 4th is He Weilan's team, 5th is Li Tong's team. So, the production team won't allow a tie. That means the next case will decide the winner. Exactly. This case will decide whether Lu Chen's team or Chen Wenbin's team takes 1st or 2nd place. After Chen Wenbin left, Lu Chen felt bored. He couldn't quite fall asleep. Suddenly roused from sleep and having engaged in such intense mental exertion, he now felt exhilarated yet restless, unable to find anything to occupy himself. Recalling Chen Wenbin's words, he sought clarification from the crew, but they were equally uncertain. His only recourse was to approach the director. By this time, the director had already changed into his pajamas. He was preparing to watch a movie before going to sleep. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to come looking for him. The director showed no sign of anger, however. He smiled warmly, inviting Lu Chen inside, and immediately asked, "What is it? Planning another prank on me?" Lu Chen gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. "No way. Ha 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 ha." When I saw Lu Chen going to see the director alone, my first thought was he was going to murder him again. Give the director a break. He's already upset that his meticulously planned case got solved. If he gets murdered too, he'll be even more heartbroken. Yeah, let's think about our director's health. He's getting on in years and can't handle all this turmoil. The audience may say that, but if he really did murder the director again, who wouldn't love to see that? But Lu Chen hadn't come to murder the director this time. He had recalled Chen Wenbin's final words and came to ask the director about them. Regarding this question, the director simply explained, "You designed a locked room murder mystery with real-time progression. Naturally, Chen Wenbin could have designed the same case. But you're part of the perpetrator team, so you could choose not to accept it. Next season, you can choose whether to join the perpetrator team or the detective team." Oh, I see. I see. Come to think of it, I broke the rules myself, which is why they got competitive. But this show is all about outsmarting each other. The more thrilling the case, the better. The more intricate and clever, the better. So even if there was a minor rule breaking, let it slide. I'll give them equal scores, no favoritism. At this point, Lu Chen had basically understood. After excusing himself, he stepped outside. He immediately contacted Chen Wenbin. "No problem. I accept." On the other end of the line, a smile spread across Chen Wenbin's lips. The design of this case shared similarities with the case involving Lu Chen and the director. It could be said that the inspiration for both came from Lu Chen and the director. "All right. Meet me on the boat first thing tomorrow morning. This is going to be a show." Chen Wenbin just keeps getting bolder. Wonder if he'll get discouraged after losing so much. Ha ha ha. Who knows? As Lu Chen took his place, Chen Wenbin's story unfolded. Reports indicate that Lin, a wealthy woman from the land of the rising sun, and her husband Chang were touring the Nile when Chang was shot by his ex-girlfriend Jin. He narrowly survived, but Lin was murdered shortly afterward. The killer remains at large to this day. Is this the extinction of humanity or the collapse of morality? This episode of Crime Scene Recon takes you into the mysterious death of the female tycoon on the Nile. This opening had the audience laughing. Interesting. Who'd have thought they'd pull off such a clever twist? But this opening is straightforward and clear, laying out the basic framework of the case. The story begins. We meet Lin, the female lead who was already dead in the prologue.
Her maid wants to marry an old man from Pyramid Nation, and her best friend Ajin is also a handful. Her fiancé is apparently an unemployed bum.
And that's not even the worst of it.
As a wealthy woman, Lin herself hasn't resolved her personal issues either. She herself wonders how such an accomplished woman could still be living a solitary life. But the turning point comes swiftly. Ajin brings her boyfriend to meet Lin. Ajin's real intention was to ask Lin to help find her boyfriend, Ah Chang, a job. From the start, Lin looked down on Ah Chang. After all, what good could come of an unemployed man who wanted to be supported by her best friend? But stories often unfold in the most unexpected ways. When Lin met Ah Chang, Sister Lin gave us a masterclass in what "it's actually great" means. Our Ah Chang, needless to say, was genuinely handsome. At that moment, Ajin was still asking Sister Lin, "Is he okay? Is he suitable?" Sister Lin's eyes practically sparkled with hearts as she nodded and said, "Of course, I think he's perfect." Ajin was overjoyed. She and Ah Chang embraced tightly. Sure enough. Cut to the next scene. After a brief courtship, Ah Chang and Sister Lin got married. And they decided to honeymoon in the land of pyramids.
The news sent everyone into a frenzy. Holy crap! Can you guys tone down the melodrama? Chen Wenbin, why do you always start things like this? Last time you teased us with bits and pieces, but this time you're not even pretending you just dumped the whole thing on us, huh? Poor Ajin lost her best friend and now her man too. What else is there to say? The backstory's over. Where's the case? It's about time it showed up. Chapter 70, Old Man Lu Chen, the detective, begins solving the case. Cut 2. We arrive at the Pyramid Nation.
Lin and Chang were already on their honeymoon.
As they climbed to the pyramid's summit to take in the view, just as their passion reached its peak and they were about to get intimate, Ajin appeared.
The Great Pyramid of Giza stands 204 feet tall, with each base side measuring 356.5 feet. Lin and Chang were speechless.
Turns out,
Jin, unable to contain her anger, had been trailing them like a dog's leash the entire way.
She kept finding new ways to make life miserable for the couple.
As the camera pans, we finally arrive at the Nile River, boarding a luxurious passenger ship.
At this moment, our protagonist, Lu Chen, finally appears in view. Here, he plays the role of an elderly private detective. Ugh, who designed Lu Chen's white-bearded old man look? It's so ugly. Need I say more? It's definitely Chen Wenbin. Come on, he only beat you a few times. Why make such a big deal? After dinner, Lu Chen and the two elderly ladies retired early to their rooms due to their advanced age. One of them kept complaining about her shawl going missing before leaving. However, another group remained in the lounge. They played mahjong in the lounge. Among them were Sister Lin and Ah Chang. Just then, Ajin walked in. Seeing the smug couple before her, her anger flared up again. Her words were laced with barbs, and there was nothing to be done. Everyone dispersed. They didn't want to listen to Ajin talk any further. But Ajin seemed to have more grievances to vent. She grabbed a young girl and kept chatting. But as she chatted away, she noticed someone nearby who hadn't left. This person was none other than our very own Ah Chang. Ah Chang was tidying up the card table, about to wrap things up. Ajin called Ah Chang a faithless man. Ah Chang was at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed by Ajin's public outburst. The two traded barbs back and forth, and as they argued, their tempers flared. Thinking of all the wrongs she'd suffered, Ajin suddenly pulled out her pistol and fired a shot at Ah Chang. But Ajin probably didn't use the gun much in everyday life, and her aim was truly terrible. She missed. Instead of hitting a vital spot, it struck Ah Chang in the leg. Well, a romantic dispute instantly turned into a criminal case. Now Ajin was completely dumbfounded. Luckily, our chat companion girl had her wits about her and rushed off to get help. But here, a curious coincidence of identity emerged. There were only a handful of people on the ship, yet it happened to have a full complement of doctors and nurses. There was even a dedicated medical room, fully equipped with everything needed, conditions comparable to a top-tier hospital. Seriously, couldn't they just? This can't be called a coincidence anymore. It's clearly been deliberately designed. All I can say is, this is so typical of Chen Wenbin. His cases always seem to be like this. Don't ask. The answer is, Chen Wenbin arranged it. Ajin and Ah Chang were each taken care of. The young man who'd come to help suddenly remembered Ajin's gun was still in the break room. He needed to retrieve it to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from getting their hands on it. But when they went to retrieve it, they discovered the pistol was already gone. The young man didn't think much of it, assuming someone had simply taken it before him. After all, it was a handgun. Everyone would notice it. But that one oversight. Trouble struck. Finally, the most tense and thrilling part arrived. The wealthy woman, Sister Lin, met her end. She was found dead in her own room. The report was filed by her maid.
When such an incident occurs, our detective must step in, and this time, he has an ally, Colonel Reese. Only with Colonel Reese's military credentials could they secure the investigative authority for this case. According to the medical examiner's report, Lin was killed by a small caliber bullet. The wound showed charring. Therefore, it can be determined that the killer fired the shot while pressing the gun against Sister Lin's temple. The time of death can be narrowed down to between midnight and 2 a.m. Lu Chen paused to recall something. Zhen had once mentioned wanting to put a bullet in Sister Lin's head. And given that Zhen had already shot Chang last night, could it be? Upon inspecting Sister Lin's room, he discovered a highly concealed letter J near the headboard. Zhen's initial was J. Not only that, but Lu Chen also discovered traces of blood lingering on Sister Lin's right index finger. Was this a message left before her death, revealing Zhen as the killer? Regarding this information, not only did Lu Chen refuse to believe it, but neither did the audience. Bull. This clue was obviously fake. They said she was shot with her head down. How could she have written anything? Do you take me for a fool? Couldn't they have at least made the fake message look convincing? Seriously. But the appearance of those letters on the bedside table proved someone deliberately orchestrated this trick to frame Zhen. After all, everyone knew about the tension between Zhen and Sister Lin. Of course. It's not entirely certain. It could be Zhen's own diversion to clear herself of suspicion. At the crime scene, there was another peculiar detail. Lin had 2 bottles of nail polish. But one bottle was nearly empty, and when opened, it didn't emit the pungent smell of nail polish. Instead, it gave off a sour odor. Based on the time of death, Lu Chen first ruled out Zhen as a suspect. Since Sister Lin left the lounge last night, Zhen had been with others the entire time, spending the first half of the night with the chat girls and Chang, and the latter half with the nurses. Similarly, Chang could also be ruled out. He had been with others throughout the first half of the night, and after being struck by Zhen, he remained with the doctor. Moreover, his leg injury was severe enough that he couldn't walk at all. At this point, the case seemed to have reached a dead end. Wait, isn't it true that only Zhen, Chang, and Sister Lin had connections on this ship? Based on the information we have, only Zhen is a possibility. Not Sister Lin? Could we have missed something? Of course not. The suspects among the others immediately came into focus. First, Lin's maid. She had just received a telegram from an elderly man in Pyramid Country, claiming he was now single again. Overcome with excitement at the prospect of marrying him, the maid approached Sister Lin demanding a dowry. But Sister Lin thought this was beneath her dignity and refused to let her go. Let alone any dowry. And Auntie Lin's estate manager, Uncle Lin, wasn't exactly a saint either. According to the will, Auntie Lin could only manage her own assets after marriage. Until then, Uncle Lin handled everything. He had embezzled the money for various purposes. His presence in Pyramid Nation was solely to trick Sister Lin into signing a document that would let him off the hook for his crimes. As for the greasy-haired old woman, she was there to steal Lin's pearl necklace. The nurse, meanwhile, had been tricked by Lin's family into becoming a nurse. The other elderly woman was a writer, the mother of the companion girl. She had penned a novel based on Sister Lin's life story. Now Sister Lin threatened to sue her. If convicted, the writer would be reduced to begging for the rest of her life. As for the doctor, Sister Lin's close friend passed away at his clinic. She vowed to sue him until he was left penniless. Now, only the young man remained. Turns out he's a disillusioned youth who despises Sister Lin's tactics. He even declared that given the chance, he'd take her down. Well, not a single soul on board could stand up to Sister Lin. Chapter 71, another case woven from coincidences. How can there be so many coincidences? This case is so meticulously designed, I keep wondering how Sister Lin even had the guts to board the ship. Every single person here has a grudge against her. Yeah, looking at it this way, Chen Wenbin's setup feels a bit too contrived. First, every passenger's profession just happens to cover every possible role. Then, every single one of those professions has a grudge against Sister Lin. You guys just don't get it. She is the heroine of our case, after all. Having more enemies makes sense. It's just a shame she doesn't have any beef with Colonel Reese or Lu Chen. Ha 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 ha. Don't ask, just say Chen Wenbin arranged it. The audience was venting their frustrations. At this point in the case, it felt like one coincidence piled on top of another. Every supporting character seemed deliberately assembled, not a single one felt superfluous. Let's return to the scene. Lu Chen and Colonel Reese stood by the ship's rail, taking in the scenery. As they reviewed the plot details, Lu Chen quickly recalled that everyone present might have witnessed Zhen and Chang's argument in the lounge. Taking advantage of Zhen and Chang being carried away, he entered the lounge, took the pistol, and shot Sister Lin. Viewed this way, the missing murder weapon became the key. With this realization, Lu Chen decided to check on the injured, hoping to glean some useful information from them. They had just arrived at the room where Chang was resting when Sister Lin's maid rushed in. She claimed she'd come to check on her master, Chang. This was understandable. But Lu Chen seized the maid, urging her to recall the details of discovering the body. The maid struggled to recall for a moment, but beyond denying she was the killer, she stammered incoherently. She seemed quite frightened. She muttered words of self-reproach. If I hadn't fallen asleep, I might have seen something. If I had been awake at the time, I probably could have seen the killer enter the mistress's room. But such words held no value whatsoever for Lu Chen. He asked, since you're not the killer, then tell me, where did that priceless pearl necklace around Sister Lin's neck go? This question completely stumped the maid. She stammered, unable to provide a coherent answer. After a long pause, she finally said, I was so terrified when I saw the mistress's body that I didn't have time to check if the necklace was still there. Lu Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this. It's all right, he said. You may go now. Emerging from Ah Chang's resting room, Lu Chen addressed Colonel Reese. The maid likely isn't the killer. She had no knowledge of the necklace theft. However, judging by her behavior in Ah Chang's room, I suspect she may be concealing something. Then, Lu Chen went to seek clues elsewhere. At the home of the elderly woman with a penchant for theft, Lu Chen uncovered a rather significant lead. Last night, though she hadn't heard gunshots, she had heard a dull thud, a muffled sound like a wine bottle cap being popped. Lu Chen listened, unable to help but frown. This clue seemed rather useless. However, as the scene shifted, it was time for dinner. Following tradition, the British always opened a bottle of red wine for meals. Colonel Reese complained to Lu Chen that the bottle opened the day before had turned cloudy, so he'd ordered a fresh one. But during the meal, Lu Chen noticed the absence of the maid. Just as he was wondering what was amiss, a crew member came to report. A large amount of blood had appeared outside the maid's quarters. Lu Chen's peace was shattered even during dinner. He rushed to the maid's quarters. He discovered the maid had bled to death. Upon examination, they discovered she was clutching a 1,000-franc coin fragment in her hand. It seemed the maid had learned the identity of the murderer and gone to blackmail them, only to be silenced. Lu Chen tilted his head slightly, a thought crossing his mind. Attentive viewers also noticed this detail. I recall the maid saying that if she hadn't fallen asleep, she would have seen someone entering and exiting the mistress's room, witnessing the murderer. That was actually true. She hadn't fallen asleep, but her greed cost her her life. According to the doctor's examination, the wound was fresh, only about an hour old. The murder weapon? It was likely similar to a surgical scalpel. Meanwhile, the writer lady we'd just finished eating with hurriedly found Lu Chen. She chattered on at length, but beyond idle chatter, it was all about her new book. Emotions. She hadn't come seeking clues at all, she just wanted Lu Chen to promote her new book. She really wouldn't give up. Not only did she nearly get reported by Sister Lin, but now she was trying to profit off someone else's misfortune. Lu Chen felt no desire to engage with her. So he made an excuse and left. The wind made it hard to hear clearly from a distance, so Lu Chen missed the last part. The author mentioned that while heading to dinner, she saw someone enter the maid's room as she rounded the corner. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but vent their frustration. Seriously, she's doing this on purpose. Why did she have to beat around the bush like that? Wait until he's gone to say something useful? Exactly. If you just said that message, would Lu Chen have left? Even if he gritted his teeth, he'd have to hear you out, right? Chen Wenbin is so mean, deliberately trying to gross people out. This plot twist feels like it was designed purely to be annoying. It's not that it's unnecessary, it's completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who hadn't heard this crucial information, recalled the words of that old lady who liked to steal things and arranged for someone to fish it out of the river. If Lu Chen hadn't misjudged the situation, it must be something that fell into the water. That sound was exactly like this. While the recovery operation was underway, Lu Chen stepped onto the deck, gazing into the distance as he began to piece things together. So far, it appears the killer used Ah Jin's pistol. If we can find it, everything else will fall into place. Additionally, Sister Lin's pearl necklace is still missing. That must be the motive for the murder. Let's check the morgue again. Maybe there's something new to discover. With that, Lu Chen and Colonel Reese proceeded to the room where Sister Lin's body lay. To Lu Chen's surprise, upon lifting the sheet covering the body, he saw the necklace had returned. It was hanging around Sister Lin's neck. Lu Chen's brow immediately furrowed. What was going on? Did someone eavesdrop on Lu Chen and Colonel Reese's conversation? This case is starting to get interesting. The killer has been monitoring Lu Chen's movements all along. This is trouble. The difficulty of solving this case has increased significantly. All previous deductions have been overturned. What should Lu Chen do now? The audience loved seeing Lu Chen's furrowed brow. The tougher the case, the better. It would be best if Lu Chen couldn't solve it. Chapter 72, Another Death. Is the case nearing a dead end? While Lu Chen was still pondering the situation, another scream pierced the air. Lu Chen and Colonel Reese rushed over to investigate. Damn it! Another dead body. The writer was gone too. Lu Chen pursed his lips and proceeded to examine the writer's body. According to the doctor's autopsy, this was another fresh corpse. Time of death within the last hour.
Wasn't that obvious? Lu Chen shot the doctor a look. If not for the crowd, he'd have kicked him. Then the doctor revealed the murder weapon. A handgun. Specifically, a .52 caliber pistol, not the same one used to kill Sister Lin or Wanda Chang. Not only that, no one on board heard the gunshot, suggesting the pistol might have been fitted with a silencer or used with some kind of padding to muffle the noise. The author was shot in the head, yet the wound showed no scorch marks. This indicates the killer did not fire point blank but from a distance. The killer might be a sharpshooter. Now that's interesting. It was a handgun. That doesn't add up. Why is there a handgun involved now? Lu Chen pondered. From the very beginning of this case until now, there should only have been one handgun. Where did this second one come from? But when the live stream viewers saw this, began to vent their frustrations. Couldn't they just shoot Lu Chen dead in one shot? What a sharpshooter. What's the point of killing those people? If he'd just taken out Lu Chen, wouldn't that have solved everything? Without anyone investigating the case, won't it just become a cold case over time? Chen Wenbin's design for this project is, well, how should I put it? It's not quite as unrealistic as before. No wonder the audience felt that way. Lu Chen was beginning to question this very point. A sharpshooter, capable of long-range headshots, why didn't the killer just blow themselves away from a distance? If it was fear of escalating the situation, wouldn't killing others also escalate things? This was clearly Chen Wenbin setting himself up. Sigh. I don't even know where to begin. After the writer's death, the entire case came to a temporary standstill. The team sent to retrieve items from the river found nothing. The Nile's immense volume and vast expanse made it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. The crew members couldn't recall exactly which stretch of the river the murder had occurred on. It was nighttime, after all. The surrounding scenery was largely indistinguishable, so it was already quite impressive that they could recall anything at all. Lu Chen could do nothing but wait. By evening, the Nile was swept by wind, much like any other night. Lu Chen and Colonel Reese made their way to the dining room to eat. But at that very moment, Lu Chen noticed the countdown timer displayed by the staff. This signified that the entire case had been fully resolved, and now it was up to Lu Chen to deduce the solution. Only these people died? Lu Chen stroked his chin and uttered this baffling remark. The audience chuckled at his remark. Is that not enough? Is he hoping everyone on the ship dies so he can take his sweet time investigating? Just like the director's no survivors scenario, everyone gone? Try acting like a decent human being. The way you're acting now, you look more like the murderer than the murderer himself. I'm requesting the cops look into Lu Chen. Who knows what they might find? The subsequent plot unfolded rather predictably. Lu Chen found no valuable clues and reached the moment when answers were supposed to be revealed. Watching Chen Wenbin approach, Lu Chen propped his chin on his hand, his expression unreadable. Chen Wenbin, however, wore a hint of smug satisfaction. Clearly, he didn't believe Lu Chen had solved the case. And it wasn't just Chen Wenbin. Including all the spectators, no one believed Lu Chen had solved the case. From the moment the case was declared closed until now, Lu Chen hasn't uncovered a single useful clue. I don't believe he can solve this case. Yeah, I even suspect Chen Wenbin deliberately hid some clues in this case. Not only that, but I suspect those coincidences and rambling remarks were designed to overload Lu Chen's thinking, all to conceal clues he'd planted within the dialogue or details. Well, any answers? Chen Wenbin looked at Lu Chen. And it wasn't just Chen Wenbin. In fact, the second episode had already reached its conclusion. Now all that remained was for Lu Chen to announce his answer, and the second episode of Simulated Crime would be ready to wrap up. Well, Lu Chen smiled first, then turned to look at Chen Wenbin. How should I put this? This case, I really want to rant about it. The coincidences and suspect options you provided are a bit. You figure it out yourself. I don't know how to describe it. Chen Wenbin knew exactly what Lu Chen meant. Scratching his head awkwardly, he chuckled. What can I say? If I didn't do it this way, the case would lose all suspense. It's also to increase your workload, so you can't find truly useful clues too quickly. I know. It's just, this approach makes it seem like you deliberately designed the case this way, which might overshadow its inherent brilliance. Honestly, even without these twists, using conventional methods, this case would still be exceptionally well crafted. What a pity. What a pity. Have you finished your deductions? Do you know who the killer is? Hearing Lu Chen say this, Chen Wenbin couldn't help but startle and blurt out. The killer is Chang. I was right, wasn't I? Lu Chen looked at Chen Wenbin, who merely nodded and continued. Well then, where's the reasoning? Where's the evidence? Chang is the murderer? What is Lu Chen talking about? Doesn't Chang have a solid alibi? Exactly. He must have guessed who the killer was and deliberately named the least likely suspect. Besides, Chang and Sister Lin are married, right? What possible benefit would he gain from killing her? The audience buzzed with discussion, all pointing out the impossibility of Chang being the killer. Lu Chen, however, turned his gaze toward Chen Wenbin. The reason I say he's the killer lies in the alibi you provided. How incredibly convenient. On the very night Sister Lin died, Ah Chang had a perfect alibi. And you gave me a crucial clue. What? Chen Wenbin was puzzled. That elderly woman who likes to shoplift her scarf is missing. What's so important about that? Chen Wenbin asked casually. Indeed. To everyone else. This was as ordinary as it gets. Who knew how the old lady's scarf had gone missing? It could have been blown away by the wind for all anyone knew. Lu Chen really didn't need to dwell on this point. Chapter 73, Everything begins with the scarf. In a case like this, clues don't appear for no reason. The old lady specifically told me this, unlike the useless ramblings of the writer-grandmother. This is the detail I need to remember. Chen Wenbin nodded, showing little reaction. And then? That scarf, according to the old lady's description, it was large and long. I hadn't understood why she emphasized this detail before, but last night, it clicked. When committing the murder, using the scarf as padding prevents scorch marks and muffles the sound. But who on the entire ship would need that? Think about it. Lu Chen deliberately paused here, leaving the suspense hanging. How am I supposed to know? Go on, for heaven's sake. Who would need it? The murderer, of course. Could there be anyone else who needs it? The audience voiced the thoughts of the others present. Lu Chen, of course, smiled and continued. I suppose everyone has figured it out, it's the murderer. Only the murderer needed that scarf. So let's continue our deduction. Who on this ship had any connection to the gun? And who was shot? Ah Chang? Naturally, everyone arrived at this conclusion. But that doesn't add up. Wasn't Ah Chang shot by Ah Zhen? He was bleeding at the time. Exactly. That seems a bit far-fetched. Think carefully about the oddities in this case. Why did the old lady insist she heard a thud when Sister Lin died? Why did I arrange for people to search the river? It was actually to look for evidence. But according to the plot, I couldn't possibly find the scarf, because if I did find the scarf, I would inevitably find other clues. Lu Chen looked at Chen Wenbin. I'm right, aren't I? Chen Wenbin nodded. Indeed. Lu Chen was spot on about this point. The evidence he used to solve the case had indeed been wrapped in the scarf and tossed into the river. Finding it would be impossible within 24 hours. So, following this line of reasoning, what else needed to be disposed of? Something I absolutely couldn't have seen. The only thing I can think of is one item, the murder weapon. Exactly. Hearing Lu Chen's reasoning, Chen Wenbin couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. It was undeniably true. My first thought was Ah Zhen's pistol. But when the old lady writer died, I started to doubt it. Something didn't add up. Why would another pistol appear on the ship, and a silenced one at that? I pondered it for a long time and finally concluded it wasn't silenced. The murder weapon was a pistol. The difference lies in how Sister Lin died. She was shot point blank at the forehead, while the old lady writer was shot with a scarf placed beneath her head. There was no sharpshooter at all. Ultimately, it was just a difference in the method used during the killings. And that's precisely where I realized this possibility. The killer was Chang. Remember when I found an empty bottle of nail polish in Lin's room earlier? Did anyone notice that Sister Lin's nail polish was precisely blood red? Not only that, but I detected a sour smell in the empty bottle. This detail was specifically mentioned by Colonel Reese during dinner. If you're paying close attention, you should recall him saying the red wine had become impure and undrinkable, so he opened a new bottle. Following this line of reasoning, let's continue our analysis. How convenient, wouldn't you say? That there just happened to be an injured person on board. As I mentioned earlier, the nail polish was completely used up and it was blood red. Isn't that the perfect item to conceal one's injuries? But at this point, someone spoke up, challenging Lu Chen, voicing the audience's confusion. That's not right. Ah Chang was injured before Sister Lin, and it was personally verified by the doctor. There's no way that could be fake. Your theory has a major flaw here. How could Ah Chang, who couldn't even walk, have gone to Sister Lin's room and killed her? Does that mean he was born without the ability to feel pain? Lu Chen had already anticipated this question. To address this, we only need to make one assumption to explain it. It comes back to the nail polish. What if Ah Zhen's shot missed its mark? It didn't hit Ah Chang. As Lu Chen spoke these words, the audience could clearly see Chen Wenbin's previously composed expression shift noticeably in that instant. He even caught himself glancing involuntarily at Lu Chen before realizing the impropriety of the gesture and quickly averting his eyes. No way, could Lu Chen actually be right? Otherwise, why would Chen Wenbin react like that? But that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, doesn't that make Ah Zhen an accomplice? But didn't Lu Chen say Ah Chang was the murderer? Hey upstairs, are you dumb? Can't there be two killers? According to the doctor's report, we found a bullet lodged in Ah Zhen's leg. No one focused on the lounge anymore. At most, they wondered where Ah Zhen's gun had gone. I was thinking the same thing. But last night when I went to the lounge and leaned against the sofa, I saw something I shouldn't have, a bullet hole. In that moment, I figured out the method behind your case. Then why did you say Ah Chang was the killer? Clearly there were two people involved. Someone couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen smiled. That's exactly right.
The one who killed Sister Lin was Ah Chang.
Let's rewind to the moment Ah Chang was shot.
Ajin shot Ah Chang, then Ah Chang was left in the lounge while Ajin was taken away by the escort girls.
After that, the doctor arrived to treat Ah Chang. Doesn't something seem off about this? After Lu Chen laid out the sequence, everyone instantly caught on.
There was a time discrepancy here. If Ah Chang hadn't been shot at this point, he would have had ample time to commit the crime. It was precisely this brief window that allowed Ah Chang to kill Sister Lin, then return to the lounge, prop himself up with a scarf, and shoot himself in the leg. At that moment, all our attention was focused on Ah Chang's leg injury. No one would have noticed the murder weapon he just used hidden beneath the sofa cushions.
The scarf and the gun are right here.
Simultaneously, at this exact moment, the elderly lady with a penchant for theft heard a noise, actually Ah Chang tossing the ashtray from the table into the water.
This action was deliberate. Chapter 74, Who would complain about being too smart? Oh, I see. Deliberately dropping something into the water at the precise moment would mislead investigators. All subsequent inquiries would focus on that time frame in search of clues. No wonder they fished around in the water for so long without finding anything. The ashtray wasn't the target item at all. Even if it had been discovered, it wouldn't have raised any suspicion. Chen Wenbin appeared outwardly composed, but internally, his mind was churning. Lu Chen had just pinpointed the method used in his case. The only flaw in this case could be said to be the bullet hole left on the sofa. Once Lu Chen located him and conducted logical deduction, he would uncover the flaw in Ah Chang's alibi, leading to the true culprit. Lu Chen continued his deduction. Does everyone recall the maid's statement?
She claimed that if she hadn't been asleep at the time, she would have witnessed the murderer killing the mistress.
She was later silenced. It's obvious if we think about it. She witnessed Ah Chang committing the crime.
That's why, as the case unfolded, she hesitated when she saw me. She had something to say but couldn't bring herself to speak.
After that, Ajin silenced her. As for the old lady writer's death, she witnessed Ajin silencing the maid. That long speech she gave? It was deliberate.
Her goal was to make me impatient and leave so I wouldn't uncover the truth.
After that, the old lady was also silenced by Ajin. At this point, everyone had been eliminated. Ajin wrapped the heavy object, the pistol, and other items in a scarf before tossing them into the river. And with that, the case was complete. Lu Chen looked at Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin nodded. He agreed wholeheartedly, saying, "You're absolutely right. Indeed it is.
If you'd sent someone to salvage the evidence at the end, the case would have been solved even faster."
Probably. Lu Chen shook his head. That's impossible. You've already declared the case closed. You never gave me that chance, did you? Hearing this, Chen Wenbin laughed.
The director approached at that moment. He said cheerfully, "Lu Chen successfully solved this case.
Add 2 points.
As for Chen Wenbin, failure 2 points deducted."
Any objections? Next, we'll announce the rankings for the second episode. First place, Lu Chen's team. Second place, Chen Wenbin's team. Third place, Director He's team. Fourth place.
You will receive cash prizes corresponding to your rankings. And with that, the second episode comes to a perfect close right here.
Viewers, stay tuned for an even more spectacular third episode. Everyone has now entered a temporary break period.
Meanwhile, the mock trial show has become a popular topic of conversation for many after dinner.
Following the broadcast of the second episode,
many of the locked room techniques and case designs featured in the show were directly adopted as investigative reference materials by police forces and criminal justice academies.
Not to mention,
escape room games and similar activities have incorporated these cases into their own gameplay.
In no time, Lu Chen's name rose to prominence.
Numerous imposters began appearing online, promoting their own designs as Perfect Escape Rooms by Lu Chen.
Perfect Escape Rooms by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's creations are absolute masterpieces. This studio is sponsored by Lu Chen, rest assured. And so on. In the detective fiction community, Lu Chen's name has overwhelmingly surpassed Chen Wenbin, becoming the new benchmark. Hey, could we tweak this triple locked room murder mystery a bit more? I don't think so. How could it be improved? I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
Also, look at this locked room puzzle murder case.
If possible, could we change the killer to Ferma, played by Director He? That way, it would be a complete locked room murder, right? On the detective forum, discussions like this kept popping up. And what about our Lu Chen?
He was lying in bed, feeling rather drained. Even with his intelligence and the system's assistance, perfectly reconstructing the case proved somewhat challenging.
These past few days,
simulating and solving cases had nearly drained every last brain cell from him.
Moreover, these cases have left glaring loopholes.
Had it not been for time constraints, they would surely have been solved.
The third episode. It had to be better. But the director had told him, for the third episode, I could change my identity. Should I give it a try? During the break, Lu Chen opened the system panel. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on completing the Kendaichi closed room instance. As you have completed multiple instance tasks, you receive 3 additional lottery chances as a bonus reward. Available lottery chances, 6. Would you like to draw now? Lu Chen naturally chose to draw them all at once. However, with ample time on his hands, he opted not to use the consecutive draw feature, instead drawing one by one.
First draw. He received a new map. Lu Chen glanced at it, a rather ordinary map he had no immediate use for. Then the second draw. He gained attribute points. During the previous 3 consecutive draws, the attribute points had been automatically distributed, boosting all attributes slightly. This time, Lu Chen decided to allocate them manually. He had 5 points total. He allocated all of them to intelligence. After the allocation, he saw his intelligence had reached a staggering 129. Though still fatigued, once he rested properly, both committing crimes and solving them would become much easier. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. He continued the lottery. Acquired skill, vocal mimicry.
This skill not only allowed him to mimic the sounds of various animals and objects but also to imitate other people's voices.
At first, Lu Chen didn't pay it much attention.
But it didn't take him long to realize.
This skill was absolutely. It's beyond awesome. Isn't this basically a voice-changing system like Conan's? He continued drawing. After that, he didn't draw any more skills. However, Lu Chen did draw a new map. He glanced at it, chuckled, and placed it into his system backpack. While Lu Chen was resting, a call came in.
Lu Chen picked it up to see it was his mother calling.
Lu Chen, where did you get all this money? Tell your mom, did you get into trouble or something? Let me tell you. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Nothing like that. I earned it by participating in a show. Spend it freely. Don't you trust your own son? How could I possibly do anything wrong? Remember how we talked about opening a shop? This money is more than enough to start one. We can afford to do a nice renovation. Money won't be an issue. As for this money, Lu Chen didn't have any specific plans yet. But ensuring his parents lived a little more comfortably? That was definitely within reach.
Thinking of his mother's long-cherished dream of running her own little shop all these years, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips.
Isn't that just perfect?
Chapter 75, a brief interlude, then the new chapter begins. Son, I'll tell you this, even if you make some money, don't get too big for your britches. You still need to focus on your studies.
As for the shop, I've got my own plans. Yeah, I know.
Also, even though your dad doesn't say it, I know deep down he's really happy. When your college entrance exam results came out, that guy didn't sleep all night. When he was filling out your school applications, he smoked over a dozen packs of cigarettes in a single day.
MHM.
Oh, and one of your classmates came looking for you.
What was her name? Sue something?
I was busy and didn't catch it clearly, but she was a quiet, pretty girl. When she saw you weren't home, she left. Let me tell you, son, her car, I don't recognize the make, but it had a horse on the hood.
Pretty snazzy. Lu Chen chuckled. Ferrari. Is that car called a Ferrari? It was gorgeous.
In all my years, I've never seen such a gorgeous car.
Yeah. Lu Chen knew exactly who it was.
Among the people he knew, there was only one person with the surname Su who also came from a wealthy family.
Su Qianxian. But why was she looking for him? Lu Chen couldn't quite figure it out. He didn't dwell on it too much. Because during his break time, someone else came looking for Lu Chen.
Director Guo from before had arrived. His purpose was straightforward. The second episode of the show had wrapped up. Could Lu Chen come with him now? To finish this script first. Lu Chen stared at Director Guo, and Director Guo stared back at Lu Chen. No. No sooner had he hung up the phone than Lu Chen looked at Director Guo, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. Director Guo just smiled. I didn't interrupt you because you were on the phone. All right. Lu Chen had no reason to refuse. The next day began. Lu Chen began writing the script at the hotel. As for Director Guo, went to catch up with our show's director, Xia Qi. Speaking of the cases Xia Qi had designed, Director Guo couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. They're truly excellent. Too bad he insisted on leaving his personal style in it, which was spotted by others. Director Xia dismissed Director Guo's critique with a dismissive wave. There's no such thing as a perfect crime in this world, is there? Besides, this program wasn't meant to promote perfect crimes in the first place. It's using this new approach to raise awareness about safety. I know. I was just musing aloud. Director Guo remarked casually. Oh, right. What are your plans for the third episode? I haven't figured it out yet. To be honest, it kinda threw off my plans. Is it because of Lu Chen? Yeah. Actually, for the third episode, you could set the theme yourself. Like, say, fraud? Or murder? Or theft? All of those would work. While setting boundaries, give them the freedom to explore their own ideas. After hearing this, Xiachi neither objected nor agreed, but fell into deep thought. Director Guo didn't disturb him further. Instead, he sought out Lu Chen. Several days had passed. He wanted to check on the progress of Lu Chen's script. At this moment, Lu Chen had already finished the script. He was now refining the details. Director Guo skimmed through it and found it quite good. The script was highly polished, though some details still needed refinement. A less meticulous director might have used it as is at this stage. But clearly, Director Guo is a perfectionist. Therefore, Lu Chen continued to flesh out the details. Director Guo showed no signs of impatience. He kept waiting. He was waiting precisely for this script. Everything else was ready. Once the script arrived, filming would begin immediately. Finally, 3 more days passed and Director Guo received his script. He smiled. He took Lu Chen with him to the production crew. As previously agreed, he would give Lu Chen a role. Director Guo kept his word. When it came to acting, Lu Chen was a novice. But with a major director personally mentoring him, plus the popularity he gained from the crime simulation show, many crew members recognized Lu Chen. The male and female leads Director Guo had chosen were none other than the familiar Shun Aguri and the universally adored perfect wife Yui Aragaki. This stunning pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman generated immense buzz the moment the news broke. Regarding why Director Guo didn't cast Chinese actors, Director Guo offered an explanation. Too expensive. He couldn't afford them. Director Guo prioritizes making quality films, not splurging on actors only to produce subpar work. Originally, he could have approached Li Yifeng and Xia Gu. Both are still within a reasonable price range. But unfortunately, they were unavailable. He had no choice but to abandon the idea. As for Hong Kong, top-tier actors' schedules were booked solid until next year. There was simply no way to secure them. He couldn't do anything about it. Except for the male and female leads. Lu Chen's role had been given substantial screen time. In Lu Chen's design, he was one of the 3 characters with the most screen time outside the leads. He appeared almost from beginning to end. For this kind of film, the most troublesome part isn't the filming, but the prop production. It took less than a month to craft all the props according to the script. The film shoot was wrapped up. Lu Chen finished his celebratory drink. After receiving Gaki's personally signed photo, Lu Chen returned to the production team. Episode 3 of Crime Simulation. After deliberation by the directorial team, a new approach was adopted. This crime simulation must take place in Hong Kong. Additionally, the theme for Phase 3 is fraud. It was explicitly stipulated that the investigation team could only solve cases and was prohibited from committing further crimes. The crime team must focus solely on committing crimes. They cannot participate in solving cases. The director will no longer be involved either. All criminal activities and investigations are entirely entrusted to the investigation and crime teams, ensuring they have sufficient autonomy. Regarding bonuses, the same rules as the previous 2 seasons apply. As the director finished explaining the rules, everyone can now form their own teams. Similar to the 2nd season. The 3rd season also allowed contestants to form teams freely. The final requirement is to ensure 10 teams for the crime-solving group and 5 teams for the investigation group. However, due to the bottom elimination rule, 2 members from the crime-solving team and 1 from the crime-committing team were eliminated. For the perpetrator teams, nothing much to say. But the investigative team, a new group has been added. They hailed from the land of the rising sun. The team consists of 3 members, leader Kagoro, team member Tsuniko, and team member Takagi. Regarding this new team, everyone had all sorts of speculations. Director Xiachi offered little explanation. However, some speculate that Director Guo had caught their attention during his trip to Japan, leading them to join the show. Regardless, this group didn't draw much attention from others. Except for Lu Chen, Kagoro, brother Chao, Takagi. For a moment, Lu Chen didn't even know where to begin with his sarcasm. Could it be this coincidental? Whatever. Doesn't really concern me. As long as the elementary school kid isn't around, it's all mayhem. Anyway, Kagoro only solves adultery cases, Otsuka's just a pushover, and Takagi. Die. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When Lu Chen mentioned Takagi, his voice was filled with gritted teeth. Chapter 76, Deceiving the Investigation Team is Deception 2. This time, Lu Chen gathered Wang Ping, Li Tong, and Zhang Xiaofei, along with Zhao Zimai, to form the Iron Triangle once more. Under the show's restrictions, this case had to be framed around fraud. None of them had any particularly brilliant plans. Lu Chen, however, recalled the map he'd won during the lottery. Witness Nation. The National Witness Map has been activated. Mission: perfectly conceal yourself without revealing the truth. Reward: 10 lottery chances. Scam. If I deceive the investigation team, isn't that still deceit? Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He laughed. When he shared his thoughts with the others, Li Tong and the rest paled visibly upon hearing it.
After a long moment, Li Tong couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure? Isn't that the point? If we're deceiving the investigation team, isn't that deceit? Is that so?"
Li Tong turned to Wang Ping.
"I suppose so." Wang Ping wasn't entirely sure. Probably. Zhang Xiaofei couldn't make heads or tails of it either. At that moment, the bullet comments section erupted with activity. The iron triangle reunites. This should be interesting. Are they pulling a scam? What a brilliant idea. Let's see. What if it actually works? Soon, Lu Chen's team completed the case design.
So, not long ago, our very own Zhao Zimai, playing Meng Meng, was suspected of running over and killing Dandan, the girlfriend of Taigo, played by Lu Chen, with her car. In other words, this case could very well be akin to a daughter killing her stepmother. But the truth of the matter, whether there are hidden motives at play, remains unknown for now.
Whoa, this case looks thrilling. It feels like a major scandal. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. Was it the stepmother who cheated and got caught by her stepdaughter? Or was it the spoiled stepdaughter defying authority and clashing with her stepmother? Either way, this plot twist is fascinating.
The third episode had just begun. While other teams were still preparing and the audience was getting bored, Lu Chen's team had already dropped a bombshell. Many viewers flocked to the scene, eager to see how thrilling it would get.
And today was the day this case went to trial. After all, it was a simulated crime. The courtroom and all other elements were naturally simulated by the production team. The team assigned to this case was assigned to Chen Wenbin's team. After losing to Lu Chen in the previous episode, he was incredibly unwilling to accept defeat. So the moment Lu Chen's team posted the case, he took it immediately. But it wasn't until he got the case that he realized something was off. Wasn't this supposed to be a fraud case? Why is it a murder case? To ensure fairness, the production team specially arranged a professional legal team for Lu Chen. The team leader was Sister Li, who had two subordinates, a man and a woman named Xiuhei and Xiaobai. When they received this case, Sister Li was also a bit baffled. The production team had informed her it was indeed a fraud case. But this case, no matter how she looked at it, didn't seem like a fraud case at all. Wasn't this murder? And so, in the mock courtroom, a dramatic scene unfolded. As the prosecutor and notary, Chen Wenbin was reviewing the case files. Meanwhile, attorney Li was also reviewing the files. And so, our judge could only smile wryly as he watched the two finish reviewing the materials before finally commencing the trial. Chen Wenbin had his own perspective on this trial. Why did Lu Chen orchestrate this case? There must be deeper meaning behind it. Secondly, from all those previous cases they'd worked on together, Chen Wenbin had lost every time, but he'd also gained a deeper understanding of Lu Chen. And naturally, it was a simulated case. Therefore, the production team would arrange corresponding pre-trial press stakeouts and interview segments. Journalists with cameras and microphones pressed forward, surrounding Lu Chen. "Mr. Tai, hello. Did your daughter kill Dandan? Was their relationship truly irreparably broken, as rumors suggest?" Lu Chen answered solemnly, "My daughter did not kill anyone. Brother Tai, the prosecution has both witness testimony and physical evidence. What explanation do you have?" Lu Chen looked directly into the camera and stated, "Do not blindly trust their judgments, nor place blind faith in so-called evidence. I have said it before, my daughter did not kill anyone." What righteous words! Looking at that handsome face, I almost believe him. Whether it's true or not, we'll only know after the court trial. He possesses a composure beyond his years. He's as shrewd as an old fox. As the trial formally commenced, we saw Zhao Zimai enter the courtroom in tears, visibly terrified. The camera then cuts to Lu Chen, who smiles at Zhao Zimai and gently gestures a shoe toward her. The trial formally commenced. First, let's revisit the full picture of the case from Chen Wenbin's perspective. When news broke that Tai Ji's girlfriend Dandan had cheated on him and paparazzi photos were leaked, everyone expected Tai Ji's reaction. Instead, his daughter Meng Meng acted first. Drunk, she confronted Dandan, and the two got into a heated argument. Meng Meng drove her car into Dandan. Chen Wenbin pointed to the surveillance footage and stated, "The victim, Dandan, suffered severe impact to her chest and limbs, but what truly killed her was this iron nail." Chen Wenbin produced the physical evidence. He displayed it to everyone. However, this was Chen Wenbin's preliminary hypothesis regarding the case. The surveillance footage only captured the two meeting, their argument, and Meng Meng later driving into Dandan. How Dandan came into contact with the iron nail remained unknown. Therefore, this became a key point of uncertainty in the case. Chen Wenbin questioned Meng Meng about each of these details, and she answered each one. But from start to finish, Meng Meng never denied anything. Seeing this, Chen Wenbin called the witness for this case. A witness who could confirm that Meng Meng had been drinking at the time and, in a fit of rage, had told Dandan she would kill her. She then left the bar. The other witness was the person who reported the incident that day, who was also the driver of the deceased, Dan Dan.
The driver was portrayed by Wang Ping. He could testify that Dandan had received a phone call and then gone down to the underground parking garage alone. When she didn't return for a long time, the driver went down to look for her.
He then witnessed a red SUV leaving the scene. This red SUV was the same one seen in the surveillance footage hitting someone.
Subsequently, the driver discovered the deceased. At this point, Chen Wenbin had pieced together the entire sequence of events with near certainty.
During this period,
the presiding judge repeatedly asked the defendant whether he objected to the charges, and each time the response was no objection. When the defense counsel was asked whether the lawyer objected,
the response was also no objection. Seeing this,
the live stream viewers were baffled.
What's going on here? This case is already solved? Lu Chen, where's all that drive you had before? It's completely gone today. Exactly. Is the case really that simple?
And this lawyer doing absolutely nothing.
Are you waiting for lunch? Chapter 77, Chen Wenbin's Detective Reasoning.
While everyone assumed Lawyer Li was planning to coast through until the trial ended, Lu Chen gave her an extra glance, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He believed that after reviewing the materials he'd provided, Sister Li would surely devise a strategy to defend Meng Meng.
Finally, after Dan's driver finished his testimony, Sister Li stepped forward
and began her counterattack.
In fact, this driver of Dandan's used to be Brother Tai's driver.
He had served Brother Tai for 15 years. It was only after Brother Tai and Dandan fell in love that Brother Tai assigned him to work for Dandan. Although the driver called the police when Dandan died, he claimed he didn't know who the killer was at the time. Given his relationship with Tai, if he had known Tai's daughter Meng Meng was the killer, he would never have called the police.
What Sister Li wanted to inquire about
was the relationship between the driver, Tai Gu, and Dan.
Sister Li looked at the driver and asked, "What was your impression of Brother Tai and Dandan?"
The driver, however, gave only positive evaluations. But at that moment, Sister Li's expression turned slightly cold as she said, "You're lying."
Then, Sister Li proceeded to dismantle the driver's lies step by step. First, the driver resented Dandan.
Dan showed him no respect whatsoever, never treating him like a human being. She routinely hurled insults at him, and though he seethed with anger, he dared not speak up. On her birthday, he even made a wish hoping Dan would be run over and killed.
There was evidence for this. Sister Li possesses the relevant evidence. Second,
the driver had been with Brother Tai for 15 years, yet he felt no gratitude toward him because the driver's wife was having an affair with Brother Tai.
Yet faced with such humiliation, the driver had no recourse. Consequently, he harbored deep resentment toward Brother Tai.
Watching Sister Li peel back layer after layer with such sharp precision, systematically dismantling the driver's psychological defenses and gradually exposing the scandal to the public, Brother Tai's expression darkened.
But the one looking even worse than him?
Was the cuckolded husband himself?
What? How could things have turned out this way? Could it be the driver is the real culprit? Just look at that cute, innocent-looking character Zhao's in my place. She's so adorable, clearly not a bad person. But this driver? He's got shifty eyes and a sneaky look about him. He seems more like the villain. The screen was flooded with comments speculating about the case. As for the driver, after prolonged, high-pressure interrogation, he finally cracked. His face had turned almost purple with strain as he glared viciously at Sister Li. "Yes, I hate him. Is that enough?" However,
at this point, Sister Li's show had only just begun. Sister Li produced photos from the crime scene. One image showed the victim's wrists completely bare, while surveillance footage of the vehicles involved was clearly displayed before everyone.
Sister Li stated,
the driver had been driving for Brother Tai for 15 years. At the time of the incident, there was no way the driver wouldn't know who the perpetrator was.
Brother Tai had 2 cars at home.
Even if the driver only heard the engine sound, he would definitely be able to tell them apart. He should have recognized that the vehicle leaving the parking lot that day was Meng Ming's Cayenne. But he still chose to call the police.
Because he wanted revenge against Brother Tai.
Chen Wenbin sat at the notary's desk, his expression grave. As the case unfolded, he realized things seemed different from what he had imagined. Could it be this case had a twist? Of course. Sister Li wasn't saying these things to overturn the case. Her real goal was to provoke the driver.
She pointed out,
what the driver saw at the time wasn't a dead Dandan, but an unconscious Dandan. Yet to frame Meng Meng, he not only hammered nails into Dandan's head but also stole the 3 million yuan watch from her wrist. Therefore,
the real culprit wasn't Meng Meng, but the driver who served as a witness.
Because earlier, the driver's mental state had already collapsed. Faced with Sister Li's relentless interrogation, he froze in place.
For quite some time,
he clenched his teeth tightly, glaring viciously at Sister Li, and confessed. The case proceeded to this point. Chen Wenbin's face suddenly twisted in shock as he turned to the driver.
This can't be right. Chen Wenbin snapped to himself.
Though the case had taken a stunning turn in court, when Chen Wenbin looked at Lu Chen, he could clearly see that this man, though his expression was dark and even slightly gritted with anger, He showed no sign of agitation whatsoever. He stood up. He looked at the driver. That look made Chen Wenbin feel it wasn't anger or rage, but some indescribable emotion lurking within. At that very moment, the audience was filled with new doubts. If the driver was a murder suspect, why did it take until today's trial for Sister Lee to bring it up? This whole scene feels a bit too dramatic to me. If the driver truly had murderous intent, would he really wait until today's trial to face such intense questioning, break down, and start confessing voluntarily? Something just feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Not only the audience, but Chen Wenbin felt the same way. He had seen too many of Lu Chen's cases. He was convinced. Even if the driver had confessed, there must be more to this case. The records showed. During the previous commercial crime case, someone had taken the fall for Brother Tai. This time, though it was a criminal case, but Chen Wenbin closed his eyes, recalling a book he had read. In this world, there's no such thing as a deal that can't be struck, only a price that can't be agreed upon. Chen Wenbin uttered the same line from the movie. He knew it all too well. Taigu and the driver had shared a bond for over a decade, making him the most likely candidate for Taigu to bribe. And if he were bought off, let's consider what he'd be most likely to do. Exactly. He'd retract his testimony in court. Moreover, Chen Wenbin hasn't forgotten what this trial is really about. Fraud. At that moment, he thought of the people Lu Chen intended to deceive. Not the victims who voluntarily joined the show, but him. Chen Wenbin. This case was the trap Lu Chen had set specifically for him, Chen Wenbin. Only by truly unraveling this case could he be considered successful. So, why was the driver willing to risk his life for Brother Tai? There must be a reason for that. After the first court hearing concluded, Chen Wenbin immediately led his team to launch an intensive investigation. What were they investigating? Investigate whether the driver had a terminal illness. He was going to die anyway. Check his bank accounts for any large transfer records. Investigate whether the driver himself had been involved in black market gambling or high-stakes investments. I have to admit, Chen Wenbin was highly professional. Soon, relevant evidence was uncovered. The driver. He had previously been diagnosed with brain cancer, already in its late stages. Moreover, the diagnosis date predated the time Meng Meng committed the murder. Chapter 78, Chen Wenbin takes the bait, scam succeeds. Professional. That's the confidence of a master detective. He uncovered the driver's inconsistencies so quickly. The driver is indeed the perfect candidate to take the fall for money. Now all that's missing to seal the deal is a transfer record. Soon, Chen Wenbin was at the production team's office. He obtained the crucial lead he needed. 2 million yuan transferred from Brother Tai's personal account to the driver's account. But then, just as he was about to nail it, Chen Wenbin discovered the timing of this transfer also predated Meng Meng's murder. This puzzled Chen Wenbin, because this could easily be explained as the boss giving the employee a settlement after he was diagnosed with cancer. So, he had to shift his perspective. Could it be that the driver be doing this out of gratitude? By stepping forward to take the fall? Though lacking concrete evidence, Chen Wenbin still decided to probe Lu Chen's intentions. He joked that Lu Chen was the real killer and he wouldn't drop the investigation. He also told Lu Chen to wait, insisting he would crack the case and uncover where Lu Chen had deceived them. Lu Chen merely smiled in response. Finally, as Chen Wenbin was about to leave, Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. How much money will it take for you to stop? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire livestream erupted. It felt like a wolf wearing a big tail all along finally couldn't hide its tail anymore, revealing its fangs. You're finally dropping the act? Chen Wenbin looked at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream room. Holy crap, Lu Chen's backing down already? This doesn't seem like you, Lu Chen. Where'd that arrogant attitude go? Rare sight Lu Chen getting his comeuppance. Everyone burst into laughter. Today's livestream was totally worth watching. Getting to see Lu Chen actually back down voluntarily? That's a rare sight, you know. But here's the thing. Our Chen Wenbin wouldn't compromise just because Lu Chen bowed his head and begged. He silently vowed to himself that he would find the evidence. Judging by Lu Chen's reaction, the most likely possibility. Lu Chen is the real mastermind behind the scenes, while Meng Meng is merely a scapegoat he pushed to the front. If viewed from this angle, then everything suddenly makes much more sense. Why did Meng Meng confess to everything in court? Why the driver willingly took the fall? Why did he remain silent after seeing the driver take the fall without even an emotional outburst? Therefore, they needed to approach the investigation from a different angle, not focusing on Meng Meng but on Taigu. What exactly happened in this case? They didn't know what they were getting into. But once they did, Chen Wenbin uncovered a crucial piece of evidence. At the crime scene, someone had recorded the entire crime with their phone. However, Fearing retaliation from Brother Tai, the person who sent the video to Chen Wenbin had embedded a virus in it. Once viewed, the video would automatically delete itself. And there was no way to recover it. Meanwhile, the second trial was already underway. Watching Lu Chen speak eloquently, recounting his hardships and the bond between him and Meng Meng, basically bragging about how great he was. This made Chen Wenbin extremely uncomfortable. He frowned. Something occurred to him. Although the video had been deleted, Chen Wenbin had watched the entire thing. In the video, Lu Chen grabbed Dandan's head and slammed it against the iron nail while Meng Meng was the one holding him back. After that, the driver finally appeared. All he did was report the incident. The audience was even more shocked at this point. What? The killer was actually Lu Chen? Good heavens! If no one had captured it on video, wouldn't that mean Lu Chen pulled off the perfect crime? This is what Lu Chen meant by deception. He made everyone think the driver was the killer or Meng Meng, but definitely not himself. Such a clever scheme. Too bad someone saw him. After prolonged contemplation, he was absolutely fighting with his back against the wall. Lu Chen had orchestrated so many cases. None had ever been cracked by the investigation team. He possessed the arrogance of a successful man. Chen Wenbin made his entrance. First, he flattered Lu Chen. He asked a few simple questions. Though Lu Chen shot back at him, Chen Wenbin remained undeterred. His intention was to further boost Lu Chen's confidence. Then, he finally asked the question he had been waiting to pose. It was also the question that had lingered from the very beginning of this case. The relationship between Brother Tai and Dandan. Are you two really that close? Chen Wenbin asked with a smile. Lu Chen's face, which had been smiling just moments ago, clearly vanished. He looked at Chen Wenbin. Of course. Is that so? A smile spread across Chen Wenbin's lips. If your relationship is truly that strong, then I'm curious, or rather, I want to know why Dan keeps getting linked to so many men in all these scandals? This question almost broke through Lu Chen's defenses, who hadn't been smiling to begin with. You're fixating on this again. Your Honor. Lu Chen turned to look. But at the same time, Chen Wenbin also called out, Your Honor. Do you know how the media is framing this case? A bloody tragedy sparked by a cuckolded husband. So I think this issue should be clarified. The solemn courtroom erupted in waves of laughter. The viewers in the live stream room burst into even louder laughter. Lu Chen's face has completely changed. Look at him, he keeps glancing at Chen Wenbin, clearly furious. Dude, if your girlfriend kept cheating on you, wouldn't you be furious too? I'd drown her in the toilet if I let her get away with it. So, do you think Lu Chen's character, Tai Ge, could hold back? The presiding judge nodded. He said, You may continue questioning, but be mindful of your choice of words. The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Chen's expression visibly shifted. He pressed his lips together, wanting to speak but holding back. He took a deep breath. He turned his gaze toward Chen Wenbin. Chen Wenbin seized on the issue and pressed further, beating around the bush. It all boiled down to those few words. Things like cuckold, wu dalongs, you're no good anymore, that sort of thing. All aimed squarely at Lu Chen. As a man, how could Lu Chen endure such humiliation? His face darkened, even tinged with anger. He was spewing all sorts of things. After all, it was about a man's dignity. Only a fool could endure that. As for Chen Wenbin, he seized upon this very point. He pressed relentlessly, constantly stirring up emotions. He dragged Lu Chen back into the scene of the crime. What happened next? We all know what happened next. Lu Chen snapped, You've got it all wrong. I wasn't cuckolded. We'd already broken up by then. Chen Wenbin cut him off. You're lying. If you two had already broken up, why did your daughter Meng Meng go looking for her? That's her business. Because she couldn't stand her father's cowardice. Chapter 79, The Truth Revealed. Chen Wenbin defeated once more. The entire venue fell silent. All eyes turned to Brother Tai. Brother Tai pointed at himself. He looked at Chen Wenbin with what seemed like a cold sneer. What? I'm a coward? You call me a coward? Chen Wenbin retorted, but Dan humiliated you again right in front of Meng Meng. Then she insulted herself. At the scene, Dan pointed right at your nose and yelled, So what if I refuse to be your rich wife? Let me tell you why, because I slapped her twice in the car. But she kept cursing you after she got out of the car. So I ran her over. Tai Ge nearly roared. I turned her into mincemeat, you understand? Not by stabbing her to death with nails, but by smashing her into mincemeat. Hitting her 100 times wouldn't be enough. Aren't you supposed to be fair, prosecutor? Fair, right? However, Chen Wenbin ignored Tai Ge entirely. Instead, he pointed at Tai Ge and declared, Your Honor, members of the panel, he is the real culprit in this case. Tai Ge finally caught on. But it was too late. Meng Meng shouted that things weren't like that. Tai Ge's next words left everyone utterly bewildered.
Damn it, I'll die behind the dragon's back wall. The case took another dramatic turn. No one could have imagined.
Chen Wenbin had truly turned the tables.
The real culprit was indeed Taigu, played by Lu Chen. However, we could see.
As a lawyer, Sister Li's expression remained remarkably composed, as if to say,
what was bound to happen has finally come to pass. Does she know something we don't? That's not something we need to discuss in this case. But at this point, Tai was identified as the real culprit and Meng Meng was acquitted. Chen Wenbin achieved the outcome he desired.
The audience witnessed a truly spectacular trial.
Brilliant, brilliant. Who would have thought Chen Wenbin would pull off such a dramatic comeback in the end?
But I have to say, Lu Chen's portrayal of Taigu was a bit too arrogant. I suspect it's because he's never lost on the show, he got too caught up in the role.
Seriously, who could stay calm after being cuckolded? All I can say is, men. He glanced at the crew. Chen Wenbin stated. That's all.
The staff members still seemed puzzled.
Are you sure? Chen Wenbin tilted his head. Isn't it? The case is already closed, isn't it? Absolutely. Chen Wenbin replied with absolute certainty. Hearing Chen Wenbin's definitive answer,
the staff member sighed helplessly. Shaking his head, he said, you failed.
Lu Chen's team, add 2 points. Chen Wenbin's team, minus 2 points. Ha! Not only did Chen Wenbin's eyes widen, the audience was stunned too. What's going on? Isn't Lu Chen the murderer? Then why did they say Chen Wenbin failed? I don't get it.
I thought I saw it clearly.
How did Chen Wenbin fail? Can someone explain this to me? Explain? I think someone just explained it to me. Chen Wenbin looked at the staff and said, impossible. My reasoning can't be flawed.
In this case, the real killer is definitely Taigu, played by Lu Chen.
There's no one else. You must be mistaken.
The staff member shook his head again.
Ask Lu Chen to explain it to you.
Chen Wenbin immediately turned his gaze to Lu Chen.
You're saying the killer is you, right? Lu Chen scratched his head. Have you considered why the staff member asked you in the end? If this case were truly closed, why would he need to ask?
It must mean there's a twist to the case, which is why he questioned you. Here, I can tell you for certain, the killer is Meng Meng.
What? Chen Wenbin looked utterly stunned.
This was nothing like what he had imagined.
It was completely different. Impossible. How could Meng Meng be the killer?
Looking at the entire case, she's clearly the least likely suspect.
You must have made a mistake. If Meng Meng is the killer, then all the deductions must be wrong, right? The audience was baffled.
Lu Chen said, actually, this question brings us back to the very beginning. The case has already made it clear, Meng Meng is the suspect, the driver is the one who reported it, and I don't have much connection to this case. But neither the lawyer nor you. Neither of you believes that. You both feel this case can't be that straightforward. That's why the subsequent events unfolded. And haven't you ever wondered why you received that video? Lu Chen's question caused Chen Wenbin to pause abruptly.
After a long moment of contemplation, he finally looked at Lu Chen. From the very beginning, you had already decided that you made the video.
Yes. The reason I deleted it was because if they investigated further, they would inevitably trace it back to me.
Yes. Did you bet on me suspecting you?
Yes.
I lose. As he asked, Chen Wenbin took a deep breath. He said.
Lu Chen, however, smiled faintly.
Actually, it's not your fault. Yeah, you can't blame Chen Wenbin. Lu Chen had him completely figured out psychologically. Exactly. The case started out straightforward, just a routine homicide.
But the lawyers and prosecutors were all trying to prove themselves, pushing the case step by step in the wrong direction until it completely derailed. We were saying Lu Chen was being manipulated, but it turns out that wasn't the case. With this setup Lu Chen devised, is he really not the criminal? Officer, what about investigating him? Lu Chen patted Chen Wenbin on the shoulder and said, actually, that last line I said, I'll die behind the dragon's back wall, was also a reminder for you.
What do you mean?
Chen Wenbin was puzzled.
But after searching, Chen Wenbin understood. The dragon's back wall was actually an ancient legend.
In ancient times, the old dragon king had a son late in life and doted on him excessively. The young dragon prince caused a great calamity, angering the celestial court. The dragon king took the blame for his child and accepted the punishment. Watching his father gasping for breath, the young dragon king was filled with regret and guilt. He wanted to step forward and take the blame, but the dragon king, wanting his son to be silent, threw himself against the nearby diamond wall and died instantly. After his death, the Dragon King's body transformed into Dragonback Mountain, later renamed Dragonback Wall by later generations. For this wall concealed all the young Dragon King's misdeeds. From that moment on, the young Dragon King repented and reformed his ways.
Upon reading this, Chen Wenbin finally understood why Lu Chen had emphasized the phrase Dragon's Back Wall at the end. He was actually reminding himself
As long as he continued investigating the dragon's back wall, he would uncover everything, including the truth behind this case. But Chen Wenbin was so caught up in the thrill of solving the case and outsmarting Lu Chen. He hadn't given it a second thought. The true nature of this case. Therefore, his defeat was entirely deserved.
Chapter 80, A New Beginning, The Master Thief Plan. Back at the hotel.
The success of this case. The credit naturally went to Lu Chen's ingenious plan. Everyone was in high spirits, discussing their next case. Lu Chen, however, lay sprawled on the sofa,
checking his system panel.
Congratulations, host, on completing the National Witness Mission.
Rewards have been distributed. Would you like to draw now?
Yes.
Lu Chen nodded. This time, Lu Chen kept drawing again and again. He was eager to know. What the grand prize? What would it be? The previous 2 times had been uneventful,
merely boosting attribute values.
But the 3rd time? Another map was drawn. Mao Pian? Lu Chen stared at the new map. He pondered for a while.
Then he stowed the map in his backpack.
He proceeded to draw the next one. But we know.
He only had 1 chance left to hit the jackpot, yet he'd already tried 3 times.
Still no jackpot.
Just as Lu Chen began to wonder if the system was malfunctioning,
he finally hit the jackpot.
Congratulations, host, on winning the grand prize. The Arhat series of maps has been collected.
Acquired skill, Magician.
Acquired skill, Demolition.
Lu Chen grew increasingly alarmed as he read the notifications. The Luohan series, no doubt many viewers had seen it.
It tells the story of fraud. And there were many films. The 12 Apostles, the 13th Apostle.
All classics among classics. But the crucial question is, Lu Chen doesn't have that many people now. He felt he couldn't possibly recreate those films. Or maybe
start with the scam.
But Mao Pian is a TV series. Trying to recreate that'd be even trickier. After much deliberation,
Lu Chen decided to recreate the Luohan series instead.
Their team doesn't have enough people. Why not just add another team? Soon, after discussion,
Lu Chen joined forces with 2 other teams, forming a heist squad to recreate the story of Ocean's 11.
After coordinating with the production team, the heist officially commenced. Master Thief Lu Chen himself. Poker genius Xiaobu. The dealer, Big Black. The wealthy old Jean. The racing brothers, Big Fei and Little Fei. IT expert Li Bo. Explosives expert A Bao. Acrobat Zhang Xiufei. Veteran actor Bald Old Man. Pickpocket Wang Ping. Hey. Some might ask. Where's Miss Xiao Zimai? That's because, in this case, there were no women to begin with, and Lu Chen couldn't just make one up. However, although Miss Xiao Zimai isn't directly involved in this fraud and theft operation, she will appear as an ally at crucial moments to assist Lu Chen and his team. First, Da He entered the casino and, leveraging his skills, secured a position as a dealer.
The others also took up their respective positions.
Lu Chen began to explain. The target of this heist was an extremely complex vault.
Located within the Bellagio Grand Casino on Macau Island, it held the funds for 3 casinos, the Bellagio, the Mirage, and the MGM Grand.
Because the owner behind these 3 casinos was the same person. Our godfather.
Undertaking such a large-scale operation
couldn't be that straightforward. First off, they needed seed money. In other words, a big spender.
After all, every aspect of the operation would require funding. Lu Chen and Xiaobu approached Old Jean together.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's plan,
Old Jean immediately agreed. While he couldn't exact revenge on the godfather in real life, but thoroughly humiliating him on the show would be satisfying enough. Therefore, Old Jean agreed to join. However, even though Old Jean joined, most of the time it didn't really concern him. Then, there was another pair of members, a pair of brothers.
Big Fei and Little Fei. Big Fei was skilled at driving. Xiao Fei excelled at remote driving.
That's precisely why Lu Chen sought out their team. Though they worked together seamlessly, they always enjoyed bickering.
The 2 of them, plus Xiaobu, they form another team. Next, the next team to take the stage. IT Whiz Geek.
And our demolition expert, A Bao. He was originally a police officer in Hong Kong, but later left the force due to family circumstances and pursued other careers. As for Zhang Xiaofei,
Lu Chen only learned during this exchange that
he studied art purely as a personal hobby.
In truth,
his true talent lay in acrobatics.
This left Lu Chen utterly stunned.
He had assumed he'd have to go looking for someone else. But unexpectedly, he'd found the right person.
And our bald old man. As for Bald Uncle,
a veteran actor from the old days, a true veteran of the stage.
Finally, there's Wang Ping. According to Lu Chen, his intensive training in pickpocketing must have paid off.
The 3 teams completed their assembly, joined by Old Jean who had joined them along the way.
Lu Chen began his briefing. The vault lay 200 feet underground, roughly 60 meters below surface, with impenetrable security measures. A direct assault was virtually impossible. First, each door in the casino had a unique password. They change every 12 hours. Second, the elevator to the vault requires both voice recognition and fingerprint authentication for access. Additionally, the elevator is equipped with sensors that will immediately lock it down upon detecting any anomalies. Third, upon exiting the elevator, one must confront heavily armed guards. The vault door's design goes without saying it must be highly sophisticated. At this point, Zhang Xiaofei couldn't help but interject, "If that's the case, why don't we just dig a tunnel underground?" Lu Chen explained, "No way. Sensors are installed in every direction. The moment you start digging, you'll be detected." The range of these sensors is terrifying, 91 meters. They even know when nearby groundhogs build nests. This left everyone speechless. However, Lu Chen also brought some good news. If we strike on the day of the boxing match, they could secure $150 million. Though it sounded incredibly tempting. The audience was stunned. We're all stunned. Wait, what are you thinking? That's the Bellagio, for crying out loud. Lu Chen actually planned to steal on the day of the boxing match? Doesn't he know security is tightest then? And didn't he say himself that sensors detect movement from 91 meters away? How'd he even get in? Even if they got past the security doors, fixed that elevator that wouldn't start, overpowered the armed guards, and made it into the vault without triggering any alarms, because if they did, the case would be closed immediately. Then they'd have to walk out with $150 million in plain sight, no one stopping them? It's pure fantasy. But even so, the audience still wants to see this impossible plan. How Lu Chen would pull it off. Meanwhile, over at the investigation team's end, some members had already made contact with the Bellagio. This meant the investigation team was aware of the impending theft at the palace and had dispatched personnel accordingly. This fact is actually quite obvious. The production team must take responsibility for the Bellagio, so the investigation team would certainly notify them in advance to avoid complications. It would be impossible to explain later. Chapter 81, The Four-Step Plan. Facing this seemingly impossible task, Lu Chen began arranging the next move. There are now 4 tasks in total. Mission 1. Have dealer Dahe request a transfer to the Bellagio, responsible for investigating the entire casino's operations. This includes cash transport routes, all security personnel's patrol schedules, background information, and personal details, as well as the casino's emergency exits. Mission 2. Our former police officer, Abo, will prepare to create chaos. This step requires cooperation from the production team. On the night of the boxing match, Abo will cause a power outage throughout the entire casino. As for why the power needs to be cut, that remains a mystery for now. Lu Chen didn't reveal it to the other team members immediately to ensure the mission could proceed without a hitch. Task 3. Our IT expert, Li Bo, will hack into the casino's security system. This would allow us to take control of the casino's surveillance system. It will become the tool for Lu Chen and his team to monitor the casino. Mission 4. Construct a 1-to-1 replica of the vault for simulation training before the actual operation. At this point, the audience couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Is Lu Chen really planning a major heist? That's the Bellagio security system, arguably the most advanced in all of Hong Kong. I think Lu Chen's gone mad. With just their small team, if they manage to steal 150 million, wouldn't that be slapping the entire Hong Kong security system in the face? Somehow, I feel like he might actually pull it off. The livestream chat had been buzzing with activity, but after this comment floated by, the entire chat fell silent for a moment. Then came a flurry of dots. At that moment, Director He, who hadn't appeared in a long time, came back online. He teamed up with Peter Yang and the newly joined Xiao Wulong to form one group. 3 teams worked together to investigate the case. During the actual investigation, tasks 1, 2, and 4 proceeded relatively smoothly. However, task 3 proved troublesome. To implement reverse surveillance, they needed to obtain an access card for casino technical personnel to gain entry to the server room. To this end, Lu Chen and his team screened candidates and settled on a man recorded by a dealer. This man had a particular interest in a stripper at the nightclub. To that end, Lu Chen paid the stripper outright to perform a private dance for the man, effortlessly securing the access card. But this was no time for celebration. The man would soon discover his access card was missing. Therefore, Lu Chen had to complete the subsequent task within an hour. Next, they split into 2 teams. The racing brothers pretended to be 2 strangers arguing. They used a balloon that slipped from their hands to block the surveillance camera. Meanwhile, our IT expert Li Bo, armed with an access card in the map Dahe had drawn on his palm, made his way to the server room and successfully hacked into the casino's surveillance system. Meanwhile, at the temporary base, Lu Chen and Old Goldhead watched the successfully connected surveillance feed. Old Jean couldn't help but complain. Why are their surveillance feeds always this color? Lu Chen couldn't help but joke, maybe it's meant to be soothing? They say grayish-brown is a mood-lifting color, right? But Li Bo wasn't exactly a professional. When he came out, nervousness made him stand out to the casino staff. No way, it's ending already? This is kind of a bummer. Sigh, amateurs really do tend to mess things up. The audience couldn't help but comment on the scene. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Big Black appeared, saving Li Bo's skin, dispelling the casino staff's suspicions.
Meanwhile, Wang Ping, who hadn't been seen since the beginning, returned with detailed intelligence on the casino boss, Godfather Brother.
They had his schedule and habits figured out inside and out. Regarding Godfather Brother, Wang Ping couldn't help but admire him. Godfather was like a robot. He arrived at the casino every day at 2 p.m., held meetings with the manager at 7 p.m. sharp, greeted VIPs, and at 7:30 p.m., he would pick up a black folder containing the casino's latest profit data and the password, updated just 2 minutes prior. The casino's access codes are updated every 12 hours, and the one in Godfather Brother's hands unlocks every door in the establishment. After that, the Godfather would head toward the restaurant, closely followed by his girlfriend, Azhu. After that, Wang Ping could no longer continue his surveillance. Because that was a private space, he couldn't possibly follow them inside. We shift our perspective. With old Jin's backing, the veteran actor Bald Uncle disguised himself as a wealthy businessman, and this time, the racing brothers became his bodyguards. After all, Bald Uncle was a professional actor by trade. His performance was flawless, no one suspected his identity was fake. Even the casino's Godfather was fooled by him. As we mentioned earlier, after 7 o'clock, the Godfather would attend to VIP guests. Clearly, a big shot like Bald Uncle definitely belonged in his VIP circle. After some conversation, Bald Uncle began painting a rosy picture for Godfather. On the day of the tournament, he claimed he had a shipment arriving. If Godfather could secure a safer location for the goods, Bald Uncle promised future rewards. The Godfather heard this. What a coincidence! His casino happened to have a highly secure vault. To convince Bald Uncle, Godfather Brother enthusiastically gave him a detailed introduction. Uncle Bald's eyes narrowed in interest. After a long while, both parties reached an agreement. He's a professional actor, after all, that mental fortitude is top-notch. Exactly. I'm starting to admire Lu Chen's eye for talent. Honestly, I'm actually looking forward to seeing what big moves Lu Chen and his team pull off next. Ha ha, who isn't? At the end of the day, we're all cut from the same cloth. I don't think you're capable of it, but we all want to see it happen. So you push yourself. And right at this critical juncture, another major problem arises. As we mentioned earlier, Lu Chen and Bao planned to cause a power outage by disrupting the casino's electrical grid. But as luck would have it, it coincided with the staff's scheduled maintenance period. So, the issue was promptly resolved. So, the plan to exploit a power grid failure and black out the casino came to nothing. But the casino blackout was an essential component of the entire operation. According to the plan, the night of the boxing match, that is, tomorrow night, they would first take advantage of the opportunity when Bald Uncle and Godfather were conducting their transaction to have Zhang Xiufei sneak into the casino's vehicle used for transporting valuables. Then the vehicle would sneak into the vault. With Zhang Xiaofei's skills, evading the sensors on the vault floor should pose no problem. Lu Chen explained, they'll place you in the center of the room with everything at least 10 feet away. You must jump from the center to the doorway without touching the floor. What would you do? Zhang Xiaofei merely smiled. In the simulation arena, he performed a backflip for everyone. Chapter 82, 30 seconds to blow open the vault. Next, we need to figure out how to get that password from Godfather Brother. Then head to the vault. However, since we can't bypass the fingerprint lock or voice verification, we'll need to execute Mission 2, cutting the power. After the power outage, the elevator shaft sensors will fail. At that point, you can descend directly into the vault through the elevator shaft. But here's the thing. The casino can restore power within 2 minutes. Therefore, they must reach the vault from the elevator shaft within 2 minutes and coordinate with Zhang Xiufei inside the vault to blow it up. As for how to move the money out of the vault, Lu Chen didn't elaborate directly. Clearly, this was precisely the part Lu Chen referred to as completely deceiving the investigation team. The audience's curiosity was piqued. They wanted to know exactly how Lu Chen would manage to transport 150 million yuan out of the vault. But there was still a crucial problem to address: how to cut off the casino's power supply. But let's not forget, who was Bao? He was a police academy graduate. The knowledge he possessed was far beyond what ordinary people could grasp. Plan A was out of the question. Plan B still exists. Bao recalled a device called a contraction device, which could cause temporary short circuits in cables. It could generate electromagnetic radiation equivalent to a nuclear blast, without causing destruction or casualties. Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, how long can it last? Abayo paused to recall. About 30 seconds. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed to have an idea. So, can it cut off power to an entire area? Of course it can. Abayo replied. However, such devices are extremely rare. Acquiring one is no easy task. Lu Chen smiled and said, the Shangdao Science Research Institute has one of these devices. Abayo looked at Lu Chen. How do you know? I looked it up. Lu Chen replied simply. You can look that up? Don't lie to me. This feels kinda weird. But regardless. Now that we know where it is. It was time to make our move. Xiaoma and the racing brothers would keep watch while Lu Chen took Abao and Zhang Xiufei inside to steal. We all know. This kind of operation wasn't reported to the production team in advance. So by the time Lu Chen and the others had already stolen everything out, the production team only then realized. You could see. The director's face was practically turning black. His face was so wrinkled. Was practically a bitter melon. What could he say? He could only contact the research institute as quickly as possible, explain the purpose of his visit, clarify his intentions, and then proceed with compensation. And so on. After handling all that, our director finally relaxed just a little bit. But regarding Lu Chen's bold move, all the director could say was, stop it already. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Xiaobu and Li Tong. The two of them coordinated the overall operation through surveillance. Lu Chen had already left ahead of schedule. What he's up to now remains unknown. As for Bald Uncle, his age had left him feeling unwell at the moment. But with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to proceed. He still went to meet Godfather as planned. The so-called goods were 4 large diamonds. And they were extremely rare pink diamonds. They were packed inside a briefcase, which showed no signs of tampering whatsoever. Therefore, the Godfather couldn't possibly find anything. After verifying everything was in order, the Godfather had the briefcase transported to the vault. Although the Godfather didn't let Bald Uncle enter the vault, he did allow him into the monitoring room to keep a close eye on his precious cargo throughout the process. As for the racing brothers, they had a new job. First, they changed into casino staff uniforms. Zhang Xiufei put his skills to use and slipped into the casino's utility cart. Then, the two brothers changed into casino staff uniforms and claimed the utility cart was loaded with the Godfather's money. They needed to deliver it to the vault. But when they reached for the access card, they realized they'd forgotten it. So they had to let the real casino staff escort it into the elevator. This allowed Zhang Xiufei to infiltrate the vault. As for Wang Ping, it was time to put his recent training to use. He planned to position himself along the Godfather's inevitable path, without alerting anyone, to steal the password from the Godfather's pocket. I'll bet 50 cents he won't succeed. I'll take that. He'll fail. I raise you 250. However, the audience overlooked Big Black's presence. After Big Black appeared, he helped Wang Ping draw even more attention. Wang Ping smoothly obtained the password. The Godfather showed no reaction whatsoever. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen and his team carried out their operation, what was the investigation team doing? They were conducting surveillance, right outside the casino. Regarding this, Commissioner, he explained it this way. Their final departure will absolutely not escape our notice. I can assure you all. Furthermore, I hope no one tries to replicate this, it's purely for the show. After learning about the security system in Godfather's casino vault, director he felt his guard drop almost completely. He believed the criminal team had absolutely no chance of stealing the 160 million yuan from the vault. Moreover, at present, he saw absolutely no evidence of fraud in this case. Therefore, Commissioner, he believed this was the crime ring's attempt to pull off a major heist, so there was no need for excessive concern. But the truth was, Wang Ping was already strutting toward the elevator shaft with the code in hand, all under surveillance. As we mentioned earlier, Li Tong and his crew had hacked the casino's surveillance system, allowing them to manipulate the footage to their advantage. Therefore, wherever Wang Ping went, they switched the surveillance feed to follow him. The casino staff hadn't noticed a thing. Meanwhile, at the surveillance center, old Baldy was breaking out in a cold sweat due to his physical discomfort. At that moment, Xiaobu made his move. As the bald man's personal physician, he had obtained the bald man's consent and escorted him away. We all knew, of course. This was an evacuation operation for Mr. Bald. The scene shifts. We see Wang Ping. After stepping into the elevator, he unexpectedly runs into Lu Chen here. The two exchange a knowing smile. The Wang Ping had no idea how Lu Chen ended up here. But since they were both here, they would naturally work together. Now everything was ready. Only the final step remained. Power outage. At that moment, Abayo stood in front of a car. Inside the car was the device capable of cutting power to an entire area. With the push of a button, this entire area would lose power. However, The moment he pressed it, the audience burst into laughter. What the heck is going on? Why are you covering that? Do you think that'll block radiation? Dude, give it a rest. At this close range, you really think that'll protect you? The camera cut to a bow. He shifted slightly to the side. His hand shielded his groin, a hint of tension visible on his face. The moment the designated time arrived, he pressed down. Chapter 83. This is the ultimate form of deception. The sky gradually darkened. In the once bright world, all lights vanished in an instant. The audience was stunned. Holy crap! They actually pulled that off. Now I'm kinda worried about Brother Ebow's little buddy. With electromagnetic radiation this strong, I bet it'll mess with a guy's, function. The moment the casino's power went out, both the boxing match and the casino descended into complete chaos. Director He and his team sprang into action. Everyone, secure all exits. They've already begun their escape. Watch for them trying to escape in the chaos. Lu Chen and Wang Ping slipped through the elevator shaft the moment the power went out. Using a box filled with ether, they knocked out the guard stationed in front of the vault. Next, only one thing remained. That was to coordinate with Zhang Xiufei inside the vault and blow the door open together. Through the surveillance feed, we could see Zhang Xiufei emerge from the tool cart and safely reach the monitored gate. In his hand, the briefcase that bald old man had previously handed over to Godfather and stored in the vault. Everyone was puzzled. But when Zhang Xiufei pressed the pink diamond against the gate, and the beep 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 sound rang out, the audience finally understood. Holy crap! I actually thought it was a pink diamond. Turns out it's just a special explosive. Outside the door, Lu Chen and his team had also finished placing the explosives. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended and the gate was blown open. 160 million yuan lay before them. Unfathomable wealth lay before them. But, at this moment, doubts arose. How are they going to move all this cash out? I've never seen this much cash before. It's taller than a person. Unbelievable, I never thought they'd actually pull it off. However, at that moment, Azhu held out a phone to Godfather brother. The Godfather was taken aback for a moment. Then Azhu explained, Xiaobu asked me to give this to you. The Godfather instantly understood. These guys had actually robbed his vault. As for Xiaobu, was all about being straightforward. After all, this was for the show. He grinned at the Godfather and said, your vault got robbed by me. Now you have two choices, either let us walk out with our hands in our pockets, and we'll only take 80 million, leaving the rest for you. Of course, if you refuse, we'll blow up the vault costing you 160 million. The Godfather stared at the surveillance feed. The vault was completely empty, nothing like what Little Boo had described. Xiaobu continued, the reason you see everything normal on the monitors is because I swapped them out. Don't believe me? I can switch them back for you to see. Once the feed was switched back, the screen showed three people stuffing wads of cash into their pockets. The Godfather naturally chose the 80 million option. But he didn't want to concede defeat so easily. So he played a game of feigned compliance. He outwardly agreed to all of Little Boo's demands, dispatching security to cooperate and transport the money to the vehicle Little Boo had prepared in advance. He ensured both the car and the money departed safely. But in reality, he had already notified the investigation team. Once the task force arrived, he first directed them to the vault to secure the remaining 80 million yuan. Meanwhile, he also directed the task force to pursue the truck. However, after the task force entered the vault, we could see from the surveillance footage, an explosion occurred. The footage was temporarily interrupted due to smoke. By the time Godfather arrived at the vault, he discovered that Lu Chen and his team had already vanished. Meanwhile, the task force tracking the cargo truck had finally caught up with the truck. However, to their surprise, the truck was operating on autopilot. No cash was found inside the vehicle. Instead, it was filled with countless flyers. Likewise, the vault contained nothing but. This time, everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me how they got the money out? Even the Godfather was thoroughly puzzled. Although it was a show he participated in, he genuinely couldn't fathom the method they used. Not to mention, the investigative team that rushed back were all equally baffled. Director He didn't even know that the Godfather had once called him, instructing him to go to the vault. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Even more bewildered. But at that very moment, a staff member appeared. Well, Director He let out a bitter laugh. I know nothing. We haven't found the person, and I don't know their methods. Just dock my points, just get them out of here. They'd already conceded defeat. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't embarrass Director He. He stepped out. Director He, long time no see. You little rascal. Director He instantly broke into laughter. He wondered who it could be, never imagined it would be that kid Lu Chen. You designed this? Yeah. All right. Lu Chen led everyone to the surveillance center and began explaining. See that? The vault floor is stamped with the Bellagio logo.
Director He and Godfather nodded in unison.
Lu Chen continued, now take a look at the earlier surveillance footage.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Godfather and Director He both turned to review the earlier footage.
Upon viewing it, their expressions changed instantly. They saw that
the previous vault surveillance footage contained no mention of the Bellagio.
This meant
what they had witnessed Lu Chen and his group moving money in the vault did not occur within the Bellagio vault.
This brings us back to the beginning. We created an exact replica of the Bellagio vault.
But it wasn't until we entered the vault ourselves that we discovered the Bellagio sign had been added.
What do you mean?
Godfather was puzzled.
Do you remember, Godfather, when a SWAT team showed up?
Godfather furrowed his brow.
That was you guys.
Yes.
Lu Chen replied with a smile. The Godfather instantly understood.
You staged a fake robbery in the fake vault, then fabricated some fake surveillance footage.
Correct.
From the very start, the fake vault was built for this final step to deceive all of you. Only that SWAT team entered the real vault.
But how did you?
Because we hacked the calls you made to the investigation team.
So the people who came weren't the investigation team, it was us.
Me, Wang Ping, and Zhang Xiufei actually came to the real vault. We've been inside all along stuffing it with cash. The others outside were split into 3 groups. Li Bo and his crew provided cover and kept watch, meaning they fed you the surveillance feed. Xiao Bu and his team posed as the investigation team to meet us at the vault.
Xiaofei remotely drove the truck over. The Godfather squinted. He refused to accept it.
He spent a fortune building that vault,
only to be wrecked by a TV crew. Though it's true,
what Lu Chen and his crew had carried away were merely prop coins pre-prepared by the production team.
But this humiliation was hard to swallow. Godfather, how about we do it again? As Lu Chen brought up the topic, Godfather's eyes lit up. Chapter 84, not satisfied? Let's go again. I'm in. Let's do it again. Who knew?
So that's how it was. We've been tricked from the start.
Well done, Lu Chen. We sent you to scam people, not to deceive the investigation team and the audience. This isn't right, you'll be under a microscope. But he pulled it off, didn't he? All we can say is he's amazing. What else is there to say? But still, although the show went on, the Godfather clearly doesn't want Lu Chen and his crew messing with him anymore. One embarrassment was enough. If it happens again, that would be too much to bear. So,
the Godfather rolled his eyes and found another unlucky soul for Lu Chen and his crew.
But then, after pondering, the Godfather concluded they might not have the capability.
After all, his buddy, though not as wealthy as him, was even more skilled at security arrangements.
If Lu Chen and his crew failed quickly, wouldn't that make the Godfather look even more foolish? So then, after some discussion, the Godfather gave them a job. Steal something from his good buddy Hagrid.
But no need to worry. Hagrid himself had been informed in advance, and the entire operation was under the program cruise cameras.
Lu Chen and the others couldn't actually commit theft. It was merely a test of their abilities. From here, we can see that the guy the Godfather was trying to screw over had security measures far superior to his own. This thing here is a stock certificate.
The production team had planted a fake one in advance.
It's locked in a cabinet on the second floor of Hagrid's villa. The villa's security was extremely tight, almost flawless. First off, the villa is surrounded by one-way streets.
Parking there is illegal.
The investigation team would be on the scene in minutes. Second, 5 cameras are installed outside the villa, with 2 more on the roof, along with pressure sensors and a laser security grid. In other words, anyone entering from any direction will be detected. Given that, could we hack into Hagrid's villa security system the same way we hacked into Godfather's casino surveillance? No.
The villa's security system is called a closed-circuit system.
What exactly is it? Explaining it would be incredibly complicated.
All you need to know is it's incredibly sophisticated, extremely sophisticated. Based on Li Bo's team's technical capabilities, it's simply impossible to hack into. And if something goes wrong, like a power outage, for instance,
it would trigger an alarm.
Third, during the days Lu Chen and his crew were preparing for the heist, Brother Hage wouldn't leave the house, so the only time they could carry out the theft, only after Brother Hage fell asleep and they couldn't wake him up.
As things stand,
the only potential loophole was that
Hagrid occasionally opened the second floor window for ventilation. And the security system's keypad lock is also on the second floor. Of course, without the password. No matter how hard Lu Chen and the others tried, it was all for naught.
Hagrid himself came to the production team and revealed the secret to Lu Chen and the others. He also expressed a keen interest in seeing how Lu Chen and his team managed to steal anything. From his confident and mocking demeanor toward Godfather, Lu Chen could tell Hagrid was supremely confident in his security. The Godfather turned to look at Lu Chen.
You know the look. Bro, take him down. He's looking down on us. That's what brothers are for, right? If you're not as good as me in something, I'll definitely mock you. Look at Godfather's face, he's terrified of my Range Rover. No way. It's fine if my bro's struggling, but driving a Range Rover? That's just not right. Cut to the next scene.
Abayo had already begun surveying the villa. He's scouting angles to see if he can use his crossbow and rope to deliver the decoder to the security center's control panel.
Then input the password to disable the system. But unfortunately,
the spot he was observing was only slightly higher than the villa's second floor, about 10 centimeters, making it impossible to aim accurately.
Near the villa, the tallest building was where Abo stood now. What to do? Finally, Lu Chen came up with a brilliant idea. The villa is too tall. Why don't we just saw through the beams and pillars? No way. Are you kidding? That's a villa. Sawing through the beams and pillars? What are you thinking? Have you considered the noise that would create? However, to everyone's utter surprise, Lu Chen and his crew actually pulled it off. The villa's beams and pillars were made of sunken wood. They were driven into the water. All Lu Chen and his team needed to do was dive underwater. It can be done.
They used a modified vessel and completed the entire operation in just one night.
Then,
Abayo successfully delivered the decoder to the security system.
Next, Lu Chen and his team moved. The next day, Brother Hagrid couldn't smile anymore.
Now it was our Godfather's turn to grin.
Bro, you're no good. What did you say just a couple days ago? It's absolutely impossible for it to be stolen. You were so confident giving out the password earlier, you big shot. The audience couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Godfather and Hagrid, both looking around 50. Faced with this situation, they acted like children. Next,
came the crucial step in setting up their best buddies. Brother Hagrid and Godfather, their close friend, Easter Egg.
The reason he got the nickname Easter Egg Guy is because he loves collecting all kinds of Easter eggs. Like ones from the Tsarist era. Like those from the Roman era. And recently, what he plans to exhibit at a Hong Kong gallery is a Tsarist era Easter egg. What Lu Chen and his team plan to do is to steal this particular egg. Lu Chen and his crew wouldn't refuse, of course. But after they set out, Lu Chen lowered his head and said to Xiao Bu and the others, "Did you notice something?" Xiao Bu nodded. "Someone's following us." Is it someone arranged by the production team? No. What they hadn't expected was, it wasn't just them. Another crime team had also struck a deal with the Godfather. Unlike Lu Chen and his crew, he was a professional. Professional? A thief? Is this even allowed on the show? Officer, I need to report this. This man was named Matt. He gave himself a pretty flashy name, Night Fox. Dude, Nightpot? You're a real character. Amidst everyone's laughter, they officially got into the rhythm of stealing Easter eggs. But before that, they had just reached the vicinity of the exhibition hall. Lu Chen and his group were caught by He Weilan and her crew. You read that right. They were captured. Da Hei too. Lu Chen and Wang Ping. Or Xiao Bu in the other room. They've all been caught by He Weilan. However, He Weilan didn't arrest them. Instead, he revealed some information about the Night Fox to Lu Chen and the others. This made everyone understand. He Weilan deliberately shared Night Fox's information with Lu Chen and his group. With their numbers and connections to Godfather and his crew, they would certainly find the Night Fox more easily. At that point, He Weilan could take them all down at once. It must be said, the plan was sound. Chapter 85, Thief Within a Thief, Stealing the Tsar's Coronation Egg. Though puzzled by He Weilan's actions, Xiao Bu and the others were still overjoyed. Because if He Weilan had announced they'd been caught, their yet-to-begin theft plan would have ended before it even started. Lu Chen, however, smiled at Xiao Bu and said, "Actually, I figured it out from the very beginning." Xiao Bu looked back at Lu Chen in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" "Think about it carefully. Why would we be discovered hiding here?" Lu Chen posed the first question. Xiao Bu scratched his head, pondering for a long while, but still couldn't figure out the answer to this question. The audience was also puzzled. After all, He Weilan had captured and released them. While she intended to take them all down at once, wouldn't it have been simpler to capture Lu Chen and the others first, then deal with Night Fox? Lu Chen took a deep breath and explained, "To answer this, we need to go back to when we first accepted the wager with Godfather. Think about it. We all accepted the Godfather's wager. Logically, no one else should be able to join this game. So why would the Godfather tell Night Fox about it? The only explanation I can think of is that the production team is messing with us. For the Godfather, it doesn't matter who makes his buddy look like a fool. Therefore, I suspect Night Fox is the one who leaked our information." What? Xiao Bu furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe Lu Chen's theory. Pulling stunts like this seems a bit underhanded, don't you think? Lu Chen smiled and offered no further explanation. The question itself wasn't particularly important.
Lu Chen was more curious about what Egg Guy was feeling right now, with Godfather Guy and the production team teaming up to send 2 teams after him. Though he surely knew it himself.
But still. Forget it. No point dwelling on it. Regarding Night Fox's actions, Xiao Bu's first thought was to retaliate in kind. They quickly located Night Fox's current hideout. They then shared Night Fox's information with the other investigative teams. However, since Lu Chen and his team had never seen Night Fox, they couldn't provide photos or other identifying details.
Consequently, when another investigative team arrived at Night Fox's hideout, they failed to recognize him, allowing Night Fox to escape unscathed. And that's precisely how it happened.
Night Fox and Lu Chen met. Why?
This isn't about heroes respecting heroes, it's purely that they all need to complete this mission. If they keep fighting amongst themselves like this, trouble will inevitably arise.
And upon meeting Night Fox in person, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Night Fox's appearance.
Not exactly indescribable, but barely tolerable to look at.
An ordinary face that would blend into any crowd. After the two met, Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "From here on out, we'll rely on our own skills. Whoever steals the Tsar's coronation egg first wins. How about it?" Night Fox tilted his head, looking at Lu Chen. "You're one lucky bastard," Night Fox remarked.
Of course, he had clearly provided He Weilan with Lu Chen's hiding place, yet she had still let him go.
"It's okay. It's not exactly luck, nor is it that our police beauty He Weilan is greedy. It's just that your actions, well, our police beauty He Weilan finds them rather contemptible. Your appearance on this show is truly..." Lu Chen sighed deeply, wanting to curse, but since he was on the show, he held back. Of course. If this were real life, reporting such internal conflicts to the police would naturally be welcomed by law enforcement. But this is a crime simulation show. Who wouldn't want to prove their abilities? Pulling underhanded tricks like this behind someone's back? Who would respect you for that? I see. I thought He Weilan was genuinely working with multiple task forces back then.
But looking at it now, she must have found Night Fox's actions disgusting, so she deliberately let Lu Chen and the others go.
I'd have let them go too, what's the point?
I doubt the production team would promote something like this.
Let's see how it plays out. Personally, I don't want Night Fox to win. Me neither. Same. Agreed. At this moment, Lu Chen and his team were unaware of the audience's growing discontent with Night Fox's actions. He was still strategizing how to secure the Tsar's coronation Easter egg before Night Fox could claim it. After the two teams met up, from Night Fox, Lu Chen learned that the Tsar's coronation artifact had arrived in Hong Kong early that morning. 1 or more replicas would be exhibited in Hong Kong next Monday morning. It was possible that even the exhibit itself might be a replica. And now, it was Friday. Which means, they have 2 days to prepare. After they parted ways, Lu Chen began preparing to steal the Easter egg. First, he surveyed the exhibition hall's layout. The security measures in this exhibition hall were virtually impenetrable. From security personnel to laser anti-theft devices and more. With their current technology, it was utterly impossible for Lu Chen and his team to steal the Easter egg without being detected. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Under these constraints, he devised another approach. First, he sought out the show's master craftsman, the program's handmade gung, and had him create 3 identical replicas of the Easter egg. The exhibition hall closed completely at night, filled with dense laser beams that easily triggered alarms. Therefore, any action inside had to be taken during daylight hours. But daytime was exhibition hours, with heavy foot traffic. Stealing the Easter eggs under the watchful eyes of so many people was nearly impossible. Back at the base, Xiao Bu visibly deflated a little. He looked at Lu Chen. He asked a question that made Lu Chen want to slap him. Could we let Zhang Xiufei try going into the exhibition hall? Lu Chen froze for a moment. Then he caught on to what Xiao Bu was really getting at. Surely he didn't think Zhang Xiufei had the skills to dodge all those laser beams? That was practically an international joke. Cut it out, Lu Chen said with a hint of seriousness. Xiao Bu wasn't giving up. Just try it. It can't hurt. If we get caught, it'll be bad. Just drop it. And don't bring this up again, got it? Seeing Lu Chen's displeased expression, Xiao Bu finally reined himself in a bit. The audience watched this exchange with confusion. After all, hadn't Zhang Xiufei been the one to pull off the heist last time? Why wasn't he allowed to do it this time? Something's off. Lu Chen must be out of his mind. This is worth a shot. Why is he so adamant about it? Yeah, I keep thinking he must have some other plan. Zhang Xiufei probably has something else important to do, so that's why he won't let him try. Really? You mean his other plans are just sleeping in at the hideout? Chapter 86, The Reversal, the Ultimate Winner, He Weilan. As time passed, the day of the exhibition arrived swiftly, the final day to steal the Easter egg. However, although Lu Chen and the others had split up to handle different tasks, it was clear Lu Chen and his group never went to the exhibition hall at all. The audience was even more puzzled.
As the camera cut away, all eyes returned to the Godfather.
And police officer He Weilan was there too.
Her expression was relaxed as she smiled at Lu Chen and the others.
Lu Chen smiled back.
Godfather, Easter Egg, and Hagrid were all present. They all silently turned their gaze toward Lu Chen and Night Fox.
Night Fox was the first to pull out his Easter egg. As for Lu Chen, calmly produced his own Easter egg. Others might not know, but Egg Guy knew all too well.
With just a casual glance, he knew the one in Lu Chen's hand was the genuine article.
Because he had left his signature mark on the genuine one. Yours is the real one.
The moment those words left his mouth,
the entire crowd was stunned. Not only Night Fox, but even the audience was left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? I just don't get it.
They all turned to look at Lu Chen.
Night Fox exclaimed in disbelief,
impossible. On the very night the egg was delivered to the exhibition hall, I went there and stole it.
The one in your hands absolutely cannot be the real one.
Your abilities are truly exceptional.
Lu Chen and Xiaobu both expressed genuine admiration.
Xiaobu had to admit it at this point.
Compared to Night Fox, Zhang Xiufei was no match, not by a long shot. No comparison. Not even close.
The production team was also thoughtful. They released the footage from that night.
Now, they understood why Lu Chen admitted Night Fox was stronger than Zhang Xiufei.
Compared to Night Fox,
Zhang Xiufei looked like a mere acrobat. Look, I already stole the Easter egg. Why did he win? I refuse to accept this. Night Fox shouted defiantly.
But the show's staff reached out to restrain Night Fox. The production team then played another video clip.
This one was from Lu Chen's group. It showed.
After stealing the Easter egg, Night Fox, to avoid being caught by the investigation team, handed it over to a complete stranger.
He paid 200 yuan. Then,
the passerby boarded a bus heading toward the location Night Fox had specified.
Lu Chen and his crew boarded the same bus.
The rest of the story, everyone knows. This guy never even thought about what was in the bag, he had zero suspicion. While dozing off on the bus, Lu Chen and his crew swapped it out.
At that moment,
the Easter egg had already fallen into Lu Chen's hands. Meanwhile, Night Fox believed he had succeeded, but what he had actually taken from the random guy was an Easter egg crafted by the production team's handmade gun. Night Fox was momentarily stunned.
He looked at Lu Chen. You've been spying on me?
His tone betrayed his fury.
Lu Chen merely smiled. You're right. Lu Chen didn't deny it.
But the production team wouldn't let this argument continue. A staff member stepped forward. They announced the scores for each team in this case.
Lu Chen's team, 3 successful crimes, 1 apprehension. Total score, 2 points. Team Xiaobu, 3 successful crimes, caught twice. Earned 1 point. Bald Uncle's team, 3 successful crimes, caught twice, earning 1 point. Night Fox failed to complete the mission, resulting in a deduction of 3 points. The moment these scores were announced, the audience's curiosity was immediately piqued. Something was off.
The staff member continued, Team He Weilan successfully apprehended 3 groups, earning 5 points.
We all understood.
This score must be viewed in conjunction with the 2 crime teams above.
I get it now.
Even though they succeeded in the end, every team except Lu Chen's got caught. No wonder our police beauty He Weilan looked so pleased, so that's why.
Hey, speaking of which, how did Team Lu Chen manage to escape in the end? Curious. Regarding this.
Of course, Lu Chen himself came to explain.
It turned out,
He Weilan had already pinpointed the temporary hideout where Lu Chen and Night Fox were staying.
Whatever Lu Chen and his group did, He Weilan knew about it. Unfortunately,
in the end, while tracking Lu Chen and his group, they managed to escape. The cameraman played back the footage.
Let's revisit the scene from that time. This morning.
That is, when everything was completed, Lu Chen and his group split up.
All teams split up.
This left He Weilan's team short-handed. There was no other option. She could only choose to close in on one team at a time.
The first to be caught was the bald old man's group. As seen in the footage,
Bald Uncle had no chance of escaping. His age made it impossible for him to outrun the young investigative team.
Then the camera cuts to,
while Xiaobu was still discussing retreat strategies with his team members,
He Weilan appeared behind them. And so, the screen instantly went black. The camera cuts to Lu Chen and his group. However,
what He Weilan hadn't anticipated was,
Lu Chen's group had also split up. In the crowded subway car,
He Weilan could only see Lu Chen's back, so she focused on his clothes.
Then, she followed him all the way outside. But when He Weilan finally caught up to this person, she discovered it wasn't Lu Chen.
After questioning him, He Weilan learned Lu Chen had swapped clothes with him, paying 200 yuan.
Hearing this, could only laugh and cry at the same time. At this point,
she could only accept the outcome.
As for the last night fox, He Weilan wasn't the least bit worried. The guy was so full of himself. From the moment she began her operation until now, Night Fox had been sleeping in at the base, completely oblivious. Therefore, after completing the other captures, she would come back for Night Fox. All the way to this point, the audience finally understood why this score was calculated this way. Yet at the same time, it also proved that in this case, the biggest beneficiary was He Weilan. The perpetrators, on the other hand, could be said to have failed completely. Next, Lu Chen and his team need to step up their game. Sigh, all that effort, only to have someone else reap the rewards. If it weren't for that Night Fox, who knows, Lu Chen's team might not have lost. I agree. Night Fox's betrayal was utterly unforgivable. But credit where it's due, did police officer He Weilan really let them off? If she'd arrested Lu Chen's team, then she'd have scored way more points. Yet she chose to let them go. Sure, Lu Chen got away, but the rest didn't escape. Back at the hotel, Lu Chen and the others all wore grim expressions. As things stood now, they likely had 2 or 3 more cases left in the 3rd season. They needed to step up their game. If things continued like this, it might very well be the case-solving team that ends up with the highest score. That's something Lu Chen and his team can't accept. Chapter 87, Phone Scam? Luring the Fish?
Congratulations, host, on completing the Luohan series map. You have earned 6 lottery chances.
Would you like to draw now? Lu Chen lay on his bed, opening the system panel.
The rewards had already been dispersed.
Yes. Of course Lu Chen would draw.
He intended to save the Mao scam map for last. For now, he still wanted to see if there were any other maps available. The Luohan series originally included the 13 Luohans. However, since 13 Assassins revolved around revenge, Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in it. Moreover, he doubted the production team could pull off the techniques depicted in the film. He could replicate them, but could the production team pull it off? He chuckled. As for the 14 Apostles, in Lu Chen's original world, that film was still in the planning stages at the time. He didn't know the specifics of the plot. Obviously. At the point in time when Lu Chen arrived in this world, Ocean's 13 hadn't even been filmed yet. This was also why Lu Chen only had 6 lottery chances. He hadn't managed to complete Ocean's 13. And with 6 draws. Besides the basic attribute points, Lu Chen also drew a map.
Congratulations, host.
You have drawn the telephone scam tactics map.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Telephone scam tactics? He had an idea. Seems like something I could try. But whatever you do, don't try this at home. Lu Chen addressed the camera with utmost seriousness. The audience watched Lu Chen's solemn expression. They understood completely. Phone scams destroy lives. Countless families have been bankrupted by them. Yeah, phone scams are absolutely off limits. Support. Cut to the next scene. Lu Chen and his crew set their sights on a bargain hunting ante.
Script and lines were set. Our girl Zhao Zimai steps up.
She picked up the phone. She dialed the woman's number.
Congratulations, ma'am. You've won our company's grand prize. You may choose one of 3 prizes.
Drive home in a luxury sedan. A diamond necklace to adorn your neck.
Or a 7-day luxury trip to the Water City. The woman was overjoyed.
Oh my goodness, this is my first time ever winning a prize. Seeing the auntie take the bait, Zhao Zimai began following the script. Well, auntie, you can claim this prize, but there's a hefty tax to pay. A bargain hunting auntie like her hesitated the moment she heard she'd have to pay. Fair enough.
She was thinking about taking advantage of others. Why would she pay out of her own pocket?
Zhao Zimai changed tack. You don't have to pay if you don't want to.
But here's the deal, you need to buy our company's latest product.
Then I'll report the prize as a sales expense and you won't have to pay any tax.
Our products are big name brands, they retail for tens of thousands in stores. But right now, I'll give you an insider price, 3,000 yuan. As Zhao Zimai spoke, she tore off the price tags from the merchandise goods that Lu Chen and his crew had somehow procured. The audience watched it all unfold clearly. Holy crap, they're selling a 30 yuan item for 3,000. What a ripoff. Unbelievable. The moment the auntie heard this, she fell for it in an instant. Is there such a good deal? So can I choose the luxury 7-day tour of the Water City? At that moment, Zhao Zimai handed the phone to Lu Chen. Lu Chen spoke up, congratulations, ma'am. I'm the company's regional executive president. Give me your address and I'll ship the product to you. You can pay upon delivery. Then pack your things and get ready for your 7-day trip to Water City. The next day, the products arrived. The lady happily paid for it. After that, we all knew what happened. The auntie had obviously been scammed. Lu Chen and his crew tearfully pocketed 2,970 yuan. Just when everyone thought it was over, Lu Chen and his crew disguised themselves as officials from the National Trade Commission and approached the auntie and her group once more. As mentioned earlier,
During the shipment, Lu Chen and his group had successfully obtained the address of the auntie's family. Upon arriving, first offered the elderly woman some comfort.
Then they revealed their purpose. They were investigating a fraud ring, and the elderly woman was one of their victims.
Upon hearing this, the elderly woman,
she suddenly perked up. She began recounting how utterly despicable this fraud ring was. They'd even swindle an old woman like her. But from her expression, we could tell. The old woman knew full well this was all part of the show's setup. She couldn't hold back her smile.
"Easy there, ma'am. You're playing the victim here, ma'am. Cut it out." The audience was speechless.
Lu Chen and his team, however, maintained their composure and continued with their script. "Ma'am, we need access to your bank account so we can investigate this fraud ring."
The woman hadn't thought that far ahead. She promptly granted them the authorization. This meant Lu Chen and his team could now withdraw the woman's money directly from the bank's ATM. That evening, Lu Chen and his crew returned to the hotel. The elderly woman had been defrauded of over 80,000 yuan in total. So much money in such a short time. You have to admit, this group of elderly women really is the easiest to hook. Yeah. This is a real-life example. Everyone needs to be careful. Why choose fraud? This was a deliberate choice made by the production team after careful consideration. The goal was to warn everyone to be vigilant against scams. As for Lu Chen and his crew, the scam artist ante was merely an appetizer. What they truly intended to do was to target a wealthy tycoon. This tycoon usually looks unkempt, sporting a scruffy beard. No need to bother with his real name. Let's just call him Beard Guy. Now, this Beard Guy, though he was very wealthy, he's incredibly stingy. How stingy, you ask? He even swindled lollipops from children. This kind of behavior is utterly inhuman. After discussing it, Lu Chen and the others, they were absolutely determined to give Beard Brother a taste of his own medicine. It was a case of baiting the hook for a bigger catch. Arriving at the bar, Lu Chen and his crew began executing the first step of their plan. They had no intention of swindling Beard Guy out of his money tonight. Li Tong and Lu Chen, posing as a bank employee and an investor respectively, played out a money-making scheme right in front of Beard Guy. The big fish was clearly hooked. If it weren't for his prior engagement, he would have wanted to come over and chat with Lu Chen and the others right now. Could he join in? But then again, this sort of thing. After returning to the hotel, Lu Chen and Li Tong began fabricating their identities. First, Lu Chen needed to forge his identity as a bank employee. Li Tong, meanwhile, would casually encounter Beard Guy again. Before Li Tong could say anything, Beard Guy approached Li Tong himself. "Hey, buddy, remember me?" Li Tong turned around. He feigned confusion. He looked at the bearded guy. His expression seemed to say, "Do we even know each other?" Chapter 88. The fish takes the bait. Success is within reach. He's hooked. I thought it would be so difficult, but Brother Beard took the bait so easily. That's greed for you. The greedier someone is, the easier they are to hook. Li Tong's confusion had long been anticipated by Beard Guy. He pulled Li Tong into a nearby coffee shop. Not only did he treat Li Tong to an expensive coffee, he even broke his own rule and left a tip. As they chatted, the conversation turned to what Lu Chen and Li Tong had discussed that night at the bar. Li Tong feigned sudden understanding, nodding and saying, "Oh, you mean that? I'm not entirely sure myself, but I can give you the staff's contact number. You can reach out to them directly. However, I should warn you, this kind of thing is best handled." "I know, bro, don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone else." Li Tong glanced at him. He said nothing. You can't reason with a fool. Since you walked right into this, don't blame me. He gave Beard Brother Lu Chen's contact information. Then he contacted Lu Chen. Then the two made contact. They selected a meeting place. At a quiet tea house. Lu Chen stated, "I'm a foreign exchange specialist at Hong Kong Bank, handling currency exchange transactions." Upon hearing this, he instantly understood. The smile on the bearded man's lips showed he was now quite interested. Lu Chen continued, "Give me Chinese yuan, and I can exchange it for half the equivalent amount in US dollars. What does that mean? Let me explain here. In other words, one Huaxia currency unit can be exchanged for $0.50. At this time, the exchange rate for Huaxia currency to US dollars is roughly 1 to 6. So, in this calculation, that's a net gain of 2 Huaxia coins. Of course, Beard Guy wasn't stupid. He immediately questioned, "If it's such a good deal, why don't you do it yourself? Why bother others?" Lu Chen paused for a moment. Then he replied, "Didn't you come to me? I never asked anyone else." At this point, Beard Guy chuckled awkwardly. That was certainly true. But why not do it yourself? Lu Chen explained, "I'm a bank employee. How could I possibly exchange currency myself? Do you think the bank executives and regulatory officials are all pushovers?
If you just stumbled upon this channel and want to make a quick buck, then forget it.
Lu Chen said with a touch of arrogance. You see, foreign exchange is commonplace for the wealthy, but for ordinary folks? Forget it. I'm not taking that risk. Upon hearing this, Beard Guy and burst out laughing. The wealthy he mentioned, wasn't that exactly who he was? But then, Lu Chen continued bluntly, I'll take 50 points. Very straightforward. Straightforward. Not a hint of pretense. Upon hearing this, he froze for a moment. Then it clicked. It was actually quite easy to understand. Lu Chen was taking a huge risk here. He couldn't possibly exchange US dollars for you for free.
So while 50 points seemed high, it was essentially just money moving through the bank once, doubling in value.
This kind of deal. Worth doing. Beard Guy decided to test the waters first. He'd start with 100,000 yuan. In less than 10 minutes,
the $100,000 appeared before Beard Guy.
Lu Chen smiled and said, if that's all you've got, then I won't even take the 50 points. This deal ends right here. Clearly, Lu Chen showed impatience toward Beard Guy's test run.
He had no interest in playing along with the bearded guy's petty games.
Beard Guy,
after seeing how effortlessly Lu Chen had secured the funds, he naturally placed complete trust in Lu Chen.
He proposed to Lu Chen.
They could handle large-scale transactions.
However,
he urged Lu Chen to mentally prepare himself and have the funds ready in advance.
Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Beard Guy was completely hooked. Lu Chen heard this. Couldn't help but laugh. Exchanging millions in quotas? I've seen it before. No need to be so nervous. It's no big deal. The higher-ups won't find out. Faced with Lu Chen's nonchalance, Beard Brother didn't press the matter further. He merely smiled.
He planned to show Lu Chen what it meant to have the confidence of the wealthy. Everything was proceeding smoothly.
After returning to the hotel, Lu Chen looked at Li Tong. Give the investigation team a heads up. Notify the police. Li Tong looked puzzled.
Lu Chen explained, once he gets the money, he'll take off.
And don't you think he's already figured that out? You've blown your cover.
Lu Chen's words left Li Tong utterly stunned.
What do you mean? Lu Chen began replaying Li Tong's conversation with Beard Guy. When the conversation turned to Lu Chen cut Li Tong off.
Right here, he said. That's where you gave yourself away. Li Tong, you're certainly a high achiever, but there's one thing, you're not a wealthy man like Beard Guy. Back at the cafe, the way you spoke, your pace and tone, he was watching you the whole time. When you mentioned me, your emotional composure was unnatural, it shouldn't have been that steady.
You should have been agitated. Understand? Li Tong furrowed his brow.
He suddenly realized something.
So what should I do? Lu Chen smiled. What else can we do?
This deal must proceed as planned.
However, notify the investigation team and the police immediately. We absolutely cannot let Brother Beard escape. I suspect he'll demand the airport as the transaction location. The timing will be before takeoff. It might even happen on the plane itself.
We need to coordinate closely with the police.
We absolutely cannot let him escape. Alright, Lu Chen really has a strong sense of responsibility. He noticed the problem and immediately contacted the police.
But the way he's talking, I can't shake the feeling that Brother Beard is up to something, and it's not just this minor issue he mentioned to Li Tong.
Just keep watching and you'll find out.
The audience buzzed with speculation about why Lu Chen had alerted the police.
Upon receiving Lu Chen's call,
they immediately notified the police.
This matter
seemed far from straightforward.
The following evening, Beard Guy finally called Lu Chen. Between the lines, he hinted that he hoped Lu Chen could come to the airport for the transaction. The audience gasped.
Lu Chen had guessed correctly. Beard Guy demanded the transaction take place at the airport.
And what followed? Everything unfolded exactly as Lu Chen had anticipated.
The bearded guy hoped to conduct the transaction after the plane took off.
That way, he could complete the deal. He could head off to the States to live it up. Even if trouble arose later, the Hong Kong government couldn't touch him. He also explained that Lu Chen might as well come along too. Because, you see,
once Lu Chen finished this job, the police would inevitably come after him.
It would be better to join him and live out the rest of their lives freely in the United States.
Lu Chen casually agreed to Beard Brother's request.
He agreed to conduct the transaction aboard the aircraft. Chapter 89, Unexpected. A mid-air heist. Let's shift our focus to director He and his team.
After coordinating with the production team, they launched their investigation. Over the course of 10 grueling hours, they uncovered some clues, but the transaction was set to occur in just 1 hour. Lu Chen had already arrived at Hong Kong International Airport and made contact with Beard Guy. Soon, they were about to board the plane. The audience watched with growing anxiety.
Wait, why hasn't the police arrived yet? What's going on? Where is everyone? Lu Chen frowned, sensing something was off.
He scanned the departure lounge with his peripheral vision but detected nothing unusual. Was it that the police were disguised so well, or had they never come at all? Lu Chen didn't know. Lu Chen only knew this. When he and Beard Brother boarded this passenger plane bound for the United States, shortly after departing Hong Kong, they were hijacked by 5 criminals. And at this very moment, Lu Chen and Beard Guy hadn't made the deal. Let's rewind the clock a bit. The plane had just taken off. In the airplane lavatory, a high school student found a bullet in the corner. Returning to her seat, she excitedly shared her discovery with her companion. A man with slicked back hair appeared behind her. The high schooler, lacking social experience, chose to trust this man and handed him the bullet. He went to ask the flight crew about it. However, the man with the slicked back hair never went to the flight attendants. Instead, he went to first class, whispered something to a middle-aged man, then returned to the high schooler holding a green hat. He reassured the student, claiming it was left behind in the restroom by a careless security officer and that there was no need to worry. The high schooler, trusting him, nodded in agreement. Lu Chen was seated nearby and saw everything clearly. But he hadn't caught what the slicked-back guy and the high schooler had said to each other. But then, when the slicked-back guy stood up and exchanged a glance with his companion, the situation changed instantly. They somehow bypassed security with weapons in hand, seizing control of 2 economy cabins and the first-class section. What? Lu Chen's plane has been hijacked. What on earth are we supposed to do now? Where are the police? They were supposed to provide advance support, not a single officer in sight. Through a miniature camera disguised as a cufflink on Lu Chen's chest, viewers witnessed everything unfold. After seizing control of the aircraft, the first thing they did was confiscate all the crew members' cell phones. This severed all communication with the outside world. Their next move was to seize control of the cockpit. The captain understood this well. Under no circumstances should the cockpit door be opened. But the hijackers immediately grabbed a woman and a high school student from the nearest seats as hostages, threatening to start killing them if the captain didn't open the door. The first officer and captain exchanged glances, each looking at the other. It was a helplessness beyond words. There was no other way. In the end, they had no choice but to open the door. And so, the hijackers successfully took control of the entire aircraft. Had it not been for the pocket camera on Lu Chen's chest, this hijacking might have remained unknown forever. Just then, Lu Chen somehow produced a phone from somewhere and sent a message to Zhao Zimai. Then, Lu Chen stopped 2 passengers with a glance as they contemplated testing whether the hijackers' weapons were real. He saw no need for it. It must be real. Then, under the pretext of handing over his phone, Lu Chen made his way to first class. After all, choosing the wrong person to negotiate with would be pointless. What is Lu Chen doing? Why did he choose to hand over his phone? Doesn't that completely sever all communication between the plane and the ground? I don't get it. In such a dangerous situation, his choice feels like he's courting death. He's just a teenager, 17 or 18, facing this for the first time. It's only natural he'd be scared. If the hijackers found he still had a phone, he could have been killed. His actions are understandable. First, Lu Chen handed the hijacker leader a note reading, "The pilot is extremely dangerous." The leader stared intently at Lu Chen. Though puzzled, he eventually made his way to the cockpit. Through questioning, he learned that the aircraft's autopilot system required no manual operation. The captain only needed to handle takeoff and landing procedures. To prevent the captain from contacting ground control via radio, the leader ultimately followed Lu Chen's suggestion and transferred the captain to a seat in first class. Little did he know, this was precisely what Lu Chen had intended. Because in the aircraft's first-class cabin, there was a mini-game system designed for in-flight conversations, originally intended to alleviate passenger boredom during long flights. At this moment, it allowed Lu Chen and the captain to successfully connect. Upon inquiry, he learned this flight wasn't heading directly to the United States. Instead, it would head north, passing over Japan. Only after ground clearance from Japan would it be permitted to continue its journey. Sure enough, at that moment, the cockpit relayed the confirmation message from Japanese ground control. The hijackers panicked. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, Lu Chen stepped forward. He stated, "This is a ground confirmation message. We must respond to it. Otherwise, Japan's military aircraft will come to verify." The captain visibly froze upon hearing Lu Chen's words. "The information I shared with you, how could you turn around and relay it to the hijackers? Whose side are you on, anyway?" I thought we could use the Neon Nation military aircraft to rescue everyone, but I never imagined Lu Chen would betray us like this." After much deliberation, the hijacker had no choice but to press the pistol against the captain's head, demanding he respond to ground control. Even if the captain was reluctant, he had no other choice. The ground control in Japan asked extremely detailed questions. They inquired about the captain's personal details, the flight number, the destination, and more. After a series of expert maneuvers, the captain made a subtle adjustment as he left his seat. He altered the aircraft's flight path by 3.14 degrees.
This subtle maneuver was Lu Chen's ultimate objective. When the captain returned to first class, from Lu Chen's perspective, we could see the captain actually flash a smile at him. Clearly, everything he had done earlier had been pre-arranged with Lu Chen. What about the feigned confusion? What about the interrogation of Lu Chen? It's nothing but a charade. Their true objective. This minor adjustment caused the aircraft's flight path to deviate by 3.14 degrees. What nerves! To pull off something like this right under the hijackers' noses? Lu Chen, I admit I spoke too loudly just now. If you can bring the passengers back safely, I'll say nothing more. I'll call you a hero. Who even remembers why he boarded this flight in the first place? Chapter 90, The Mysteries Deepen. Whose scheme is this? Here. We need to explain why Lu Chen didn't want the Neon Nation's military aircraft to intervene. It's for the same reason the captain opened the cockpit door. To avoid unnecessary casualties. No one knew what these hijackers truly intended. If they were truly desperate criminals, things would have turned dire. At this moment, Director He and his team had also mobilized on the ground. Upon receiving Lu Chen's message, Zhao Zimai immediately sought out Director He and his team. Here, the mystery of why Director He and his team ultimately failed to arrive in time was finally solved. It turned out, their investigation revealed that Beard Brother hadn't boarded the flight carrying large amounts of Chinese currency today, and neither had Lu Chen. Before boarding, he had delivered a bag containing a large sum of US dollars to the airport security office. Now, the money had been returned to the bank. But that wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point is that through their investigation, Director He and his team discovered that just yesterday, several ordinary office workers went missing in Hong Kong Island, and all the disappearances occurred within the same area. And today, Director He and his team also uncovered that a security staff member at the airport had her family taken hostage. She was forced to let the hijackers board this plane, and they were armed. Beyond that, Director He and his team harbored another suspicion. They had already identified the 5 hijackers currently aboard the plane, but Director He did not reveal the identities of these 5 individuals to the audience. These 5 individuals. They were none other than the previously missing office workers. Which meant, the hijackers on Lu Chen's plane were not the real hijackers. The true hijackers were still hiding among the passengers. This was trouble. Our perspective now shifts back to the aircraft in the sky. Lu Chen attempted to use the game system to understand what had just transpired in the cockpit. However, this time, the leader of the hijackers caught him. He delivered a vicious punch to the captain. Yet, something strange happened that puzzled Lu Chen. After punching the captain, the leader didn't press for more information. He didn't press the captain about who the message was sent to. Nor did he confiscate the captain's game console. Instead, he sauntered back into the cockpit. This left Lu Chen deeply puzzled. Could these hijackers all be little cuties? No way. What exactly were they up to? However, just as Lu Chen was puzzling over this, the leader of the hijackers activated the aircraft's communication system and initiated a call to the ground. It turned out, their actions aboard the aircraft were secondary. The truly significant operation was unfolding on the ground. On this plane were former military veterans. Judging by the sound of the gunshot fired earlier when the hijackers threatened passengers, he concluded they had definitely used blank cartridges. And now, they probably hadn't reloaded yet. Therefore, he proposed to Lu Chen that they take action to subdue the hijackers. They had the numbers. There was no way they could be a match for them. For this reason, they needed to create an opportunity. An opportunity that would draw the robbers' attention. First, a passenger feigned illness, claiming he needed medication. The person seated next to him offered to assist, but the tall, dark-skinned hijacker in the cabin refused to allow it. He and the passenger beside him got into a fight. They began to wrestle. At that moment, the slick-back-haired middle-aged man among the hijackers also stepped forward, about to intervene. The veteran soldier acted. He pinned the man with the slicked-back hair down. Just as everyone thought the tide was turning, the gang leader stepped forward. He fired a shot. Then he ordered the flight attendant to make an announcement over the intercom, demanding everyone return to their seats immediately. Or else he'd kill another. In the luxury cabin, the captain and several others debated whether Lu Chen was still alive. Some believed Lu Chen was already dead. Others, however, were convinced that Lu Chen couldn't possibly be dead. Soon, they would know the answer. Director He and his team arrived at a prison in Hong Kong. They met someone. After leaving, Director He's expression was grim. Clearly, this hijacking incident was connected to the individual inside the prison. Keep him under close surveillance. Under no circumstances should the hijackers' demands be met. Dispatch personnel immediately to investigate. For this gang to act so brazenly in Hong Kong, they must have backing. I need to uncover their true motives at the earliest possible moment. Yes, sir. Hong Kong police mobilized, launching a citywide search. After ground officers were deployed, Lu Chen was spotted again aboard the aircraft. He was unharmed. However, during the earlier struggle, one of the younger hijackers had been injured. Though the flight attendant possessed some medical knowledge, she was utterly unable to stem the robber's bleeding. Only a professional doctor could possibly save him. However, even though there was a professional doctor on board, getting him to treat a hijacker was absolutely out of the question. Lu Chen sat in his seat. Watching the robber bleed uncontrollably, something occurred to him. These hijackers weren't right. If they were professional hijackers, their actions earlier wouldn't have been like this. And despite the robber being so badly injured, no one bothered to help him. That was even stranger. Lu Chen glanced at the man with the slicked back hair. He temporarily set aside his doubts. He found the gang leader again. He stated, "If we can't land, he'll have at most an hour to live." The leader heard Lu Chen's words. He merely glanced at Lu Chen. He didn't agree to Lu Chen's request at all, instead ordering Lu Chen to return to his seat. This action only served to reinforce Lu Chen's conviction that they were not professional hijackers. After Lu Chen returned to his seat, the same slick-haired man who had earlier tricked the high school student approached Lu Chen. He declared to Lu Chen, "This plane must fly to the United States." Lu Chen looked at the man with a puzzled expression. The man with the slick-back hair glanced toward the direction of the hijackers' leader and said, "Our families are being held hostage by the hijackers. If this plane doesn't fly to the United States, our families will all die." Lu Chen frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The man with the slick-back hair gave a bitter smile. "They demanded we kill someone as a pledge of loyalty." At that moment, Lu Chen understood. The real bandits only demanded the killing of one person. They never specified who it had to be. Therefore, it was acceptable for one robber to die. Then what? The man with the slicked back hair continued, "There are two real hijackers on this plane. We haven't seen them, and we don't know where they're hiding. So you're telling me this, and you're not afraid the real hijackers might be right here in this car?" The man with the slicked back hair chuckled. He said confidently, "I've been observing for a long time. The real hijackers are all in first class. There's no one from their group in economy." At this remark, Lu Chen gave him a double take, though he had no idea how the man with the slicked back hair had come to that conclusion. Chapter 91, Safe Landing, Robbers Apprehended. Back on the ground, Hong Kong Police Headquarters received a letter from the hijackers. Sure enough, just as Commissioner Ho had anticipated, their demand was indeed to release the man imprisoned in the jail. Otherwise, they would kill all 216 passengers on the plane. After deliberation, Director He and his team had no other choice. They had no choice but to release the man. It turned out, this man was the leader of a terrorist organization. They had managed to capture him with great difficulty, but years later, his followers had plotted this shocking hijacking. To actually release him? That was impossible. But now, to avoid alerting the enemy, Director He and his team deliberated and decided to release this man for now, then seek an opportunity to recapture him. The families of the 5 hijackers on the plane. The police are also doing their utmost to locate them. However, little progress has been made so far. Earlier, the female security staff member who had been responsible for the security checks police discovered the bodies of her entire family at her home. This gang's methods were extremely brutal. Every single one of them was shot dead, and not a single innocent person was spared. Additionally, police also located the mother of one of the hijackers, a tall, dark-skinned man. She had been locked in the basement by the actual hijackers and was under guard. She has now been rescued, and the guard has been shot dead, though his identity remains unconfirmed. The case seemed to be moving in a positive direction. But before Lu Chen could continue questioning the man with the slicked back hair, the leader of the hijackers emerged, locked the man with the slicked back hair up, and confined him inside the bathroom. But the leader didn't touch Lu Chen, something Lu Chen couldn't understand. Why let him go? What was the logic behind this? He took a deep breath. It wasn't until this moment did Lu Chen finally notice the bearded man sitting beside him. He glanced over. Though Beard Guy appeared calm on the surface, he was practically wetting himself inside. Spotting Lu Chen's gaze, he managed to force a faint smile. Lu Chen smiled faintly in return. However, after turning his head back, he silently looked elsewhere. As for Beard Guy, Lu Chen never quite understood how he sensed danger. Not bringing the money aboard was absurd. Unless he'd known all along this flight would be hijacked, he wouldn't have walked away from such a huge payoff. If that were the case, then Beard Guy was in the wrong. But Lu Chen didn't show it. The slick-haired guy had made it clear, besides their group of 5, there were 2 real hijackers. He knew one of them, the bearded guy. So who was the other one? The slicked-back guy also mentioned that there were no robbers in economy class, a claim that probably wasn't trustworthy. In first class, there were 2 hijackers. In economy class, there were also 2 hijackers. This might be the real situation. If that's the case, then 3 more remain hidden. Lu Chen closed his eyes. He began to recall everything he could remember since boarding the plane. As he thought, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something.
This made him recall the flight attendant and female passenger who had been threatened by the hijackers earlier.
However, Lu Chen made no mention of it. At that moment,
the aircraft had reached the northern coastline of the United States.
In another hour, it would enter the territory of Canada. But, as Lu Chen stood up, the camera on his chest suddenly went dark. The audience had no idea what happened next. What happened? Could it be that Lu Chen has already been murdered? Maybe he just ran out of battery. Come on, get back online. How could you go offline at such a tense moment? After over an hour of complete blackout, the audience finally saw the screen again.
All they saw was the plane having landed safely in Maple Leaf Country.
As the camera panned, though Lu Chen remained unseen,
the camera revealed that Maple Leaf Country police had apprehended 8 individuals.
Among them was Beard Guy. Additionally, a flight attendant,
and the co-pilot of the aircraft.
Moreover,
the veteran who had been particularly active earlier was also revealed to be a hijacker.
The 4 fake hijackers were also subdued.
No one could figure out what exactly had transpired over the past hour. But Lu Chen, of course, had no time to explain to anyone now. He approached Beard Brother and asked, "When did you start targeting me?"
Beard Guy chuckled. "The moment someone told me this was a show." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He knew where the problem lay.
Why he'd felt like the bearded guy could see right through him, it all made sense now.
"I see. This was an impromptu decision, right?"
"Yes."
"Then do you think your boss will be able to escape?" Lu Chen pressed further. Beard Guy looked at Lu Chen and countered, "What do you think?"
Lu Chen ran his fingers lightly through his hair and gazed toward the direction of Hong Kong.
"He won't get away. You never intended to rescue him. If I'm not mistaken, your real objective was the $10 million I brought.
But you didn't expect me to hand that money over to the airport security before boarding the plane."
"Thwarting your plan. Now that I think about it, I understand why you told me to be prepared. So this is what you meant. But I still don't understand why you didn't finish me off on the plane." Beard Guy smiled silently.
He offered no further response to Lu Chen's questions.
"Request declassification. I need to know what happened. What exactly did Lu Chen do on that plane? How did things end up like this?"
"I agree with the previous comment.
How did it come to this? Just this exchange between Lu Chen and Beard Guy is pure riddle-mongering.
I demand the truth be revealed."
However, cut back to Hong Kong.
Although Director He and his team let the leader go, they deployed a large number of personnel to track him.
Finally, as the leader reached the coast and was about to board a boat, he was apprehended once more.
Though the leader raved that the lives of over 200 people on the plane were in his hands, Director He had already communicated with Maple Leaf Country and learned the plane had landed safely.
He could not let the terrorist leader go free. In their attempt to rescue him, resulting in at least 20 casualties.
For the peace-loving nation of China, this was a direct challenge to its bottom line.
Therefore, not only had the police been mobilized,
even the military got involved.
Police require evidence to apprehend suspects.
But the military fights terrorism.
Only requires coordinates and a list. Therefore, once a group is identified as a terrorist organization, within 1 hour, all terrorist organization members infiltrating Shangdao were eliminated. The leader was also apprehended by Director He and his team at the seaside. Alright, next step is to bring Lu Chen and the others back home.
I'm also curious how he subdued those hijackers on the plane.
Those ruthless criminals certainly don't play by the rules. Chapter 92, The truth is far different from imagination. That evening, Lu Chen returned to Hong Kong.
After such a long flight, Lu Chen was exhausted. He sighed, asking if he could return to his hotel to sleep first before discussing the plane incident.
Everyone naturally agreed. Curiosity lingered. Early the next morning,
the live stream room was already packed with viewers, all waiting for Lu Chen to reveal the secrets.
After sipping his morning tea, he began recounting what happened on the plane after the camera went dark. First,
he began talking with the leader of the hijackers.
In front of the deceased hijacker,
there was no one else present. Only him and the leader.
As Lu Chen had expected,
the gang leader had also been coerced.
Not only that,
he was also the older brother of the deceased robber. It was precisely this information that instantly sparked a plan in Lu Chen's mind. He suggested to the leader how to deal with these real robbers.
"You have a real gun, don't you? Are you afraid of them?
The real robbers must have something special about them.
If we can figure out what it is, we can avenge your brother," the gang leader explained.
It turns out they had a younger sister who was kidnapped by the robbers.
That's precisely why his brother chose death over endangering her. Lu Chen nodded. He assured the gang leader that if he followed his plan, he would definitely protect his sister. Next, Lu Chen returned to Beard Brother's side. On the surface, nothing seemed different.
But Lu Chen carefully observed the differences between Beard Brother and the other passengers. As he watched, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the green hats the bald-headed guy and his crew had worn when they hijacked the plane. A similar piece peeked out from the pocket of the bearded guy's pants. But the cap in his pocket wasn't green, it was black. Arabic letters were printed on it. What could this mean? Though Lu Chen had the system's support, he lacked linguistic talent and could only speculate. This couldn't be an ordinary hat, he'd never seen Beard Guy wear one before. Later, Lu Chen entered the first-class cabin and looked toward the female flight attendant who had been held hostage earlier. He suddenly froze. He noticed that the flight attendant also had a cap of the same color in her pocket. This sight. Lu Chen was certain that this hat was the true mark of the hijacker. Lu Chen didn't want to tip off the culprit prematurely, so he continued searching. Who else had such a hat? It didn't take long. Lu Chen found identical hats on the co-pilot and the veteran. After communicating with the captain via the game console, what followed became considerably simpler. With real guns at their disposal, taking down the four of them was no difficult task. At the Maple Leaf Country Airport, the hijackers, who had been coerced into their actions, visibly relaxed upon seeing their families rescued. As for the terrorist organization's actions, Lu Chen despised them from the bottom of his heart. If he could, he would have emptied a magazine into them right then and there. But unfortunately, he couldn't. According to regulations, these individuals would ultimately be extradited back to Hong Kong for trial. And under the laws of the Republic of China, their ultimate fate would be execution by firing squad. What had been intended as a means to uncover more through the terrorist leader had unexpectedly led to such significant trouble. Security measures would be tightened significantly thereafter. After hearing Lu Chen's account, the audience understood. This experience felt too fantastical. It was hard to fathom that this had unfolded within a simulated crime program. If he hadn't mentioned it, you'd think they were filming a movie. Pulling off something this intense. Lu Chen's got nerves of steel. Keeping his cool in a situation like this? If it were me, I'd have peed my pants by now. You? Forget it. I think there'd be one more dead passenger on that flight. Lu Chen is amazing, truly an example for us all. Director, he witnessed the scene. He chuckled inwardly. This wasn't Lu Chen's first time handling such situations. He'd never flinched when outwitting drug traffickers. Would he be afraid of something like this? It just goes to show. Thankfully, it was Lu Chen. If it had been anyone else, things would have gone terribly wrong. After this incident, Lu Chen's exploits went viral. What a legendary high-altitude rescue. What a 10,000-mile pursuit by an unparalleled hero. What a daring battle against villains in the clouds. Headlines like these flooded the internet. Even Lu Chen himself hadn't anticipated this. But that's not all. Numerous film and television companies were now vying to sign Lu Chen. They wanted him to enter the entertainment industry and ride the wave of this heroic incident to become a sensation. But from the contracts they offered and their attitudes, Lu Chen could tell. Their true intent was to create hype. The person they wanted to elevate to stardom wasn't Lu Chen. Therefore, Lu Chen declined their offers. Why would I work for free to promote your people? I'm not crazy. Appearing on shows? Make some quick cash. Isn't that just fine? Meanwhile, the police awarded Lu Chen a Medal of Bravery. The production team heavily promoted this case. This provided tremendous publicity for the show. It propelled the already wildly popular show to new heights. When Lu Chen returned to the production team, Li Tong and the others immediately pulled him aside, chatting non-stop about the events on the plane. Listening to Lu Chen's account, they felt as if they were experiencing it firsthand. At the most tense moments, they couldn't help but hold their breath for him. Finally, they felt Lu Chen had been a bit overconfident in taking control through the hijacker leader. If the leader had been a genuine criminal rather than a hostage, the gang leader was an actual criminal, not a hostage, wouldn't all of Lu Chen's plans have been for nothing? Seeing Li Tong and the others questioning him, Lu Chen revealed what he hadn't said during the live stream. I've been observing him for quite some time. If he were the real hijacker, I would have been dead long ago. First, if you watch the live stream, you'd know that when I spoke with the captain, he didn't check the call content or confiscate the captain's game console. That's highly irregular. Professional hijackers wouldn't be so careless. That's when my suspicions started. Later, the man with the slicked back hair even brought up the incident himself, further confirming he wasn't the real hijacker. Moreover, when he saw the deceased, his expression was off, yet he managed to hold it together. That showed he had someone important to protect. That's when it clicked for me. All I can say is, these people truly deserve to die. Thinking about the terrorist organization's actions made Lu Chen grind his teeth in anger. After hearing Lu Chen's account, finally understood why Lu Chen dared to make that move. He had already anticipated what needed to be done next. But still, the show must go on. What kind of case would they choose next? On this point, Lu Chen remains silent. He wanted to meet with Director E first and perhaps see someone else afterward before giving this matter further thought.
Chapter 93, The Director's Test. After a good night's sleep, Lu Chen arrived at the prison where Beard Brother was being held. It was here he met Beard Brother.
Beard Guy wasn't particularly surprised by Lu Chen's arrival. He merely smiled faintly and remarked, "You're later than I expected. I didn't sleep well last night, so I took a little longer nap,"
Lu Chen explained. Then,
leaning back in his chair, Lu Chen yawned widely before getting to the point.
"Why didn't you detonate that plane in the end?" The moment Lu Chen spoke was enough to shock everyone.
Beard Guy gave Lu Chen a deep look, but finally broke into a smile.
"When did you figure it out?" "After the plane landed. The Maple Leaf Nation police told me. That's when I started wondering why you ultimately chose to abandon the mission instead of detonating that bomb."
"If you had, the casualties wouldn't have been limited to the 216 people on the plane. It would have included airport staff, police officers, and many others.
Logically speaking, you terrorists shouldn't care about that. So why did you ultimately choose to back down?" "I couldn't figure it out, so I came to ask you myself." After hearing Lu Chen's confusion, the bearded man's smile grew even broader. A long moment passed. He took a deep breath. "Go back and think it over."
"I don't believe I need to answer that question."
Beard Guy refused to answer the question. This left Lu Chen speechless.
Recalling everything that had transpired on the plane, Lu Chen suddenly grasped a crucial detail. From start to finish, it seemed that Beard Guy, as a hijacker, hadn't actually taken any action, let alone harmed any passengers on the plane. Compared to the other 3 ruthless hijackers, he was practically a saint. Moreover, the common trait among the hijackers that he had identified was also discovered in Beard Guy's pocket.
So then, was he allowed on the plane precisely because the police could track him in real time through his appearance on the show? That way, the terrorist organization couldn't escape. But was that really the case? Lu Chen looked at Beard Guy. "Good guys?" Beard Guy didn't answer. "I see.
I suppose I'll never get a concrete answer from you, and I won't be able to see the others either.
So in the end, I hope you'll be a good person in your next life. Goodbye."
The bearded man showed no intention of trying to keep Lu Chen.
After stepping outside, Lu Chen sighed deeply.
He had pieced together the cause and effect, and he had also figured out Beard Guy's motives. By coming to see Beard Guy today, he had resolved the doubts in his heart.
As for what came next, that could wait. When he returned to the hotel, he didn't see a single teammate. Lu Chen furrowed his brow but didn't dwell on it.
He carefully reviewed the maps for the scammers and other telecom fraud schemes once more.
Finally, he devised a new modus operandi.
Using techniques from Mao scam combined with insights from telephone fraud and other sources, he decided to pull off a simpler heist. After all, he hadn't fully recovered from the recent plane hijacking he'd just experienced.
The script was finalized. Lu Chen noticed his teammates hadn't returned yet. He couldn't reach them by phone either. He thought he'd go ask the director. But unexpectedly, our esteemed director Xie stopped Lu Chen in his tracks
and began telling him a story.
What did this mean?
If Lu Chen could identify the final murderer in the story, then our great director would break the rules and tell Lu Chen where his teammates were and what they were doing.
Lu Chen looked at the director.
The confidence in his expression made it clear the director had surely come up with another clever idea.
He hadn't recovered from the previous episode yet. He wasn't convinced. Lu Chen scratched his head. "Go ahead."
The director chuckled.
"Now then. On a rainy day,
Glasses Guy took his wife and kids out of town, planning to enjoy hot pot and sing songs.
But unexpectedly, a tire blew out.
What no one could have predicted was that the culprit turned out to be a high-heeled shoe.
Seeing the director's animated expression, the audience couldn't help but laugh. "Come on, that's a bit much. Who'd believe a high heel punctured a tire?" "Director, I know you're not satisfied, but you didn't have to go this far. This is just a bit." The tire repair dragged on until nightfall.
As night fell, a car drove by, its driver unable to see clearly. Though it wasn't going fast, it still grazed Glasses Guy's wife. She sustained significant injuries. Fortunately, it was only a glancing blow rather than a direct collision. Had his wife been thrown from the vehicle, the injuries would have been far more severe. The perpetrator of this accident
was Xiao Bai, a retired police officer. He had been escorting a faded actress to a nearby city when the accident occurred. How could Xiao Bai just drive away and leave her behind? He immediately got out to check on Glasses Guy's wife's injuries. The accident site was isolated, with no villages or shops nearby. To make matters worse, the heavy rain had knocked out communications. With no other options, Xiao Bai had no choice but to take everyone to a nearby inn. The actress was clearly annoyed, but she had no choice. Xiao Bai, meanwhile, obtained the hospital address from the innkeeper and drove off to seek help. On the way, he encountered Bilian, a bathhouse worker hitchhiking for a ride. And a few hours earlier, it was precisely the high-heeled shoe Bilian had lost that punctured Glasses Guy's tire, leading to the subsequent accident. After picking up Billion, Xiaobai continued rushing to the hospital.
But the rain was so heavy that his car stalled from flooding. With no other choice, he had to ask for help from Jin and Chang, a newlywed couple driving by. After getting a ride from them, he returned to the small hotel.
At the hotel,
the owner was a kind-hearted man who had been tending to the injured all along. But perhaps because he had suffered some injury at the foot massage center in the past, he gave Billion a cold shoulder. His words were laced with sarcasm.
Nevertheless, after Billion paid for the room, the owner reluctantly but properly arranged accommodations for her. The newlyweds, Jin and Chang, moved into room 6.
But as the door closed, the number 6 on it shook violently and flipped upside down, becoming a 9.
Later, more guests arrived at the inn. A police officer escorting a prisoner became stranded due to heavy rain and also planned to stay the night. However, the hotel couldn't accommodate confinement play, so they locked the prisoner in the bathroom. At that moment,
the focus shifted back to the actress.
Wasn't the heavy rain supposed to have disrupted communications?
Yet she heard the phone ringing inside her room.
The audience saw this, burst into laughter.
This story.
How could it be so similar to the one the director had shown everyone before? I think the actress is gone.
Yeah, this plot device is way too obvious.
Can't you mix it up a bit, director?
Exactly. We're getting tired of seeing the same thing over and over.
Chapter 94, another perfectly sealed room murder? Sure enough,
the director continued. The actress, wanting to upgrade to a fancier hotel, left her room to get a signal.
But then,
the director shifted gears and brought up Xiaobai again. After quickly bandaging the glasses guy's wife's wound, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands. But unexpectedly, just as he finished washing his hands, inside the washing machine nearby, he found the actress's head.
Then, the police and the innkeeper arrived.
From the blood-soaked clothes, the police discovered the key to room 10.
Here,
the director paused briefly.
Let me recap for everyone.
First, besides the innkeeper at the front desk,
Xiaobai stayed in room 3, the bespectacled guy and his family of 3 occupied room 4, the newlyweds Jin and Chang resided in room 6, the bathhouse attendant Billion lived in room 7, the actress stayed in room 9, and the police officer and prisoner shared room 10. Now, the movie star in room 9 is dead, but the key to room 10, the room occupied by the cop and the convict, was found next to her body.
And guess who found the key? The cop himself. What else could it be? The prisoner must have killed her.
Exactly. It's so obvious.
Director, your case design skills have really gone downhill.
The audience couldn't help but start teasing.
The director continued speaking.
The rookie cop and the innkeeper thought the same thing.
When they entered the room, sure enough, the criminal who had been chained to the pipes next to the bathroom had vanished without a trace. Xiaobai and the police gathered everyone in one room, explaining the murder of the actress and the criminal's escape.
He and the police went out to search for the criminal. The others, upon hearing the news, were all thrown into a panic.
The newlywed couple argued, one wanted to leave, the other refused to let them go.
The two argued all the way back to the room. It turned out,
Jin suspected her husband Chang of cheating, so she tricked him into marrying her by pretending to be pregnant. Jin locked herself in the bathroom, refusing to open the door no matter how much Chang shouted. Only when Chang fell silent did Jin emerge. She thought that if Chang begged for forgiveness, she would forgive him.
But the moment she stepped out, she saw Chang was already dead. She let out a piercing scream. This cry drew the attention of everyone nearby.
The prisoner who had escaped earlier was found by the police in Xiaobai behind an earthen slope near the inn.
The prisoner was then bound and handed over to the innkeeper for careful custody. With 2 lives lost in quick succession, the police hurried back to the station for reinforcements, while Xiaobai photographed the bodies for evidence. While photographing, he suddenly noticed Chang's hand was clutching the key to room 9.
This was strange indeed.
Wasn't the key to room 9 in the actress's possession? How did it end up in Chang's hands? Or could it be that the hotel had multiple keys for the same room?
Xiaobai sought out the hotel owner to inquire about this matter.
However,
they saw the hotel owner returning from outside. He wasn't in the prisoner's room. By the time Xiaobai and the others reached the prisoner's room, he had been stabbed in the throat and killed. Beside him lay the key to room 8.
10, 9, 8. Is this a countdown? But that doesn't make sense, room 8 isn't even occupied.
The police in Xiaobai shared this confusion. They grabbed the owner and demanded answers.
But the owner refused to answer.
Instead, he seized the moment and bolted out the door. He got into his car, preparing to flee.
At that moment, Glasses Guy's child stood there dumbstruck.
Whether from fear or being suddenly blinded by the bright light, he momentarily lost his senses and didn't dodge. As the boss charged forward, Glasses Guy lunged forward to push the child out of the way, but was struck and killed by the boss. Xiaobai and the police seized the moment to drag the boss out of the car.
After the killing,
the boss regained his composure.
Perhaps out of fear, he revealed the truth.
He was actually a gambler who was dirt poor.
Passing by the inn,
He discovered the proprietor had already died of a heart attack.
and just then, someone came to stay at the inn.
He placed the proprietor's body in the freezer, then began impersonating the owner and running the hotel himself. He hadn't killed the dead actress or Ah Chang.
This explanation left Xiaobai dumbfounded. But the police weren't buying it. But now there was no choice. Whenever someone left their room, something went wrong. The case couldn't be solved. He had no choice but to keep everyone confined to the same room. At night,
The police discovered that the wife of Glasses Guy, the one hit by Little Bai, had also passed away. And beneath her bed, there was another key to room 6. No one could have foreseen that the injuries would prove fatal.
how could a room key appear? And the room key's countdown was showing 10, 9, 8, 6. Where was the 7?
The thought that someone had vanished right under their noses made them immediately turn back to investigate.
This person was none other than.
It was Glasses Guy, the one who had sacrificed himself to protect his child.
Sure enough,
In Glasses Guy's arms, they found the key to room 7. As the situation grew increasingly dire,
after discussing it, they decided to have Ajin take the children and leave first.
the rookie cop and the others stayed behind to deal with the criminal lurking in the shadows. But just as Ah Jun and the child got into the car,
It exploded.
by the time Xiao Bai and the others rushed over to investigate,
Everything was charred. Then, the few people still in the hotel began facing off against each other. During this time, Bilian, searching for a flashlight, discovered something inside the police car. Then,
the director continued speaking.
Bilian discovered the police officer's identity was fake.
He was actually a criminal who had killed a police officer and stolen his identity. The criminal's identity was genuine. Xiao Bai, the police officer, and the innkeeper all died in the gunfight.
Ah Lian also died in the inn.
The key to room 1 lay beside her. Having said all this, the director turned to Lu Chen. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. He said, "Now, please identify the real murderer."
Lu Chen scratched his head in confusion.
The audience, having heard the case, were also deeply puzzled.
But they're all dead. Exactly. How are we supposed to find the killer? Director, you're doing this on purpose. You don't want Lu Chen to find his teammates, do you? Yeah, I agree.
Seeing the director's slightly smug expression,
Lu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath.
this case bears a striking resemblance to his previous design project. Not a single one survived.
Except this case.
It wasn't a simulated case, but one described verbally by the director.
Many details were left unexplained, making the investigation even more challenging.
The director had his own little scheme in mind here.
Precisely because it's an oral case, there's no forensic examination of the victims or anything like that. You're on your own to figure it out.
Not a single word in response. Lu Chen felt helpless. But he needed to know where his teammates were. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep guessing. Chapter 95. If only I'd known, I'd never have discovered the truth.
First off,
11 individuals were involved in this case. The bespectacled man and his family of 3, the couple Ah Jin and Ah Chang, Xiao Bai, the actress, the police officer, the criminal, the bathhouse attendant Bai Lian, and the innkeeper.
not a single one of the 11 survived.
But there must be details the director hasn't revealed.
Among these people, someone did not die. Who could it be?
Lu Chen began to ponder carefully. The actress had lost her head, she couldn't possibly be alive. Otherwise, this would be a supernatural thriller instead of a suspense film. Ah Chang was dead as a doornail, no chance of him coming back. Glasses Guy was dead on the spot. As for Glasses Guy's wife,
Her status is still uncertain. Ajin and Glasses Guy's son,
also unconfirmed. The rookie cop, the criminal, and the innkeeper have all been confirmed dead. Bilian has also been confirmed dead, with the key to room 1 of the inn appearing beside her.
Therefore, only 3 people remain unconfirmed. Lu Chen continued his deductions based on the case.
The wife of the guy with glasses, the cop, and Xiao Bai were confirmed dead.
And the key has also appeared. If she hadn't died,
It's highly unlikely the director would announce someone missing.
which means we can rule out Glasses Guy's wife?
Then the remaining suspects.
Are Ajin and the bespectacled man's son. Lu Chen pondered for a long time. Finally, he grasped a crucial insight.
It was also the breakthrough point in this case.
He looked at the director. Lu Chen has figured out who the killer is. I'm looking forward to it. I'm dying to know who the killer is too. The director's being too mean.
I support Lu Chen solving the case with justice.
Same here. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, the director couldn't help but laugh. Figured it out? Lu Chen nodded. It might be him, but that's just my guess. Go on. The killer is the little boy,
The son of the guy with glasses. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking,
the comments exploded. What are you talking about, Lu Chen?
a kid barely in his teens couldn't possibly be the killer who murdered everyone.
Are you kidding?
Oh, wait, it's these people with room keys nearby. Xiao Bai and the others died confronting the fake cop. The director showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. He simply asked, "What's your reason?" Lu Chen scratched his head slightly. "Well, it's like this," he said. "I've thought about it for a long time. I narrowed it down from people who might have survived these murders. First, I ruled out those who were definitely dead. That left only 3, Glasses Guy's wife, Ajin, and the little boy. Next, I ruled out the Glasses Guy's wife because the room number appeared near her when she died. I had to eliminate her this way, otherwise, I couldn't proceed with the rest of my reasoning. That leaves only Ajin and the little boy. Director, you mentioned earlier that an explosion occurred after Ajin and the boy got into the car, leaving only charred remains at the scene. That's the key line. That gives me a clue." "Oh." The director looked at Lu Chen. From the director's expression, everyone could tell Lu Chen had most likely guessed correctly, otherwise, the director wouldn't have looked like that. "No way, it really is the little boy. Director, you're utterly despicable. Deliberately setting up a young boy as the killer so no one would suspect him, giving him the time and space to commit the crime. And you deliberately set the child's age to around 10, old enough to commit the crime without arousing suspicion. How despicable. Why did you say a charred body instead of 2 charred bodies?" "That's my first point of suspicion. And another point. When the innkeeper fled, how did the little boy suddenly appear right along his escape route? Doesn't that seem odd to everyone? If we think about it logically, it's obvious that in such a situation, the child would have stayed at the inn with his mother. How could he have ended up here unless it was deliberately staged by you, the director? And it was precisely from this point that I deduced the possible truth behind Glasses Guy's wife's death. As I said earlier, the child would have stayed at the inn with his mother. So when the fake cop and Xiao Bai had everyone gather in one room, it must have been in Glasses Guy's room. Therefore, only the little boy staying with his mother had the opportunity to commit the crime." After finishing his explanation, Lu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. As if something had occurred to him. He looked at the director. "I'm a bit suspicious, director. What kind of mindset did you have when designing this case?" The audience felt the same way, but before they could voice their doubts, the director revealed the origin of the case. It turned out, this case originated from an incident recounted to the director by an old friend during a recent hospital visit. The director deliberately omitted the preamble. This case was actually a case where psychiatrists were treating a patient for multiple personality disorder. These 11 individuals represented the patient's 11 distinct personalities. And the little boy is the most primal personality deep within the patient's psyche. When the director reached this point, Lu Chen suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Director, you didn't change it, right?" "If that's the case." At Lu Chen's astonishment, the director nodded. "Yes. The treatment ultimately failed. The patient was overtaken by the most evil personality, becoming a murderer, and was ultimately shot dead by the police in the street. I never imagined the story behind it was like this. Sounds pretty tragic. If only they could have been cured. Yeah, then it wouldn't have been just one life saved." The comments streamed with regret, everyone feeling a bit melancholy over such a story. The director continued, "My old friend, one of the doctors who treated his illness, later developed severe depression. He attempted suicide multiple times and is now undergoing treatment in the hospital. This case must have happened fairly recently, right?" Lu Chen tentatively asked again. "Yeah, it happened just these past couple of months." Hearing this, everyone grew even more somber. No one could smile upon hearing such a story. No wonder the director, when recounting it, when he reached the part where Xiao Bai and the others died, he didn't even bother to hide it, he just stated outright that they were dead. It must be that Xiao Bai represented his kind-hearted side. His death in the end symbolized the failure of the treatment. The director patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't dwell on it so much. Your teammates are waiting for you. They've already wrapped up a case and returned." "Really?" Lu Chen's mood lifted considerably at the news. He hurried over to greet his teammates. But when he saw them, Lu Chen sensed something was off. Chapter 96, Hybrid Tactics, a new scam begins. Good afternoon, Lu Chen. Good afternoon. You guys seem off. What's going on? What happened? That look on your faces. Tell me about it?" Well, seeing their uneasy expressions, Lu Chen wasn't about to let them off the hook. He pressed them relentlessly. Finally, Lu Chen learned what had transpired. That morning, while Lu Chen was away, they'd gone out on a case by themselves. So why were they back now? Because they'd just been caught red-handed by the task force. Then, they were sent back. Lu Chen listened, unable to speak. He asked them about their modus operandi. Lu Chen's face nearly twisted into a grimace. "You guys? What the hell were you thinking? Not only did they attempt to pull off a heist right under the noses of the investigation team, but they even planned to swindle an elderly woman out of her money while under their watchful eyes. After their plan failed, they even tried to confront the investigation team directly. Lu Chen was completely stunned.
Whose idea was this? After a long pause, Wang Pingkai and Zhang Xiufei said, "It's ours."
Use your brain, man.
How could that possibly be?
If this were real life, you two might have already been shot by now.
Wow, I really am.
Well, we figured the investigation team hadn't accomplished much before, so we thought we could pull it off in one morning and they'd never notice.
That's why we did it. Who'd have thought they'd catch us right after we pulled the heist? Wang Ping explained. Lu Chen listened and was even more speechless. No plan whatsoever, just thinking it might work? Just gambling on luck, that's what you are. But did you ever consider that the streets are covered in surveillance? The task force could pinpoint you in no time. How could you possibly escape? No. And then you pick an old lady right outside a bank? Guys.
Lu Chen could find 1,000 faults with what they'd done, but there wasn't much he could do about it now.
Lu Chen deliberately dropped the subject.
He shifted the conversation to his newly designed case.
After hearing it, couldn't help but nod in approval. With several plot twists and the case itself being highly deceptive, it was doable. This is good. This is good. Seeing such a promising case, Wang Ping and his team instantly lit up with excitement. Wait, are these teammates actually going to be useful? We're basically carrying them, and they keep messing up.
Sigh, I wish I could be a dead weight too.
Wonder if Lu Chen will carry me next season. Give it a rest. Well, if anyone gets carried, it'll be me. Let's get back to the show. Remember back in the first episode? That casino boss connected to the counterfeit money gang? He ended up behind bars, right? But he has a younger brother, Gao Tue, a master card sharp and owner of another casino. Though not as big as his brothers, it's still quite substantial. Gao Tue has a major hobby. That is, winning people over with virtue. Even when collecting high-interest loans, he avoided tactics like splattering red paint on doors. Instead, he would invite debtors over for tea, then lend them money to challenge him at the card table. Win, and the debt was forgiven. If they lost, the debt doubled. Since they called him the Grand Cheat, it only follows that his card tricks never allowed him to lose. Naturally, those who gambled with him only ended up losing even more. Just look at this. Just the other day, a factory owner lost his entire factory to Gao Tue. Lu Chen's plan: to fleece Gao Tue down to his last pair of underwear. To achieve this goal, he must approach it from several other angles. First, Gao Tue's guard is extremely high. Trying to pull the same trick on Gao Tue that worked on Huzi brother is completely out of the question. We must resort to other methods. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to take a roundabout approach. Not too far from Gao Tue's casino, there was a company that handled personal effects. Lu Chen had our great doctor, Li Tong, join it. On his first day there, Li Tong immediately felt a sense of home within the company. Especially since the female boss happened to share the same surname as his mother Qian. Naturally, Li Tong nearly forgot why he'd come to this company in the first place. His first assignment was to handle the belongings of a deceased elderly woman. While sorting through the belongings, Li Tong discovered the red wedding gown the old lady had worn on her wedding day. To spare the old gentleman from painful memories, Boss Qian took the dress away. He promised not to sell the wedding gown lightly. Their second assignment involved handling the belongings of a deceased father. Among them were many books in poor condition. Mr. Qian told the deceased's daughter that these books were all damaged and would only fetch scrap value if sold. He suggested it would be better if he simply took them. However, Mr. Qian kept the photo albums and the father's notebooks. That boss is truly considerate. Yeah, what exactly was Li Tong doing at this company? I remember Lu Chen whispering something about it back then, but I don't know. It's weird, I can't quite put my finger on it. But then the scene shifted. We see Li Tong wearing a bitter smile. Turns out, Mr. Qian was actually a former gang member. That wedding gown and those old books weren't just junk. Especially those old books. They were all collectibles. Worth a fortune. She was just taking advantage of people not knowing any better. Not only that, Mr. Qian's two employees also came from the underworld. Back when Boss Qian was in the underworld, she learned antique appraisal from the elders in the gang. That's how she came up with this money-making scheme. She preys specifically on the dead. Give me back the tears I shed just now. That Chen boss is a real piece of work. I'm all for it, let justice prevail. How despicable. How could anyone do such a thing? Is she even human? In just a moment, Mr. Qian's reputation underwent a complete reversal. And Li Tong's plan began at this very moment. Or rather, Lu Chen and the other scheme to make a high-profile exit also started here. Within days, Mr. Qian and his crew landed their next job. However, this household was rather ordinary and they didn't make much profit. However, Mr. Qian discovered a locked drawer tucked away in a corner of their room. When the workers moved the portrait on the wall, they found a set of keys. And this set of keys just happens to be the key to the drawer. After opening the drawer, Mr. Chen discovered. Inside was a notebook. On its cover were the 4 characters Heaven and Earth Hongmen. Later, while chatting with the homeowner mentioned. This house had once been the residence of an elderly steward of the Heaven and Earth Hongmen. Though he lived a life of poverty, he managed the majority of the Heaven and Earth Hongmen's wealth. And all this wealth he had buried away. It is said. The details were recorded in some notebook, its location unknown. Mr. Chen immediately recalled the notebook in his drawer. However, since it was under the owner's supervision, she couldn't take the notebook and only managed to get a single loose sheet of paper. Chapter 97, The Scam Begins, Boss Chen Takes the Bait. That night, the sky was pitch black, with little moonlight visible. In the outskirts of Hong Kong, within a dilapidated, long-neglected old house, our boss Chen and her 2 employees had arrived at this location. Ms. Chen held a crumpled piece of paper in her hand, pointing and gesturing. After a long while, they finally unearthed what they were seeking outside the house. It was a string of gemstone necklaces. Then, they went to another location. Here, they unearthed a set of porcelain. But the production crew didn't go up to film it, instead, they shot it from a distance. However, viewers watching this scene noticed something off. Something's off. Something just doesn't feel right, this is way too easy. Didn't the owner of that house ever look for these treasures themselves? Plus, the production team was already staking out the place beforehand. The more I watch, the more it feels like a setup. How despicable. Yeah, but they weren't exactly saints to begin with, so who cares? After returning to the company, they did some quick calculations. The treasures from these 2 locations were worth roughly 100,000 yuan. And that was just 2 pages from the notebook. If they could get their hands on the entire notebook, wouldn't they make a killing? And so, Mr. Chen and his 2 accomplices began plotting how to get their hands on that notebook from the homeowner. First, asking directly. The owner would surely become suspicious. If he then forced open the drawer himself and found the notebook, their entire plan would be ruined. Therefore, they could only resort to indirect means. They needed to get the owner to sell them the desk without leaving a trace. This way, they wouldn't arouse the owner's suspicion and could still get the notebook. After discussing it, they decided to act immediately. The next day, Mr. Chen approached the homeowner and broached the subject. The homeowner seemed puzzled. What could be so special about a beat-up table that they'd make a special trip for it? He couldn't help but ask, "What do you need it for?" Mr. Chen, after all, had some street smarts and kept his cool. With a faint smile on her face, she addressed Mr. Chen. "Well, our company happens to be in need of just such a small table. I only noticed it yesterday after returning home. So here I am today to take a look. If it's suitable, I'll take it back with me." The homeowner narrowed her eyes. He looked at Boss Chen. After a long pause, the homeowner finally asked, "Are you sure? That's a century-old piece. Are you certain you want to buy it?" At this remark, a hint of surprise flashed across Mr. Chen's face. Clearly, she hadn't recognized the table as a century-old piece herself, but with the homeowner confirming it, that made things much easier. A century-old piece? Madame Chen appeared hesitant, but she was actually observing the homeowner's reaction. Only after confirming the homeowner genuinely believed it was just an old piece of furniture with no practical use did she relax. It seemed the homeowner was unaware that a notebook filled with treasure maps lay locked inside the drawer. To be on the safe side, may I ask the price first? The homeowner didn't beat around the bush. 50,000. I won't consider anything below that. I had it appraised by an expert earlier, and it's worth about that much. I won't argue over the current price. After all, it belonged to an elderly person. Consider it my gratitude for your help. The homeowner smiled, looking genuinely sincere. Mr. Chen heard this. 50,000 wasn't exactly expensive. After all, the 2 pieces of paper alone were worth 100,000. And this notebook was so thick, need I say more? Moreover, this 500,000 was actually the original price of the table itself. Thinking about it that way, it was an even better deal. It's practically getting the treasure for free. Mr. Chen kept his head down, appearing deep in thought, but inside he was overjoyed. After feigning indecision for a while, she finally said, "All right. 50,000 is fine. I'll consider it a purchase for my collection." The deal was struck swiftly. This is a plant. Exactly. I'm afraid only these 2 are genuine, the rest are fakes. Ah, greed truly blinds people. The audience couldn't help but chuckle at this point. They felt no sympathy for Mr. Chen, who had so easily taken the bait. Let's rewind the clock a bit. Indeed, it was a scam. Li Tong and the house owner had colluded beforehand, setting the trap in advance. The notebook was deliberately leaked to Mr. Chen for him to see. Out of the entire notebook, only the 2 pages Mr. Chen obtained were genuine treasure maps. The treasures described were all buried by Li Tong beforehand. The goal was to make Mr. Chen believe the entire book contained genuine treasure maps. Afterward,
The homeowner then offered a high price to purchase the table, enabling them to make a substantial profit. But this was merely one step in the plan. The truly crucial part lies in the subsequent steps. Let's shift our perspective. Now, over to Wang Ping. He and Zhang Xiaofei had posed as employees of a financial company. They made contact with Gao Tuwei. Finding Gao Tuwei? It was quite straightforward. Gao Tuwei had money. And they had insider information, so they wanted to team up with Gao Tuwei to make a killing. For this kind of thing, Gao wasn't particularly interested. But he knew the profits were substantial. Having never dabbled in finance before, Wang Ping and Zhang Xiaofei talked until their throats were parched. Gao Tuwei only reluctantly agreed to invest 200,000 yuan as a trial run. Such an amount was mere pocket change for Gao Tuwei. He had no choice. Seeing Gao Tuwei in such a state, Wang Ping and Zhang Xiaofei could only reluctantly withdraw. 3 days later, they approached Gao Tuwei with 280,000 yuan, claiming it was Gao Tuwei's principal and profits. Now they were returning it all to Gao Tuwei. Gao Tuwei stared at the 280,000 yuan before him without batting an eye. After receiving the money, he gave them 40,000 yuan as compensation and sent them on their way. This outcome surprised everyone. Wang Ping and Zhang Xiaofei were instantly stunned. What was going on? He wasn't going to reinvest this profit? Regarding this, Gao Tuwei explained that, although the profit margin was high, it also carried inherent risks. He didn't want to take that risk, preferring to stick with his casino business where things never go wrong. So this investment was merely a gamble. Even if the entire 200,000 went down the drain, it wouldn't matter. Now that he'd made a profit, he didn't want to continue. With a 40,000 yuan reward and a 50-50 split, Wang Ping and the others couldn't argue. This Gao Tuwei is so level-headed. This way, he's just taking a pure loss of 40k, right? Thankfully Li Tong's side made 30 grand. Otherwise, such a loss would be unbearable. But I still feel this isn't the final design. Lu Chen wouldn't plan such a simple scheme. I think there's a backup plan. This is just the opening gambit. Blow it out of proportion. This setup's solid multiple fronts, just one setback. No big deal. Chapter 98, High Retreat? You're a gambling god too? According to you, we've already wrapped things up. But Gao Tuwei remains highly suspicious. Instead of moving forward, we're waiting. After stepping out, Wang Ping and Zhang Xiaofei showed no signs of defeat. Instead, they delivered a straightforward report to Lu Chen. Lu Chen listened. He merely smiled. He said, "It's fine. You two can head back first. Progress on Li Tong's front is going very well. I'm confident Gao Tuwei won't be able to resist once he hears this news." As for why Gao Tuwei would know, Lu Chen left that question unanswered. Then, everything seemed to take a strange turn once more. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai arrived at a village, purchased a shop. They even began running it. If not for the hidden cameras, viewers would have thought Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai had settled down to live a quiet life. What's going on? Can someone explain this to me? No clue. They were talking about scamming Gao Tuwei, then suddenly they're running a shop in this backwater town? I don't get it. I really don't get what Lu Chen is doing here. Let's keep watching. Maybe there'll be a twist? But then, soon everyone noticed something. All the business of buying and running the shop was being handled solely by Zhao Zimai. Lu Chen came here to discuss something with Zhao Zimai, and after their conversation, he left. This only deepened their suspicions. What exactly was Lu Chen scheming? Later, Lu Chen returned to Hong Kong and headed to Gao Tuwei's casino. We all knew Gao Tuwei was a master cheat. But who is Lu Chen? He was a poker master empowered by the system. How could Gao Tuwei possibly be his match? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lu Chen actually lost. And he lost a staggering 5 million in one fell swoop. But Lu Chen didn't seem particularly disheartened. His expression remained unchanged, though he did glance at Gao Tuwei a couple more times. It seemed as though he was searching for evidence of Gao Tuwei's cheating. Gao Tuwei gave a cold chuckle. His cheating methods were so well concealed, how could Lu Chen possibly uncover them so easily? Lu Chen merely gave him a couple more glances before turning and walking away. What's going on here? Lu Chen just lost 5 million. He must have lost on purpose. I don't believe Lu Chen would go to Gao Tuwei unprepared. It doesn't make sense. I agree. There must be some hidden scheme at play here. But the audience had no clue what scheme Lu Chen was hiding. They were just here to watch the show. When Lu Chen emerged, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. After composing himself, he approached Wang Ping and the others with a smile, signaling they could proceed to the next step. This next step. What exactly was it? The audience had no idea. Meanwhile, what was the investigation team doing? They traced it back to Lu Chen's team. But for now, Lu Chen's team showed no signs of involvement. From their perspective, first off, it was Li Tong's doing.
The investigation team could only confirm that Li Tong entered a company and diligently worked there. Beyond that, the investigation team has not uncovered anything else. Next, Zhao Zimai opened a shop. What's the problem with that? As for Lu Chen, needless to say, the investigation team still hasn't found him. And certainly not what he's up to. Wang Ping and Zhang Xiufei too. It's as if they vanished into thin air. It should be clarified here that when Wang Ping and Zhang Xiufei sought out Gao Tuwei for that so-called financial investment, they were actually using their own money to cover the costs. It had nothing to do with finance whatsoever. This time, the ones targeting Lu Chen's team, including Director He and the Kabaro group from Japan. However, Director He had other cases on his plate, so he didn't focus all his attention on Lu Chen and his team. It was the Kagoro unit. They were now fixated on Lu Chen and his crew. Well, Kagoro asked. Numa Takagi wasn't just physically imposing. If he had any other skills, he wouldn't be completely useless. As for Brother Chow, he'd made some progress, but he was just, well, him. He couldn't muster much interest in Lu Chen's team. The reason was simple: Lu Chen's team was too scattered. Conducting an investigation would require too much effort, it just wasn't worth it. This frustrates Xiao Wulong. In other words, although they were keeping an eye on Lu Chen's group, his team was essentially still stuck at square one. The audience found it amusing. Seriously, what's Kagoro's team even doing here? This. Unbelievable. Are they here for laughs? They still haven't figured out what Lu Chen's team is doing. Is that really okay? Well, maybe it is okay, maybe. The audience couldn't bring themselves to make a definitive judgment watching Kagoro's team operate. It was precisely because the investigation team focused on Lu Chen's group had virtually no presence that Lu Chen's progress had been so smooth. He'd already completed all the groundwork. Now it was time for the main course. At this moment, the perspective shifted back to Boss Qian. Earlier, we mentioned that everything except those 2 pages was fake? Actually, that's not the case. Beyond those 2 pages, the rest was actually a puzzle that wasn't too difficult. Solve it, and you'd get a large treasure map. Ms. Qian and her 2 employees were currently deciphering it at the company. As for Li Tong, at this moment, having been reported, he came to this company because he participated in the program, intending to defraud Ms. Qian. This greatly displeased Ms. Qian, who promptly fired Li Tong. Wait, who reported me? Who's so inconsiderate? Unbelievable. Generally speaking, sometimes the production team communicates with the participants beforehand. Other times, they'll reach out after the show is finished. Like in this current situation, they'll approach the person after the show is done. But this kind of mid-production complaint, forcing the show to shut down completely? This is the first time we've encountered such a situation. Although Li Tong was dismissed, remote cameras were still monitoring Boss Qian and his group. This subtly hinted to viewers that the situation wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Wait, Li Tong got fired, so why are there still shots of Boss Qian and the others? Could there be more to come? Quiet upstairs, I'm thinking. I'm about to solve this mystery. You? Solve the mystery? Give me a break. Tell me, what exactly is Lu Chen planning? You know the answer, don't you? Just reveal it. Through relentless effort, Boss Qian and his team finally cracked the puzzle in the notebook at dawn, uncovering the treasure map. But the location marked on this treasure map was not in Boss Qian's possession. It was in that room they had passed through earlier. Boss, what should we do? What else could we do? Remember what we used to do? Go steal it back from him. Now that we all know about the treasure map, how could we just stand by and let him keep it? Chapter 99, The Secret of the Treasure Map. 20 tons of gold? No time to waste. Mr. Qian and his crew set out that very night and found the treasure map in the house without much trouble. Back at the company, they unfolded the treasure map. Clearly inscribed upon it was the location of 20 tons of gold, buried beneath a well in the outskirts. Mr. Qian and his 2 employees were practically glowing with excitement. At market prices, 20 tons of gold was worth roughly 80 billion yuan. This was incredibly tempting. But here's the thing. This place has already been purchased by someone. Mr. Qian and his crew had no chance of sneaking in under cover of night. Security cameras are watching. Even if they managed to dig up the gold, the owners could still call the police. Not only would they lose the money, but they'd end up in jail. Naturally, Mr. Qian wouldn't choose that path. There was another path to take. Buy the land outright. Mr. Qian doesn't know the price yet. But it certainly won't come cheap. After searching, they discovered. Although it's in the suburbs, the shop comes with a backyard and a pond, covering a large area. It'll definitely cost at least 10 million. The next day, Mr. Qian arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. A large store. There they met Zhao Zimai. Zhao Zimai held up 5 fingers. 5 million? Mr. Qian asked tentatively. Zhao Zimai looked at Mr. Qian, somewhat speechless. Auntie, what are you thinking? 5 million for a place this big? So it's 50 million then? Mr. Chen pressed on. Ante, 500 million.
After hearing this, Boss Chen tried to say something but couldn't find the words. She had calculated carefully she and her 2 employees combined could only manage 10 million.
Where on earth would she find the remaining 490 million? Taking out a bank loan was definitely out of the question. She'd been involved with the underworld before and was already blacklisted by banks, let alone getting a loan. Where else could she possibly get 20 million? There was. A confident smile spread across Boss Qian's lips. She assured Zhao Zimai, "Don't worry, girl. 500 million it is. I'll be back tomorrow to buy the shop." Zhao Zimai tilted her head. As if to say, "Do you have that much money?" Mr. Qian paid no heed. "All right. But you'd better hurry. Someone else has their eye on this plot too, and they're offering the same price. If they pay first, I'll sell it to them." After hearing this, Only grew more confident. "No problem, young lady. Tomorrow. I'll definitely bring the money tomorrow." With that, Mr. Qian hurried off with his 2 employees to raise the funds. The audience witnessed this scene. Seemed to grasp something. "I remember Lu Chen bought this land with Zhao Zimai right from the start, didn't he? How much was it again? 1 million? Right, they bought it for 1 million. And with just one flip, they made that much profit. Don't say that. If they really dug up gold, it could be 80 million, who knows? You know it's not real. This was all part of Lu Chen's scheme from the start. There's no way there's actual gold." As for Lu Chen, whether it was because he couldn't accept losing 5 million last time or something else entirely, this time, Lu Chen showed up again. This time, he brought 10 million. And this time, he joined the poker gambling game hosted by Gao Tue. But this time, Lu Chen didn't win a single hand. Instead, the guy sitting next to Lu Chen had incredible luck. He hadn't lost a single hand. We all knew that was impossible unless he was cheating. Sure enough, Gao Tue merely paid a little attention and discovered the guy was cheating, so he confiscated all his chips. Seeing this, the other 2 gamblers grew fearful and chose to leave the game. Only Lu Chen remained, seemingly defying superstition. Lu Chen and Gao Tue split the cheating gamblers' chips evenly, leaving each of them with 10 million. Lu Chen knew his luck wasn't great. So instead of playing a long game with Gao Tue, he went straight for all in. All in is an art. It's also a matter of wisdom. Gao Tue wouldn't back down, of course. Small stakes were pointless, better to settle it all in one go. Lu Chen held 3 threes, a 2, and an ace, while Gao Tue had 3 kings, a 10, and a 9. After Gao Tue revealed his cards, Lu Chen's whole cards transformed into 3 threes and a pair of 2s. Thus, Lu Chen now had 20 million. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, Gao Tue casually remarked, "Of these 20 million, 5 million came from what Lu Chen lost to him last time, 10 million was his own capital, and another 5 million belonged to the other 3 players. He hadn't lost a single penny, not a single cent." Upon hearing this, he was furious. He sat back down, ready to go all in with Gao Tue once more. The whole cards were revealed. Lu Chen had a pair of aces, a pair of kings, and a 3. But then, when Lu Chen revealed his cards, it transformed into 3 aces and a pair of kings, meaning Lu Chen had secured the highest ranking full house. Of course, Lu Chen had cheated. But then, when Gao Tue revealed his cards, Lu Chen's face darkened and he was speechless. It turned out, Gao Tue's hand was an AKQJ10 royal flush. Thus, Lu Chen lost all the money he had just won back. Not only that, someone had called the police. The police were on their way. Gao Tue had already received word from his informant and left with the money gone without a trace. But when the police finally arrived, the audience witnessed. It was Wang Ping and his crew who showed up. What? Could losing to Gao Tue have been part of the plan too? What's going on? I don't get it. Alright, let's head back and wait for updates. I'm sure we'll hear something soon. Lu Chen said to Wang Ping with a smile. We already have news. Mr. Qian has gone to meet Zhao Zimai. He offered 500 million, and just as you said, the other party didn't haggle at all. That's to be expected. Put yourself in his shoes, 500 million for 8 billion. Would you haggle? You just want to close the deal fast before he walks away. Gao Tue, who had just won some money, was resting in his villa. Mr. Qian arrived. No one could have imagined. Mr. Qian was Gao Tue's mistress. Back when they were both in the underworld, Boss Qian and Gao Tue had already hooked up. This explained why Mr. Qian had faced no repercussions when he left the underworld. After hearing Boss Qian's account, Gao Tue froze for a moment. Then he asked, "Are you sure?" Mr. Qian replied with absolute certainty, "Of course. The entire Hongmen gang's funds are in there. But that place is worth 500 million. How much?" Gao Tue nearly choked on his drink. 500 million. Look at you, it's just 500 million. 20 tons of gold. Don't you realize how much that's worth? Gao Tue narrowed his eyes. 20 tons of gold? Fine, fine, fine. 500 million it is. I'll cover it. Keep your measly money for yourself. Chapter 100. The greedy will ultimately face retribution. Even if it's a high-level resignation. Hand over 500 million.
It was nearly his entire fortune. After they struck a deal with Zhao Zimai,
they commenced the excavation work. And the countdown to solving the case. The clock officially started ticking. If the case remained unsolved by the deadline, the investigation team would be declared a failure. But the Kagoro team was still out drinking on the streets at that moment, completely unaware that the case had already been solved. It must be said, the cases they're best suited for are still infidelity cases. This kind of case isn't for them, it's for the Grim Reaper elementary school kid. Back at the hotel, Lu Chen and the others began waiting. 24 hours wasn't that long. When Kagoro's group returned completely drunk, the production crew didn't even know what to say. They could only wait until they sobered up before questioning them. "Excuse me, did you solve the case?" the staff member asked. Kagoro chuckled. "Solve the case? Has the case even happened yet?" "It hasn't happened yet, has it?" "Exactly. Miss Kondo hasn't even called to scold me, which means no case has happened." "Ugh, you guys are heartless." Chao Gu fumed. Only Brother Chao took the investigation seriously and uncovered some clues. Unfortunately, solving the case alone was nearly impossible. He didn't even know the full details of the crime. How could he possibly crack it? "So, you're saying there's no case to solve then?" the staff member pressed on. "Exactly." Kagoro muttered, twirling his mustache. "This trio from the land of the rising sun, aren't they here just for laughs? What kind of case could they possibly solve? I seriously doubt their abilities now. Give me back my Moo siblings. This trio doesn't look like detectives, they're just a bunch of drunks." Lu Chen's team, crime committed successfully, earns 5 points. Kagoro's team failed to solve the case, losing 5 points. Hearing the 5-point bonus, Lu Chen and his team couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. With such a massive sum at stake, the extra points were substantial. And it just so happened to be the Kagoro team. If another team had taken it on, it might have been solved already. After all, the method used in this case wasn't particularly airtight, there were even some fairly obvious loopholes. As long as the investigation team was willing to look into it, they could uncover the truth. And here, Lu Chen once again unveiled. Of course, the story of the second gamble. Originally, Lu Chen sat down for the second round with a clear plan in mind. Gao Tue. He was certain Lu Chen would cheat. After all, anyone who came here had to have some skills. But when he saw the cards Lu Chen revealed, Gao Tue's expression changed completely. Originally, Gao Tue had also intended to cheat. But when he glanced at his own hand, his expression turned peculiar. Only then did he coldly laugh and reveal his cards. From start to finish, Gao Tue hadn't cheated at all. A royal flush, the odds of drawing one were roughly 1 in 10 million. This had given Gao Tue a false impression. His opponent was cheating. But he still lost. His luck today was simply unbeatable. But how could such a thing be possible? He only got the royal flush because Lu Chen deliberately cheated to help him assemble it. Why? So that after Gao Tue won money, he'd become complacent and careless. When Boss Qian found him, he'd hand over the money without hesitation. But at this point, everyone finally understood Lu Chen's entire scheme. From the very beginning, he had it all planned out. Step by step, he lured Boss Qian into the trap. Then, bit by bit, he made Gao Tue feel incredibly lucky. Combined with the fake treasure scheme, he swindled over 400 million yuan in one fell swoop. By the time the third episode began, this single scheme was undoubtedly the largest. The second largest was Lu Chen's casino heist. This was utterly depressing. It's beyond words. During the break, as the third episode neared its end, Lu Chen thought he could wrap things up with something cool. Using Now You See Me to wrap up the third episode. Upon hearing Lu Chen's proposal, after hearing Lu Chen's plan, Zhao Zimai and the others looked thoughtful. After a long moment, they finally turned to Lu Chen. "Are you sure? Is that not acceptable?" "It's possible, but isn't this approach a bit questionable?" She said that, but the smile on Zhao Zimai's face gave her away. It wasn't just a bit awkward. It was pure anticipation. Best to get started right now. Give him a big one. No time to waste. After Lu Chen and his team finalized their target, they launched their operation that very night. In downtown Hong Kong, Lu Chen held a deck of cards, performing a magic trick. He rapidly shuffled the deck, inviting a woman from the crowd to randomly select a card. She then slipped it back into the deck. After confirming the woman had memorized the card's value, Lu Chen tossed the deck into the air. People followed the direction of his toss with their eyes. But she noticed the lights on the opposite building slowly forming the shape of a 7 of diamonds. The woman's astonished expression made it clear. The card she had chosen was the 7 of diamonds. However, this was merely an appetizer.
Lu Chen was next scheduled to attend a magic show sponsored by an insurance tycoon.
Holy crap! Lu Chen can do magic too! I mean, that's so cool. The audience was utterly astonished by Lu Chen's newfound skill. Standing at the center of the stage, Lu Chen wasn't thinking about magic at all. Rob a bank. In fact, Lu Chen actually said it out loud. This statement stunned every person in the audience and left the livestream viewers completely frozen in shock. Did I hear that right? He said he's going to rob a bank? Seriously? He just said that out loud? How brazen can you get?
Hey, this is practically a criminal manifesto.
I'm speechless. I bet the police are already on their way. Just wait, Lu Chen, you're in for it. The live audience, however, grew increasingly excited. Lu Chen even pulled out a paper box filled with bank names. He told the crowd to draw lots whichever bank they picked, that's the one he'd rob. The atmosphere instantly became electric. Regarding Lu Chen's words, countless people assumed it was just an opening gimmick. Just something to liven up the crowd. But who knew? It was actually true. However, the audience member who was finally selected was a romantic soul. The bank he frequented was Hong Kong Credit Bank. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and the others were on the other side of Hong Kong, a world apart. It was simply impossible to accomplish. Regarding this point, Lu Chen merely smiled faintly. He invited the audience member onto the stage. Lu Chen asked with a smile, "Are you eager to see the Hong Kong Credit Bank get robbed?" "Of course." The audience burst into laughter. "All right. A promise is a promise. Let's get ready to begin." Chapter 101, Where have I seen this technique before? First, the audience member was fitted with a helmet equipped with audio and video capabilities. Immediately afterward, a teleportation device materialized at the center of the stage. Upon activation, the audience member was instantly transported into a vault. Through the camera on his helmet, the audience could clearly see at least 3 million yuan laid out before him. Lu Chen instructed him to place the autographed playing cards and tonight's performance tickets in the center of the money. The moment to witness the miracle was approaching. The audience member pressed a button on the helmet. The ventilation system on the rooftop activated. In less than a minute, 3 million yuan was completely sucked into the ventilation ducts. Now, it was precisely 8 p.m. in Hong Kong. Upon witnessing this scene, after communicating with the program team, Hong Kong Credit Bank dispatched staff to the vault. When they opened it, the entire vault was already completely empty. Left on the shelves were only a signed playing card and a concert ticket. Just as the audience was wondering where all the money had gone, a torrent of cash suddenly poured down from the ventilation ducts above the auditorium. Amidst the cheers, the performance came to an end. The audience was stunned. Holy crap! What is this? Magic? It must be magic. I must be seeing things. This is definitely magic, but the more I look at it, the less like magic it seems more like sorcery? Magic? Is there such a thing as magic in this world? Cut it out, upstairs. However, while Lu Chen was performing his magic tricks, he also caught the attention of the crime-solving team. Regardless of how Lu Chen and his group managed it, Hong Kong Credit Bank had indeed lost 3 million yuan. Although the money appeared at the performance venue, staff had managed to recover most of it after tallying the accounts. The investigation team still had Lu Chen in their sights. But since Lu Chen hadn't actually committed a crime, it was merely a performance. They could only investigate and not make an arrest. Otherwise, it would violate the program's rules. While the investigation team couldn't approach Lu Chen directly, they could question the lucky audience member. After all, it was he who revealed the name of the robbed bank. So was there a possibility he was an accomplice of Lu Chen and his crew? However, after investigation, the task force discovered this lucky audience member couldn't provide any valuable information. He remained convinced that Lu Chen and his group had performed a genuine magic trick and that he had indeed been teleported to the Hong Kong Credit Bank. This made Chief He of the investigation team want to call him an idiot. But before the words had even left his mouth, the audience member stood on the table with a vacant stare, striking a pose as if playing the violin. It turned out, from the very beginning, this audience member had been hypnotized. And the word idiot was the trigger phrase. Even if he woke up, he wouldn't remember a thing. There was nothing to be done. Director He could only shift his gaze back to Lu Chen and his group. Although Lu Chen and his group hadn't directly robbed the bank, the money inside had indeed vanished and reappeared at the performance venue. Moreover, the audience member's signature and performance ticket had appeared inside the bank vault. This incident, it could be said, they were undeniably involved. But this again raises the question: Lu Chen and his group haven't done anything yet. Unless the investigation team could pinpoint how Lu Chen and his group transferred the money from Hong Kong Credit Bank to the performance venue. Just as Director He and his team were at a loss, unable to find a solution, an elderly magician approached Director He and his team. Having once exposed the secrets behind many magicians' illusions, he now saw through Lu Chen's trick. He led Director He and his team to the stage where Lu Chen and his group were performing. The core of magic lies in misleading the audience. The veteran magician addressed Director He and his team.
Director He narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the old magician, waiting for his next words. From the very beginning, don't believe they robbed the bank.
If you don't believe me, stand on this shuttle.
The old magician gestured invitingly, motioning Director He to step aboard. Though skeptical, Director He stepped onto the shuttle.
As the machine activated, he was instantly transported into the vault.
Director He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him.
Had he truly traveled through time? How was this possible? Director He traveled through time too? Is this real magic? The audience was stunned. But then, footsteps echoed.
Director He turned his head to see the vault doors swing open.
Several figures entered from outside.
Upon closer look, they recognized the old magician and members of Director He's team. Leaning against the wall, the old magician began explaining Lu Chen's technique.
In truth,
this was a technique Lu Chen had used before. They had meticulously replicated the Hong Kong Credit Bank vault down to the last detail.
Combined with their masterful acting, it had convinced everyone they had genuinely teleported people into the vault.
Director He couldn't understand. The audience members were randomly selected.
How did Lu Chen and his team specify the audience? And how could they guarantee they would choose Hong Kong Credit Bank? Regarding this point, the veteran magician explained he wasn't randomly selected at all. He was targeted by Lu Chen and his team before the show even began. Moreover, the so-called random selection on stage, even involving the audience, was all fake. With their skills, swapping out the number cards was a piece of cake. As for targeting this specific bank, that was even simpler. All they needed to do was steal his credit card to find out which bank he frequented and obtain his signature. Hearing the old magician's explanation,
Commissioner He seemed to grasp the pattern. So they had already robbed Hong Kong Credit Bank beforehand. The signature and playing cards found in the vault were planted by them long ago.
But the question is, how did they gain access to Hong Kong Credit Bank? And how did they transfer the 3 million yuan out? Regarding this question,
the old magician replied, actually, that money was never deposited into the Hong Kong Credit Bank in the first place.
They never stole it out either. What?
Director He was utterly bewildered. This was no simple matter.
First, we must understand that bank escorts are always heavily armed.
For Lu Chen and his crew to infiltrate the armored truck would be extremely difficult. The only method Director He could conceive of at the moment was for Lu Chen and his crew to hide beneath the shelves holding 3 million yuan. This was possible. However, doing so, they would be unable to pass through the body scanners.
Biometric detection would be triggered. This wasn't their production crew's setup, it was the real bank security system. That's why Director He couldn't figure it out. Chapter 102, Under the Watchful Eyes of All, Transferring 140 million.
The veteran magician smiled faintly and explained to Director He, the solution is actually quite simple, they chose the nighttime.
This way, the security guard's alertness would be compromised.
All they needed to do was use remote tranquilizer darts to incapacitate them, then intercept the vehicle. Then they could take all the genuine currency. Afterward, they placed counterfeit bills made from flash paper into the vehicle. This foil paper has a peculiar property: when subjected to extreme pressure, it self-ignites without leaving ashes, instead emitting a pungent odor.
That's how they completed the switch without anyone noticing.
When the guards woke up, they'd only feel like they'd dozed off for a moment, then delivered the counterfeit bills made from flash paper into the vault. Once inside, when the vault doors closed and immense pressure built up, the flash paper bills ignited spontaneously. That's why no evidence was found at the scene. His reasoning was flawless.
But ultimately, this was merely the old magician's conjecture, it couldn't serve as evidence to arrest anyone.
Director He had no choice but to keep surveillance on Lu Chen and his team. If they struck again, he would ensure they were caught red-handed.
2 days later, Lu Chen and his crew announced a second performance at another venue in Hong Kong.
To catch Lu Chen and his crew red-handed, Director He and his team had already arranged for undercover surveillance. They also stationed personnel at the performance venue. If Lu Chen and his crew attempted theft, they would be apprehended immediately. This performance was once again packed to capacity.
Director He's expression was stern.
He would be alerted at the slightest disturbance.
Before the performance began, Lu Chen treated the audience to a few appetizing tricks,
such as sharpening a pencil with a playing card, producing a dove from his bare hands, and so on.
Finally, Lu Chen invited audience members to stage a mini soccer match.
This undoubtedly pushed the atmosphere to a new peak.
The live stream viewers were completely captivated.
They even forgot what Lu Chen and his team had originally set out to do.
Wow, that magic. If I could learn that, I could totally show off someday. Holy crap, it's the water to ice trick. That's a super difficult magic trick. When are you going to perform the divine rope? The divine rope is lost to history, you won't see it even if you want to. After finishing the warm-up act, Lu Chen began his performance for the day. First,
he asked the audience to write down their bank card balances on pieces of paper. Next, he invited the show's investor, Mike, onto the stage. He then produced a massive envelope. It contained a whopping $140 million.
This was the balance in investor Mike's bank account. Mike couldn't help but smile. He was naturally aware of this program. He was willing to cooperate with Lu Chen and his team. He also wanted to see what Lu Chen and his crew would do next. Then, Lu Chen addressed Mike. "Mr. Mike, I'm afraid I'll have to clear out your bank account balance." Mike visibly froze, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen just smiled. He addressed the audience. "Now, it's time to witness the magic." As Lu Chen finished speaking, the numbers on the giant envelope began to steadily decrease. First, it decreased by $70,000. Then 200,000, 300,000. Seeing this, Director He could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Arrest him." It was precisely this command that sent the performers rushing forward, pinning Director He to the ground. Then, Lu Chen departed the scene along the pre-arranged route. Director He and his team proceeded to investigate. They soon discovered that all the money in Mike's bank card had vanished. However, Mike didn't seem overly concerned. He looked at Director He with genuine puzzlement and asked, "How did they manage that?" This question was, of course, Lu Chen's doing. But Director He had no idea. Our old magician stepped forward. But he told Mike, "Now isn't the time. They'll strike again for sure. That will be the moment to expose them." Regarding this, though puzzled, Mike could only keep his doubts to himself for now. Damn, how did they pull that off? Can someone explain how they managed to transfer all the money from Mike's bank card? I just don't get it. Magic? Is that even possible? The audience was baffled. They couldn't fathom how Lu Chen had pulled this off. But Lu Chen and his crew definitely had more moves up their sleeves, that much was certain. After some investigation, Director He and his team quickly located Lu Chen's hideout, not a particularly difficult task. But just as Director He and his team arrived downstairs, Lu Chen said to Li Tong from inside the room, "Don't destroy that document. Leave it for them." Staring at the document in his hands, Li Tong froze. He couldn't fathom why Lu Chen would leave the document behind. Wasn't this essentially telling Director He and his team exactly where to go and what to do next? In response, Lu Chen explained with a smile, "We need Director He's assistance. Otherwise, we'll never obtain what we seek." Though he didn't fully grasp Lu Chen's reasoning. Though he didn't understand, Li Tong still followed Lu Chen's instructions and left the document behind. By the time Director He arrived, everything had already been burned to ashes. With great difficulty, he managed to salvage the one copy Lu Chen had specifically left for him. It detailed Lu Chen's subsequent plan. This was also Lu Chen's final plan. He intended to steal all the assets of a wealthy businessman. A full $10 billion. It was an astronomical sum. If Lu Chen succeeded, it would spell disaster. With that thought in mind, Director He immediately sought out the wealthy businessman. Upon hearing Lu Chen's plan, the tycoon couldn't help but laugh. He had already communicated with the production team. He knew Lu Chen's final plan involved him. However, after reviewing the entire proposal, the businessman couldn't help but feel curious. Is one armored truck really enough? He voiced his doubt. Director He was immediately speechless. At such a critical juncture, the tycoon actually had the nerve to make such a joke. He hadn't anticipated it at all. It was precisely this joke that cost him the only chance to apprehend Lu Chen. And while Director He and the tycoon were talking, Lu Chen announced they would be staging a new performance in Queens. And Queens was precisely where the tycoon's vault was located. Time was running out. Director He rushed to the tycoon's vault with his team, only to find it completely empty. Just as they were about to question the guards, they saw the guard strike a pose as if preparing to play the violin. Director He instantly understood. The guard had been hypnotized. Under hypnosis, he had arranged for the US dollars to be smuggled out. Chapter 103, Completely Duke never expected this. But there was still time. Director He quickly led his team to intercept the armored truck. Seeing the intact armored vehicle and the undamaged safe inside, Director He breathed a sigh of relief. But then it occurred to him. If they impounded the armored truck, Lu Chen and his crew would definitely cancel tonight's performance once they found out. In that case, it would become even more difficult to apprehend Lu Chen and his crew. After weighing the options, Director He decided to play the long game. He would play along with their plan, allowing the armored truck to proceed to its destination while leading his team to follow closely behind. The moment Lu Chen and his crew showed themselves, they would move in to make the arrest. And so it was. The task force lay in wait, concealed in the shadows, biding their time for Lu Chen and his crew to surface. This time, it was an open-air performance. Lu Chen and his crew were nowhere to be seen. And the old magician from earlier had vanished as well. Commissioner, he sensed something was amiss. He ordered the safe inside the armored truck opened. However, what no one could have anticipated was that the massive safe contained not cash, but was instead packed full of balloons. The moment Director He and his team opened it, a loud pop echoed through the space. This time, director he was stunned. If there was no money in the armored truck? Then where had the $1 billion gone?
Director he shifted his gaze back to the performance venue. As long as they captured Lu Chen now, it wouldn't be too late.
Soon, Lu Chen's figure appeared on the rooftop with the best vantage point. Director he was about to order the arrest.
But then he saw Lu Chen smiling at everyone and saying, "This is my farewell performance.
I hope you all enjoy it." Then, amidst the stunned gasps of countless onlookers, Lu Chen leaped into the air. He plunged off the rooftop. Ah! Has Lu Chen lost his mind? Has he lost his mind?
It's just a show, no need to push yourself this hard.
However, the truth was,
moments after Lu Chen jumped, his body transformed into scattered bills. When director he and his team picked up one of the bills, he realized it wasn't a banknote at all, but a large portrait printed with the show's logo. This left director he both exasperated and amused.
Lu Chen had to pull this stunt at the very end. He took a deep breath. Director he knew. He hadn't been able to catch Lu Chen here. Then catching him later would be impossible. Therefore, director he waved his hand, signaling the team could return to the production crew.
They would wait for Lu Chen to reveal his final technique. He accepted his defeat with remarkable composure.
There was nothing to be done. After all, it was just a show. Following the camera, we arrived at the hotel. Lu Chen and the others had been waiting here for quite some time. Director he finally returned. Seeing Lu Chen, director he sighed and said, "You win." Lu Chen smiled. Thank you. Is director he giving up already?
I thought he'd try harder. I didn't expect him to give up so easily. Looks like he knows he has no chance of catching Lu Chen within 24 hours.
Exactly. But did Lu Chen head straight back to the hotel because he guessed director he would give up? That's a bit terrifying. I'm looking forward to the final reveal. How exactly did Lu Chen and his team pull off these 3 thefts? I'm really curious. Me too. You can explain now.
Commissioner he settled into a comfortable position on the sofa, waiting for Lu Chen to reveal the truth.
Lu Chen smiled. All right. The first case doesn't need me to explain, right? I already had someone tell you all about it. No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than director he immediately cut in. What? That was your man? That's right. Lu Chen chuckled. If I hadn't brought this gentleman over, how else would you have believed it?
The entire method is actually based on my previous crime, how I transferred 3 million yuan from Hong Kong Credit Bank. I've already explained it clearly through the old gentleman's words. What I want to discuss is the method behind the second case. You must all be wondering how I managed to quietly transfer Mr. Mac's 140 million yuan, right? Of course they are. Both the audience present and those watching were utterly intrigued. How did Lu Chen manage it? How he transferred all that money out of the bank? Simple. All I had to do was make arrangements with Mr. Mac and get him to cooperate with my performance, right? Lu Chen said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Everyone had been expecting some elaborate trick, but when it turned out to be such a simple solution, they couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Director think about it.
After 140 million vanished, our Mr. Mike showed no sign of panic.
That defies logic.
Even if it was a show, there's only one possibility: he transferred the money from one bank card to another.
Director he was speechless. No one could have imagined that this would be the outcome. That Lu Chen would resort to such a method. What about the third case? How did you manage to steal $10 billion? I didn't steal it. Lu Chen never failed to shock with his words.
Our director he was thunderstruck, his face ashen.
What? Say that again. You didn't steal it?
Well, when I got to the vault, the money just ran away on its own.
You didn't steal it. Lu Chen smiled as he explained, if you say I stole it, then yes, I did.
If you say I didn't, then no, I didn't. Truth is, I just installed a one-way mirror to separate the vault. You were too flustered to inspect it properly, otherwise you'd have noticed the interior space was far smaller than it appeared from the outside.
After you left, we could have transferred the money out immediately.
But the amount was simply too large, so we discussed the matter with the vault's owner, that prominent merchant.
Director he took a deep breath.
He never imagined it would be such a simple solution.
Not a single bit of high-tech involved?
Director he pressed skeptically.
Lu Chen tilted his head. Instead, he asked back with a puzzled look, well, I'm curious, what exactly counts as high-tech? The part where it suddenly turned into money at the end? That's not high-tech either. It's just 3D projection, then scattering money out the window from downstairs. Is that really that difficult? Or the first case?
But you've seen that technique before, Director he.
I've used it before.
Director he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down before Lu Chen drove him to his grave.
Ha, looks like director he can't hold back from a real-life showdown. I agree. Lu Chen is infuriating.
This case completely fooled our director he. If it were me, I'd want to give him a good thrashing too.
These three cases are actually connected. They exploited Director He's psychology to pull off the crimes. You could say without Director He, Lu Chen couldn't have succeeded. Unbelievable. Chapter 104, Confirmed Deceiving the Middle Eastern Brothers? After wrapping up this case, Lu Chen approached our director to discuss this episode's theme. You mean fraud? Your understanding isn't entirely wrong. Deceiving the task force counts as deception too. While the director didn't fully agree with Lu Chen's take, he didn't outright oppose it either. As mentioned earlier, starting from the third episode, the themes were restricted to avoid the uncontrollable chaos of the first episode and prevent the confusion between the investigative and criminal teams seen in the second episode. Besides that, choosing fraud. Another reason was that while fraud as a theme might be relatively straightforward for ordinary minor cases, none of the cases Lu Chen had concocted so far were simple. This left the director at a loss for words. After receiving the director's affirmative response, Lu Chen pressed further. Then for my final case, can I have creative freedom? With the third episode nearing its end, Lu Chen sought out the director, wanting to pull off something big. The director narrowed his eyes. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he asked, "First, tell me how you designed your last case." Lu Chen smiled as he described the concept to the director. After listening, the director's expression turned peculiar. After a long moment, he looked at Lu Chen and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure you can pull this off?" Lu Chen smiled. "What? Is it not feasible?" The director frowned slightly. "It's possible, I suppose. But I doubt you'll be able to pull it off." "What case?" The director didn't elaborate, and Lu Chen held back for now. The audience grew intensely curious. "What kind of case is it? Just tell us already. What big move is Lu Chen planning now? Something just doesn't feel right." "Me too. He wouldn't actually go straight and do a proper scam, would he? That's not like him." "Probably not. Deceiving the task force is his specialty. Would he really change?" Lu Chen returned to the hotel. Under the surveillance cameras, he sat quietly playing with his phone, occasionally letting out a laugh. This puzzled everyone. Wasn't he supposed to pull off something big? Why did Lu Chen retreat to his hotel room and go into hiding? Little did they know. Earlier, Lu Chen had told the director that this scam might involve something big, and he was considering whether the director could handle it. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Chen finally returned to the hotel and officially began his earth-shattering con. First, he bypassed the Great Firewall to access Facebook and logged into the account the production team had prepared for him. He introduced himself as a weapons expert from China. To make it more convincing, he found a large number of weapons images online, pasted them onto his profile page, and then wrote detailed descriptions for each weapon. To make it seem even more authentic, he meticulously labeled every technical specification for each weapon. Even if an expert came, they'd have to admit these specs were accurate and authentic. Afterward, Lu Chen labeled this account as a self-operated arms store in Hong Kong. The live stream audience witnessed this moment. Were stunned. What the hell is going on here? I'm getting more and more confused. This move isn't exactly difficult, but it feels so off. Military-grade self-operated store. I recognize every word, but put together, it just feels creepy. Then, Lu Chen began his presentation. For just a few $100, you could push your account information to any desired account. Of course, Lu Chen pushed his account information to the Desert Camels. Holy crap, he's playing with fire. He can't be trying to negotiate a partnership with the camels, can he? Is he really going that far? Everyone, don't forget this season has a theme: scams, folks. Could it work? What if it does? If it works, he'd be unstoppable. The livestream audience was stunned by Lu Chen's actions. The production team, they'd been briefed beforehand, so while they were a bit surprised now, it was still within acceptable limits. Others might not know, but Lu Chen was all too aware. Such an event had actually happened on Blue Star before. As Lu Chen's livestream went out, some desert camels began noticing Lu Chen's account. But they didn't immediately reach out to Lu Chen. Instead, they entered his profile page. They began browsing the weapons Lu Chen displayed. They looked for a long time, as if they were selecting the weapons they desired. Only then did they stop. By evening, while Lu Chen was leisurely enjoying his dinner at the hotel, his phone lit up. He picked it up to see someone, unable to bear the loneliness, had come to tease him. The sender's IP address originated from the Red Sea. He simply sent Lu Chen a casual greeting. But Lu Chen didn't respond right away. Instead, after a long while, he sent a simple greeting back. Seeing Lu Chen's reply, the other person responded immediately. "Hey, buddy, are you selling the stuff on your homepage?" The audience was stunned. Could Camel really be that easy to hook? No way, did I see that right? Camel actually took the bait? Impossible. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Logically speaking, the camel shouldn't be this gullible. Don't ask. The answer is Lu Chen's disguise is just too perfect. Lu Chen leisurely ate his food, taking his time before finally replying. My friend, how much do you need? Camel was in a hurry.
I need 500 Type 62 assault rifles.
Price is negotiable, my friend. Ha? Did I see that right? The Camel's asking for the goods outright? What's going on here? Doesn't Camel even verify Lu Chen's identity?
The audience was naturally puzzled.
Lu Chen, however, chuckled inwardly. Camels who get so impatient after just 2 rounds? Needless to say, they're definitely not good people. To them, a few hundred guns aren't worth much. Even if Lu Chen got scammed, it wouldn't matter. They weren't Lu Chen's real targets anyway. Just petty skirmishes. The price of a few hundred guns? It was embarrassing to even mention. Too little, my friend. Lu Chen replied. After a long pause,
the other party finally lit up and answered, it's already quite a lot, my friend.
This is all we can manage. Lu Chen pursed his lips.
He answered bluntly, no deal, my friend.
It's too little. After that, no matter how many messages that account sent Lu Chen, he pretended not to see them. The audience was thoroughly confused. Wait, isn't Lu Chen passing up money for 500 guns? That's way too greedy. He's asking for trouble. Friend, are you still there? My friend. The account kept sending messages to Lu Chen. But Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't seen it, completely ignoring the other party.
Finally, the other party stopped messaging.
Lu Chen was about to go to sleep when he glanced at the account once more. He noticed
several accounts had visited his profile multiple times without reaching out. Clearly, they were tempted.
Chapter 105, Camel, wake up, your money's been scammed. Lu Chen slept soundly. Early the next morning,
he opened his phone and saw a pile of comments under his account.
He browsed through them while eating breakfast.
When he came across a message from the Mesopotamian region, Lu Chen finally read it carefully.
Now then. In the Mesopotamian region, there were these 2 camels.
Due to differing beliefs, they had always harbored deep animosity toward each other.
But one day, a family feud erupted within one of the camel families. So then, the other camel family seized the opportunity to attack them.
These 2 camel clans fought the most technologically primitive war imaginable, using weapons that were nearly the most advanced in the world at the time.
In the end, Camel Pahlavi was beaten to a pulp. The bearded lion took control of Persia. The once balanced standoff between 2 camels transformed into a confrontation between 1 camel and 1 lion.
As the saying goes, a merchant who can't sell combs to monks is no merchant at all. As the lion and camel faced off, our Lu Chen began sending them scorching greetings. He changed his homepage once more, changing it to the Free Democracy Weapons Expo. This was a satirical jab at how the United States had once used that very slogan to aggressively peddle arms.
At that moment, both camel and lion tracked Lu Chen down. They both began asking Lu Chen how many weapons he had. I've seen them 5 sets of wheeled vehicles, Camel Pahlavi stated. Lu Chen smiled and replied, my friend, you know your stuff. Naturally. As for the price, rest assured, my friend, I'll give you the fairest price possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, the lion also began questioning Lu Chen. It's definitely top-notch stuff. That thing that fires with just a dry cell battery? I want to get more of it. No problem, my friend. Want to join our membership program? We offer special discounts. Lu Chen juggled conversations with both parties. The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? What the heck is this? Pulling a fast one on both sides to make a profit, huh? This kind of maneuver, I've never seen it before. However, Camel didn't place an order right away. Instead, he pressed on, my friend, I still need to see the goods. At that moment, the audience burst into laughter. See the goods? Where would Lu Chen get goods for you to see? Now he's shown his hand, hasn't he? Let's see how you spin this now. You've made such a big deal out of nothing, treating everyone like little kids. If this actually works out, I'll just have to say Lu Chen is impressive, okay? Lu Chen, however, just laughed, showing not a trace of panic. He arrived at the expo. He downloaded the videos inside. After editing, it became his own. My friend, what kind of goods are you looking for? Lu Chen inquired. Camel thought for a moment and said, I'd like to see the genuine 5 wheels, and besides that, I'd like to check out the 76 cannon. Certainly, my friend. Lu Chen promptly sent the video over. After watching it, Camel. He remained silent for a long time, not speaking to Lu Chen again. Then, it was the lion's turn. I want to see the goods. No problem, my friend. Lu Chen wouldn't refuse the same request. The goods he wanted to see weren't much different from what the camel had requested. Just like with the camel, after inspecting the goods, the lion remained silent for a long while, seemingly out to confer with others. Lu Chen understood perfectly well. These people. They were undoubtedly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, they would come back to him, because these goods were simply too good for them to refuse. Sure enough. After a long while, Camel spoke first. Friend, I wonder when we might discuss the deal.
I'm thoroughly satisfied with all these goods. If possible, I'd like to take a little of each. Lu Chen burst out laughing. Quite the appetite, wanting a little of everything. Really? He said that, but... Lu Chen replied, my friend, if you're looking for custom work, it might take some time. Some items simply can't be produced immediately. I understand. Good things come to those who wait, I know that. Friend, your goods are top-notch. Even if they ship late, it's no problem. As long as they arrive, we'll pay you. After a long pause, Lu Chen finally replied, friend, are you from the White Elephant Kingdom? Cash on delivery? Do you really think I'd agree to that? Payment must be made first, then shipment. But my friend, what if I pay and you don't ship? After all these years in business, do you really think I'd risk it over such a small amount? Naturally, a deposit is required, with the balance settled upon delivery. However, I insist on at least half as a deposit, otherwise, I won't feel secure. Lu Chen showed no sign of backing down, his stance growing even more resolute. Seeing Lu Chen's stance, Camel remained silent for a moment. After a long pause, he finally said, I need to consult before answering. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, the Lion, however, was much more straightforward. Friend, when can you ship the goods? I've already decided what I need. Lu Chen responded to the Lion in kind. Friend, I'll ship the goods the moment you make the payment. Friend, this isn't quite right. That's not how we do business. The Lion was a bit displeased. But Lu Chen couldn't care less about your mood. Lu Chen replied coldly, friend, are you from the White Elephant Kingdom? Do I have to abide by your rules? If you find that unacceptable, then there's no need to continue this discussion, my friend. Lu Chen's tone was uncompromising. The Lion, hearing Lu Chen's tone, was speechless for a long moment. The audience watched this unfold, almost at a loss for words. Wait, is this even allowed? Lion, Camel, snap out of it. Lu Chen is tricking you. Snap out of it, snap out of it. Don't fall for this. Use your brains. The livestream chat instantly lit up with excitement. This was all a bit strange. How easily Lu Chen had hooked up with the folks from the Two Rivers region, and not only that, they distrusted him so readily. What more could be said? One willing to strike, the other willing to take it. But it also revealed something else. Those camels from the Mesopotamian region. When it comes to weapons, you absolutely mustn't give them such things. Otherwise, someone's bound to get hurt. After a long while, the Lion replied, my friend, I trust you've seen the list of what I require. Let's discuss the price. Lu Chen glanced at it. Land, sea, and air, not a single one was left out. The other party was truly asking for the moon. What kind of attack were they planning? So many items. Certainly. My friend. Since you're willing to continue negotiations, I assume you've accepted my terms. Regarding pricing, I'll naturally offer you the best possible discount. Here's our discount schedule, you can use it to compile your list. Chapter 106, Terrorist Organization as Plaintiff, can you believe it? Lu Chen presented. It was a discount sheet he had created himself, listing various combinations. For instance, a tank and rifle combo purchase quantities and corresponding discounts. Or, how many Type 56 assault rifles get you a free grenade? And so on. The entire screen was filled with such promotions. Upon seeing this discount chart, Lion immediately had a new idea. My friend, may I review the discount list first before deciding how to make my purchase? Of course. Lu Chen agreed readily. The other party fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, the camel approached Lu Chen. My friend, after our discussion, we hope the transaction can proceed. We also hope you won't be upset by our deliberation. Not at all, my friend. Would you like to join our membership? Here are our membership fees, and these are the prices after joining. Lu Chen produced a membership form from somewhere. Upon seeing the membership brochure, he too fell silent. After all, who wouldn't want to save money? But how could such a thing be possible? Whether it's membership forms or discount charts, they were all just tactics to lure people in. Believing them was the real problem, okay? Damn, pulling this stunt? Even the camel and lion fell silent. Who could resist such a huge discount? The fact that they're still considering continuing negotiations with Lu Chen after thinking it over means they've already taken the bait. And now, after this barrage of tactics, who could possibly hold out? I don't believe they can. Indeed. Not long after, Camel and Lion both sought out Lu Chen. The camel even learned that Lu Chen and the lion were about to strike a deal. In response, the camel said, my friend, I can offer you extra money. I hope you won't make a deal with the lion. In response, Lu Chen merely smiled and replied, friend, a deal is a deal. The transaction between us absolutely cannot interfere with my business with others. Otherwise, how could I conduct business in the future? The camel fell silent. After a long while, he finally said, all right, let's proceed with our deal. Camel said no more. Seeing Lu Chen's refusal, he dropped the matter and proceeded with their transaction.
After the deposit was paid, the camel waited for Lu Chen to ship the goods. When the $30 million transferred appeared, the audience erupted. Holy! He actually pulled off a deal with a terrorist organization? I'm blown away. Just the deposit alone is $30 million. Can't even imagine the destruction if the deal goes through. These weapons absolutely cannot be delivered. Dude, you're overthinking it. Lu Chen doesn't have any weapons to ship. This is a scam, right? Ha ha ha, true. I got so caught up I almost forgot. Then, Lion selected the weapons he wanted and submitted the order to Lu Chen. Though not as much as camels, it still amounted to a $18 million deposit. After the payment came through, the first thing Lu Chen did was to deactivate his account. Then he flopped onto the couch, stretching his old back as if bored. Ah, my Middle Eastern buddy, thanks a lot. After that, Lu Chen found the director. Director, I did what we discussed earlier. How should we proceed with this matter? Lu Chen walked in and said triumphantly to the director. The director looked at him with disbelief. No way. How could they possibly? A long pause. The director seemed at a loss for words, unable to find the right adjectives to describe what had just happened. Lu Chen heard this. He smiled and said, they wouldn't bother verifying whether this account is real or fake. They'd only judge me based on my profile and account. But their cyber capabilities, to put it bluntly, are nowhere near capable of hacking into our China. That's precisely why I dared to proceed this way. Then, just as I told you, they desperately needed weapons. So after failing to identify it last night, they came looking for me today. What happened next is what you witnessed. The director still found it hard to believe. You know what? Seeing the director's strange expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Not a single investigative team noticed anything about this case. Ah, so even after Lu Chen completed the crime, not a single investigative team knew he was the culprit? Doesn't that mean all the investigation teams will lose points? Yeah, none of them managed to keep tabs on him. We're all screwed now. Lu Chen's team scores big points. Unlike the audience's heated discussions, the director ultimately wanted to know one final question. What do you plan to do with this money? Even if Lu Chen wanted to pocket it himself, there wouldn't be any issues. After all, this was broadcast live within the show's rules, and at most, Lu Chen would need to pay personal taxes. But regarding this question, Lu Chen had already thought it through. He addressed the director earnestly. I will donate it to children in mountainous areas to support their education. Keeping this money myself feels a bit hard to stomach. Very well. The director smiled. Lu Chen's direct donation was an act that not only left audiences finding no fault, but even earned some admiration. If it were me, tens of millions of dollars just donating it like that? I couldn't do it. I have to admit, Lu Chen, you really are a good person. May this money given to the children in the mountainous regions help change their futures. May our China grow ever brighter. At this moment, no one tried to be clever, they simply offered their heartfelt wishes. But then again, Lu Chen never holds back. Soon, both Camel and Lion discovered the truth. They issued warnings. If certain weapon shops or weapon expos failed to deliver goods, they would send assassins to eliminate them. As for such threats, Lu Chen didn't even bother to acknowledge them. From start to finish, he never revealed a single real IP address. Moreover, the terrorist organization had launched a direct assault into China. They kept coming back, undeterred. Think about last time. What fate befell them then? Upon seeing Lu Chen, they completely ignored him. Camel and Lion grew furious. As a terrorist organization, they actually went to the international court to file charges against Lu Chen. This was unprecedented. It was the first time anyone had heard of a terrorist organization going to the international court to accuse someone of swindling their money. Unbelievable. Now, the whole world knows they've been swindled. They've been humiliated beyond belief. And what's even more outrageous is that the international court actually accepted the terrorist organization's complaint. In other words, a terrorist organization became the plaintiff and Lu Chen became the defendant? If word got out about this, no one would believe it. Yet it happened. Ha ha ha, a terrorist organization suing at the international court? It's ridiculous no matter how you look at it. I love reading news like this. All I can say is, live long enough and you'll see everything under the sun. Chapter 107, Season 4 kicks off with a limited-time murder challenge. As the case concluded, discussions increasingly centered on whether Lu Chen's scheme constituted outright fraud or a brilliant marketing stunt. After all, profiting off terrorist organizations is exceedingly rare. However, what happened next wouldn't be broadcast live. The follow-up handling of the matter would no longer involve the show's production team. It would fall under the jurisdiction of law enforcement and diplomatic authorities. After Lu Chen concluded this international fraud case, the third episode officially came to an end. But unlike previous episodes, almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the third episode, the fourth episode commenced.
As the director had stated, the accounts for both the third and fourth episodes would be settled together upon the conclusion of the fourth. The third season's limited theme kept the show largely on track, leaving director Xie thoroughly satisfied. Therefore, the fourth season also started with a theme restriction. However, this episode's theme was set as fixed murder. Everyone found it somewhat perplexing upon hearing this. But after hearing the director's explanation, everyone understood. The director deliberately toned down the severity of the case. In the fourth episode, there was only one victim. This is what's known as a fixed murder. Since the third and fourth episodes were back-to-back with no break in between, no teams were eliminated in the fourth episode. The team members remained unchanged. Lu Chen and the others had just finished resting. They gathered at the hotel to discuss the case design for the new episode. Since it's a fixed murder, only one person can be killed. Therefore, innovation must come from the method itself. Lu Chen remained silent throughout. He kept his head down, checking his system panel. After completing the international fraud scheme, Lu Chen earned 9 lottery chances. Besides acquiring crafting skills, he also drew a rather good map. Conan. Lu Chen smiled. Within the Conan map lay countless techniques. Whatever Lu Chen desired could be found there. And now, what Lu Chen most wanted to do was a particularly intriguing case within Conan. The snowy ground murder case with no footprints. After discussing the case in detail with Wang Ping and the others, everyone laughed and decided to proceed as Lu Chen suggested. Under the surveillance cameras, we could see the victims who came forward. After talking with Lu Chen and his team, a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes. Using magic as a pretext, they headed to the mountains to hold a so-called magic workshop. 6 people attended in total. They were Xiaobai with twin ponytails, the wealthy Xiao Yuan, magic enthusiast Cun, magic novice Xiao Yi, magician A Diao, and Xiao Pang. A small villa stood atop the mountain. The only way to reach the villa was across a suspension bridge. After that, the camera feed went dark for over an hour. Then, we saw the investigation teams arrive. They were the Kagoro team and the He Weilan team. However, when they arrived, due to his fear of heights, Xiao Wulong dared not approach. No choice. Takagi and brother Misao had to support Kagoro across the suspension bridge, while our police beauty He Weilan charged ahead without hesitation. First, Detective He Weilan arrived at the villa and conducted a thorough inspection. She discovered that others had already arrived at the scene, and none of the crime scene team were present. Just then, someone spoke up, "Ono is missing." Hearing this, He Weilan inwardly panicked. She hurried to Xiao Ye's room. She saw the window open, but no one was on the balcony. He stepped outside. About 10 meters from the villa, a figure lay motionless in the snow. It was Xiao Yi. After He Weilan checked him, her expression darkened further. Next to Xiao Ye's body, his autopsy report had already been placed. Name, age, and so on. Cause of death, asphyxiation. There were distinct ligature marks on his neck. Damn it, how did this happen? I didn't see any tools around here. How did this guy die in the snow? Could it be magic? The audience stared in stunned silence. The sudden appearance of a dead body was utterly bizarre. Around him, aside from the footprints left by He Weilan rushing over to inspect the body, there were no other footprints. Which meant someone killed Xiao Yi, but using some unknown method, dumped his body in the snow over 10 meters away from the villa. He Weilan didn't let anyone else come over to disturb the scene. She returned to the villa. She questioned the few people present. The wealthy woman, Xiao Yuan, stated that they had been waiting inside the villa for the group leader to arrive. However, after waiting for a long time with no sign of the leader, they had no choice but to select a temporary leader. But then, when it came to such a thankless task, no one wanted to take it on. So Xiao Yi proposed deciding the leader through magic. He blindfolded Adieo with a handkerchief, wrote each person's name on a piece of paper, and then had Adieo draw one of 3 symbols: a circle, an X, or a triangle next to each name. Circles meant leader. The X was for performing the show. The triangle meant being in charge of dinner. After Adieo finished marking the symbols, Xiao Yi began guessing. He guessed Xiaobai was the leader, Damel was in charge of dinner, and Xiao Pang was responsible for the performance. However, he got the first 2 right, but the last one was wrong. It turned out, the one marked with a red X was himself. But then, since he'd been picked, Xiao Yi didn't say anything and went back to his room to prepare his act. What happened next was what He Weilan witnessed upon her arrival. After learning the details, He Weilan turned her gaze back to the body in the snow. The perpetrator must have chosen this location for a reason. They must have intended to use the snowy terrain to stage this crime. But the crucial question was, how did the killer get the body here? Not much time had passed since the crime occurred, and the killer might still be hiding nearby. Xiaobai's words made Cun, standing beside him, feel a bit uneasy. He wanted to head down the mountain and leave this place immediately. However, Kagoro, who had just arrived at this moment, spoke up. After they arrived, The only suspension bridge connecting them to the outside world had mysteriously been burned to the ground.
This cast another shadow over everyone's hearts. Not only that,
when they pulled out their phones to contact other investigation teams, they discovered that due to the remote location, there was no signal at all. They remembered there was an old-fashioned landline phone inside the villa.
But upon inspection,
they discovered the landline had been cut and was unusable.
This meant
they were trapped here.
The killer was still lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. But He Weilan and Xiao Wulong didn't see it that way. Remember?
It was stated at the beginning of the 4th episode.
Fixed murder.
Only one victim can appear per case. The reason the crime scene team sealed off this area
was to signal to the investigation team that the killer is among the remaining few. What kind of trick is this? Seriously. He Weilan shook her head. Chapter 108, who could have guessed a crossbow would be the murder weapon? According to the show's rules, since one victim has already appeared, there absolutely won't be any more victims.
So turning the crime scene into one giant locked room, I think the perpetrators did this on purpose, but I don't understand why.
Wouldn't it be better to just let the killer leave? After discussing it, neither He Weilan nor Kagoro could figure out the perpetrator's logic.
I'm not sure either, but I have this feeling this case isn't straightforward.
Indeed. He Weilan nodded. After Kagoro arrived,
they returned to the scene once more to conduct their investigation.
First, they discovered numerous footprints in the woods.
This indicated the killer had been active here.
After that,
they found nothing else of value. Only near the tree closest to the victim did they notice a significant amount of snow had fallen. But this minor discovery did not draw much attention from He Weilan and Xiao Wulong.
Their focus shifted more toward the killer's modus operandi.
After a full circuit, they failed to uncover any valuable clues. So they returned to the villa and began questioning the remaining individuals.
First up,
Xiao Bai and Xiao Pang, who were preparing dinner. They were setting the table in the living room when Xiao Pang went to fetch cookies and Xiao Bai headed to the kitchen to help Adiao prepare ingredients. Adiao was prepping ingredients in the kitchen.
Xiao Yuan went to the wine cellar to fetch wine. Datsuan was boiling water in the backyard. In other words, of the remaining 5 people, only Si Yuan and Xiao Yuan acted alone.
Additionally, based on Adiao using the oven while prepping ingredients, the timer was set for 8 minutes. From this, we can infer that Xiao Yuan's actions are suspicious.
How could fetching a bottle of wine possibly take 8 minutes? Regarding this, Koyuki explained.
This place is remote, and sometimes thieves come by, so the cellar has 2 locks. That's why she took so long.
To dispel everyone's suspicions, she personally led everyone on a tour.
Next, they inspected the water heating room in the large village.
After the inspection, nothing unusual was found. This left He Weilan was baffled. How had the killer carried out the crime?
She couldn't figure it out. Kagoro, however, had noticed something. He found a crossbow and several arrows in the woods, but he still couldn't figure out the method. As time passed,
He Weilan still hadn't figured out the method.
Kagoro, however, seemed to have an idea. However, due to time constraints, he still hadn't figured out a few crucial points.
At that moment,
the production crew appeared.
Please give your answers, the staff member said. He Weilan's expression shifted slightly as she pondered.
She glanced at the other 5 people present and could only say, the murderer is among these 5, but I don't know who committed the crime.
Kagoro looked at He Weilan.
After pondering, he said, the murderer is either Daitsuan or Xiao Yuan, but I can't be certain who it is.
Isn't that the same as saying nothing? We already knew that earlier only those 2 acted alone. Is there any doubt? Looks like they haven't figured out the method yet. Exactly.
If they had, things wouldn't be like this. They're just too unsure of themselves. The audience murmured in discussion.
As Lu Chen appeared, He Weilan's expression shifted ever so slightly.
Announce the correct answer.
Lu Chen nodded. All right. The murderer is Si Yuan.
Kagoro narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing that the murderer was Daimira, it seemed as though many clues had suddenly fallen into place for him. But it was too late. Anything he said now would be useless.
What about the method? He Weilan asked. Don't worry, follow me.
First, Lu Chen led everyone into the woods, where they found a small hole in the tree closest to the victim.
After that, Lu Chen found Xiao Wulong and had him retrieve the crossbow. He intended to demonstrate the technique once more. Xiao Wulong nodded. Then,
Lu Chen took out the crossbow bolts, drilled holes in 2 of them, threaded a rope through to form a loop, then passed a pre-measured length of rope through this loop. He tied 2 additional long ropes to the center of this rope, finally securing the rope threaded through the bolt tails to the balcony.
The remaining 2 ropes were left on the balcony. Next,
all that remained was to shoot the 2 arrows into the nearest trees to the corpse.
This seemingly impossible feat became achievable.
Now, let's take another look. A sailboat shape formed between the balcony and the uncle. Then lower the body down the ropes.
There.
A snow-covered corpse with absolutely no traces left behind is now ready. Disposing of the rope is also straightforward. Simply shoot another arrow to pull all the rope back. Since all the knots were slip knots, the ropes would shoot out along with the arrow. However, Iweilon and Kagaro raised a question. This was also a point that Xiao Wulong had never quite figured out. Simply boiling water takes at least 8 minutes. During that time, he had to keep adding wood. Omura simply wouldn't have had time to leave, especially since Xiao Bai and the others were indeed using hot water.
Regarding this point, Lu Chen explained, why not just boil it in advance?
The room fell silent.
Damn, I almost got stuck in fixed thinking.
We could have boiled the water in advance and then committed the crime. That would have given him a full 8 extra minutes to commit the crime, more than enough time.
I see.
So that's how this case works. Lu Chen continued, actually, this whole magic trick where someone is chosen to do something, it's all been rigged. Or rather, they were all pre-planned.
Didn't you find it odd that this case involved such a selection magic trick? Ah, is there a connection here? They started planning it here? That's outrageous. Who could have foreseen this?
We're not gods, after all.
The audience couldn't help but vent their frustration. This division of labor trick in their account, it seems unrelated to Omura.
But in reality, a thorough interrogation reveals that both the names and the marks were written by Omura. The pen he gave to Sayuri was actually empty. This way, everyone would assume it was drawn by Xiao Yuan on the spot, but in reality, it had been predetermined long ago. What followed was the entire sequence of events everyone witnessed. After Lu Chen finished speaking, everyone understood.
Truth be told, this case wasn't particularly complicated. No wonder.
After all, with the constraint of only being able to murder one person, it couldn't get too complicated. But the method itself
still left everyone wide-eyed.
Who would have thought such a method could be used to stage a murder scene?
In the end, Lu Chen remarked, this case actually has numerous flaws. If handled by real police, it would be solved quickly. Even without Lu Chen's explanation, everyone understood.
After all, substantial evidence had been left at the scene, the police would uncover it in no time.
Chapter 109, Serial Crimes or Copycat Crimes?
The case is quite brilliant, and the method is unique.
All I can say is, I've learned something new, okay? Ha ha ha, learned something? Are you actually thinking of copying it?
These kinds of cases are meticulously planned in advance. There's no room for error, and they can't be applied in real life.
It's quite good. I enjoy watching them.
And since we've come all the way to this remote mountain wilderness, a place where you can even ski,
naturally, everyone started having fun.
After all, the production team was footing the bill. A rare chance to get out and have fun, they weren't about to pass it up. Iweilon, Xiao Wulong, and the others were having a blast. But
Kagoro couldn't ski, so he just tagged along.
After they finished playing, they originally planned to spend the night at the rented cottage before heading back. But then, the production team informed Kagoro and Iweilon that they were actually heading to a different villa. Both found this a bit odd. Still, they didn't question it much and followed the staff to the other villa.
The owner of this villa was a medical professor named Oyama.
Accompanying him were his assistants Jun, Chang, and the long-haired girl, along with Associate Professor Uncle Huzi. They invited Iweilon and Xiao Wulong's teams to rest at the villa. Through conversation, Iweilon and the others learned
Professor Dashin and his group had come here to celebrate. Professor Oyama had recently published a paper that garnered widespread acclaim in academic circles. As they talked, Jun suddenly remembered she'd forgotten to buy the appetizers.
So she asked everyone to jot down their favorite dishes so she could buy them all at once.
Meanwhile, during this lull,
Professor Dashin remembered he still had an episode of his TV series left to watch, so he went back to his room to catch up. As for Chang, he headed out to go skiing.
Seeing this, Uncle Huzi said, well then, I'll go take a hot bath.
Call me when Jun gets back.
Long-hair girl and Iweilon were busy in the kitchen, tidying things up. Not long after, Jun returned. Due to the sudden heavy snowfall,
Chang, who had gone skiing, also came back.
Everyone chatted over drinks and snacks.
Uncle Huzi emerged from his bath, but upon seeing the snacks Jun had brought back, he complained, where's the lay-by I wrote down?
I just learned about it recently and wanted to try mixing it up. Jun was speechless. She gently pressed her forehead and said, I thought lay-by was a typo. Since we were talking about drinking, seeing lay-by just slipped my mind.
Uncle Beard chuckled at her words, understanding her point, and let it go.
Jun continued.
Also, someone wrote down ice cream, but it was sold out when I went, so I couldn't get any.
Chang chuckled, probably the professor.
After all, most people who love watching TV dramas also love eating ice cream.
No one paid it much mind.
But as they drank, something started to feel off. No matter how long the show was, it couldn't possibly run for over an hour.
Upon hearing this, Jun said, I'll go check.
The professor might have fallen asleep after watching it.
Instead, a shriek echoed through the room. Everyone rushed over to see.
The professor was covered in blood, kneeling in the room.
He was already cold. Kagoro sobered up instantly.
Iwailan and Kagoro instantly realized the crime group had struck again.
Following Uncle Huzi's instructions, Xiao Wulong located the professor's safe. Clear signs of forced entry were visible. Xiao Wulong turned to Uncle Beard and asked, "What's inside?"
Uncle Huzi pondered for a moment before replying, "Probably cash or something like that."
Professor Oyama always carried cash on him. This safe was like his personal ATM.
A hole had been punched through the window pane, its edges secured with tape measure to muffle the sound of breaking glass. Outside the window were footprints the killer hadn't had time to cover up.
Professor Oyama's autopsy report indicated
his time of death coincided precisely with the moment when everyone was either out grocery shopping, taking baths, or skiing. Even the long-haired girl who had been with Iwailan the entire time had stepped out to take out the trash at that very moment. 3 key points of suspicion remained at the scene. First, the bloodstains were inconsistent, suggesting the victim had struggled to move toward the table before dying.
Second, the victim died kneeling, which appears highly unusual.
Third, the tablecloth had fallen to the floor, and the bloodstains on the table formed a neat straight line. Rope-like bloodstains were visible on the tablecloth, indicating the victim had been pinned down on the table.
Iwailan and Xiao Wulong's expressions darkened, their faces turning grim.
They had thought this was just a game. But now another new case had arrived. And so far, only one victim had appeared in this case.
Which meant
the case had been waiting for them since they arrived.
The bullet comments are going wild right now. Ha ha ha, did you really think the production team brought you here to play?
Go solve the case.
I knew it. How could the production team be so kind?
Turns out there was a case waiting here all along.
Kagoro's drunk as a skunk, how are they gonna crack this case?
Our police beauty Iwailan looks totally bewildered, probably didn't expect the fun trip to turn into a crime scene.
Come on, it's summertime skiing. Who wouldn't be tempted?
The production team just played their cards right to lure them in.
Now that you mention it,
I'm starting to think this case might actually be the work of Lu Chen's team. Iwailan and Kagoro began their investigation.
First, they needed to establish alibis for the remaining suspects.
At this stage, the case could involve either a burglary murder or an inside job.
In any case, verifying the alibis of the remaining suspects was essential.
First up was Ah Chang. He produced his lift ticket, proving he had indeed gone skiing. As for Ah Zhen, she mentioned her grocery shopping trip. The trip to and from the convenience store took longer than the time of the incident. Next was the long-haired girl. She had an alibi for everything except taking out the trash.
Only Uncle Huzi couldn't produce evidence, claiming he was taking a bath.
But Iwailan and the others discovered a major problem during their continued investigation in the victim's room.
This case wasn't as difficult as the one Lu Chen had designed.
Iwailan noticed the footprints beneath the window were perfectly aligned, indicating the killer entered the room with absolute determination, without a moment's hesitation.
From this, the possibility of a burglary could be ruled out. That left only one other possibility.
It was committed by someone present at the scene. Approaching it from this angle, Iwailan made a discovery.
However, she didn't point it out immediately.
Instead, she gathered everyone inside the villa.
Ah, so that's it. This case suddenly makes perfect sense.
As expected of our police beauty Iwailan, she figured out the key points so quickly.
I knew it. This case looks similar to the last one, but it's actually worlds apart. Chapter 110, The Killer is Among Us.
Next, it was time for our star detective, Iwailan, to present her deductions. First, we can rule out the long-haired girl and Ah Chang, as they absolutely had no opportunity to commit the crime.
This surprised everyone. Why did Iwailan rule out these two first? Why? Ah Zhen's alibi is also quite solid, isn't it? Hearing this, Iwailan couldn't help but laugh. She said, "We all thought her alibi was solid, but upon closer inspection, didn't anyone notice something off?"
She left the villa to go grocery shopping, but if we think about it carefully, we can spot the inconsistencies.
The audience looked surprised. What's wrong with it? It seems perfectly fine. Exactly. The grocery shopping time completely covers the murder window. How could there be a problem? You're not just guessing, are you? But soon. Iwailan cleared up the confusion for everyone.
These vegetables were purchased earlier in the day. This ties back to our previous case. If you look at the locations of these two murders, you'll see they're not too far apart. We can make this assumption. During the day, she happened to witness the previous murder taking place. This sparked an idea in her mind, as she had already been contemplating committing a crime. The reason she invited us to stay the night was to have us serve as witnesses to her alibi.
Following this line of reasoning, she bought these ingredients during the day.
She must have been extremely familiar with the preferences of her classmates and professors. So the choices were all pretty much spot on.
The only items that went wrong were the associate professor's lemonade and the professor's ice cream. Leibai claimed it was a mistake, a seemingly plausible excuse, but utterly implausible. If she went shopping and her companion asked for Leibai, how could she not buy it? And the ice cream being sold out? Do you really think that's plausible? This is a high mountain, and it's snowing. Who would buy ice cream? I'd believe her if she said it was out of stock but sold out? Doesn't that seem off? Therefore, the only thing I can believe is that she never went to buy it at all. That leaves her enough time to kill the professor. Upon hearing this, Ajin's expression shifted slightly, yet she remained composed as she asked, "Do you have any evidence?" He Weilan smiled. She looked at Ajin. "You noticed it too, didn't you?" "What do you mean?" Ajin frowned, her tone sharp. He Weilan said, "Everyone, please look at this chess table. Based on the bloodstains on the table, let's reconstruct the tablecloth." Exactly. This is the clue left by the professor, pointing directly to the killer. What clue is there? Everyone looked puzzled. Look closely. Isn't this tablecloth shaped like a chessboard? Everyone nodded. The audience was even more confused. There's a clue here? How did I miss it? It's just an ordinary tablecloth with bloodstains on it. I don't get it. How did she figure it out? Weilan explained, "Let's examine this chessboard closely. Are there bloodstains here? Then we need to look carefully. Some stains might be from natural dripping, while others could have been rubbed on with a rope." "That's true, but it only proves the victim was pinned to the table during the attack." "What does that tell us?" Ajin couldn't help but interject. "Is that so? Which piece is at the very edge of the chessboard? I suppose we don't need to elaborate further. And among us here, who possesses a rook? And why did the professor insist on leaving bloodstains on the red side? Are you determined to keep struggling?" Weilan looked at Ajin and said coldly. At this point, Ajin finally couldn't hold it together anymore. She took a deep breath. "I never thought you'd uncover it like this. Seriously, is this how you leave clues? To be blunt, people like us who don't play chess have no idea what she's talking about. Yeah, you need specialized knowledge to figure this out. All we can say is, Officer Weilan is seriously impressive." Then, the staff appeared. Weilan's team gains 3 points. Bald Old Man's team loses 3 points. Turns out, this case was handled by the Bald Old Man team. Just as Weilan had guessed. When Lu Chen and his team committed the crime, Bald Uncle's group overheard something, which led them to design this case. But they never expected the gap between the two teams' designs to be so significant. Through their ingenious design, Weilan's team could only narrow down the suspects, but they couldn't pinpoint the actual killer. In contrast, the case designed by the Bald Uncle team left too many clues and the evidence was too obvious, allowing Weilan's team to crack it. Weilan breathed a sigh of relief. This case turned out okay. After solving the case, Weilan and the Kagaro team stayed overnight at the villa to rest. The next morning, Weilan wanted to play some more. She had originally planned to relax and have some fun when she came to a place like this yesterday. But she hadn't expected it to be a series of crimes. Thankfully, they solved one. Otherwise, her mood would have been completely ruined. With that thought in mind, Weilan went to play again on the way down the mountain. As they descended, they came upon a sour plum orchard. Plum orchards dotted the landscape everywhere. At the souvenir shop next to the station, you can see a wide variety of related souvenirs. However, Kagoro found Weilan's tastes vastly different from his own, so he remained rather disinterested while standing by. But then, Weilan didn't buy anything right away in the souvenir shop. Instead, he pointed to one item and said, "I'll buy it when I come back." What surprised everyone even more was this. On the other side of the mountain, there was a lake. Along its shore lay a beach, most famous for its pristine white sand. Many visitors who came here would take a bottle of sand as a memento. Just as Weilan and the others were discussing this matter, they overheard a nearby group having the same idea. Among them was a cute girl who shared the same idea. However, her boyfriend teased her about it. He complained that she always had these strange ideas, recalling how she'd wanted to buy some odd souvenirs at the station earlier. Among the group was a chubby guy. To everyone's surprise, he turned out to be an audience member of the crime simulation show. Upon seeing Weilan, he happily approached her and asked, "Can I take a photo with you?" Weilan was delighted to hear this. She gladly agreed. Chapter 111, When relaxing, the case resurfaces. No wonder she's the famous police beauty Weilan, she even has fans here. How wonderful. I wish I could take a photo with Weilan too. Why not just go to the scene? Sign up as a victim. That'd be faster. The audience was all giggling and joking around, a rare sight at a time like this. Most of the time, it's all about tense, thrilling detective work. But now, it feels like a trip out for fun, naturally putting everyone at ease. And at times like this, was the perfect opportunity for a crime to be committed. It turned out they were all seniors on a trip here. There were 5 of them traveling together. They were the handsome Chang, his girlfriend Jin, the wealthy Xiao Yuan, the short-haired girl, and the chubby guy who had just taken a photo with Weilan. After the introductions, our wealthy sister Xiao Yuan and Xiao Wulong took a photo together, leaving a memento. After that, they split up to explore on their own. Come evening, the wealthy sister Xiao Yuan and Weilan's group met again. They were watching the sunset at a spot by the lake called Thousand Layer Rock. Xiao Yuan explained that she had also come to watch the sunset. Xiao Wulong chuckled, and Xiao Yuan then asked if he enjoyed drinking.
Xiao Wulong naturally answered yes without hesitation, nodding repeatedly.
Hearing this, Koyuki smiled.
She said that before Kagaro and the others headed to Adventure World tomorrow, they absolutely had to visit Harvest Market first, a place where you could buy all kinds of local sake. She even handed over her handwritten bus route notes. From the hotel, you could take a bus directly to the stop closest to the Harvest Market. After completing their shopping, they only needed to head to Baisha Station first, where they could transfer to reach Adventure World. As the wealthy woman, Xiao Yuan, finished her explanation, the keys in her hand dangled, one of them bearing a rental tag.
After finishing her explanation, the wealthy young woman drove away. At this point,
it was impossible not to suspect that Xiao Yuan had deliberately sought out Xiao Wulong to tell him these things.
The audience also sensed something was off. I have a feeling a case is about to happen.
Yeah, ever since they arrived at this snowy mountaintop, cases have been happening one after another. Honestly, just look at the production team's attitude. They're hanging out here, and the crew isn't rushing them at all.
That's not normal unless something's about to happen here. Exactly. Looks like something's bound to happen tomorrow. The next day arrived quickly.
The wealthy woman Xiao Yuan and her group headed off to their respective tourist spots. Meanwhile, after buying alcohol at the Harvest Market, Kagaro and the others took a bus to the Baisha Station. There, they waited for the 10:15 bus bound for Adventure World.
While waiting for the bus,
Iweilan wandered into the station souvenir shop again, eyeing that peculiar sour plum ornament. This prompted Kagoro to tease her, if you really want it, why not just buy it now?
But Iweilan still didn't buy it.
They wandered around a bit longer before returning to the platform to wait for the bus.
However, at that moment, Iweilan suddenly wanted to go back and buy it. Not only did Kagoro and the others laugh, but even the audience chuckled. So relatable. I'm like that sometimes too.
Yeah, it's so agonizing wanting to buy it but not wanting to buy it, yet once you mention it, you want it again. You can tell just by looking at her expression. Back at the accessory shop, she found only one plum ornament left.
Which meant someone besides Iweilan had bought this peculiar ornament. At that moment, Kagoro noticed the wealthy woman, Xiao Yuan, passing by the entrance. So, Kagoro waved to Sayaka from afar.
She turned her head in acknowledgement before driving off. After Iweilan and the others finished their shopping, they headed to Adventure World to watch the animal show.
And what happened? They ran into Xiao Pang there. Xiao Pang was holding a laptop in his hands.
Upon asking, they learned he was using it to edit photos he'd taken. Xiao Pang explained that they were all out exploring separately today, while the rich lady had gone off driving by herself. At this point, Xiao Wulong mentioned he had seen the wealthy woman at Baisha Station earlier.
But just then,
Xiao Pang received a call from Ajin. She said the rich woman was dead.
In that instant,
Iweilan and Xiao Wulong both sensed something was amiss. Learning that both the body and Ajin were at the scenic spot Sanduan Bai, Xiao Wulong and the others decided to hail a taxi immediately. On the way to the scene, they passed the entrance to the scenic area, but Xiao Pang instructed the driver to bypass it. He explained, because Ajin's location is further inside.
You can't get there from the scenic area entrance.
After driving for a while, they finally arrived at their destination.
They got out of the car.
After navigating several twists and turns, they finally reached the scene. The location was extremely remote, where Ajin had been taking photos. Following Ajin's pointing finger, Iweilan and the others found the wealthy woman, Xiao Yuan, already dead in the nearby grass.
A death report, prepared in advance, lay beside her.
A knife was plunged into her heart, the fatal wound.
No other external marks were visible. The time of death was determined to be between 9 and 11 p.m.
Her designer handbag lay ransacked beside the body. It was evident that the wallet was missing. Iweilan turned to look at Kagoro, who immediately offered his theory: this must be a robbery-murder case. Iweilan pressed her hand to her forehead, momentarily speechless. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. If it were a robbery-murder, it wouldn't be this clean. As this thought crossed her mind, a suspicion began to form in Iweilan's mind.
It might be an inside job.
At the crime scene, the wealthy woman Xiao Yuan's keychain was missing the rental car key. And nearby lay a small bottle filled with white sand. Later, a sour plum ornament identical to Iweilan's was seen hanging on Ajin's photo board. Later, Iweilan and the others arrived at the visitor center.
They gathered everyone together. They began today's investigation.
I told you a case would happen. But why did it have to be the rich lady, Xiao Yuan?
I thought it would be someone else.
My first thought was that Chang should be the one who got killed.
That face of his. I never liked it. But regardless, the case had indeed unfolded.
The first to discover the body was Ajin.
She was taking photos by the cliff at the time and hadn't heard anything unusual.
But as the waves calmed, she heard a ringtone. Following the sound, she discovered the body. Looking at the time of death on the report, Kagoro suddenly realized something and said, "We saw Mariko at Hakusha Station at 10:10. It takes at least 16 minutes to walk from the station to the crime scene at Sandenbecky. Therefore, the time of the crime was pushed back to between 10:26 and 11 o'clock. Later, they located the car Madoka had rented 3 kilometers away. An empty wallet was discovered inside the vehicle. Chapter 112, Falling into the Trap, the investigation team misidentifies the culprit. Something's off about this case. The more I look at it, the more it seems like a robbery murder. But if I think that, I feel like I'm falling into the perpetrator's trap. Exactly. Our police beauty Hee Wei-lan is so unlucky. She can't even enjoy a proper vacation without stumbling into a case wherever she goes. After hearing the description, Hee Wei-lan asked, "Did you find the keys to the rental car?" The team member replied that it was still in the ignition. And the only key was the one Xiao Yuan had. Hee Wei-lan frowned. Something felt off about this case. It was indeed a familiar face posing as a robber to commit murder. Moreover, the killer was likely hiding among the 4 people who had accompanied Xiao Yuan. Therefore, Hee Wei-lan began investigating the alibis of the remaining 4 individuals. Ah Chang claimed he was at the white sand beach by the lake taking photos at the time. There were plenty of tourists present, he could pick any one of them to vouch for him. As for Ah Jin, she had been painting not far from where the body was discovered, so she couldn't provide any alibi. However, Ah Jin provided a useful piece of information. She went to that spot because Xiao Yuan recommended it. The scenery was beautiful and perfect for sketching. Little did she know that the wealthy Xiao Yuan would end up dying there. The girl with short hair then said. She stayed in a restaurant from 10:30 to 12 o'clock. From there, she could see the full moon island she wanted to paint, but lacking inspiration, she barely touched her brush. The last call on the victim's phone was made by the girl with short hair. The short-haired girl explained that she called the victim to ask where she was. Lacking inspiration was agonizing, so she planned to change locations to relax. But the victim didn't answer. She initially thought it was too noisy for Xiao Yuan to hear, never expecting that she was no longer alive. As for Xiao Pang, he said he was watching a show at the water park. As he spoke, he even pulled out photos as proof. We could see. The photos were taken from 9 a.m. until 11 a.m., and the next ones weren't taken until after 2 p.m. During that gap, he went to eat and rode the roller coaster. After that, he stopped taking pictures. Because he was with Hee Wei-lan and the others. However, Kagoro pointed out, these photos could also have been taken after 11:30. This point, Xiao Pang was somewhat taken aback, but he couldn't find any evidence to refute it. Hee Wei-lan insisted this was impossible. Because in the photos Xiao Pang took, the performer was not the same person they had seen. This meant that Xiao Pang had seen the previous performance, and given the interval between each show, there was at least a half-hour gap. Therefore, Xiao Pang had been at Adventure World before 11 p.m. without issue. This relieved Xiao Pang. But looking at Xiao Pang's photos, Hee Wei-lan still sensed something was off. She arrived at Adventure World. She explained she had just come out and asked if she could go back in. In response, the attendant replied, Hee Wei-lan must not have gotten her stamp when she exited. It turned out that, if you leave Adventure World mid-visit, you need to get your ticket stamped. In other words, the stamp serves as proof of having exited midway. After entering, Hee Wei-lan arrived at the animal performance area. She intended to question the performer from the photo, but learned from her colleague that the young woman hadn't come to work today, she'd taken the day off. This immediately gave Hee Wei-lan a crucial piece of evidence. Next, Hee Wei-lan headed to the roller coaster. At that moment, Hee Wei-lan happened upon a child begging his mother to let him ride the roller coaster one more time. Though she found no useful evidence here, a thought struck her. Something she believed could prove the killer's identity. She returned to the visitor center. She began her deductions. First off, Xiao Pang, your photo is wrong. I went to Adventure World to inquire. The young lady in your photo wasn't even working today. And I confirmed there was only one animal trainer performance today. Yet you captured a different one. How do you explain that? Also, your ticket should still have the stamp on it, right? Recalling what the waitress had said, Hee Wei-lan's lips curved into a confident smile. Xiao Pang tried to explain, but could only lower his head and pull out the ticket. It was clearly visible there really was. At that moment, the audience understood. These photos were taken yesterday. He didn't take any pictures today. He left midway through, giving him ample time to commit the crime. And he actively sought out Hee Wei-lan, proof he planned his alibi from the start. But it still got exposed. All we can say is it wasn't thorough enough. At this point, Hee Wei-lan voiced her deduction. The killer is Xiao Pang. The staff looked at Kagoro. Kagoro pondered for a long time, concluding that Hee Wei-lan's deduction made sense. He concurred with her assessment. He believed Xiao Pang was the murderer. However, just as Hee Wei-lan and Kagoro thought they had one, the staff member poured cold water on their excitement. The killer isn't Xiao Pang, it's the girl with short hair. In an instant, silence fell. What? The killer is the girl with short hair?
She barely spoke the entire time and hardly made any appearances. How could she be the killer? Exactly. Her alibi is flawless. How could she possibly be the killer? And what about the method? Come on, explain that. The audience was utterly baffled. At that moment, Lu Chen stepped forward. He looked at He Weilan and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. You designed this?" "Yes. It was originally meant to be a continuation of the Snow Mountain case. But someone saw our case and created a follow-up case, so this one became the third case." He Weilan took a deep breath. "So Xiaopang's flaw, you deliberately revealed that to me too?" "Yes. Because once you noticed something off about Xiaopang, you wouldn't focus on other issues anymore. That way, you wouldn't be able to find out who the murderer was. So that's how it was. But how could you be so sure that once we discovered Xiaopang's problem, we'd close the case instead of continuing the investigation?" "Well, logically speaking, most wouldn't continue investigating. And with consecutive cases, you'd inevitably assume this one fits your preconceived pattern, which it actually does. Once you noticed something off about Xiaopang, your entire line of inquiry went completely off track." "I see. We were set up from the very beginning. We didn't lose unfairly this time." He Weilan seemed surprisingly philosophical about it. But she pressed on, "What about the method? I'm really curious. I'll reveal it to you shortly." Chapter 113, Decoding the Three-Layer Design. "You've all overlooked one crucial detail." Lu Chen smiled as he addressed He Weilan and the others. "Actually, I planted evidence early on in the case. But after you identified Xiaopang as a major suspect, you completely shifted your focus to Depang and overlooked the evidence I left behind." "What?" He Weilan frowned and asked. Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Do you remember when we were at the White Sand Beach? You considered taking a bottle of sand back with you. They were there at the time and made similar remarks." "What's wrong with that?" Kagoro asked, puzzled. "Of course. Didn't you see a bottle filled with white sand at the crime scene? Furthermore, I specifically showed you an image where Ajin's easel also had a sour plum ornament hanging on it, the exact same ornament as the one you have, Miss He Weilan." "That's true. Then why didn't you notice that Xiaopang's backpack had one too?" Lu Chen pointed this out. The others finally caught on. Following Lu Chen's lead, they looked over and noticed that Xiaopang's backpack indeed bore an ornament identical to those on He Weilan's and Ajin's easels. "I think I get it now. Lu Chen is actually telling us that Xiaopang and Ajin are a couple, not Ajin and a Chang like we've always assumed. But wait, didn't we just say? Holy crap, it's a love triangle. This is wild. I knew something felt off about this case, lovers acting separately. Now it all makes sense. Lu Chen, you've got us hooked." Once Lu Chen explained it, the audience caught on and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If you could figure this out, you'd definitely clear Xiaopang of suspicion. The photos you saw were indeed from yesterday because Xiaopang left midway to find Ajin. After that, on his way back to Adventure World, the bottle accidentally fell. Then he ran into you guys. That's also why you found a bottle filled with white sand at the scene. And didn't you wonder why Xiaopang could pinpoint the crime scene location with zero deviation? Either they coordinated beforehand or had met before. Didn't that occur to you? But you did guess one thing correctly, it was an inside job, because the killer was the short-haired girl. Let's revisit the victim's time of death between 9 and 11 p.m. Mr. Kagaro mentioned seeing the victim at the White Sand Station during that window. But shouldn't we take another look at the short-haired girl and the victim's builds? Don't they seem strikingly similar? Lu Chen's words struck a chord. He Weilan and Kagoro instantly grasped the implication. At the station, we didn't see the victim, it was the short-haired girl in disguise. If that's the case, the victim's time of death can't be calculated based on our previous assumptions. So then, the victim's time of death must have been earlier. Now everything makes sense. The victim we saw at the station was actually the short-haired girl impersonating the victim after committing the crime. That explains why she only nodded when we greeted her instead of speaking. Yes. In fact, the design of this case is tied to the love triangle. Remember when Xiao Yuan approached you to ask about your itinerary? That was intentional. She originally planned to kill Ajin. But she didn't anticipate that the short-haired girl would also seize that opportunity to execute her own murder plan. That's why the wealthy woman, Xiao Yuan, offered no resistance. When she saw the short-haired girl approach, she didn't think twice, never imagining the other woman had come for her. The rest of the story, I suppose, doesn't need further explanation. Lu Chen shifted into a more comfortable position and turned his gaze toward He Weilan and the others. How could He Weilan and Xiao Wulong not understand the design of this case? In truth, this case had a triple design. If they shifted suspicion away from Xiaopang, they would then uncover the relationship between the victim and Ajin. Then suspicion would shift toward Ajin. After all, rivals in love are especially bitter. The short-haired girl was the third layer. But Lu Chen hadn't anticipated this. They collapsed at the first layer, never even reaching the second. That's why they could see the hint of resignation in Lu Chen's expression. He'd crafted such a brilliant design, yet they only saw the most superficial layer. anyone would feel a bit disappointed. Damn, I thought I was on the second level, but turns out I was on the first. Turns out they were on the third level, huh? Don't say that. Keep it up, and Officer He Weilan might start crying. The audience chuckled and giggled. He Weilan felt a bit deflated, but soon someone came to offer her a pillow. Just as everyone was preparing to head down the mountain and return to the hotel, they encountered another group. It turned out to be the CEO of a development company, who wanted to invite He Weilan and her group to attend their opening ceremony. He Weilan was taken aback. But she quickly sensed something was off. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. But she found Lu Chen silently staring at the sky, completely oblivious. It wasn't just Lu Chen, the rest of their team was also pondering whether to linger and enjoy the scenery. They hadn't paid much attention to it during the previous operation, but now that they saw how beautiful the scenery was, it seemed like a waste not to enjoy it properly. Besides the CEO, there were also his two sons. The eldest son remarked, "Actually, the local government supports this project. After all, with such a large scenic area, snow-capped mountains, lakes, and all kinds of unique attractions, building a cable car is definitely worth it no matter how you look at it." But only a small group stood to gain from it, which is why many opposed it. He approached He Weilan precisely to leverage her influence. Just as they were talking, the CEO's daughter arrived, accompanied by a handsome young man. She'd heard her father was launching a new project and came specifically for that. But everyone knew that showing up at such a time meant trouble. No one would believe otherwise. At that moment, the boss asked with a slightly displeased expression, "Who's that behind you?" The handsome young man answered himself, explaining that he was a reporter who'd heard about tomorrow's opening ceremony and wanted to conduct an interview. But from the shifting expressions between the handsome young man and the boss, it was clear something was definitely amiss. Still, He Weilan said nothing more. She knew in her heart that the case was about to unfold. And from what she could tell so far, this case didn't seem particularly difficult. The contradictions were too glaringly obvious, with no attempt at concealment, hardly the work of a skilled mastermind. Chapter 114, The scenic area is about to turn bloody. As He Weilan pondered, a secretary with long hair entered and whispered something to the eldest son. His expression shifted, and he broke into a smile. He addressed He Weilan and the others. "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. We'd like to invite Officer He Weilan to experience the trial operation in advance today." Upon hearing this, expressions shifted among the group. But we could see Kagoro's face darken the most, as if confronted with something terrifying. "Mr. Kagoro, you're not afraid of heights, are you?" Seeing Kagoro's expression change, He Weilan couldn't help but ask. Kagoro forced a smile and replied after a long pause, "I'm fine. I'm fine." Soon, the group boarded the cable car at the base of the mountain. The project the client boasted about spanned 3 kilometers from base to summit, yet the cable car ride took only 10 minutes. Additionally, the mountain featured a pedestrian path for visitors, the very one He Weilan and the others had seen earlier. However, on their way up, they spotted another cable car descending, but it was empty. This piqued He Weilan's curiosity. At that moment, the secretary explained that their cable car system was designed as a bidirectional shuttle. Whenever one gondola was in operation, another would follow in the opposite direction. As they spoke, the cable car entered a tunnel. The surroundings grew dim, illuminated only by faint light. Yet at the tunnel's base, they could make out the statues of the 300 arhats. The secretary continued, "The tunnel we're passing through is actually a Buddha statue." Crossing the tunnel took about 30 seconds. Emerging from the cave, the Buddha statue stood directly before them. This was the advantage of taking the cable car. It allowed a clear view of the back of the Buddha's head. Viewing the statue from the front, it was recognizable as Maitreya Buddha. One hand hung at his side, while the other was raised, resting on the edge of the viewing platform. In this raised hand, he held a sacred gourd. Regarding this, the secretary explained. This treasure gourd possesses the power to dispel calamities and resolve difficulties, which is why this viewing platform was constructed. This prompted He Weilan to mutter under her breath. Everything really is just business. Upon reaching the summit, the scenery was breathtaking. From this peak, they could see the distant mountain across the way, the very snow-capped peak where He Weilan and her team had investigated the murder case. The group paused to rest and admire the scenery. The view here is truly magnificent. Indeed. No wonder it's the Fragrant Hills scenic area, Hong Kong's premier tourist destination. I'm jealous. Once the entire scenic area is fully developed, I'd love to visit too. The camera now shifts to our director, Xia Qi. He was discussing the scenic area's promotional campaign with relevant personnel. When Lu Chen and his team decided to design consecutive cases here, the director had already envisioned leveraging this opportunity to capitalize on the buzz. Like promoting the scenic area, for instance. And sure enough, there's even a dedicated team designing cases specifically for this. This only made the director more satisfied. While everyone else was admiring the scenery, Lu Chen noticed the unique brooch pinned to the secretary's blouse. The secretary explained that she had made it from a pearl necklace her mother had given her. Of course it was special. After everyone descended the mountain, He Weilan suddenly thought of a major issue. She asked Lu Chen, why is tomorrow's opening ceremony starting at noon? Lu Chen replied, I'm just a lowly investigator. I don't know. I know nothing. This left He Weilan utterly speechless. She'd hoped Lu Chen's presence might offer some assistance, but the guy showed zero inclination to help, utterly infuriating. The next day's opening ceremony proceeded as scheduled. The CEO personally demonstrated the cable car's features to everyone.
Their family, along with He Weilan and Lu Chen, the reporter who had appeared earlier, and 2 additional journalists from other newspapers, boarded the cable car together. With a chime, the gondola began its slow ascent. However, as the gondola entered the tunnel, all the lights suddenly went dark, plunging the entire gondola into pitch blackness. At that moment, everyone sensed trouble was brewing. He Weilan immediately instructed the reporter to press the shutter button. The cabin lit up for a second. Just as He Weilan urged them to keep shooting, someone unknown to them knocked the camera from their hands, sending it crashing to the floor. Fortunately, there were only 30 seconds. Soon, everyone emerged from the tunnel. But, in those brief 30 seconds, disaster struck. The CEO who had approached He Weilan earlier to invite her to the opening ceremony had vanished. He Weilan immediately scanned her surroundings. She discovered the cable car windows were sealed shut and couldn't be opened. The doors on both sides of the gondola were guarded by reporters and secretaries respectively. The entire gondola was suspended mid-air. Which meant the CEO had vanished into thin air. Not only that, He Weilan and the others discovered a piece of paper stuck to the cable car window, bearing the 4 characters karma in large characters. Fortunately, while everyone stood there dumbfounded, the CEO's daughter noticed his body appearing in the hands of the divine statue. He lay beside the gourd, a knife lodged in his chest. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they immediately raced down the mountain path toward the exhibition platform. Upon arrival, He Weilan deliberately glanced at her watch. 15 minutes had passed since the incident occurred. After examining the body, He Weilan noted that the killer had acted with remarkable efficiency, delivering a single fatal blow. His autopsy report confirmed this. He Weilan smoothed the hair at her forehead. Seeing the smirk on the boss's lips, she was at a loss for words. Come on, boss, even if this is a simulated case, could you at least act more professional? Through questioning, He Weilan and her team learned that there was indeed a shortcut in the tunnel leading directly to the platform. However, even with that shortcut, it would still take at least 3 minutes to get from the tunnel to the platform. And our boss vanished in the tunnel only to reappear in the Buddha statue's palm within those 30 seconds. Regarding this, Kagoro pointed out, 3 minutes is definitely insufficient from the time the president was killed to transporting the body. Moreover, the autopsy report indicated that the dagger used to kill the president bore no fingerprints whatsoever. At the foot of the mountain, there was a temporary hut. The president's eldest son explained that it was a temporary shelter for workers and would be dismantled tomorrow. At this point, everyone was thoroughly confused. Damn, the case finally broke. I knew it wouldn't just randomly target our police officer He Weilan for no reason. This case feels like it was forced together. Maybe it's not that difficult after all. I think it's pretty good. At least so far, I haven't figured out who the killer is. The audience buzzed with speculation. He Weilan, meanwhile, had made her way to the workers' temporary rest hut. In the incinerator nearby, she spotted a partially burned prosthetic hand. For a moment, it seemed like she understood something. She lifted her head. Her gaze fell upon the Buddha statue, and a faint smile touched the corners of He Weilan's lips. Chapter 115, Teaming Up to Solve a Case That's Not Complicated Enough. Seeing this case, Kagoro couldn't help but quip, the corpse didn't walk by itself, then stumble over to the Buddha statue and lie down on its own. Upon hearing this remark, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Seeing He Weilan heading down the mountain to gather evidence, Lu Chen didn't follow her. Not long after, He Weilan returned to the display area carrying a work uniform and a mop. Lu Chen understood the significance of these items instantly, offering only a faint smile without saying a word. Before that, however, He Weilan had asked Lu Chen for his jacket. Then, He Weilan invited everyone to take the cable car once more. Seeing He Weilan like this, everyone instantly realized she had uncovered the murderer's modus operandi and was leading them to solve the case. So, they boarded the cable car once more. As they entered the tunnel, He Weilan shot Lu Chen a look. Lu Chen pursed his lips, clearly reluctant to cooperate, but complied nonetheless. Once the cable car emerged from the tunnel, everyone realized Lu Chen was gone. What? Where's Lu Chen? He vanished just like that? Could it be the same trick as before? Damn, how did he pull that off? The audience was stunned. But He Weilan smiled and said, "Everyone, look at the Buddha statue." Hearing He Weilan's words, everyone immediately turned their gaze. At first, everyone thought it was Lu Chen on the statue. But upon closer inspection, they realized it was just a mop wearing Lu Chen's jacket. He Weilan explained. In truth, this technique required the boss's personal cooperation.
Moreover, it absolutely requires the cooperation of others to pull off. It turns out, this all stems from that shortcut in the tunnel. Descending from the mountain to the Buddha statue exhibition platform takes 15 minutes. But taking the shortcut through the tunnel to the platform takes only 3 minutes. That's the window for the crime. Our boss hid inside this box, originally meant for emergency tools, after the cable car entered the tunnel. By the time everyone realized he was missing, he ran down the mountain to the exhibition area. He took the cable car to the tunnel and then used the shortcut to reach the Buddha statue. The accomplice must be one of the 3 people at the cable car entrance. But such matters would never be shared with outsiders, it had to be someone from within. That leaves only one possibility. Our secretary. Amid the tense situation, no one noticed the secretary's movements as everyone descended. Wei-lan surmised that she too had taken the cable car down. Before the others reached the exhibition booth, she had arrived at the Buddha statue, killed the CEO, and then reappeared before everyone without arousing any suspicion. Upon hearing this, the secretary merely smiled. Where's the evidence? Wei-lan narrowed her eyes. She had deduced the method of the crime, but evidence? She hadn't found any yet. After all, this case had a hint of collusion between the CEO and his secretary. Ultimately, without the CEO's cooperation, the investigation simply couldn't be completed. But according to the show's rules, there must be some evidence proving the secretary was the culprit. Wei-lan just hadn't found it yet. At this moment, Lu Chen continued to gaze at the distant scenery. He could help Wei-lan put on a show. But expecting Lu Chen to solve the case? That was impossible. He wouldn't gain anything from it. Why would he get involved in solving the case? Kagoro was right here. Upon hearing Wei-lan's deduction, he fell into deep contemplation. After a long while, Kagoro turned to the secretary and asked, "May I ask a few questions?" The secretary nodded. "Of course. Is there a security camera on the mountaintop?" The secretary shook her head. She indicated that such equipment would only be installed after future facility upgrades. This meant there were no surveillance cameras on the mountaintop, making it impossible to find any loopholes through that angle. But the secretary's words sparked a thought in Lu Chen. He recalled that cameras had indeed been present at the summit, though by her logic, they must never have been activated. But Kagoro was barking up the wrong tree. The evidence proving the secretary was the murderer wasn't here at all. It lay with the fake hand Wei-lan had found earlier. Only, Wei-lan hadn't noticed this yet. She was still racking her brain. Upon hearing there was no camera, Kagoro nodded and continued, "Then about what Miss Wei-lan mentioned earlier that they were acting together, do you know anything about that?" Regarding this, the secretary replied that she had no idea what Wei-lan was talking about. This left Kagoro's line of questioning came to a complete halt. If someone denies it outright and demands proof, what good is pointing out the method? Just then, Kagoro noticed the fake hand Wei-lan had brought earlier. He saw something glistening on it. Stepping closer, he realized it was a pearl. Kagoro instinctively glanced at the secretary. That glance, Kagoro realized something was off. He smiled confidently. He addressed the secretary, "I've found the evidence. This is the evidence." He held up the fake hand, its pearl gleaming in the sunlight. The secretary glanced down at the brooch pinned to her own chest, as if she wanted to say something, but then fell silent. "Right?" Kagoro declared confidently. The secretary stopped resisting and nodded silently. Lu Chen smiled. Exactly. This was the ironclad evidence that the secretary had committed the murder. Holy crap, she actually left this thing at the scene. No question about it, we found the killer. This time, Wei-lan and Kagoro solved the case together. That should count as bonus points for both teams and penalty points for the crime team, right? The staff's subsequent remarks also confirmed the audience's suspicions. Wei-lan and Xiao Wulong's teams each earned 1 point. Xiao Bu's team, however, had 2 points deducted. After Xiao Bu emerged, he gave a wry smile. He looked at Lu Chen. He said helplessly, "I thought my case design was solid. Plus, I rehearsed it beforehand with the boss and the secretary. There shouldn't be any flaws. Except for that fake hand that wasn't burned clean that had to be left behind." Lu Chen chuckled. "Well, there's nothing we can do about that. If you'd burned everything clean, we'd have to deduce the killer from the crime scene alone, and finding the culprit that way would be impossible." "True." Xiao Bu sighed. "But I'm better than that bald old man, right? The way he designed that case. I can only say, what was he thinking?" Lu Chen smiled. Actually, Bald Uncle's case wasn't bad, it was a fairly standard setup. It just couldn't hold a candle to veterans like Wei-lan and Xiao Wulong. The audience watched them gather again to roast Bald Uncle. Couldn't help but interject. "Seriously, he was your former teammate. Is it really necessary? He's no saint either." Look at Lu Chen laughing. "All I can say is, you get the kind of people you deserve, right?" Chapter 116, The Killer Turns Himself In? But after venting about Bald Uncle, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and started discussing the case with Xiao Bu. After all, they'd worked together before. As they talked, Xiaobu became intrigued by a plan Lu Chen casually mentioned. He whispered to Lu Chen, "I think it's actually feasible. Let's team up and pull off a con on him." I reckon police officer He Weilan and Xiao Wulong are nearing their breaking point with all these consecutive cases lately. If we throw another one at them, wouldn't that? Before he could finish, Xiaobu chuckled to himself. The audience witnessed this scene. Couldn't help but burst into laughter and scolding. Are you even human? All you ever do is target our police officer He Weilan. How wicked. How dare they target our beloved police officer He Weilan? Never mind. Everyone, give me strength. Help Officer He Weilan crack their case. Ha! Give her strength? You've got to be kidding. After hearing all this, Lu Chen found himself growing somewhat intrigued. That doesn't seem quite right. Lu Chen said this, but a smile was clearly playing on his face. After all. Right? Lu Chen trailed off, communicating entirely through his eyes, and the audience couldn't help but react. Enough with the act. You don't seriously think we'd believe you're a good guy? What kind of good guy rips people off like that? Can't be bothered to argue. I think we could design it this way. That way, they might actually fall for it. After all, who would believe it, right? Exactly. As the audience watched the two men flash increasingly sinister grins, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for He Weilan and the others. But since the case couldn't be revealed prematurely, the audience could only catch vague hints, though they definitely saw those smiles. No problem, let's go with that. He Weilan and Xiao Wulong, fresh off solving the little boo case, were feeling quite pleased with themselves. They were just thinking about whether they could finally relax. At that moment, a man rushed over to He Weilan. Panting heavily, he asked if he'd gotten himself into trouble. In an instant, not only He Weilan, but the entire audience was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Calm down. Have some water first, then tell me slowly. He Weilan was the first to recover, rushing to calm him down. The man, known as Glasses Guy, was an ordinary office drone. Last night, he'd gone to work like any other day, only to make a major mistake on the job. Then, to top it off, his girlfriend dumped him. Wait, you guys are just piling on the pressure right off the bat. I can't say for sure, but this case feels complicated. Come on, it's Lu Chen we're talking about, plus that shameless little boo. How could this case be simple? True. Just look at the messes Lu Chen usually creates. If this were simple, it wouldn't be him. Oh man, I'm kinda worried about my girl He Weilan. He Weilan motioned for Glasses Guy to continue. Glasses Guy grimaced, taking a long moment before speaking. When I woke up this morning, I found my jacket covered in blood and half my glasses shattered. But why? What exactly happened? I have no idea. The only thing I remember is a bump on the back of my head, but there wasn't a single wound on my body. This made Glasses Guy wonder if he'd done something last night. Please, help me find out what I did last night and where I went. I'm scared. Did I do something bad last night? Glasses Guy was acting exactly like a suspect should. He Weilan and the others narrowed their eyes. They all understood. This was orchestrated by the crime team, otherwise they wouldn't have approached them. But from what Glasses Guy was saying now, they had absolutely no leads. Where should they even begin investigating? They pondered. He Weilan asked, "Let me see your jacket." The guy with glasses nodded, took off his coat, and handed it to He Weilan. He Weilan examined the coat carefully. Besides several bloodstains, she noticed some petals on the shoulder. After careful identification, she determined they were osmanthus petals. She also applied her professional knowledge to identify them as four-season osmanthus. In other words, it blooms every season. Places where this plant is cultivated wouldn't be too numerous. Then, He Weilan noticed that concrete had splattered onto Glasses Guy's shoes. Then, upon closer inspection of the bespectacled man, a shimmering fiber stained with blood was found lodged beneath his fingernail. And the fourth point was rather peculiar. A luminescent agent reaction was detected on the back of Glasses Guy's hand. Upon closer inspection, it revealed the emblem of a club. Currently, nothing else can be verified. But this club was very real. Therefore, after resting up, He Weilan and the others headed straight for this club. The club was tucked away in a quiet alley, with hardly anyone in sight. But, after knocking on the door, the first thing they heard was a complaint. The club owner, Ame, sounded slightly annoyed. "We're not open yet. Why are you knocking?" He Weilan immediately sensed something was off. She noticed that although Ame was wearing an expensive dress, it was filthy. Moreover, she keenly noticed that when Ame saw Glasses Guy, her expression visibly shifted for a moment before she quickly covered it up. This confirmed He Weilan's suspicion. Glasses Guy had definitely visited this club last night. After some questioning, He Weilan learned this was indeed where Glasses Guy had drowned his sorrows last night. The reason she was so dirty was because she had been cleaning up. However, after He Weilan and the others asked Glasses Guy if he had caused trouble here last night, Ame explicitly stated that Glasses Guy had simply been drinking quietly and hadn't injured anyone here. As for those shiny gold fibers, Ame didn't recognize them either. But Ame had noticed the guy with glasses last night.
He was drinking here almost the entire night, she said. At 11 p.m., he was with a large group, drinking and singing. By 4 a.m., he was the only one left in the private room, passed out drunk, probably blacked out.
To avoid being scammed later, I even took photos. Wei-lan and the others took a look.
The photo clearly showed glasses guy passed out cold, lying alone on the private room sofa, snoring away.
Ame continued, around 6 a.m., glasses guy staggered awake and left.
As for the blood on glasses guy, Aim speculated he might have tripped over something on his way out.
At this point, it was almost as if they hadn't uncovered any evidence at all. This left Wei-lan and the others feeling rather deflated. But they knew the perpetrators must have left some trace. They just hadn't noticed it yet. Chapter 117, completely duped. The killer was never her. Since the club owner needed to clean anyway, Wei-lan and her team could inspect the private room or the club itself at their leisure. Wei-lan retrieved the photos. She examined the surveillance footage from the club entrance. Something occurred to her. She had someone retrieve the surveillance footage. It showed that when glasses guy entered the club, his shoes weren't covered in concrete yet. But in the photo taken by the boss lady at 4 p.m., the guy with glasses had cement on his shoes. Not only that, due to the red lighting in the room, it wasn't immediately obvious, but upon closer inspection, bloodstains were visible on the guy in glasses clothes at 4 o'clock. This means the incident occurred between 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. He was on foot, so he couldn't have gone far during that time. We should start investigating nearby construction sites. Soon. Wei-lan and the others pinpointed a nearby construction site. However, the construction site guard refused entry, citing ongoing work inside. But upon hearing that Wei-lan and his team were investigating a case, he agreed to let them review the surveillance footage. The footage revealed that at 12:05 a.m. last night, glasses guy appeared on the footage, stumbling and swaying. At that very moment, he got cement on his shoes. When he reappeared on camera, it was 2 a.m. and by then, bloodstains had already appeared on his clothes. This development, the timeline could be further narrowed down to between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. However, this time frame was still too long to uncover any clues. After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Wei-lan thought the cement had been found, but what about the petals on his body? Wasn't the leader still missing? He dispatched his team members to search nearby areas for osmanthus trees. After a grueling 2-hour search, they finally located osmanthus blossoms in an abandoned villa. This delighted Wei-lan immensely, and he immediately led his team there. Upon arriving there, Wei-lan instantly understood where the blood on glasses guy had come from. Inside the villa, a corpse lay cold before them. The autopsy report revealed the victim died from a blow to the back of the head. Behind him, the pillar bore copious bloodstains matching the fatal wound. Additionally, fragments of glasses guy's eyeglasses were discovered at the scene. Not only that, fingerprints matching glasses guys were found on the victim's chest. Wei-lan and the team conducted a crime scene reconstruction, confirming that with glasses guy's strength, he could easily have pushed the victim into the pillar. I can guarantee 100% that the killer isn't glasses guy. It's just too obvious. Yeah, this is clearly a smokescreen designed to deliberately mislead the investigation team. They've even provided the entire chain of evidence. If no other evidence surfaces, they'll have no choice but to convict glasses guy. Then we're screwed, completely trapped in the investigation team's scheme. Wei-lan knew this well, but that was precisely the crux of the problem. The other side had effectively sealed off all other suspects. Wei-lan pondered for a long time. Finally, something clicked. Let's rewind to the very beginning, when he first encountered the guy with glasses. What had been discovered then? Shattered glasses, bloodstained clothes, shoes caked with cement, osmanthus petals on the clothing. Plus fibers under the fingernails. 5 items, right? How many can be explained now? Have only 4 been explained, leaving the fibers under the fingernails still unaccounted for? Start from this point. Wei-lan led the investigation team to continue searching. But no matter how hard she tried, this particular lead yielded no results. This is baffling. Why can't we find the last piece of evidence? The killer absolutely couldn't be glasses guy. It must be someone else, but who? Where on earth would you find this kind of golden fiber? Wei-lan's mind was filled with questions, but after much thought, she still couldn't pinpoint the source of the golden fibers. They returned to the crime scene once more. Just like last time, they could only find the same evidence as before. Even searching the entire villa would be futile. Wei-lan began recalling every location she had investigated since taking on this case. This recollection inevitably led her back to the club, because the majority of their time had been spent there. And so, Wei-lan returned to the club. The owner was slightly surprised to see them return. Wei-lan asked, "Besides this camera at the entrance, are there any other surveillance cameras in your store?" Ame smiled and said, "There's one in the kitchen too, but you know." Wei-lan let out a wry smile. The audience burst into laughter. "That camera is for the regulators. I'd bet most shops don't even have it turned on. For sure. Otherwise, a lot of places wouldn't meet the standards. Would a small club like this even show you? The owner had already changed into fresh clothes. She glanced around the club, now thoroughly cleaned. Iwelan sat down and couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you change clothes before cleaning, madam? That outfit you were wearing earlier was quite expensive." Ame explained that it had gotten dirty the night before anyway.
Since she was cleaning up, she figured she might as well not change and just switch clothes after finishing.
Iwelan couldn't find fault with that explanation. She pressed on, "Have you ever seen this kind of fiber before?"
Iwelan took out the golden fiber she'd found under Glasses Guy's fingernail and handed it to Ame.
Ame examined it carefully for a long time but shook her head. "This fiber isn't from our store. It's a very common material we don't use."
Hearing this, Iwelan sighed instantly.
There was little point in asking any further questions. After a moment's thought, Iwelan said, "Thank you. No problem. If you ever need me, just let me know." The audience witnessed this scene. It was about to begin.
This case, I've confirmed it now, is the one orchestrated by Lu Chen and Xiao Bu.
They're truly inhuman.
Just look at it, something's clearly off. They left evidence behind, but it's completely hidden.
How meticulous do you have to be to find it?
Think about it, even the suspect came forward to the investigation team.
That's outrageous. Regardless, Iwelan was feeling terrible right now.
She returned to the crime scene once more. She retrieved the glasses wearing man's clothing. She examined the bloodstains on his clothes meticulously. After a long while, Iwelan compared the bloodstains on the clothes with the traces on the ground. She discovered that the two bloodstains on the clothes could only have come from either the victim pressing down on him, or he had been pinned down by the victim. Otherwise, such a blood distribution pattern would be impossible. But why would this situation have occurred? Iwelan surveyed the scene. When he pushed forward and then collapsed, did Glasses Guy fail to dodge? Wasn't this deliberately leaving evidence behind? Chapter 118, fine. Is this how it's going to be? Something feels off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Iwelan narrowed her eyes, studying the scene as if she'd spotted something crucial, yet couldn't quite pinpoint it. Just as she pondered, the staff arrived. Iwelan blinked rapidly, turning her gaze toward the staff member.
"Please give your answer."
The staff member glanced at the time before asking.
Iwelan scratched her head lightly.
After a long moment, she said, "The killer is either the guy with glasses or the other one."
"Then who is it?"
the staff member inquired.
"Probably. I'd say it's probably Amy.
There's no one else left, it has to be her. As for the others I've seen so far, none of them had the time or motive. Only Amy was around often enough.
So it must be her."
The staff member shook his head.
"Wrong."
Iwelan had anticipated this outcome, but she was puzzled.
Only two people had been present.
Besides the guy with glasses, it was Ame.
There was simply no one else.
Wait. After the staff member declared her answer incorrect, Iwelan was about to force a bitter smile when suddenly, it clicked.
"Hold off on bringing out the task force. Let me think this through."
Iwelan began to recall the details carefully. She remembered the third person who had appeared in this case.
The security guard. Could it be him? Iwelan found the gatekeeper and said, "You're the murderer, aren't you?" Since the investigation period had ended, the guard didn't hide anything. He smiled and admitted, "It was me. I knew it. Ame once told me that such ordinary materials couldn't possibly appear in their club. She was actually telling me it couldn't be her.
And this material just happens to be on your clothes, sir."
Iwelan stared at the guard's uniform and couldn't help but point it out. The guard nodded. He said, "Actually, you should have known the moment you saw me. The clothes I'm wearing are protective gear. Isn't that exactly the kind of fiber they're made of? Too bad you didn't show any reaction." Iwelan let out a bitter laugh. "I kept wondering what was off. Where did that golden fiber come from?"
"Of the 5 things that appeared, only this one remained unfound. But you showed up for such a brief moment, I subconsciously overlooked your presence and shifted my focus to Ame. I even revisited the scene multiple times, but I never once looked for you, old man."
The security guard smiled. "Because I provided you with the intelligence you most wanted to know.
You subconsciously ignored me because I didn't fit the mold of someone involved in this case. It's like when we play games, most of the time, we don't notice some random NPC on the side of the road offering information.
That makes perfect sense.
But it's precisely this common sense that makes people overlook things."
Iwelan nodded. At this point, the audience finally understood.
Like Iwelan, they had all made the same mistake, trapped within their own assumptions, unable to step outside them. Seriously, who would have guessed the killer was the security guard? I just assumed he was some random guy providing info to the investigation team.
Exactly. When you said the killer was Amy, I thought that was more likely.
But then you told me it was the security guard. I don't know how to put it, but I'm really shocked."
Iwelan sighed deeply.
And when she saw that the perpetrators were Lu Chen and his crew, Iwelan felt like cursing.
but she managed to hold back. Tell me what exactly happened in this case? Lu Chen nodded. Though he felt a bit embarrassed, he began explaining the case in earnest. Why did they have to make Glasses Guy drunk? Because that way, he wouldn't remember what happened last night, which would facilitate the case's progress later on. In reality, He Wei-lan and the others had overlooked a crucial detail. The elderly gentleman who died in the villa was someone who often advised others to drink less. After seeing Glasses Guy drunk, he came over to scold him. This led to a conflict between the two, resulting in their struggle all the way to the villa. This explains why osmanthus flowers were found on Glasses Guy. During the altercation between the old man and the guy in glasses, the security guard intervened, shoving him aside. The victim was struck and killed on impact. That's also how the Glasses Guy's glasses shattered. After the victim fell, he pinned the guy with glasses underneath him, which is how the bloodstains on his body came to be. As for the cement, no explanation needed. He stepped on it when leaving the club. Finally, the fibers under his fingernails? Those got caught there when the security guard shoved him. As for motive in a case like this? Impossible. Lu Chen couldn't find a single reason why I would have killed the victim. He was merely designing the case to ensure it was sufficiently compelling. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, He Wei-lan nodded. It all fit together. Everything. But clearly, the investigation team had no intention of letting our He Wei-lan off the hook so easily. Only Lu Chen came out to explain the case. So what about Xiaobu? Of course, a similar case was waiting for He Wei-lan. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, He Wei-lan saw a comedian approaching. He Wei-lan frowned and glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen waved it off, indicating it wasn't much his concern. After all, while the approach was similar, the case design itself was different. Lu Chen had no idea what kind of setup Xiaobu had designed. Seeing Lu Chen's clueless expression, He Wei-lan relaxed and turned her attention to the comedian. The comedian's expression darkened. He confessed he'd just committed murder and was still feeling the lingering fear. He had killed his agent. In an instant, the comments exploded. Holy crap, is it that intense? These two cases are so similar, must be the same design. If it's the same setup, then it's a total giveaway, right? No one understood why it had to start like this again. He Wei-lan, however, frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Explain that in detail." Cut to the next scene. The group had arrived at an apartment. The comedian's agent was lying on a stretcher, cold as a rock. They entered the adjacent room and began questioning the comedian. So he was your very important partner, right? While the team members went to gather clues, He Wei-lan began questioning him about his work. The comedian nods. He said, "That's right, officer. He was my very important partner. But you also said you killed him with your own hands." He Wei-lan was utterly baffled. What kind of situation was this? This case made no sense at all, just straight up murder. But then it struck him something felt off. This case was almost identical to the one Lu Chen had just confessed to. Could it be? Chapter 119, the same method won't fail twice. After a moment's thought, He Wei-lan asked, "If he was such an important partner to you, why would you kill him?" The comedian explained it was because he had a brilliant idea for a new show, but his agent disagreed, insisting he should stick to comedy rather than try something new. This led to a heated argument between the two. Then the comedian used a baseball bat to kill his agent. The comedian recounted the story tearfully, leaving He Wei-lan doubting the case's authenticity. It was too smooth, almost suspiciously so. She pondered for a long while. She finally spotted the crucial flaw. The comedian claimed he and his agent had an argument. Would someone really pick up a baseball bat and kill him over that? That made no logical sense whatsoever. But He Wei-lan thought back to the Lu Chen case. Precisely because it made logical sense, she hadn't considered the possibility of the security guard being involved. But precisely because of that, she hadn't been able to find the killer. Thinking about this, He Wei-lan couldn't help but feel conflicted again. According to the comedian himself, he and his agent were crucial partners. Logically, such an argument shouldn't have escalated to murder. Moving forward. Then verify the comedian's testimony and proceed accordingly. Little did she know. Her investigation had fallen right into Xiaobu's trap. Unlike Lu Chen's scheme, Xiaobu's case design took a different direction. Soon, He Wei-lan would discover the differences between the two cases. After her investigation, He Wei-lan discovered. At 11 a.m., the comedian had left his residential complex for the station. The station was a 10-minute walk from the agent's residence. Therefore, he arrived at the agent's apartment around 11:10 a.m. He then came to find He Wei-lan to turn himself in at 11:30 a.m. This timeline largely matched his statement. But He Wei-lan felt something was off. It was too smooth. Furthermore, according to the report, the metal baton provided by the comedian contained the victim's blood and hair. Most crucially, it bore the comedian's fingerprints. This was practically a chain of evidence strong enough to close the case. He Wei-lan narrowed her eyes, feeling even more uneasy. What about me, cutie pie?
This was even more obvious than Lu Chen's case. I wouldn't fall for the same trick twice.
Not only that,
the motive He Weilan had been searching for was now confirmed. The agent turned down a comedy artist's announcement a spot as a regular guest on a well-known show.
The agent didn't even ask the comedian himself, he just turned it down outright. It's only natural that resentment would build up inside.
He Weilan narrowed her eyes. The case wasn't closed. Instead, the investigation continued. At the back door of the apartment, she discovered an iron bar. It could be said that this iron bar could also serve as a murder weapon capable of killing the agent. Moreover, through inquiries, she learned the iron bar had only appeared here today, it hadn't been there before. Therefore, He Weilan took the iron bar away and soon obtained the report. This iron rod was the fatal weapon that killed the agent.
But what about the bloodstains found on the metal bat? He Weilan frowned. This case was indeed more complicated than it seemed.
If she closed the case prematurely, she might fall right into the trap set by the investigation team.
Please explain, she demanded sternly. What exactly is the story behind the bloodstains found on the metal bat? He Weilan asked sternly. However, the comedian couldn't possibly explain. After a long moment, he stood up. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared, "Fine, I did it. Just arrest me already. Don't bother with anything else." He Weilan couldn't be bothered to respond, sending the comedian away.
She continued leading the search for clues. She located the neighborhood security guard, who revealed that around 11 p.m., only the comedian had entered the premises. She later reviewed the complex's surveillance footage. The agent had left around 8 a.m. to buy breakfast. This could be seen on the surveillance outside the complex. They then proceeded outside the complex. They arrived at the store where the deceased had entered. After learning the deceased had eaten instant noodles that morning with no other unusual details, He Weilan and the others checked the time, confirmed it was after 9 a.m., and returned to the residential complex. They continued questioning the comedian.
"Where were you at 9 a.m. this morning?"
The comedian heard this.
He paused for a moment, then said, "What does that have to do with me killing someone? Just answer the question." "At that time, I was visiting the elderly lady next door.
She's a painter, and I really admire her artwork."
He Weilan's expression darkened.
From the time the victim finished eating instant noodles, returned to the apartment, to the time of death, the entire period spanned roughly 1 hour.
That corresponds to the time range on the death report, 9 p.m. to 11:30 p.m.
According to the victim's neighbor, there was no sound coming from the adjacent room around 9:30 p.m.
Normally, sounds would be heard, likely the agent listening to music while working.
This led He Weilan to push the estimated time of death back to between 9 o'clock and 9:30.
At 9 p.m., the comedian had a very solid alibi. Now all that's needed is to speak with this artist to determine the truth. Soon, He Weilan located the artist. The artist stated,
at 9 a.m. that morning, the comedian returned the sketchbook he had borrowed earlier.
To express his gratitude, he even brought her a cake.
Since they had agreed to return the sketchbook at 9 a.m. that morning, the comedian specifically asked the artist if he was late when he arrived. The artist glanced at the clock in the room and then smiled, assuring him he wasn't late. Thus, the comedian's alibi was confirmed. The agent's residence was an hour's drive away. The clock at the artist's home was also accurate, meaning the comedian simply didn't have the time to kill the agent. At this point in the investigation, He Weilan stated that the killer was not the comedian.
But why would the comedian take the fall?
Upon further questioning, it was revealed that the agent was indeed the comedian's close friend. However, the agent had used his professional connections to gather compromising information on many people within the industry.
In other words, he had blackmailed many people. To protect his best friend's reputation, the comedian was willing to take the fall.
Otherwise, if this case were to leak out and undergo investigation, his buddy's reputation would be ruined. But this was just a simulated crime. He Weilan found the whole thing childish. It was truly remarkable that the crime team could come up with such a scheme.
Could such a motive even be considered valid? The next step was to find the real killer.
Starting with the agent's connections, she was confident the real culprit would be found soon.
He Weilan?
She'd never fall for the same trick twice.
Chapter 120, Xiaobu's Desperation. Damn, juggling being an agent and extorting people in the industry wearing 2 hats like that, and still eating instant noodles for breakfast? I don't even want to talk about it. Ha ha, what a pitiful agent. Only by resorting to such tactics did she finally get to eat instant noodles for breakfast. What can you say? Whoever designed this case is beyond belief. Setting aside the audience's complaints, as the case progressed to this point, He Weilan could see how absurd it was. While she hadn't figured out who the real culprit was, one thing was certain: the design of this case was, to some extent, utterly ridiculous. It barely scraped by with a shred of logic, but upon closer inspection, it was pure nonsense. The comedian continued his explanation. When he came to find his agent at 11 a.m. that morning, he was already doomed. But to cover up his agent's secret, he smeared the agent's blood on a baseball bat and then came to turn himself in to He Weilan. The comedian's explanation only made matters worse.
He Weilan narrowed her eyes at him, suddenly recalling something. The case seemed to be heading toward a predictable, uninteresting resolution, exactly what everyone expected.
Yet He Weilan spotted a crucial detail.
Up to this point, only two key figures had appeared in the case, the comedian and the agent, one the victim, the other the suspect.
The breakfast shop clerk and the security guard were merely NPCs providing plot hooks.
But if this case followed the same pattern as the ones Lu Chen had designed before, then she'd fallen into the trap of common sense again. He Weilan sought out the security guard again, meticulously questioning him about his activities during the crime timeframe, as well as gathering witness statements and physical evidence. Only after confirming everything was in order did she shift her focus back to the shop clerk.
But, unfortunately, the shop attendant also showed no signs of wrongdoing.
This only deepened He Weilan's confusion.
Could it be that she had been wrong from the very beginning?
She began re-examining the case from the ground up. Although there was a time limit for solving the case, only about half the time had passed, so there was still time.
After reviewing the details, He Weilan recalled a person.
That elderly painter, the one who had provided the comedian with an alibi.
She visited the old painter once more.
From him, she learned that he lived alone and, due to his advanced age, sometimes couldn't even tell if his windows were closed.
Additionally,
He Weilan also noticed that the only timepieces in the old painter's home were the wall clock by the entrance and the alarm clock in her bedroom. Unexpectedly, the old painter didn't know how to use electronic devices. This was a new clue that hadn't surfaced during previous inquiries.
Moreover,
He Weilan also learned that the old painter maintained a very regular schedule. Aside from painting, she spent her days cooking for herself and tending to the garden. He went to bed before 9 p.m. every night. This made He Weilan think of something else. She promptly inquired about the comedian. He assumed it was a neighbor. Since the comedian greatly admired the old painter's work, he often visited him and was well acquainted with his daily routine. Upon hearing this, He Weilan realized something and decided not to ask any further questions. Instead, she bid farewell to the old painter. She returned to the deceased's neighborhood. Here,
He Weilan arrived at the spot where the steel pipe had been found.
Here,
He Weilan noticed the back door.
She hadn't paid much attention to it last time, but this time she walked along it once more. As she walked, she discovered a problem. Using the back door added an extra, unguarded access route to the upper floors.
This meant anyone ascending this way could do so without the administrator's knowledge.
He Weilan studied this unguarded route and realized something else. We all know that when the comedian arrived at the agent's residential complex, surveillance footage recorded his arrival at 11 p.m. But if he entered through the back door, there would be no surveillance.
Moreover,
returning to the back door, the very spot where the murder weapon was found, He Weilan was struck by a new question. The killer clearly disposed of the murder weapon, so why leave it at the back door?
If he'd simply taken it away, wouldn't it have been completely untraceable?
It seemed like the murder weapon had been disposed of, yet it also seemed like it hadn't been.
What kind of logic was this? What kind of killer would do such a thing? Are they out of their mind?
The more He Weilan thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She felt she understood something, but so far, she hadn't found any relevant evidence.
The case seemed to have hit a dead end. Yet at this very moment, He Weilan uncovered a crucial detail.
At the breakfast shop downstairs, she obtained a crucial piece of information. The victim's breakfast time was remarkably consistent, always around 8 a.m.
He Weilan couldn't help but wonder, why such a fixed schedule? The old painter did.
The victim was the same. This case must be connected to time. This line of thought led He Weilan to recall the comedian's testimony.
It was also about time.
Moreover, the only evidence that surfaced in this case was the comedian's clear surveillance footage showing him arriving at the victim's residential complex at 11 p.m.
The victim's time of death was between 9 o'clock and 11:30. He Weilan pondered this.
Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her. She returned to the old painter's home once more and confirmed certain details. He Weilan was certain she had solved the case. She sought out the comedian once more.
With unwavering confidence, she declared, "You're the murderer."
The comedian froze for a moment, then burst into laughter.
"Where's the evidence?"
He Weilan paused. She had only formulated her theory so far, no concrete evidence yet. With a helpless smile, she said nothing more. Instead, she proceeded with her own reasoning.
"My hunch is probably right. The killer is the comedian. The most crucial element in this case is timing.
He arrived at the agent's residence at 9 a.m., used the steel rod to kill the agent, then escaped the complex via the fire escape. He proceeded to the elderly painter's home to have her create an alibi for him."
The audience listened to He Weilan's reasoning, feeling somewhat perplexed. That doesn't add up.
There's no way he could have done it all in that time frame.
The comedian's alibi is rock solid. He didn't arrive at the agent's complex until 11 a.m. There's surveillance footage to prove it. Could there be two comedians? He Weilan explained, the answer is actually quite simple. The comedian arrived at the agent's complex at 9 p.m. After killing the agent, he drove back to his own residence to meet the elderly painter. You're probably wondering, didn't the old painter notice?
The old painter mentioned that she relies solely on 2 clocks in her home to keep track of time, and her daily routine is extremely fixed. This means it would have been incredibly easy for the comedian to sneak into her house at night. He just needed to adjust the time. So the old painter had no idea what time it really was.
Chapter 121, a new case, a chain of deception? But that doesn't make sense either.
When the investigation team arrived later, the time was correct again.
How do you explain that? Exactly.
The old painter was fully conscious at that time.
How could the comedian have found the opportunity to adjust the clock?
That theory holds water, but it still doesn't add up unless the old painter was an accomplice too.
The audience expressed their confusion at He Weilan's explanation. He Weilan continued, remember why the comedian asked the old painter if he was late when they met?
That's why the old painter checked the time, right?
He did it to establish an alibi. Next, we only need to ask the old painter one question, and everything will be revealed.
The comedian's expression remained as calm as ever, but the look on the little Buteen's faces was far from pleasant. They had employed a strategy similar to Lu Chen's, but the difference lay in their approach. While Lu Chen had marginalized himself to divert He Weilan's suspicion away from the real culprit, Team Xiaobu had deliberately brought the true murderer into He Weilan's sight. Then, using evidence, they made He Weilan believe the real culprit wasn't him.
However, Xiaobu overlooked one crucial detail. He hadn't specifically arranged for a new killer to appear in this case.
This meant that, aside from the victim and the comedian, there was no one else who could be implicated in the entire case. In Lu Chen's case, the security guard hadn't been formally investigated, so he lacked an alibi. But precisely because of this oversight, He Weilan became exceptionally diligent in solving Xiaobu's case. She specifically investigated the security guard, the shop assistant, and others, obtaining the alibis she needed. This was far more substantial than the comedian's. She sought out the old painter once more. After questioning him, He Weilan obtained the answers she sought. When the comedian came to see her, he had brought cake. It was the old painter's favorite. The comedian had taken the initiative to deliver the cake to the old painter's bedroom, placing it in the small refrigerator by her bedside.
At this point, He Weilan looked back at the comedian. Shall we continue?
The comedian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded.
So what? If you want to prove I did it, what's your evidence?
But the comedian was right. He Weilan's deduction was correct.
The problem was, where was the evidence? How could anyone prove that the comedian had visited his agent's neighborhood at 9 o'clock?
While He Weilan was busy investigating the security checkpoint,
Xiaobu and Lu Chen were also chatting. Maybe I should just confess proactively.
Xiaobu pursed her lips, her expression sour.
Lu Chen just smiled. You can keep playing dumb if you want. It's no big deal, you definitely didn't mess with the evidence chain. I can tell by the look on your face.
Xiaobu scratched his head awkwardly. That was precisely why he looked so grim. He hadn't actually established any evidence chain.
Which meant, He Weilan couldn't possibly have found evidence proving the comedian was the murderer. Holy crap! Is that even allowed?
That'd make him unstoppable.
Just designing the case without worrying about the evidence chain? How's the investigation team supposed to solve it? I don't even want to talk about it.
This is ridiculous. Needless to say, the audience was furious about this behavior.
Xiaobu shook his head. I concede. The staff looked at Xiaobu. They were confirming. Xiaobu nodded solemnly. I concede. This case was my oversight. Without a coherent chain of evidence, the investigation team couldn't possibly find proof. All right.
The staff member nodded. He relayed Xiaobu's words to He Weilan and the comedian.
At this point, there was no longer any reason to continue the standoff.
He Weilan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out exactly as she had suspected. The comedian had used this method to establish his alibi.
See?
You can't use the same method twice in a case. It'll always be figured out.
Xiaobu couldn't help but sigh. But you still have another case, right? Lu Chen pressed. Xiaobu nodded.
But he added, but this case is also based on a technique you used before.
What if Officer He Weilan sees through it again? Lu Chen froze. Huh? A technique I've used before?
Xiaobu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Don't worry, I refined it myself. It's only similar in technique to your case. It's a completely different case.
Lu Chen could only manage a wry smile. What else could he say? Fine. Hope this case really has something new to offer. Or are you still planning to pin it on Officer He Weilan? Pretty much. And what about you?
This time, I'll use a case from Kagoro's hometown to take him down.
Lu Chen flashed a confident smile. Now then.
It was nighttime, and the fireworks festival was about to begin. Our Kagoro team was naturally invited to attend. Though it seemed odd, it was an invitation from the production team, so they naturally couldn't refuse.
Then,
the production team pulled off their most audacious stunts since the show began. In plain sight, a skinny guy and a fat guy appeared before everyone. The skinny one was searching for something, turning the entire room upside down. The chubby guy stood by, speechless, and couldn't help but ask what the skinny guy was looking for. The skinny guy replied he was looking for his wallet.
The chubby one said nothing more. However,
the skinny guy rummaging through everything wasn't looking for a wallet at all, he was searching for a handgun. After finding the gun, he immediately shot the fat guy dead.
Holy, how intense is that? Just shooting him dead?
That's basically telling us who the killer is, yet the investigation team can't figure it out.
Is that the idea? That's way too confident. They don't even think the investigators are human. After the killing,
the skinny guy took the fat guy's wallet, took all the money inside, and then left the room. Along the way, no one saw the skinny man. The skinny man arrived at the riverbank.
He tossed the murder weapon and everything else into the river.
Then, he strolled casually into the fireworks festival.
At that very moment, Kagoro and the others also arrived at the fireworks festival from another direction. This fireworks festival had a very unique feature. The words fireworks festival would be illuminated sequentially across 3 mountains. The thin man who had just committed murder came face to face with Kagoro and his group. He even asked Kagoro to take his picture. At that moment, the 4 characters fireworks festival had burned down to the final 2 characters festival. Damn, this is even more brazen.
Not only did he kill someone, but he's also seeking out the investigation team to create his own alibi.
Does he have to be this shameless? I'm speechless. Which investigation team is this? How arrogant.
The crowd gathered, drawn by the spectacle, eager to see who had orchestrated such an outrageous crime.
Chapter 122, Such Brazen Murder? Chaogu didn't overthink it and naturally snapped a photo of the skinny guy.
Then they started chatting. Through their conversation, we learned the skinny guy was a writer, out traveling with another author this time.
As they chatted,
they mentioned heading to the hotel. But when they arrived at the hotel, they discovered a corpse that was as cold as could be. The autopsy report beside the body indicated the deceased was a heavy-set man, having died within the past 2 hours. The cause of death was gunshot wounds. His wallet had been stolen from the scene, and all his valuables were gone.
Additionally,
the room was thoroughly ransacked, and some of the thin man's belongings were also missing. Of course, from the audience's perspective, it was actually the skinny guy who took them and threw them into the river.
After investigating the scene,
they quickly classified the case as a burglary murder.
This left the audience completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? This is supposed to be the famous detective of Neon Nation? Are you just here to eliminate a wrong answer right off the bat?
Hey, if I didn't know who the killer was, I almost bought your nonsense.
Wait, detective, if cases were this simple, why would we even need you? But then again, fortunately, Brother Chow didn't fully buy Kagoro's reasoning. He pointed out that the skinny guy also had a window of opportunity. But then, Skinny pulled out his camera as evidence.
At first, Brother Chow was about to argue that the skinny guy's photos couldn't serve as direct evidence. But upon discovering the camera was a point-and-shoot model that developed photos on the spot, he immediately fell silent.
Because if that was the case,
the photos of the skinny guy were taken and developed directly, no Photoshop involved.
This left Brother Chow in a quandary.
Chow Gu was stumped.
Then,
a publishing house executive called. Upon hearing that the fat man had died,
he couldn't help but sigh. What about the manuscripts we have lined up after this?
Upon hearing the manager's words, the skinny guy could only offer comfort. Later, the supervisor asked if the skinny guy could imitate the fat guy's writing style. The skinny guy just said he could probably give it a try, but he couldn't guarantee the outcome.
This action, the audience instantly understood the skinny guy's motive for murder. But Kagoro and the others didn't know. They didn't even consider the deeper implications. Oh my, did the fat guy have any enemies or something? Could he have gotten into a fight with someone, leading to a revenge killing? If it was a home invasion robbery, this case would be a real headache.
Kagoro was at a loss for words. He glanced at Brother Saw, who in turn looked at Takagi.
Takagi looked back at Kagoro. Got it. It's a closed loop.
He pulled out the skinny guy's photo to look at it. He was present every moment the fireworks display burned through each character. This means he has a solid alibi.
Through investigation,
Kagoro and the others discovered significant conflict between the publishing house's director and the fat man.
This dates back to a year ago.
Both the skinny guy and the fat guy were commissioned to write a manuscript. In the end, the fat man succeeded, while the skinny man had to revise his work countless times to the manager's still unhappy satisfaction. By the time the skinny guy finally got approved, the fat guy had already received his payment.
Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal.
But it was soon discovered. The chubby guy's piece was actually plagiarized from the skinny guy's work, which explained why the skinny guy's draft kept getting rejected and required so many revisions.
But then again,
since they were good friends who often exchanged ideas, the fat guy naturally used the skinny guy's work without him saying anything. But this incident greatly displeased the supervisor. He believed the fat guy should have disclosed this when submitting the work rather than concealing it.
This constituted deception. It was also irresponsible. For this reason, the supervisor had once berated the chubby guy. However,
the situation eventually calmed down. What truly made the supervisor want to kill the fat guy was what happened later. The fat guy was suspected of stealing money from the supervisor.
The amount was no small sum.
But to this day, no concrete evidence has surfaced.
The audience couldn't help but laugh. What kind of excuse is this? So we have a motive for murder, but what about the method? What about the time? The person in charge isn't even here. How could there be an opportunity to commit the crime? Regarding this point, Lu Chen had naturally considered it. Kagoro and the others quickly discovered.
At the time of the incident, the person in charge was also at the fireworks festival. But instead of coming to see the fat man and skinny man in person, he urged them to submit the manuscript over the phone. This seems somewhat illogical.
But upon closer reflection, it actually made sense. But the supervisor going to the fireworks show alone? That just doesn't add up. Soon,
the publishing house manager was summoned too. But he also had a solid alibi. During the time the victim died. Except for a 20-minute gap, witnesses could confirm his whereabouts throughout the entire event.
This development,
Kagoro and the others were intrigued.
20 minutes.
And it just so happened to be near the hotel.
More than enough time to kill someone. As for this,
the manager just stiffened his neck and insisted he absolutely did not kill the fat man.
Kagoro smiled. They didn't even bother arguing with the manager.
They continued their investigation. But as they dug deeper,
Kagoro and his team sensed something was amiss.
A new case had unexpectedly surfaced. The reason the person in charge couldn't account for his whereabouts during those 20 minutes was because he had found a bag containing 20 million yen and didn't want to share it with others. That's why he remained tight-lipped, refusing to say anything no matter how Kagoro pressed him. But when faced with a case involving finding 20 million yen versus a murder case, most people would choose the murder case, right? Yet Kagoro chose the simpler path.
First, find the owner of the 20 million.
Then he'd return to solve the murder. Solve the case of the fat man's death. Besides the person in charge who found the 20 million, an elderly woman also witnessed the incident. But the person in charge claimed it was counterfeit money and talked the old lady out of it.
That's why the manager ended up taking it all. Kagoro ordered the manager to produce the money. Soon, someone came to claim it.
A man in his 40s with a crew cut, paint stains on his clothes. He claimed it was his wife's insurance payout, explaining he'd lost the money after drinking too much the night before.
This left Kagoro even more speechless.
The case seemed to be solved right there.
However,
a new witness emerged. A young man around 20 years old provided information. At 5 p.m., he had passed by that location and the bag had not been there at that time. By the roadside where the package was lost, there stood an abandoned storefront. Its door was badly damaged, making it easy to slip inside. No light penetrated inside, perfect for hiding.
Holy crap, a case within a case? Is this meant to mess with Kagoro's head? I can't shake the feeling that this 20 million case the boss is handling isn't just a simple money grab. There's definitely another case woven into it. What's being presented to Kagoro now is just the surface. Absolutely. Don't forget this case was orchestrated by Lu Chen. If it were straightforward, would it even be him?
Chapter 123, Case Within a Case, Kagoro Deceived. Inside the store, Kagoro discovered exceptionally fresh footprints. And the person who just collected the 20 million was indeed covered in dirt.
That made logical sense. Then,
he found paint on the wall, matching the residue on Uncle Flattop's clothes. It seemed that Uncle Flattop had been lying here when the money was lost that night. Combined with the man's statement that he had been drunk, Kagoro reasonably surmised that it was highly probable he had acted out of character while intoxicated, making it plausible he had thrown the money away.
This added to Kagoro's confusion.
He recalled the auntie who had found the money with the publishing house manager last night. She worked at the nearby supermarket. When the investigation team arrived, it was her colleague Uncle Fat who appeared first and shared the auntie's past with the investigation team.
It turned out, the aunt's husband had met with an accident over a decade ago.
But no one knew who was responsible, and the statute of limitations had already expired. Upon learning more, it turned out Uncle Fat was pursuing the aunt, and they had recently confirmed their relationship.
He feared another incident might disrupt their current life. Kagoro nodded.
He understood such matters.
Soon,
Takagi had already thoroughly investigated the case from 15 years ago.
Back then, Auntie's husband worked at a law firm.
While he was working overtime in the office, someone broke in to rob the place.
Auntie's husband tried to stop him and was ultimately killed. The law firm was robbed of 5 million yen.
That 5 million yuan from 15 years ago was equivalent to over 50 million yuan today.
However,
based on footprints left at the scene, a suspect was identified.
Among them was Uncle Ping too. But then,
in the end, due to insufficient evidence, he was never convicted. And just like that, 15 years passed.
After hearing Takagi's account, Kagoro had a general grasp of the case. He made a very reasonable guess. The suspect from back then, having amassed a fortune over the past decade or so, likely felt remorse for the victim's death. That's why he deliberately left the money in the middle of the road, intending to make amends. However, the money was picked up by the publishing house manager, and the aunt was deceived. That's why Uncle Ping appeared and took the money back. That explanation seemed plausible enough. But the audience immediately grew suspicious. Wait, how does this connect to the previous case? I don't get it. These two cases happening back to back just feels off somehow. We'll see. Who knows? The Kagoro team's investigation is weirdly slow. The investigation continued. Kagoro and his team uncovered new clues. The reason Uncle Flathead was cleared of suspicion back then was because he had fractured his arm days before the robbery at the law firm, rendering him completely incapable of committing the crime. This only deepened Kagoro and the others' confusion. So how did Uncle Flathead end up as a suspect in the first place? Thus, Kagoro and the others continued investigating along this line. As they dug deeper, they began to sense something was amiss. First off, Uncle Flathead had lost his wife a month ago. He closed the shop he'd run for many years, and no one had seen him since. The shop owner next door overheard the investigation team's inquiries and mentioned Uncle Ping Tu's strange behavior lately. After closing his shop, Uncle Ping Tu announced he was going on a trip. Before leaving, he even had drinks with the shop owners. The shop owners had tried to console him. But as they drank, Uncle Ping had confessed he'd wanted to do this for a long time, but had been too afraid to act. At the time, the shop owners hadn't suspected anything, assuming Uncle Flattop was simply timid and hesitant to travel alone. Hearing the investigation team's questioning now, they began to suspect there might be a reason to worry about him. Kagoro turned to Takagi and said, "Check Uncle Ping Tu's recent movements. I need to know where he went." Takagi nodded and immediately set off to do so. While Takagi investigated, Kagoro returned to the scene where the fat man had died to continue examining the case. The scene indicated the fat man had been shot in the back, killed instantly with no chance to resist. The room was in disarray, and money had been stolen. But what puzzled Kagoro was that despite the chaos, the bed remained perfectly made. Why was that? At that moment, Chao Ji's explanation resolved this puzzle. Because last night was the fireworks festival, everyone had gone out to watch the fireworks. Naturally, none of them had gone to bed. Not only that, Brother Chao pointed out that the fat guy must have been planning to go out to see the fireworks too. But he was killed before he could leave. Moreover, the timing of his death coincided precisely with the fireworks display. Based on this reasoning, the publisher's manager becomes an even stronger suspect. After hearing Brother Chao's analysis, Kagoro couldn't help but nod in agreement. He carefully organized the evidence that had surfaced so far. Kagoro noticed a crucial detail. The manager claimed he spent those 20 minutes picking up money, so he has no alibi. But if we look closely, something doesn't add up. The location where the money was found was precisely behind the inn. Upon arriving at the hotel, one could clearly see the emergency staircase located directly behind the building. It's less than a 5-minute walk from where the manager found the money. That's far too close. What do you think? Kagoro frowned as he asked Sasuke and Takagi. Hard to say. But I have a feeling this case might not be what we think it is. What do you mean? Maybe we've been wrong from the very beginning. Chaogu said with a hint of worry. After designing this case, Lu Chen's team was now surprisingly relaxed. For this entire episode, none of them had personally appeared on camera. Instead, they'd opted to use volunteers to carry out the plan. Lu Chen had his reasons for this choice. He had already planned the next case and would take charge personally. The methods and everything else were all set. Now they just had to wait for Kagoro to solve his case before putting it into action. With less than 10 hours until Kagoro solved the case, both interconnected crimes remained unsolved. The detectives were still puzzling over the methods used. Right. Look at Lu Chen's expression, that bored look. He's definitely got the new case all planned out, but the investigation team still hasn't cracked it. Absolutely. If we hadn't witnessed the killer committing the crime ourselves, there's no way I could have figured out the killer was the skinny guy just by looking at the aftermath. His alibi is just too solid. And his alibi was even fabricated by the investigation team themselves. Who could possibly suspect him? That'd be ridiculous. Yeah, and deliberately provoking a second case to divert the investigation team's attention. So much time has passed now, who knows if the murder weapon hasn't already been washed away? Finding it at this point is practically impossible. Chapter 124, Completely Wrong. Kagoro's investigation fails. Let's shift our focus back to Takagi. He diligently investigated the circumstances surrounding Uncle Flathead. But he uncovered a crucial clue. 3 individuals had originally robbed the law firm. Besides Uncle Flathead, one of the other 2 had a name that stood out. Takagi promptly relayed this information to Kagoro. The name belonged to the head of the editorial department. This revelation. Not only Kagoro, but even the audience was baffled. What's going on? The head of the editorial department was one of the suspects back then? Then this second case might get interesting. Maybe the head knew about the money all along, which is why he was lying in wait. It's even possible he came to the fireworks festival today specifically for that 20 million yen. But Skinny's crime disrupted his plans. With no other choice, he had to produce the money to prove he didn't commit murder. At this stage of the investigation, Kagoro and the others naturally realized the manager was highly suspect. They dug deeper. They uncovered another crucial piece of information. How had they originally determined that Uncle Flathead couldn't have committed the crime due to his broken bone? It was through his health insurance card. But after investigation, Kagoro and the others discovered that it wasn't Uncle Ping 2 who used his medical insurance card at the time, but one of his friends. The friend had fallen from upstairs and broken his leg, so Uncle Ping 2 gave his medical insurance card to the friend, saving him a lot of money. Precisely because of this, the police concluded that Uncle Flathead had broken his leg and was no longer a suspect. As for the remaining two suspects, one had passed away from illness several years prior. The other was the publishing house manager. He was cleared of suspicion, thanks to testimony from neighbors at the time. Furthermore, according to the investigation, the publishing house manager and Uncle Ping 2 had once worked at the same company. Though it was only for a brief 3 months, this served as evidence of their prior connection. Beyond that, Kagoro and the others discovered. After the robbery incident, all three men had bright futures ahead of them. First, Uncle Ping 2 he somehow acquired funds to open a shop and built a warm, loving family. The manager joined an editorial office. The last member, who had since passed away from illness, had started a small company. After that, the three lost all contact with each other. Strangely enough, though, Uncle Ping 2 had spoken with the publishing house manager a few months ago. It was a brief call, and no one knows what they discussed. And so, the focus returned to the issue of the 20 million. Kagoro and the others immediately summoned both the publishing house director and Uncle Ping 2. Explain yourselves. You both worked at the same company back then, yet after that case 15 years ago, you never had contact again. Then why did you reconnect after Uncle Ping 2's wife passed away? Because Uncle Ping 2's wife passed away, and we were offering him comfort. The manager explained without batting an eye. But Kagoro turned to look at Uncle Flathead. Is that really the case? Uncle Ping 2 lowered his head, glanced at the person in charge, then nodded. Everyone knew Uncle Flathead was lying, but since Kagoro and the others couldn't produce concrete evidence, they couldn't say anything. Kagoro didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, he separated the two men. He had already guessed Uncle Flathead's motive, to compensate Auntie. That was why he'd left 20 million on the street, hoping she'd take it back. According to the law, once Auntie picked up the 20 million, if Uncle Flattop didn't claim it within 6 months, the money would automatically become hers. But at that very moment, the person in charge appeared. The timing couldn't have been better. Damn, this case has such a background? What was the investigation team doing before? Did they oversleep? Who knows? It feels like they were just messing around with the investigation, never seriously considering gathering evidence. I'm speechless. How could people like that exist? The audience was deeply skeptical of Kagoro's team's efficiency, and Lu Chen now found it rather odd too. Kagoro was once a police elite, could he really be this incompetent? If he'd investigated this case from the start, wouldn't he have uncovered all the evidence he left behind? How come he only just found out the publishing house manager knew Uncle Flattop? It felt like all the effort he'd put into designing this case had been wasted. And upon further examination, the case only grew more perplexing for Lu Chen and his team. After Kagoro conducted separate interrogations, he first questioned Uncle Flattop. Uncle Ping didn't hold back. Since the 15-year statute of limitations had passed, he was willing to make restitution this way, it wouldn't affect his family. This reasoning was acceptable to everyone. However, Uncle Flattop made no mention whatsoever of the person in charge. He basically said, "Go figure it out yourself. I'll own up to everything I did." This left Kagoro speechless. Uncle Flattop confessed. He was indeed one of the perpetrators in that case years ago. But with the statute of limitations expired, Kagoro had no legal recourse against him. Taking a deep breath, Kagoro proceeded to question the person in charge privately. In Kagoro's mind, he was almost certain the supervisor was the murderer. Why did he think so? Let's analyze the cases together. What was the manager's motive for murder? Money, of course. Judging by the amount missing from the scene, it must have been substantial. Add to that Uncle Ping's 20 million yuan, and it would have been more than enough for the manager to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Moreover, these two cases provided the manager with an alibi. The case of the fat man's murder. The person in charge could use the next case to cover their tracks. Looking at it this way, the person in charge never intended to take the 20 million yuan from the start. No need to make excuses. I understand your motive perfectly well. Kagoro presented his reasoning, but the person in charge showed no interest in acknowledging him after hearing it. Completely wrong. from the audience's perspective. These two cases were separate from the very beginning. They only appeared connected because both occurred on the night of the fireworks festival. The skinny guy killed to steal money. The manager secretly appeared and took the money Uncle Flathead gave to the aunt. You're wrong. I didn't kill anyone. I just wanted the money. Stop trying to wriggle out of it, murderer. Kagaro's tone grew heavier. From the start, your plan was to use another case to cover up your own crime. 15 years ago, you committed burglary and murder. This sort of thing is second nature to you. I've completely figured this case out. There's absolutely no mistake. The supervisor tried to say something more. But Kagoro was already convinced his deductions were correct and had no intention of listening further. Chapter 125, The Detective's Requiem. Please state your conclusion. A staff member appeared and addressed Kagoro. Kagoro declared confidently, the culprit is the manager. Are you certain? Both cases? That's correct. He secretly intended to take the 20 million case, and he's also responsible for the murder of the fat man. The staff member nodded. Congratulations. You're half right, half wrong. Final deduction, -2 points. Ha! Kagoro's face darkened instantly, his earlier excitement completely vanishing. He looked at the staff member. Why? At that moment, Lu Chen and the others appeared. Seeing Kagoro's confusion, Lu Chen explained, because the killer in the fat man murder case wasn't the person in charge, it was the skinny guy. But the 2000W case? It's not really a proper case at all. It's just a continuation. Is that so? Kagoro furrowed his brow. After seeing the skinny guy's alibi, Kagoro had never suspected him at all. Regarding this, Lu Chen remarked, actually, in this case, the skinny guy's alibi was easy to establish. This fireworks festival happens every year. He just needed to attend last year's event, then show up this year wearing the same clothes and keeping his hairstyle unchanged. But that's still. Kagoro suddenly realized something. He had only seen the photo and hadn't considered this angle. Precisely because of the photo, you never considered the skinny guy as the real killer from the start. The subsequent case I presented was actually a deliberate misdirection. If you keep digging into it, you'll only amplify the organizer's suspicion endlessly. Because for those 20 minutes, he could never provide an alibi. Between someone with obvious suspicion and someone with an obvious alibi, you wouldn't see anything wrong with that. I see. Kagoro nodded. Having been outmaneuvered by the investigation team's clever scheme, he had no choice but to concede defeat, even if he didn't want to. The moment Kagoro identified the supervisor as the culprit, the audience was left with nothing but pure enjoyment. I told you he'd never suspect Skinny. Now it's all proven, right? You bet. Need I say more? Lu Chen already explained it. One has an alibi, the other clearly doesn't. Which one do you think is suspicious? Too easy to fall into traps. This won't do. After the case concluded, Lu Chen seemed to grow quiet. He headed straight back to the hotel. By the time Lu Chen got back to the hotel, everyone else in his team had already checked out. Cut to another scene. He Weilan's team was en route to a case investigation. However, due to heavy traffic, their vehicle crawled along the road at a snail's pace. At this point, the team members couldn't help but voice their complaints. The driver, hearing the grumbling, shot back with a blunt, if you think you can do better, then take the wheel. If not, shut up. His retorts silenced them instantly. After that, they arrived at their investigation site, still seething with frustration. A restaurant inside an amusement park. They had already investigated and determined this was likely the crime scene. But what exactly the case was, they still didn't know. Before entering the restaurant, they were instructed to wear a watch. Weilan spotted a group of familiar faces. To her surprise, Director He, Lin Zhou, and others were all present. All the investigative teams had gathered here. Just as they were puzzling over this, a hooded man appeared on the screen before them. Using a voice changer, the man demanded that the investigation team uncover the truth behind a certain case by 10 p.m. tonight. The bombs in their wristwatches would detonate, killing one member of the task force. The team members' faces turned grim one by one. However, the perpetrator did offer a clue. He provided the first clue. Taka 38. Seeing this clue, Chen Wenbin, who hadn't appeared in quite some time, quickly deduced what the clue signified. 38, meaning 5. Put together, it formed 385. Combined with the preceding letters, it should refer to 385 Takashima Street in Shangdao City. But when they arrived at the location, Chen Wenbin and his team discovered that due to the recent large-scale renovation of old streets in the area, they couldn't find Gao Island Street 385 at all. Fortunately, they encountered a local elder who guided them to Gao Island Street 385. It was a long-abandoned restaurant. It had long since become a shelter for the homeless. Through inquiries, Chen Wenbin obtained a crucial piece of information. On April 4th, a large white bird had visited this location. Moreover, the basement door had been locked that same day. What exactly was this large white bird? Chen Wenbin couldn't figure it out for the moment. but the basement was right there, so he immediately went down to investigate. As mentioned earlier, the basement door was locked. But such a minor obstacle was hardly a challenge for Chen Wenbin. He quickly broke open the door. Inside the basement, he discovered a bag. The contents of the bag could be considered the essentials for a luxury prison stay. Every conceivable tool for the job was present. What caught Chen Wenbin's attention most, however, was a train ticket dated April 4th. Therefore, Lin Zhou deduced that someone had committed the crime on April 4th and then purchased a ticket to leave afterward. But Chen Wenbin believed this case wouldn't be so straightforward. Through investigation, Chen Wenbin quickly uncovered a major incident that occurred on April 4th. It turned out a jewelry store had been robbed, with the perpetrators even using a trained white bird to assist them. What Chen Wenbin and his team had seen in the basement was one of the tools left behind from the crime. But could it really be that straightforward? Just as Chen Wenbin was puzzled, he received a second clue. Nighttime coffee shop. Chen Wenbin fell into deep thought. The so-called Café Terrace at night was a painting by Van Gogh. The most iconic elements in the painting were the gas lamps and horse-drawn carriages. And the earliest gas lamps and horse-drawn carriages in Hong Kong were naturally found on Central Avenue. Arriving at Central Avenue, Chen Wenbin detected nothing unusual. At a loss, he ordered a cup of coffee and began pondering the case. Holy crap, which task force pulled this off? They're really going all out. Every single investigative unit must be here. This is a blatant provocation utterly unmatched. And they're actually giving the task force clues? That's insane, utterly insane. Chen Wenbin, sipping his coffee, was startled by the wail of sirens. Peering out, he saw an armored cash transport vehicle speeding by. This made Chen Wenbin think of something. His brow furrowed as he began pondering what kind of case the perpetrators were referring to. The fact that they wanted the task force to investigate a specific case meant it had already been completed and deliberately concealed within other cases. The threats from the other side suggested that a death had already occurred. Solving the case within the designated timeframe would mean victory for their investigation team. It seemed Chen Wenbin had found a direction. Chapter 126, Case Within a Case, Chain of Deception. Chen Wenbin took a sip of coffee, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, something clicked into place. True, he still didn't know what the perpetrators wanted from him. But seeing the armored truck pass by now, he recalled the men he'd seen in the hotel basement earlier. Weren't they the ones meant to rob the armored truck? This thought struck him. Could this case be connected to the robbery? Chen Wenbin immediately began testing his theory. He had just stepped out of the coffee shop when he ran into Lin Zhou, who had also come here. The two compared the intelligence they had gathered so far, and Chen Wenbin gained a new lead. On April 4th, right on Central Avenue, a gang of robbers had ambushed a cash transport vehicle and killed one of the security guards escorting it. This matched Chen Wenbin's suspicions almost exactly, strengthening his conviction that the case the task force referred to was indeed this shooting incident. During their investigation, they encountered a fortune-telling woman. With great solemnity, she told them both that this was their unluckiest day and advised them to be cautious, warning them not to neglect their own safety because of certain matters. Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou merely smiled upon hearing this. They didn't pay much heed to the fortune-teller's words. They were busy investigating a case. What did luck have to do with it? That fortune-teller who read for Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou looks just like our Zhao Zimai. Not just like she is her, right? After Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou had walked far away, the fortune-teller shed her disguise. It was indeed Miss Zhao Zimai. She removed the voice changer pinned to her clothes and smiled as she dialed Lu Chen's number. I believe they'll be here soon. All right. Once they arrive, everything will be easier to handle. Lu Chen was currently waiting at a school for Chen Wenbin and the others to arrive. Their disguises were already prepared, and they were just waiting for Chen Wenbin and the others to arrive. However, Chen Wenbin had no intention of coming to Lu Chen's school at all. Instead, he followed this lead to another location. Unlike the lead Chen Wenbin had obtained, Lin Zhou held another clue of his own. It was a phrase in English. It read, "You cry." To uncover the meaning behind this phrase, they headed to the Hong Kong library. But they had gone off track. The clues they sought were nowhere to be found. After a full hour, Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou still hadn't found any relevant clues, which left Lin Zhou feeling rather discouraged. After all, this crime group was clearly targeting all of them in the investigation team. If they couldn't solve this case, or if it was because the clue he was holding hadn't been cracked, then his responsibility would be significant. Seeing this, Chen Wenbin quickly offered reassurance. It's okay. Don't dwell on it too much. We will crack this case. There must be something we've overlooked in the clue they gave us. Keep thinking about it, and we'll figure it out. While Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou were still puzzling over the meaning of that English phrase, they received a call from Yi Weilan. Hong Kong Ocean University. New leads. Come immediately. Hearing Yi Weilan's urgent tone, Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou immediately dropped their current leads and rushed to Shangdao Ocean University.
But upon arriving at Shangdao Ocean University, Chen Wenbin glanced at the club introductions displayed on campus. He seemed to grasp something.
He smiled at Lin Zhou and said, I see. Let's break down these 6 letters. Now look at the English abbreviation for Ocean University.
Lin Zhou paused, then realized what he meant.
Right. That is the English abbreviation for Shangdao Ocean University. But what does crime mean?
Perhaps we'll find the answer right here on campus.
Let's meet up with Officer He Weilan first.
After a moment's thought, Chen Wenbin made what seemed the wisest decision for now.
Lin Zhou nodded. Right.
They met at the bulletin board near the school gate. The three exchanged all the clues they knew immediately upon meeting before beginning their search for leads within Shangdao Ocean University. They spent a long time searching the bulletin board.
One club name caught their attention.
It was called the Hong Kong University Crime Research Society. Among all the clubs, this one seemed most closely related to the case they were investigating.
Naturally, all 3 of them focused their attention on it.
Through inquiries, they located the club's headquarters.
Upon arriving at the club,
they discovered that the photo display lacked the portrait of the 3rd president. By questioning the club members, they learned the name of this 3rd president.
Ah Chang. Immediately afterward, they successfully obtained Ah Chang's background information.
Reviewing Ah Chang's records, Chen Wenbin and his team discovered that Ah Chang was not only a suspect in the robbery case from years ago, but also that a murder had recently occurred at the company he founded. The victim was his university classmate and the head of the sales department, Xiao He.
Then, they located a group photo of the 3rd generation of the Criminal Research Society.
They discovered that among the members was one who had already passed away.
It was Ah Jin.
Ah Jin had committed suicide on May 15th.
Returning to Shohei's case, the killer fired 8 shots, one of which struck Shohei directly in the head, killing him instantly. Chen Wenbin and his team immediately arrived at the crime scene. But they soon noticed something amiss.
The death report contained nothing particularly unusual, except for one detail that deeply caught Chen Wenbin's attention. There was very little blood where the victim fell, yet the chair back and the floor directly beneath it were covered in a large amount of blood. Additionally, one of the chair's wheels had been knocked off.
This only deepened their confusion. Something's not right. Chen Wenbin blurted out. Lin Zhou nodded.
True, the death report says he was shot in the head, but they fired 8 shots?
That doesn't add up. And the victim was little cutie. Seriously, he didn't even dodge 8 shots? Chen Wenbin narrowed his eyes, a thought dawning on him. Unless what? Lin Zhou couldn't help but ask. Unless the killer was someone he knew, and he let himself get shot. Chen Wenbin offered an explanation he could accept.
At this point, the audience still had no idea what the case was even about. I'm starting to lose track of what case we're actually investigating. At this point, I can't help but feel the investigation team might not even know what the real crime the perpetrators committed actually was. This is getting tough. Time's running out. Hope the investigation team cracks it soon.
Chapter 127, Why did they change the investigation direction at the last minute? After tracking down Ah Jin and Ah Chang, Chen Wenbin and his team continued their investigation and soon uncovered another case.
This discovery made Chen Wenbin and his team look increasingly grim.
How many cases were nested within this one? This case involved a jewelry heist. And the mastermind behind it was connected to Ah Jin and Ah Chang. This only deepened Chen Wenbin's confusion.
They uncovered this particular case and discovered that Ah Jin and Ah Chang were suspects in the jewelry heist.
However, without concrete evidence, they couldn't arrest the trio.
This jewelry case had occurred 2 years prior. This was shortly after Ah Jin and Ah Chang had graduated. After much contemplation, Chen Wenbin and his team arrived at the location where Ah Jin had taken her own life.
It was by the seaside.
After Ah Jin jumped into the sea, her body has never been found.
The body hasn't been found? Chen Wenbin frowned as he studied the report, suddenly recalling something. Lin Zhou nodded. That's correct. But many people witnessed her suicide. She was swallowed by the ocean's fierce currents in an instant. With waves that violent, there's absolutely no chance she survived. Is that so? Chen Wenbin voiced his confusion.
Originally, Ah Jin was declared dead, but now they were saying she merely jumped into the sea. The difference between the two was significant. Moreover, judging from the current cases, Ah Jin was the most likely candidate to have pulled off a perfect escape.
Could it be? This was the case the task force wanted them to solve? To uncover the truth behind these cases? Chen Wenbin couldn't help but ponder. It seemed he was beginning to understand. After pondering for a moment,
Chen Wenbin resumed his investigation. But as he dug deeper,
Chen Wenbin discovered something else amiss. Judging by the current case, Xiaohei was most likely dead. After all, the death certificate had already been issued. This couldn't possibly be fate.
Yet, based on the angle of Xiaohei's death, Chen Wenbin noticed something utterly illogical.
How could a dead body have moved? Even after being shot in the head, there was hardly any blood coming out of his head, yet there were large amounts of bloodstains on the chair and the floor? That doesn't make sense.
A single headshot should have caused blood to spatter everywhere.
Weird. Really strange.
Furthermore, as the investigation into this case continued, Chen Wenbin discovered that Xiao He was highly likely to have committed suicide.
What kind of situation is this? What the hell is going on? I'm getting more and more confused. Who the hell is the killer in this case? No clue. Could it be that no one actually died? Maybe the dead ones are the ones cracking the case? If that's the case, then this case is getting interesting. Though the audience was somewhat confused, it didn't deter them from following the case. As it stood, the case was extremely complex, multiple cases nested within one another.
If all the cases couldn't be thoroughly investigated, it would affect the investigation team's judgment and prevent them from uncovering the truth. For now, however, nearly all these cases seemed connected to Zhen, Chang, and Xiao He. Whether it was the jewelry heist, the armored car robbery, even the murder of Xiao He, all these incidents revolved around these three individuals. At this stage of the investigation, it's almost certain that only these three individuals are involved.
Yet none of them have surfaced.
Only their presence has been detected across the various incidents. Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou continued their investigation, tracing it to Chang's company. At the company, they were unable to locate Chang himself. Instead, they encountered one of his colleagues. Through questioning, they learned that Chang was a genuinely nice person who got along well with his colleagues. Despite being the boss, he never acted superior.
Moreover, they obtained a highly valuable piece of information.
During his student days, Chang's student organization had been backed by a major investor. In fact, his current company itself had only been established thanks to the support of this same investor.
This presented yet another new lead.
Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou seem to have hit upon the key point.
Is there another big boss behind the scenes? Does that mean this big boss knows about all their criminal activities? If we follow this line of thinking, could we say that this big boss behind the scenes is also a supporter of their crimes? So the big boss is the real mastermind behind it all?
This person is exactly who we need to investigate. At this point, Chen Wenbin had essentially confirmed their investigative direction, finding this mastermind behind the scenes.
Just then, the final call came through. However, it offered no clues whatsoever.
It merely instructed them to resolve the case.
This development, Chen Wenbin became even more certain that their direction was correct.
As long as they uncovered the ultimate mastermind, the perpetrator's scheme would unravel.
Little did they know.
At that very moment, Lu Chen was still waiting at the school for Chen Wenbin and the others to come find him. He'd gone to all that trouble to apply his makeup, only to never make an appearance.
That would be a shame. They're heading in the wrong direction. Zhang Xiaofei called Lu Chen. He was at the company.
He knew exactly which direction Chen Wenbin and the others were investigating.
What are they investigating?
When Lu Chen heard this, his head spun.
They're investigating the mastermind behind it all.
They haven't touched these cases at all.
Lu Chen pursed his lips. Doesn't that mean Li Tong won't get a chance to appear? Probably. I don't know how to explain it.
They were practically on the trail we gave them, but after visiting the company, they somehow shifted their focus elsewhere.
But I still gave them the final clue like you said.
Lu Chen was even more speechless.
Doesn't that mean they have absolutely no chance to turn things around? Damn it!
He'd been wondering if Li Tong could handle things once they found him.
Well, that's settled. Don't even think about it.
Just wait for the time to end.
The audience was thoroughly entertained. I thought they'd figured it out. What else is there to say now? Just waiting for the results to be announced. Hey, listen to Lu Chen's explanation.
They were already at the final stage, but in the end, they changed direction.
What a shame. Such a pity.
The time limit had ended. Chen Wenbin and Lin Zhou had finally uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind it all, only to be told the time was up.
Rubbing his forehead, Chen Wenbin took a deep breath.
He knew he'd been digging in the wrong direction.
Lu Chen emerged at that moment, his face etched with resignation as he looked at Chen Wenbin. Lu Chen was at a loss for words for a long moment. Chen Wenbin gave a wry smile. I know I'm on the wrong track, but what exactly did you want me to look for? I couldn't have been completely off the mark from the start, could I? Lu Chen took a deep breath. Then sighed. You were already close to the end.
All you needed to do was follow the case further, and you would have confronted the final boss I prepared for you.
But at the last moment, you changed the direction of your investigation. Chapter 128, The Truth Always Surprises. Let's revisit the very first case you investigated.
Lu Chen's voice was steady, tinged with a hint of ease. Chen Wenbin narrowed his eyes, recalling the first case he had uncovered, a cash-in-transit robbery.
Lu Chen nodded.
He continued, absolutely everything is connected to this case. The armored car robbery was the starting point. You visited Shangdao Ocean University, uncovered the Criminal Research Society, and successfully identified its third president. All clues I planted for you in advance. Then, when you saw that group photo, didn't it occur to you why only 3 people were present?
Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chen Wenbin responded with puzzlement. What's wrong with that? My investigation only pointed to these three as suspects. Naturally, I focused my inquiries on them. Why would I concern myself with anyone else? Lu Chen's eyes widened slightly. He sighed deeply, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. It's not that. Didn't it occur to you that if the others were irrelevant, why would I waste my time giving you a photo of everyone? I could have just given you pictures of the three suspects. It must mean others are involved too. Take, for instance, that mastermind you've been investigating. He's in this very photo. He's the sponsor of the Crime Research Society. All you need to do is spend a little more time there, look at their group photos from each year, and you'll notice one person who's always present. Of course, this was the production team's request. Otherwise, if I'd swapped it out, you might never have found him at all. I was even prepared for you to come find me, for questioning and all that. But I waited all day, and you never even approached me. As he spoke, Lu Chen's tone even carried a hint of resentment. You found the mastermind before you discovered the actual case you were meant to investigate, not at the end of your investigation. Still, you did remarkably well. Even without that lead, you uncovered Shohei's death, discovered Ajin's suicide, and traced out Chang's company by investigating the connections between these three individuals. But why, in the end, did you assume the case I wanted you to investigate was about finding the mastermind? Is that so difficult? Lu Chen couldn't help but press further. Chen Wenbin gave an awkward smile, didn't answer, and lowered his head, avoiding Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen was right. If the final investigation had indeed been about uncovering the mastermind, it now seemed far from impossible. The reason things had unfolded as they did was entirely due to Chen Wenbin himself. After believing he uncovered the final case, Chen Wenbin's mindset shifted. Instead of returning to Shangdao Oshing University, he went to Chang's company for deeper investigation. While this approach did yield some clues, they paled in comparison to the blatant evidence laid out in photographs at Shangdao University. Sighing deeply, Chen Wenbin found himself truly at a loss for words. Who could blame him for taking a wrong turn at the final moment? Audiences witnessing this scene couldn't help but burst into laughter. When did Chen Wenbin become such a wimp? The once confident Chen Wenbin is completely speechless now. Can he even speak? He abandoned the real case at the last moment to chase a truth that could have been uncovered ages ago. This is ridiculous. Lu Chen continued, once you uncovered the relationship between those three people, you would have realized there was a love triangle involved. And didn't you also suspect something was off about Shohei's death? Why didn't you investigate it in the end? If you had investigated, wouldn't you have uncovered that Shohei's death was Ajin's doing? If you kept digging, you'd have discovered Ajin wasn't dead. I did consider that. Ajin merely jumped into the sea, and her body was never found. That was highly unusual. But I was misled by my own thinking at the time, so I didn't pay much attention to the case afterward. Chen Wenbin explained. If you kept digging and discovered Ajin's fake death, following that lead would have revealed that all the cases you investigated before were tasks assigned to you by Chang, all because he was desperate to find Ajin. Even the threats he made to the investigation team stemmed from his desperate need to find Ajin. So that man in black was Chang? Chen Wenbin narrowed his eyes, unable to contain his question. Absolutely. Chang's goal was to get you to find Ajin, so he could pressure her into revealing where the money from the jewelry heist and armored car robbery had been funneled. And what about Xiaohei's death? What's the story there? You must understand, Chang and Xiaohei were brothers. Otherwise, why would they work at the same company? Chang liked Ajin, but Ajin liked Xiaohei. Why would she kill Xiaohei? That's what Chang couldn't understand at all. Remember what I said earlier about looking closely at the photos? The photos hold every clue you need. Ajin killed Xiaohei one shot, dead. He didn't stand a chance. And the reason you saw multiple bullet holes? Ajin had a bodyguard. After learning she planned to kill Xiaohei, he took it upon himself to assassinate him. But without professional training, how could he possibly hit his target? At the scene, didn't you see the chair leg shattered? That was pure luck. He hit the chair leg instead. Xiaohei's body fell forward onto it, which is why you saw so much blood on the chair and floor. I see. Investigate from this angle, and you'll eventually track down Chang. From him, you'll uncover the whole truth and ultimately find Ajin. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. He had meticulously planned everything, yet the other party was pursuing the wrong lead. By sheer accident, they were on the verge of uncovering the real case. Just as Lu Chen had prepared to confront Chen Wenbin face to face, the other party abruptly changed course and went off investigating something else. What could Lu Chen possibly say to that? This case is beyond belief. I can't even tell who deceived whom or who set whom up. All I can say is that in the end, Lu Chen emerged victorious. So finding Ajin counts as a victory for the investigation team, right? It was just one step away. Such a shame. After hearing Lu Chen's account, Chen Wenbin knew full well that he had been one step away from solving the case. Yet, due to his last-minute change of direction, that opportunity had slipped away. All he could say was, one misstep leads to many. Chapter 129, Identity Shift, Major Changes in Phase 5. With the case concluded, Season 4 officially drew to a close. The simulated crime show entered a hiatus period. Both the investigative team and the perpetrator team would undergo a reshuffle. Regarding this, Lu Chen gained some much-needed rest time. As everyone prepared to part ways, Zhao Zimai approached Lu Chen. Are you free these next few days? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zimai with some confusion. After a moment's thought, he replied, I suppose I don't have anything planned. Is that so? Zhao Zimai couldn't hide the excitement on her face. She immediately asked, then how about going on a trip together? I don't really feel like going home. Lu Chen paused, taken aback. Seeing the eager look on Zhao Zimai's face, Lu Chen nodded. Sure. After working together for so long, Lu Chen wouldn't refuse Zhao Zimai's offer. Besides, she was such a beautiful girl who wouldn't enjoy traveling with a beauty? The two boarded the plane, ready to leave Hong Kong for a trip to the snowy mountains. On the plane, Zhao Zimai couldn't help but ask Lu Chen why he hadn't written a book about all the cases he'd designed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhao Zimai. Honestly, I never thought about it. Zhao Zimai was momentarily speechless. She couldn't help but smile wryly. Don't you know there's a huge market for this kind of book? If you wrote a book about all the cases you've designed, it would definitely be a bestseller. Then you'd not only get the show's bonus but also income from book sales. Plus, once your books are published, they'll be easier for big directors to discover. They'll be more likely to adapt them into films or TV shows. That way, you'll earn even more. Really? Lu Chen looked at Zhao Zimai. Did he really not know? Of course not. Lu Chen understood perfectly well. But he hadn't done it until now precisely because it would make him too famous. As the saying goes, fame is a double-edged sword. Being too well-known wasn't necessarily a good thing. If someone with ulterior motives took notice, who knows what trouble might come his way. But now that Zhao Zimai brought it up, Lu Chen felt he should publish a book. Putting it off any longer might only fuel suspicion, making people think he was deliberately withholding it. If someone else were to rewrite his designs into a book, wouldn't Lu Chen end up losing out? With that thought, Lu Chen smiled at Zhao Zimai and said, thanks for the reminder. Once I get back, I'll compile these cases into a book. I'll need everyone's help promoting it then. Zhao Zimai patted her chest and declared, you can count on me. I'll make sure you get all the publicity you deserve. Just remember us when you become famous, okay? How could I forget our lovely and adorable Miss Zhao Zimai? Rest assured. Flatterer. Zhao Zimai scolded playfully, showing no sign of real anger. Meanwhile, back at Lu Chen's place, his family had started renovations after receiving the money he'd sent back. After finishing the supermarket, they bought a car and renovated the house according to their tastes. Though buying property at this time wasn't the wisest choice, they weren't exactly strapped for cash, so it didn't bother them much. Not to mention, his parents' lives had suddenly become affluent, and their home was now fully furnished. Seeing this transformation, began whispering among themselves. They say Lu Chen must have made a fortune doing something outside. They also talk about how filial Lu Chen is, knowing to improve his parents' living conditions now that he's wealthy. Others remarked on how fortunate his parents were to have such a wonderful son. In short, the Lu family had been walking tall in the neighborhood lately. As for Lu Chen's classmates, many of them had also watched the show Lu Chen appeared on. How to put it? They were envious, but deep down, they knew they didn't have what it takes. They'd just keep their envy to themselves. Only Su Chanxian looked a bit strange when she saw Lu Chen interacting intimately with Zhao Zimai on the show. She wasn't envious of Lu Chen making money to her, it was nothing special. But seeing Lu Chen getting along so well with other girls, she couldn't deny feeling a bit reluctant. Thinking this, Su Chanxian gritted her teeth, wondering if she should sign up for the next season of the show. But she knew her family would never agree to it. She sighed deeply. Su Chanxian could only stare blankly at Lu Chen's profile picture, unable to send him a message, let alone call him. If she knew Lu Chen was out having fun with Zhao Zimai right now, she probably would have called him. Back to Lu Chen. The place he and Zhao Zimai were heading to was somewhere they'd visited before. It was the snow-capped mountain from that design project they'd worked on. But back then, they hadn't had the chance to appreciate its beauty. This time, they were here solely to take in the scenery. As for anything else, it had little to do with Lu Chen and his friends. Meanwhile, the production team was discussing the theme for the next episode and changes to the investigative and criminal teams. First, the theme selection. Our director, Xia Qi, pondered for a long time. He felt the next episode's theme should undergo a change. We've already done 2 episodes structured around specific themes. This approach tends to limit the creativity of the crime-solving team. Therefore, I believe we should remove the theme restriction for the next episode. Ah! Director, what if Lu Chen? Xia Qi laughed. I've already thought this through. For the next episode, I've decided to switch roles between the crime team and the investigation team. Except for Officer He Weilan and Chief He, everyone else will need to switch sides and become part of the crime team.
As for Lu Chen and his team, they'll become the investigation team. I believe everyone has seen through these episodes that the crime scene team members also possess considerable investigative skills. Let's boldly innovate by swapping their roles. I'm sure the audience will be shocked by this change. If that's the case, it could work. Hearing the director's proposal, everyone nodded in agreement. But director, if we don't restrict the subject matter, what if we end up with another situation like the first episode? Rest assured, without Lu Chen, the rest of them won't be able to pull off such a major case. No one commented on Xie confidence. Yet a lingering unease remained. As things stood now, Chen Wenbin might just pull off a major one. And Lin Zhou might be capable of pulling off something big too. Excluding Officer He Weilan and Chief He from the outset wasn't just about preserving the police force's image. A major reason was that they'd seen far too many cases. If something big happened, it would only complicate matters. Then for the next session, we won't restrict the theme. Let the investigation team and the perpetrator team switch roles. Alright, let's do it. Chapter 130, the new episode Bold and Brazen Murder. The production team had already finalized the concept for the next episode. Lu Chen and the others were still playing on the snowy mountain. However, while they were playing, Zhao Zimai received a call from home. Whatever was said seemed to upset her, but she didn't mention it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what do you think the next episode will be about? Zhao Zimai initiated the conversation, steering the topic back to the show. Yet from her eyes, we could tell her family had placed pressure on her, pressure she couldn't refuse, which was why she sought Lu Chen's opinion. Lu Chen wasn't stupid. He could tell Zhao Zimai was a bit upset, but he'd also pondered the question she'd raised. I think the next episode will likely see some changes, but what exactly those changes will be, I don't know. We'll have to wait until the show airs to find out. Zhao Zimai nodded, saying nothing more. What's wrong? You seem a bit upset. Is it because of that phone call? Zhao Zimai smiled faintly at this, shaking her head. It's nothing. It's unrelated to that. Lu Chen naturally wanted to know more, but it was clear Zhao Zimai didn't want to talk about it. He didn't press further, simply nodding and letting the subject drop. Alright, let's take the cable car. Last time we came, we didn't get to experience it properly. Sure, let's go. The two continued enjoying their outing. In a mansion on Hong Kong Island. Zhao Zimai's parents looked at each other. Tell me, what did I do wrong? Her father puffed out his cheeks and glared at her mother. Zhao Zimai's mother gave a bitter smile. Seeing her husband's expression, she sighed. Tell me, what's wrong with her joining this show? She'll meet new friends. Otherwise, she'll just stay cooped up at home with no one to talk to. Am I not human? Her father immediately looked displeased. You're her father. Are you the peer she wants? Besides pressuring your daughter, what else do you do? Really? If you ask me, let her keep participating. That piano nonsense, I don't see what's so great about learning it. What difference does it make if she studies it or not? Like she'll ever need it later. You? What? Am I wrong? Today, I'm in charge. She can keep going. Zhao Zimai's mother, having won the argument, relentlessly pushed her husband into submission. Fine. I'll listen to you. Let her keep going. But? No buts. Whatever she likes, you stay out of it. But honey, what about? But what? That's final. On the snowy mountain, Zhao Zimai stood there, her heart heavy with worry. She had no idea her mother was so overbearing that she'd completely silenced her father, even forcing him to swallow the words he truly wanted to say. Alright, let's head back. We've been out for quite a while now. Zhao Zimai stood up and said to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but pause in surprise. They'd only been out for a day, was she really going back already? There were so many nearby attractions they hadn't visited yet. Why? That phone call was definitely suspicious. Lu Chen frowned slightly, but unfortunately, he didn't possess abilities like mind reading. Otherwise, he could have known why Zhao Zimai was so troubled. After returning, they bid farewell. Each headed home. As he neared home, Lu Chen received a message from Zhao Zimai. She mentioned she might not participate in the next episode and urged him to give his best effort next time, aiming for another first place. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, as if understanding something. Back home. Lu Chen didn't dwell on it much, nor did he call Zhao Zimai to ask why she was withdrawing. Instead, he lay down on his board, unwilling to think too deeply. Soon. The fifth episode commenced. Lu Chen arrived at the hotel designated by the production team. After listening to the rules, he nodded, roughly understanding what they would be doing this season. But when it came time to choose his team members, Lu Chen suddenly froze. There was a name that felt incredibly familiar. Zhao Zimai. Scratching his head. Out of curiosity, Lu Chen selected Zhao Zimai as his teammate. Then, Lu Chen saw that cheerful, bouncing Zhao Zimai. You? I? Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Zhao Zimai, however, beamed at him and said cheerfully, Zhao Zimai reporting for duty. Lu Chen peered around the corner. Hello. The audience watched the scene unfold, curious about what was happening. Lu Chen looked visibly startled upon seeing Zhao Zimai, yet she remained completely unfazed.
Naturally, the audience couldn't help but wonder what was going on. If you tell me nothing happened, I just don't buy it. Don't tell me you don't believe it, I don't either.
The look in their eyes alone tells you something's off.
Could it be Masaka? Lu Chen remained oblivious to the audience's wild speculation, still puzzling over why Zhao Zimai had returned. Didn't you say you weren't participating? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhao Zimai smiled.
She relayed her parents' words to Lu Chen in her own language. Lu Chen listened with furrowed brows, stunned.
This kind of thing existed?
Ha! Anyway, don't worry about it. My mom said as long as I like it, that's all that matters.
Is that so?
Of course. But Zhao Zimai seemed to recall something, her face suddenly flushing red.
She didn't continue. After the opening remarks,
the crime team went off to design their cases, while Lu Chen stayed behind at the hotel, waiting for the crime team to carry out their plan.
At that moment, he realized this waiting was rather tedious. He Weilan approached him. This time, I hope we'll work together very well. Of course, happy cooperation. Lu Chen smiled. The wait wouldn't be too long, the task force didn't have that much patience. Soon,
the staff informed Lu Chen that a team had already completed the operation and they could begin their search.
Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The task force had finally made their move. But soon, Lu Chen sensed something was amiss.
After investigation, Lu Chen and He Weilan's team were invited to attend the opening ceremony of Fragrant Island Tower.
Both Lu Chen and He Weilan were puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be investigating a case? Why were they attending an opening ceremony?
But then he thought about the mess he'd created with those cases.
Lu Chen chuckled to himself, deciding it probably wasn't such a big deal after all.
While admiring the scenery, Zhao Zimai glanced curiously to the side, where a real estate agent was showing a property to a foreign couple.
Ha! Wait, isn't this supposed to be a crime simulation show? How did a shady real estate agent show up? Are they planning to sell some properties on the show? Who is this guy? He's so talented. Talented? More like magical. However, at that very moment, across from Fragrant Island Tower, on a high-rise building,
a sudden burst of light illuminated the area.
Lu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. Then,
with a gunshot, the black market broker collapsed to the ground. The case they were investigating had officially begun.
Chapter 131, Serial Killer? Or Deliberate Act? Going all out like this, a long-range direct kill? 666.
I knew turning the investigation team into the crime team would lead to something big.
This is completely inhumane. Who designed this case? Are they trying to send the investigation team packing? Look at Lu Chen's expression, it's practically twisted into a pretzel. After switching roles, the other side pulls this stunt? It's beyond the pale.
I'm starting to suspect this is deliberately targeting Lu Chen. Think about it, back when Lu Chen was on the crime-solving team, how many times did he make the investigation team suffer?
Now that I think about it, it kind of makes sense. Standing atop the tower, Lu Chen's expression was oddly unsettled.
He stared at the fallen black broker, wanting to say something but finding no words. He scratched his head.
After a long pause, Lu Chen finally said, "Is it really that serious?" He Weilan burst out laughing beside him. "This is our welcome for you. Pretty nice, huh?" Lu Chen narrowed his eyes.
He Weilan saying this meant she had already guessed who the killer was, possibly even someone within the police force. But judging by her expression, she had absolutely no intention of telling Lu Chen.
"Yeah, it's pretty nice." Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Meanwhile, the member of the task force who had completed this case lifted his head, gazed at the distant Fragrant Island Tower, and flashed a smug smile. After leaving behind a shell casing and a dice bearing the number 4 at the scene, he departed with a flourish. As for the black market broker, there was no death report.
After all, with the investigation team watching, how could there possibly be one?
When Lu Chen and his team investigated the clues left by the killer,
Lu Chen felt even more baffled. A single shell casing and a dice bearing the number 4, what could it mean? Lu Chen couldn't make sense of it, and He Weilan certainly couldn't either. What do you think? Lu Chen scratched his head and looked at He Weilan.
At this point, it seemed highly likely the police force was behind the crime.
He Weilan shook her head.
I can't say for sure, but the way this case is set up reminds me of an old acquaintance. He's also on the task force, but it doesn't quite match his style. This feels a bit off.
So it was.
At those words, Lu Chen suddenly understood something and nodded.
I think I know.
Based on the evidence, he'll definitely strike again.
He Weilan smiled and couldn't help asking, "Why are you so certain?" Frowning as he studied the dice on the floor, Lu Chen replied, "Think about it.
If he only intended to kill this one person, there'd be no reason to leave behind this die.
The shell casing, I can understand, it's a show of bravado. But the die? Thinking about it this way, it's like he's telling us he has more assassinations planned. I think I figured out this case.
Finding him might not be the most important thing.
The most important thing is finding the people he intends to kill."
Perhaps.
He Weilan pondered for a moment, finding Lu Chen's reasoning plausible.
Yet, thinking of her old friend, she hesitated to voice her doubts. So they just have to keep watching how the case unfolded. Right now, only the black market broker was dead.
So the investigation would start with the black broker's connections.
But the black broker had been connected to far too many people and had swindled countless victims. Naturally, this lead proved difficult to pursue further.
The perpetrator had anticipated this very outcome when orchestrating the case.
That's precisely why they left behind so many useless leads, not only to confuse the investigation team but also to delay their discovery of meaningful clues. It was a 2-for-1 scheme. Looking at the pile of documents on the black broker, Lu Chen recalled He Weilan mentioning that the perpetrator might be an old acquaintance of his.
A thought seemed to dawn on Lu Chen. If that was the case, then that was the angle to pursue.
As it turned out, He Weilan was right. Soon, Lu Chen uncovered a lead left behind by the criminal group, a connection to the black brokerage involving someone with ties to the police force. This individual was named Matt, a member of the criminal gang and a police officer.
In this case,
he had been deceived by the black market broker, leading to failed investments, his wife leaving him, and his sister abandoning him.
Without He Weilan's help, Lu Chen would have struggled to pinpoint him.
Here, Lu Chen also uncovered another case that had occurred long ago, the very same case he had witnessed firsthand. Before Matt was tricked by the shady broker into his failed investment, another incident had occurred. Matt had once held a promising job, but a journalist deliberately distorted the facts, leading to his dismissal from the police force.
Combined with the scam broker's deception, Matt was left with nothing.
Therefore, before the black market broker was assassinated,
the journalist's body had already gone cold.
The 7.62mm bullet and dice found at the scene matched Matt's preferred sniper rifle and his favorite game. He touched his forehead.
Lu Chen sensed something was off. This information was just lying right there in plain sight? It shouldn't be.
If that were the case,
the killer could almost be identified as Matt. But could it be that simple? Lu Chen found it hard to believe. The most important thing now is to find Matt first. Moreover, if Matt is the killer,
then the killer would definitely strike again, and the targets he intended to murder were already set.
3 more.
These 3 are Matt's former boss, Mr. Yellow Hair, his former teammate, Uncle Black Murphet. Both of these men colluded with the reporter to frame Matt. And the unscrupulous doctor, Dr. Chang, who caused his wife's death. The first 2 were in Hong Kong, but the whereabouts of the unscrupulous Dr. Chang remained unknown.
Lu Chen was taken aback. Could the killer really be Matt? This web of connections was far too straightforward.
All the conflicts were crystal clear, a situation where death was inevitable.
But that wasn't all. Lu Chen had also tracked down 3 people who might know Matt's whereabouts.
This had Lu Chen ranting for quite a while.
They've laid out all these connections for me. What exactly are they up to? It's practically telling me to follow this lead, but something just doesn't feel right. This case shouldn't be this straightforward. The audience couldn't help but laugh at this point. Wait, isn't it better to just follow the leads? Why is he picking on them? Probably because he suspects the perpetrators set a trap. He doesn't want to walk right into their trap. But this is the only lead we have right now. How can he not keep investigating? Who knows?
The audience murmured among themselves.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already tracked down Matt's shooting instructor, Green.
Upon hearing Lu Chen was investigating Matt, Green showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled and led Lu Chen into his shop.
You're later than I expected. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback by the remark. Is that so? Yes. Come in and have a seat. There's no rush about Matt. Let's sit down and talk it over. All right, thank you, Mr. Green. Lu Chen accepted without hesitation, nodding and replying with a smile. Chapter 132, The Killer Was Killed?
The reason Green brought Lu Chen to his shop.
He hoped to leverage the show for publicity. Lu Chen knew this well, but he wouldn't say anything. After all, while the case seemed straightforward on the surface, Lu Chen suspected it was far more complex than it appeared. Green stated, Matt was indeed my student, but I haven't been in touch with him for quite some time. Is that so?
Then tell me, Mr. Green.
For a sharpshooter like Matt in the police force, what distance do you think he could make an assassination attempt from? Green pondered for a moment before replying, that's hard to say.
It depends on the sniper rifle he's using.
Lu Chen frowned.
Green's words carried deeper meaning.
He smiled. Lu Chen nodded. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Green. Green said no more.
After drinking a cup of tea with him, Lu Chen got what he wanted and left.
His next conversation would be with Matt's former teammate, Mr. Black. Little Black also had no clue about Matt's whereabouts.
They hadn't been in contact for over 3 months, and there was evidence to prove it. Lu Chen was well aware of this fact.
When fabricating evidence, the perpetrators wouldn't leave such an obvious loophole.
From Xiaohei, Lu Chen gleaned another crucial piece of information.
Xiaohei ran a motorcycle shop.
He had joined a shooting club. Lu Chen paid little attention to the motorcycle shop, but the shooting club caught him off guard.
But Lu Chen didn't press further, as customers had arrived and Xiaohei needed to attend to business. Lu Chen didn't have much time to spare. He took his leave from Xiaohei. Lu Chen went to meet the last person who might know Matt's whereabouts. An old friend of Matt's, Xiao Bai. Like Xiaohei, he was also a member of the shooting club. But unlike Xiaohei, Xiao Bai ran a firearms shop. This detail piqued Lu Chen's interest even more. Something's off. At present, Green might be the least likely to know Matt's whereabouts, while Xiaohei and Xiao Bai both seemed distinctly off. They'd both joined the shooting club, one running a motorcycle shop, the other a gun store. Furthermore, according to the investigation, Matt had also been a member of the shooting club. This piqued Lu Chen's interest even more. But since none of the three could provide Matt's whereabouts, Lu Chen didn't dwell on them for long. Instead, he set out to find the other three people Matt still needed to kill. Two of them could be located now, but the last one, the unscrupulous doctor, remained a mystery to Lu Chen. Recalling that Ah Chang was an unscrupulous doctor, Lu Chen seemed to grasp something. He began searching for shady clinics and similar establishments. Sure enough, this approach yielded valuable information. Lu Chen discovered Ah Chang performing surgery at a certain clinic and rushed over immediately. However, Lu Chen arrived just a little too late. Ah Chang was assassinated in his own car. From a nearby high-rise, Lu Chen found a bullet casing and a die marked with the number 3. Holy, serial killings? It's like a death notice. Who's next? No clue, but this makes it pretty thrilling, doesn't it? Yeah, gotta admit, this case setup is a bit out there, but it's got some appeal. It couldn't happen in real life. With the police searching the entire city and the protection program in place, another murder is impossible. Everyone understood that. Yet after spotting the shell casing and dice, Lu Chen found himself plunged into a deep sense of confusion. Could it be? Could this case really be that straightforward? Just a revenge plot? Catching Matt would wrap up the case. If that were the case, then this case would be rather uninteresting. Lu Chen sighed and continued his investigation. As he dug deeper, something bizarre happened. He Weilan found Lu Chen and delivered some truly shocking news. Matt was gone. What? Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, blurting out the English phrase. He Weilan nodded. The night after you discovered Ah Chang's murder, Matt was killed in his hiding place. But unlike the previous 2 times, this was a relatively close-range shot. Judging from the scene, it was a one-shot kill. Matt didn't even realize it was coming. Hearing this, Lu Chen grew increasingly suspicious. He pressed further. What about the crime scene? Were there any bullet casings or dice left behind? Yes, there was one shell casing and a die showing it too. In an instant, Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. From this detail alone, Matt was also one of the killer's targets. Interesting. Damn it, Matt's gone too? Doesn't that mean all our previous clues are useless now? This case just got interesting. The real killer used Matt's actions as a cover to commit their own crime. It seems the person they truly intended to kill wasn't one of these targets. Possible. But it could also be that the intended targets were the same, which is why Matt was made the scapegoat. That doesn't make sense. If the goal was to frame Matt, there'd be no need to kill him. Unless the killer is also part of the police force and holds grudges against them all. That would explain why Matt was killed too. At this point, the clues had largely dried up, and Lu Chen began to ponder. At this stage of the case, it appeared the killer had used Matt as a pawn to commit the murders. Yet upon closer inspection, Lu Chen sensed something was amiss. Matt's death was too close. An excellent sniper couldn't have shot Matt from such close range. Lu Chen demanded to go to the scene immediately. He wanted to know what was peculiar about Matt's hiding place. He Weilan naturally agreed, taking Lu Chen directly to Matt's hiding place. This was also where he met his end. As he examined the scene, Lu Chen noticed something amiss. Matt had been shot in the chest and died instantly. Moreover, Matt was holding a gun when he died. This indicated he had sensed someone was about to attack him, prompting him to draw his weapon in retaliation. Unfortunately, he was unable to overpower his assailant and was killed instantly. But that wasn't all. Zhao Zimai had uncovered a clue from the hospital records that both Lu Chen and He Weilan had overlooked. Remember what was mentioned earlier? Matt used to be on the police force? And he had even earned commendations. So, based on this, it's highly likely he sustained injuries or similar issues. Therefore, Zhao Zimai began investigating along this line. In doing so, she uncovered a crucial piece of evidence. Matt sustained a head injury during a mission, resulting in impaired visual focus. Unable to focus his vision? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The thought struck him like a revelation. Can someone who can't focus their vision still be considered a sharpshooter? Lu Chen couldn't help but voice this question. But since Lu Chen wasn't part of the police force, He Weilan provided an explanation. It would affect his accuracy. At such a distance, he simply couldn't complete the shot. Chapter 133, a single detail reveals the true culprit. What? Lu Chen was utterly astonished. What kind of trick was this? Knowing Matt's poor eyesight, deliberately closing in to shoot him at close range, is this humiliation? It was humiliation, wasn't it? The thought struck him. Lu Chen was beginning to agree with the theory that the killer had a grudge against Matt. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for him to go to such lengths. He could have simply shot Matt from a long distance, leaving him no chance to fight back. It was excessive. Thinking this, Lu Chen pressed further. From what I saw at the scene, Matt didn't even fire a shot. Was the gap between him and the killer really that vast? He Wei-lan chuckled. According to the records, Matt had been out of the police force for a long time. Although he was part of a shooting club, he likely rarely handled a gun anymore. Over time, he'd naturally become rusty. The killer, however, had likely trained extensively with firearms for a long time. Both in accuracy and power, he far surpassed Matt. Thinking this through, He Wei-lan said, I think the killer might be someone from the police force. Who could it be? Numerous police officers participated in the program, and now they were all part of the task force. Lu Chen and the others had met quite a few of Matt's teammates. Green and yellow hair were among them. I don't know. But as things stand, this case isn't straightforward. We have no clue about the killer's motive. It's unclear who their next target might be, whether it's still Blondie or Uncle Black Murphy. If he's already carried out the crime, then our time is running out. Lu Chen added, thinking of this point. Exactly. He Wei-lan nodded. However, just as Lu Chen was still pondering, a new case emerged. Uncle Black Murphy had left for some unknown reason. Then, he was gone. According to the death report, he was instantly killed. The location of his death was right below his apartment building. Meanwhile, on a nearby high-rise building, Lu Chen and his team found a shell casing and a die marked with the number 5. Why 5? He Wei-lan was completely baffled. Lu Chen was also a bit baffled. If the killings were following a sequence, the next victim should be the one with a 1. Why 5? Lu Chen looked at He Wei-lan. Did the reporter who died earlier leave behind any shell casings or dice? He Wei-lan shook her head. No. So the dice first appeared at the black market broker's death scene. I need to examine the journalist's crime scene. Lu Chen sensed something was off about this case. It was highly likely the investigation needed to start with the reporter, as the subsequent cases were likely connected. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at the death scene. After searching the entire vicinity, Lu Chen found neither the dice nor the shell casing, which only heightened his suspicions. While Lu Chen and his team were searching for clues at the journalist's death scene, Wang Mao-san had also left home, heading to an unknown location. By the time Lu Chen and his team arrived, Wang Mao-san had already picked up his boxed meal. The dice left at the scene showed a single point. 5 different crime scenes plus 5 dice points. But why did Murphy die with a roll of 5 instead of 1, while Yellow Hair died with a roll of 1? If this was a serial killing, shouldn't it have started with Murphy? Something's off. Something's really off. With that thought, Lu Chen arrived at Fragrant Island Tower once more. This was the scene of the first case Lu Chen had encountered. The killer must have had a reason for choosing this spot for the first crime. The Fragrant Island Tower stood tall, offering a sweeping view of most of the city. From this vantage point, Lu Chen could see 5 crime scenes. When connected, they formed a pentagon. A pentagon? Lu Chen had an idea and called He Wei-lan. What do the police department's medals look like, Officer He Wei-lan? He Wei-lan was puzzled. Wasn't Lu Chen investigating a case? Why was he suddenly asking such an irrelevant question? Still, she answered truthfully. A pentagonal badge with a 5-pointed star in the center. A 5-pointed star? Lu Chen sketched it casually on the railing. Perfect. The badge. That was the one Matt had swallowed. That doesn't make sense. Weren't all these victims Matt's enemies? The killer wouldn't need to help him kill people, isn't he Matt's enemy? Lu Chen smiled. He considered a possibility. After checking some information, he then called He Wei-lan again. I know who the killer is. Let's go find him. Lu Chen's words sent shockwaves through not only He Wei-lan but also the audience. What? He already knows who the killer is? Who is it? I need to know right now. How did he figure it out? It feels like there's still no lead. What's going on here? He Wei-lan nodded. She joined up with Lu Chen. Lu Chen led He Wei-lan and the others to find Xiao He. Xiao He saw Lu Chen coming for him. He was about to say he had no more leads. But Lu Chen smiled and said, Do I need to spell it out for you? At Lu Chen's words, a smile instantly appeared at the corner of Xiao He's mouth. He looked at Lu Chen and asked, When did you figure it was me? Just now. Really? Xiao He shook his head. He thought they'd planned it perfectly, but never expected Lu Chen to figure it out. Damn it, how could it be Xiao He? I mean, this doesn't make any sense. Xiao He never even showed up. He just gave one clue. How could he be the killer? Did Lu Chen guess wrong? The guy admitted it himself. What do you mean he guessed wrong? Dude, you're out of your mind. Can you tell me how you figured it out? Lu Chen nodded. I didn't suspect you at first. It wasn't until I arrived at Shangdao Tower and saw that pentagon. After calling Officer Yuelan, it clicked, you're the killer. I looked into your relationship. None of the evidence mentioned this connection that you and Matt were mentor and protege, and he even saved your life during a mission. That connection would never have surfaced unless I specifically investigated you. But think about it, why would you just blurt out that clue? That would only make you look more suspicious. And if we followed that lead, we'd find out Xiao Bai had nothing to do with this case. You set him up with the gun shop just to throw us off the scent. Exactly. That's precisely what we anticipated. But you still uncovered it, didn't you? I must have been wondering, if the killings followed a sequence, why was Matt number 2, Malphite number 5, yet yellow-haired San was number 1? After realizing you were the killer, it clicked, the reporter, the unscrupulous doctor, and the shady broker. They had personal grudges against Matt, so they died first and wouldn't experience the fear of death. But Murphet and Yellow Hair were different. They were the ones who directly caused Matt's tragic end. That's why they had to die in terror, it was punishment. Chapter 134, back to back? You guys are something else. I imagine this was precisely what you had in mind when you designed this case. Lu Chen finished speaking, exhaled, and looked at Xiao He. Xiao He nodded. He added, exactly. The reason the numbers look off is because Yellow Hair is the mastermind, that's why he's number 1. Murphy was an accomplice, originally meant to be number 2. But to muddy the waters, we placed him last. This also works from another angle, it starts with them and ends with them. But you left something out. Xiao He continued. Lu Chen chuckled. You mean to say that Green is also an accomplice, right? And even Little White too? Lu Chen looked at Xiaohei, his smile widening. Clearly taken aback, Xiaohei nodded deeply before replying after a long pause, you're right. From the very beginning, Green and Xiao Bai were accomplices. I got the weapon from Xiao Bai, and the motorcycle I used for the transfer came from my own shop. And Green was my shooting instructor. At this point, the case was completely unraveled. Matt sought revenge, recruiting Green and Xiaohei and Xiao Bai. As his former teammates and mentor, they naturally aided him. That was the premise of this case. Then the case began. The death of the black market broker marked the true start of the case, culminating in the murder of Yellow Hair San. The revenge was fully accomplished. The case is logically consistent and reasonably well structured. If I had to point out any flaw, it would be that given their police backgrounds, the inclusion of long-range sniping feels a bit excessive. I have to hand it to you honestly, you saw right through this setup. Lu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this setup really that clever? As long as you found Matt and then applied reasonable deduction, wouldn't the case be solved? You make it sound like it couldn't have been solved. But then again, even though Lu Chen had solved the case, Xiao He gave him a confident smile and said, the next case won't be nearly as simple. I hope you can crack it too. Wait, how can he be so cocky after his case got solved? Does that mean his next case is utterly unbeatable, beyond Lu Chen's team's ability to solve? That's impossible. Perfect crimes don't exist in this world. That's in real life. Haven't you forgotten the cases Lu Chen designed? While they might be impossible in reality, a perfect crime could very well happen on the show. Don't forget, the show cuts out a lot of the methods. Right. If that's the case, I'm actually getting excited again. Hearing Xiaohei say this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation himself. Before they even reached the hotel, they received a new case. Evidently. After Lu Chen joined the investigation team, the person who switched identities clearly wanted Lu Chen to experience this same helplessness, and now they had set their sights on him. Lu Chen didn't refuse. He and Zhao Zimai had already set out and arrived at the designated location. They were aboard a cruise ship. As the sun began to set, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai stood on the deck admiring the view. Watching the fading light in the distance, Zhao Zimai seemed to recall something and couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. But Lu Chen was puzzled. Did these people who designed the cases always have to go for such grand gestures? If he'd known the production team could handle it, he would have done the same before. From the audience's perspective, the perpetrators appeared. He held a knife in his hand, grinning at Lu Chen on the deck. Behind him stood a box filled entirely with explosives. The audience was completely dumbfounded. Wait, how is this any different from the last case? How can they be so brazen? I'm speechless. Exactly. I suspect it's the same crew. Their methods are just unbelievable. I just have to say, if Lu Chen turned around now, he'd see everything. What are they doing? Despite the murmurs, Lu Chen never turned around. He gazed at the distant scenery, pondering what scheme the criminal group was plotting. He suspected they might be setting up a locked room murder on this ship. Lost in these thoughts, dinner time arrived. On the way to dinner, Zhao Zimai explained to Lu Chen, this cruise ship was sponsored for our show by that construction tycoon from our previous crime-solving group. He wants us to have a good time. Lu Chen froze. How did Zhao Zimai know? But Lu Chen didn't press further. Before they could even sit down, screenwriter Green and the beautiful designer Lily appeared before them. Lu Chen immediately narrowed his eyes. The audience, recognizing the familiar face of Green, immediately burst into laughter. I knew this case was so brazen because it resembled the last one. Turns out it really is the same group behind both. Hello? Hello? Lu Chen saw the playful teasing in the other's eyes. Enjoy this show. Green said to Lu Chen with a smile. Yeah, you too. Lu Chen had a pretty good idea who his opponent was. But from Green's expression, Lu Chen sensed something off. He felt this case might not be as straightforward as it seemed. So, Lu Chen contacted Officer He Weilan, but she was busy at the moment and couldn't assist much with the investigation. For Lu Chen, however, it was enough. 15 years ago, a merchant ship owned by the construction company sank. Thanks to the captain's actions, only the captain and one crew member lost their lives. Everyone else was ultimately rescued. Then, half a month ago, the ship's designer, Ingrin, died in a car accident. The captain of the merchant ship that sank 15 years ago is now the captain of this vessel. After reviewing these records, Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. These two background stories seemed oddly connected. Could there be a link? Could they even be connected to the impending case? Lu Chen had no answers to these questions yet. But soon, dinner came to an end. Everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Mr. Green, however, was busy doing something in his own room. Listening to the sound in his headphones, a smile spread across his lips. He seemed to have obtained something he desired, now appearing somewhat absorbed. None of this was known to Lu Chen and the others. The next day, everyone went about their usual routines. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Green called Lily. He brought up his screenplay. Lily remained a quiet listener throughout, never interrupting Mr. Green's words. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had an idea. He went to find Zhao Zimai. In the hallway, he brushed past someone wearing sunglasses and a hat, someone he couldn't recognize. Moreover, at this point, no incidents had occurred yet, so Lu Chen relaxed considerably. He didn't give it much thought. Chapter 135. Something's off about this case. Something's wrong. Lu Chen had just entered Zhao Zimai's room when he heard shouting outside. Lu Chen frowned, thinking to himself, this doesn't look good. The case had likely unfolded. He suddenly recalled the person he'd encountered in the hallway wearing sunglasses and a hat, clearly trying to hide his appearance. He couldn't believe he hadn't given it a second thought. At that moment, Lu Chen wanted to slap himself. He'd assumed it was some major incident. Turns out someone had been locked in the cold storage room. After freeing her, she explained that at 11:11, she'd gone to retrieve something from the cold storage when the door suddenly locked behind her. It didn't seem like a big deal. However, at the shipyard, Lu Chen discovered a fallen fan. Upon inquiry, he learned it belonged to Chang, the ship's builder. Lu Chen was puzzled. Why hadn't anyone mentioned that the shipbuilder, Chang, was also on board? Carrying this confusion, Lu Chen went to Chang's room, room 604. However, there was no response for a long time, and Lu Chen sensed something was amiss. He hurried off to find someone. When the door finally opened, a corpse lay before them. Lu Chen recognized it. It was Chang's wife, Zhen. Their daughter Ingzi was also present. Lu Chen frowned, noticing clear signs that the body had been moved. Beside the body, bloodstains had been wiped away. What was being concealed remained unclear for now. Then, Chang's bloodstains were discovered in the shipyard. Additionally, the dock's gate showed signs of having been forced open. Regarding this, Lu Chen drew a conclusion. Both incidents were likely committed by the same individual. Recalling the man in sunglasses he had encountered in the corridor earlier, Lu Chen took a deep breath. It must have been him. After investigation, there were no signs of forced entry on the door, and the killer had struck when Zhen was alone in the room. This indicated the killer knew the victim's schedule. Lu Chen sought out Ingzi. Through questioning, he learned that the ship was designed with a master key. This design choice stemmed from a desire to avoid repeating the mistakes of 15 years ago. This revelation deepened Lu Chen's suspicions, suggesting the case from 15 years prior was even more peculiar. Meanwhile, after receiving Lu Chen's call, He Weilan also investigated the car bombing that had occurred half a month earlier. He discovered that someone had tied kite string to the seatbelt buckle. When someone pulled the seatbelt, it would detonate a flashbang placed on the back seat, causing the car to explode. As for why the soda can was found in the car, He Weilan couldn't offer an explanation either. However, she shared the case progress with Lu Chen in real time. After hearing all this, Lu Chen seemed to have an epiphany. He didn't say much. Instead, he zeroed in on one person. Mr. Green. It wasn't just that he was part of the crime team. But from Ingzi, Lu Chen learned that Mr. Green had previously borrowed the master key. If he had made a duplicate, it wouldn't be impossible. From Lily, Lu Chen learned about Mr. Green's alibi. But this alibi would be far too easy to fabricate. Especially since Lu Chen knew it was all Mr. Green's account, and Lily had merely listened to it. This only deepened his suspicion of Mr. Green. It wouldn't take much more than playing a recording to pull it off. He had ample time to commit the crime. However, when Lu Chen confronted Green, Green showed little reaction, merely staring silently at Lu Chen as he listened to his reasoning.
You placed the recording next to the receiver, then proceeded to commit the crime. First, you confirmed Ms. Zhen was in the room. After using your duplicate master key to open the door, you killed her. Then you went to meet Ah Chang. I imagine you must have used some words to compel him to come to the shipyard. Thinking it through, you must be the descendant of a crew member or captain who perished at sea 15 years ago.
Green laughed. Yes, I am the son of one of those crew members.
Lu Chen heard this and thought, so it was as I suspected.
But this crime ring is pretty bold, huh?
They didn't even bother hiring someone, they just did it themselves.
Isn't that a bit much?
And their work was so sloppy. As Lu Chen mentally complained.
Green continued his story. 15 years ago.
To fraudulently claim insurance money, the couple Ah Jin and Ah Chang bribed the first mate to slip sleeping pills into the captain's tea, leading to the maritime disaster 15 years ago.
It sounded plausible enough. Lu Chen didn't think much of it. After apprehending Green,
the case should have been closed. But the production team never uttered those words.
Lu Chen furrowed his brow. The case wasn't over. This meant the real culprit wasn't Green. Was everything Lu Chen had witnessed fake? What was going on? But then, it was already noon. Everyone decided to eat first. But during the meal, Lu Chen didn't see the first mate.
A thought struck him. He hurried out to search. Yet the first mate was nowhere to be found on the entire ship. The perpetrators had been ruthless this time. Apart from Ah Zhen having a death certificate, the other two had simply been thrown overboard. No death certificates were issued for them, making it extremely difficult for Lu Chen to investigate this angle. Upon investigation, it was revealed that besides the first mate, several other crew members were also survivors of the shipwreck 15 years prior.
This revelation, Lu Chen's expression darkened further. Because up until now, Lu Chen still hadn't located them. After questioning,
it seemed they had all gone out earlier that morning after receiving some news while Lu Chen was deducing.
They never returned. At this point,
including the first mate, the chief officer, and Ah Chang,
6 people have already disappeared.
And now the sole survivor from back then has just left.
This meant he too might have been lured out by the killer. Lu Chen realized something was terribly wrong and immediately gave chase in the direction he had gone. However, this was the deck. Not a soul was in sight. Scratching his head, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. This doesn't add up.
At this stage of the case, everyone clearly knew it was revenge.
Why would they still go out, rushing one by one to throw themselves into danger? Unless they had no choice. But what reason could possibly force them to go?
Mr. Green was the son of one of the original crew members. Chang knew this, so naturally he suspected Green knew something, that's why he went to see him.
What about the others? Had Mr. Green threatened them too? That shouldn't be the case. Green had already been captured. Lu Chen couldn't make heads or tails of it. From the audience's perspective,
they witnessed the entire incident unfold.
I knew Lu Chen wouldn't figure out the truth. Absolutely. Who could have imagined the case would turn out like this? If I hadn't been watching the whole time, I wouldn't have guessed the ending either. You gotta hand it to someone from the police force, they've seen it all, and the cases they design just keep getting more and more outrageous. Now I just want to see Lu Chen's expression when he finds out the truth. Will he be shocked? Or just completely speechless? You're not kidding. I want to see that too. Chapter 136, it was only the prelude. Lu Chen remained unaware of all this. The current situation left him somewhat perplexed.
As the case unfolded to this point, something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly was amiss. While Lu Chen was digging into the case's truth, Mr. Green's accomplices located Zhao Zimai and abducted her. The perpetrators hid her in a highly concealed location where she now faced imminent danger.
This meant that
Lu Chen not only had to solve the case but also had to find Zhao Zimai within a specified time frame.
Otherwise, he would be considered a failure.
Yet at this moment, Lu Chen remained completely unaware that Zhao Zimai had been abducted by the perpetrators. He was still pondering who the real mastermind behind the crimes was, and why these sailors from 15 years ago would obey his orders, one by one, to walk into certain death. Damn it, the perpetrators are way too bold, they've gone and kidnapped the investigation team.
Yeah, Lu Chen has no clue what's going on. He's probably going to be completely baffled soon. That'll be interesting.
I'm curious to see if Lu Chen, who's orchestrated so many cases, is really that good at solving them. After spending enough time on deck, Lu Chen headed back to find Zhao Zimai. But he immediately sensed something was off.
Zhao Zimai was nowhere to be found.
At first, Lu Chen assumed she'd gone to investigate the case, but he soon realized that wasn't the case. He couldn't even get through to her on the phone.
In an instant, Lu Chen realized something was terribly wrong. Is this some kind of retaliation for my previous cases? Once the realization hit, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, though it was a bitter laugh. But upon closer reflection, this might have been the plan all along.
If that's the case, then the first person I encountered when boarding the ship was most likely the murderer.
The first person I met.
Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then something occurred to him. A smile touched his lips. How could he have overlooked this crucial detail? Lu Chen went to Green's room, opened the call log between him and Lily, and after confirming the time, headed to Lily's room.
Lily wasn't there at the moment. Lu Chen found Ingzi and obtained the master key. He unlocked Lily's door. Inside the room, Lu Chen discovered the ship's blueprints.
Next, Lu Chen searched for relevant information and found records of the maritime disaster from 15 years ago.
After reviewing them, Lu Chen noticed a photograph.
It showed the captain and his daughter together.
Seeing this, Lu Chen's smile grew even wider. He left Lily's room and found Ingzi. Please gather everyone. I've uncovered the truth. Ingzi visibly startled but agreed nonetheless.
Soon, everyone gathered in the hall. They were puzzled by Lu Chen's sudden summons, but he merely smiled and looked at Lily. Your plan was quite clever, but unfortunately, you overlooked one crucial detail. If you hadn't all appeared together, if there had been a clear sequence of arrivals, I probably wouldn't have suspected you.
But that's not the main point. The real issue is your alibi in that recording. Lu Chen paused before continuing. Since Mr. Green's alibi is fake, why should yours be any different?
Over such a long period, you could have just as easily pretended to listen to Mr. Green, then turned away to attend to your own affairs. After all, you stated that whenever the conversation turned to the book, it was always Mr. Green speaking while you listened, implying you remained silent throughout. Moreover, you mentioned that any discussion about the book would inevitably last at least 20 to 30 minutes. So I ask you, what about your other alibis for that period? Lily's expression shifted slightly, but she didn't resort to evasive tactics like claiming she was doing this or that. Instead, she looked at Lu Chen and after a long moment said, "Is there anything else?" "What?" Lu Chen looked puzzled. "I mean, don't you have anything else to say? After all, this case isn't over yet." Lu Chen lowered his head and immediately understood what Lily was referring to. "You mean the disappearance of my teammate?" After Mr. Green committed murder, dumping the body into the sea from the shipyard became impossible. So if you killed someone, you must have hidden the body somewhere on the ship. Where could that be? I can think of two places. One is the ship's cold storage, and the other is the crawl space beneath the deck. You might wonder how a cold storage room could exist here. Remember when someone was found in the cold storage room? That was right at the start of the case, when Mr. Green killed Ah Chang. See? With so many people around, hiding a body in the deck's crawl space is impossible. But the freezer? Perfect. Even if the body decomposes, there'd be no smell. Plus, nobody goes in there normally. Just wait it out and everything's fine. Lily nodded. Lu Chen was right. The body was hidden in the cold storage. Lu Chen had also pointed out another crucial detail: as long as they waited for the 24-hour period to pass, Lu Chen would automatically be declared the loser. They hadn't considered the long-term consequences at all. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had discovered them. Lily took over the rest of the explanation. "Let me finish for you. As for Zhao Zimai, who was kidnapped, she wasn't directly involved in this case. So I didn't kill her. Instead, I hid her somewhere on this ship. The best hiding spot is the deck's crawl space. But that requires seeing the ship's blueprints. I assume you've already been to my room and found them." "Yes." "Then there's nothing more to say. But I should warn you, this case has a sequel." Lily laughed. Lu Chen felt his head spin even more upon hearing this. Ever since he learned Lily was the murderer, he'd had this feeling. Why? It was simple. If this was an imitation of their own case combined with venting their frustrations from their time in the task force, then shouldn't they stage a large-scale game of werewolf at sea? You see. This is the open sea, after all. Isn't this the perfect setting for werewolf? But hearing Lily say that, Lu Chen felt a new sense of anticipation. Is that so? Well, that's great. I'm looking forward to it. Damn, he figured it out already? I thought it would take Lu Chen much longer to figure out that Lily was the killer and Grimm was just a decoy. I didn't expect him to catch on so quickly. And something doesn't feel right about this. What? There's more? I want to see. Chapter 137, the steam-powered wolf killer, activated. The cruise ship wouldn't be turning back, so if Lu Chen wanted to return, he'd need to take another vessel. The vessel sent to retrieve them. It was an old steamer, a relic from decades past. It even had a boiler room on board. While others were surprised, Lu Chen's expression darkened. He sensed trouble. The presence of such an anachronistic feature meant the case would likely unfold aboard this very vessel. Yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of anticipation. What intriguing case would unfold on this vessel? Since Zhao Zimai had fallen asleep in the cabin, the two of them were the last aboard. The moment they stepped into the ship's main hall, they heard voices. Playing cards? You gotta read minds. When you've got the whole hand mapped out in your mind. This hand, we're guaranteed to win. A middle-aged voice caught Lu Chen's attention. Peering over, he saw four well-dressed men playing cards, not poker, but the uniquely Chinese mahjong tiles.
The speaker was a wealthy businessman sporting a handlebar mustache, grinning broadly.
He examined his hand, convinced victory was assured. However, his smile froze instantly. A woman's voice sounded, faint and delicate.
I think I've won. The speaker was Inju.
She seemed to rarely play cards, and even as she spoke, doubt lingered in her voice. The first mate beside her spoke up. The green-robed lady who San Yang, the original.
Beauty's delight. Sure enough, little sister wins again. He spoke with a broad smile. The wealthy merchant sighed and couldn't help but remark, Inju has such good luck. My cards are truly cursed.
This is terrible, terrible. I must spit on them to ward off the bad fortune.
Hearing this, the noblewoman beside him couldn't help but interject, Inju is the apple of our eye.
It's not just her luck at cards, she's blessed in every way. Fu glanced at the noblewoman's tiles and remarked, Yinru, your luck with tiles is quite good too. This round happened to have a small 9 bamboo, letting you ride the east wind. Otherwise, that lonely 9-character tile of yours would have been stuck in your hand, unable to be played. Inro felt speechless at the merchant's words. She retorted, brother, not everyone can ride the east wind. Those without skill will be crushed even if they borrow it. The wealthy merchant was named Daman, the eldest son of the family. Inro was the second son's widow. He had died young, and she never remarried. Now she managed all the family's finances. Inju was the youngest daughter, dearly loved by the entire family. Seeing Daman's losses mounting, Inju felt uneasy and offered, brother, you can take my chips.
It's no trouble at all.
The first mate who had spoken earlier was the third son of the family. He glanced at Inju and remarked, the cards are all missing pieces anyway.
What difference do chips make? It's just a way to pass the time. As for their grandfather,
was a renowned local tycoon whose wealth was beyond measure. Now that he had passed away, his vast inheritance had become the object of contention among his children. Watching the mahjong game grow increasingly tedious,
Inro simply stopped playing. I'm feeling a bit tired.
I'll head back to my room to rest.
After all, mahjong tiles were inherently incomplete. Most people probably haven't seen mahjiao tiles, they're the precursor to mahjong. Like mahjong, it had tiles numbered from 1 to 9
but this particular set was missing a full 8 tiles. Only a single 9 remained, and that tile was in Inrong's hand. The two who had just been watching the scene unfold were Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai, who had just boarded the ship.
As night deepened, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask the crew member Xiaoyi where they were. Xiaoyi thought for a moment. We'll soon reach the waters near the Dragon King Temple. Once we pass that temple, it'll be another day's journey to our destination. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to this matter. But Daman, sitting at the table nearby, grew anxious. He berated his younger brother, the first mate, for not informing him sooner, leaving him unprepared with the necessary offerings. This instantly made Lu Chen frown. Something was definitely fishy here.
It turned out the Dragon King Temple waters were notoriously treacherous.
Rumors swirled of sea monsters lurking there.
Witnesses described the creature as resembling a white dragon or a giant open umbrella covered in eyes. Numerous cases of people vanishing without a trace had occurred there. Several years ago, a security company had also suffered a major loss during a cash transport operation. The first mate, however, dismissed his brother's words with indifference.
Waving his hand dismissively, he retorted, sacrifices? What sacrifices? Where on this steamship are we supposed to find sacrifices?
Stop spouting your old cliches.
Who believes in your ghosts and gods nowadays? As for Daman,
upon hearing the first mate's words, he paid no heed either. Instead, he turned to the crew member Xiaoyi and said, hey, you go talk to the captain. This offering absolutely cannot be skipped. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Just then, Old Lin, the ship's engineer, suddenly appeared, reporting that crew member Hao Jiao had vanished.
Xiaoyi, have you seen him?
Xiaoyi shook her head. Old Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, then said, looks like Hao Jiao's gone off to hide somewhere and drink again.
He just never learns. No choice then. Xiaoyi, come give me a hand. Sure thing, Uncle Lin. Xiaoyi couldn't possibly refuse.
She turned to look at Daman. After I help Uncle Lin, I'll go talk to the captain. The time was now 9:30. A sudden, piercing noise erupted from the ship's hold, sounding as though it originated from the engine room.
At that moment, Xiaoyi also returned.
She reassured Daman. Don't worry, I've already spoken to the captain. But before Xiaoyi could finish her sentence, the ship suddenly lost power.
This sudden event. Everyone's expression changed instantly. What's going on? Damien shouted loudly.
After Xiaoyi lit the candles, she pointed out to Lu Chen where the electrical panel was located.
In that instant, not only Lu Chen, but the audience too, knew.
The crime had already been committed.
All right.
It's only been a moment, and already a crime has occurred. Looks like the other guy was right, the real case was waiting right here.
This sudden blackout, then the killing starts. What's the meaning of this? Is this really lights out, eyes closed, the werewolves starting their hunt? After Lu Chen and the others fixed the electrical panel, Xiaoyi said, "This ship is perfectly safe. Everyone, please relax." Ha ha ha, setting up a flag already? Fine, I bet more than one person will die. Me too. Free bet, who's the first victim? The audience couldn't help but laugh at this point. Help! Help me!
A piercing scream shattered the ship's tranquility.
What on earth is happening? Damien's expression changed drastically, filled with terror. That sounds like Miss Inju. Let's go check. Lu Chen was the first to react.
He hurriedly led the others toward the source of the sound.
On the way, he noticed that only the 4 of them remained in the cabin at that moment. Chapter 138, 3 dead already?
Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Chen found Miss Inju sitting at the cabin door, her expression filled with terror.
Inside the room lay the body of Second Lady In Ro. The death report indicated
a bronze candlestick had been thrust into her chest, its sharp spike embedded deep within her body. Wax from the candlestick had spread over the bloodstains, leaving the candlestick itself unusually clean and free of blood. Additionally, the deceased's makeup remained intact, and the jade hairpin in her hair was still in place. The victim's head and feet were turned in opposite directions. The time of death was within the past hour. Such a complete and meticulous death report moved Lu Chen to a degree. It seemed this case was their true design. Putting aside other thoughts, Lu Chen refocused his full attention on the case itself.
Damien spoke first. "We're almost at the Dragon King Temple.
In Ro was killed right here, it must be the Dragon King's doing."
Lu Chen was speechless. "What? Brother Daman, you think this is just a coincidence?" Damien snorted coldly.
"It's because they failed to offer the Dragon King his sacrifices on time.
That's why he's angry." Seeing Lu Chen's complete disbelief, Daman tilted his head.
"Let me tell you, this stretch of water is cursed. Whether it's today's incident or that security company money theft case years ago, both are connected to the Dragon King. That time was because the old man had his eye on a country estate, so he hired that security company to transport the cash."
"Cash?" Lu Chen was intrigued. Damien nodded. "Right.
Since the other guy was an old man too, he only accepted cash."
"I see."
As they spoke,
Lu Chen noticed In Ro's suitcase had caught her sleeve, which drew his attention. He opened her suitcase.
He found all her valuables intact, but there were also some playing cards inside.
But that wasn't the strangest part. Inside the suitcase,
he also found the missing mahjong tile, the 8 of wands.
At this point, there was absolutely no trace of the killer. Lu Chen didn't linger long.
He found Xiaoyi and, through her, went to the wheelhouse to locate Captain Luo. Meanwhile, the first mate suddenly recalled someone.
The previously missing crew member, Hao Jiao. Could he be the one?
Hao Jiao may not be greedy for money, but he drinks like a fish and has a bit of a wandering eye.
Could this be?
The first mate didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. Lu Chen, however, felt something was off. He gave the first mate another look.
Something about this case didn't add up. Do I have teammates? That can't be. Would Green and the others be that kind? Why wouldn't I believe it? Remember when we boarded the ship? He kept staring straight at my sister-in-law.
When I asked him to help carry stuff, he refused. That's why my sister-in-law gave him a good scolding.
So you see.
The first mate hadn't finished speaking. The ship's hull suddenly shook violently. A dark figure flashed across the ceiling of the hold and crashed onto the deck. The first mate hesitated. Could we have struck a reef? They stepped out of the wheelhouse onto the deck. The dark figure that had just fallen was the body of crew member Hao Jiao. His death report read as follows. The man reeked of alcohol, his face swollen and bruised with a bluish tint, indicating he had consumed a large amount of alcohol before death. Time of death exceeded 3 hours. The other missing mahjong tile, the 9-1, was found on his body. Arriving at the spot where Hao Jiao had fallen,
Lu Chen noticed something amiss.
There was nothing here.
Had he simply drunk himself to death? Lu Chen couldn't be certain.
He returned to his own room. But immediately, he noticed something had changed in the room. When they boarded the ship earlier, Zhao Zimai had specifically brought a bottle of red wine from the cruise ship, but now the wine on the table was gone.
Instead, a small copper coin lay on the floor, left behind by someone unknown. Upon stepping outside, they saw Daman tossing food into the water.
He was muttering something under his breath.
It turned out,
they had reached the waters near the Dragon King Temple. They temporarily placed Hao Jiao's body in the same room as In Ro's. But upon arriving, Lu Chen noticed In Ro's hair had grown longer. Upon closer inspection, he realized her hairpin had been removed. This was rather peculiar. The valuables in her suitcase remained untouched, suggesting the killer wasn't after money.
Yet now the hairpin was gone. Could it hold clues to the true culprit?
He continued his investigation.
Lu Chen discovered.
The first mate's dream was to travel the world. Hao Jiao aspired to be a poet, aiming to become a figure like the immortal poet, but we all knew that was merely an excuse. As for Old Lin, the engineer, he kept stacks of newspapers.
At that moment,
That noise appeared again.
Xiaoyi explained.
The captain set it up specifically to regulate the ship's speed. Old Lin in the engine room would adjust the speed upon hearing this sound.
Lu Chen nodded in understanding.
So that's how it works. But the bell kept ringing incessantly, as if Old Lin hadn't heard it at all.
Lu Chen realized something might be wrong. He hurried toward the engine room. Today in the engine room, Lu Chen and the others saw the third body of the night.
Holy crap, it really is close your eyes when it's dark. Werewolves please kill. It's only been a little while, and already several people are dead.
You gotta admit, this case design is thrilling.
Even just seeing it from Lu Chen's perspective is nerve-wracking. Before even checking the death report,
2 points immediately caught Lu Chen's attention.
Inro's missing hairpin was now stuck in Old Lin's chest. Beside him lay one of the missing mahjong tiles, the 7-1.
The death report indicated
Old Lin had been dead for some time, with livor mortis already present. However, considering the temperature in the engine room, this might not be entirely accurate. What was certain, however, was that he had died after Inro, as the murder weapon was her hairpin. The victim showed no signs of struggle, and a faint smile lingered on his lips. This indicated that he had seen the killer before his death and had been killed willingly.
At that moment, Zhao Zimai came to find Lu Chen.
As she reached into her pocket, she discovered a mahjong tile, the 3 of characters in her pocket.
Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed drastically.
He hurriedly reached into his own pocket.
Mahjong tile, 20,000. A sign of murder?
Combined with the numbers that had appeared earlier,
Lu Chen couldn't help but speculate.
Since mahjong tiles had already appeared on them, it meant that among the remaining passengers, there must be others with mahjong tiles as well. Every person who received a tile was his prey.
Sure enough, after gathering everyone in the lobby, the man was found with a 6-character tile.
Xiaoyi had 50,000.
Inju had 40,000.
The first mate had 10,000.
Only the captain had none. This revelation, the audience couldn't help but speculate. Why not the captain? What does this mean? Is it disrespectful to the old man?
I think the killer might be one of these people, but I have no idea who it is.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They're the only ones on this ship. Who else could there be? Could someone really swim all this way out to sea just to board the ship and commit a crime? I'm getting more and more excited. This case is intriguing. Chapter 139, the case grows more perplexing, something's off.
As members of the investigative team, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai took on the roles of police and judge, presiding over the case.
Zhao Zimai handled the discussions while Lu Chen focused on deductions. The entire evening,
Zhao Zimai, Lu Chen, and Deman all remained in the dining room, making them impossible suspects. Zhao Zimai proposed that each person take turns recounting their whereabouts and activities from the moment the power went out until Inro's death, and then again from the time the power returned. The first to speak was Inju, seated at the far left. She paused to recall her movements. She whispered, I told Mr. Lu that after playing cards with my brother and sister-in-law, I felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Worried it might be an asthma attack, I went back to my room to take medicine and rest. Later, I ran into my sister-in-law, who was also heading back to rest. She asked me to teach her how to play cards, but I wasn't feeling well enough to agree. But I felt the medicine wasn't working, so I went to the bow to get some air.
Third brother can vouch for that.
After the power went out, I intended to return to my cabin but felt afraid, so I went back to the wheelhouse to find third brother again. He accompanied me back to my cabin, where I ultimately discovered my sister-in-law's body.
Lu Chen listened, pondered for a moment, and found no inconsistencies.
Third brother spoke next. Before the power went out, I was in the kitchen preparing dinner until Xiaoyi returned. After Xiaoyi was called away by Old Lin, I brought the porridge to the wheelhouse myself and gave it to the captain. Seeing my younger sister at the bow, I chatted with her for a while before returning to the wheelhouse to take the helm for the captain.
Then the power went out. Next was Deman. He didn't have much to say.
Before the power went out, he was in the dining room the whole time. Everyone saw that. Therefore, Deman was skipped over, and the next person spoke.
The captain spoke next.
I was in the wheelhouse the entire time before the power went out. During that period, Xiaoyi came to see me, mentioning that Mr. Deman had inquired about the sacrificial offerings.
The first mate also brought me some porridge. After the power went out, Inju came by.
She seemed a bit frightened at the time.
Lu Chen nodded.
This matched the testimonies of the others. The fifth to speak was Xiaoyi. Before the power went out, I was helping in the dining hall. After that, Uncle Lin called me to assist him. Later, I was told to find Hao Jiu. I searched several places but couldn't locate him. After that, I stayed in the dining hall the entire time.
At this point, everyone's testimony was consistent, though unsurprisingly so. This setup is well crafted, not a single flaw. Looks like the crime team put a lot of effort into designing this case. Yeah, look at Lu Chen, he seems a bit puzzled, like he's suspecting something. But it's still early, there's plenty of evidence yet to surface. Let's wait and see. I'm sure there's a flaw somewhere. The audience was completely engrossed by this point.
This case was far superior to anything Mr. Green and his team had designed before. While it's true that Mr. Green's first case was based on their own experiences and contained obvious flaws that Lu Chen had spotted, this current case was a standard maritime werewolf game. It was impossible to see through until the very last moment. After discussing it, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai decided to make their second round of statements. When old Lin died, Inro's hairpin was stuck in his chest. This provided preliminary evidence that old Lin had died after Inro. The second round of statements required everyone to describe where they were and what they were doing after Inro's death. The second round of statements began with Inju. After leaving the scene, I was too scared to go anywhere. I stayed locked in my room the entire time. Lu Chen paused to recall, then nodded. Next. Third brother said, after I took my little sister back to her room, I stayed in the wheelhouse. Later, when Mr. Lu arrived, we saw Hao Jiu fall. Later, when the captain and Mr. Lu went to investigate, I remained in the wheelhouse at the helm. Before Lu Chen could raise any objections, Deman interjected, hold on. You were alone in the wheelhouse for that long. Is there anyone who can vouch for that? At Deman's completely uninformed remark, third brother couldn't help but curl his lip and snort coldly. The fact you didn't end up feeding the Dragon King is proof enough. Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai exchanged a knowing smile. Lu Chen cut Deman off. Alright, your turn. Danian's expression was remarkably calm, even tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. I was on deck the entire time, chanting sutras and praying for everyone's safety. Next, it was the captain's turn. Before discovering Hao Jiu's body, I was at the helm the entire time. After you arrived, I stayed with you. Regarding this point, Lu Chen raised no objections whatsoever. After realizing Che Zhong showed no signs of life, I went to the engine room. By the time I arrived, Mr. Lu and Xiaoyi were already there. As for Xiaoyi, she had little to say. She had been with Lu Chen the entire time. Lu Chen carefully recalled the events. He looked at Deman. Then why didn't I see you when I went up to the deck earlier? And have you noticed that one of the copper coins on your sword is missing? Deman looked down upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Oh my, you're right. One coin is missing without a trace. Looks like it took a hit for me. Is that so? Lu Chen chuckled. Speaking of which, I found a copper coin in my room. Now I can return it intact to its rightful owner. Deman couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. He had no choice but to admit it. The bottle of red wine Zhao Zimai brought from the cruise ship was taken by him. Since the captain hadn't listened to him about throwing offerings to the Dragon King, Deman had taken matters into his own hands. He'd gathered all the valuable items he could find on board and tossed them into the sea. The Taoist priest at Qingtian Temple said that to honor the Dragon King, one must prepare 6 full-pound bags of knife blades. But there weren't that many knife heads on this ship. What else could I do? I had to throw in some favorable winds and sharp tongues instead. These words plunged Deman's status to the lowest depths, below even commoners, into the realm of a thief. But if this were true, if Deman's words were true, then someone else's words became suspect. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Miss Inju. You said you went back to your room and never came out. Yet you never mentioned your elder brother chanting prayers on deck, nor did you hear the tremendous noise when he threw the cargo into the water. Crucially, you weren't asleep. How do you explain this? As soon as Lu Chen spoke, the audience suddenly realized. Indeed, how could Miss Inju not have heard the noise outside? It was right outside her door. Could it be that Miss Inju is the wolf? It's often like that, isn't it? The ones who seem the most harmless are usually the wolves. Chapter 140, Wolf Alert? How dare they be so brazen? Of course. Lu Chen suspected Miss Inju was up to something, and not just in this regard. First off, this case could be confirmed as the work of the same perpetrator. Because of the mahjong tiles. Second, we're excluding the Hao Jiu case. After all, his death occurred too long ago, and no evidence has been found. Consequently, we cannot rule out anyone, nor can we exclude the possibility of accidental death. Therefore, it is not included in our discussion. As for the remaining 2 individuals, we can establish a very complete timeline. Between 9:10 p.m. and 9:50 p.m., Yin Ro was stabbed with the candlestick. This occurred after she left the dining room and returned to her room, during the period after the power went out. During this period, 3 individuals can be completely ruled out as suspects. They are Lu Chen himself, Zhao Zimai, and Deman. In the case of Lao Lin's murder, Xiaoyi, who was with Lu Chen the entire time, and third brother, who was steering the boat. Additionally, the captain, who spent half his time with Zhao Zimai and half with Lu Chen. From this, we can see. The only one who cannot be ruled out is Inju. Inju tried to wriggle out of it. I was in my room the whole time. But Lu Chen frowned, pointing out another crucial piece of evidence. Remember? In old Lin's room, Lu Chen had seen a report about a magic troupe, and this troupe specialized in card tricks. Earlier, Lu Chen had found playing cards in Yin Ro's suitcase. Moreover, the backs of those cards bore the exact same emblem as the one featured in the newspaper article about the magic troupe. Therefore, Lu Chen could conclude that Miss Inju was a member of that troupe.
At this point, Miss Inju stopped pretending. You're absolutely right. I am a member of the magic troupe. What are you going to do about it? Lu Chen realized that Miss Inju, skilled in magic, could easily distribute the mahjong tiles to everyone present.
Her motive for killing In Ro was also easy to explain.
It was all about the inheritance. As for why she killed Old Lin, that's easy to explain too.
Old Lin had worked for the Demand family for many years. The newspaper Lu Chen found was discovered in his room. From the clippings he collected, it was clear he had been closely following the Demand family's affairs, and he was desperately in need of money. Lu Chen suspected that Old Lin was likely colluding with In Ro in some way, and that he had even threatened Inju alone.
That's why Inju took action against him. However,
Inju's subsequent words completely overturned Lu Chen's assumptions. It turned out Inju revealed that she wasn't exposing the wolf, she simply didn't care whether she was officially part of the magic troupe or could inherit the family fortune. Moreover, Inju stated that the magic troupe had numerous upcoming performances and was far from short on funds. She would never kill over an inheritance.
What's going on? I don't think Inju is the wolf. What wolf would act so brazenly after being exposed? Yeah, judging by Lu Chen's expression, Inju probably isn't the killer. So who could it be? No clue. It can't be Lu Chen, though. That would be interesting. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Miss Inju.
Then please recount exactly what you were doing when Old Lin died.
Inju nodded.
Earlier, my sister-in-law went through my trunk without permission and found those playing cards. I wanted them back, but she refused to give them to me.
Lu Chen frowned at her words. Had her secret been discovered?
Inju had no choice but to head to the bow for some fresh air. But the thought of her identity being exposed made her feel uneasy about staying at home. She decided it wasn't right and went back to her sister-in-law to retrieve the cards. What Inju hadn't anticipated was that upon returning, she discovered In Ro was already dead. And when In Ro died, she was still clutching the playing cards in her hand. Fearing she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, Inju took the cards and hid them.
That's how it was.
This also explained the subsequent anomalies at the scene. Why In Ro's head and feet were misaligned. Why the suitcase had trapped her clothes. But as she reached this point,
Lu Chen noticed another peculiar detail.
Inju had seen In Ro's body and managed to calmly tidy up the scene. So why, when she went back a second time, did she scream in terror and collapse to the ground? Inju explained, because that was how I should appear in Third Brother's heart.
Lu Chen scratched his head. I'm impressed. This family. They're all so calculating.
The case reached this point. It seemed to have reached a dead end.
Lu Chen frowned.
Judging from the current evidence, it felt like something crucial was missing from the entire case.
There was simply no evidence left. Wait, haven't you noticed?
The evidence has completely vanished.
We can't pinpoint the killer anymore. Yeah, all the evidence originally pointed to Inju.
But now we know she's not the killer, the real culprit is someone else.
This is getting interesting. I want to know who the real killer is. Me too. Lu Chen plunged deep into his own thoughts.
With the case at this stage and all the evidence laid out before him, there must be something he hadn't noticed, which was why he hadn't found the killer.
Let's return our attention to the original case.
The killer murdered victims in the order of mahjong tiles.
The first victim was indeed Hao Jiao. But Lu Chen realized a crucial point.
If Inju wasn't the killer, then when she packed her belongings, she had placed both the playing cards and the mahjong tiles together. This meant the mahjong tiles were most likely placed in the suitcase by Inju herself.
Not by the killer. Then, Lu Chen realized something.
In Ro had taken the mahjong tile 9 of characters with her, yet no one at the scene had seen it.
Ultimately, the mahjong tile 9 of bamboo ended up on Hao Jiao's person. This meant someone had taken the mahjong tile 9 of bamboo from the scene and placed it on Hao Jiao. This person absolutely could not be Inju. The first victim. Hao Jiao was found on the ship's deck, deceased from alcohol poisoning followed by cardiac arrest. It remains unclear whether this was accidental death or homicide. A mahjong tile, the 9 of bamboo, was found beside him.
The second victim, In Ro, was found dead in her cabin.
Cause of death, candlestick. A mahjong tile, the 8 of bamboo, was beside her.
The third victim, Lao Lin, was murdered in the engine room. Cause of death, a hairpin piercing the heart.
A mahjong tile of 7 bamboos was found beside him. Damien's mahjong tile was the 6 of bamboo, suggesting he was the next intended victim.
It appeared the order of deaths matched the sequence of mahjong tiles.
But is that really the case? Is that truly the case?
Lu Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He found the captain and gathered everyone once more in the dining room.
Holy crap, did Lu Chen actually find the real culprit? That can't be right. He found them already? I didn't see any evidence either. Let's hear what Lu Chen has to say. He wouldn't have called everyone back otherwise. Let's wait and see. Chapter 141, The Truth of the Case, No Conscience?
The 9 mahjong tiles bearing the character were distributed among 9 people, but there was one problem. The number of mahjong tiles was off. Remember when Inju and her family played, they were missing 8 tiles, not 9. Now, however, 9 had appeared. The missing 9 of characters had originally been in In-ro's own hand, yet now it appeared in Hao Jio's possession. To carry out the theft, it had to happen after In-ro left. The crime must have been committed after the power outage. And this sequence, by observing further, we can see the killer had meticulously planned it. It's safe to say the 9 of won in In-ro's hand was deliberately left for her by the killer. Therefore, this tile should never have been found on Hao Jio. The mahjong tiles marked the order of the victims. Therefore, the first victim should have been In-ro. But why did the killer steal the 9 of wands from In-ro's possession in the end, leaving only the 8 of wands in Inju's suitcase? Because an unexpected situation arose. Hao Jio fell from the deck. To maintain the sequence, the killer had to leave a mahjong tile on Hao Jio's body. Thus, the killer stole the 9 of bamboo from In-ro and placed it on Hao Jio instead. He narrowed his eyes. Lu Chen began to recall. Several people were present when Hao Jio's body was discovered. After pondering, Lu Chen touched his nose, grasping something, and a faint smile touched his lips. The so-called mahjong tile marking the order of death was actually the killer's deliberate act. Hao Jio clearly died before In-ro, yet In-ro was marked as the first victim. Combined with the matter of the family fortune, this case was essentially a murder stemming from the struggle over the Demand family's inheritance. Therefore, the so-called sequential killings were merely the killer's diversionary tactic. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. The killer used the sequence of mahjong tiles to tell us that old Lin died before In-ro. But we all know that due to the engine room's temperature, the exact time of death cannot be determined with certainty. Moreover, the murder weapon used on old Lin was the hairpin found in In-ro's hair, a crucial piece of evidence confirming old Lin's death occurred after In-ro's. But was that truly the case? Holding on to this doubt, Lu Chen carefully re-examined the hairpin used to kill old Lin. What is Lu Chen looking at? Isn't this just In-ro's hairpin? Exactly. Didn't we confirm this earlier? Why is he looking at it again? Wait, look closely. Something seems off. While the hairpin that killed old Lin is identical to the one on In-ro's head, the one used to kill him is actually much older. Could it be? Some observant viewers had already noticed. Lu Chen, of course, had noticed this too. He had come specifically to inspect the hairpins. Therefore, Lu Chen arrived at a hypothesis. The killer first went to the engine room, murdered old Lin, and left behind the mahjong tile 7-1. Then they went to the guest cabin, killed In-ro with a candlestick, and left the mahjong tile 8 of bamboo. Afterward, by removing the hairpin from In-ro's hair, the killer could create the illusion that old Lin died after In-ro. Following this line of reasoning, Lu Chen revisited the entire case once more. He arrived at a crucial conclusion: the murderer was Xiaoyi. But this was originally a dispute over family assets. What possible connection could Xiaoyi have to it? Lu Chen didn't directly name the killer. Instead, he recalled the incident involving the security company at the Dragon King Temple. Through investigation, Lu Chen uncovered a crucial detail. In this incident, Deman and his associates received a substantial insurance payout. Meanwhile, the security company's CEO lost everything down to his underwear due to the incident and was ultimately driven to jump to his death. It was precisely after the security company's CEO's suicide. Damien began chanting sutras and invoking Buddha. Oomph. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This matter was definitely not that simple. After continuing his investigation, Lu Chen discovered the reason the security company lost their belongings wasn't because the other party demanded cash transactions, but because Deman and his group instructed the security team to wait at the Dragon King Temple. An unexpected situation then unfolded. As for what exactly transpired, remained unknown for now. However, it was uncovered that Deman and In-ro had jointly plotted and issued the orders, and even their elderly patriarch was implicated in the scheme. Reading this far, Lu Chen's smile grew colder. Insurance fraud? Then what was Xiaoyi's connection to the security company? Better not to look into it. But once he did, Lu Chen froze. Xiaoyi was the daughter of the security company's CEO. Once a pampered young lady, she nearly starved to death on the streets because of this incident. Had it not been for old Lin's charity. Lin Lao's charity? Lu Chen had uncovered another intriguing detail. Upon further investigation, old Lin was actually one of the participants back then. He profited handsomely from it, but later lost everything gambling at some place, forcing him to board this ship as an engineer. Is this guilt? Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Neither of them was any good. They had a shred of kindness, but not much. A case like this, Lu Chen found himself somewhat conflicted. He knew full well that Xiaoyi was the murderer, yet at this moment, he found himself reluctant to arrest her. What if? Wait until she kills Deman too? The audience, witnessing Lu Chen's hesitation, found themselves both infuriated and amused. Seriously, what are you?
You already know Xiaoyi is the killer, yet you're considering letting her kill Demand first? That's going too far. I get it. Scum like that are just a waste of space alive. Might as well kill him and feed him to the fish. At least the land won't be wasted in the end. I agree. Why keep him alive? Just kill him. Among the spectators, some voiced support, others showed understanding, but few opposed the idea. After all, what Daman and Yinru did was truly beyond human decency. Embezzling while on duty, then causing the deaths of so many security company personnel. Everyone had seen Lu Chen's investigation results. Xiaoyi's father was driven to jump to his death. Xiaoyi's mother, unable to afford even an orange in her final moments, died in the poorest of places. Xiaoyi herself was left wandering the streets, with no hope of seeing tomorrow's sun. People who could do such things naturally earned no sympathy from the audience. That's how it was. But in the end, Lu Chen didn't do it. He summoned Xiaoyi. Scratching his head, he stammered, how is Demand still alive? You? Never mind. Let's just leave it at that. Is there anything else you want to say? Xiaoyi didn't even bother to make excuses. Instead, she looked at Lu Chen and shook her head. When did you decide it was mine? Just a little while ago, after I looked into the security company. Xiaoyi nodded. Then do you think the Wu family didn't deserve to die? Wu. Lu Chen froze. Originally, Demand's family had the surname Wu. This was truly. Chapter 142. Once you're on the boat, it's not so easy to get off. Their very names had foretold everything. No virtue, no integrity, no shame. Not a single one of them was any good. He shook his head. Lu Chen looked at Xiaoyi and asked, when did you come up with this plan? Xiaoyi shook her head. Don't ask any questions. Just arrest me. By now, everything was clear. But Lu Chen waved his hand, looking at Xiaoyi with a faint smile. You're not enough. Understand? Some things can't be done by one person alone. This case requires help in many areas to pull off. Xiaoyi, at best, you're only an accomplice. Lu Chen's tone was unwavering. I've said it before, from the very start, this case was about a family inheritance dispute. Your murder merely accelerated the outcome. Let's focus on the case itself. Who are the heirs to the estate? Damien, the first mate, Miss Inju, and Yinru. All four held valid inheritance rights. According to the old master's will, only those who uphold traditional order, practice self-restraint, and restore propriety may inherit. To put it plainly, to inherit the estate, one must be exceptionally traditional. Daman, Yinru, and the first mate all fit the bill. Miss Inju joining the magic troupe naturally meant she was not traditional, thus forfeiting her inheritance rights. But both Yinru and Daman are deceased. So then, who stands to gain the most? Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Everything, absolutely everything, was the first mate's scheme. With that realization, Lu Chen sought out the first mate. First mate, do you have time for a cup of tea? The first mate showed no change in expression upon seeing Lu Chen approach. He merely nodded and replied, sure thing. After they sat down, Lu Chen smiled and spoke. As the third son of the Wu family and the first mate of this ship, it makes perfect sense for you to come and retrieve your own kin. The first mate smiled. It's only right. Indeed, welcoming family is what one should do. I heard from Xiaoyi that your ambition, chief mate, is to sail the world freely, without constraints, right? That's right. That'll take a lot of money. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, the first mate shook his head and explained, that's precisely why I became a first mate, so I could sail to countless places. Is that so? Though it seemed like a question, it carried a hint of silent mockery. He checked the ship, it had never even ventured into the open sea. Going to many places? That was just a trick to fool kids. Surely they didn't think he, Lu Chen, would fall for it too. From the first mate's perspective, his sister would lose her inheritance for engaging in such scandalous activities as magic tricks. The eldest brother, Daman, and his second sister-in-law, Yinru, would perish at Xiaoyi's hands. He would be the one laughing last. After finishing his tea, Lu Chen rose, preparing to leave. Lu Chen seemed to recall something and asked, I still don't know your name. Wu Liangxin. Oh. So, should I say it's your technique, or did you admit it yourself? You're heartless. I'm heading out. We're still a while from arriving. I'm going back to get some sleep. I barely rested all night. Lu Chen finished speaking and left on his own. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Wu Liangxin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. I called Mr. Green. Our design has been seen through. Is that so? Upon hearing the news, Mr. Green smiled despite a hint of surprise. No big deal. Here's what we'll do, keep the boat moving and take them to the next location. That's a story from a century ago. Are you sure you want to use that case? Wu Liangxin was taken aback. Mr. Green nodded. We have no choice. If we don't use that case now, we'll lose again. We'll have to play our trump card. All right. Wu Liangxin nodded. Oh my, these cases are connected. It seems getting Lu Chen and his team on board wasn't just for the shipboard case, the other side had already planned additional cases. If Lu Chen hadn't solved this one, the subsequent cases wouldn't have happened.
I think these cases are well crafted, but they all have flaws.
They can't achieve perfect crimes.
I suspect this is because Mr. Green and his team come from a police background. These cases seem to be directly lifted from police files.
Exactly.
That's precisely why these cases are so meticulously constructed yet still contain flaws.
That's a bit condescending. If they could solve these cases, why assume Lu Chen couldn't? Who knows? Probably just confidence.
Lu Chen had no idea the other party had designed the cases consecutively.
He hadn't slept at all last night. When he finally woke up, he discovered he'd been transported to the Hanyang Ironworks of 100 years ago. Little cutie. Everyone knows. The crime team must have orchestrated something again. Realizing he was still on the ship, Lu Chen felt momentarily disoriented. He recalled how he'd designed consecutive cases for He Weilan in the previous episode. Now it was his turn. What else could he say? The Hanyang Ironworks, founded by Zhang Jidong, was one of China's modern state-owned enterprises.
It was the nation's first and largest integrated steel complex, standing as a symbol of China's modern awakening.
And the first thing Lu Chen saw upon arrival,
the first thing he saw, was a record. According to the records of Wu and Yu, the legendary swords Ganjiang and Moi were forged through steel smelting.
The transformation of divine artifacts requires human hands to complete. Lu Chen scratched his head. Isn't this just an ancient legend? The audience was puzzled too. What's the point of giving us this record? I don't quite get it. Yeah, what does this have to do with the case? I don't get it. I just don't get it at all. Following Lu Chen's perspective, we entered the ironworks.
A worker had fallen into a molten steel ladle, triggering a violent explosion.
The sheer horror of the scene surpassed the imagination of countless viewers. Any description felt superfluous.
The audience remained speechless for a long time.
Oh my.
The screen was almost filled with ellipses.
At that moment, they simply didn't know what to say.
As for Lu Chen at the scene, he remained silent for an eternity. Then he pressed his lips together.
The incident had occurred. But the way it unfolded wasn't ideal.
No wonder they had Zhao Zimai rest on the boat first and wait a while before going in.
So that's why Lu Chen located Li Huibian, the deputy manager of the ironworks.
From him, he learned that
the man who fell into the molten steel ladle was Ding Jiangmu, essentially the foreman of the skilled workers.
However, when Lu Chen arrived at the factory, he happened to witness Ding Jiangmu falling into the molten steel ladle. How he fell in and why such an accident occurred remained unknown to Lu Chen.
Fortunately, there were two eyewitnesses. Both claimed Ding Jiangmu had materialized out of thin air on the second level of the open hearth furnace.
This was rather peculiar.
For a time, rumors of supernatural forces began circulating throughout the factory.
The case must be solved as quickly as possible to resume production, or they would miss the bid for the Beijing-Tianjin Railway.
Chapter 143, How could a case turn ghostly? Haunted? Just appearing out of thin air? How did this turn into some mystical nonsense? Holy crap, investigating a case and now this? How are we supposed to solve it? The audience was taken aback.
The case had kicked off with a major twist. Even Lu Chen, usually composed and unflappable, seemed visibly shaken.
Back to the case.
As it was the Hanyang Ironworks from a century ago, many of the technologies employed were virtually unrecognizable compared to modern standards. For instance, the steel production method used at the time was open hearth steelmaking, utilizing Martin furnaces imported from Hanskat.
To put it simply, workers first loaded materials into the furnace.
Once molten steel was produced, they opened the gate, allowing the molten steel to flow from the outlet into steel buckets. These buckets were then transferred by hooks for casting, ultimately forming steel ingots.
Lu Chen arrived at the second floor of the open hearth furnace where the incident occurred.
He noticed that the gate opening the molten steel outlet was positioned far from the outlet itself. This was because the molten steel was extremely hot, and standing too close would cause injury. A very long rod was used to operate the gate. The gate's daily operation was handled by filler worker Oldley, who worked on the second floor. Through questioning, Lu Chen uncovered a new piece of information. Last night, Oldley hadn't opened the gate at all, yet someone else had managed to open it. If Ding Jiangmu hadn't done it himself, then it was highly likely the ghost had done it. After all, Oldley could swear he'd been busy filling material on the second floor all along, occupied with furnace number 1 and having no time to tend to furnace number 2. Oldley paused, then added, Ding Jiangmu is a stubborn man.
He's never been well liked around here, single-minded and inflexible.
Lately, he's become obsessed with worshipping gods in his office.
He even forgot to pay everyone's wages.
Ever since he started this worship business, he's become even more unhinged. Not only does he talk in riddles, but he's also attracted. The rest of the sentence trailed off as Oldley seemed to grow fearful, unable to continue.
Lu Chen pondered for a moment before heading to the scene of the incident. Though he was an eyewitness, he only looked up after Ding Jiangmu had already fallen into the molten water tank.
He didn't know the exact circumstances, only witnessing a deeply shocking scene. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Chen noticed a distinct gap in the left railing.
Judging from the adjacent bars, it appeared to be a section of a movable crossbar.
White powder scattered on the ground emitted a pungent odor.
Lu Chen seemed to grasp something at that moment.
The body had fallen directly into the molten steel ladle, eliminating any need for a death certificate.
They deliberately set the timeline a century ago to avoid any mention of modern forensic techniques. Solving the case would require primitive methods.
He had to admit, the other side had thought this through meticulously. For a moment, Lu Chen found himself at a complete loss, unsure where to begin investigating. The perpetrators have completely restricted Lu Chen, no modern technology allowed. This is a century ago, with nothing available. I'm curious to see how Lu Chen breaks this deadlock. Yeah, in China a century ago, there were no modern tools.
Solving a case would rely solely on deduction, nothing like the easy methods today. My guess is Lu Chen's probably screwed.
I agree.
Without a death report or any evidence, how could he investigate? Unless he's a god. Lu Chen remained calm.
With no leads to go on, after pondering for a while, he decided to question the 2 eyewitnesses at the scene.
Weren't there 2 workers on the second floor across the street at the time?
Maybe they could shed some light on the situation.
Making up his mind, Lu Chen descended from the second floor of the blast furnace to find the 2 workers.
But as soon as he descended, he spotted a man with an intellectual demeanor. This appeared in the factory, which puzzled Lu Chen. Upon closer inspection, he realized. It turned out that due to the incident involving Ding Jiangmu, wages had been paid out early. The person distributing the wages was he, the clerk. Originally, Ding Jiangmu was responsible for distributing wages. But as everyone knew, Ding had vanished without a trace, so he had to step in. Well, that was indeed the case, vanished from the face of the earth, in every sense of the word.
Lu Chen shook his head. He said no more.
He continued, the foreman was always directly responsible for the workers' wages.
But with old Ding, well, given what happened, I've had to step in.
Lu Chen nodded and asked, I heard from the workers earlier that this month's wages seem to have been paid in advance.
Yes.
Lord Sheng said that after such an incident, the workers' morale needed to be stabilized. That's why this month's wages were paid early.
As the ironworks financial steward, all matters concerning money fall under my purview. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. So this is equivalent to a modern-day finance department, right?
He handled all the procurement, bookkeeping, and cash inventory tasks. Since the conversation had already started, Lu Chen decided to ask he sure about his opinion of Ding Jiangmu.
He pondered for a moment.
He replied, as for old Ding, he's strict with people, so he's not exactly popular. Earlier on the second floor of the open hearth furnace, I overheard Old Li, the filler worker, mention that Ding the foreman had set up a divine statue in his office.
What's the story behind that?
He explained, previously, the ironworks struggled with inconsistent steel quality due to technological gaps, leading to poor operational performance. That's why Mr. Sheng introduced Hans Ma's Martin furnace and adopted the more advanced open hearth smelting method, while instructing Li Huibian to strictly oversee production. We thought that would solve the problem, but who could have predicted that while quality improved, prices also shot up? Naturally, some alternative ideas emerged, leading to the quality defects in the last batch.
Old Ding refused to accept this.
He developed his own solution, advocating Chinese principles with Western methods. Yet he also insisted that to forge truly strong steel in this land of Jinshu, one must emulate the ancient masters.
Ganjiang and Moi? Lu Chen suddenly recalled something. Exactly.
That Ganjiang and Moi statue was originally brought back by Director Li to place in his office for good luck.
Little did he know old Ding would become obsessed with it. Holy crap, did he kill himself? Based on the current evidence, it certainly looks that way. China a century ago, sigh. We owe our present to the sacrifices of our forebears. Viewers watching the scene were filled with profound emotion.
But when Lu Chen heard he mention old Ding had been possessed, his expression grew grave.
Such a thing shouldn't be possible.
He recalled that someone skilled enough to reach the level of a technical worker must have received extensive Western education. It was inconceivable for him to be obsessed with worshipping gods and Buddhas.
There had to be some other reason behind it.
Just as he was pondering this, Li, the assistant director, arrived.
Chapter 144, Doubts Everywhere, Yet Indefinable. Speaking of Master Ding, Li Huibian had his own perspective. It was just as Lu Chen had suspected. Li Huibian remarked, Ding Jiangmu is a veteran who joined Hanyang Ironworks at its founding.
He received solid training in both the steelmaking and chemistry departments, and even worked in the foundry's laboratory. Though he's not very talkative and can be stubborn, he's deeply committed to steel production, truly dedicated to his duties.
Lu Chen nodded, thinking to himself, just as I suspected. He continued, so how are the ironworks faring these days? I heard from the clerk, that there have been recent issues with the quality of the rails? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Li Huibian couldn't help but sigh deeply. After a long pause, he replied, it's a complicated story to tell.
This was a long story.
On one hand,
It was indeed because our steel-making technology wasn't up to par.
A crucial step in steelmaking is phosphorus removal, but the steel produced by Hanyang Ironworks consistently exceeded the phosphorus content limits, failing to meet the requirements for rails. Secondly, a century ago, China was an era of bullying by foreign powers.
The nation's high-quality mineral resources were shipped abroad, leaving the Hanyang Ironworks with only the inferior ores discarded by foreign companies. It was extremely difficult for domestic enterprises to compete with foreign companies under these circumstances.
Thirdly, equipment issues. The Hanyang Ironworks originally used Bessemer converters, which were ineffective at removing phosphorus.
This is why they invested heavily in Hans Kato's Martin converters, placing immense pressure on everyone involved.
Especially for Ding Jiangmu, who oversaw production. His burden was unimaginable. At this point, Li Huibian's expression grew more solemn. Industrial prosperity is our nation's foundation, it is our generation's responsibility. Lu Chen's expression also grew solemn.
It was precisely the sacrifices of our predecessors that had paved the way for our present.
He drew a deep breath. This case, he would solve it.
After speaking with Li, Lu Chen sought out the two workers who had witnessed the incident at the time.
An older worker and an apprentice named Wu. Noticing the steel ingots behind them, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Did these come out of the steel furnace this morning?" The older worker nodded and said to Lu Chen, "Yes."
"Better stay away from these unlucky things, lest you get cursed by them." Lu Chen countered, "If this molten steel hadn't been poured out and remained in the ladle, it would have been difficult to handle later."
The factory's operation was correct. How is that bad luck? But the older worker countered, "Does that mean his soul is trapped inside?"
Hearing this, Lu Chen's frown deepened. His frown deepened.
No wonder. In that era, a century ago.
He sighed deeply. The older worker continued, "When something like this happens, it must be that shrine in the workshop."
That's a major taboo. So that was it. Earlier, this elderly worker and the foreman had argued over something in the workshop.
Somehow, they must have bumped into that shrine, and unexpectedly, a violent explosion occurred.
A fierce smell of gunpowder followed.
The older worker was convinced the spirits had manifested their wrath. He returned home barely able to speak.
Lu Chen listened, though he didn't quite know what to make of the older worker's superstition.
But upon hearing about the shrine exploding and the intense smell of gunpowder, suddenly sparked a different line of thought.
Gunpowder smell? An explosion?
There was definitely something strange about that shrine. The older worker's inability to speak wasn't due to shock, he genuinely couldn't utter a word. After returning home, he suffered nightmares for 3 straight days, unable to breathe and constantly overcome by the urge to cough.
After that, he kept his distance from the shrine. He dared not touch it again.
Lu Chen, however, felt puzzled and hurried to the workshop.
Here. Lu Chen saw the actual shrine the older worker had described. Yet no matter how one looked at it, it was an utterly ordinary shrine. Before it, on the desk, one could see signs of frequent use. The inkstone bore a thick layer of dust, while the desk itself was piled high with notebooks and foreign documents. Under the paperweight lay numerous blueprints, all concerning the Martin furnace. Not only that, but there were also many related foreign language materials.
Lu Chen turned to look at Zhao Zimai.
He voiced his inner doubt. Do you think someone so devoted to scientific research, someone who can even comprehend foreign texts, would truly believe in ghosts and spirits? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Zhao Zimai hesitated. Probably not. Does it even matter?
Zhao Zimai seemed to recall something.
Didn't that great scientist, Mr. Newton, become a devout believer in theology in his later years? Lu Chen rolled his eyes.
If Zhao Zimai weren't a woman and such a good-looking one at that, he'd have given her a piece of his mind.
All right, let's drop it for now.
The audience burst into laughter.
Lu Chen was speechless. Zhao Zimai was absolutely right. Lu Chen was naturally speechless.
It's rare to see Lu Chen with that expression, truly an eye-opener.
On the wall, the Hanyang Ironworks employee rules were posted. 1. Workers are assigned to morning and evening shifts.
During working hours, no one may leave their post without authorization. Beside the rules hung a copper plate with several hooks.
These were the employee badges used for sign-in. It seemed Ding Jiangmu maintained strict discipline over his workers.
Upon arriving for work, each worker had to hang their badge on the board. Failure to do so would be counted as an absence.
2. Name tags must be hung on the board upon arrival. Any missing tags will be treated as absenteeism. 3. Materials required for work are uniformly arranged by the foreman. Any loss or shortage will be held accountable. For those who disobey orders or refuse discipline shall be punished with 7 days of absence.
There were many more rules beyond this, but Lu Chen didn't bother reading further.
One thing was certain, Foreman Ding was extremely strict. Such management would inevitably breed significant discontent among the workers. However, no useful clues were found in the workshop.
Lu Chen decided to investigate the pouring platform, which was also the primary crime scene witnessed by the older workers and Xiao Wu.
Something about this case feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
As they headed toward the pouring platform, Lu Chen couldn't help but share his thoughts with Zhao Zimai.
Zhao Zimai wasn't arguing with Lu Chen this time.
After seeing the workshop, she too felt something was off.
Why hadn't the inkstone been used for so long? That defies logic.
The desk was constantly in use, and he reviewed so much documentation it should have been a frequently used item.
It feels to me like...
It seems like Ding Jiangmu was occupied with something else, but couldn't document it for others to know. That's why this situation arose.
Lu Chen nodded. Zhao Zimai's theory was plausible.
If that were the case, this case would become even more perplexing.
Chapter 145, the case takes a strange turn.
Upon arriving at the casting platform, the senior worker and Xiao Wu were preparing to pour the steel ingot when they spotted Lu Chen and his team approaching. They were a bit speechless.
Xiao Wu spoke up, "What are you doing up here now?"
"We're about to pour the steel ingots." After Lu Chen explained their purpose, the same older worker recounted the situation to him. This was the first trial production run since the furnace shut down last night. After the first furnace of steel was poured, the senior worker and Xiao Wu were performing their routine pouring duties when Xiao Wu suddenly said to the senior worker, "Ding Jiangmu is watching us from across the way." The older worker froze, looking in the direction Xiao Wu pointed.
He saw Ding Jiangmu leaning against the railing, watching their direction. But that wasn't all.
Ding Jiangmu was standing directly at the molten steel outlet, where the hot metal was flowing out.
He didn't seem bothered by the heat, and unusually, he was wearing a headscarf. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and couldn't help asking, "Are you certain it was Ding Jianmu?"
The older worker nodded firmly.
"I can confirm it.
Both Xiao Wu and I saw him clearly." Ding Jiangmu was standing right by the outlet, staring intently at the molten steel bucket, completely oblivious to the intense heat around him.
"You hadn't noticed Ding Jianmu before this?" Lu Chen felt a surge of curiosity.
Both the older worker and Xiao Wu shook their heads.
No. Lu Chen seemed to have an epiphany.
From the older worker's account, he formed a theory. It was highly possible that Ding Jiangmu had already died by that time.
But Lu Chen couldn't be entirely certain. Further investigation was needed to confirm. "I can say for certain that Ding Jiangmu appeared suddenly back then." Xiao Wu couldn't help but interject at this point.
"And I watched with my own eyes as the railing in front of him vanished suddenly, then he plummeted straight into the molten steel ladle."
Lu Chen's frown deepened. If it had been a living person, such extreme heat would have caused an immediate reaction. That's the first point. Second, the railing vanishing like that was definitely unreasonable. Someone must have deliberately caused it. But for now, they couldn't rule out the possibility that Ding Jiangmu had done it himself. Returning to the workshop, Lu Chen discovered another piece of evidence. Amidst the numerous documents and records, there was actually a suicide note from Ding Jiangmu. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Something's off. Typically,
a suicide note would be placed on top. Yet this one was buried among all these documents. To say there was nothing wrong with it was simply impossible.
Moreover,
as mentioned earlier, the inkstone on the desk hadn't been touched.
How did Ding Jiangmu write the suicide note, and where did he write it? Ding Jiangmu's suicide note reads as follows.
"For years, I have devoted my heart and soul to forging superior steel.
Yet no matter what methods I tried, success remained elusive.
It seems I must follow the example of Ganjiang and Moi, sacrificing my life to the furnace. Only then will I move the heavens."
Ding Defeng's final words in the flat furnace workshop. Lu Chen smiled.
Seeing Li Huibian, He Sishi, and the others arrive, he couldn't help but ask, "The inkstone on the desk hasn't been touched at all.
How could he have written his final words here in the workshop?"
If we truly believe Ding the foreman wrote it himself at his desk, why would he sandwich it among so many documents, leaving it with so many creases? Not only that, but according to eyewitness accounts, the gate had already been opened when the water began flowing out. We must understand that the switch to open the gate is located extremely far from the outlet. It's impossible for one person to operate it alone. Therefore, Ding Jiangmu absolutely wasn't alone at the scene.
The killer exploited the steel bucket on the hook.
He followed the bucket's movement, hiding behind it, which is why the older worker and Xiao Wu couldn't see him. As long as he ensured he couldn't see the two across from him, they certainly couldn't see him either.
It's a very obvious principle. And why wasn't the killer affected by the explosion? That's even simpler. The open hearth furnace workshop had two exits to begin with, one at each end of the water outlet. Ding Jiangmu was on the left, while the killer was originally positioned on the right.
After opening the gate, the killer simply exited through the right-hand exit.
However, Li Huibian raised his own doubts. Then how did Ding Jiangmu suddenly appear on the second floor? And what about that railing that vanished into thin air? Lu Chen pursed his lips.
After combustion, the site would be left covered in dust and filled with a pungent odor.
Need I say more? It was obviously rubber products. If Ding Jiangmu hadn't cooperated, the killer couldn't have pulled this off. Li Huibian continued. Lu Chen smiled. What if Ding Jiangmu was already dead at that time? Li Huibian paled at the suggestion. Lu Chen continued, the second floor of the flat furnace was not the primary crime scene. To locate the primary crime scene, one must continue the investigation. After searching around, Lu Chen arrived at the ironworks rear courtyard, where he encountered the patrolman. After speaking with Gu Xuanding, Lu Chen learned that there was an elevator in the rear courtyard leading directly to the second floor of the open hearth furnace. Additionally, he noticed a discarded work uniform in the warehouse, covered in rust. This also caught Lu Chen's attention. Moreover, from the old security guard, Lu Chen learned that this discarded work uniform had only appeared in the warehouse this morning. It goes without saying. It must have been discarded by the killer this morning. On the right side of the backyard lay the ironworks laboratory. Lu Chen met Mr. Luo Bingsheng, an expert specially invited to the ironworks from the land of the rising sun. He was a chemist. He was specifically responsible for the chemical analysis at Hanyang Ironworks. When the conversation turned to Ding Jiangmu, Mr. Luo Bingsheng grew visibly displeased. He remarked, "I dislike working with people who don't follow the rules." Lu Chen was puzzled. Only after asking did he learn the truth. Ding Jiangmu had once been Mr. Luo Bingsheng's assistant, but their relationship had soured. Disagreements over substandard test results had escalated from arguments to physical altercations. Old Ding had actually violated factory regulations by privately seeking out Mr. Luo Bingsheng to test the steel he had secretly smelted. However, none of it met specifications. Mr. Luo was helpless about this. Later, Ding Jiangmu was caught stealing lab supplies. Mr. Luo Bingsheng reported the incident to Li Huibian, the office manager. As a result, Ding Jiangmu was removed from the lab and reassigned to the workshop. Lu Chen found this rather peculiar. Why did everyone say Ding Jiangmu wasn't a good person? But the more he thought about it, the more it suggested something fishy was going on. Frowning, Lu Chen began recalling what he had learned. Why does this feel so off? Yeah, if Ding Jiangmu wasn't a good guy, why would anyone want to murder him? That doesn't make sense unless he crossed someone's interests? But that can't be possible either. He just wanted to refine steel whose interests could he possibly have affected? The audience was equally puzzled, yet this peculiarity defied clear explanation. Chapter 146, The Truth Often Lies Beyond Expectation. For reasons well known to all, national enterprises faced immense challenges in developing a century ago. Take Hanyang Ironworks, for instance. With severely lacking local technology, growth required purchasing foreign equipment, adopting Western techniques, and even hiring foreigners to oversee product quality. This left domestic enterprises completely at the mercy of foreigners. But it didn't stop there. Even mineral resources were controlled by foreigners. As mentioned earlier, Hanyang Ironworks could only utilize the mineral resources discarded by foreigners low in iron content and high in phosphorus. This resulted in high costs, low output, and a complete lack of competitiveness. Furthermore, on the sales side, foreigners also held complete control. Through loans, they secured railway construction rights and monopolized all rail-related privileges. They dictated which rail tracks to purchase and which standards to use for inspection. The British Empire naturally prioritized Western products, which offered substantial profit margins. When the Hanyang Ironworks attempted to sell its products to them, the foreigners nitpicked and found fault with every detail. Recently, however, quality issues with Hanyang Ironworks rails have emerged, turning all their previous efforts into nothingness. One could even say they've plunged into even greater trouble. This explains why Li, the office manager, appeared so anxious. If this case wasn't solved quickly, it would spell utter disaster for the Hanyang Ironworks. Just as he was pondering this, Li Huibian arrived. He brought some photographs. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. Photographs? Lu Chen took the photos Li Huibian handed him. He understood the other man's intent. These pictures might contain information he could use. He examined them carefully. Such old black and white photos were extremely rare in Lu Chen's era. Wow, these photos bring back memories. I remember seeing them when I was a kid. Yeah, you hardly see them anymore these days. Of course. Who uses old-fashioned cameras like this anymore? He picked up the photos. The first one was taken when he disembarked, still showing the ship he arrived on. It was a dock photo, steeped in a heavy sense of history. But it had basically nothing to do with the case. Lu Chen studied it for a moment longer before picking up the second photo. The second photo showed the interior of the Hanyang Ironworks. Judging by the date, it must have been taken just a couple of days ago. Lu Chen looked closely. Wasn't this the open hearth furnace workshop? Then he looked again. Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. In the photo, the left side of the water outlet showed no guardrail at all. Combining this with what the older worker in Xiaowu had mentioned earlier, the sudden disappearance of the guardrail. Then he thought about plastic and rubber materials. It seemed his earlier hunch was correct. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen continued looking. The third photo was a group shot of the construction office. It featured Li, the assistant manager, he, the supervisor, and Ding, the foreman. Nothing seemed amiss at first glance, but as Lu Chen studied it, something felt off. This didn't match what he had seen in the works office before. Wait, something's off. Why has the original flowchart been replaced with construction drawings? Zhao Zimai couldn't help but speak up. Lu Chen frowned. That's it. Back in the workshop, they'd seen flowcharts, but the photos showed construction drawings for the open hearth furnace workshop. Could it be that they'd been replaced for some reason over the past couple of days? But that couldn't be. Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Li Huibian and ask, have you replaced the engineering drawings in the works office these past few days? Like, swapping it out for the open hearth furnace workshop flowchart or something?
Li Huibian looked puzzled at Lu Chen's question. After a long pause, he replied, no, we wouldn't.
Unless there's an emergency, we never change them.
Having the blueprints allows us to better organize worker evacuations if something unexpected happens.
Lu Chen nodded.
If that was the case, then the replacement of the blueprints was most likely done by the killer to conceal something.
But what could possibly be hidden on a single blueprint? Lu Chen's first thought was something like bloodstains. Beyond that,
it could be something the killer had no choice but to leave behind, like handprints or fingerprints. But considering this happened a century ago, fingerprints wouldn't exist as evidence.
The most likely scenario is that bloodstains were left behind. If bloodstains were left behind, then Lu Chen's eyes lit up.
If that were the case, then the workshop was highly likely the first crime scene he'd been searching for all along. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile as he said to Zhao Zimai, I might have found the first crime scene.
Follow me. Huh? Really? Zhao Zimai was slightly surprised.
Seeing the hint of excitement in Lu Chen's expression, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy herself.
However, before heading to the workshop, Lu Chen first went to Luo Bingxing's lab.
He needed to prepare a blood-revealing reagent. He hadn't held out much hope, but to his surprise, Lu Chen actually found the raw materials for the reagent in Luo Bingxing's lab. This left Lu Chen looking somewhat puzzled, as if everything had been prepared in advance, waiting just for him.
After preparing the blood-revealing reagent, Lu Chen headed to the workshop.
Since the reagent only reacted in darkness, Lu Chen instructed Zhao Zimai to turn off the lights upon arrival. Once the lights were off,
Lu Chen's expression changed dramatically.
Holy, such a massive splatter pattern, whoever did this must have been incredibly brutal.
Not human who would do something like this? Could there be such deep hatred? The audience, witnessing the sheer scale of the mess, couldn't help but feel bewildered. And Lu Chen witnessed this scene.
It had been ages since they last spoke.
Lu Chen offered his first hypothesis.
Ding Jiangmu was killed by repeated blows to the head with a blunt instrument.
The killer acted with extreme cruelty. This was definitely premeditated.
That's why he was wearing a headscarf when he fell into the molten steel ladle to conceal the wounds and bloodstains on his head. Since the workshop was the primary crime scene, there must be other evidence left behind.
Lu Chen suddenly recalled the older worker who had been unable to speak for days after colliding with the shrine.
Moreover, the shrine had exploded at the time.
Clearly, there was something peculiar about this shrine.
After a thorough inspection, Lu Chen discovered that the back of the shrine was actually a small storage cabinet. Inside were various testing reagents. The explosion the older worker had mentioned earlier
was caused by concentrated sulfuric acid stored inside the cabinet. Now it all made sense. Lu Chen suddenly understood why Ding Jiangmu had been worshipping the gods. A man who had studied so much Western learning and attended school, how could he possibly worship gods? Indeed, he was actually using the pretext of worship to secretly test steel in the workshop.
It appeared he had infringed upon someone's interests, leading to his murder.
Chapter 147, A Killer Who Doesn't Look Like a Killer. Yet this revelation only deepened the mystery. If it was testing, why conduct them secretly instead of in a laboratory? Lu Chen couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Recalling Luo Bingxing's earlier accusation that Ding Jiangmu had stolen from him, it seemed these very items were the stolen goods. Yet Luo still couldn't fathom it. Wasn't it better to conduct experiments openly? With Luo Bingxing's assistance, why would he insist on doing it secretly?
Not only did he bear the stigma of being a thief, but people were whispering behind his back, saying he'd strayed onto the wrong path by worshipping gods and spirits.
From Li Huibian's account, Lu Chen learned Ding Jiangmu had been researching improvements to open heart steelmaking techniques.
He had once considered adjusting the ingredient ratios in the process to achieve cost reduction and efficiency gains.
This still circled back to the earlier point.
The ore used by Hanyang Ironworks was the phosphorus-bearing ore discarded by foreigners, as phosphorus removal remained an unavoidable challenge for the foundry. To produce high-quality steel, they had no choice but to purchase phosphorus-free coke at high prices from the foreigners. Even so, production remained highly unstable and remained low.
To improve quality, Hanyang Ironworks introduced the Martin furnace, also known as the open hearth steelmaking process. While this stabilized product quality, costs remained persistently high. To reduce costs, Ding Jiangmu proposed using phosphorus-rich Pingxiang coke mixed with anthracite coal for steel production. After research, the factory decided to give it a try. Initially, the experiment proved successful. The use of Pingxiang coke chips reduced costs by nearly 1/3, giving the steel a significant price advantage over foreign products. However, the good times didn't last long. A subsequent batch of steel was found to have quality issues.
Consequently, a large number of orders were cancelled, and some even resulted in claims for compensation. This inspection report originated from the inspection agency of the Sun Never Sets Empire. It was precisely this report that cost Hanyang Ironworks the Zhangtai Railway order. The contract was instead awarded to another steel mill in the Sun Never Sets Empire. It was also this report that created a rift between Ding Jiangmu and Luo Bingsheng. Ding believed Luo must have neglected proper inspection, leading to the flawed report. The two later came to blows over the matter, resulting in Ding Jiangmu being expelled from the laboratory and reassigned to the open hearth furnace workshop. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. What testing report? This was clearly deliberate sabotage by the Sun Never Sets nation. These white pigs are utterly despicable. It's clear the steel itself isn't the problem, these bastards are deliberately choking us. Absolutely. Those inhuman scum. Ah, what a shame. The audience couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A century ago, China truly faced such circumstances. He took a deep breath. Lu Chen looked at Li Huibian and said, I think I understand now. Thank you. Lu Chen touched his forehead and took another deep breath. He seemed to grasp why the case design team had crafted this scenario. If he hadn't solved it, the embarrassment would have been monumental. Still, the perpetrators had left evidence behind, they hadn't covered their tracks completely. Otherwise, if the crime scene had been thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no raw materials for blood-revealing reagents, he wouldn't have found the clues so easily. But finding the primary crime scene wasn't enough. He needed additional evidence to pinpoint the killer. Recalling that Ding Jiangmu had fallen into the molten steel ladle on the second floor of the open hearth furnace, Lu Chen considered that more clues might be found within the furnace workshop. Upon reaching the second floor of the workshop, Lu Chen encountered the filler worker, Old Li, once more. At first, it seemed unremarkable. But then Lu Chen learned from Old Li that, after filling the furnace with materials at night, he and the patrolman would go out for a late-night snack. But last night when he returned, he discovered the hook position for transporting the ladle had shifted, forcing him to reposition it manually. The late-night snack outings. This was common knowledge among the workshop crew. As for why Old Li wasn't held accountable, it was because the workshop employees all looked forward to him bringing food back. Naturally, no one reported it. But Lu Chen keenly sensed something amiss in this incident. He looked at Old Li and asked, when do you plan to go out? Late tonight. Late at night. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. In the fill zone, Lu Chen spotted the elevator he'd seen in the backyard earlier. After inquiring, he learned it was a freight elevator normally used for passengers. During the morning incident, with the front exit blocked, Old Li had no choice but to take the freight elevator to escape to the backyard. Old Li could do it. Could the killer have done the same? A faint smile touched Lu Chen's lips. Moreover, in the fill zone, Lu Chen spotted a massive waterproof tarp. After questioning Old Li, he learned this area was used for storing waste materials and coal. Taking the freight elevator to the rear yard, Lu Chen discovered plastic sheets piled nearby bore signs of having been cut. Combining this with his earlier deductions, he had a clear understanding of the killer's modus operandi. At this point, Lu Chen had already pieced together the general trajectory of the entire case. Gathering all key figures in the construction shed, Lu Chen began his deductions. First, he continued with his original hypothesis. This was a homicide, not a suicide. The reason the railing vanished was because it was made of plastic by the killer, which melted upon encountering high temperatures. This also explained the white residue and strong odor left at the scene. Beneath the waterproof tarps covering the waste and coal piles in the filling area lay the murderer's hiding spot during the crime. After Old Li left via the elevator, he followed closely behind. This allowed him to pull off a clever escape, slipping away unnoticed. This explains why an abandoned work uniform was later discovered in the rear warehouse. In summary, the killer was highly familiar with the layout of the Hanyang Ironworks and was not a worker. Moreover, they possessed detailed knowledge of the warehouse inventory and the steel production process. Moreover, they were capable of forging handwriting and fabricating a suicide note. Among those present, only one person could have accomplished this. I know it's he, the clerk. Exactly. He was the only literate person present, overseeing procurement and trade. Only he could have done it. But why would he do such a thing? Facing Lu Chen's questioning, Hsi's expression remained utterly unchanged. He posed the first question. May I ask, Mr. Lu, how did I manage to get a craftsman like Ding who couldn't lift a finger or carry a load up to the second floor of the open hearth furnace? Oomph. Lu Chen scoffed coldly. Old Li told me that last night the hook used to transport the molten steel ladle had been moved. You used that hook to lift Ding Jiangmu up to the second floor of the open hearth furnace. And you must have known that Old Li goes out for late night snacks every evening. So you waited for that exact time when no one would see you. Chapter 148, such a scoundrel, utterly shameless. But to everyone's surprise, upon hearing Lu Chen's accusation, he, the supervisor, remained unflustered. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he replied, if Mr. Lu insists on pinning the blame on me, then so be it. He spoke with utter nonchalance. Lu Chen frowned.
What the hell is he playing at? Seriously. Lu Chen laughed, looking at he.
It seems you're not entirely convinced, Mr. He.
How about we settle this with a debate?
He was taken aback. This was an unexpected turn of events. After a moment's thought, he nodded.
Very well. As you wish, Mr. Lu.
He raised his first objection.
Lu Chen smiled before explaining, the reason I consider you the prime suspect is that you match every characteristic of the killer I identified during my investigation.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, he laughed dismissively. I too have studied Muller's logic. I know that deduction relies most on evidence.
I ask you, Mr. Lu, what evidence proves I am the murderer?
Lack of strength, familiarity with the warehouse, knowledge of steel smelting, arriving late at the scene. If you insist on calling these characteristics of a murderer, then yes, I do fit the bill.
But that doesn't prove I'm the murderer.
It's like saying all iron or steel objects are railroad tracks just because steel is the primary material. It's incredibly sturdy.
The audience was stunned into silence by his words.
It seems to make sense, yet it feels off somehow. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Indeed, something feels off. It feels like he's twisting logic, yet I can't refute it. Lu Chen, however, heard his words and couldn't help but laugh.
He scratched his head.
Mr. He, could you please stop shifting the focus?
I said the prime suspect, not the murderer. Granted, someone exhibiting murderer traits isn't necessarily the killer, but the murderer must be among those with these traits. Such individuals all carry the suspicion of being the murderer. He showed no sign of changing his stance. Mr. Lu, you keep jumping from suspect to murderer. That's the real shifting of concepts, misleading everyone. Your so-called evidence is nothing but conjecture based on testimony. There's no substantive proof whatsoever. Listening to his evasive arguments, Lu Chen remained unruffled, his expression calm as he stated, the reason I confirmed this as a homicide is because I found bloodstains in this workshop. This is the primary crime scene. After speaking, Lu Chen fixed the clerk, with an icy stare. His expression seemed puzzled, yet tinged with displeasure. But remembering this was a simulated crime scene for the show, Lu Chen suppressed all emotion. His expression visibly shifted. After a long moment, he stammered, but that's impossible.
Lu Chen snorted coldly.
I developed a blood-revealing reagent that glows upon contact with blood.
His face darkened.
There's no such reagent in this world.
Lu Chen tilted his head. That's because you're backward and ignorant. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in this world. It's like back then, had you ever seen such a method of smelting steel? He retorted, Ding Jiangmu was praying to gods and spirits in the workshop. Who knows what he was messing with?
For all we know, that reagent could have been left behind by him ages ago.
Hearing his stubbornness, Lu Chen shook his head.
The blood trail ended at the employee manual.
I asked the office director what was hanging there before was the design blueprint for the open hearth furnace workshop.
And it was replaced just yesterday. And there was no bloodstain on the wall behind the blueprint. He remained silent for a long while before finally breaking into a smile.
You're quite the investigator, Mr. Lu. I concede.
Lu Chen looked at who still wore a broad smile. He sighed inwardly. The man still refused to confess.
It seemed more direct evidence was needed to prove he was the murderer. Very well.
I see you still don't believe you're the murderer.
In that case, would you be willing to undergo my test? If no bloodstains are found on you, then I've made a mistake.
But if they are, then I expect Mr. He to provide me with a perfect explanation.
He glanced at Li Huibian. He desperately wanted to refuse. But if he refused, Li Huibian would certainly have the ancient patrolman arrest him on the spot and drag him out to be beheaded. This wasn't the present era.
According to the investigation team's setup, they were now a century in the past.
Li Huibian's word alone could determine Hisishi's life or death.
He had no choice but to accept the examination. Of course. As the room darkened, Hisishi's body glowed brightly all over. Yet even so, he continued to wriggle out of it.
Lu Chen cut him off. Enough, I'll finish your sentence for you. Stop trying to wriggle out of this. I can confirm you are the murderer.
There is also crucial evidence. Under the blood-revealing reagent, the imprint on the ground matches the bag you used this morning to distribute wages to the workers. I've confirmed with Lee, the assistant manager. He stated that it was your distinctive silver bag. No one else could have it. I summoned you here to offer you a chance to confess voluntarily and receive leniency.
But now it's clear, a man like you deserves no mercy. Your motive is simple.
Ding Jiangmu used Pingxiang crushed coke and phosphorus-containing coal to drastically cut costs and produce high-quality steel. This should have been cause for celebration, but for you and Luo Bingsheng, it was anything but welcome news.
The reason is clear. As the procurement officer at Hanyang Ironworks, you profited from kickbacks. Pingxiang's crushed coke was priced too low, drastically reducing your share. Ding Jiangmu's actions severely undermined your interests. As for Luo Bingsheng, I can only speculate.
That British Empire steel mill that secured the Zhengtai Railway order from Hanyang Ironworks has deep ties to Luo Bingsheng. That's why he agreed to collude with you in fabricating reports, causing Hanyang Ironworks to lose this major contract. Truthfully, for Luo Bingxing, a subject of the Empire of the Rising Sun, his actions are understandable.
But you.
Why? He didn't try to defend himself this time.
Instead, he laughed.
Mr. Lu, you're sharp. Yet in your cleverness, you've missed one crucial detail. That report from the Fog City wasn't altered by Luo Bingxing.
They hold our lifeline in their hands. What can we possibly compete with them with? The road construction rights?
They've already been carved up by the foreign powers.
Lu Chen let out a cold laugh.
If all of China were filled with unambitious, sycophantic officials like you, then indeed we'd be useless.
So, go die already. Chapter 149, Joint Battle, No Time to Rest. Ugh, I'm so furious.
If this weren't for the show, I'd have skinned the clerk alive.
That's not certain.
Flay him alive, tear him limb from limb, and drag him out to feed the dogs.
Feeding him to the dogs?
That'd be a reward for him. 1,000 cuts and all 10 major tortures wouldn't be enough for him. For such a man, the audience is filled with righteous indignation.
No wonder this clerk is utterly detestable.
But the more despicable he is, the more it highlights the meticulous design of this case by the investigation team.
Lu Chen could barely restrain himself from cursing.
If he hadn't reminded himself this was just a case within the show, he would have lost his temper long ago.
Now, let's revisit the case.
In the workshop, he sure used the silver coin pouch to kill Ding Jiangmu, then meticulously cleaned the scene. After Oldly left, he hoisted the body upstairs with a hook and concealed it. In the warehouse, he cut plastic to match the dimensions of the railings and installed them before the workers arrived. After completing this, he hid both himself and Ding Jiangmu's body under the waterproof tarps in the charging area, waiting for the right moment to emerge. When steel ingot casting commenced, he dragged Ding out, used the ladle to stage a fake fall into the molten steel, and hid in the right side corridor of the open hearth furnace's second level. After Ding Jianmu's body fell into the ladle and an explosion occurred, Oldly went to the front to check the situation.
He took the opportunity to hide back under the protective tarp. After Oldly departed via the freight elevator, he too boarded the freight elevator and completed his escape.
The entire crime was meticulously planned, with virtually no loose ends. Had it not been for Lu Chen's knowledge far surpassing that of this era, he would have been utterly unable to solve this case. He sighed deeply. If the foreign official mentioned by He was truly that formidable, why would he need to falsify the inspection report?
And why go so far as to smear Ding the craftsman? Without this small accumulation of knowledge, how could one even speak of self-reliance and self-strengthening? Every nation has its cowards and scoundrels, that much is undeniable.
But on the soil of China, innovators have never been in short supply. He shook his head deeply.
Lu Chen still harbored a certain fondness for the case designed by Mr. Green and his team. He had to admit the design was quite good. If there was anything lacking, perhaps it was the background.
From the background, it was clear that Mr. Green and his team had based their cases on very old, classic crimes. They had studied these cases during their time at the police academy, so when they made minor alterations to them, it naturally gave the impression of antiquity. But before Lu Chen could relax, as he stepped out of the Hanyang Ironworks, the captain greeted him with a smile, inviting both Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai aboard to visit the renowned writer Luo Pei. Lu Chen tilted his head.
He couldn't help but smile wryly. Ha ha ha, I've been set up.
Earlier, I noticed Mr. Green and his team hadn't designed any new cases set in that era. It seems someone else borrowed the backdrop and directly created a case crossover, just like what happened before with Lu Chen and others.
Why does this feel like revenge against Lu Chen?
Hearing the captain's words, Lu Chen could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. After a long while, he and Zhao Zimai boarded the ship, heading toward the destination the captain intended to take them. Novelist Luo Pei lived in a small village.
When Lu Chen went to find him, it was evening.
Without much thought, Lu Chen entered the room, while Zhao Zimai went elsewhere. According to the captain, there were other places for Zhao Zimai to go, and it wasn't her turn to appear yet. Zhao Zimai found it odd, but she obeyed the captain and remained on the ship.
Upon entering the room, Lu Chen suddenly felt dizzy.
He knew the investigation team might have taken action against him, but he had no time to react. When Lu Chen regained consciousness, he found himself in the custody of the Imperial Guards. The county magistrate and the chief constable both glared at him with hostile expressions, clearly convinced that Lu Chen was the murderer.
Lu Chen was speechless.
It was all because the captain had dragged him along that night, arriving far too late. When he reached Luo Pei's room, he had even seen a young woman crying, though he hadn't understood why at the time.
Lu Chen had intended to ask her about it, but the round-faced girl wearing glasses hurried away. Without giving it much thought, Lu Chen entered Luo Pei's courtyard.
Lu Chen had never met Luo Pei in person. The captain had specifically requested his presence.
He knocked on the door. The light was still on inside. "Is that Mr. Lu Chen? Please come in." Lu Chen formed a favorable impression upon first meeting Luo Pei.
Though her attire seemed somewhat incongruous with the room's decor, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps it was simply her personal style.
Luo Pei's current attire bore a striking resemblance to Sherlock Holmes.
At this time, detective novels from the West had begun circulating in China, and the name Sherlock Holmes was gaining widespread recognition.
Please have a seat, Mr. Lu. Just a moment, I'll be right back after organizing these books. Lu Chen smiled. Please. He didn't think much of it. At that moment, Lu Chen had also learned about Luo Pei's background.
She had written several detective novels in succession, becoming wildly popular and rising to fame as a renowned author. Seeing Lu Chen sitting idly, Luo Pei offered him some chow gao, a famous local snack.
Lu Chen naturally didn't refuse. But unexpectedly, after taking a bite, he immediately fell asleep.
When he awoke, he found himself clutching the murder weapon, instantly becoming the prime suspect.
The magistrate stared coldly at Lu Chen and asked, "You claim you ate a bite of the cake and passed out? You're not the murderer?" Lu Chen could certainly affirm he wasn't the killer. Holy crap, this is way too intense, starting off with a scene like this? I just want to see how Lu Chen proves his innocence. Yeah, how is he going to prove he's not the killer? He's the only suspect in Luo Pei's murder case. Detective Ma, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject after hearing Lu Chen's statement. That's pure sophistry. Even if you fainted, it only makes you more likely to be the killer. There was no one else in the room. I've confirmed that you were the only visitor to Mr. Luo Pei last night. And you still want to deny it.
The crime scene had all doors and windows locked tight, a textbook locked room murder. Inside, besides Lu Chen himself, there was only the deceased, Luo Pei. Inspector Ma's expression grew colder as he stared at Lu Chen, preparing to arrest him and take him back to headquarters for interrogation.
Lu Chen took a deep breath.
At this moment, all he could do was quickly survey the scene to find compelling evidence proving his innocence. Through careful observation, Lu Chen discovered the victim had suffered multiple stab wounds, with blood spattered in a spray pattern.
Lu Chen asked, "Is there blood on the back of my clothes?" "Of course there is."
Inspector Ma replied matter-of-factly.
Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Chief Constable, how did I manage to kill the victim while facing away from him? If possible, could you demonstrate it for me, Chief?" Chapter 150, How Did I Become the Murderer?
Ha, this Constable Ma is quite the character.
He didn't even conduct a proper investigation before jumping to the conclusion that Lu Chen is the murderer. Could it be that he has some ulterior motive? Who knows? Look how calm the magistrate seems. He never once called Lu Chen the murderer. But it's understandable, after all.
The magistrate is the top dog, while the constable is just a lowly underling. Maybe he's just trying to curry favor. The crowd chuckled in response. Back to the case, Constable Ma looked slightly awkward. But then he gripped his knife tightly and glared viciously at Lu Chen. That look, if the magistrate hadn't been right there, might have led to torture to extract a confession.
If Lu Chen refused to confess, he beat him until he did. Truly befitting a century-old China. Look at Chief Constable Ma's behavior, it hits the spot. Yes, if something like this happened today, I doubt anyone would dare to do it. Back in that era, nothing would have seemed out of place.
Seeing Ma the constable like this, the earlier smiles vanished, replaced by a sense of melancholy. The bloodstains on the ground could be pieced together with those on Lu Chen's back.
This explained why the blood trail on the floor appeared broken. Lu Chen continued, "At the time of the incident, I was already lying on the ground.
In that position, it would have been impossible for me to use a weapon to kill Mr. Luo Pei."
The magistrate nodded. "Well said. It seems you're quite capable."
The magistrate then agreed to Lu Chen's request to participate in the investigation and instructed him to examine Luo Pei's body thoroughly. Since this occurred a century ago, the investigation team had pulled a little trick. They hadn't left Lu Chen with a death report.
Everything would require Lu Chen to conduct his own investigation.
This was quite troublesome.
Lu Chen said nothing further and began examining Luo Pei's body.
The most obvious detail was that the suit Lu Chen had seen Luo Pei wearing during their meeting the previous night was missing.
The fake mustache stuck to his face was slightly askew.
Crumbs from the moistened cake he'd eaten remained at the corners of his mouth.
Seeing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. Could it be that Luo Pei, like himself last night, had eaten the sticky rice cake, been drugged unconscious, and then killed? This thought made Lu Chen's expression grow grave. If that were the case, why hadn't the killer finished him off too? Lu Chen couldn't figure out this point.
Beyond that, the entire corpse emanated a strong camphor scent, which puzzled Lu Chen deeply. Even the strands of hair carried this odor, giving the impression that the body had been soaked in camphor water for an extended period.
On Luo Pei's desk lay numerous Western science fiction and detective novels, clearly serving as his source of inspiration.
This, however, was perfectly normal. What truly puzzled Luo Chen was this.
The ink on the inkstone was clearly still wet, but where were the manuscripts? Where had the manuscript gone? By now,
only the cabinet in the room remained unexamined. But the cabinet was locked, so Lu Chen couldn't investigate it for the time being. He decided to talk to the witness instead. Luo Pei had lost his wife early in life and had no children. The young man who had been sobbing nearby earlier was Luo Pei's nephew, Luo Sherwan. He was a good-for-nothing, weak-willed man. In the eyes of many, it was only because Luo Pei was a kind-hearted person that he was willing to support his nephew. Lu Chen hadn't thought much of it at first, but after questioning him, he learned that Luo Shirwan was also an opium addict. This revelation suddenly gave Lu Chen a new perspective on him. Opium addicts were capable of anything. But without any evidence, Lu Chen could only place Luo Shirwan among the list of potential suspects. Before Lu Chen could even ask, Luo Shirwan accused him outright of being the murderer. He was nothing but a hypocrite feigning concern. Luo didn't need his pity. Lu Chen smiled. Why would I comfort you? I just want to hear from you what happened. Luo Shirwan's job was to handle miscellaneous tasks for Luo Pei, like organizing manuscripts. He believed the most likely suspect was the delivery guy outside the courtyard. On the morning of the incident, Luo Shirwan came to see Luo Pei as usual. He saw the delivery guy, Yang Er, but Yang Er claimed he hadn't seen his uncle. Luo Shirwan found this odd, so he went up to knock on the door himself. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside. Worried that his uncle might be in trouble, he asked Yang Er to report it to the authorities. When Chief Constable Ma and his team arrived at the scene, they saw Luo Shirwan still knocking on the door. They ordered the door to be forced open. What happened next was what Lu Chen knew. Lu Chen knew that Luo Shirwan suspected Yang Er of murder because, during a previous meal delivery to Luo Pei, Yang Er had secretly taken a silver coin from the table and been caught red-handed by Luo Pei. Yang Er was subsequently taken to the magistrate's office and punished with a beating. It was only natural that he harbored resentment and sought revenge against Luo Pei at the first opportunity. After hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brow in confusion and couldn't help but ask, when did this happen? Luo Shirwan thought for a moment before answering, about half a month ago. He must still be bitter about it wasn't that long ago. However, Lu Chen knew that Luo Shirwan's testimony alone wasn't sufficient evidence. Stepping outside, he spotted the very Yang Er mentioned in the courtyard. This Yang Er had a shifty, thieving look about him. He claimed to be the best delivery man for miles around, but behind the scenes, he was always up to no good stealing chickens and doing other petty crimes. Luo Pei wasn't the first person to turn him over to the authorities. With this information, Lu Chen was almost certain that Yang Er would never harbor murderous intent toward Luo Pei simply because she had him beaten at the magistrate's office. If that were the case, then Yang Er would have far too many people to kill. After questioning him, Lu Chen learned that Yang Er had delivered to nearly every wealthy household in the vicinity. Did that mean he'd have to kill them all? From Yang Er, Lu Chen learned details that Luo Shirwan had never mentioned. Luo Pei frequently met with Captain Ma in private. But their relationship wasn't exactly cordial. From Yang Er's tone, it seemed they'd had multiple heated arguments, with Captain Ma even drawing his sword last time. Lu Chen wanted to ask what they had argued about. But Yang Er said that when Captain Ma drew his sword, he was in a rage. As a commoner, how could he dare to get close enough to hear what they were arguing about? That would be suicide. Lu Chen felt puzzled. So he sought out Constable Ma to verify the story. Yet Constable Ma flatly denied it, leaving Lu Chen with fresh doubts. Captain Ma declared he was a devoted fan of Luo Pei. How could he possibly quarrel with her? Seeing the constable's strong reaction, Lu Chen merely smiled. He explained he was merely investigating the case without ulterior motives, urging the sergeant not to get worked up. He assured him he believed the sergeant hadn't committed the crime and was simply seeking the truth. Surely, that was how Chief Ma felt too, wasn't it? Therefore, Lu Chen wanted Captain Ma to elaborate on exactly what had transpired. Chapter 151, Such a person deserves no sympathy. After carefully recalling the events, Captain Ma recounted the entire story in detail. He knew that Lu Chen must have heard about the argument between him and Luo Pei from Yang Er. When Luo Pei wrote detective novels, he often discussed past cases with Chief Ma, some of which Luo Pei would include in his books. This made Chief Constable Ma feel honored. Most of these conversations involved Ma doing the talking while Luo Pei listened. But one day, after drinking, their conversation drifted into other matters. It was only then that Chief Constable Ma learned the renowned author Luo Pei carried so many troublesome burdens. As a writer, he not only had to write his own manuscripts but also had to deal with numerous other matters. It was upon hearing this that Captain Ma drew his sword in anger. It was absolutely not as Yang Er claimed that Captain Ma had drawn his sword in rage during an argument with Luo Pei. Whether this defense was true or false, Lu Chen couldn't discern at this moment. But one thing was certain. Captain Ma absolutely could not be the one who killed Luo Pei, at least not at this moment. After speaking with Chief Constable Ma, Lu Chen realized there was still a wardrobe in the room that hadn't been searched. He didn't want to damage someone else's property by breaking it open violently, but Chief Constable Ma had another method and quickly helped Lu Chen open the cabinet. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Chen's face. He didn't dwell on it. The moment the wardrobe opened, a strong scent of camphor wafted out. Lu Chen frowned. It was indeed a wardrobe. Moreover, one side panel had been removed, creating a space large enough to comfortably accommodate an adult. Could it be? Had the killer been hiding here all along? But Lu Chen quickly dismissed this theory, recalling the strong camphor scent on the victim, Luo Pei. It was highly probable that the person he had encountered last night wasn't Luo Pei at all. The victim, Luo Pei, had been drugged unconscious by the killer and placed inside the wardrobe. When Lu Chen arrived, he encountered not Luo Pei but the killer. After knocking him unconscious, the killer retrieved Luo Pei from the wardrobe, murdered her, and framed him for the crime. Unfortunately, though the killer had planned meticulously, he had overlooked crucial details, which is why the frame-up failed. Pulling aside the upper layer of clothing revealed a large roll of cloth strips, likely used to bind the quilt earlier. One end of the cloth was grimy, looking as though it had been soiled with dust. Additionally, inside the wardrobe, Lu Chen discovered a piece of wood that didn't match the wardrobe's material. At that moment, Chief Constable Ma returned. He addressed Lu Chen. "Now, can you share your deductions?" It was clear that Chief Constable Ma was eager to solve this case. After determining that Lu Chen was most likely not the murderer, he was now desperate to find the real culprit. Now that Lu Chen had examined the last piece of furniture in the room, the wardrobe, Chief Constable Ma naturally wanted to know what conclusions Lu Chen had drawn. This case, the most challenging aspect, was the design of this locked room. The house was sealed shut, with only Lu Chen and the deceased inside the entire room. The window in the wall served only for ventilation and could not be used for entry or exit. The sole access point was the front door, yet it was locked tight and had been violently forced open by Chief Constable Ma. Upon reaching the doorway, Lu Chen suddenly spotted the key detail. The wooden splinter he had found earlier in the cabinet was made of the exact same material as the door bolt. Not only that, after comparing them, it even fit perfectly. This wooden fragment was a piece of the door bolt. Suddenly, Lu Chen suddenly had a bold theory. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long while. Lu Chen smiled. He addressed Captain Ma. "I believe I know who the murderer is." Hearing this, Captain Ma perked up. He looked at Lu Chen and hurriedly asked, "Who is the murderer?" Lu Chen turned his gaze toward Luo Shirwan. "The murderer is none other than our dear nephew, Luo Shirwan." "What? Don't talk nonsense." Lu Chen cut him off before Luo Shirwan could finish. "Now, let's piece this case together. This morning, Luo Shirwan came to see his uncle Luo Pei but encountered Yang Er instead. After asking around, he learned that Yang Er had knocked on the door but received no response. He then approached the door himself and found it equally unresponsive. After that, he instructed Yang Er to report it to the authorities. Then you, Constable Ma, arrived. You violently kicked the door open. Inside, you discovered Uncle Luo Pei's body and me, unconscious. Look at this. What is it?" Lu Chen produced the wooden splinter he'd found in the cabinet. Both Constable Ma and the magistrate frowned. "It's just a piece of wood. What's so special about it?" Sergeant Ma couldn't help but interject. Lu Chen nodded. "Exactly, it's just a piece of wood. But I found it inside the wardrobe. The killer broke the door bolt and it accidentally fell onto him. Then, when he dragged the unconscious Luo Pei into the wardrobe, he inadvertently brought it inside. But then, Sergeant Ma raised a point of doubt. When we arrived at the scene, Luo Shirwan was violently shaking the door. How do you explain that?" Lu Chen turned to Yang Er and asked, "Did you kick the door?" Yang Er gave an awkward laugh. "Mr. Lu, what are you saying? How could I possibly kick a client's door? Of course I only not." "Exactly. Now, Constable Ma, when you kicked the door, did it feel like it opened instantly with almost no resistance? It wasn't like the usual feeling when you kick something until it breaks, was it?" Captain Ma froze for a moment. "How did you know?" Lu Chen smiled. "That's the evidence. The door bolt was locked tight. This was a sealed room. From the very beginning, everything hinged on everyone believing Luo Shirwan's story. With the door locked like that, it simply couldn't be opened. In truth, this entire scenario was orchestrated by Luo Shirwan. The door bolt had been kicked off long ago. You were all fooled by his convincing performance. After distracting Yang Er, he entered the room, retrieved Luo Pei from the cabinet, killed her, and framed me for the crime. This was never a locked room at all. After killing Luo Pei, he came outside. While it appeared he was knocking on the door, he was actually ensuring no one else would knock, thus revealing the door wasn't locked. This allowed him to plant the idea that it was locked from the inside, leading everyone to believe it was secured and misjudge the entire case. However, Luo Shirwan retorted angrily, "He was my own uncle. How could I possibly kill him?" Lu Chen offered no explanation, but the audience understood. A drug addict? What wouldn't he do? His own uncle? When his craving hits, he'd probably sell his own son or daughter. A man like that isn't worth trusting. Exactly. Luo Shirwan's so broke, while his uncle Luo Pei's a famous writer with tons of money. It'd be weird if he didn't get tempted. Chapter 152, another victim emerges. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Luo Shirwan suddenly seemed to remember something. He looked at Lu Chen with a slightly hostile expression. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, we've never met before. If we're complete strangers, why would I frame you by killing my own uncle? Luo Shiwen's tone carried a hint of anger, clearly displeased that Lu Chen had accused him of being the murderer.
If we were strangers, how could I possibly have known you'd visit my uncle last night? How could I have set a trap to frame you? Lu Chen scratched his ear, seemingly unable to bear Luo Shiwen's loud voice. You're right. That's exactly how it is. But, everyone, look at this ink on the table, it hasn't dried yet. This proves someone wrote on the table last night. Logically speaking, it's highly likely this was Mr. Luo Pei's manuscript. But if it was a manuscript, why would the killer take it? Therefore, it couldn't possibly be Mr. Luo Pei's manuscript. If it wasn't a manuscript, then what else could it be? I can only think of one explanation.
That it was a forged suicide note created by the murderer. You had long planned to kill your uncle, but my arrival last night disrupted your scheme. You had to abandon your original plan, temporarily hiding the body in the wardrobe. Then you donned your uncle's clothes, attached a fake beard, and impersonated him to meet me. The drowsy mooncake is the best proof of that. You had it all planned. After drugging your uncle, you'd kill him with the cloth from the wardrobe and leave the suicide note.
That way, you could easily inherit his fortune.
I believe you intended to stage a fake suicide to clear yourself of suspicion, but my arrival forced you to change course and frame me as the killer.
After knocking me unconscious, you dragged Luo Pei out of the wardrobe and killed her.
Then you placed the murder weapon in my hand to fabricate the illusion that I was the killer. Then you began constructing your locked room scenario. As she spoke, Lu Chen noticed Luo Shiwen still clutching a book in his hand. Lu Chen frowned, as if something occurred to him. He looked at Luo Shiwen. Open your book.
Now. Everyone looked puzzled. Why did Lu Chen suddenly demand Luo Shiwen open the book in his hand? But isn't he accusing Luo Shiwen of killing his uncle? Why is he telling Luo Shiwen to open his book now? I don't get it.
Lu Chen must have discovered something.
What did he mention earlier? I recall something about a suicide note. Could it be?
When Lu Chen demanded Luo Shiwen open the book, a look of terror flashed across his face.
Everyone instantly understood.
Sergeant Ma snatched the book directly from Luo Shiwen's hands.
Upon opening it, a suicide note fell out. But at that moment, Luo Shiwen suddenly burst into laughter. He's the one who wronged me. You fools. You.
Before he could finish, Chief Constable Ma stepped forward and slapped him across the face. Luo Shiwen stopped his ranting.
After that,
the magistrate and his men were about to take Luo Shiwen back to the county office, so they entrusted Lu Chen to make a trip to Luo Shiwen's home. Through interrogation, Luo Shiwen confessed that after murdering Luo Pei, he had hidden the blood-stained clothes in his own home.
Lu Chen naturally accepted. The case was now closed. But Lu Chen found it odd. How could it be so straightforward?
It was beyond Lu Chen's expectations.
At that moment, Zhao Zimai arrived and accompanied Lu Chen to Luo Shiwen's residence. As soon as they entered, Zhao Zimai couldn't help but complain. It's so hot in here. Lu Chen frowned and nodded. Not only hot, but also stuffy.
Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen realized the source of the heat was a stove with a fire burning inside.
Lu Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. It was only just the beginning of autumn. Why was the stove already lit?
Zhao Zimai suddenly chuckled at the thought.
Who knows? Luo Shiwen's body is so weak he needs a cotton quilt even in the middle of summer. Lu Chen chuckled. Such a thing was possible, but not that likely.
As they spoke, Zhao Zimai noticed a newspaper lying on the ground.
Lu Chen picked it up and saw it was an article about Luo Pei.
And the bespectacled girl they'd seen in Luo Pei's courtyard last night turned out to be Luo Pei's editor, what we'd now call a copy editor named Miss Lu.
However, both faces in the newspaper were blurred out.
It must have been Luo Shiwen's doing.
What a deep hatred that must be.
But exactly what grudge existed between them, Lu Chen couldn't quite fathom.
Additionally, Lu Chen and the others also noticed the steamed buns on the table. Still steaming hot.
They must have been delivered not long ago.
Zhao Zimai chuckled.
With a hint of mischief, she said, since no one else is going to eat them anyway, why not let me take care of them?
You haven't eaten anything since we boarded the ship, Lu Chen. It'd be a waste not to eat them.
Before Lu Chen could respond, Zhao Zimai picked up a bun and began eating.
Surprisingly good. Don't worry, it's not stale. They're fresh. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Zhao Zimai couldn't help but add.
Lu Chen took the steamed bun Zhao Zimai handed him, took a bite, and began searching through Luo Shiwen's room. Lu Chen discovered that Luo Shiwen's home also contained a large collection of detective novels, many of which were Sherlock Holmes stories. It seemed not only Luo Pei, but his nephew Luo Shiwen was also a Sherlock Holmes fan.
Moreover, Lu Chen also found case novels written by Luo Shiwen.
Compared to his uncle's writing,
Lu Chen couldn't bear to read more after skimming a few paragraphs. After searching everywhere,
he found no trace of the blood-stained clothes.
Lu Chen scratched his head. This was strange. Damn it, are they destroying evidence or what? No idea, but grabbing a bun should be fine, right? There's still some left. Alright, they're all gone. Guess that counts as tampering with evidence. At that moment, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai found nothing in the room. The only thing they could see now was the wardrobe inside. It was almost identical to the one in Luo Pei's home. Lu Chen frowned. After discussing it with Zhao Zimai, they forced the wardrobe open. However, upon opening the wardrobe, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai froze in place. Because the second victim had appeared. As Luo Pei had documented, Miss Lu now lay motionless inside the wardrobe at Luo Shirwan's residence, her breath long since gone. Damn it, and I thought this case was too simple. Right. With this turn of events, I'd even suspect another victim might appear. It's possible. This case is starting to get exciting. Lu Chen saw Miss Lu last night, yet here she lies now. Who would kill her? There's no motive. Chapter 153, is he the killer? Unlike the scene with Luo Pei, this time, a death report had been left behind. The report indicated rigor mortis had already set in and spread throughout her entire body, with no signs of abating. Considering the stove burning in the room, the temperature had risen significantly. This could make the time of death somewhat inaccurate. Further observation was required. However, it would only be earlier, not later. And then, Lu Chen discovered. Besides coal, the furnace contained the ashes of clothing. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen's expression darkened. This was actually the blood-stained clothing Luo Shirwan had worn during the crime. But that wasn't all. The most bizarre aspect of this case was that throughout the entire room, only Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai's footprints were present. Evidently, someone had cleaned the scene. And Lu Chen was certain it had happened after the person delivering the buns arrived. Otherwise, the delivery person's footprints should have been left behind. Then, Lu Chen discovered that Luo Shirwan's manuscript had been taken. The pages beneath showed indentations where text had been pressed into them, but restoring the content would be quite simple. Simply pouring ink over them would reveal the characters. As he examined it, Lu Chen realized something was amiss. What was written here was actually the document Miss Lu intended to use to report Luo Pei for plagiarism. It stated, the manuscript was actually written by Luo Shirwan, with Luo Pei merely making minor revisions. Lu had intended to explain this to the publishing house. Yet now, Miss Lu was no longer among the living. Lu Chen's expression darkened. If that was the case, he seemed to understand why Luo Shirwan had said Luo Pei had wronged him first. Just as he pondered this, Constable Ma arrived. Sergeant Ma looked puzzled. What are you all doing here? Besides Constable Ma, following behind him was an elderly woman who, upon inquiry, turned out to be the coroner from the magistrate's office. After a moment's thought, having completed his investigation of the scene, Lu Chen handed it over to Constable Ma and left the room. At the doorway, he encountered Constable Da Zheng, who mentioned he had just posted the provincial examination results. He had been summoned by Chief Constable Ma afterward. Lu Chen smiled. To actually see the provincial examination listed was something that stirred a bit of nostalgia. After leaving Luo Shirwan's residence, Lu Chen went to inquire with some other people. Lu Chen discovered their opinions of Luo Shirwan were extremely low. First, his character was deeply flawed, and few held him in high regard. Not only that, his writing was extremely poor, riddled with inconsistencies and incoherence utterly unreadable. Compared to the detective novels written by Luo Pei, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Lu Chen obtained an order list from the blacksmith on the village outskirts. Among them was one for Constable Ma. Lu Chen spotted Chief Ma's name on the list. He had asked the blacksmith to modify his arm patch. Meanwhile, a child who often played near Luo Pei's house told Lu Chen that Miss Lu had been bullied by some bad people. After inquiring, Lu Chen learned the truth. It turned out Luo Pei often argued with Miss Lu at night, and Master Luo was the villain. Not only had he cursed Miss Lu, but he had also shoved her. And it all happened right in this courtyard. Lu Chen pondered this, sensing something was off. When the child mentioned hearing noises coming from the well last night, a dry well at that, Lu Chen decided to investigate. But what Lu Chen never expected was, he actually found the blood-stained belt in the dry well, along with a red thread. Lu Chen couldn't make sense of it. What did this mean? Then, Lu Chen heard the sound of a drum. Someone had filed a report. Arriving at the courthouse, Lu Chen saw an elderly scholar reporting the crime. The murderer he named was none other than Yang Er. Earlier that morning, he had seen Yang Er delivering steamed buns to Luo Shirwan's residence. Later, Constable Ma discovered Miss Lu's body at Luo Shirwan's residence. The old scholar believed Yang Er was the killer, which is why he came to the county office. He also saw Yang Er emerge carrying a stick. Then he saw the body lying on the floor inside the room. If it wasn't Yang Er who killed her, then who else could it be? Lu Chen, however, laughed. He pointed out the flaw in Lao Tongxing's account. They had discovered the body inside a cabinet at Luo Shirwan's residence. Yet old Tongxing claimed he found the body on the floor of Luo Shirwan's house. This was clearly contradictory. Moreover, another matter was equally peculiar. If the old scholar had seen the body, why didn't he report it then? Why wait until now to come forward at the county office? When pressed with this question, the old scholar finally admitted. It turned out the old scholar was after the reward money, which was why he had acted this way. The corpse on the ground was purely his own imagination. This infuriated Lu Chen. If this could be used as evidence, wouldn't it mean an innocent person would be wrongfully executed? For the reward money, he actually disregarded someone else's life and death. Really? I feel like cursing someone. If the reward were substantial, it might be understandable. But it's just a pittance, barely enough to scrape together for a steamer basket of buns, and they still come after it. This old scholar really. Captain Ma was clearly enraged by the old scholar's words. He thought he'd found a witness, only to discover it was a false one. He immediately ordered his men to arrest the old scholar. He continued questioning Yang Er. Yang Er did indeed go inside to deliver the buns. But here's the thing. This fellow was incorrigible. The stick Lao Tongsheng saw was actually a painting Yang Er had taken from Luo Shirwan's house. Seeing no one at home, Yang Er got greedy. What else could he say? Yang Er hastily defended himself. He claimed his mind had been clouded by greed, leading him to steal the calligraphy and paintings from Luo Shirwan's home, but he absolutely didn't have the guts to kill anyone. Lu Chen acknowledged this point. During the Luo Pei case, hadn't Yang Er been falsely accused as a suspect? But the truth was, this guy was good for petty theft, but when it came to something big, he didn't have the guts. So who could the real killer be? The coroner stepped forward at that moment. She stated that Miss Lu's death occurred around midnight last night. This roughly coincided with Luo Pei's time of death. This immediately led Inspector Ma to a new conclusion. Could it be that Luo Shirwan killed Mr. Luo Pei, then returned home to murder Miss Lu? Regarding this theory, it wasn't impossible. Luo Shirwan's residence was less than 10 minutes walk from Luo Pei's home. It wouldn't have been difficult for him to pull it off. But the crucial question is, why would he kill Miss Lu? As he pondered this, Lu Chen suddenly recalled the document discovered in Luo Shirwan's home. Wasn't that written by Miss Lu? She intended to expose Luo Shirwan as the original author and Luo Pei as the plagiarist, yet that document had never been found, only the remaining handwriting had surfaced. After pondering, Lu Chen arrived at a hypothesis. Perhaps it was precisely because Miss Lu had written it but never sent it to the publishing house that Luo Shirwan had harbored murderous intent. After all, he had already killed Luo Pei. Killing one more person wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, given the timing overlap, it was possible no one would suspect him. Chapter 154, the killer is actually Constable Ma? Luo Shirwan again? How could he be so ruthless? That was his own uncle. And he even killed the imperial historian who tried to help him? No wonder opium addicts deserve no mercy whatsoever. Don't you think about it? He's already addicted to opium. What good can come of him? People like that aren't worth pitying at all. That's why you should never touch that stuff. Hearing Lu Chen's deduction, the audience murmured in dismay. Luo Shirwan, tainted by such vices, had lost all goodwill from the audience. But to Lu Chen, the murderer the other side had pointed to seemed odd. What was peculiar about it? Miss Lu did write a letter, hoping to help Luo Shirwan reclaim his own reputation. Even if the letter was ultimately lost, discarded by Miss Lu herself, Luo Shirwan still shouldn't have killed her. Could it be that after killing his own uncle, he had completely lost his mind? Lu Chen couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Just then, old Tongsheng continued, I only left after the magistrate arrived. Lu Chen recalled for a moment he must have been referring to Brother Dajin, since he had gone to post the provincial examination results before returning to guard Luo Shirwan's gate. But what followed made Lu Chen's expression shift. For the old scholar stated that this magistrate had arrived after Yang Er had departed. That didn't add up. How could it possibly have been Brother Dajin at that time? Lu Chen turned to the old scholar and asked, Excuse me, sir, did you recognize anyone inside the examination hall? Old Tongsheng seemed hesitant, glancing in one direction but saying nothing. But when Lu Chen followed that gaze, he saw Constable Ma with a dark expression, staring intently at Lu Chen and his companions. Captain Ma? Lu Chen asked aloud. The old scholar shook his head repeatedly. Sir, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Lu Chen became even more certain. The magistrate exclaimed in surprise, Sergeant Ma? Captain Ma's face darkened considerably as he snapped back, What gives you the right to accuse me? The magistrate turned to Ma and cut him off. Sergeant Ma, explain first, what were you doing this morning? Dare not defy the magistrate. He paused to think before answering, Your Honor, I feared we might have overlooked clues, so I went to patrol the surrounding area. Just as Lu Chen was about to raise objections, the old coroner produced the scroll Yang Er had taken. The spacing of the binding straps perfectly matched the strangulation marks on Miss Lu's neck. The coroner's wife was convinced this was the murder weapon used to kill Miss Lu. The old woman spoke with a hint of confusion. Logically, this scroll should be the murder weapon, but if the ligature marks were caused by the scroll's binding straps, they should be shallower and lighter than those on the victim's neck. After pondering, Chief Constable Ma suggested, could it be due to her struggling?
That would mean the killer had to repeatedly press down to kill her, resulting in ligature marks significantly larger than those from the original murder weapon.
This explanation did make sense. Lu Chen tilted his head, following Ma's line of reasoning. It did make sense.
Moreover, Luo Shi, being an opium addict and a scholar, lacked the strength to strangle Miss Lu instantly. Left with no choice, he had to wrestle with her. Moreover, the coroner's wife had provided a remarkably precise time of death.
Around 4 o'clock in the morning. Luo Shi had ample time to commit the crime.
Then there were the nearly torn-out portraits of Luo Pei and Miss Lu in the newspaper. Luo Shi had ample motive too.
But what about the steamed buns? Why was the steamed bun left in the room? This puzzled Lu Chen greatly. But soon, he found the reason. Remember? Back when the Luo Pei case first began, after Lu Chen proved his innocence, Luo Shi had framed Yang Er. By the same token,
it's entirely possible that the perpetrator of both cases was framed as the same person.
Everyone knows Yang Er loves to take advantage of small opportunities.
Luo Shi exploited this very trait, deliberately leaving the painting at his home to frame him. But upon further reflection, something felt off.
Because in the Luo Pei case, Luo Shi initially framed himself. No. Lu Chen suddenly realized something. That's it. How could the old coroner possibly determine the exact time of death? The room had a burning stove, which would alter the timing of rigor mortis setting in. How could she possibly pinpoint it as 4 in the morning? The time must have been after 4. Lu Chen suddenly understood something. He looked at Chief Constable Ma. He smiled. Stop pretending, Constable Ma. You're the murderer. Ma's face darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Looks like we'll have to torture you before you learn your lesson. How dare you?
Seeing Ma about to draw his sword, the magistrate slammed his gavel and roared.
Mr. Lu, continue. Yes. Lu Chen nodded. The coroner's wife estimated the time of death as 4 a.m. At that hour, Luo Shi had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Yet everyone overlooked one crucial detail: the fire burning in Luo Shi's hearth. It's only just turned autumn, why would Luo Shi be burning a stove? Therefore, there's only one possibility: it wasn't lit by Luo Shi, but by the murderer. His motive was simple: to raise the room temperature and accelerate the corpse's decomposition. This would mislead your judgment, old lady. As Inspector Ma mentioned earlier, you're the most renowned coroner for miles around. Everyone trusts your judgment. Our established time of death is based entirely on your assessment. We all believe Luo Shi lit the stove in the early hours after killing Luo Pei, burning the blood-stained clothes. But that absolutely cannot be the truth. Yang Er, when exactly did you deliver the steamed buns to Luo Shi's house? As usual, around 10 a.m. But someone saw it. Many people saw it. Witnesses were quickly found to corroborate the story. Yang Er hadn't lied, which allowed Lu Chen to confirm that Luo Shi absolutely could not be the murderer of Miss Lu. A smile touched the corners of his mouth. He turned his gaze to Captain Ma. I've seen through your tricks completely, Chief Ma. The only thing I want to know now is your motive for the crime. At this point, most of the audience had also figured it out. I get it now. Yang Er isn't the killer, Luo Shi isn't the killer. That leaves Constable Ma, who was seen coming and going from Luo Shi's house. He must be the one. Exactly. Think about it. Old Tongxing also looked at Captain Ma but dared not speak. He must have been coerced. I'm also curious, what was Constable Ma's motive for the crime? Chapter 155, Why would I investigate this for nothing? Sergeant Ma showed no awareness that he might be suspected as the killer. Instead, he demanded, produce some evidence. You can't just make baseless accusations and expect us to believe you. Lu Chen smiled. The evidence is the steamed buns Zimai and I ate. If the victim was killed at 4 in the morning, the stove would have been burning continuously. After such a long time, the buns would have gone bad. Let's not even consider whether Yang Er could have sensed it when he entered. After all, he's a suspect himself, so his word can't be used as evidence. But the fact is, the buns weren't spoiled. Zimai and I even ate a few. So we can confirm one thing for certain: the stove was lit after Yang Er delivered the buns, and the bloodstained clothes were burned at that time. And at that exact time, Luo Shi was already locked up in the county jail. Tell me, Chief Ma, how exactly did Luo Shi manage to get out and commit the crime? He produced the belt. Lu Chen continued, this is the belt from the blood-stained shirt. There was also a red thread at the scene. I found it in the well outside Luo Pei's house. But with this garment, the belt and the clothing have become separated. Someone must have stood the clothes upright. Why would they do that? It means someone pulled the blood-stained clothes out of the well. And seeing you, Constable Ma, I finally understand what this red thread signifies. This red thread is the red tassel on your sword hilt. Sergeant Ma's expression darkened, yet he remained defiant. You say I'm the murderer, where's your evidence? You must understand the victim struggled before dying. If so, the killer's arms would bear scratch marks. I don't have any. Lu Chen smiled. Since you knew scratches would be left, why didn't you bring this up earlier? Bring Luo Shi out, a simple check would confirm it. You insist on waiting until now to mention it. Doesn't that prove you have something to hide? You want proof? I'll give you proof. Lu Chen sneered coldly. The murder weapon that killed Miss Lu wasn't the scroll at all. As I mentioned before, the binding straps on the scroll don't match the ligature marks on the victim's neck. But at the blacksmith's, I recall you, Chief Constable Ma, had a protective armguard custom made. Am I correct? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Captain Ma immediately grew flustered. So what if it is? Produce it. I said bring it out. Lu Chen's tone turned icy. The magistrate spoke up at that moment. Produce it, Constable Ma. Captain Ma tried to protest, but the magistrate cut him off, issuing a firm order. Soon, the armguard Captain Ma had stored at home was retrieved. Brought to the scene for comparison. It matched the ligature marks on the victim's neck perfectly. Lu Chen continued, that's why you had the armguard custom made, isn't it? No matter how much Miss Lu struggled, she wouldn't leave any scratch marks on your arm. Sergeant Ma lowered his head. For a long while. No words followed. You mentioned you were a fan of Mr. Luo Pei's work, that you often discussed it together. I suspect your violent outburst when you drew your sword stemmed from Luo Pei revealing this matter to you, that Miss Lu wished to include Luo Shi as a co-author in the book. Luo Pei had no intention of silencing him through murder, but you refused to see it that way. You were convinced Luo Shi and Miss Lu had conspired to ruin Luo Pei's reputation. That's also why you drew your sword in fury when Luo Pei told you certain things. As for why I say Luo Pei had no intention of silencing him by murder, it's quite straightforward. If he intended to silence her, Miss Lu wouldn't have run out crying last night, she wouldn't have been able to leave at all. And certainly, Luo Shi wouldn't have been able to attack him. Captain Ma sighed. He continued, after leaving Mr. Luo's residence, Miss Lu went to Luo Shi's house. It was while she was writing the accusation letter that I killed her. Lu Chen nodded. This explained why the documents on the table had vanished. It turned out Miss Lu hadn't failed to write it, Captain Ma had taken it. Sergeant Ma had meticulously prepared everything to frame Luo Shi for the crime. That would kill two birds with one stone. Too bad. He hadn't anticipated Lu Chen uncovering the entire truth. Lu Chen shook his head. The method behind this case isn't hard to figure out. The key lies in the motive. Lu Chen sighed. He continued, the two people Luo Pei trusted most began committing crimes at the exact same time. At that moment. Lu Chen had one final question. That was Luo Shi's motive for the crime. Given the current situation, his murder of Luo Pei couldn't have been motivated by plagiarism, since Miss Lu had already decided to list him as the book's co-author. He had no reason to kill Luo Pei. Instead, Luo Pei now had a motive to kill him. Arriving at the cell, Lu Chen met Luo Shi. Upon learning of Miss Lu's death, Luo Shi showed no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he wore an expression that said she deserved to die. Lu Chen felt puzzled. What was going on here? Lu Chen asked in confusion, shouldn't you feel regret? Why do you think Miss Lu deserved to die? Luo Shi laughed. Because ever since she returned from the golden porcelain bookstore, Luo Pei hasn't used my techniques anymore. Only then did Lu Chen understand. So that was it. Luo Shi and Luo Pei had always collaborated on their work. It was an arrangement made long ago. Luo Pei possessed a delicate writing style, while Luo Shi excelled at crafting the case's methodology. Their collaboration allowed them to earn substantial income. That was why Luo Shi had always stayed at Luo Pei's home. But after visiting the golden porcelain bookstore, everything changed. After so much exposure over time, Luo Pei had written a new case herself, one whose methodology even surpassed all the cases Luo Shi had ever conceived. This created a profound sense of inadequacy within Luo Shi. And that was precisely Luo Shi's motive for murder. Lu Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. So that's how it was? He pondered for a moment. Lu Chen pressed on, if that's the case, then do you know what kind of case Luo Pei's case was? Luo Shi smiled. The small room mystery. Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed. Seeing Luo Shi smile, Lu Chen smiled back. All right. Wait here for me. The audience now understood. The case in this small village wasn't difficult at all. The audience could easily see through the method. Not to mention the motive. It was all quite predictable. But how could such a simple case? It shouldn't be. Consider the previous case Mr. Green and his team designed. That was a serial case. The real case was nested within the previous one. Now. It's the same now. Lu Chen shook his head. Mr. Hope, enjoy the game. Luo Shi's smile grew even more smug. Lu Chen, however, wore a grim expression. Why would I go out of my way to ask Luo Shi about his motives? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? At that moment, the captain appeared. He looked at Lu Chen and smiled, Mr. Lu, it's time for us to set sail. Ha 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 ha.
Let's go. Time to investigate the real case Mr. Chagrin and his team have meticulously planned.
Chapter 156, Another Locked Room Murder? The clock struck 2:05 p.m.
Our perspective shifted from the Republic of China a century ago to the foggy metropolis of the land of the rising sun.
Looking at the set, Lu Chen couldn't help but purse his lips.
He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out.
All he could do now was silently smile bitterly. Zhao Zimai, however,
she seemed slightly excited at that moment.
She tugged at Lu Chen's arm and said, "I studied abroad here in the foggy city.
I never imagined that after all these years it wouldn't have changed much."
This remark surprised Lu Chen.
He never imagined Zhao Zimai had studied abroad in the land of the rising sun. Yet judging by her age, she seemed about the same as him.
Something didn't add up. Before Lu Chen could ask, Zhao Zimai offered an explanation.
She was referring to her high school days, not her university years.
Lu Chen nodded. If that was the case, it made sense. Now back to the case.
At 2:05 p.m., Officer Jones received a report of a homicide at a residence. Officer Jones rushed to investigate and found the victim's apartment door locked tight. Inside, there was no one else besides the victim himself.
Inside the room,
there were numerous peculiar arrangements, and the victim's body was arched backward, presenting an extremely eerie posture.
Lu Chen arrived at the scene alongside Officer Jones.
Thus far, Lu Chen faced numerous restrictions. This was likely the work of the crime team. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen could leverage his investigative unit credentials to secure valuable assistance. But now, he could only rely on his own powers of observation and deduction to find the killer. Upon closer inspection, a faint, peculiar smile played at the corners of the victim's mouth. He lay dead in the chair, a dagger piercing his chest.
Additionally,
beside the chair lay a peculiar pile of paper ash, as if something had been burned. What it was, however, remained unknown for the time being.
Moreover,
this particular time coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival in the lunar calendar.
Upon closer inspection, a small amount could also be seen on the deceased. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Could it be that the paper ashes from outside the house had drifted into the room?
Beside the chair leg lay a small clump of asbestos mesh, though its center had been replaced with paraffin wax. Lu Chen noticed scorch marks on the asbestos mesh, but he couldn't fathom what significance this held. Continuing his search for clues, Lu Chen discovered another crucial detail: the only key in the room was clutched in the deceased's left hand. Moreover, in the preliminary death report from the scene, it was noted that the key in the deceased's hand bore only his own fingerprints. He pondered further. Lu Chen's gaze casually swept over the bookshelf when it suddenly halted. Zhao Zimai noticed Lu Chen had stopped examining the body and was now looking at the bookcase. Realizing he must have discovered something, she couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Lu Chen frowned, taking a moment before replying, "A book might be missing from here, but I can't say exactly which one." It was precisely when Lu Chen shifted his position to a distance and looked back at the victim that he suddenly noticed the 7 candles beside the body were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. To claim the victim left no clues would be hard to believe. Stepping closer, Lu Chen saw each candle had been secured to the floor with wax, and deep gouges marked the surrounding ground.
What this signified remained unknown. One more thing to note.
A telegraph machine stood in the room. Its Morse code paper should have been stored in the hexagonal compartment overhead, yet Lu Chen found a roll of Morse code paper instead.
Inside the telegraph machine.
Through the Fog City Police, Lu Chen finally obtained 5 telegrams from the machine, all communications between the deceased and his sponsor.
The first telegram read, "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. The path to developing drugs is inherently fraught with obstacles. Keep going. I believe you can overcome the difficulties." The second and third messages were similar in tone. Additionally, a phonograph remained in the room. It was playing the traditional Chinese piece 7-Star Lamp. Furthermore, the Fog City Police provided the precise time of death, between 1:35 p.m. and 2:05 p.m. These clues were scattered, yet they all pointed to the same conclusion. The victim committed suicide. But Lu Chen knew all too well. It was possible the deceased had committed suicide. But it was impossible for the deceased to have committed suicide. At least not at this point. As the audience watched this unfold, were mostly still baffled, unable to grasp what the case was really about. They all know this is a series of crimes occurring after boarding the ship, and that it's connected to previous cases. But the problem is, I just don't get this case. Is it a locked room murder? Maybe. It could be a locked room murder, but I'm confused. If it is a locked room murder, something about the setup feels off. Too many clues left behind, right? I feel that too. It almost seems intentional, like they're telling Lu Chen this case is complicated, but none of it will matter in the end. That would be interesting. Lu Chen stared at the chaotic evidence, lost in thought. After a long while, Lu Chen finally set out to identify the potential suspects in this case. There were 3. Among them, 2 were the victim's classmates at Fog City University Medical School, Zheng Shoucheng and Wu Shaodao. The third was Mrs. Zheng, the landlord.
Chang Shoucheng was a suspect because he and the victim were rivals. He could very well have killed for that reason. Before the victim received funding from Mr. Bell, he had consistently sponsored Chang Shoucheng. Moreover, Chang was the last person the victim had seen. However, this theory is not entirely convincing. Chang Shoucheng was an outstanding graduate of the university. Even without Mr. Bell's sponsorship, he would have quickly secured funding from others. He had no motive to kill over this matter. Moreover, Chang Shoucheng had a solid alibi. At the time of the crime, he was reading in the library, surrounded by several people who could corroborate his whereabouts. As for Wu Songtao, his suspicion was cleared even faster. He had returned to China the day before the crime occurred. He wasn't even in the Fog City, making it impossible for him to have committed the act. The investigation had barely begun when it hit this impasse, leaving only one suspect remaining, Mrs. Zhang, the landlady. Seeing the alibis for these two, Lu Chen already felt the next one was practically impossible. But he steeled himself and proceeded to investigate Mrs. Zhang's motive and alibi. Yet after only a brief review, Lu Chen could only manage a bitter smile. Mrs. Zhang had no motive whatsoever to kill the victim, let alone a solid alibi. This left Lu Chen feeling utterly frustrated. All he could do was smile bitterly. Chapter 157, Baffling Puzzles, Case Hits a Dead End. Wait, let me get this straight, you're saying the landlord couldn't possibly be involved? Just look at Lu Chen's expression, it's obvious. Mrs. Zhang, the landlord, has no motive and a solid alibi. All the suspects he painstakingly identified are gone. How could he not be bitterly amused? Ah, poor Lu Chen, being toyed with by the investigation team. When has he ever had to endure this? He's going to blow his top at them. The audience burst into laughter. But Lu Chen wore a look of utter helplessness. Mrs. Zhang, the landlord, was already in the terminal stages of a terminal illness. She had little time left to live. Why would she kill someone? Moreover, at the time of the crime, it was a rare sunny day in the foggy city, so he was outside soaking up the sun. This could be corroborated by the waitress at the cafe across the street and other tenants in the building. However, though Mrs. Zhang wasn't the killer, she provided Lu Chen with a crucial clue. On that day, someone followed the deceased. The pursuit only ceased once they reached the apartment entrance. He scratched his head. Lu Chen remembered the telegraph machine from earlier. Right. There was still a clue here. He contacted the deceased's benefactor, Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell was quite willing to discuss the matter with Lu Chen. After all, the deceased had been developing his funded project, and they had maintained a close relationship. When the conversation turned to the case, Mr. Bell shook his head. Mr. Bowen was someone I held in high regard. His research project was very important to me. Through questioning, Lu Chen learned. The deceased's research project was actually focused on smoking cessation. Its primary focus was on quitting opium. This made Lu Chen feel even more regretful. For a moment, he even wondered if it could be the work of capitalists from the land of the rising sun. After inquiring, Lu Chen learned that the deceased had recently been in a state of low spirits, as his research had hit a dead end. Delving deeper, Lu Chen discovered that the Joseph family, to which Bell belonged, was in direct competition with the Johnson family, who ran the opium trade. The Johnson family's opium trade didn't just export to the colonies. Even in the Fog City, countless lives had been drained dry by them, leaving families shattered and ruined. Lu Chen's brow furrowed as he listened. When he first heard Mr. Bell mention the word opium, he had sensed something was amiss. Now, learning of the powerful Johnson family behind it all, Lu Chen was certain. The deceased, Bayan, must have jeopardized someone's interests through his research, leading to his orchestrated murder. This case was not a suicide. Moreover, on the day of his death, Bayan had been drinking tea with Mr. Bell, discussing their research. Numerous witnesses could corroborate this. After seeing the deceased off, Mr. Bell never left his company, making it highly unlikely he committed the crime. Combined with Mrs. Zhang's statement that someone followed the victim to the apartment, Lu Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. This case was complicated. Even now, Lu Chen couldn't pinpoint the killer's method. The crime scene appeared to yield numerous pieces of evidence, yet none could be meaningfully connected. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen continued reviewing the death report. One detail in the report caught his attention. The dagger used to kill the victim bore only the victim's own fingerprints on the handle. No other fingerprints were found. The center of the paper tray featured a hexagonal groove that fit precisely into the telegraph machine. One end of the paper strip was folded back, creating an unusual curve. Lu Chen seemed to have an idea. He proceeded to examine the telegram Mr. Bell had sent to the deceased. We all know that telegrams are arranged chronologically, with the most recent ones at the top. This meant that the first telegram we had seen earlier was the most recent one. This also aligned with Mr. Bell's mention of the research hitting a standstill. Lu Chen located the first telegram. Congratulations! The adjusted medication has shown remarkably significant results. Subsequent telegrams also focused on the new drug. If you need anything, just contact me directly. I'll take care of it for you. The path of research is inherently like this: stay optimistic and keep pushing forward.
Additionally, the death report indicated
the deceased died from a dagger piercing the lung. Substances similar to atropine were detected in the body, but laboratory tests failed to identify corresponding toxins. Wood shavings were found under the fingernails, and bruising was present. On the day of the victim's death,
another major incident occurred. A fire broke out at St. Mary's Hospital. Over 20 patients perished in the flames. None of this seemed particularly useful. Lu Chen recalled what Luo Sherwan had said to him before the case unfolded. That's it. The Do Room mystery. How could I have forgotten such a crucial clue?
Lu Chen hurried to the Golden Porcelain bookstore and located the manuscript there, the very book Luo Pei had plagiarized.
But after reading it, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This book was far too incomplete.
According to the staff at the publishing house, Luo Pei had taken away most of it, leaving only trivial fragments behind. Of course, what Luo Pei took away was precisely the most crucial part of this book, the modus operandi.
But it's gone now.
But through this book, Lu Chen discovered its submission date. It was written 3 years ago.
3 years ago. Could it be that someone read this book, then went to study abroad in the land of the rising sun, and later used this method to kill the victim? That's entirely possible.
If we can find the author and editor of the book, we might uncover further clues.
I never imagined we'd find the solution this way. Lu Chen thought the same.
But with no way to locate the author now, he could only refocus his attention back on the case itself.
At that moment, the camera cut to the task force.
Upon learning that Lu Chen had traced the book, Mr. Green and his team let out a cold laugh.
That's slow?
I thought he'd check the books first, then head to the crime scene.
Who knew he'd do it backwards? This is truly... Well, it's fine. I suppose we can proceed to the next step now.
Little did Lu Chen know Mr. Green and his crew had another trick up their sleeves.
He was still deep in thought, strategizing how to crack the case. Holy crap, they have a backup plan? Do they have to be this ruthless?
I'm dying to see what Mr. Green and his team have prepared next. Even more, I want to see if Lu Chen can crack this case.
Frankly, I haven't even figured out the method yet. You? Give it a rest, bro. If you could figure it out, what'd be the point of having a task force? Ha ha ha. Back to the case itself. Lu Chen revisited the crime scene, gathering all the existing clues together. He examined them collectively, hoping to uncover something new. As he examined them, Lu Chen made a discovery. That's it. That's it. I've finally figured out the method behind this case. So that's it, the killer used this method. No wonder the clues seemed completely unrelated. Chapter 158, Such a Method. Observing the seemingly unrelated evidence at the scene, Lu Chen suddenly had an epiphany.
The arrangement in the victim's room appeared disconnected, but when pieced together, it revealed a locked room technique. One could see that one side of the Morse code paper roll was noticeably soiled, bearing drag marks. This indicated the paper roll had been tightly wrapped up on the floor. The killer's method was as follows. Use the Morse code paper tape as a soft cord. Insert one end of the tape into the key's chain hole, then fold it back and insert it again in the opposite direction. Next, hold the Morse code paper strip with the deceased's hand. Then, use the gap between candles to turn it and press down the Morse code paper with a low stool. We all know that telegraph machines can only send paper, not receive it. However, the Morse code paper roll can be wedged into the side of the phonograph. The murderer exploited this feature. As the phonograph played music, the Morse code paper disc gradually shifted to the right, eventually rolling off and ending up in its current position. While the phonograph played music, the paper disc also rotated. This allowed the Morse code paper to be reeled in and the key to be gradually retrieved. This way, the murderer could complete the design of this locked room mystery. However, there remains one point of uncertainty. The victim's time of death can be precisely determined to be between 2 o'clock and 2:28. If the killer had already left by the time the phonograph began playing, then they must have departed before 1:40 p.m. At that time, the victim had not yet been killed. This implies the murderer employed another delayed action method to complete the crime. As he pondered this, Lu Chen noticed that the music playing on the phonograph was titled 7-Star Lamp. The 7-star lamp was crafted by Kongming to prolong his life. Speaking of Kongming, another related item worth mentioning is the Kongming lantern. The dagger stuck in the victim's body was nearly perpendicular to the floor, as if it had fallen straight down from above the body. Directly above the body was the room's skylight. Lu Chen glanced at the skylight and then recalled the asbestos mesh in the room. Its unique structure, combined with the wax coating, resembled the base of a Kongming lantern. The partially burned oil paper fragments found on the floor, along with the pile of ashes, formed the main frame, the lampshade of the Kongming lantern. Made from oil paper, the lampshade only needed a coat of kerosene applied beforehand to ensure it burned cleanly after use. This also explained why the killer had to murder the victim directly beneath the skylight. Only the skylight's position could trap the sky lantern, ensuring the dagger fell precisely where intended.
Lu Chen had someone set up a ladder. Sure enough, scorch marks were found around the skylight opening, confirming his theory. Holy crap, is this what a master does? I never imagined such a method. If this were given to me, I'd probably rack my brain and still never guess the killer used this method. It's too outlandish. Yeah, this technique is just insane. But I still don't quite get how the killer controlled the timing. That's still a mystery. Lu Chen would soon resolve this viewer's confusion. The killer left before 1:40 a.m. He had to precisely control the timing of the dagger's descent. That way, even if discovered, he could absolve himself of guilt. So how did the killer manipulate the timing? It was actually quite simple. Simply tie a cotton thread to the candle, then connect it upward to the sky lantern. Once the candle burns to a certain point, it ignites the cotton thread, which burns all the way down until it severs the thread holding the dagger. The dagger then falls straight down, killing the victim. The sky lantern itself would then burn completely, leaving no trace of evidence. However, reconstructing the crime is extremely difficult. How the killer tied the dagger, the exact height left, and whether there was wind outside the window, all these factors could affect the dagger's landing point. After numerous trials, Lu Chen determined a precise height at which the kill would be guaranteed, with minimal deviation in the landing point. While Lu Chen was diligently investigating the scene, Zhao Zimai returned with some good news. She had located the original author of the book Do Shirizhen. Moreover, the book hadn't originally been titled that way, its original name was The Wound in the Caisson. She had also located the original author of Familiar Face to Us, Wu Songtao. He had adopted the pen name Gaochen Zhushi. Upon hearing that name, Lu Chen couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Wu Songtao? The original author of this book is Wu Songtao? What on earth was going on? The current Wu Songtao resided in Donghai City, where he ran a shop selling Western goods. Without a moment's pause, upon learning that the original author was Wu Songtao, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai immediately set off for Donghai City. But, upon arriving in Donghai and meeting Wu Songtao at the foreign goods store, his expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment. An elite graduate of Fog City University Medical School in the land of the rising sun had become so mercenary. When Lu Chen entered the shop, Wu Songtao was busy pitching his perfume to a woman. Only after the customer left did Lu Chen approach him. But unexpectedly, when Lu Chen mentioned the wound of the caisson, Wu Songtao looked utterly bewildered. Staring at Lu Chen for a moment, he blurted out, "How could I possibly write a book? Then what about the eastern end of Guantaing Street?" Wu Songtao looked even more puzzled, turning his gaze toward Lu Chen. "How did you know about my family's old ancestral hall?" "Oh, you must have met old Master Xie. He told you, didn't he?" Lu Chen remained silent, but Zhao Zimai nodded. She had originally found this place based on the address in that book, then located the ancestral hall with the help of an old Mr. Xie. It was also in that hall that she saw a familiar name, Wu Songtao. Before she could finish, a police inspector dressed in White Elephant Kingdom attire strode in. "Police search in progress. All non-essential personnel, clear the area. Inspector Singh, I've prepared what you requested. It's in the study." After that, Wu Songtao said nothing more to Lu Chen. Instead, he followed Inspector Singh into the study, their conversation unknown. With no other choice, Lu Chen resolved to try again later. An hour later, Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai, stuffed from overreading, returned to the inn. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lu Chen opened the door to find no one there. Only a sticky note remained, reading, "Unavailable this afternoon. Meet at the Western Goods Store study at 8 p.m. tonight. Come alone." Something's off. If they're arranging a meeting, what if Lu Chen shows up? This is a trap. Exactly. Setting up a meeting at this hour must be part of some scheme. But Lu Chen has no choice but to go, right? If he wants to uncover the truth, he must meet Wu Songtao. Is this a dead end? Chapter 159, How did Lu Chen become the murderer? With a hint of surprise, Lu Chen arrived punctually for the meeting. But at the foreign goods store, Lu Chen didn't see a single soul. Instead, he spotted an advertisement for Happy Water inside the shop. Happy Soda packs a punch, like nectar filling your mouth with sweetness. The shop's interior was unremarkable, stocked only with cosmetics and perfumes. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen decided to wait for Wu Songtao in the study instead. However, in the inner room, Lu Chen saw something unexpected. In the inner room, there was a photograph of the deceased and Wu Songtao taken at Wu Songtao's ancestral hall in his hometown. Additionally, Lu Chen spotted a mysterious document here. The photographer didn't directly capture it on camera, but one could see Lu Chen's expression change dramatically. Then immediately, the screen went black and cut directly to Zhao Zimai. Dawn had broken, and the outside was filled with noise. Zhao Zimai had been woken by the commotion and was puzzled. It's so noisy outside. What on earth is going on? Zhao Zimai went looking for Lu Chen, only to discover something even more puzzling. Lu Chen hadn't returned all night. Stepping outside the inn, he spotted a crowd gathered around the foreign goods store nearby. Inspector Singh, whom she had met earlier, was also present. She approached to ask. A police officer replied, "A murder has occurred here."
A gentleman wearing glasses was found dead inside.
Zhao Zimai was utterly shocked. Glasses?
Suddenly, something seemed to click in her mind. A specific person came to mind, and a vague sense of foreboding settled in her heart. She pressed further with her questions, and sure enough, the details matched her suspicions.
The dead man was none other than Wu Songtao. Lu Chen's whereabouts remain unknown, and it seems he too is in grave danger.
Here, Mr. Green and his group's true intentions were finally revealed. Completely suppress Lu Chen, preventing him from participating in the investigation, and instead position Zhao Zimai as the one who solves the case.
Mr. Green and his group recognized Lu Chen's formidable abilities, but up to this point, they considered Zhao Zimai merely average and not worth paying much attention to. Right, so this is the plan, huh? I get it now.
This is about denying Lu Chen any room to shine, while piling all the pressure onto Zhao Zimai.
This targeting is well done.
With this setup, this case might just end up being Zhao Zimai's alone.
Opening Lu Chen's suitcase, Zhao Zimai searched for clues about his whereabouts. But unfortunately, Lu Chen had left in such a hurry last night that he hadn't left Zhao Zimai any useful information.
Leaving the inn, Zhao Zimai noticed a missing cat poster plastered on the wall.
She didn't give it much thought, assuming it was just someone searching for their beloved pet.
When they arrived at the import shop, the clerk, Miss Ding, couldn't provide any useful information either. After Inspector Singh had come that day, Wu Songtao had closed the shop early. The next morning, when Miss Ding Xiang arrived, she found the study door open. Finding this odd, she went inside and discovered the owner, Wu Songtao, lying in a pool of blood. Miss Ding was not a woman of much worldly experience. She described a hole in Mr. Wu's chest, saying it was quite frightening.
Zhao Zimai gave a bitter smile. That's a bullet wound. What do you mean, a hole? During the investigation, Zhao Zimai unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance here. Remember Wu Yinzhu, the youngest sister of the Wu family, whom they had met on the ship at the very beginning?
She was at the Lingxiu Theater in Donghai City, preparing for a show with her magic troupe. Her troupe was one of the most renowned magic groups in Donghai City today, with nearly every performance selling out.
Seeing Yinzhu enjoying such prominence made Zhao Zimai genuinely happy.
Upon hearing that Zhao Zimai was searching for Lu Chen, Yinzhu offered a crucial piece of information. Around 8:30 p.m. last night, she had spotted Lu Chen passing through the theater lobby.
But this wasn't exactly good news,
because she witnessed Lu Chen being arrested by the police at the theater's locker area.
Upon hearing this news, Zhao Zimai immediately furrowed her brow.
The turn of events was somewhat unexpected. During this lull, Zhao Zimai also encountered another classmate of the deceased, Chang Shoucheng. Chang Shoucheng had now become a journalist, no longer pursuing related research. As a journalist who prioritized news timeliness,
he could provide additional details about Lu Chen's arrest last night. Details like the specifics of Lu Chen's arrest, the number of officers deployed, and the location of the operation. But such details weren't particularly important. Zhao Zimai only needed to go to the police station to obtain all the relevant records. At the police station, Zhao Zimai discovered two major cases had recently been filed.
One was the Lu Chen murder case. The other involved a thief known as the secret guest of the East Sea who had stolen the formula for the Bell family's latest happy water concoction. This Bell family was the sponsor of the deceased.
Buy-in. From Constable Xiao Wu, he learned that Lu Chen was implicated in both of these major cases. Damn, this is getting ridiculous. I thought they'd just prevent Lu Chen from solving cases anymore. Turns out they're making him a suspect, maybe even the killer, so Zhao Zimai can take the credit. This plot twist is absolutely brilliant. Lu Chen's situation looked grim.
All evidence pointed to him being the mastermind behind both crimes.
At that moment,
the chief inspector appeared and agreed to let Zhao Zimai meet with Lu Chen.
However, not only was Zhao Zimai baffled, but the audience was equally confused.
Lu Chen had actually barred Zhao Zimai from participating, yet he offered no explanation for why she couldn't be involved.
After that, Lu Chen abandoned further communication and returned to his cell. This left everyone utterly bewildered. Everyone was even more bewildered. What's going on? Aren't they teammates? Why did he refuse to talk?
Yeah, maybe there's something special about this case that keeps Zhao Zimai out.
But that can't be right.
If that were the case, they shouldn't have brought him along in the first place.
I don't get it, but I can't shake the feeling this case is weird. There might be something else going on behind the scenes. For a moment, Zhao Zimai couldn't think of any other solutions.
It was Chang Shoucheng who offered a suggestion.
Zhao Zimai could formally apply to serve as Lu Chen's defense attorney. That way,
she could maintain ongoing contact with him.
However, another major hurdle loomed. Two things were required: approval from Inspector Singh, and Lu Chen's own consent, complete with his fingerprint.
After much deliberation,
Zhao Zimai finally came up with a plan that was, frankly, not very bright. That was to sneak into the police station at night and steal Inspector Singer's authorization document.
I think I understand why the investigation team kept Zhao Zimai on the case. When she gets desperate,
she'll grasp at straws. Give me back the calm Zhao Zimai we know. Sigh.
I'm starting to envy Lu Chen a little.
Chapter 160, the case takes an uncontrollable turn, turning our attention to the police station. It appears Zhao Zimai has somehow managed to infiltrate the premises.
Even with Chang Shouqing's assistance,
this went smoothly to an almost unbelievable degree. After evading patrols by police officers inside the station, Zhao Zimai successfully reached Inspector Singer's office.
There, she also found the case determination document regarding Lu Chen's case.
Additionally, there was an evidence box sitting on Inspector Singer's desk. It seemed deliberately placed there,
as if waiting for Zhao Zimai to steal it.
The audience was left utterly bewildered. Was Zhao Zimai on some kind of god mode? After all, this was the Donghai City Police Department. Even a century ago, it couldn't have been a place Zhao Zimai could breeze through so easily. Inside the evidence box, Zhao Zimai found a photograph of the deceased and Wu Songtao taken at Wu Songtao's ancestral home. This in itself was unremarkable, but tucked behind the frame was a timetable with a different set of elements. And here, Wu Songtao's autopsy report was also stored. This was something Zhao Zimai hadn't noticed before.
Wu Songtao had bruising on his head,
evidence of blunt force trauma.
His hands and feet bore signs of having been bound.
But strangely enough,
the fatal wound was a gunshot to the chest, the large hole mentioned by the clerk at the foreign goods store.
The time of death was between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. last night. Additionally,
among the evidence was a paper written by Wu Songtao.
It was a paper on brucide, detailing a new drug he had named after brucide.
This drug was extracted from strychnine seeds and had effects similar to those of strychnine.
Just as Zhao Zimai was about to continue examining the evidence, Inspector Singh and Prosecutor Joseph from the British Empire returned to the office. Zhao Zimai was about to slip away quietly, but she wasn't a professional after all. She stepped on something, making a noise. I knew it. There's no way someone with no experience like her could pull off stealing anything. Sigh. If it were Lu Chen,
I wouldn't have worried at all, he'd have pulled it off for sure.
But Zhao Zimai. What a shame. She was so close to succeeding. But in the end, she lost it all over the details. And so, Zhao Zimai finally reunited with Lu Chen, only this time, it was in a police station cell. One thing worth mentioning, though,
the investigation team's actions here seemed deliberately contrived. They had locked Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai in adjacent cells, a move that defied all logic.
Moreover,
it's worth noting that women's prisons already existed a century ago.
Seeing the two reunite, the audience instantly understood the production team's deliberate maneuver. It seemed Zhao Zimai had infiltrated the police station, disrupting the task force's plans. In response,
they adjusted their strategy, locking Zhao Zimai and Lu Chen together to prevent them from solving the case. Here, Lu Chen shared some details about the incident with Zhao Zimai, but the exact words were muffled by the production team,
suggesting they were crucial clues. Upon learning that Zhao Zimai would serve as Lu Chen's defense attorney,
Lu Chen pondered for a long while before finally agreeing.
Even so, it revealed a great deal. It turned out, Lu Chen had indeed found a note on his desk directing him to the Lingxiu Theater, with the final destination being locker 212 inside the theater.
The individuals involved in this case far exceeded Zhao Zimai's imagination. This was also a major reason why Lu Chen had initially refused to say anything. He felt that even with Zhao Zimai as his defense attorney, it wouldn't make much difference.
But now,
seeing Zhao Zimai willing to infiltrate the police station for him,
what else could he say? Refusing now would truly mean not treating Zhao Zimai as a teammate. Several hours later, Zhao Zimai was released. It was Prosecutor Joseph,
whom she had met at the station, who had arranged her release.
Lu Chen had also signed the retainer agreement, formally appointing Zhao Zimai as his defense attorney. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The next day, in the concessions courtroom, Lu Chen's trial commenced. Prosecutor Joseph faced off against Zhao Zimai.
Chang Shouqing, who had helped earlier,
now appeared among the crowd.
The way he raised his camera suggested he intended to capture first-hand footage. A century ago, China had signed numerous unequal treaties with the imperialist powers of the time, and the concessions were one such result. This meant that on Chinese soil, the foreign powers held the real authority. Local Chinese officials were required to obey the orders of the foreign masters.
Within the concessions, foreign officials enjoyed administrative autonomy and consular jurisdiction. Take today's court hearing, for instance.
Though the presiding judge was a Chinese official and the foreigner merely a juror, the foreigner ultimately held all the power.
Similarly,
if a Chinese person was being tried by a Chinese court, a foreigner could intervene at will, whether displeased or pleased.
Conversely, Chinese officials held no authority to judge foreigners within the concessions.
Only foreigners were qualified to manage other foreigners.
Returning to the matter at hand, Magistrate Guan found numerous discrepancies between the proceedings and his understanding of proper protocol. Yet with Smith, the British official stationed in the East China Sea, present, he had no choice but to follow Smith's lead. This case concerned the charges against Lu Chen for shooting Wu Songtao. On the evening of the day before yesterday, the 14th, Lu Chen shot and killed Wu Songtao, the proprietor of his foreign goods store, inside the premises. Prosecutor Joseph, representing the plaintiff, outlined the case. The incident occurred 2 nights ago. The victim, Wu Songtao, died inside his own Western goods store. According to our investigation, the defendant entered the shop at 7:50 p.m. He struck the victim on the head with a blunt object. I believe this was used to knock Wu Songtao unconscious, then bound him with rope before ultimately shooting him dead. The evidence is the handgun found on Lu Chen at the time of his arrest. The owner of this gun was none other than Wu Songtao. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found on the gun. One belonged to the victim, Wu Songtao, and the other belonged to Lu Chen. It's important to note that when a gun is fired, it always leaves behind 2 things. One is the bullet casing ejected after firing. The other is the spent cartridge case ejected from the chamber. Since the rifling of each firearm is unique, the trajectory of the bullet after discharge can be used to determine whether it came from the same weapon. Moreover, there are also eyewitnesses. The victim's time of death was between 8 o'clock and 8:30. Between 7:30 and 8:30, only Lu Chen entered the import goods store. Therefore, Lu Chen was the only one with the opportunity to commit the crime during that time window. For this reason, Lu Chen was identified as the murderer. Holy crap! Did they frame Lu Chen to death? The timing completely nails him. As things stand, there's absolutely no way he could have investigated the case. How on earth is Lu Chen supposed to crack this case? Let's see how it plays out. Who knows? Chapter 161, Courtroom Confrontation. Case at an impasse. Lu Chen could speak up, but as a suspect, he wasn't permitted to address the court until called upon. After all, he wasn't some foreign dignitary. This statement contained an obvious flaw, one Lu Chen instantly recognized. If there were eyewitnesses, then it wouldn't add up. On the day Wu Songtao died, the foreign goods shop had closed early. So let's consider this. If Wu Songtao intended to meet with Lu Chen, how could a witness have seen only Lu Chen at that specific time without seeing Wu Songtao? Did Wu Songtao possess the ability to split himself into 2, one returning home while the other remained in the Western goods store's study awaiting Lu Chen's arrival? If that were the case, then Lu Chen would be the only person who could have entered the foreign goods store at that time. Given this, the only solution is to confront the witness who saw Lu Chen enter the shop that day. So that's it. This witness was the very guest Lu Chen and Zhao Zimai had met during their first visit to Donghai City to see Wu Songtao. Her surname was Li, a socialite in Donghai City. Her main occupation was as an editor for the Donghai Daily, specializing in recommending various shops she had visited to the public, much like today's shop review bloggers. She was a renowned socialite in Donghai City. Shops she recommended almost always saw a significant boost in business, and many establishments actively sought her out to visit their stores. Coincidentally, at the time the incident occurred, she was drinking coffee at the cafe across from the foreign goods store. Around 7:50 p.m., she spotted Lu Chen. Lu Chen entered the Western goods store but didn't stay long. At 8:15, just as Miss Li finished preparing her coffee, Lu Chen emerged from the store. His face was pale, and he hurried out as if something major had happened. But when asked why Miss Li remembered Lu Chen so vividly, Miss Li chuckled and admitted she tended to remember handsome men. Right. Straightforward. But I like that too. Yeah, who doesn't like good looks? Just like how we enjoy looking at beautiful women, there's nothing wrong with that. I can't even think of a reason to argue against it. Refute? What are you refuting? Though Miss Li's words seemed harmless, Zhao Zimai detected a flaw in her logic. If Miss Li could hear the commotion from the foreign goods store across the street while sitting in the cafe, then she couldn't possibly have missed the sound of Lu Chen firing his gun. Something was definitely off about this. Miss Li couldn't explain this discrepancy, yet her testimony was deemed credible. She hadn't lied. Moreover, Yosef offered a perfectly reasonable explanation for why Miss Li hadn't heard the gunshot. The exact time of Wu Songtao's death could very well have been 8 p.m. In that case, he could use the church bells to mask the sound of his gunshot. Lu Chen pursed his lips. Isn't there an obvious flaw here? He looked at Zhao Zimai, and she didn't disappoint him. She too had noticed the inconsistency. If Lu Chen timed his killings precisely with the bell chimes, how could he then make such a blunder afterward? How could he be caught carrying a pistol in broad daylight by the police station? This was clearly a setup to frame Lu Chen. Zhao Zimai demanded a re-examination of the evidence. Unlike Joseph, as the defense attorney, Zhao Zimai hadn't had time to review the evidence. She now insisted on examining it at the scene and challenging its validity. Joseph agreed to this request. This was a perfectly reasonable request. Joseph, after all, held a master's in law and served as the Sun Never Sets Empire's prosecutor in Donghai City. He would never wrongly accuse an innocent person. At this point, Judge Guan announced that the case would be rescheduled for a later date.
Once Zhao Zimai and her team had completed their investigation, the case would proceed to a public hearing.
With Mr. Joseph's assistance, Zhao Zimai obtained official authorization, granting her unrestricted access to police facilities to examine evidence. The police confirmed that 3 fingerprints were found on the pistol. All belonged to Lu Chen. But strangely, the pistol's shell casings were completely bare, bearing no fingerprints whatsoever. Moreover, upon examining the interior of the bullets and the magazine, Zhao Zimai discovered fresh fingerprints present. Upon learning this, Xiao Wu from the police station promptly reported it to his superiors, initiating a new fingerprint analysis. While waiting for the results, Zhao Zimai decided to revisit the crime scene, hoping to uncover new, useful evidence. Arriving at Wu Songtao's study, Zhao Zimai carefully examined the white lines on the floor, which indicated the position Wu Songtao had been in when he died. The autopsy report indicated Wu Songtao died from a gunshot wound to the left chest. He had been struck on the head with a blunt object, rendering him unconscious, before being shot. But the white lines on the floor showed that Wu Songtao was lying on his side next to the bullet hole. This was rather peculiar. The constable who had brought Zhao Zimai to the scene explained. Inspector Singh also found it peculiar. He believes the killer must have harbored deep resentment toward the victim. It's quite possible that after the murder, the killer, still feeling unsatisfied, kicked the body several times, resulting in this situation. Zhao Zimai frowned, finding it implausible. Impossible. But the oddities didn't end there. Zhao Zimai noticed indentations in the carpet that looked like they were pressed by a desk. Out of curiosity, she moved the desk aside and discovered another bullet hole beneath the carpet. Around the bullet hole, she found scattered grains of rice. Even stranger, Zhao Zimai discovered fish scales at the bullet hole. The constable explained that besides the missing pistol, a bag of rice had also vanished from the room, a highly unusual occurrence. Moreover, Zhao Zimai noticed distinct scratches beside the desk. They looked like drag marks. She searched around. Behind the bookcase, there was actually a hidden door. It turned out that, while running his import shop, Wu Songtao secretly dealt in smoking cessation pills. This might very well be the transaction between him and Inspector Xing. The experimental equipment nearby also indicated that Wu Songtao had been conducting some kind of experiment all along. Finally, they also found the missing cat belonging to the young girl in the cellar. This girl was none other than the daughter of Prosecutor Joseph and the granddaughter of the late Sir Bell, who had sponsored the deceased. The cat was named Mr. Jiang. In the cellar, from eating frozen fish, its paws and mouth had suffered varying degrees of frostbite. Seeing such an adorable little cat, Zhao Zimai's thoughts immediately drifted away. He picked up the cat. He rubbed and rubbed it. Can I shake paws with you? Can I have it? I want to shake paws with the kitty too. Go away. Go away. This cat's 50 cents, I'll take it. Dream on. I'll pay $1, this cat's mine. Got any shame? I'll give $2. $3. $5. Chapter 162, Zhao Zimai's brilliant deduction. Zhao Zimai didn't have much time left, as the second trial was fast approaching. She didn't have time to piece these clues together. She'd have to wait until the second trial to figure out the connections. The second trial arrived swiftly, since Zhao Zimai had raised questions about the arrest of Lu Chen. Inspector Singer from the police station and Constable Xiao Wu were also called to testify this time. Inspector Singh began his testimony first. It turned out that Inspector Singh and his team had never intended to arrest Lu Chen at all. They had indeed prepared an arrest operation at the Lingxiu Theater, but their target was Dong Hai's secret guest, the notorious thief who had stolen the secret formula for happy water. Through investigation, they discovered Dong Hai's secret guest had close ties with Wu Songtao, the owner of the foreign goods shop. On the night of Lu Chen's arrest, they learned Dong Hai's secret guest might be selling stolen goods at the Lingxiu Theater around 8:30 p.m. Therefore, Inspector Singh and his team conducted a preliminary reconnaissance of the theater, inspected every locker, and devised a detailed arrest plan. However, instead of the East Sea secret guest, they spotted a suspect entering the theater lobby at 8:26 p.m. At 8:28 p.m. They observed the suspect open locker 212. He placed a gun inside. This suspect was none other than Lu Chen. Photographs were even taken at the time. Everything seemed to be in order. But Zhao Zimai, looking at the photo, sensed something was off. Zhao Zimai pondered for a moment before asking, "You're certain every locker was checked, right?" Detective Singh nodded. "Of course. We checked every single locker and confirmed they were all empty." Zhao Zimai nodded. "In that case, locker 212 was also empty beforehand, correct?" "Correct." "Then something doesn't add up. If Lu Chen intended to hide the gun in locker 212, why would he leave it exposed? It would make more sense for him to put the gun in a bag and then place it directly into the locker. Who in their right mind would first take out the gun for others to see, then put it in a bag, and finally hide it in a locker? That's absurd. So he wasn't hiding the gun, he was taking it out of the locker. This clearly means someone framed Lu Chen. Zhao Zimai's reasoning seemed logical, but it lacked concrete evidence and couldn't exonerate Lu Chen. Joseph shook his head and pointed out, even if Inspector Singh's methods were unreasonable,
we must remember that the gun in Lu Chen's hand was the very weapon that killed Wu Songtao.
That was an indisputable fact. Just as Magistrate Guan was about to declare the case closed, Zhao Zimai suddenly remembered something. The hidden cellar.
The fingerprints on the pistol magazine. Zhao Zimai connected all the pieces. Wu Songtao's pistol magazine held 8 rounds, yet 7 remained inside.
Got it. Zhao Zimai's eyes lit up as the realization struck him. The chain of evidence we currently have consists of fingerprints, the firearm, bullets, the body, and the crime scene. Since the gun in Lu Chen's possession was the murder weapon, and at the time of the crime, only Lu Chen had access to that specific pistol and entered the crime scene, people would jump to conclusions regardless of how difficult other clues might be to explain and label Lu Chen as the killer. But what if there were 2 guns? This would complicate matters. Let's break it down step by step. First, let's address why the victim entered the shop without Miss Li noticing. The answer is simple, the cellar.
Wu Songtao had been knocked unconscious by the killer and hidden in the cellar.
Second, this is the most crucial analysis.
The police station recovered 3 crucial fingerprints from the pistol, which served as the primary evidence identifying Lu Chen as the murderer. So let's discuss why the killer disguised the pistol in Lu Chen's possession as the murder weapon. The rice grains under the floorboards and fish scales in the bullet holes both prove another pistol existed at the scene. The killer had entered the general store ahead of time and hidden in the cellar. After everyone had left, he used a blunt instrument to knock Wu Songtao unconscious and tied him up. He then took the pistol and threw Wu Songtao into the cellar. This explains the bruising on Wu Songtao's head and the ligature marks on his hands and feet documented in the autopsy report. Afterward, the killer retrieved a carp from the cellar, lifted the carpet, and fired at the floor through the fish. Because the carp acted as a buffer, the bullet holes in the floor were shallow, creating the illusion that someone had been shot and the bullet had entered the floor. At this point, the bullet casing from the first gunshot was left at the scene. The killer did not take the victim away because the bullet casing could be matched to the gun's rifling to identify the murder weapon. Therefore, the killer took the bullet casing. The killer then wiped Wu Songtao's fingerprints off the pistol, restored the carpet, and hid it in locker 212 at Lingxiu Theater. After Inspector Singh arrived and arrested Lu Chen, he took action once more. At that moment, Miss Li had already left the cafe across from the import shop, so she naturally didn't see the killer enter the store. The killer dragged Wu Songtao's body from the cellar back into the room, placed a rice sack beneath him, and shot him with a pistol identical to Wu Songtao's. The rice sack provided significant cushioning for the impact of the shot, preventing the bullet from penetrating the floor and instead lodging within the sack. Thus, only bullet holes remained in Wu Songtao's left chest and the carpet. Next, all that remained was to align the bullet hole in the carpet with the one left in the floor from the earlier shot at the bluefish, and everything would be complete. Next, the killer only needed to wipe away the spent shell casings left at the scene to finish the job. To resolve the issue of bullet trajectory alignment, the killer kicked the body several times, completely disrupting the crime scene and thereby solving the problem of bullet path alignment. This line of reasoning seemed plausible to nearly everyone, even swaying Chief Magistrate Guan toward Zhao Zimai's side. But the same question remained. Where was the evidence? While the reasoning was brilliant, without concrete evidence, it held no weight in court. Zhao Zimai smiled. Evidence? Naturally, it was the cat she found in the cellar. It belonged to Cece, the daughter of Officer Joseph. At that moment, Detective Singh couldn't help but burst out laughing. Can a cat testify in court? Well then, let's invite this little kitty to explain exactly what happened back then. The tense atmosphere instantly lightened thanks to Inspector Singh's words. Fine, let's play along. Let the cat testify in court? I want to see how that plays out. This was supposed to be a serious investigation. How did it come to this? Chapter 163, Clearing Suspicions. Finding the real culprit. Amidst this atmosphere, the court announced a temporary recess. During the recess, Chang Shoucheng, who hadn't been seen in ages, appeared carrying Lu Chen's suitcase from his previous trip to Donghai City. Inside were files from numerous old cases. Chang Shoucheng had brought it along because Lu Chen had promised him an exclusive interview opportunity. Before Zhao Zimai could ponder further, she was ushered back into the courtroom. What no one expected was that Sir Bell had also arrived, worried about his granddaughter. Let's not forget that Sir Bell was Joseph's biological father. Thus, we obtained Cece's testimony. That evening, she and Sir Bell had been watching the performance at Lingxiu Theater, the very magic show featuring Miss Inju and her troupe. Her cat, Mr. Jiang, had vanished after the magic act. She had also heard a loud bang. It was only after that loud bang that she realized her cat was missing. That's all. Even Prosecutor Joseph came to believe Zhao Zimai's reasoning.
Judge Guan, the presiding magistrate, was even more convinced. Thus, Lu Chen was acquitted. However, Lu Chen, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings, lifted his head and looked directly at Magistrate Guan. I have found the real culprit. I request that Your Honor seal off the crime scene. Judge Guan froze, turning his gaze toward Lu Chen. You found the real killer? Not only were those present astonished, but the audience was equally stunned. The real culprit found already? Then why didn't he speak up earlier to clear his own name? Who knows? Maybe he had some reason he couldn't speak of. As for why Lu Chen remained silent during the previous trial, it was partly because he hadn't yet pieced together all the clues, and partly because he was a suspect at the time. His testimony wouldn't have been admissible. Once Judge Guan sealed off the scene, Lu Chen began his deductions. First, Lu Chen needed to clarify the photo. He wasn't hiding the gun at that moment, but had gone to locker 212 to retrieve something based on instructions. Upon opening locker 212, he discovered the murder weapon inside and took it out. To frame Lu Chen, two conditions must be met. First, we must understand that this operation was top secret. The person framing him must have had inside information about the arrest operation and facilitated it. Second, the frame-up artist must have been able to arrive at the theater early enough to hide the gun in the locker. Only one person at the scene met both conditions. That person is Inspector Singh. As for the evidence, it was concealed within the anonymous letter. The tip was unsigned, pieced together from clippings of old newspapers. Originally, this was meant to protect the whistleblower's identity, but upon closer inspection of these letters, we discovered the problem lay in the newspapers used. One was particularly unusual. Its front featured the words gun-wielding, while its back bore Lu Chen's portrait. We discovered a crucial detail about this newspaper. It was published on September 15, after Lu Chen's arrest. The headline reads, Lu Chen arrested last night, why did he storm the theater armed? Now, how could a newspaper published the next day become a denunciation letter dated the previous day? There's only one explanation: the accusation letter was forged. At this point, Detective Singh, who had been so arrogant and overbearing moments before, suddenly deflated. Enough! I admit it, I did everything. But Lu Chen merely smiled at him. No, no, no. You're just the one who framed me, not the killer of Wu Songtao. The real killer of Wu Songtao is also here at the scene. After arresting Lu Chen that night, Inspector Singh had kept him in the interrogation room the entire time. He simply hadn't had the opportunity to commit murder. The person who killed Wu Songtao must be familiar with the foreign goods shop, know about the cellar, and especially know where the pistol was kept. More crucially, when I saw her again, there was a new wound on her body. Well then, Miss Ding Xiang, as an employee of the Western goods store, do you intend to keep up this charade? Ding Xiang tried to wriggle out of it, but Lu Chen continued. Your hands now bear frostbite identical to Mr. Zhong's. Yet when Zimai and I visited the Western goods shop to see Wu Songtao, we had none. And I noticed you have distinct calluses on the web of your hand, the kind that only develop from prolonged gripping of firearms and other weapons. Unfortunately, I only found it peculiar at the time and wasn't sufficiently alert. At this point, Ding Xiang smiled. You're quite sharp. Had you not disguised yourself to come to the scene, this might have remained mere conjecture. But the moment you arrived, I knew for certain that you were the one who killed Wu Songtao. However, though you are the killer, you were hired to do it. The motive was to silence him. Ding Xiang smiled. Then, Mr. Lu, what do you think my purpose was in coming to the scene? The reason you didn't flee after succeeding, but instead came to the trial, is because your mission isn't complete. Killing Wu Songtao was to cover up the death of Mr. Baiyan from Wudu. In the police station cell, Lu Chen re-examined the case of Baiyan's death. He made a major discovery. Wu Songtao had said he had never written a book. If we accept this as true, a new conclusion emerges. The author of the wound in the ceiling was not Wu Songtao, but Baiyan, the deceased man pictured alongside Wu Songtao in the old Wu family ancestral hall. In that case, the question shifts from whether to why. The question has never been whether the deceased Baiyan committed suicide, but why he did so. Once we grasp this point and re-examine the case, everything falls into place. Why was a book missing from the scene? Despite Baiyan's meticulous arrangement of the crime scene to mimic a locked room, the reason for his suicide was the unexplained poisoning mentioned in the death report. Within the locked room lay his final message to Lu Chen. The message was inside that very book that was taken. The police arrived at the scene immediately, so the only person who could have taken the book was a police officer present at the time. Coincidentally, Joseph was the police chief who responded to the scene. Seeing Lu Chen's suspicions turning toward him, Joseph sighed. He had indeed taken the book, but it was Baiyan's own wish. Joseph handed Lu Chen the final words contained within that book. It was a research report on a new substance called K-alkaloid, representing all of Baiyan's life's work. Lu Chen, however, smiled slightly. He already knew who the mastermind was. Now, all he had to do was wait for the mastermind to slip up. Damn it! Hiding evidence, no wonder things went missing at the scene and Lu Chen couldn't solve the case. So that's how it was. I think it's possible that Joseph might be connected to the killer too. Who knows? But it's a possibility. Chapter 164, Lord Bell's Slip-Up. Sir Bell Watson stepped forward. As the financier of the Bayan project, he had long lamented the tragedy of the Bayan massacre. Shaking his head, he recounted the events of that year. When Sir Bell first met Bayan, it was through Joseph's introduction. At that time, Bayan's research was being suppressed by the Johnson family. Zhao Zimai frowned and blurted out, "You mean that Jewish family that made their fortune from opium?" Sir Bell nodded. He too harbored deep dislike for the Johnson family. As a family of physicians, the Bells had always dedicated themselves to developing medicines that benefited the common people. The Johnsons had once been similar, also a family of pharmaceutical researchers, but their profits had consistently been overshadowed by the Bells. Until they discovered the opium trade, everything changed, but that was beside the point. Back then, Bayan faced relentless suppression from the Johnson family due to his research on smoking cessation drugs. He encountered numerous difficulties and nearly dropped out of school. Was forced to drop out. Sir Bell funded Bayan's research on a trial basis, but to everyone's surprise, Bayan achieved results quickly. Within a year of formal collaboration, Bayan developed the first version of the drug. Unfortunately, although the drug was developed, this version exhibited addictive properties during clinical trials. This ran counter to their original intentions. Not only that, one patient secretly took a large dose of the drug, causing extreme agitation and ultimately dying from cardiac arrhythmia. This plunged Bayan into profound guilt and deep confusion. The substance responsible for the patient's addiction was colchicine. Afterward, Bayan attempted to reduce the proportion of K-cocaine in the medication. After much trial and error, he finally managed to formulate the kind of drug described in Freud's book, one that could eliminate fatigue and enhance emotional well-being. He believed he had succeeded. However, subsequent clinical trials revealed that recipients still exhibited tendencies toward drug abuse and addiction. This was a devastating blow to Bayan. What followed dealt Bayan an even greater blow. A tragedy unfolded. Another patient ingested a massive overdose, experienced intense hallucinations, and ultimately set fire to the hospital where he was being treated, resulting in numerous casualties. This incident became the final straw that broke Bayan's spirit. The Johnson family's relentless pressure, the halt of his drug research, and now this devastating fire had completely shattered Bayan's spirit. Why he chose such an extreme path afterward was something Sir Bell could never fathom. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He recalled that during his earlier investigation into Bayan's case, Mrs. Zhang, the landlord, had mentioned someone had been following Bayan, facing certain death. Bayan had used this method to convey a message. Joseph had likely read the wound in the caisson. Upon seeing the scene of Bayan's death, he must have immediately understood the message Bayan intended to convey, which is why he took the book from the shelf. Lu Chen surmised that the book in question was most likely the wound in the caisson. If that was the case, then this case might not unfold as Sir Bell described. Over there, Sir Bell continued recounting the events that followed. After Bayan's death, Sir Bell halted further development of the smoking cessation drug. He believed Bayan's actions were meant to signal to Joseph to halt the drug's development. Yet Sir Bell felt that if Bayan had clearly told him, he would have stopped the project himself. Zhao Zimai nodded. No wonder her research had revealed that after Bayan's death, Sir Bell halted all development of the smoking cessation drug. It all made perfect sense, but the more Lu Chen thought about it, the stranger it seemed. If it was truly as Sir Bell claimed, why hadn't he said so earlier? Why did he only come up with this story after Wu Santao's death? Something was fishy. Based on Lu Chen's investigation and evidence, Bayan clearly exhibited symptoms of strychnine poisoning. Strychnine is extracted from the strychnus nut, yet the initial tests showed no traces of dihydroxycobane in Bayan's system. Joseph pondered for a moment before stating, since Bayan's autopsy tested negative for tishining, his death must have been caused by other factors. Lu Chen laughed. Exactly. What poisoned him wasn't tishining, but another compound in Strychnus nux vomica brunchian. With that, all the pieces fell into place. The person who killed Bayan and the one who hired someone to kill Wu Songtao are the same individual. This person is right before our eyes. He is Sir Bell. Lu Chen's expression turned grave. In that instant, he finally pieced together the entire chain of events and understood the other party's scheme. The entire room fell silent. A deafening silence fell over the room. Lu Chen continued. Before leaving Fog City, Wu Songtao sold a patent to Bell Group for a hefty sum. Among Wu Songtao's belongings, we discovered a thesis titled Research on Methods for Extracting Brucine from Strychnus nux vomica. Its author was none other than Wu Songtao himself. At 9 a.m., on the day of the incident, Mr.
Bayan visited Sir Bell's office. By 2 p.m. Bayan exhibited symptoms of opisthotonos, the typical time interval for brucella poisoning to manifest. Clearly, Bayan had already exhibited late-stage symptoms of poisoning before his death. Sir Bell was about to make excuses. Lu Chen, however, gave a cold laugh and continued. No need to say more. The hospital where you work, St. Mary's Hospital, caught fire that very night after Mr. Bayan's death. I want to know how the hospital fire could have been the final straw for Mr. Bayan's mental state. After a moment's thought, Sir Bell replied, I may have misremembered the timing. Faced with such shameless behavior, Lu Chen still smiled indifferently. His expression betrayed no panic. He merely shook his head. Being in court, Lu Chen couldn't produce evidence just yet. Furthermore, the crime team had set the timeline to a century ago. This severely limited Lu Chen and his team's ability to utilize modern technology. Watching Sir Bell's smug expression, Lu Chen fell deep in thought. Damn, I suddenly get why they said it a century ago. It completely cripples Lu Chen's options, locking him out of modern technology. Exactly. From the very start, the perpetrators deliberately restricted Lu Chen's access to technology, all for this very moment, right? Without modern technology backing him up. Solving this case is as hard as climbing Mount Everest. As he pieced together all the clues from the current case, Lu Chen suddenly realized there was one lead he hadn't yet explored. His brow furrowed. Right. How could I have forgotten about this? How could I have forgotten the happy water formula? It's the ironclad evidence proving Sir Bell's guilt. Chapter 165. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Wu Songtao is connected to the East Sea secret guest. The East Sea secret guest is the one who stole the happy water formula. Lu Chen produced the happy water formula. 1,000 grams of water. 200 grams of sucrose, 100 grams of dry ice, 8 grams of lemon juice, 3 grams of cinnamon. But at the very end of the formula, something familiar appeared. 1 gram of K-salt. Only Bayan and the Bell Group funding him knew the chemical structure of this drug. Yet this ingredient now appeared in the happy water formula. Both Bayan's own research reports and Sir Bell's own statements confirm that K2 is highly addictive even in the smallest doses. This is the truth behind Bell Group's happy water sales phenomenon. Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. Coca alkaloid. Cocaine? Cocaine? Lu Chen understood this was the motive behind Sir Bell's murders. Hearing this, Sir Bell chuckled and said, the real secret behind happy water is, there was no secret formula at all, it was just a marketing strategy. The secret formula for the magical drink is locked in a safe only to make happy water seem fresh and intriguing. A captivating story? Lu Chen couldn't help but ask. Exactly. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Sir Bell chuckled. That was precisely what he meant to convey. Seeing the smug look on Sir Bell's face, Lu Chen also smiled calmly. Since you say this formula isn't yours, Sir Bell, then the one behind the frame must be mine after all. I was the one who found it. The smile on Sir Bell's lips visibly faltered. Very well, very well. To deal with such a shameless person, one must be even more shameless than he is. Now Lord Bell was in a bind. If he admitted it, he'd be the culprit. If he denied it, he'd be giving away his most lucrative formula. No matter how you look at it, it's a loss, right? Ha ha ha, exactly. Zhao Zimai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Before coming to Donghai, I did some research. Several soda companies, including Zhenghe and Guanghe, are very interested in the happy water formula and they're offering extremely high prices. Lu Chen turned to look at Zhao Zimai, a flash of cunning passing through his eyes. Looks like I'm in for a nice payday. Sir Bell knew full well that whether he admitted it or not, it would be highly disadvantageous for him. After weighing his options, he chose to tacitly acknowledge Lu Chen's ownership of the formula. He could always refine the formula after returning. Admitting to it, however, would saddle him with murder suspicions, effectively ending any chance of further development. At that very moment, the juror who had remained silent until now finally spoke. Mr. Bell is a citizen of our Sun Neverset's empire. You Chinese have no right to investigate him. Even if Mr. Bell is guilty, he must return to the Sun Neverset's empire to be tried by our courts. Lu Chen understood clearly that if Sir Bell were allowed to return to the empire of the Sun Never Sets, there would be no chance to bring him to trial. Therefore, he must be kept in China. But the problem lay precisely here, how to keep Sir Bell on Chinese soil. Pressing his hand to his forehead, Lu Chen sank into deep contemplation. While Lu Chen pondered, Sir Bell, having heard the juror's words, seemed to recall something. A smug look spread across his face as he smiled at Lu Chen and declared, whether it's opium or happy water, they're just commodities. Thank you, juror, for giving me the courage. This happy water formula belongs to my Bell Group. You have no right to take it, return it to me. At this point, Sir Bell no longer cared.
He couldn't even bother to hide his true colors anymore, fully revealing his fangs. Damn it, you can't even be bothered to pretend anymore. Ha! China a century ago was truly a dark society. Even when you knew the person before you was a criminal, you could only watch helplessly. I understand Lu Chen's helplessness now. Look at Lu Chen's expression, he'd kill Lord Bell right now if he could. But unfortunately, the setting is a century ago, so Lu Chen has absolutely no chance to act. When he heard Lord Bell declare that opium and happy water were both commodities, Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. He roared, "If opium truly is just a commodity, as you claim, then why did the British Empire enact the Narcotics Pharmacy Control Act in 1868? If the opium trade is innocent, then tell me why have so many families been destroyed by it? Why have so many people suffered agonizing deaths because of it? If the happy water business is innocent, then tell me why did you kill the deceased Bayan? Why did you murder Wu Santao to cover up your crimes? The dozens of lives lost at St. Mary's Hospital are wailing in agony right now. Because of your experiments, they perished in a sea of flames. So what? Do you truly believe you alone can change this era?" Sir Bell was utterly unperturbed. "If you wish to judge me, find a place where I can be convicted first." Lu Chen shook his head. "I am not alone. I met a scholar who roamed the countryside in this era, fighting for intellectual liberation. I've seen a craftsman who worked day and night to perfect steelmaking techniques. I've seen an official who gave everything for the progress of China. Beyond them, there are countless Chinese people willing to sacrifice themselves, even their lives, to change this era." As Lu Chen spoke with passionate fervor, commotion erupted outside the courtroom. The juror's expression darkened as he demanded, "What's happening outside?" Soon, someone returned with a report. "It's the citizens of Donghai City. They've surrounded the courthouse, demanding severe punishment for the murderer, or else they'll destroy the entire building." The juror's face turned pale. "You barbaric Chinese people, desecrating the law and order." "Law? You, a juror, dare invoke the law? You know it's worth better than I do. You have no right to lecture me on rules, yours are always double standards. One set for yourselves, another for others." As Lu Chen and the juror argued fiercely, the crowd outside was already surging toward the courtroom. Constable Xiao Wu spoke urgently, "Your Honor, they're about to break through. We can't hold back their fury. They demand severe punishment for the murderer, or they'll destroy this place." "Fine. Let's take down these white pigs of the sun never sets. Damn it, seeing them favoring them just makes my blood boil. Kill them. We can't let them walk free. Smash these white-skinned pigs to pieces and hang their heads on the city walls to honor the innocent dead." Chapter 166, The Challenge from Chen Wenbin. "Juror, we will protect your safety, but if you cannot handle this matter properly, I fear even we may die here, unable to keep you safe." Evidently, at this juncture, even Magistrate Guan had made the most prudent choice. He understood that doing so might cost him his position, yet the memory of Sir Bell's atrocities against his compatriots compelled him. His conscience warned that failing to act would haunt him for the rest of his life. The juror's face darkened. Outside, the crowd pressing to enter grew ever larger. They had gathered at the courtroom doors, their shouts now clearly audible within the chamber. The juror took a deep breath before declaring, "We shall follow Lord Guan's lead in all matters." Seeing this, Lord Guan's lips curved into a smile. He solemnly declared, "I find Watson Bell guilty." At that instant, the entire court erupted in cheers. Yet Lu Chen frowned, his expression growing solemn and tinged with a sigh. In 1912, the Hague International Convention for the Suppression of Opium was signed. In 1928, the provisional government demanded the abolition of extraterritoriality rights held by foreign nations in China. In 1943, the provisional government signed agreements with the British Empire and the United States to abolish consular jurisdiction. 1949, all privileges granted to foreign powers in China were revoked. 1950, opium was completely eradicated in China. June 1987, at an international conference, June 26 was designated as International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking. Shaking his head, Lu Chen knew deep down that by this point in the case, he had essentially solved it. Yet one lingering doubt remained in his mind. Prosecutor Joseph, was he good or bad? And then, Sir Bell was ultimately taken away by the court. How did the trial proceed? And, where did the professional assassin Clove go? Before, he had focused solely on the case itself, so he hadn't paid much attention to other details. Now, looking back, everything seemed odd, as if many things were amiss. But at that moment, the production crew members appeared. They arrived together, along with Mr. Green and the others. "You're impressive. I have to admire you. This was an unsolved case from years ago, and I never imagined you'd crack it today." You see, it wasn't until many years later, when the killer published his autobiography, that the world learned he was the one who murdered the victim. Is that so? Lu Chen looked at Mr. Green. Is this the original case? Or did you reconstruct it using your own theories? Mr. Green pondered for a moment before replying. We added our own techniques. What's the problem? Lu Chen pursed his lips. This explained why so many clues had been left behind. But then, an old friend appeared before Lu Chen. Smiling, he said to Lu Chen, "Hope you're having fun." This person was none other than Chen Wenbin. He had finally crafted his own case. He had come to find Lu Chen. Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled, but he understood why they were all seeking him out. Besides, he was curious to see what kind of case Chen Wenbin had devised. The audience, meanwhile, burst into laughter. Up until now, they hadn't seen a case from Chen Wenbin. They were all very curious to see what kind of case this great detective could come up with. What kind of case do you think Chen Wenbin will design? After all, there are no restrictions this time. No idea, but it won't be simple, you can tell just by looking at his confident expression. I agree. Lu Chen might be in for a rough ride. The scene shifted to Chen Wenbin standing alone by the sea. As the water grew darker before his eyes, a confident expression spread across his face. He had already meticulously crafted this case. He was utterly confident Lu Chen would be unable to solve it. Though it wasn't flawless in some ways, it might even be a bit sloppy. But Chen Wenbin never aimed for perfection. Humans are humans, it's impossible to be flawless. As dawn broke, a boat departed from Hong Kong Island, heading toward a nearby island. They were all students of Shangdao University. Upon reaching the island, they would address each other by code names instead of their real names. It was 10:30 a.m. There were 6 of them in total. They were all members of the Shangdao University Detective Club. They were, the president, Ellery, third-year law student, Carl, fourth-year medical student, Edgar Allan Poe, Ernest Leroux, a sophomore in the College of Liberal Arts, Agatha, a third-year medical student, Ashais, sophomore in the College of Arts and Sciences, and far away, Chen Wenbin watched the ship sail toward the island, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The morning breeze swept over everyone's wicked bones. This time, no one survives. At the same time, as the camera shifted, another figure appeared before them. Lu Chen felt a sense of unease. He had received a peculiar letter, a plain brown envelope. The date on it was yesterday. There was no sender's address. On the back was written, Ching Si. He opened it. A single paragraph was written on an A4 sheet of paper. The girl you killed, Chi Ori, was my daughter. The text was printed, making it impossible to discern handwriting. Lu Chen reviewed the information he currently possessed, carefully piecing together his memories. The name Chizuru rang a bell. It was last January. The detective club held a welcome event. A freshman codenamed Chizuru died during the banquet. He never learned what truly happened at the scene. He'd heard it was alcohol poisoning that led to a heart attack. By the time the ambulance arrived, it was already too late. Lu Chen was puzzled. Was this incident connected to him? Why would this man claiming to be Kiori's father send him a letter? Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing, thinking the letter was just a prank, so he didn't pay it much mind. But suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something. He recalled seeing descriptions of this name in the files. He hurriedly opened the case file. As he did so, Lu Chen's brow instantly furrowed. Xing Si, an architect, had died inside the octagonal blue house he himself had designed. Police discovered the charred remains of Xing Si and his wife, along with the couple of servants who attended to their daily needs. At the burned-out site, traces of sleeping pills were detected in all 4 bodies. But what was most peculiar was that each of the 4 had died from a different cause. The servant couple had been bound before being struck on the head with an axe. The master, Xing Si, was doused in kerosene and burned to death. His wife was strangled to death with a rope. Moreover, her left hand had been severed and was nowhere to be found. Combined with what we now see in the members, this case is absolutely thrilling. Holy crap, this is just the beginning? Already a bunch of people are dead? This is insane. Who came up with such a twisted plot? How badly does Chen Wenbin want to compete with Lu Chen to pull off something this brutal? No idea, but judging by the early stages of this case, it feels really promising, worth looking forward to. Chapter 167, Prank, or Real Deal? Lu Chen continued reviewing the evidence and discovered that others had visited the victim's home before the incident. A gardener had cleaned the residence and was later identified by police as the killer, still missing to this day. Lu Chen scrutinized the letter once more, his doubts deepening. Was this truly an accusation from the deceased, or someone's prank? Recalling Chen Wenbin's words, Lu Chen shook his head and smiled. If this were Chen Wenbin's scheme, it seemed far too childish. It couldn't possibly be that simple. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen noticed a crucial detail. The letter addressed them as you all, not just you. According to Chen Wenbin's setup, Lu Chen was merely a former member who had already left the society. If he had received it,
Then the current members of the must have received it as well.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen decided to look up some information.
He obtained the phone numbers of the members. But when he called them, he discovered they had indeed received Xing Xi's letter. And precisely because of that letter, the club members had gone to an island outside Xiangdao to participate in some activity. They wouldn't be back for another week.
Lu Chen continued contacting other members who had attended the orientation event, but either no one answered or they weren't home.
They had all gone to participate in this event. At exactly 12 o'clock, all 6 people on the boat had arrived on the island. The boatman who brought them repeatedly warned that there was no signal on the island and that many strange things had happened there, urging them to leave as soon as possible. But we all know, we weren't going to back down. So how could this case possibly proceed? And how did the subsequent series of horrors unfold? The audience burst into laughter.
This setup, unbelievable.
This is practically the prerequisite for this kind of incident, no signal.
No way to contact anyone outside. Exactly. Who'd have thought Chen Wenbin would fall into such a cliché plot device? Sigh. I was hoping for something fresh. Who knew?
Chen Wenbin, you with your bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, would betray us too.
But regardless, this case is undoubtedly thrilling enough to pique everyone's curiosity. Now that everyone's here, the show's about to begin. If you don't watch now, you'll be missing out. After arranging with the boatman to pick them up in a week, the 6 set off into the island. Though the boatman repeatedly warned them,
these enthusiasts craved precisely this kind of suffocating tension, no big deal.
Although the blue house on Tsunoshima Island had burned down 6 months prior, the Decagon house remained intact and would serve as their base for this event.
As the 6 reached the entrance,
Fan, the senior member, arrived panting. For this event, he had arrived earlier than the other 5. He had a slight cold, but it wasn't serious and would soon pass. Under his guidance, the group entered the Decagon house. The name itself revealed the building's distinctive feature.
It was essentially 2 pentagon buildings.
Decagonal. The outer large decagons overlapped the inner smaller decagons. In other words,
the central hall is encircled by 10 identical trapezoidal rooms. The foyer they just entered is one of these 10 trapezoids.
Directly opposite the entrance is the kitchen.
Adjacent to the kitchen were the bathroom and toilet. The remaining 7 rooms were all guest rooms. Both the kitchen and the entrance hall had doors leading outside.
Once closed,
it was impossible to tell which side was which. The walls of the main hall and the doors to the guest rooms also showed no distinguishing features.
Moreover, there are no distinctive landmarks within the building, making it difficult to distinguish between the rooms. To avoid the awkwardness of entering the wrong room, they decided to label each room with a nameplate. Since all the rooms were identical,
there was nothing to choose from.
Senior Fan, who arrived first, had already taken one room. The others chose randomly, and the rooms were quickly assigned. We turned left from the entrance room. The order was Fan, Ashais, Edgar Allan Poe, Bathroom, Kitchen, Ellery, Agatha, Carl, LaRue. This trip to Kato Island was entirely thanks to Fan. After the murder case at Seiji, the Blue House was completely destroyed.
The remaining Decagon mansion was sold at a bargain price,
snatched up by Fan's uncle. Cut to another scene. Lu Chen, however,
had tracked down Xing Xi's younger brother,
Xiao Xiai. Xiao Xiai was a local high school teacher currently on leave.
He spent most of his time at home.
After arriving, Lu Chen explained his identity and purpose. Xiao Xiai invited Lu Chen inside.
There was another guest in the house,
a Tian. Lu Chen produced the letter. Xiao Xiai and a Tian exchanged a glance. She confessed everything. It turned out,
he had also received a letter just like this one.
The contents were identical,
which was precisely why Xiaozi had sought out a Tian.
After reading the contents, Xiao Xiai and a Tian suspected it might be someone's prank. As for why,
Xiao Xiai believed his niece's death was likely just an accident. As for his brother's death, he couldn't say for certain. He'd have to wait for the police's conclusion. After his brother's death,
although he inherited Kakujima,
he simply couldn't bring himself to go there.
Lu Chen understood this sentiment. Therefore, Xiao Xiai sold the island.
Lu Chen inquired about the price Xiao Xiai had sold it for, then combined that with his own investigation.
Lu Chen could essentially conclude it was practically a fire sale. Lu Chen didn't press further on the matter.
His mind was now filled with doubts. At this point in the case,
Lu Chen had no clue whatsoever. Was this a prank, or a trap left by the perpetrators? Lu Chen couldn't quite figure it out. Time flew by. It was now 6 p.m.
The islanders gathered around the table in the hall,
discussing their next plan.
Their goal was to craft a truly remarkable story within the next week. Carl was feeling restless. He had recently confessed his feelings to Agatha and been rejected.
Later, he tried to win over Ashais, only to be rejected again. Now,
the 2 women who had rejected him were under the same roof as him.
It Isn't this exactly what you'd expect? This is Carl we're talking about, not exactly a saint, right? Seeing him like this, showing no sign of self-reflection, I'm at a loss for words. I have a feeling he'll be out of the picture soon. As they chatted, Fan Shuashan, already battling a cold and fever, felt drowsiness overtake him. Feeling unwell, he excused himself to rest in his room. Carl watched Fan's retreating figure. He couldn't help muttering under his breath. Such a big deal over nothing. It's not like it's a serious illness. Really? Everyone present glanced at Carl, but none paid him much mind. Most were engrossed in crafting the story and paid little attention to Fan going to rest. It was Carl, with his clearly reluctant expression, who seemed more of a nuisance. Moreover, after speaking, Carl clearly recalled something, his expression shifting. He said nothing more, lowering his head in silence. Chapter 168, The Dead Aren't Dead? Is that even possible? After leaving Xiao Xi's place, Lu Chen sought out a Tian. A Tian mentioned the letter, suggesting it was likely someone's prank, though he couldn't rule out some hidden agenda behind it. As for why a Tian thought this way, if it were merely a prank, the intent would likely be to scare people for amusement, using a string of terrifying words and making personal threats. But looking at this letter, its content was surprisingly bland, showing no hint of intimidation whatsoever. Upon deeper analysis, 3 possible explanations emerged. Lu Chen explained. First, Qianji was indeed murdered. This letter is essentially a formal accusation. Second, driven by the first point, a desire for revenge emerged. Using Qingxi's name for the accusation was the most fitting choice. Third, viewing the matter from another angle, the letter might have been sent from the deceased's perspective to draw attention to the Qingxi case. Additionally, one noteworthy detail is that Qianji died of a sudden heart attack during the orientation event. Lu Chen had reviewed the case files. In this incident, he had virtually no connection to the victim. Records indicated she passed away during the 3rd orientation event, long after Lu Chen had departed. This implies that Lu Chen had no connection to the deceased, yet he still claimed to have received the accusation letter. Moreover, someone in the left even earlier than Lu Chen, yet they also received it. Soon, Lu Chen and a Tian tracked down this person. His name was Xiao Bai, also a mystery enthusiast. After hearing Lu Chen's account, he drew his own conclusion. The sender likely wanted them to focus on the Blue Island case. This also implied that the suspect the police had identified, the gardener, was probably a decoy. The real culprit was currently at large. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. If that were the case, considering who stood to gain the most from Qingxi's death, Xiao Xi would be the prime suspect. But Xiao Xi had a perfect alibi, and the one who provided it was none other than a Tian. From the night of the incident until the following morning, Xiao Xi had been with a Tian. They had been drinking together that night. Because it was so late, a Tian ended up spending the night at Xiaozi's place. The next morning, when news of Qingxi's murder arrived, it was Xiaozi who woke a Tian. In a Tian's memory, it was the first time he had ever seen Xiao Xi cry so bitterly. Lu Chen didn't say anything. After all, a Tian was Xiao Xi's friend and could potentially be lying under oath. But a Tian immediately said that many people could testify that Xiao Xi had stayed home all night and hadn't gone out. He simply had no opportunity to commit the crime. This meant Xiao Xi was innocent. The gardener had vanished, making direct questioning impossible. But Lu Chen recalled the gardener's wife was still around. Perhaps they should question her first. But a Tian immediately shot down Lu Chen's idea. Because the gardener was suspected of being the murderer, his wife was already under immense pressure. If they went to question her now, they probably wouldn't get the results they wanted. Moreover, it might provoke her, making the effort counterproductive. Then again, perhaps they could clear the gardener's name, and she might cooperate fully. But then again, Xiao Bai wouldn't be joining them. His major was fine arts, and he had an assignment due soon. Deduction was merely a hobby, he needed to prioritize his studies first. Lu Chen nodded, not dwelling on it further. He and a Tian set off to find the gardener's wife. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., a shriek jolted the members of the Inference Society, awake in the Decagon Pavilion. They rushed out to investigate. 7 white plastic plates, each 5 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long, lay on the table. Bright red characters were written on them. They read, first victim, second victim, all the way to the 5th victim, and detective, killer. Everyone stared blankly, thinking it was some kind of prank. After asking around, no one admitted to it. The group gathered around the table, pondering for a long time before reaching a conclusion. If it wasn't one of them present, then there was only one possibility: someone outside their group had prepared it. Yet the setup perfectly matched the story they were writing, leaving everyone bewildered. They exchanged confused glances, momentarily at a loss. Seriously, what kind of case did Chen Wenbin design? I'm still confused even after seeing this far. Exactly.
Is this case about this Ching Si guy? Or about these students? Or is it about that girl named Qian Ji? No clue. Honestly, I still have no idea what Chen Wenbin is trying to say. While everyone was baffled inside the Decagon Pavilion, Lu Chen and Atian finally located the gardener's wife's home at 1 p.m. after searching. After inquiring, the wife stated, "The gardener harbors no grudge against Ching Si. He had no motive to kill Ching Si's family." The rumors circulating outside that the gardener had improper desires for Ching Si's wife and coveted his wealth were nothing but sensationalized reports by the media and newspapers. She knew this well, as the gardener had told her long ago that Cheng Si had gone bankrupt. As for Ching Si's daughter, Qian Ji, the gardener's wife knew little about her. She only knew that Chizuru had lived with her grandfather since she was very young, so she had met Ching Si only a handful of times. This puzzled Lu Chen. Living with her grandfather? The gardener's wife chatted about other things, all trivial matters. As she herself admitted, she didn't know much about Qianji, only occasionally hearing bits of news about her while working at Ching Si's house. For a moment, Lu Chen's investigation had nearly reached a dead end. Then the scene shifted. We returned to the Decagon Pavilion. By now, evening had fallen, and the atmosphere at the Decagon Pavilion had grown noticeably oppressive. Apart from them, there was not a single living soul left on the island. Even now, they still hadn't found the prankster. Ashizu even began to suspect that it might be the ghost of Seiji playing tricks, and their presence here must stem from some inexplicable, unspoken reason. Perhaps it was to repay something, and at this very moment, Fan's condition, however, had worsened. He'd thought resting would do the trick, but it hadn't helped at all, so he thought about taking some medicine, hoping he might feel better after tonight. No one said anything. After all, Fan was the patient, and everyone was taking good care of him. Besides, this Decagon Pavilion was purchased by his uncle. Without him, they wouldn't even have the chance to be here. Chapter 169, a new victim emerges. Werewolf game commences. Something feels off. Fan Shuashang is sick yet refuses to leave the island, insisting on staying at the Decagon Pavilion. Could he be up to something? Who knows? But one thing's certain, if Fan turns out to be the killer, the rest of us probably won't fare well. The real question is, what's his motive? This is so strange. After seeing this case unfold, I'm completely baffled. I just can't figure it out. The audience voiced their confusion. From every angle, the case Chen Wenbin had designed was undoubtedly well crafted, but the pace was far too slow. After all this time, it still wasn't clear what the case was even about. Is it the Ching Si case? Or the Sonori case? Or perhaps it's just a werewolf game at the Decagon mansion? As the camera shifted, it returned to Lu Chen once more. Lu Chen looked a bit strange. After speaking with the gardener's wife, he had intended to question Xiao Xi again, but when he arrived at Xiao Xi's home, he discovered she wasn't there. It was now past 8 o'clock. Lu Chen deliberately glanced at the time. If the gardener's wife was telling the truth, then the gardener wasn't the murderer. His suspicion was cleared, leaving only one other possibility. Lu Chen frowned, his expression darkening. Chen Wenbin had deliberately separated him from his teammates this time, assigning him alone to solve the case, all to ensure he had no backup. The two NPCs provided so far seemed like mere extras. But still, as he thought about it, Lu Chen considered another possibility. Ching Si wasn't dead. The letter's sender was Ching Si himself. The person burned to death on Blue Island was actually the gardener. Xiao Xi, who identified the body, must be hiding something. It wouldn't be surprising if the two brothers had teamed up to commit the crime. But the same question remained. What was the motive? If it really was Ching Si staging this himself, what was his reason? Why would he do such a thing? Was it to avenge his daughter? Lu Chen could only think of this one possibility. But then another question arose. Why would he kill his own wife and then cut off one of her hands? And why kill the servant couple? And burn down the blue house? The case seemed to have reached a dead end. Lu Chen had exhausted the information at his disposal. Yet no new leads emerged. To continue the investigation, there was only one direction left: head to Blue Island. Inside the Decagon Pavilion, Fan Shuashang had gone to rest. Carl, however, raised doubts, since Senior Fan had also retired at this exact time yesterday, and the plastic sign appeared the next day. It couldn't be ruled out that Senior Fan was responsible. But Ellery disagreed. Their trip to the Decagon house was a last-minute decision. Senior Fan only learned about it the day before. He simply wouldn't have had time to prepare anything. Moreover, Senior Fan had no motive. What possible motive could he have for killing these people? It made no sense whatsoever. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. They paid little attention to the plastic tag on the table. The third day dawned. 11:30 a.m. Agatha was the first to emerge from her room. She intended to call Ashais to prepare lunch together, but she found the plastic tag from the first victim stuck to Ashai's store. She hurried to call the others.
They appeared one by one. Carl knocked cautiously on the door,
but there was no response.
Everyone frowned, sensing something was wrong.
They forced the door open.
Upon entering, sure enough, Ashai's was dead, and it was clearly a homicide. There were no signs of forced entry on the windows.
Everyone froze, unsure what to do. Carl was the first to step forward.
This wasn't some ordinary detective novel they were reading, it was a real case unfolding right before their eyes.
Remember? They had told the boatman they wouldn't return for a week. It was only the third day now. That meant the boat wouldn't come to pick them up for another 4 days. And there was no signal on this island. So calling for help was out of the question.
Besides,
they were members of the detective club.
In a way,
they were experts in this field.
Finding the murderer and avenging Ashai's was their duty.
Carl's words swayed everyone.
They unanimously agreed. E.P.
from the medical department was in charge of the autopsy.
While Edgar Allan Poe performed the autopsy,
the others waited anxiously.
Not long after, Edgar Allan Poe emerged. What killed Ashai's was an ordinary nylon rope. It was still wrapped around Ashai's neck. The time of death was between 6 o'clock and 9 a.m. No signs of struggle were found on the body, suggesting the victim was suddenly attacked while asleep.
Furthermore, there was another horrifying fact.
Ashai's left hand had been severed. Judging by the bleeding pattern,
it was severed after death.
However,
neither the cutting tool nor the severed hand was found in the room.
Everyone immediately realized
this was the manner of Mrs.
Sage's death. Ellery surmised this might be an imitation crime.
It was also possible that the same person had committed both murders.
However,
unlike Ellery, Carl believed the killer was among them.
The appearance of the plastic tag had made everyone extremely cautious. Ashai's wasn't surprised either.
Only someone from within could enter the room without damaging the door and without arousing Ashai's suspicion. But when Carl said that, everyone turned to look at Carl.
Ashai's was the one who rejected Carl, and he had ample motive. But Agatha was clearing Carl's name. If Carl had done it,
then he'd have no reason to tidy up Ashai's appearance.
Ellery continued. For now, let's set aside whether it was an insider or an outsider.
They first placed the plastic tag in the drawer, then acted together to see if any passing ships could take them away from here. The killer was in the shadows. While they were out in the open, it was simply too troublesome. But when they reached the shore,
they saw no boats at all.
There was no choice but to head to the other side of the island.
But, as they were leaving, Leroux stared intently at the sea, as if he had spotted something. It wasn't until Agatha called out to him that he snapped back to reality.
Urged on by the others, he caught up with the main group. The island now faced dire straits.
Yet Lu Chen had successfully found Xiao Xi. Xiao Xi didn't deny it.
The fact that her brother had gone bankrupt. But when it came to the claim that he wasn't dead, Xiao Xi hesitated for a long time. He had seen his brother's body with his own eyes. Now Lu Chen was telling him his brother was alive, so who had he seen back then? Seeing Xiao Xi's reaction, Lu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He exchanged a glance with Atian, leaving Atian and Xiao Xi to continue their conversation.
Lu Chen took the opportunity to head upstairs to Xiao Xi's home. There, Lu Chen discovered a suspicious room.
But inside he only found piles of letters and a picture frame with its glass missing. Just as he was about to examine the contents of the frame, Xiao Xi came upstairs.
Lu Chen had no choice but to leave. He'd make other plans later. Chapter 170, the grand finale. It wasn't just Lu Chen.
The remaining members warmed themselves with coffee while discussing the current situation. Ellery also sensed that Qing Si might still be alive.
He offered a deduction.
If Qing Si was still alive, he must be hiding somewhere near the Decagon Pavilion. What they needed to do now was stay within the Decagon Pavilion,
stick together,
and wait for the ship to arrive. Then they could leave this place. But before he could finish speaking,
Carl coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor.
Everyone froze,
realizing the coffee might be tainted,
and quickly set down their cups. After struggling briefly, Carl drew his last breath and departed this world. The others stood speechless. Only Edgar Allan Poe, trained in medicine, rushed to administer first aid. This scene felt eerily familiar.
It reminded them all of something. It had happened before, on the night of the welcome party.
Once everyone had calmed down, Ellery continued his analysis. Carl was the first to ask for coffee.
Agatha had spent nearly 15 minutes in the kitchen and emerged carrying a tray with 6 cups of coffee. Additionally, there was a sugar cube box, a milk powder can, and 7 spoons.
One of them was for stirring milk. The first to take a cup was Ellery,
followed by Leroux and Carl. Next came Poe, Agatha, the tray, and finally the last cup was taken by Senior Fan. Carl didn't use a spoon to add sugar or milk.
He was also seated farther from the table.
Poisoning the coffee after it was taken away would have been extremely difficult.
That leaves only one possibility. the poison was added in the kitchen. Agatha grew agitated at this. If she had poisoned it, why would she serve each cup individually, inviting such suspicion? Ellery smiled. He remarked calmly, "Of course, the killer's goal was to eliminate all of us. It didn't matter who died first or last. The poison wasn't administered by you, but by the killer who prepared it in advance. This is a random killing." Yet Leroux remained convinced the killer was among them. While Agatha was busy in the kitchen, he had kept a close watch on her, indirectly confirming Ellery's truthfulness. But this raised another question. Ellery was the first to take the coffee. This made him the most likely candidate to have poisoned it. Regarding this, Ellery had no explanation. He had no evidence to prove his innocence. However, Ellery insisted he hadn't poisoned anyone and wasn't the murderer. Continuing this argument served no purpose, so everyone shifted their focus to the method of poisoning. First, the poison had to be applied to the cups. Recall when they last washed the cups. It was when they returned from seeking contact with the outside world. Because of the cold weather, they had some tea. After that, the cups remained untouched in the kitchen, until just now when they brewed coffee. With so much time elapsed, the killer had ample opportunity to poison them. But a question arises. If the killer was acting randomly, how could he be certain he wouldn't be poisoned himself? Ellery remained steadfast in his belief that the killer was an outsider. The cups were identical, bearing no distinguishing marks. Since the killer wouldn't drink from them anyway, it didn't matter who did. Meanwhile, the ailing senior fan could no longer hold on. Under normal circumstances, with everyone gathered together, the killer would have no opportunity to strike again. Yet to Ellery's surprise, the remaining individuals were remarkably united even in the face of death. They refused to stay together. Ellery frowned. He wanted to say something, but held his tongue. He understood that Leroux and the others had marked him as the killer and were utterly unwilling to act alongside him. The fourth morning, everyone discovered that Carl's door had been marked with the plastic plate belonging to the second victim, but when they checked the drawers, they found the number of plastic plates hadn't decreased. This only strengthened Ellery's conviction that the killer must be an outsider. If it were someone among them, they could have simply taken it from the drawer. Why use a new one? Agatha went to wash her face and discovered Carl's severed hand lying in the bathroom sink. This further confirmed the killer's connection to the Blue House case. Ellery and the others immediately went to inspect the Blue House ruins. Seiji painted the Blue House entirely blue and designed the decagon house with 10 sides. This revealed his peculiar hobby. Such individuals typically leave distinctive markers, like placing an object of a different color among many identical ones. Sure enough, after a thorough search, Ellery found it. Among the sea of blue floor tiles, he discovered one tile that stood out. At first glance, it appeared blue like the others, but viewed from a different angle, it revealed a deeper shade of blue. Its texture also felt different to the touch. He lifted the tile. Beneath it was a handle. Pulling it open revealed a basement appeared. Upon entering, Ellery tripped over something. Leroux shone his flashlight over it. It turned out to be a fishing line. However, Ellery didn't seem to care much. Instead, he had Leroux shine the light on the ground. Ah, this place had been cleaned. This convinced Ellery that Qingxi had been hiding here all along. The camera then cut to Lu Chen. He discovered that Senji had almost no interaction with her father, but had corresponded with her mother. Under these circumstances, how could he possibly send letters to avenge his daughter? Holding this thought, Lu Chen continued his investigation. Sure enough, he uncovered some suspicious details. According to the investigation materials, Xiao Xi and Mrs. Qingxi had once been involved, though the nature of their relationship remained unspecified. This led Lu Chen to consider another possibility. The sender wasn't Qingxi, but the elusive Xiao Xi. But if that were the case, questions immediately followed. Why wait a full year? After all, Qianji had died of a heart attack a year ago, and the Blue Island case had occurred only half a year prior. It was only natural for a person's murderous intent to weaken over time. For it to intensify instead was highly unreasonable. Lu Chen nodded. But while researching, Lu Chen stumbled upon a peculiar detail. Xiaobai and Qianji were actually in a romantic relationship. This discovery sparked a new theory in Lu Chen's mind. He took Xiao Tian to find Xiaobai. Xiaobai wasn't there. Upon inquiry, he learned Xiaobai had gone out. He hadn't been home all day. Could it be? No way. The final truth turned out like this? That can't be right. I just can't shake the feeling it's not like that. Maybe there's been a mistake. However, that evening, Lu Chen encountered Xiaobai. He had gone out to gather herbs and had just returned. Seeing Lu Chen, he looked puzzled. Glancing at Xiaobai's attire, Lu Chen nodded. When Lu Chen brought up his investigation, Xiaobai didn't hold back. He and Qianji had been a couple long ago, but they'd broken up a long time before. Lu Chen said nothing more, merely nodding. But then, he immediately turned and sought out Chen Wenbin.
How many people are left on the island? When will he move to the next phase? Chen Wenbin smiled, looking at Lu Chen without speaking. His clothes still carry the salt stains from dried seawater, and they even retain the scent of the sea. Next time, remember to coordinate the timing properly. All this running back and forth is exhausting. And you know what? He's been running back and forth so often, he's starting to look dazed. If I can't see that, then something's wrong with me. Moreover, he'll be the last one to die. After killing the rest, he'll take his own life. Well planned. Very clever. Faced with Lu Chen's words, Chen Wenbin could only sigh. I knew it. You see right through everything.